Chapter 1. I, Blue, will never marry. Slap. The sharp sound from within the courtyard made the passers-by quicken their pace. At the Erek Gwagong residence, Darren, who could stride across the two banks of the Yellow River, stood with one foot on his son's body, holding a whip in an imposing posture. Do you submit or not? Never. Not even if you beat me to death. Glancing at Garth, a look of determination appeared on Blue's young face. I, Blue, would rather be beaten to death, starved to death, or hung up in a tree until I die from the sun, but I will absolutely never marry Bristol. You ungrateful child. The great warrior Garth nearly coughed up blood out of anger at his own son. Since that's the case, old man will fulfill your wish today. Without waiting for Blue to respond, Garth handed the cane to the elderly servant beside him. Dave, this disobedient child is yours now. Sir, what? As long as you don't kill him, do whatever you want. Noticing Dave's hesitation, Garth added. If Lady asks, I'll take the blame. With that, Garth swayed back into the room, leaving Blue and Dave staring at each other. Master, why put yourself through this? A bitter smile crossed Dave's face as he looked at the boy with regret. Sir's actions are all for your own good. As the household manager of the Chin family, Dave understood the master's intentions clearly. Due to years of war, Garth felt his health declining day by day. Therefore, he began looking for a powerful ally for his son. Naturally, after much deliberation, Darren found the best match, Adebayo. Though Adebayo was ugly, rude, and shameless, he had an iron constitution. Garth estimated that with Cheng's loud and boisterous lifestyle, he could live another 20 to 30 years without any major issues. Thankfully, Blue didn't know his father's thoughts, or he might have marveled at them. According to historical records, Jamie was indeed among the longest-living ministers of early Tang, outliving Garth by nearly 40 years. Yes, Blue was a time traveler. Unlike those sole replacement characters in certain novels, Blue was genuinely born to the Joy family, making him half a native of Tang Dynasty. As for why he time traveled, Blue had no idea. Who could have predicted awakening as an infant? To the point, even Dave understood the situation. So Blue, having lived 2 lifetimes, certainly grasped it too. Yet, precisely because of this understanding, he refused Darren's proposal. Among the high-ranking officials of the Tang Dynasty, Garth was already top tier in both merit and reputation. If he were to form an alliance with the Qing family, Blue doubted anyone in Chang'an would feel at ease. Would Ebert see this as suspicious? Isn't paranoia standard for emperors? Yes, Blue swore by Garth's 3,000 strands of black hair that his refusal was solely to make Ebert feel secure. It had nothing to do with Bristol's appearance, or fearing her ability to intimidate the city's aristocrats. We Chanyeojira should stand up against everything, even imaginary fears, and never fear a mere girl. Note, the term Chanyeojira is not standard English. It seems to be a direct transliteration from Chinese meaning, people who have Chanyut, ed, typically referring to individuals in stories who are transported to another time or world. A more natural English expression might be as Chanyur heirs, or we, the Chanyur heirs, but given the context of the story, I retain the original term for authenticity while ensuring it reads naturally. A more polished version could be, as Chanyur heirs, we should confront everything, even imaginary fears, and never fear a mere girl. Compared to Blue's shifting thoughts, Dave sighed once more. If that's the case, Master mustn't blame me for being impolite. With that, Dave swung the cane in the air, making a sharp, slap sound. A wreck. Accompanied by a light laugh, disdain spread across Blue's face. Elder Zhong, there's no need to worry. But if I let out a single cry, I, Chin, am not? Slap. Oh woo. Blue couldn't finish his sentence. He hadn't expected Elder Zhong to follow through so thoroughly. Could a servant's cane strike harder than Garth's whip? Master, are you alright? I'm fine. Slap. Oh woo. Another cry, tears brimming in Blue's eyes. Wasn't it just a few scorpions in your shoes, sand in the water, and salt in the food? How could you bear such a grudge? Blue wasn't stupid. If he couldn't recognize intentional retribution, he might as well bash his head against the wall. Master has misunderstood. With a sheepish smile, Dave insisted earnestly. It was just a slip of hand. Absolutely unintentional. No worries, I understand. Nodding sympathetically, Blue smiled back. Don't be formal, Elder Zhong. After all, if you kill me, you and Darren will join me in death. Seeing Blue's do-as-you-please expression, Dave couldn't help thinking of Lady Qin Joy's protective nature. Given Sir's temper, he might not protect me after all. Master, don't be upset. Shall I lighten up a bit? A wreck. Still laughing coldly, Blue tilted his buttocks at a 45-degree angle skyward. Come on, beat me to death. No mercy. Hee. The more defiant Blue acted, the more relieved Dave felt. How could I harm you, Master? Swinging the cane again, Dave used less force this time. Sure enough, the old man was punishing me on purpose before. Thinking this, a wave of despair washed over Blue. Dog system, if you don't appear soon, I'll be the first time traveler to die under oppression. Being a time traveler, Blue naturally had his own golden finger. Unfortunately, 11 years in, all he knew about it was its name, Divine Point System, and nothing else. That name was the only template in his mind. Divine Point System loading, please wait patiently. Had it not been in his mind for 11 years, Blue might have thought it was brain damage from the wrong method of time travel. Hashtag Chapter 2. The God-level attribute allocation system awakens. Why, young master? As Blue was observing the template in his mind, Dave's voice forcibly pulled him back to reality. What is it? Struggling to create some distance between himself and Dave's ugly face, Blue finally spoke. Don't tell me you can't do it this quickly? Breathe in, breathe out, don't get angry. What a joke. Dave swore that if this rascal weren't his young master, he would definitely use his saber to show him what a real tough man could do. However, this was merely the fantasy of a helpless tough guy. Taking a long breath, Dave responded. Master, if you don't make a sound, old servant will be in quite a predicament. So what? Shifting his gaze from Dave's thighs up to his face, Blue sneered contemptuously. So are you planning to excite yourself by using a naive boy's screams? Though Dave was well aware of his master's character, he couldn't help feeling blood rush to his head. If young master doesn't make a sound, Lord Qin might notice something later. Unable to win an argument or dare to fight, the elderly Uncle Zhong could only resort to playing wolf in front of Blue. However, Garth's name still held some weight. As Dave finished speaking, Blue's expression turned serious. Considering Darren's face, I'll indulge you a bit. With those words, Blue wiggled his buttocks slightly. Come on, continue. Slap. Ouch. Slap. Blue, will never surrender. Slap. The sharp sounds continued, accompanied by Blue's so-called dignity as a man. Passers-by outside the courtyard admired him greatly. Truly worthy of General Qin's son. Just this much bravery alone commands respect. Dave, of course, had no clue about the outside admiration, but at the moment, he looked like someone who had eaten ancient excrement. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated, even for acting? Actually, Blue and this tough guy didn't have any deep-seated grudges. Their usual interactions were nothing more than minor retaliation for being slapped on the buttocks. Fishertle did Dave know, this small personal preference would lay the foundation for future pranks against him. Ultimately, Blue was spared not because Dave or Garth had a change of heart, but because Lady Qin Joy, who had been shopping all day, finally returned. Mother, save me. Accompanied by a voice that could evoke tears, Blue rushed into Qin Joy's arms. For a whole day, I was beaten here without end. Seeing her child hugging her, sobbing and wiping snot, Qin Joy couldn't help but twitch her lips. He may be my child, but I can't kill him. Uncle Zhong, what's going on here? Upon hearing Qin Joy's question and seeing Blue's triumphant look through his cries, Dave's mouth twitched slightly. As ordered by Lord Qin. After speaking, Dave silently apologized to Lord Qin in his heart. Not that I'm cowardly, but Lady Qin's authority is overwhelming. That's enough. You may go now. Aware of the love-hate relationship between her child and Uncle Zhong, Qin Joy let him leave first. Ai Fu, come take the young master to rest and remember to apply medicine for him. Quickly running over to support Blue, Bentley smiled flatteringly. Shall I bring you to apply the medicine, young master? Haha. Looking at the youth's expression, Blue patted his shoulder with satisfaction. No worries, Ai Fu. My disputes with Uncle Zhong won't involve you. Bentley, Dave's son, was Blue's personal attendant. As the Qin family was martial-oriented, there were no servants of the opposite gender, especially for Blue. In fact, not just the Qin family but most military families, including the Chung family, did not provide female attendants for their offspring. This became a key reason for conflicts between military and civil families' children. No questions asked, it was envy. Haha, thank you, young master. Forcing a stiff smile, Bentley inwardly sighed. Without your reassurance, I'd be much calmer. Regardless of his thoughts, he couldn't neglect his young master. Supporting Blue into the room, Bentley said. Please wait, young master. I'll fetch the medicinal alcohol for you. Nodding, Blue tried to find a comfortable position on the bed. I'll remember to bring some sugared water too. Although Dave held back after the initial strikes, the pain was still unbearable after so many hits. While Bentley left, Blue started to plan secretly. I remember the laxative from old Arkong works best. It's time to give the young Uncle Zhong a lesson. Ding, strongest attribute allocation system, has loaded. Please check. Who's there? Letting out a startled cry, Blue nearly leapt off the bed. But he quickly realized what it was. You damn system? Ding, I am called the strongest attribute allocation system, not a damn system. Hey, it really is you. Hearing the voice in his mind, Blue felt one word, elation. Xiao Erakohuo, Old Han, and all other fellow Chonyear heirs should be corrected to read more naturally in English. Also, the term golden finger is a direct translation and might not convey the intended meaning clearly to an English-speaking audience. Here's a revised version of the sentence. Xiao Erakohuo, Old Han, and all other veteran Chonyear heirs, Qin, now have a special advantage too, and I haven't let us down. For better understanding, golden finger can be translated as special advantage, or unique ability, to ensure it reads naturally and conveys the correct meaning. The word Chonyear heirs seems to be a mix of Chinese and English. If you want to refer to people who have traveled through time or worlds, you could say fellow travelers or fellow Chonyear enthusiasts. But since this context seems to involve people who have been transmigrated or reincarnated into another world, fellow transmigrants would be more accurate. Here's the fully revised sentence. Xiao Erakohuo, Old Han, and all other veteran transmigrants, Qin, now have a special advantage too, and I haven't let us down. Damn system, tell me what you can do. Ding, this system generates 1 evolution point daily. The host can use these points to evolve any object. That's it. After waiting a few minutes, Blue's face showed confusion. I waited 11 years for this? Ding, that's it. Don't you think you're rather useless for a golden finger? Disappointment crept into Blue's tone. Compared to systems that strengthen the user by breathing or taking damage, or randomly benefiting a lucky audience member, this seemed like a joke. Ding, the strength of this system depends entirely on the host. With good luck, you might even evolve legendary artifacts. And if I have bad luck? Chapter 3, The Converted Joy Clan. As a chieftain, Blue's greatest strength was that he didn't believe in the word luck. Could luck turn you into a baby after just one night of sleep, and then have you meet a pervert who liked to play with their private parts? Beep, if your luck isn't good, then please try to live a few more years. Just as Blue was pondering the meaning of this statement, the dog system's voice chimed in again. So you can gain more evolution points to experiment with. In other words, if I can't become an Europa king, I will only be able to be a hardcore player? While Blue grumbled, the system had already transmitted basic usage information into his mind. After a few minutes of absorbing it, Blue realized, much to his dismay, this really is a system for Europa Kings. Here's a simple example. If the same number of evolution points were used to evolve a stick, some people could end up with the Rui Jingu Bang, wish-fulfilling golden hoop staff, while others might get a smelly stick. Of course, the chances of evolving weren't entirely uncontrollable. According to the system, the more evolution points consumed during an evolution, the higher the chance of getting a good result. Dog system, following the 3 major rules of web novels, shouldn't you give me a newbie gift package or something? Beep, don't compare me to those alluring systems. No. No means no, so why act so haughty? Silently flipping a middle finger, Blue vowed that this was the most righteous poor man's declaration he had ever heard. Young master, the medicinal wine is here. Fortunately, Blue's rant didn't last long, as Bentley's voice promptly brought him back to reality. Put it here. Startled by the sudden instruction, Bentley hesitated. Do you not need help applying the medicine? With a mocking laugh, Blue sneered. I, at least a 7-foot-tall man, can handle a minor injury. Why would I need someone else to apply medicine for me? Or, his eyes narrowing, Blue's expression turned serious. Are you also eyeing my handsome body? No, not at all, impossible. Quickly shaking his head, Bentley fled the room before Blue could even open his mouth again. Growing up together from diapers, Bentley knew his young master well. Whenever Blue acted strangely, trouble was usually brewing. Dog system, I want to allocate points. Seeing Bentley leave as expected, Blue picked up the medicinal wine with a smug look on his face. Excellent bruise medicine. Category, medicine. Description, a carefully concocted bruise medicine from a famous physician in Chang'an. Effect, reduces swelling, relieves pain. Note, for the exclusive use of big spenders. Beep, detected host request. Do you wish to allocate points to evolve bruise medicine? Yes, hurry up. After all, this was his golden thumb. Blue wanted to experience its effects firsthand. With Blue's confirmation, his single evolution point vanished instantly. Simultaneously, the system's voice sounded again. Beep, congratulations. Host has spent 1 evolution point and obtained amazingly effective bruise medicine. Amazingly effective bruise medicine. Category, medicine, first evolution. Description, a miraculous bruise medicine evolved by the system. Effect, rapid pain relief, fast reduction of swelling. Note, with this, Dad won't worry about me being easily hurt anymore. System, how low can you go? Beep, thank you for the compliment. Ignoring the system's cheekiness, Blue refocused on the medicine in front of him. This thing doesn't seem to have changed. Luckily, Blue was realistic about his luck and didn't expect it to sparkle and transform into a divine elixir. Dog system, I hope you can be a bit more reliable. Muttering under his breath, Blue smeared some of the ointment on his buttocks. As a seasoned survivor of beatings, he knew a good test would reveal its effectiveness. Comfortable. The moment his hand touched his bottom, Blue shivered. He had underestimated the dog system's abilities. Though the swelling wasn't completely gone, the pain diminished rapidly, replaced by a cooling sensation. Feeling the relief, Blue felt a surge of confidence. If only I had more of this ointment, would someone fear even Darren? But remembering the pain of beatings, Blue quickly regained composure. As the filial son of the Tang Dynasty, how could I provoke father's anger? Whether due to the ointment or sheer exhaustion, Blue soon fell into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to him, in another room, Darren was groveling before Nicole. Please don't be angry, my dear. I was merely acting out of frustration. I didn't truly intend to punish Erikayu. Pausing, Garth added hastily. Moreover, Dave knows his limits and wouldn't actually harm him. Humph. Joy's eyes narrowed at Garth. How could you be so heartless towards such a young boy? Thinking of Blue sobbing into his chest, Joy glared fiercely at Garth. The incident where Blue smeared snot on her clothes was conveniently forgotten. My hands were tied, Garth explained with a bitter smile. I planned to arrange for Erikayu to marry Dodge's youngest daughter, but he refused outright. That's why I had to resort to these methods. Dodge's youngest daughter? Joy paused, pondering. If so, it does seem like a suitable match for Erikayu. Seeing his wife's attention diverted, Garth breathed a sigh of relief. You have keen insight, my dear. But since Erikayu disagrees, we must consider this matter carefully. You are wise indeed. Poor Blue, unaware that his sole support had been converted by Darren, would have been heartbroken to learn this news. Perhaps because he was younger, Blue slept far longer than in his previous life. The next morning, Bentley had to forcibly pull him from his dreams. Study scenes. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, just let old Joan prepare for white hair morning black hair. Translation notes asterisk. Character names like Blue and Joy were transliterated into Pinyin. Some idiomatic expressions and humor were adjusted for clarity and fluency in English while maintaining the original tone and intent. The story's continuity and logic were preserved throughout the translation. Chapter 4, Darren, do you want a wife or not? Haskell had long since become accustomed to his young master's threats. If the words were truly as brutal as they sounded, given his relationship with Dave, he would have been fed to the fish long ago. With a wry smile, Haskell finally spoke up. Young Master Ascari is here. Ascari? Leaping off the bed like a startled cat, shock spread across Blue's face. Why is he here? Though a night had passed, Blue hadn't forgotten yesterday's events. In the short term, everyone from the Jamie family was still on his watch list. Ha ha ha, brother Erikayu. Old Chung has come personally to visit you. Came a booming laugh as a heavily bearded, gorilla-like teenager strode in. He was called a teenager because Blue knew that this brute was only 2 years older than himself. Blue didn't overly mind Ascari barging in. After all, that was somewhat of a Jamie family tradition. Glancing at Ascari's weathered face, Blue rolled his eyes. You've seen me. What else do you need? Hee. Ascari paid no heed to Blue's attitude, chuckling and promptly sitting on the edge of Blue's bed. Brother Erikayu, I heard Uncle Chin plans to have you marry my little sister? As the words left his mouth, Ascari stared seriously at Blue. Yet, seeing him like this always reminded Blue of a certain meme from the future, a Siberian Orekski's intense gaze. Despite his sarcasm, Ascari's question required an answer. Shaking his head quickly, Blue wore an equally serious expression. No, never, impossible. He wouldn't marry Cheng's sister if he were to die, or even if beaten mercilessly, not in a million years. Don't say that. Hardly had Blue finished speaking when Ascari, who had just been stern, let out an exclamation. Brother Erikayu, I think you should really consider it. Pausing, Ascari added quickly. If you agree to marry my little sister, I will give you Jue Feng Juri. SSSS. Even Blue couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon hearing Ascari's offer. Jue Feng Juri, Wine Chaser, was a top-grade warhorse raised by Ascari, its value comparable to a fully equipped Panamera in modern times. Besides that, I can recognize you as my big brother. Feeling his proposition lacked weight, Ascari added hastily. And also Chung Chumu and Chung Chubi. What did that imply? Marrying a wife with a luxury car as dowry, and her brothers would call you brother afterward. Anyone less resolute might have already capitulated under Ascari's relentless assault. But Blue was clearly not one such person. Glancing over at Ascari, suspicion crept onto his face. What do you think will happen if Fishertle's sister finds out about this today? A fierce twitch at the corner of his mouth and Ascari trembled. Absolutely not possible. Seizing Blue's arm tightly, Ascari insisted. They say, when trade fails, friendship remains. As good brothers, you mustn't betray me. Why were the Chung brothers eager to marry off their sister? Wasn't it due to daily beatings? Knowing they schemed behind her back, would anything remain good? Pulling his arm free from Ascari's grip, Blue stated, to keep this a secret, fine, but don't mention marrying your sister again. No problem. Without hesitation, Ascari agreed instantly. A wise man adapts to circumstances. As long as he wasn't caught by his sister, Ascari believed he'd eventually persuade Blue. Sneaking a glance at Blue's face, Ascari silently comforted himself. At worst, find a chance to create fait accompli, and see if this fellow dares to refuse his sister then. Undeniably, the Cheng family style was formidable. Throughout Tang Dynasty, few could entertain such rebellious thoughts. Unaware of Ascari's plan, Blue now stood on the ground. Tell me, visiting today isn't just for this purpose, right? Of course not. Shaking his head rapidly, Ascari explained. While marrying off his sister was important, it wasn't urgent. I'm here to challenge you to a fight. Before Blue could respond, Ascari hastened to explain. That idiot Yanni dared challenge us, we've got to teach them a lesson. Gesturing with his fists while speaking, a barbaric aura filled the room. A challenge? What's the reward this time? Clashes between martial and literary clans were common. Blue only cared about the rewards. Ice blocks. Spitting out 2 words, Ascari grinned like a cunning fox. If we win, all their ice blocks this month are ours. Admittedly, Ascari was skilled with words. His use of ours was clever. Is Yanni crazy to agree to such a bet? Ice blocks weren't ordinary items. Apart from the wealthy, commoners rarely saw ice during summer. Heard he hired some outside help, probably not a match for us either. Ascari quickly added, this year's summer is much hotter. Our ice supply has dwindled. Winning Yanni would benefit us greatly. Seeing Ascari's smug face, Blue realized. Indeed, the recent ice supply had reduced significantly. With such hot weather, shouldn't there be royal grants? Being trusted aides of Thatcher Fisher heir, neither Qin nor Chung estates should lack ice. Not much ice left in the palace. Ascari carefully checked around before saying, heard a eunuch in charge of the ice depot neglected his duties and was executed by his majesty. So that's why. Eyes gleaming, Blue turned to Ascari. Jamie, wanna make money? Hashtag chapter 5. The temptation of money. Earn money? Although Ascari didn't know why Blue suddenly said such a thing, he still nodded without hesitation. Of course I want to. Don't you have some way to earn money, Erikayu? To be frank, the early Zhenguan era was undoubtedly a time of poverty. Just a few years ago, the Wei River Alliance had depleted the entire national treasury, and it had yet to recover. Families like the Qins and Chengs were relatively wealthy among ministerial clans. It was rumored that the imperial princes often wore patched clothes in their daily lives. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that Ascari would show such eagerness. That's naturally what I mean. With a somewhat coquettish nod, Blue finally spoke. If we could get a large amount of ice, could we make money? Definitely yes. Slapping his hand on the bed, Ascari couldn't help but cheer. But just a few seconds later, his expression turned gloomy again. You're not going to sell the ice from your home, right? That definitely won't work. Ascari wasn't worried about Blue's safety. He was simply afraid of getting implicated. After all, not everyone had a mother like Nicole. Normally, the mixed-gender freestyle fighting competition was more typical for the Jamie family. Of course not. Shaking his head quickly, Blue continued. I can make ice. What? Even though they had been close friends for many years, Blue couldn't help but admire Ascari's volume. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to produce such a loud voice without training. Are you kidding me? Turning red, Ascari stared at Blue with wide eyes like a wild boar suffering from swine fever. Jamie isn't so easily fooled. Slap. A hand slapped onto Ascari's shoulder as Blue's face showed dissatisfaction. After so many years as brothers, you actually don't trust Blue? Taking a deep breath, Ascari tried to calm himself down. If you can really make ice, we brothers will truly strike it rich. Excitedly waving his hands, Ascari continued. Brother, if you have such a good idea, why didn't you bring it up earlier? As childhood buddies who grew up together, Ascari understood Blue's character well. Although petty, manipulative, and extremely narcissistic, he kept his promises. I only thought of it recently. Brushing Ascari off casually, Blue felt somewhat ashamed. After over a decade in this era, coming up with an idea like making ice, it was a plot point even the worst web novel author wouldn't dare to write. Since you have such a good plan, let's start making ice immediately. Thinking about the profits from selling ice, Ascari even forgot about his bet with Yanni. If he could make ice, who would care about Yanni's wealth? Not so fast. At least let me finish my meal first, right? Chuckling bitterly, Blue couldn't help but pat his stomach. He was growing, and he couldn't neglect his meals. Despite Ascari's longing eyes, Blue slowly washed up, combed his hair, and began eating. Burp. Giving a big burp, Ascari rubbed his bloated belly. The food at Uncle Chin's is as delicious as ever. Ha ha ha, if Chuyang likes it, you're welcome to come eat anytime. Laughing heartily, Eben generously granted Ascari a meal pass. Certainly, as long as Uncle Chin doesn't find me bothersome. Looking at Ascari who grinned like a human hippo, Blue's mouth twitched. Had he not known Ascari's real purpose, he might have suspected this guy was here just for the free meals. Once the servants cleared away the dishes, Ascari looked at Blue expectantly. Erikayu, should we start now? Eben and Nicole were busy with their own affairs, leaving Blue and Ascari alone in the room. Don't rush. We need to prepare a few things before making ice. Standing up from the chair, Blue continued. Let's go buy some supplies. It's worth noting that the furniture in Eben's residence wasn't typical Tang Dynasty era chairs, but backrest chairs, a small change brought by Eben. Money had its power. As soon as Blue finished speaking, Ascari jumped up from his chair. Let's go. Today, whatever you buy, I'll pay for it. Without waiting for Blue's response, Ascari dragged him towards the door. Bentley, hurry up and follow your young master. Yelling at Bentley, who was doing something in the courtyard, Blue appeared outside the residence. So, where are we headed next? Slapping his chest, Ascari acted like a nouveau riche. West Market or East Market, don't be shy. Suppressing the urge to buy dozens of properties in Chang'an, Blue finally spoke. No need for that trouble. We just need to go to the apothecary and buy a few things. It wasn't because Blue had a sudden burst of conscience, but he knew Ascari wouldn't have much money either. They were equally poor in that sense. Creating ice with saltpeter, a trope already overused in web novels, was Blue's next move. The apothecary? Does that place have ice-making treasures? Muttering, Ascari didn't press further. An apothecary, or bingfong, was essentially a pharmacy combined with a clinic at that time. As top signs of Chang'an, Blue and Ascari didn't settle for ordinary places. They headed straight for the largest bingfong in Chang'an, Ariki Chun Tang. Well, esteemed guests, are you here to buy medicine or see a doctor? As soon as they entered, Blue and his companions received a warm welcome. The attendants were adept at identifying wealthy patrons based on their attire. Buying medicine. Breathing in the pungent smell of herbs, Blue asked, do you have Mirabilite? Mirabilite, or Glauber's salt, was known as saltpeter in modern times. Saltpeter wasn't rare. Apart from mining, it could be found in toilets under normal circumstances. However, Blue certainly had no habit of collecting nitrate soil from restrooms. Chapter 6, The Shameless One, Ascari. Of course we have it if the esteemed guest requests it. Glancing over Blue and Ascari, the attendant continued, how much saltpeter would the honored guests need? You give me everything you have. As they say, not taking an advantage when offered is a fool's game. Since Jamie had already promised to pay, Blue saw no reason to let this opportunity slip away. Sure enough, just as Blue began to speak, Ascari couldn't help but grimace. Isn't that a bit too much? Ascari gave him a pitiful look as he spoke. We've been good friends for years. It pays to leave room for maneuver. But Blue clearly had no intention of meeting Ascari on friendly terms again. Flashing a toothy smile, Blue asked, do you still want to make money? Yes. Then shut up. All right. Clutching his purse, Ascari quickly shut his mouth. Let it be a gift to please his future brother-in-law. Though Blue sounded forceful, the actual amount of saltpeter the attendant brought out wasn't much. Gentlemen, the total comes to 500 coins. As the attendant spoke, his gaze shifted between Blue and Ascari. Saltpeter in this era was primarily used by Taoist alchemists and hence commanded a high price. We'll take it first and send someone later to collect payment from Duke Lu's residence. Ascari casually placed a signet indicating his status in front of the attendant and picked up the large bag of wrapped saltpeter. So, it's a noble from the Duke's household. Understood. The attendant wasn't particularly surprised by Ascari's actions. This was how transactions typically occurred among the wealthy in Tang Dynasty. As for impersonations, as an attendant at the premier pharmacy in Chang'an, he knew every official emblem well, a crucial skill for any capable attendant. Copper coins were heavy, and nobles didn't usually carry sacks of them around. Instead, merchants would often visit their residences to collect payments. As for silver, the people of the Tang Dynasty preferred using copper coins, silk, and gold for transactions, not so much silver. Stepping out of the dispensary under the attendant's respectful gaze, Ascari looked at Blue. Erikayu, what next? And as for the large bag of saltpeter? It naturally fell to Bentley to carry it. Back to the manor. With a composed demeanor, Blue added, watch me perform a grand ice-making trick. Without giving Ascari a chance to respond, Blue led everyone back to the Chin residence. Damn, finally back. Upon returning to the Chin residence, Ascari collapsed into a recliner like a puddle of mud. This damned weather is unbearable. While it was indeed hot, it wasn't as exaggerated as Ascari made it seem, though who could blame him for being overweight? Seeing Ascari's soaked clothes, Blue's lips twitched. Bentley, bring 2 basins, one big and one small. After a brief pause, Blue added, and some water. Saltpeter could produce ice, but it was toxic and shouldn't be directly mixed with water intended for consumption. Once Bentley brought the water and the basins, Blue started working swiftly. He filled the smaller basin with water and placed it inside the larger one, then filled the larger basin with water and added saltpeter. Not knowing exactly how much to add, Blue threw in a generous handful. After all, dried saltpeter could be reused and wouldn't go to waste. Is this all it takes? Seeing Blue stop after adding the saltpeter, Ascari, who had just risen from his slump, couldn't hide his skepticism. Just wait. Blue calmly slapped away Ascari's hand that was about to poke into the basin. Isn't this the beginning? Ah. Just as Blue finished speaking, Bentley let out an exclamation. Tis, there's ice. Ugly as Bentley's voice was, it captured part of Blue's and Ascari's attention. Under the gazes of the three men, the liquid in the basin slowly turned solid, emitting a faint chill. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Ascari stared at Blue with an expression reminiscent of modern otaku meeting their Japanese sensei. Is this really ice? Of course. Carefully lifting the small basin, Blue explained, ice made with saltpeter is toxic, so only the ice inside this small basin is safe to eat. Handing the small basin to Bentley, Blue instructed, find a way to crush the ice inside. Yes, sir. As Bentley left, Ascari, still disbelieving, turned to Blue. Can this method make us money? Big money. Ascari nodded rapidly, eyes gleaming like two little light bulbs. When do we start? Making money mustn't be delayed. Summer was short. Each day lost meant less profit. As soon as possible. But first, we need a shop and enough saltpeter. In truth, Blue felt even more urgency. To break him, Darren had cut off his monthly allowance. Piece of cake. I can manage that in 2 days. Nodding confidently, Ascari seemed assured. Poverty was relative. With his status, acquiring these things was easy. But, pausing slightly, Ascari added, our bet with Yanni starts soon. With so much ice already, do we even need to compete? Absolutely. Nodding firmly, Ascari grinned like a cunning fox. Wouldn't it be delightful to sell him the ice we win from him? Whoa. Drawing a deep breath, Blue couldn't believe it. Coming up with such a shameless plan. You really fit my taste, Jamie. Smack. Blue slapped his thigh decisively. Let's do it. Deal. Chapter 7. Blue. Framing, or actually framing. Blue was thoroughly enjoying the sight of Yanni being humiliated. Of course, Blue would swear by Darren's black hair that this was purely a dispute between scholars and warriors, not a shred of jealousy over Yanni having a young servant girl. Ha ha ha, good brother. I knew you would definitely help me. Ascari burst into laughter, but his smile suddenly faltered. Why did you hit my thigh just now? Because it hurts less when you hit me, replied Blue. He felt that Ascari had a disadvantage in terms of intelligence. After all, who would normally hurt themselves? Feeling the disdainful gaze from Blue, Ascari nearly lost his temper on the spot. What's going on here? You hit me. Why can you act so self-righteously? Of course, Jamie's anger didn't last long. Firstly, because this was Blue's territory, and secondly, Bentley had completed his task and returned. Watching Blue chew rapidly on some shattered ice, Ascari also got to work. Whoa, so cold, so refreshing. The two of them quickly finished off half a basin of ice, instructing Bentley to send the remaining ice to Nicole. Then Blue and Ascari left the Cheen residence with high spirits. Here we come, Yanni. The main participants in the fight were Ascari and Yanni, but naturally, they wouldn't be alone. Even someone with Ascari's IQ knew to bring backup, so Yanni wouldn't be an exception either. When Ascari arrived at the venue, there were already over a dozen young gentlemen gathered. Ha ha ha, you two finally made it. A laugh identical to Ascari's came from a sturdy-looking youth even bulkier than Jamie. Seeing the youth slapping chests with Ascari as a sign of friendship, Blue couldn't help but sneer. Ansel, I didn't expect you to be here too? Indeed, this bear-like figure was none other than Egan's son. Interestingly enough, though Ansel was the offspring of the renowned scholar Egan, he dreamed of becoming a fierce general instead. Speaking of education, he was about as capable as Ascari. That goes without saying. How could I miss such an occasion? Ansel waved his fist, looking proud. Today is the day for Ansel to make a name for himself. Humph, traitor. With a scoff, a chubby figure emerged from the crowd on the opposite side. For Prime Minister Fong to have a son like you must truly be his greatest regret. No need to ask, this was Blue and Ascari's target, Yanni. Seizing the impulsive Ansel, Blue grinned broadly. Don't worry, we'll give him something to remember later. Looking at Blue, who had a peculiar gleam in his eyes and held a broken stick in one hand, Ansel was momentarily stunned. Where did you get that thing? I picked it up from the corner. Pointing to the nearby corner, Blue's smile widened. Everything happens for a reason. Yanni, don't blame me for being ruthless. This stick was indeed found casually, but Blue hadn't expected his random upgrade to produce such a rare item. Pain-inducing stick. Category: Weapon Special, One-Time Evolution. Description: A common stick that an unscrupulous person relies on next. Effect: The victim struck by this stick will experience 3 times the pain. Note: A direct blow to vital points. It can instantly take down any warrior. Looking at the system's note, Blue scanned Yanni's legs, then quickly shook his head. It's just a regular brawl among these Saiyans. No need to leave Changsun childless. Tangera people were fierce, and these young gentlemen were no exception. Since it was a scheduled fight, they wouldn't waste time on words. In just a moment of distraction, both sides were already fiercely battling each other. Don't assume they had an advantage over the martial families. In fact, it wasn't so simple. For one, everyone was still young and hadn't fully grown. Second, the era meant that scholars mastering the 6 arts were different from modern bookworms. The shouting and fighting became intense. Except for the hefty Changsun who was being pummeled on the ground by Ansel, others seemed evenly matched. Naturally, Blue wasn't included. People weren't fools. Seeing him with a thick stick, no one dared approach. After waiting for a long while without an opponent, Blue turned his attention to the struggling Changsun. There was no choice. He was the most conspicuous after all. Crack? Perhaps driven by resentment from the previous day, Blue's stick landed precisely on Yanni's buttocks. Under Blue's watchful eye, Yanni, who was struggling fiercely, suddenly stopped moving. His face turned pale from red. Ayuyuyu. The deafening scream instantly separated the fighters, even bouncing Ansel off Yanni. Brother Arakayu, what did you do to him? Gently tugging Blue's sleeve, Ansel looked puzzled. Typically, everyone knew their limits when fighting. This kind of scream was unheard of. Nothing much. Maintaining an innocent expression, Blue naturally wouldn't reveal the truth. He's trying to frame us since he knows he can't beat us. Saying this, Blue struck Yanni's buttocks again. The likes of me despise such despicable people. Ayuyuyu. Another scream followed the stick landing on him, yet everyone believed Blue. Clearly, Blue hadn't used much force, making Yanni's reaction overly dramatic. With this episode, the fight obviously couldn't continue. Glancing at each other, the Saiyans swiftly retreated with their companions. Those street brawls were no big deal for them. Falling into the hands of the city guards wouldn't be ideal. Ansel, Jace, you two follow me. Despite many participants, some were just underlings to the major Saiyans. Seeing everyone about to leave, Blue hurriedly called out to them. Brother Arakayu, do you need us for something? Hearing Blue's words, Ansel and Jace followed, despite their confusion. As a time traveler, Blue easily earned respect as a child leader within his circle. There's always something good coming up. Translation notes. 1. Names like Blue, Ascari, Ansel, and Yanni are preserved in Pinyin. 2. The original tone and style of humor and rivalry are maintained. 3. Paragraph structure and line breaks remain consistent with the source text. 4. Natural and fluent English with grammatical accuracy ensured. Chapter 8. The determination of the wealthy young masters. As they say, a good man needs 3 helpers, or as the saying goes, even 3 cobblers can outwit Juga Fisherong. Well, in short, Comrade Blue was planning to form his own little team. Of course, Blue and Ascari could sell ice on their own, but adding a few more people would certainly increase their profits. After all, whether it's Ansel or Alfredo, both are powerful wealthy young masters. Just what great thing is this that you have to be so mysterious? Following behind Blue, Ansel couldn't help but mutter. To him, anything that couldn't be said directly was just stammering and hiding, all actions unworthy of praise. Naturally, this way of thinking changed dramatically after a few minutes. Really? Inside a tea house not too big nor too small, Ansel's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Blue. Brother Arakayu, you can really create ice blocks out of thin air? Stepping back a bit to avoid Ansel's spittle, Blue replied. Yai, don't exaggerate. Making ice still requires certain tools and chemicals. That's impressive enough. Although Blue's behavior seemed show-offish to Ascari and Alfredo, Ansel was genuinely impressed. A meaty palm slapped down on the wooden table as Ansel gave Blue an admiring look. With Brother Arakayu's method, we're sure to make a lot of money from now on. It's quite amusing when you think about it. Despite these few being at the top of the pyramid of wealthy young masters in Chang'an, if you were to compare wealth, they might not even match up to some merchants' children. Egan came from a humble background, and Garth and Adebayo were good at killing but clearly clueless about making money. Without exaggeration, since the founding of the Tang Dynasty, most of the Qin, Cheng, and Wei Qi families' economic sources were grants from Ebert. Speaking of wealth, one cannot overlook the Changsun family. Why? Because Desmond controlled several iron mines and smelters in the Tang Dynasty. So the relationship between Blue and others with Yanni wasn't just a simple factional dispute. There was undoubtedly some envy of wealth psychology involved. Russell Chin, when do we start selling ice? Ansel and Alfredo were obviously impatient, eager to act after just receiving the news. This isn't urgent. You should first gather as much niter as possible. Once we've made enough ice, we'll start. After speaking, Blue added. In addition, we need to prepare several shops. 2 won't suffice. Brother Arakayu, rest assured, leave it all to us. Nodding emphatically, Ansel's eyes sparkled with excitement. If we can earn big, I'll follow whatever you say. Me too. Seemingly feeling overlooked, Alfredo quickly nodded after Ansel spoke. Since that's settled, the remaining tasks are yours. Sensing the emotion from the trio, Blue's expression became slightly more serious. Whether we eat meat or drink broth depends entirely on your next moves, brothers. Blue was actually quite confident in Ascari and the others. These wealthy young masters craved nothing more than to impress their families, and selling ice for profit was indeed a splendid idea. Brother Arakayu, don't worry. Watching Ascari drain his tea and then shift his gaze, Blue couldn't help but smirk. You aren't making me drink this stuff, are you? Yes. Quickly nodding, Ascari wore a regretful look. Unfortunately, there's no fine wine here, so we can only use tea as a substitute. This is our toast to celebrate the beginning of our plan. Ascari and the others had sincere eyes, sincere enough that Blue found it hard to refuse. As a result, after swallowing the tea, Blue gagged. Not that Blue was finicky, it was simply that the Tang people had habits too bizarre for words. Why did they call it tea soup? Because they'd add various expensive seasonings into the brewed tea, making it taste like concentrated spices that made you want to vomit. No, he must find a way to introduce real tea someday. To prevent such incidents from happening again, Blue resolved silently. Gentlemen, now that we've had our tea, can we begin the operation? That's sure. Outrageous. Just as Ascari was about to finish, a roar erupted from outside the door. Cowards of the Tang, how dare you refuse the demands of a noble Turkic warrior? Do you wish to ignite war between Tang and Turks? Accompanying the roar were sounds of slaps and sobs. Interrupted mid-sentence, everyone present froze momentarily. Let's check outside. A strange light flickered in Blue's eyes. He'd heard the word Turkic. Exchanging quick glances, they soon stood by the entrance, where the scene unfolded before them. The main characters were 3 muscular Turkic men with flaring nostrils and a frail girl crying pitifully. Oh, and beside her sat an old man with red slap marks on his face. Sirs, please spare us, pleaded the girl, bowing respectfully, fear plastered across her face. Sadly, her fearful demeanor only stirred the animalistic desires of the men before her. Ha ha, laughter rang out, and the Turkic men grew bolder. Fishertal girl, if you serve us well, you won't be harmed. Otherwise. They didn't finish, but their intentions were clear. This is Tang territory, the capital city of Chang'an. Are you not afraid of getting into trouble? Trouble? Mockery laced the voice of the lead Turkic man. Tang people are all weak and incompetent. Who dares offend us Turkic warriors? Adding hastily, do you want to incite war between Tang and Turkic tribes? You. Upon hearing this, several bystanders who intended to intervene were left frustrated and helpless. Chapter 9. National Heroes. Many books and authors in later generations refer to the Tang Dynasty as the prosperous Tang, and call Ebert a rare and excellent emperor. But in reality, many people do not know how humiliating it was for the Tang before it became the prosperous Tang. The Treaty of Wei River forced Ebert to empty the national treasury just to make the Turkic tribes, who were only 40 miles from Chang'an, withdraw. It also made the Turks even more arrogant. Looking around at the faces of the Tang people present, Koil wore a smug expression. Facing the great Turkic warriors, these Tang people are nothing but weak-legged sheep. Do the Tang lack brave warriors? Of course not. However, no one wanted to bear the blame for inciting war between the Turks and the Tang. Because of this, although everyone sympathized with the girl's plight, they still had to endure humiliation. Someone in the crowd gritted their teeth in anger. Should we, the citizens of the Tang, be bullied by these barbarians? Apologize. A clear voice rang out, startling everyone around. What? Following the direction of the voice, Koil sneered. Just 3 brats. Can't you see who I am? They're just 3 savages. What can't you tell? Keen Arakayu laughed softly and brandished his wooden stick. Apologize and compensate, or you might not leave Chang'an. Ha ha ha. Wild laughter erupted as Koil bent forward slightly. Do you know what you're saying, boy? Even if I stand still, who among you dares to lay a hand on me? As Koil spoke, the shame on the surrounding civilians' faces deepened. The consequences of starting a war were too much for them to bear. Who's afraid? Compared to the surrounding civilians, Keen Arakayu appeared calmer. Would the Turks really go to war with the Tang over 3 people? His gaze swept past Koil, and Keen Arakayu's expression grew even more disdainful. And even if war breaks out, you won't live long enough to see it. You. Koil's eyes narrowed. He looked uneasy. This little boy is right. The Turks wouldn't start a war over them 3. Though powerful, the Tang has never been a weakling. In truth, the Treaty of Wei River only succeeded because Reed chose a good moment. Otherwise, it wouldn't have achieved such significant results. Boy, do you know what you're saying? Since Koil dared to cause trouble in Chang'an, he was obviously not as reckless as he appeared. His gaze darkened as he decided to handle the situation first. Do you believe I can tear you apart now? As he spoke, Koil lunged toward Keen Arakayu. Stopping this boy would prevent other Tang people from attacking him. Arekamf. Seeing Koil's move, Keen Arakayu couldn't help but smirk. If the opponent took him seriously, it might have been different, but now, victory was certain. As the son of Garth, though still a child, years of martial practice made Keen Arakayu no easy target. Ducking away from Koil's grasp, Keen Arakayu instantly swung his stick. Staff technique, insect-breaking form. At times, being tall and imposing doesn't mean being strong, nor does being short and slender mean being weak. The significant height difference made Keen Arakayu's ambush particularly effective. The thick stick struck directly between Koil's legs. Snap. Awk. Almost instantly, the once arrogant Koil crumpled to the ground with a wretched scream. Tears, snot, and saliva flowed freely as his weakness was fully exposed. Watching Koil writhing on the ground like a worm, Keen Arakayu's eyes flickered, and he turned his attention to the other 2 Turks. A great leader once said, to enemies, we should be as ruthless as autumn leaves swept by the wind. Caught off guard by Koil's quick defeat, or perhaps shocked by the brutality of a young Tang child, Keen Arakayu's ambush was another overwhelming success. How terrifying is the pain of triple egg smashing. Just look at Koil, now unconscious. Striking the heads of the 2 remaining Turks with 2 more blows, Keen Arakayu calmly saluted the surrounding crowd. I am the son of Erek Wagong, attacked by Turkic assassins. Many thanks to all brave heroes here for your assistance. I am the son of Hyatt, attacked by Turkic assassins. Many thanks to all brave heroes here for your assistance. I am the son of Igwagong. I am the son of Wei Guagong. What is friendship? It's when you barely twitch, and they already know your next move. Clearly, Ascari and the others knew their roles well. While Keen Arakayu spoke, the crowd may have been confused, but once Ascari and company chimed in, everyone finally understood. The young lords are too kind. This is what we should do. Yes, exactly. A few barbarians dare to attack the young lords, truly deserving severe punishment. With that, the crowd stood tall and proud. There was no bullying of ordinary people by Turks, only an assassination attempt on the young lords, and they were all righteous helpers. What? Afraid of a Turkic war? Even small children aren't scared. Anyone who fears must lack courage. Perhaps due to Koil's previous arrogance, some bold citizens kicked the fallen Turks. Daring to attack a young lord, dying on the street wouldn't be too harsh. Actually, it was a simple matter. Before, Koil was bullying 2 ordinary people, and others intervening would invite trouble. But with Keen Arakayu revealing his identity and taking the blame, the fear disappeared. Even if the Turks did investigate, it would be the high-ranking officials handling it. Think the sons of the dukes are easy to bully? Gentlemen, these villains are audacious indeed. Would you please help send them to the authorities for justice? He quickly added. With us as witnesses, there's no need to worry about trouble. This translation maintains the paragraph structure, line breaks, and original tone of the Chinese text while ensuring fluency in English. The names are kept in pinyin as requested. ###Chapter 10. acting beyond the great bowl of wide noodles. Since Fishertal Lord has spoken, we should certainly comply. As Blue began to speak, the initially hesitant citizens immediately made up their minds. No one particularly liked the Turks, and since they wouldn't get into trouble by helping Blue and his group, they were naturally willing to do more for them. Perhaps due to Jameson's previous arrogance, the citizens' enthusiasm surged even higher. Under the escort of a crowd of citizens, Blue and his companions quickly reached the front gate of Jingzhou Prefecture office. Stop! 2 guards armed with knives stood at the entrance. Seeing a large group approaching angrily, their faces turned stern. No loitering or noise-making in front of the Dali Temple. Disperse immediately. Initially, only a few citizens had followed Blue's group, but as news spread that they were apprehending Turkic people who had bullied the Tang people, everyone spontaneously joined in. They simply wanted to see what would happen to these barbarians. Don't be alarmed, sir. These are all law-abiding citizens. Blue squeezed out from the crowd, respectfully greeting the 2 guards with clasped hands. I am Blue, son of Duke Garth. I have come to file a report. Please inform your superiors. The Dali Temple was the highest judicial body in ancient times, responsible for cases involving high-ranking officials and serious offenses within the capital. In short, if your status or crime wasn't significant enough, you wouldn't even qualify for a trial here. However, as Blue spoke, the guard's expressions became more serious. The son of a duke was indeed not someone to be taken lightly. Please wait a moment, young lord. I'll inform them inside. Without waiting for Blue to reply, the left guard rushed inside. Your Excellency, there's an important matter awaiting your attention. Blue didn't have to wait long. Within minutes, the guard returned with an elderly man whose demeanor exuded authority. I am Deputy Minister Clifton of the Dali Temple. What is going on outside, causing such a commotion? Junior Blue pays respects to Uncle. Blue knew well about Clifton's reputation. He dared to advise Thatcher Ebert directly and firmly, so Blue didn't dare be overly disrespectful. My cousins Ascari, Ansel, Alfredo, pay respects to Uncle Joy, added the others. Indeed, not just Blue but the other 3 young aristocrats also showed respect, knowing that Clifton's temper could land them in jail with beatings. So, it's you 4? Clifton's expression softened slightly upon seeing the boys salute. Speak up. Why have you gathered the citizens here, making a racket in front of the Dali Temple? Clifton added threateningly, if you don't provide a good reason, I might have to ask the dukes themselves to retrieve you. There is a reason. Feeling Clifton's piercing gaze on him, Blue shivered involuntarily. This old fox didn't look friendly at all. Very well, let's hear it. Clifton's presence was imposing. After he appeared, the surrounding citizens all fell silent like quails. Uncle Joy, we were almost assassinated while playing today. Had it not been for the help of these citizens, we might have lost our lives. Wiping away crocodile tears, Blue couldn't help feeling proud. This acting can definitely outdo a great bowl of wide noodles. What? Clifton was clearly a good audience. As soon as Blue finished speaking, Clifton roared with fury, daring to cause chaos on the streets of our Tang Dynasty? Unbelievable audacity. After shouting, Clifton turned to Blue. Are these 3 criminals? Jameson and his men were still unconscious, and Clifton spotted them easily among the crowd. Uncle Joy has keen eyesight. Smiling nervously and giving Clifton a thumbs up, Blue said, if it weren't for the citizens' timely intervention, those criminals might have succeeded today. I understand, Clifton nodded. Rest assured, I will ensure justice is served. Without waiting for Blue to speak again, Clifton gestured to the 2 guards. Take these criminals away. Yes, sir. Watching the unconscious, Turkic warriors being led away by the guards, Blue smiled widely. Thank you, Uncle Joy. This is my duty. No need to thank me. Blue felt Clifton possessed the demeanor of a legendary Prince Ice, having shown little emotion throughout. We may summon the young lords again when further inquiries are needed. We appreciate your cooperation. Certainly. Blue didn't worry too much. These rascals weren't worth it anyway, and with so many witnesses, even black could turn white. With this resolved, disperse immediately. With Clifton's command, the citizens dared not linger, but as they left, some voices could still be heard. Those so-called Turkic warriors couldn't even handle a single stick. How can you handle a brutal blow like that? I can't. After witnessing Blue's crushing worm stance, the citizens silently learned to protect their lower regions in future altercations. Even if unable to attack, they must defend. The old man thanks you for saving his daughter. When the citizens dispersed, only Blue and his companions remained along with the father and daughter they had saved. Quick, please stand up. Blue hurriedly helped them up. It's nothing but a stroke of luck. No need for formalities. If it weren't for your bravery, my daughter and I might have. Pausing, the old man suddenly said, your kindness is beyond repayment. May you accept my daughter as a servant maid to repay this favor. Looking at the young girl, Blue's face showed hesitation. That might not be appropriate. Translation ends here for now. ####Chapter 11. Garth enters the palace. Even with Blue's discerning eye, he had to admit that the young girl was indeed a beautiful blossom in the making. After all, if she had grown up looking like Ascari, she wouldn't have encountered such unpleasant matters. Suitable, of course it's suitable. The old man quickly shook his head and continued speaking. If there's no one to protect us, we might encounter such troubles again. So, Before Blue could respond, Ascari couldn't help but speak up. There are still 3 of us here. Why are you only focusing on Erikayu? As Ascari spoke, Alfredo and Ansel standing beside him both coughed lightly, their faces filled with grievance. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched as he finally said, my daughter is just one person. The kindness of the 3 young masters can only be repaid in another life. Phew. Hearing the old man's words, Blue couldn't help but laugh softly. Indeed, the older, the wiser. Even refusals come out so tactfully. However, Blue still felt positively about the old man. Though this guy clearly intended to climb the social ladder, he did so openly and honestly. Moreover, since there was an opportunity to gain influence, why let it slip by? As for this matter, Blue rubbed his fingers together before saying, this needs to be discussed further with my family. If it's feasible, you and your daughter can stay at our Qin household from now on. By the hair on Darren's head, I swear I'm just doing a good deed, unrelated to her beauty. Thank you, master. The old man respectfully bowed to Blue, and then stood behind him with the girl. Although nothing was fully decided yet, at least he had secured an opportunity. Oh, right, what are your names? I am Meng Shirtu, and my daughter is Meng Xiaonyang. Very ordinary names, fitting for the Tang Dynasty era. Erikayu brother, what should we do next? Ignoring the Ming family father and daughter, Ascari and the others focused on Blue, perhaps due to damaged pride. What next? After a brief contemplation, Blue quickly gave an answer. Head back to our respective estates and prepare for our upcoming money-making venture. After some more casual conversation, the wealthy young men went their separate ways, satisfied. We will quietly open our store and shock everyone. You too, come back to the Qin estate with me for now. Taking in servants wasn't Blue's decision, but he thought Lady Sun would likely find them work based on her character. What Blue didn't know was that as they headed back to the Qin residence, Thatcher, Ebert, and Garth were sitting opposite each other in the palace. Ha ha ha, haven't seen you in a while, Shubwa. You look much better these days. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. Boring towards Ebert, Garth showed a hint of helplessness. If that disobedient son of mine would listen a bit more, my appearance would improve even further. Though Garth was a trusted national duke like Adebayo, he was different. Due to excessive blood loss in previous battles, Darren had long retired. Although he was still a duke, he no longer interfered in Tang affairs. He probably wouldn't have left his estate if not summoned by Ebert. Oh. Ebert's eyes flashed with curiosity upon hearing Garth's words. What could anger Shubwa so much? This emperor wants to know. As the emperor asks, I dare not hide anything. Indeed, among many emperors, Ebert was one who treated old ministers fairly well. Therefore, Garth and others had little reservation talking freely with him. With this context, Garth couldn't help but complain. It's that disobedient son's marriage. Pausing slightly, Garth continued, I originally wanted him to marry my own daughter so that he would have someone to rely on later. But he refused stubbornly, alas. Most emperors would have been enraged at such a situation since close ties between ministers posed a significant threat. But Hyman was different. After Garth spoke, Ebert first paused, then burst into laughter. I thought it was something serious. This is quite amusing. His calmness stemmed from trust in Garth and Adebayo's loyalty, as well as consideration for Darren's health. Seeing Garth's helpless expression, Ebert felt a pang of sadness. If I knew my body was deteriorating, why must my Shubwa seek reliance for his heir so early? As thoughts raced through his mind, Ebert's smile faded. If you're willing, how about letting Erikayu marry a princess and becoming kin with this emperor? This? Garth hesitated, then sighed. Thank you, your majesty. Let me let that disobedient son consider this. Quite reasonable. Nodding, Ebert wasn't angered by Garth's polite refusal. Ministers guessing the emperor's thoughts, and vice versa. Being offered an imperial daughter was a great honor, but there were exceptions. Marriage to a princess often meant cutting off one's official career and no further marriages or concubines. For Garth with a single heir, this was hard to accept. The Qin clan depends on Erikayu to continue, so more wives are ideal. Your understanding, I appreciate greatly. Seeing Garth bow, Ebert shook his head. Today, I called you here for two things, one good, one bad. Which do you want to hear first? Well, noticing Ebert's strange expression, Garth hesitated. Sweet comes after bitterness. Let me hear the bad news first. All right. Nodding, Ebert got straight to the point. Today, a serious brawl occurred in Chang'an. Yanni, son of Fuguei, suffered brutal attacks, leading Fuguei to personally report to the palace. Chapter 12, Darren's Fishertal Fussiness. I'm sure Chauncey has already guessed it. The amusement on Ebert's face deepened as he continued. According to the investigation by my spies, the gang of rowdies who beat up Albin were indeed led by Erikayu. Ungrateful son, truly ungrateful. Garth's complexion darkened and his breathing grew heavy. Your majesty can rest assured. This old minister will return home immediately and give Duke Zhao an account. Darren couldn't help but be furious. He had been thinking of ways to provide support for Blue, yet this boy silently beat up Dai's son. Although with Garth's status, there was no need to fear Dai, deep down. He knew that in terms of lifespan, he wouldn't outlive the cunning old fox. Ha ha ha, Chauncey, don't be upset, said Ebert with a burst of laughter. Would you not like to hear the good news I have? This, hesitated Garth, then quickly realized. If it was merely because Blue had severely beaten Yanni, it wouldn't warrant a summons to the palace from Thatcher Fisher. Please enlighten me, your majesty. You! Ebert shook his head helplessly before continuing. Conrad came to the palace not long ago and reported that 3 Turks attempted to assassinate one of our duke's sons in broad daylight and were captured. But, according to Conrad's investigation, these 3 Turks were falsely accused. His eyes swept over Garth, and finding little anger on the latter's face, he shook his head regretfully. The truth is that these 3 men were committing street robbery when they tried to assault a woman. They were stopped by the son of Duke Erek. Erekamf. Garth sniffed lightly before speaking. So this ungrateful child still retains some of my principles. Though saying so, Garth's joyous expression was evident to anyone watching, perfectly demonstrating what it means to say one thing but mean another. Though somewhat mischievous, he does indeed resemble you, Chauncey. Ebert nodded seriously at Garth's self-praise. I've already punished Yanni, so you don't need to trouble Erikayu any further. After a pause, Ebert added, holding back laughter. Besides, I heard you just gave him a thrashing yesterday. Grateful for your kindness, your majesty. Garth bowed earnestly. If I don't educate my rebellious child more often, I fear he might stray onto the wrong path. Young people should have some spiritedness. Ebert smiled lightly. If everyone were as serious as us, wouldn't Chang'an become lifeless? Your majesty is wise. Enough for today. Seeing the weariness on Garth's face, Ebert kindly interjected. Go home, Chauncey. Perhaps you'll find something pleasant there. In that case, I shall take my leave, your majesty. With a bow, Garth stood up and departed. Due to health issues, he couldn't stay seated or standing for too long, lest he lose composure in the emperor's presence. Yeah. Watching Garth leave, Ebert sighed deeply. Turks, I swear, I will see you all destroyed in my lifetime. Garth, unaware of Ebert's thoughts, was entirely focused on Blue. Despite Ebert's description portraying Blue as triumphant, Garth was still worried. What if Arakayu had gotten hurt by those 3 strong Turks? Garth was genuinely concerned about his son. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worrying about his marriage prospects. Fortunately, Garth's fears didn't materialize. When he returned home, he found Arakayu lounging comfortably on a recliner, being fed melon pieces by an unfamiliar girl. The saying, missing when apart, yet annoying when together, aptly described Garth's feelings right now. Seeing Arakayu swallowing melons while wiggling his feet arrogantly, Garth felt all his earlier worry turn into rage. Ungrateful son, what are you doing? With an angry roar, Garth ignored his fatigue from rushing back from the palace and charged toward Arakayu. He reached out grab. Before Blue could react, he found himself airborne, kicking futilely in the air. Seeing Darren's fiery eyes, Blue's mouth twitched slightly. Old man, what are you doing? Put me down. I ask you, where did this girl come from? Pointing at Cassandra, Garth's fury intensified. Have you forgotten our family rules? No, not at all. Blue denied vehemently. Xiaoyi chose to follow me, and mother has agreed. Cassandra's name was unusual, so Blue had renamed her to avoid her gaining an advantage. Himph. Hearing Joy's approval, Garth's anger eased slightly. Even so, how disgraceful is this behavior? Without waiting for Blue to argue, Garth tossed him to the ground. Get back to your training immediately. As the son of a martial general, Blue's daily routine included practicing martial arts, which was why he could dodge Quikanchina's attacks. Watching Blue leave dejectedly, Dave shook his head, discarding the willow branches in his hand. What a pity. The master was unusually gentle today. Are you the girl my disobedient son saved? Garth asked, knowing well the meaning of hero saving beauty. Based on Ebert's information, Garth instantly deduced Cassandra's identity. Yes, Master Chin, it is I, Cassandra, paying respects. Inspecting Cassandra's appearance and manners, Garth nodded in satisfaction. Since you do not mind being a servant, stay in the Chin household. If that ungrateful son dares to bully you, tell me immediately. Since Joy had agreed, Garth couldn't say much but had to maintain his dignity. Thank you, master. Young master is very kind and would never bully me. All right, you may go now. Waving Cassandra away, Garth quickly returned to his chambers, murmuring, why did the lady give Arakayu a maid? That breaks our family rules. Hashtag chapter 13. Zoran's fisherman. What's irregular about it? Setting aside her needlework, Kara's face was calm as she said, Arakayu is not young anymore. Giving him a maidservant is better than him visiting brothels or ruining other people's daughters. This? A twitch at the corner of his mouth, Garth's face showed helplessness. A kind mother often spoils her child. Because of your indulgence, Arakayu has become so unruly. I'm afraid you don't know that this disobedient son actually led people to beat Desmond's son. Before Kara could respond, Garth continued, he did beat someone. But didn't you hear that my son also acted bravely and saved an innocent father and daughter? Rolling her eyes, Kara wasn't bothered by Garth's expression. Moreover, do you, Garth, still need to fear Desmond? You, woman's limited understanding. Being firmly challenged by his wife, Garth could only angrily flap his sleeves. If not for health reasons preventing him from kneeling for long periods, he would have argued more today. Regardless, with Kara backing him up, Blue, who had been in this era for many years, finally had his first maidservant. Though it might sound tragic, it was undeniable. Among the children of military commanders, this was truly one of a kind. Besides Layla, Meng Shirtu was also retained under Kara's decision. Although he lacked remarkable talent, he could handle chores like cleaning or feeding horses, training in martial arts, eating, teasing Dave. For Blue, life was simple like this. The only difference was having an extra gentle and visually pleasing maidservant around. After dinner, the 3 family members lounged on recliners in a I'm a dried fish pose, while maids fanned them and drove away mosquitoes. It's quite cooler today compared to usual. Mumbling, Garth couldn't help asking Kara, Madam, do we still have enough ice blocks at home? Garth had reason to worry. They usually conserved ice blocks and wooden scatter basins full of ice blocks around. Summers without ice blocks were unbearable even for the toughest men. Sir, rest assured, our family won't be short of ice blocks. Pride flashed across Kara's face as she continued. Arakayu has devised a method to make ice blocks at extremely low cost. Just doing what mother taught well. Hearing Kara's words, Blue struggled to swallow half a chilled sweet melon and then flattered. Indeed. All thanks to mother's teaching. Nothing to do with father. What? With a shout, Garth sat up straight. You've invented a way to make ice blocks? What's the cost? Basically no cost except water. Since saltpeter can be reused after drying, the ice-making cost was negligible indeed. He quickly added, I plan to open an ice shop with Chuyang and others to avoid someone cutting into our pocket money again. You. The old Chin's mouth twitched, ultimately swallowing the curse under Kara's stare. As you wish, but remember to send some to the palace. I understand. Although he enjoyed provoking the old Chin, Blue didn't refuse this suggestion. Delivering some ice blocks to the palace would curry favor. Why not? Erekum. Rarely rebutted by Blue. Darren even found tonight's sky more beautiful. You guys handle the ice shop. Don't let Chuyang and others lose out too much. Ultimately, Garth was a general. Although now a duke, he still carried the generosity and magnanimity from his days in the Greenwood Forest. As for merchants being despised, that was just talk to fool simpletons. At least among the ministers, who doesn't run some small business. They stayed on the recliners until it got slightly chilly, then Blue returned to his room. Unfortunately, though he had a maid now, he was still far from legendary warm bed service. Especially when old Chin watched him closely, as if fearful something improper might happen. Master, it's time to wake up. Woken from sleep, Blue surprisingly didn't throw a tantrum. Seeing the delicate Layla standing beside his bed, Blue sighed. In the future, let Bentley wake me up in the morning. Admittedly, having grievances but unable to vent felt bad. Beauty does indeed harm health. Let me serve Master with washing up. Mr. Chung and others are waiting for you in the hall. Pausing slightly, Blue looked surprised. Ascari and others are here? Yes. Nodding, Layla affirmed. Blue jumped out of bed. You wait outside. I'll meet them after dressing. Or should I? If you don't want broken legs, get out. Waving his hand, Blue cut her off, his expression turning serious. As a man with principles, getting too debauched would invite a whipping. Blue's firm stance left Layla speechless, so she waited obediently outside the door. Having lived in Tang for years, Blue was used to daily routines, so he dressed and washed up quickly. Why did you come so early? Entering the hall with Layla, Blue saw Ascari and others munching on ice blocks around a table. Such an exemplary diet habit explains why ancient people had short lifespans. Complaining inwardly, Blue quietly removed the ice blocks. Friends are friends. Watching them later suffer from diarrhea wouldn't be good. Hee. Laughing innocently, Ascari and the others paid no heed to Blue's actions. The shop and saltpeter are ready. When do we start? So fast? Despite knowing these fellows were sons of dukes, Blue was still amazed by the efficiency. Shops in Chang'an weren't easy to find. I and Baochi each have 2 poorly performing shops. They can be used. Brief pause, Ascari continued, and Laofeng bought a lot of saltpeter, enough for some time. What's against the rules? Putting down her needlework, Kara's face remained calm. Arakayu isn't young anymore. Giving him a maidservant is better than having him frequent brothels or ruining some innocent girl. This? A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Garth's face revealed a helpless expression. It's the overly indulgent mother that spoils the child. It's because of your doting that Arakayu has become so unruly. I'm sure you don't know, but this rebellious son actually had someone beat up Dai's son. Before Kara could respond, Garth interrupted again. He did beat him up, but why don't you mention that my son also acted courageously by rescuing an innocent father and daughter? Rolling her eyes dramatically, Kara disregarded Garth's displeasure. Furthermore, do you, Garth, still need to fear a Dai? You, mere woman's viewpoint. Rebuked by his own wife, Garth could only angrily wave his sleeves. If it weren't for his health, he would have knelt in protest longer today. Regardless, with Kara backing him, Blue, after many years of crossing over, finally had his first maidservant. Though it might sound pitiful, it must be said. Among the children of various military leaders, this was absolutely a one-of-a-kind situation. Apart from Layla, Meng Shirtu was also kept by Kara's decision. Though he had no exceptional skills, he could clean the house or tend to the horses. Martial arts, meals, teasing Dave. Fisher for Blue was simple, except now he had a gentle and beautiful little maidservant by his side. After dinner, the 3 of them lay on lounge chairs in a posture of, I'm a salty fish, while several maids fanned them and chased away mosquitoes. Today is much cooler than usual. Muttering, Garth couldn't help but ask Kara, Lady, do we still have enough ice? Garth couldn't help but worry. Normally they used ice sparingly, not like now when ice bowls were placed everywhere. Summer without ice was unbearable, even for the toughest men. Sir, you needn't worry. We won't lack ice. Kara's face showed pride as she spoke. Arakayu figured out how to make ice cheaply, just following what Mama taught well. Hearing Kara's words, Blue struggled to swallow a piece of chilled melon and promptly gave her praise. Yes, all thanks to Kara, not to Zoran. What? With a gasp, Garth sat up straight on the lounge chair. You found a way to make ice? What's the cost? Besides water, there's almost no cost. Nitrate can be reused after drying, so the cost of making ice was negligible. Pausing, Blue quickly added, I plan to open an ice shop with Chuliang and others to avoid being shortchanged. You. Darren's lips twitched, but under Kara's gaze, he swallowed his curses. Do as you wish, but remember to send some ice to the palace. I understand. Though he enjoyed taunting Darren, Blue didn't refuse this suggestion. Ice was just ice. Sending some to the palace would curry favor. Why not? Erekum. Unusually unperturbed by Blue's behavior, Darren felt the night sky became a bit more beautiful. Handle the ice shop as you see fit, but ensure Chuliang and others don't suffer too much. Darren was ultimately a military man. Though now a national duke, he retained his generosity from the days of the outlaw bands. As for merchants being looked down upon, that was just to fool simpletons. Most ministers in court had some side businesses. They stayed on the lounge chairs until the temperature cooled, then Blue returned to his room. Unfortunately, despite having a maidservant, there was a long way to go before achieving the legendary warming the bed service. Especially when Darren stared at him with bulging eyes, as if fearing something untoward might happen. Master, it's time to wake up. Awoken from sleep, Blue unusually didn't throw a tantrum. Looking at the frail-looking Layla standing by his bed, Blue took a deep breath. From now on, let Bentley wake me up in the morning. It felt strange, indeed harmful to one's health, to suppress anger. Hence, beauty can be harmful, hold some truth. Let me serve Master with his morning routine. Chung Gongzi and others are waiting for you in the hall. Startled, Blue's expression turned odd. Ascari and the others are here? Yes. Seeing Layla nod, Blue sprang out of bed. Go out. I'll meet them after I'm dressed. Or shall I? If you don't want to be beaten, get out now. Cutting off Layla, Blue's face turned serious. Darren had limits, and any excessive debauchery would invite a lashing. Faced with Blue's firmness, Layla dared not say more, simply waiting outside the door obediently. Having lived in Tang Dynasty for so long, Blue adapted, needing little time for dressing and washing up. Why are you guys here so early? Entering the hall with Layla, Blue saw Ascari and others gnawing on ice cubes around a table. Such dietary habits likely shorten their lives. Grumbling, Blue quietly removed the ice cubes from the table. These good friends needed to avoid stomach issues. Hehe. Ascari and the others laughed. The shops and nitrate are ready. When do we start? So soon? Knowing they were sons of dukes, Blue was still surprised by the efficiency. Finding shops in Chang'an wasn't easy. My family and Baochi each have 2 struggling shops we can use. Pausing, Ascari continued. As for Lao Fong, he bought lots of nitrate, enough for a while. Chapter 14. The ambition of heroic rescues. Blue had to admit that he had underestimated the abilities of these wealthy young men. On closer reflection, it was not surprising. Unlike Blue, whose father had a penchant for getting his son into trouble, their families had far more resources and influence, making their capabilities quite ordinary. Since that's the case, his eyes flickered slightly as an excited expression crossed Blue's face. Doesn't that mean our plan can begin? Right. Ascari nodded quickly, his face lighting up with excitement. The shop staff can be used directly. We just need to provide enough ice blocks. Ascari hadn't even considered teaching others how to make ice. In an era where even slaughtering pigs was a hereditary skill, the art of making ice was certainly something impressive. Without exaggeration, Ascari would never reveal a single word about it without Blue's consent. Since that's settled, let's go take a look then. Pausing briefly, Blue quickly added. By the way, some of the ice needs to be sent to the palace after production. That goes without saying. Thinking Blue's companions might question this, he was surprised when they immediately agreed. Ascari grinned widely. As long as we please His Majesty, our ice business is bound to make a fortune. Looking at Ansel and Lemuel, who were nodding in agreement, Blue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Tricky fellows, all of them. Regardless of the criticism, they still had work to do. After a brief discussion, they decided to head to the Western Market. Coincidentally or intentionally, the shops Ascari and Lemuel had found were located in the Eastern and Western markets, which would make future business easier. Brother Erikayu, we're just checking out the shops. Do you really need to be so nervous? Seeing the thick short stick in Blue's hand, Ascari and the others instinctively tightened their legs. There was no other way. The plight of Ian had set a precedent for them. Humph, this is called being prepared, understand? Waving the stick slightly, Blue continued. The Western market is a mixed bag. Without a proper weapon, what if something unexpected happens? Well, pausing slightly, Ascari and the others realized there was some logic in Blue's words. If they had carried weapons earlier, wouldn't the glory of saving a damsel in distress have fallen on them? The temptation of having a servant girl was indeed significant. The other members of the quartet quickly made up their minds. As descendants of military families, how could they leave home without a weapon? What? Ansel isn't from a military family? From now on, he is. Watching Ascari and the others busily preparing sticks, Blue's lips twitched. What are you guys doing? Heh, Ascari grinned widely. Erikayu, you already have a servant girl. This time, you can't compete with us. Well, these fellows have really gone off the deep end. Though inwardly critical, Blue didn't say much more. He couldn't tell them. My stick is better than yours, could he? Seeing the determination on Ascari and the others' faces, Blue could only nod helplessly. You guys enjoy yourselves. With weapons in hand, Ascari and the others felt bolder and sharper. They insisted on walking to the Western Market to avoid missing any heroic rescue opportunities and started treating everyone suspiciously. Without exaggeration, if someone dared to chat up a girl on the street, these 3 clods would rush out for an impromptu egg assault. After all the commotion, despite attracting many curious gazers, they successfully arrived at the Western Market. Brother Erikayu, look, that's our shop ahead. Following Ascari's finger, Blue nodded approvingly. True to the old Chung family style, grand and luxurious. Big strong Chung, get out here. Just outside the shop, Ascari put his hands on his hips and shouted loudly. With Ascari's roar, nearby people turned their heads. Indeed, for young boys wielding sticks did give off a shop-wrecking vibe. Compared to the onlookers who merely watched, Blue wondered about the relationship between Jamie and Brandon. Ascari's shout did have the flair of cutting off the bridge at Changban Slope. Who dares? This humble servant greets you, young lords. The anticipated confrontation didn't happen. Upon seeing Ascari and the others, the stout manager, Joshua, recognized them immediately. Enough formalities. Entering the shop with Joshua, Ascari waved his hand dismissively. How are the preparations coming along? Report, everything in the shop has been cleared out except for items transported by the Fong family and a few tables. Though puzzled by Ascari's orders, as a servant, Joshua carried out his tasks efficiently. Good. Satisfied, Ascari turned to Blue. Brother Erikayu, what's next? What else? Follow through normally. Shooting Ascari a look of exasperation, Blue said. Teach them how to make ice and open for business. Ah. Startled, Ascari asked incredulously. Directly teach them? Are you planning to make the ice yourself? Blue retorted, understanding Ascari's concerns. They're your servants, aren't they? Is there anything you don't trust them with? Heh, not really. Rubbing his head sheepishly, Ascari moved on. Everyone gather around. Watch me teach you a family heirloom skill. Watching Ascari strut about pompously, a thought flashed in Blue's mind. Stand back, I'm about to flex. Still, since Jamie was willing to take the lead, Blue was happy to relax. He found a clean chair, sat down, and got 2 servants to fan him. This is living. Jamie's act of showing off was highly successful, proven by the exclamations coming from the side. Chapter 15. The bustling Western Market. Initially, Joshua and the others didn't take Ascari's so-called family heirloom skill too seriously, thinking it was just a playful amusement for their young master. But as the water in the basin gradually turned into ice, everyone's attitude changed. This? Seeing Joshua stammering without saying a second word, Blue was worried that the Laoching family might lose a loyal servant. However, this concern was clearly unnecessary, as Joshua quickly snapped out of his shock. Thump. In one fluid motion, Joshua fell to his knees and dragged down another servant standing beside him. Please rest assured, your excellencies, I will not divulge this secret art, or I shall surely meet a terrible end. This was the first time Blue had witnessed an ancient person swearing an oath after traveling through time. It was sincere and rich in vocabulary, certainly more impressive than exploding ancestral tombs or rising vegetable prices. As Joshua spoke, the other servants also came to their senses. In no time, everyone in the shop, except for the few young lords, were on their knees. Please rest assured, your excellencies, we will not betray your trust. Typically, Tang Dynasty people rarely knelt voluntarily. According to custom, they only knelt to heaven, earth, and parents. Even before the emperor, kneeling wasn't required. The current situation arose because they recognized the value of the ice-making technique and appreciated Ascari's trust. Even as mere servants, they felt the determination to repay such confidence. Everyone, please rise. Ascari had yet to speak, but Blue, who had been lounging in the chair, said first. It's just a small trick, not worth your kneeling. Blue added. Starting today, all your wages will be doubled, with only one requirement, to manage well. Rest assured, Master Chin, we will not let you down. No one doubted Blue's words. Adebayo had already instructed them to serve the young lords diligently from the start. All right, start making ice now. With a casual wave of his hand, Blue continued. If there's no profit, I can't afford to pay your wages. Upon hearing this, including Joshua, everyone moved faster. Doubled wages were not something to miss out on due to laziness. Brother Arakayu, since we're here at the Western Market, why don't we go explore? While Joshua and others were busy, Ascari quietly approached Blue. He hadn't given up on his thoughts of being a hero. Considering that making ice would still take some time, and noticing Ascari's hopeful look, Blue nodded. Very well, let's go for a stroll. Truthfully, Blue was also curious about the Western Market, one of the most prosperous areas in Chang'e. Declining Joshua's offer to send attendants, the four aristocratic youths soon appeared on the bustling streets of the Western Market. Sugar figures, yummy sugar figures, leather, exquisite animal hides, come and see. The prosperity of the Western Market was no exaggeration. Apart from various grains and leathers, Blue found stalls selling small animals. Kitten, cute kitten, who raises knows the joy. Noticing Blue's interest in the animal stalls, Ascari couldn't help but ask, Brother Arakayu likes small animals too? Blue's expression turned incredulous. Do you like them too? That's right. Ascari patted his chest earnestly. Our family's love for small animals is well known. Before Blue could respond, Ascari quickly added. In fact, we can't do without them at almost every meal. Breathe in, breathe out, don't get angry. Seeing the vendor pulling the basket of kittens closer to himself, Blue's face darkened. Cherish my reputation, stay away from these rascals. Perhaps sensing Cheng's intensity, the vendor abandoned any hope of selling and merely watched them warily. This wasn't uncommon. While there were ruthless individuals like Cheng, ancient people generally adored cats. They wrote poems about them and treated them very seriously. They called cats fishernyu. Buying a cat was referred to as hiring fishernyu. And they even prepared gifts, like dried fish, before adopting one. Actually, I don't eat fishernyu. Realizing the awkwardness, Ascari coughed and explained hastily. Unfortunately, sometimes the more you explain, the worse it gets. Seeing the vendor clenching the pole beside him, Blue quickly pulled the three young lords away. Staying longer would likely lead to a fight. Water turtle frog, for sale if you pay. Leaving the cat vendor, they strangely stopped at a stall emitting a pungent odor. Young masters, want to try delicious frogs and water turtles? Pay and it's yours. Water turtles? Blue's face showed bewilderment. You don't have carp, right? No, I dare not sell those. The vendor shook his head nervously upon hearing Blue's question. Even if I had the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard, I wouldn't dare sell carp openly. Carp sounds like Fisher, and the Fisher clan ruled the empire. Eating carp was punishable by death. Of course, while public sales were banned, clandestine consumption wasn't impossible. After all, times were tough, and people needed food. Noticing the vendor's expression, Blue realized he had overstepped and quickly apologized. Old sir, what fish do you have? Can we take a look? Of course, no problem. Though they were just young boys, the vendor didn't underestimate them due to their silk clothes. He immediately opened the fish basket. These are fresh water turtles, young master. Please choose whatever you need. Hashtag chapter 16. The Chang'an ice shop is now open. The vendor was very enthusiastic, and this attitude was not unrelated to the reality of the situation. After all, compared to the other vendors around him, his offerings of frogs and small fish were indeed less eye-catching. Of course, this was just the vendor's own perception. Blue, who saw the contents of the fish basket, had a different opinion. Who would have thought there would be loaches here? Loach? Startled for a moment, the vendor finally reacted when he followed Blue's gaze. Young master, you mean the eel? This creature is incredibly smart. I had to go through great trouble to catch them. Seeing Blue's interest in the eels, the vendor immediately started praising them enthusiastically. If he had any sense left, he probably would have claimed the eels were the sons of Dragon King. That's enough, Blue said. Ignoring the vendor's slightly embarrassed expression, I want everything in the basket. How much will it cost? Well, glancing at Blue and his companion's clothing, the vendor's expression turned slightly nervous. If young master wants them, how about 20 coins? This price wasn't low, but it certainly wasn't high either. In fact, among various meats, fish were relatively inexpensive due to their numerous bones and less meat, making their prices moderate. The vendor looked at Blue, expecting a bargain. No problem. To everyone's surprise, Blue nodded without hesitation. Deliver these to the residence of the Duke of Erech, and I'll give you 25 coins. Well, seeing the vendor's hesitant look, Ascari couldn't help but scoff from the side. You vendor, don't be so ungrateful. Do you think we cheat you? I am the son of the Duke of Erech. Just deliver it. Waving his hand to stop Ascari, Blue explained to the vendor. So it's young master, the vendor exclaimed, clearly surprised. Since young master requests it, I will do as instructed. Though the distance to the Duke's residence was considerable, an extra 5 coins was well worth it. The vendor patted his chest earnestly. Young master, rest assured, I will safely deliver them to your residence. Very well. Nodding, Blue continued. Can you catch more of these eels? Of course I can. Seeming to have an idea, the vendor grew even more excited. How many does young master need? I'll catch them for you. Supplying fresh fish to the Duke's household would bring him substantial income. Whatever you can catch, I'll take. Blue glanced at the vendor. If you catch more eels, send them directly to the Duke's residence. Yes, young master, rest assured. Blue smiled in satisfaction at the vigorously nodding vendor. Then I leave it to you. After exchanging a few more words, they learned the vendor's name was Apollo, and then Blue and the others turned to leave. Brother Erikayu, why did you buy so many eels? Ascari, tapping the ground with his short stick, showed a look of disdain. They are incredibly stinky and not a good thing at all. Eels are good for blood replenishment and can help with father's condition. Blue looked at Ascari and wanted to explain the broader uses of eels, but after thinking, he decided to let him grow on his own. If that's the case, we should indeed buy more. Ascari instantly became serious upon learning eels could aid in Garth's recovery. Perhaps we should assign some servants to specifically catch eels for Uncle Chin. Not yet. Let's see how much Apollo can provide, Blue replied. Rejecting Ascari's ambitious plan, they spent another 10 minutes browsing the Western market before returning to the Chung family shop. Joshua, how are the ice blocks? As soon as they entered the shop, Ascari shouted loudly. Greetings to young masters, Joshua greeted, bowing to them with a hint of bitterness. We have the ice, but business isn't too good. Without waiting for questions, he continued. Ice is expensive. Only the wealthiest families would buy it. Ordinary people wouldn't. Understanding dawned on everyone. Indeed, unless truly wealthy, why would anyone spend money on ice? In that case, lower the price. Blue, with more experience in business than Joshua, suggested, offer bowls of water with ice for 1 coin each, unlimited drinking. Pausing briefly, Blue added, our costs are low. Even at this price, we'll still make a profit. This, young master, brilliant. Joshua, being capable enough to manage a shop for the Chung family, quickly grasped Blue's idea. Sell more at a slight profit. Additionally, offer delivery services for rich merchants and officials. Blue continued, smirking at the admiring glances of his companions. Compared to modern business tactics, merchants in this era were quite simple. Under Blue's guidance, Joshua and the others quickly set up several tables outside the shop. Ice water, cheap and refreshing. Only 1 coin per bowl. 1 coin won't disappoint. 1 coin won't trick you. 1 coin won't let you travel out of Chang'an, but it will give you coolness today. To thank our loyal customers, Chang'an Ice Shop, the modified slogans drew immediate attention. Excuse me, what exactly is this ice water? Someone asked. The ice water is water with ice blocks, the servant answered loudly. Just 1 coin, and you can drink as much as you want. With that, the crowd erupted in excitement. Is it really water with ice blocks? The questioning man repeated. And we can drink as much as we want? Chapter 17. The daily fisher of an impoverished thatcher. That's for sure. The servant boy nodded quickly and, in front of everyone, took out a large bowl, added 4 or 5 ice cubes, and filled it with water. For just 1 coin, this bowl of iced water is yours. After speaking, the servant boy hastily added. Of course, 1 coin only allows you to drink for the duration of a cup of tea, and no takeaways are allowed. This was also a rule set by Blue. The duration of a cup of tea roughly equates to about 15 minutes in modern terms. This wasn't because he feared people would drink too much, but to prevent them from lingering unnecessarily. Heh, the man chuckled, his face breaking into a smile. These few ice cubes already exceed the value of 1 coin, let alone unlimited quantities. Before anyone could react, the man fished out a copper coin from his pocket and placed it on the table. Serve me a bowl first. Sure thing, sir. Here's your iced water. Enjoy slowly. Collecting the coin promptly, the servant boy handed over the bowl of iced water and then gestured to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, as this is our grand opening, our supply of iced water is limited. Come late, and there might not be any left. I want a bowl too. Me too. Don't push. Who's grabbing my butt? Seeing that indeed just 1 coin buys a limitless supply of iced water, most of the surrounding commoners were intrigued. In such hot weather, who wouldn't want some iced water? Of course, some also discussed buying some ice cubes to take away, all priced at 1 coin for 5 cubes by Blue. Fishertal Lord's wisdom is truly remarkable. I admire you greatly, Joshua said respectfully, watching the bustling scene of people squabbling over the iced water. If he had gained the guidance of this genius earlier, wouldn't he have been rolling in profits by now? Praise isn't necessary, just remember what I've told you. Rest assured, little lord, I won't forget. Joshua grinned widely and continued. As they say, a gentleman loves wealth but obtains it in a righteous way. Such simple truths I understand. Blue had essentially given one instruction. Absolutely do not sell ice that has already come into contact with anything. Very well. Blue trusted Joshua's assurance. After all, he was a loyal servant of the Guogongfu estate. The ice shop in the Western market opened successfully, and the group then visited the Eastern market. Compared to the Western market, the Eastern market was closer to the wealthy district, but its prosperity lagged behind slightly. However, this was quite normal, as most items sold here were rare treasures and luxury goods, attracting fewer common folk. I, Andrew, greet the 4 young lords, greeted a middle-aged man bowing deeply as Blue and his group approached the store entrance. When will we start selling ice blocks? Unable to contain his excitement, Andrew had sent a few servants to monitor the situation at the Western market. You must have heard about the Western market. Since it's like this, let's start now. Blue paused and asked, do you need me to repeat the precautions? No, Master Chung has already informed me. Andrew shook his head quickly and rubbed his hands eagerly. With such brisk business, time was money. In that case, let's get started. Please wait a moment, young lord. Apologizing to Blue, Andrew quickly rallied the servants to commence operations. Learning from the Western market's experience, everything in the Eastern market proceeded smoothly, and soon the shop was full of customers. Unlike the Western market where most bought iced water, in the Eastern market, most customers purchased large quantities of ice blocks. Unsurprisingly, most of the Eastern market's clientele were high-ranking officials who wouldn't settle for just a bit of iced water. While Blue and his companions laughed gleefully watching their thriving business, Thatcher Ebert was stunned in the Taiji Hall. Why did Shubwa send so many ice blocks to the palace? Indeed, Ebert was surprised. This year's heat wave meant even the imperial stores were short of ice, yet Garth still managed to provide extra. Your Majesty, your humble servant has heard that the young lords have devised a method to make ice and opened 2 shops selling ice blocks in the Western and Eastern markets, answered Nolan, Ebert's personal eunuch. Make ice. Pausing briefly, a hint of curiosity flickered in Ebert's eyes. Do you know how much it costs? Begging your Majesty's pardon, matters concerning the national dukes, so your humble servant did not delve into the details. Nolan apologized and continued, however, at the Western market, 1 coin buys 5 ice cubes, suggesting it's not very expensive. As a trusted eunuch, Nolan not only handled Ebert's daily life but also oversaw a vast intelligence network, which was why he knew so much about external affairs. To think he can produce ice in such hot weather. Erikayu has some clever tricks up his sleeve. Upon hearing Ebert's comment, Nolan's lips twitched slightly. If His Majesty knew how profitable those 2 shops were, he wouldn't describe it as mere cleverness. Without exaggeration, if Blue's backing weren't solid enough, someone would have tried to seize their operation long ago. Of course, Nolan wouldn't say such things aloud. A good servant never outshines his master. Since it's not expensive, have the Naishi Shung purchase some and distribute it among the court officials as a gift from me. Ebert quickly added, since we're buying in bulk, tell those boys to give us a better price. Ebert was an impoverished emperor, always seeking cost-effective gifts for his subordinates, focusing on value rather than aesthetics. Every coin in the small treasury came through painstaking effort. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I know how to handle it. Chapter 18. The Visit from the Great Tang Meatball. Nolan acted swiftly, leading a group of young eunuchs to storm into the ice store in the East Market that very afternoon. The Thatcher's demand for lower prices was non-negotiable. After Nolan left with a large quantity of ice at half price, both the Eastern and Western markets had a new slogan for their ice shops, Chang'an Ice Shop, approved by the Thatcher. Needless to say, this must be Chin's kid's idea again. Listening to Nolan's words, Ebert smiled slightly. Shubwa is loyal and brave all his life, yet his son turned out to be so cunning. Your Majesty is truly wise. Throwing a worshipful glance at Ebert, Nolan spoke up. Though Fishertal Duke Qin may seem a bit cunning, his loyalty to Your Majesty and our great Tang Dynasty cannot be questioned. Do I need you to tell me this? Ebert remained magnanimous toward his personal eunuch, who had always been by his side. With Nolan's statement, Ebert rolled his eyes. Shubwa dedicates himself to the country. How could his offspring be an exception? The name Qin still held significant influence. At least, if a current minister were to list most trusted by Ebert, Qin would definitely rank high. Your Majesty is truly wise. Another flattery from Nolan, who did not harbor any ill feelings despite being mildly rebuked. Seeing Ebert's slightly raised corners of his mouth, Nolan mumbled to himself. Fishertal Duke, we have lived up to your favor now. Indeed, those words were deliberately chosen by Nolan to prevent Hyman from harboring any resentment towards Blue. Thatchers are fickle creatures, and although Fisher trusted Dad greatly, no one could guarantee he wouldn't entertain other thoughts. Of course, this doesn't mean Nolan was disloyal to Fisher. It was merely a minor effort. If Fisher intended any harm towards Blue, Nolan would be the first to take action. Blue was unaware of the unexpected effects of sending some ice to Nolan on a whim. At that moment, he looked rather displeased at the rough-looking man before him. Sebastian, why are you here? Standing before Blue was none other than the famous Adebayo, one of Chang'an's 2 renowned meatballs. What? You ask who the other one is? It's obviously Randy. Why can't I come? Narrowing his eyes, Adebayo displayed a dangerous smile. No, not at all impossible. Shaking his head vigorously, Blue denied with 3 consecutive refusals, looking exceptionally serious. I just got excited seeing Sebastian visiting and said something wrong. Ha ha ha, good that you know your place. Adebayo laughed arrogantly and clapped Blue's shoulder without hesitation. You're far sharper than my dim-witted kids. Struggling against the intense pain in his shoulder, Blue's lips twitched. Thank you for the compliment, Sebastian. By the way, I heard you refused the marriage proposal from my daughter? Before Blue could finish his bow, Adebayo's expression shifted from laughter to anger. With bulging eyes, old Chung resembled a provoked wild boar. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for losing my temper today. Oh dear, did you hear that? Jamie claimed he had reason. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Blue couldn't help but feel absurd. Who in the Tang Dynasty didn't know that Adebayo excelled at being unreasonable and forcing arguments? Stepping back a couple of paces to create distance between them, Blue sighed in relief. He must have eaten garlic this morning. Noticing Adebayo's increasingly threatening gaze, Blue hastily bowed. Sebastian, I'm still young and not ready to talk about marriage yet. Please understand. In the Tang Dynasty, men usually married around 16 years old, while women often married even younger. Blue was only 9 this year, indeed quite early. But not everyone thought the same way. Clap. Before Blue finished speaking, Adebayo clapped his hands loudly. This is easy. You can get married first, then do it again after a few years. Blue almost flipped Ching off. True to form, Chung could think up such an absurd solution. Foolish brat, as long as you marry my daughter. Pausing slightly, once Blue's gaze fell on him, Chung continued. I'll ensure you can walk sideways across all of Chang'an City. Please, Sebastian, let me think about this for a while longer. Facing such a ruffian, Blue chose to stall. Very well, I'll give you time to consider. Sure enough, with Blue's words, Cheng's face softened. My daughter is naturally beautiful. You won't regret marrying her. Yes, what you say is true. Quinlan isn't just beautiful. She can suppress her 3 brothers single-handedly. Despite silently criticizing Chung in his mind, Blue flashed a big smile. Thank you for the advice, Sebastian. I will carefully consider this. Considering how to make Chung and Qin abandon these dangerous thoughts about him. Good. Chung patted Blue's shoulder again. When I visit, you must prepare some delicious food. A guest? What kind of guest bullies someone else's child in their home and then demands food? Amidst shock at Cheng's audacity, Blue forced a broad smile. Don't worry, Sebastian. I won't disappoint you. Facing a more powerful ruffian, surrendering was the best strategy. With your assurance, I'm relieved. Taking advantage of Chung chatting with Dag, Blue hurriedly slunk away from this danger zone. Bentley, add more avodia to today's meal. No, I'll check myself. Without waiting for Bentley's response, Blue darted towards the kitchen. As a Chanyurajira, how could I endure such mistreatment without fighting back? Correction. As a time traveler, how could I endure such mistreatment without fighting back? This ensures the sentence reads naturally in English and maintains the context of the protagonist being from a different time. Chapter 18. The visit from a certain rolling knife meat. Nolan acted swiftly, storming into the ice shop in the Eastern Market with a group of young eunuchs that afternoon. The Thatcher had requested a price reduction, an order that could not be refused. However, after Nolan left with numerous ice blocks at half price, both the Eastern and Western Market's ice shops added a new slogan. Chang'an Ice Shop, endorsed by the Thatcher himself. Needless to say, this must be another one of Qin's schemes. Listening to Nolan's words, Ebert smiled slightly. Qin Chauncey is loyal and brave, but who would have thought his son turned out so cunning? Your Majesty is wise, Nolan said, casting an admiring glance at Ebert. Though Fishertal Duke Qin may be somewhat devious, his loyalty to your Majesty and our great Tang Dynasty is beyond question. Indeed, no need for you to point it out. Ebert remained lenient toward his longtime attendant. As Nolan finished speaking, Ebert rolled his eyes. Qin Chauncey dedicates his life to the country. How could his offspring be any different? Qin Chauncey still commanded significant respect. If one were to rank the current officials by their trustworthiness in the eyes of Ebert, he would undoubtedly be near the top. Your Majesty is wise. Another compliment slipped effortlessly from Nolan's lips, unbothered by the earlier rebuke. Seeing Ebert's slight smile, Nolan muttered silently. My little Duke, I believe I've fulfilled my end of the bargain. Indeed, those words were spoken intentionally by Nolan to prevent Thatcher Fisher from developing any ill feelings towards Blue. Thatchers are notoriously unpredictable. Although Ebert trusted Qin Chauncey deeply, who could guarantee he wouldn't entertain other thoughts? This didn't mean Nolan lacked loyalty to Ebert. In reality, such actions were merely inconsequential. If Ebert truly intended harm towards Blue, Nolan would be the first to act. Blue was unaware of the unintended consequences of gifting ice blocks to Nolan. At that moment, he was staring disdainfully at a rough-looking man standing before him. Sebastian, why have you come? That burly man was none other than the legendary Adebayo, known as one of Chang'an's two rolling knife meats. Who's the other? Of course, it's Wu Qigong. Why can't I come? Adebayo narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile creeping onto his face. Not at all. Impossible, Blue stammered, shaking his head emphatically. I was merely surprised and said the wrong thing out of excitement. Ha 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 ha, good for you for recognizing your place. Adebayo laughed arrogantly, slapping Blue's shoulder without restraint. You're much sharper than my dimwit sons. Struggling against the pain in his shoulder, Blue managed a grimace. Thank you, Sebastian. Oh right, did I hear that you declined the marriage proposal with my daughter? Before Blue could finish bowing, Adebayo's expression shifted from laughter to rage. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for being unreasonable today. Oh heavens, did you hear that? Jamie claimed he was being reasonable. Despite the serious situation, Blue couldn't help but find it absurd. Everyone in the Tang Dynasty knew Adebayo was infamous for being unreasonable and stubborn. Stepping back to create some distance from Jamie, Blue let out a sigh of relief. This man ate garlic this morning. Noticing Adebayo's gaze growing more threatening, Blue hurriedly bowed. Nephew is still young and doesn't wish to discuss marriage yet. Please understand, Sebastian. In the Tang Dynasty, men typically married around age 16, with women often marrying younger. Being only 9 years old, Blue was indeed too young. But clearly, not everyone saw it that way. Slap. Scarcely had Blue spoken when Adebayo clapped his hands loudly. This isn't hard. You can get married now and again in a few years. Jaw twitching, Blue resisted the urge to flip the bird. True to form, only Adebayo could devise such a ridiculous plan. Dumbass, if you marry my daughter. Pausing to catch Blue's gaze, Adebayo continued. I promise you'll be untouchable in Chang'an. Please, Sebastian, give me some time to consider. Unlike Qin Chauncey, dealing with Adebayo required tact, so Blue resorted to stalling. As you wish. I'll give you some time to think about it. Adebayo's expression eased. My daughter is beautiful and kind. Marrying her will be the best decision you ever make. You're not wrong. Cheng Xiao is stunning and can even handle 3 brothers like Ascari. Mentally criticizing Adebayo, Blue plastered a large smile on his face. Thank you, Sebastian. I'll consider it carefully. Considering ways to convince Adebayo and others to drop this potentially dangerous idea. That's settled then. Adebayo patted Blue's shoulder again. Prepare some delicious food since I'm here as a guest. A guest? Who would intimidate and bully while demanding food? Despite finding Adebayo's audacity shocking, Blue forced a smile. Don't worry, Sebastian. Nephew won't disappoint you. Facing a powerful bully, conceding was the best strategy. Your word makes me feel better. Taking advantage of Adebayo chatting with Qin Chauncey, Blue quickly escaped the room. Bentley, add more cloves to today's dishes. No, I'll check myself. Without waiting for Bentley's response, Blue rushed to the kitchen. How could someone like me, a knowledgeable crossover traveler, endure so much abuse without fighting back? Hashtag chapter 19. A gift for Jamie. Jamie can't eat spicy food, or rather, most people in this era can't. Chili peppers, like corn, only made their way from the barbarian lands to the Central Kingdom during the Ming Dynasty, around 700 or 800 years later. Among the current seasonings that can produce a spicy flavor, most come from Sichuan pepper, huajiao, black pepper, hujiao, and evodia, zhuyu. Compared to chili peppers, these three ingredients taste significantly milder. Fisher told Prince, "Why have you come here?" The moment Blue entered the kitchen, he immediately drew puzzled glances from the chefs. The Qin family had no pretentious notions of gentlemen keeping away from the kitchen. The respect shown by the chefs was primarily due to their admiration for Blue. As previously mentioned, one of Qin's greatest achievements since his time travel was improving the culinary standards of the Qin household. Being a food enthusiast, who wouldn't know a bit about cooking? Although in his previous life, Blue's specialty was boiled instant noodles, his skills still far surpassed those of the chefs in the mansion. After learning various cooking techniques from Blue, the chefs all regarded him as a heaven-sent talent. To put it bluntly, if Blue weren't the son of a duke, these people might have revered him as a natural-born chef. Learning Blue's culinary skills, however, turned these chefs into his disciples. So in the entire Qin mansion, the kitchen could be considered Blue's absolute domain. Since Sebastian is coming over, I naturally want to prepare some surprises for him. Blue's gaze fell on the lead chef. The meal today, triple the amount of avodia, not double. Don't ask why Blue didn't use black pepper. That stuff comes from overseas and costs nearly as much as gold in the Tang Dynasty. It would be too extravagant just for revenge on Jamie. But the lead chef, a chubby man, hesitated, his face showing signs of conflict. I remember Duke Liu doesn't like avodia? Actually, the chef was being quite diplomatic. There was an incident when Jamie came over for dinner, and the spiciness in the food had caused him to cry. Clearly, Blue wasn't swayed by this. Instead, his expression grew even more serious as soon as the words left the chef's mouth. I don't care what you remember. I'll remember it for you. Blue's eyes then landed on a nearby basin of avodia. Common avodia. Category: plant, seasoning. Description: a plant with a slight spiciness, typically used as a seasoning. Function: to serve as a seasoning. Note: this is just a regular basin of avodia. System: add point. As he spoke, the remaining one skill point vanished instantly, and the description of the avodia changed. Fierce avodia, first evolution. Category: plant, seasoning. Description: after evolution, it has a terrifyingly spicy flavor. Function: to serve as a seasoning. Note: you're using me as a seasoning, right? Satisfied with the result, Blue's gaze returned to the stunned chubby chef. What are you standing there for? Get to cooking. Yes, I'll start right away. Though aware of Blue's ulterior motives, the chef chose to follow orders. After all, Blue was, in a sense, his half-master. The ancient Chinese valued respecting teachers, and having learned from Blue, the chef felt obligated to honor him. The evolved avodia supply was plentiful, enough for the mansion residents for a month. Under Blue's watchful eye, the chubby chef named Arkong Sancher added extra amounts of avodia to the dishes. As the spiciness wafted from the pot, Arkong Sancher couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Why does today's avodia seem so much spicier than usual? He even wiped away tears streaming from his eyes. May Buddha protect Duke Liu. May there be no avodia in heaven. Once the meal was prepared and the dishes arranged by the servants, Blue personally placed a chair for Adebayo. Please take your seat, Sebastian. Ho ha ha, you're indeed quick-witted, boy. Chung laughed heartily, sitting down without hesitation. His character was straightforward, especially given his long friendship with Darren. Sticking a large piece of steaming chicken into his mouth, Adebayo's expression froze. Eyes open, chewing, swallowing. Immediately after, he couldn't resist taking a deep breath. See, is something wrong, Sebastian? As Chung opened his mouth to speak, a sly smile appeared on Blue's face. Could it be the food doesn't suit your taste? Picking up a morsel himself, Blue ate it calmly. If so, I will have the chefs prepare another meal for you. While the evolved avodia was spicier than modern small chilies, it was within Blue's tolerance. Ho-ha, asai, ha-ha. Laughter punctuated by sharp inhalations filled the room as Cheng's face and lips turned a deep red. No, very tasty. Fisher is about maintaining face. Despite Cheng's usual boisterous demeanor, he wouldn't risk losing face in front of younger generations. Nodding forcefully, Chung continued. Just because the food was so delicious today, I couldn't hold back. As long as Sebastian enjoys it. Blue smiled widely. This dish is made with specially prepared, premium avodia. Blue always believed that open and fair retaliation was the way to go. It let him see the target's anger and helplessness firsthand. Ho-ha, si, well, thank you very much. Through gritted teeth, Chung thanked Qin and then took another bite, determined to show no fear. A true man never backs down from a challenge. Under Blue's watch, Chung ended up eating twice his normal portion, his eyes turning red, yet still wearing a broad smile. These dishes, si, are delicious. The meal was truly a pleasant experience for both host and guest. Upon departure, Chung enthusiastically invited Blue to visit his home. Of course, Qin also expressed his intention to visit when he had the chance. There's no need to delve into the details of what happened next, but reportedly, for the next few weeks, Chung switched from riding horses to traveling in a carriage. Not only that, but people noticed that Duke Liu always walked with a limp, gritting his teeth in pain. Hashtag Chapter 20, Tony's invitation. The next morning, Blue was once again awakened by a big face hovering over him. Hey, why are you here again? Looking at the piteous expression on Ascari's face, Blue's mouth twitched. Does this guy ever look in a mirror? You still have the nerve to ask. With a cold snort, Ascari's expression grew even more sorrowful. Didn't you add extra chrysanthemum leaves to the food yesterday? Of course I did. At this mention, Blue immediately brightened up. How was it? Did your old man come home in a miserable state? He didn't just come home miserable. Seeing Blue's excited expression, Ascari's face darkened slightly. Ever since he returned home yesterday, he's been lying there almost motionless. That's well worth my effort then. Blue wasn't particularly surprised by the outcome. After all, Darren had not looked too good last night either. According to Bentley, Darren had specifically instructed the kitchen staff never to add extra chrysanthemum leaves to the food again. You got what you wanted, but now I'm suffering because of you. Rolling his eyes dramatically for Blue to see, Ascari said, next time, could you please give me some warning if you're going to do something like that? I can find an excuse to stay away for a few days. Jamie showed up so suddenly, how could I warn you in advance? Although inwardly annoyed, Blue showed an apologetic smile. So, you're saying I inadvertently got you into trouble? Yes. Ascari nodded honestly without noticing the sarcasm. When my father came home, he gave me quite a beating. According to Ascari's description, the first thing Jamie did when he got home was vent his anger violently on him, and the reason was brutally simple. Blue is too cunning and won't be easily beaten, so I can only take it out on you for now. Don't think this was absurd. It was actually quite normal behavior for Jamie. Blue once heard Jamie discussing parenting with Darren. Adebayo had said, when raising a son, beat him when he disobeys, beat him when he listens, beat him when he doesn't practice martial arts, beat him when he does. Just make sure to hit him every few days, let him reflect on his mistakes, and eventually, he'll grow into a decent person. Blue had thought seriously about this before. In Darren's transition from a kind father to a strict one, Adebayo undoubtedly played an irreplaceable role. Brother, rest assured, next time I'll definitely inform you beforehand. Pounding Ascari's shoulder, Blue made a decision in his heart. Within the next month, I must avoid giving Jamie any chance to catch me. Great friend. Nodding vigorously, Ascari's eyes reddened a bit more. Do you still have any high-quality healing ointment left? Feeling somewhat guilty, Blue handed over the evolved medicine, which worked wonders. From the way Ascari applied the ointment and immediately acted as though everything was fine. Habit. Noticing Blue's discovery, Ascari offered a half-hearted apology but showed no intention of returning the ointment. Forget it. Keep the bottle of ointment. Thanks, brother. Looking at Ascari's smiling face, Blue couldn't help but sigh. The shamelessness runs in the Chung family. Don't tell me you came all the way here just to get a bottle of my good medicine? Narrowing his eyes and glancing at Ascari, Blue couldn't help asking. If that were true, he would need to reconsider their relationship. Of course not. Shaking his head quickly, Ascari feigned seriousness. How could someone like me do such a shameful thing? It's exactly because you're Ascari that I'm suspecting this. While internally complaining, Blue still gave a polite nod. Ascari, always the loyal friend, wouldn't do such a thing. Indeed, flattery seemed effective. Ascari grinned like a battered chrysanthemum flower. The Crown Prince invited us both. I came to invite you along. Tony? Blue's gaze turned serious. How did you get involved with him? How could I? Letting out a loud protest, Ascari seemed deeply offended. How could someone like me ever get involved with him? After composing himself, Ascari explained. It's just that he sent an invitation. Refusing would seem inappropriate. Nodding, Blue trusted Ascari's explanation. Despite the antics of these aristocratic heirs, they were each incredibly shrewd. Neither Jamie nor anyone else would commit to supporting Tony yet, but they also wouldn't risk offending him. You don't mean he invited me too, right? Pointing at his nose, Blue's face darkened. As a person from the future, he knew all too well about this prince's vices and ultimate fate. If not necessary, he'd rather avoid having anything to do with him. Sure did. Nodding, Ascari clarified. A small eunuch was supposed to inform you, but I already sent him back. In that case, can I skip it? Eyes lighting up, Blue's voice rose several octaves. Since I didn't meet the messenger, I can pretend I didn't know about this. Erikayu. Face contorted again in mock distress, Ascari's expression returned to grief-stricken, trampled chrysanthemum. Are we brothers or not? Cough, cough. Giving a few light coughs, Blue nodded hurriedly. Stop making that disgusting face. Fine, I'll go. His words had just been casual. After Ascari visited, he realized he couldn't avoid it. Since Ascari had dismissed the messenger, he likely made some promise. If Blue refused to attend, it might cause trouble for Ascari with Tony. Blue never underestimated someone's petty nature, like Ascari holding a grudge over being hit in the bottom. Slap. A palm slapped Blue, and Ascari burst into his distinctive laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew we were good brothers. Chapter 21. The Stick of Agony's Second Evolution. Though I may sound nagging, I must remind you again. Pushing away Ascari's hand that was reaching out to him, Blue finally spoke. We have a special status. Don't get too close to Tony. They were all sons of national dukes and, to some extent, represented the will of their dukes. If they got too close to the crown prince, it could lead to significant problems. After all, the current emperor is a well-deserved rebel leader. If he knew they were forming factions behind his back, who knows what might happen? Don't worry. Jamie knows these matters. Nodding seriously, noticing Blue still didn't fully trust him, Ascari quickly added. If I really dared to do something like that, the old man would probably break my legs. The name Jamie held significant weight. After Ascari spoke, Blue believed him. With Jamie's background, this guy was undoubtedly an underestimated old fox who wouldn't let his son get involved in dangerous affairs. Since that's the case, then let's go see. Not involving oneself was one thing, but giving Tony face was another. Blue tidied up a bit and then said to Ascari, Tony invited us for dinner. It's not at the Eastern Palace, right? Frankly speaking, if possible, Blue would avoid entering the palace because one never knew if Thatcher Fisher might take offense. Blue always maintained the utmost caution around emperors. Of course not. Shaking his head with a smile, Ascari explained. The venue is Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the best restaurant in Chang'an. Looking at Ascari's delighted expression, Blue suspected his main motive was to eat at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. However, he was somewhat satisfied with Tony's choice. Seems Tony has some brains. If the banquet was at a restaurant, it would just be an ordinary gathering. But if it were at the Eastern Palace, it would likely be seen as a reason to attack. Long heard that Drunken Immortal Pavilion has the best food in Chang'an. Let's taste it today. Muttering this, Blue got up and walked towards the door. Let's go. Don't keep our crown prince waiting. Although he had been in Tang Dynasty for many years, Blue had indeed not eaten outside except at home. Naturally, it was because he didn't trust Tang Dynasty cooks. Why would anyone go out to eat bland food when they could enjoy real delicacies at home? As they left, Arkong Sancher and others were dealing with the eels sent by Zhang Arriver in the courtyard. This smelly creature required a lot of effort to prepare. By the way, add more jusu, Chinese herb, to today's meals. Hearing Blue's words, Arkong Sancher first froze, then looked around suspiciously. Is Lord Lu not here to freeload today? Driving away the thought that Blue had gone mad enough to target his good brother Ascari, Arkong Sancher cautiously reminded him. Young master, sir instructed to use less. The spicy flavor of jusu can increase blood circulation and help with old master's injuries. Don't worry, young master. Starting from today, we'll triple the amount of jusu in all our meals. Before Blue finished speaking, Arkong Sancher patted his chest in quick assurance. They always openly expressed gratitude to Darren, whose household servants included those saved or bought back from bandits, effectively making Garth a savior. Cough, double is fine. Waving his hand, Blue interrupted Arkong Sancher. And not every meal, just once every 2 to 3 days. After evolving, jusu's taste was potent. If consumed daily, Blue worried about flies, and more importantly, his own well-being. Yes, sir. Having given instructions to Arkong Sancher, Blue set off with Ascari towards Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Following behind Blue, Ascari looked somewhat puzzled. We're going to meet the Crown Prince. Isn't holding that stick inappropriate? Pointing to the thick stick in Blue's hand, Ascari asked, Are you really inseparable from this thing? What's wrong with it? Blue didn't care about decorum and shot a glance at Ascari before explaining. I should carry it precisely because we are meeting the Crown Prince. Without letting Ascari ask further, Blue continued. The Crown Prince's safety is crucial. What if there's an assassin? I'm doing this to protect him better. You have your reasons. Seeing Blue's serious face, Ascari nodded helplessly, swallowing the phrase, You're talking nonsense. Besides, with how many guards Tony had outside the palace, wouldn't a mere stick be useless against assassins? Watching Blue polish the stick while occasionally waving it around, Ascari felt he looked more like an assassin. Unaware of Ascari's thoughts, Blue shared his concerns but saw his stick and then noticed the +1 skill point today. He bit his lip. Dog system, assign points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've used 1 point to obtain the Sturdy Pain Stick. Sturdy Pain Stick. Category. Weapon Special. Second Evolution. Description. A common wooden stick now possesses certain unique abilities. Effect. Targets suffer triple pain upon impact. The stick can withstand collisions with excellent weapons without damage. Note. Go hit your kid, this century's greatest educator. Hehe. For the dog system's nonsense, Blue gave a middle finger. Using it on kids would result in a strong corpse. But Blue was quite satisfied with this evolution. Being able to withstand collisions with superior weapons meant that, if he'd had such a stick in childhood, wild grass and trees along his school path would have been flattened. Chapter 22. Helping Ascari recognize his identity. Elder brother Arakayu. We're here. Seeing Blue grinning as he held a stick, even the thick-skinned Ascari couldn't help but tense up slightly. Damn it. Does Arakayu have any peculiar hobbies? Fortunately, Blue had no mind-reading abilities and didn't notice Ascari's unease. Oh, we're here. Startled back to his senses from his reverie, Blue noticed they were standing in front of an inn. Since we're here, let's go in then. Without waiting for Ascari's reply, Blue strode into the inn. The top tavern in Chang'an mustn't be too shabby in its offerings, right? Guest, please hold on. However, Blue was stopped by a servant who stood in front of him. Blue frowned. Is there a problem? May I inform the guest that our drunken immortal inn does not allow weapons inside? As the servant spoke, he pointed at the stick in Blue's hand, making his intentions clear. What? You mean this is considered a weapon? Letting out an exclamation, Blue looked incredulous. This item is called the Shake Hands Peace Stick, symbolizing peace. Blue would swear on all of Senior Cheng's hair that he wasn't fibbing. If you don't believe me, just call out Chancellery Prince Zhangsun. See if he gets riled up in front of this stick. The rule of drunken immortal inn requires. Please. I am the son of Duke of Erek, Blue. And this beside me is the son of Duke of Lu, Ascari. Interrupting the servant mid-sentence, Blue continued. We were invited by His Highness the Crown Prince today. Do you know which room they are in? Forgive my poor eyesight. Greetings to both young lords. Instantly, the servant's face turned obsequious upon realizing who Blue and Ascari were. His Highness is on the 3rd floor. Young lords, please enter. So, can I bring my Shake Hands Peace Stick inside? Certainly. Nodding quickly, the servant's face turned serious. At Drunken Immortal Inn, we always value our guests' comfort and experience, and we do our best to meet your requests. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the servant added, Had I known these two were of noble lineage, a kitchen knife could have come in. Rules? Rules are important, yes, but flexibility has its place when those rules were created. To be the largest inn in Chang'an, the Drunken Immortal Inn surely wouldn't be without powerful backing. Yet even that patron wouldn't risk offending the sons of two dukes, especially with Blue set to inherit Garth's title. In that case, thank you. Bowing respectfully, Blue thanked the servant before carrying his Shake Hands Peace Stick into the inn. TSK tisk tisk. Once inside, Blue couldn't help but marvel. True to its name as Chang'an's top inn. Compared to this, our ice shop is nowhere near. Hearing Blue's comment, Ascari's mouth twitched. Who gave him the confidence to compare two shops opened for only one day with Drunken Immortal Inn? Ascari shot a look at Blue while muttering his thoughts. Elder brother Arakayu. Isn't what we're doing a bit off? What? You brought a stick inside. Pointing at the stick in Blue's hand, Ascari finally voiced his concerns. Knowing the true origins of this stick, he was well aware that Blue's earlier excuse was complete nonsense. Had Blue not revealed their identities earlier, he'd probably have been ejected by now. So what? Looking at Ascari curiously, Blue asked, Don't tell me you forgot our identity? Aren't we just Duke's sons? Wrong. Shaking his head swiftly, Blue ignored Ascari's puzzled expression. We are wastrels. Isn't it normal for us to break the rules? Well, Ascari's face shifted from confusion to admiration. So that's how it is. Elder brother Arakayu. You're indeed as cunning as old man said. At this moment, Ascari recalled Adebayo's usual teachings to his brothers. You can have talents and aspirations, but you must be top-notch wastrels. Reflecting on Blue's actions, Ascari realized his shortcomings. From today onward, I will earnestly follow elder brother Arakayu to become a qualified wastrel. As Ascari made up his mind, they arrived where Tony and others were. Being the largest inn in Chang'an, the Drunken Immortal Inn naturally had private rooms reserved for dignitaries. Your Excellencies, the people you seek are inside. Guiding them to the door, the servant bowed before leaving promptly. Although Tony and company did not hide their identities, they were not easy to approach. Let's go, see what the Crown Prince wants. Muttering to himself, Blue pushed open the wooden door unceremoniously. The moment the door swung open, the crowd inside glanced towards the entrance with obvious displeasure. Who was so rude as to barge in without knocking? Ha ha ha, traffic delayed us, sorry to keep you waiting. Laughing heartily, Blue identified the people in the room. Apart from Tony, there were also Henry, Ansel, Chris, and Jace. It's Arakayu and Chulyang, please take a seat. Recognizing Blue and Ascari, Tony's frown vanished, replaced by a broad smile. You're late, but no matter. Just make sure you drink 2 cups as penance. Elder brother Arakayu is still young and cannot drink. Please forgive us, your highness. Immediately after Tony spoke, Blue quickly shook his head. It wasn't about being picky. He genuinely hadn't drunk alcohol since his reincarnation. Aware of the importance of a healthy lifestyle for a healthy body, he didn't want to risk early death from drinking at a young age. Well, a recomf. Unexpectedly, Blue refused so bluntly, causing Tony to freeze. But just then, a cold snort came from one side. Chapter 23, Chung Milchi Blue. In front of his highness, you dare to be so arrogant? Truly outrageous. Following the direction from where the voice came, a look of surprise appeared on Blue's face. Yanni, I didn't expect to see you here. With an obviously fake demeanor that anyone could see through, Blue continued. It's been 2 days since we last met. Seeing that your behind is unharmed, I can rest easy. You HMPF. Noticing Blue constantly wiping his stick from the corner of his eye, Yanni's face turned dark. Rude ruffian. Brother-in-law, there's no need for this. Seeing Yanni backing down, Tony finally intervened. Arakayu and Chulyang are our peers. Some trivial formalities aren't necessary. Ha 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 ha, his highness is truly straightforward. Throwing a glance at Tony that said, I admire you, Blue plopped down next to Fong Eai and Yuichi Baochi. Since we're in the first tavern of Chang'an, we should definitely enjoy a proper meal. Quickly tell the waiter to bring us all their specialties. Interestingly, despite 5 people already being in the room, they were seated in 2 separate groups. Chris, Yanni, and Fong Eai sat together, while Fong Eai and Yuichi Baochi sat on the other side. Watching Blue settle down and immediately start ordering specialties, the corners of Tony's mouth twitched slightly. Wasn't Lord Eric supposed to be honest and loyal? Why does Blue seem so cheeky? Thankfully, Blue was unaware of Tony's thoughts, or he would have chuckled loudly and given him a thumbs up. Indeed, Blue was imitating Adebayo's way of freeloading meals. Cough, cough. Perhaps due to Blue's blatant intent to freeload, Tony finally couldn't hold back any longer. Is his highness not feeling well because of continuous coughing? Blue's face showed a touch of concern as he quickly added. If so, his highness shouldn't eat spicy foods. Waiter, add a bowl of noodle soup to our order. That's not necessary. Tony's face darkened slightly, his eyelids fluttering. Thank you for your concern, Arakayu, but I'm perfectly fine. As he spoke, Tony stared intently at Blue. Is this man really as naive as he appears, or is he deliberately putting on an act? The noodle soup mentioned was essentially what we now call noodles. If Blue's suggestion was followed, Tony would be eating noodles while everyone else enjoyed meat and wine. Well, that's good. That's very good. Hearing Tony's words, a hint of disappointment flashed in Blue's eyes. Too bad I couldn't trick him into it. When I went out earlier, I saw crowds at the ice shop in the East Market, truly enviable. Perhaps sensing too much awkwardness in the air, Tony had to find a topic to break the silence. I've heard the ice shop is co-owned by Arakayu and Chulyang? Yes. Hearing Tony's question, Blue nodded calmly. If his highness likes it, Arakayu will gift you the shop. Not only that, I'll have my staff send over the deed immediately. Not in a million years. With a loud shout, Tony jumped up from his chair. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take what others cherish. That ice shop is flourishing. How could Celine accept it easily? His highness shows great integrity. Arakayu admires you. Looking at Blue's respectful face, Tony felt as if he had been punched several times, yet had nowhere to vent his frustration. The profits from the ice shop were substantial even within a single day. Of course, Tony had considered it. However, he was also very aware. If he took over the ice shop, Hyman would beat him half to death. As a ruler, one must be humble and virtuous. Seizing a minister's property would give the imperial censors plenty of ammunition to impeach him for years. Seeing the cold sweat on Tony's forehead, the corners of Blue's mouth lifted slightly. You're still just a kid. By the time I was scheming, you were just... Realizing his own slip-up, Tony blushed faintly. Cough. Another light cough allowed Tony to continue. The reason I gathered everyone today is that Celine has a request. Please, let his highness clarify. With a respectful bow, Blue looked serious. As long as I can do it, I will try my best. Of course, how hard he tried depended entirely on his mood. Muttering internally, Blue couldn't help but think. This Tony is indeed too young, acting all princely as his highness when showing off, then turning into Celine when he needs something. Ha ha ha, this matter isn't difficult for Arakayu. Blue's apparent attitude seemed to please Tony, who laughed heartily. I've heard about the conflict between brother-in-law and everyone recently. Therefore, Celine wants to mediate. So it's just this. Breathing a sigh of relief, Blue waved his hand generously before Tony could speak further. Please rest assured. As long as Yanni stops provoking me, Blue will forgive everything. You. Tony remained calm, but Yanni almost burst with anger. I was the one beaten. Why should you be the one to forgive? However, Yanni dared not say more. Blue could afford to ignore Tony's dignity, but he absolutely could not. They were bound together from the start. If that's the case, thank you very much, Arakayu. With a broad smile, Tony continued. I heard about the bet between brother-in-law and Arakayu. Rest assured, His Highness. The so-called bet was just a playful jest, nothing serious. Now, Blue finally understood Tony's true purpose. It was simply Yanni trying to wriggle out of a deal, so he enlisted this mediator. Still, Tony truly acted like a good brother. A prince himself, he personally mediated such trivial matters for someone else. Naturally, this was partly to win loyalty. After all, Yanni looked touched. Although Blue guessed some things, he still gave Tony face. He wasn't short on ice blocks, so there was no point in antagonizing the still powerful crown prince over such trifles. Chapter 24, Garth's Wishes. After this incident, Blue's opinion of Yanni diminished somewhat. As the son of a prime minister, he was unwilling to fulfill even a simple gambling agreement. Truly disgraceful. Of course, no one else knew what Blue was thinking. Seeing that Blue had given him such face, Tony couldn't help but smile widely. It seems that Blue isn't as rude as Yanni said. Ha 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 ha, I'm quite surprised at how magnanimous Arakayu can be, said Tony, who was still young and displayed his emotions openly. With a burst of laughter, Tony spoke up directly. Since Arakayu is hungry, let the chefs at Drunken Immortal Tower hurry up. Thank you, Your Highness. For Blue, talking to Tony was like playing with a child. A few short praises made Tony want to immediately become sworn brothers. The meal could only be described by the phrase, all enjoy themselves. When they parted ways, Tony grabbed Blue's arm with both hands. I've lost many chances to get close to my brother Arakayu, due to living in the palace. If you are free in the future, please come to the palace often. Arakayu would not dare forget your invitation, Your Highness. Looking at Tony's hands gripping his arm, Blue felt a bit uneasy. I've heard this guy has a fondness for men. Could it be that he's taken a liking to me? In this regard, Blue was really wronging Tony. Historically, Tony didn't start liking men right away. It was due to the intense struggle for the throne and Thatcher Fisher's favor towards Alfonso that he ended up on that path. Watching Tony and Blue parting ways with mutual admiration, Yanni's mouth twitched. All the happiness is yours, while I'm just an emotionless tool. If he had known that this event would make Tony and Blue hit it off, he wouldn't have asked Tony for help. A few lousy pieces of ice aren't worth as much as Tony's attention. Brother Arakayu, didn't you say you wanted to keep your distance from His Highness? Why? As they left Drunken Immortal Tower, Gerard looked at Blue with confusion. Just now, the two of you seemed very close. Truly, let me teach you something today, Blue said calmly after securing the peacemaking stick to his waistband. A smile doesn't necessarily mean intimacy, and coldness doesn't necessarily mean estrangement. Rubbing his head, Gerard's confusion deepened. I don't understand these things, but whatever Brother Arakayu does, it must be right. While Gerard and Blue returned from Drunken Immortal Tower, in the Taiji Hall, Ebert was questioning Nolan. Did Celine leave the palace today? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince invited several sons of dukes to banquet in order to speak on behalf of young Master Changsun. A recomf. Ebert's expression turned slightly displeased. How did Arakayu handle it? Master Chin had a pleasant conversation with the Crown Prince and agreed to cancel the gambling debt with young Master Changsun. A lifelong wise man like Fuji, yet Yanni falls so far behind, Ebert sighed, more dissatisfied. A mere gambling agreement. For someone of Yanni's status and wealth, there was no need to default. Worse still, he asked Tony to intervene. Who is Tony? The Crown Prince. The heir apparent. To ask the future ruler of Tang to mediate over a trivial gambling agreement. What did Yanni think of the royal family? What did he think of Tony? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ebert's expression grew colder. Fuji was recently seeking marriage proposals for Yanni. It seems this matter needs further consideration. Nolan, unaware of his master's thoughts, kept his head down and pretended to be a puppet. Rule number 1 for surviving in the palace. Listen when you should, ignore when you shouldn't, only smart people live long. Never mind. Are the Tibetan envoys arriving soon? Yes, Your Majesty. According to their journey speed, they will arrive shortly. Ebert's mood improved slightly. If this plan succeeds, the Turks will pose no further threat to our Tang Dynasty. And I can finally clear my past humiliation. Your Majesty is wise. Court matters were irrelevant to Blue for the moment. Currently, he was enduring the death stare from Darren. Old man, why are you staring at me? Reclining in a custom-made lounge chair, Blue looked puzzled. Since returning from Drunken Immortal Tower, Darren hadn't taken his eyes off him. Honestly, while Darren's aura was impressive, maintaining this stare made him look like a goofy dog. Suppressing the urge to say, "What are you worrying about?" Blue asked curiously. Why? Do you not have the right to look at me? Certainly, of course I do. Not expecting such a reaction, Blue quickly shook his head. As long as old man likes it, watching me lying down sitting, or even on the toilet is fine. Pooh. Spitting a yellowish saliva, Darren acted like a street thug. Do you add more chrysanthemum flowers in the food just to get back at me? You. Blue's expression froze, revealing a hurt look. How can you think that way? Trembling slightly, he beat his chest dramatically, acting like a betrayed Mongolian warrior. I, Blue, treat my father sincerely, but in your eyes, I am just a despicable person, truly. Enough. Interrupting Blue mid-sentence, Darren said rudely. Frankly, your face is disgusting. And stop rubbing your snot on me. Pushing Blue aside, Garth sighed. I know my own condition well. Don't waste too much effort. At his current standing, Darren saw things clearly. Compared to other matters, he only hoped to pave a good path for Blue before passing on. The only comfort Garth found was in Blue's character. Though the kid was shameless, cunning, and petty, At least he was shrewd enough. ##### Chapter 25. Ebert's negotiation derailment. To Garth, as long as his son maintained his moral integrity, it didn't matter if he was petty or scheming. At least, after Garth passed away, his son wouldn't be bullied. Feeling Garth's gaze grow ever more affectionate, Blue couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What's up with old Sheen? Possessed by some other entity? Old man, are you alright? While speaking, Blue edged slightly backward. Darren isn't acting right. If he suddenly moves, I have to flee as fast as I can. Garth had no idea what his filial son was thinking, only that Blue's worried expression deepened. Well, it is your filial heart. That will do. Shaking his head, Garth finally spoke. Everything's fine, go on then. Watching old Sheen wave him off dismissively, Blue couldn't help but be puzzled. Did the old man suffer severe trauma, leading to early onset dementia? Luckily, Garth lacked mind-reading powers. Otherwise, he'd probably try to kill his son in sacrifice today. Since Garth had chased him away, Blue naturally didn't linger. He ordered Bentley to move his recliner into the backyard and leisurely lay down. Darren's mood swings quickly, and spending time with young maids brings joy. Swallowing the sliced fruit, Priscilla handed over. Blue sighed. Oh, decadent life. Please continue to corrupt this Sheen man's soul. As Blue indulged in life's pleasures, Ebert received a long-awaited guest at this moment. The envoy from Tubo finally arrived. With an excited look, Ebert instructed Nolan. Bring the Tubo envoy in. Yes. Nolan bowed respectfully and turned to leave. As a close eunuch, Nolan's efficiency was impeccable. In just a few minutes, several robust men appeared before Ebert. I am Juan, paying respects to His Majesty of Tang. I am Thami Samhoda, paying respects. Ha. I've long heard of Juan's exceptional talents. It's truly enlightening to meet you. For the upcoming collaboration, Ebert generously praised Juan. Of course, not all of it was insincere. Juan enjoyed a high reputation in Tubo, and his demeanor in meeting Ebert was neither overly submissive nor disrespectful, earning him Ebert's respect. Your Majesty flatters me. Compared to our king, Juan falls short. Bow in hand, Juan smiled calmly. Our king has just ascended and needs to stabilize the country. Hence, he sends me to discuss future cooperation with your Majesty. No worries. Waving his hand magnanimously, Ebert smiled warmly. Juan's presence here is already remarkable. Sending someone else would have sufficed. Your Majesty's renown is far-reaching. Dispatching anyone else would show disrespect. Juan silently rolled his eyes. If anyone else came, wouldn't they get swallowed whole by your great Tang? There's no small matter between nations. Despite desiring cooperation, both the Tang and Tubo were ready to devour each other given the chance. To cooperate with the Tang against the Turks, my king eagerly seeks this alliance. Yet, a hypocritical smile graced Juan's face. My king has another request, hoping for your Majesty's approval. Let's hear it. As Juan spoke, Ebert grew serious. Surprised by his directness, he knew negotiations required utter focus. As long as it doesn't harm Tang interests, I will try to agree. Old fox. Hearing Ebert, Juan inwardly scoffed. This is too ambiguous to decipher. What does not harming Tang interests mean? What does try entail? It all hinges on Ebert's discretion. In short, Hyman gave a pointless response. Then, let me thank your Majesty in advance. Both seasoned players, Juan stayed composed despite his silent tirade. My king admires Tang culture and hopes to marry a Tang princess. A princess? Marriage alliance? Pausing briefly, Ebert hadn't expected such a request. Compared to asking for money, troops, or grain, this seemed less outrageous. Ebert was slightly tempted. Exchanging a princess to ally with Tubo against the Turks. What a bargain. Princess? Just find a woman from a noble family, adopt her, and send her off. His real daughter? 2 words, daydream. However, Ebert was experienced and knew haste in negotiations was taboo. Thus, when Juan looked at him, Ebert showed pain, hesitation, and difficulty. I sensed Tubo's king admiration for Tang, but, he clicked his tongue, looking even more conflicted. My royal family lacks marriageable women. I fear disappointing you. No problem. Calming waving his hand, Juan continued. Our king is still young and can wait a few years. This, corners of his mouth twitching, Ebert's calm facade faltered. In one sentence, Ebert's current sentiment could be summed up as, damn you for messing me up. To Ebert, negotiation was starting with sky-high demands and negotiating down. But Juan was too straightforward. What did can wait mean? Did it imply that his daughters weren't fully grown yet, but were already being eyed by these brutes? Let's discuss this later. Disrupted, Ebert waved his hand helplessly. You must be tired from traveling. Rest now, and we'll discuss this another day. Though phrased as a question, Ebert's tone made it clear. Thank you for your concern. I shall take my leave. Chapter 26. Ebert's joy. Being hailed as the cleverest man of Tubo, Remington naturally knew when to advance and retreat. The moment Thatcher Ebert spoke, Remington quickly bowed in acknowledgement, and then led the others out of the hall. Remington was confident about his proposal. The enmity between the Tang Dynasty and the Turks meant that offering a princess in exchange for their cooperation was not too much to ask. As for whether the woman marrying Desi was a true princess, it didn't matter to him, as long as the Tang Empire recognized her as one. Only after Remington and his company left did Ebert heave a long sigh. Nolan, go and inform Egan, Seth, and Desmond to come over. As Nolan was about to leave, Ebert added, by the way, notify Dustin as well. Although Garth had retired due to health issues, Ebert still wanted him present, knowing the Turkish threat wasn't just his personal concern. While Nolan went to summon the dukes, Ebert summoned Tony, who had just returned to the palace. You went out today? Upon entering the hall, Tony was surprised by Ebert's question but quickly nodded. I heard there were conflicts between my cousin and Erikayu, so I went to mediate. Don't involve yourself in such matters in the future. Noticing the confusion on Tony's face, Ebert shook his head helplessly. With the Changsun family's influence, would they really default on a playful bet? I understand, father. Tony, not being dim-witted, realized his actions were rash after Ebert's reminder. He quickly acknowledged the mistake. Is there something else you wish to discuss with me? Looking at Ebert, Tony doubted this meeting was just about trivial matters. I will soon be discussing an important matter with the Dukes. Ebert paused before continuing. Stay here and learn. Thank you, father. Tony's eyes lit up, revealing unbridled joy. Every young man wishes to display their abilities in front of their parents. Indeed, even Tony's mediation between Blue and Yanni was partly to showcase himself. Hearing Ebert invite him into state affairs filled him with unimaginable joy. Fine, stand aside. Yes. The Emperor's summons ensured Longshan Wuji, and the others did not delay. Thus, Tony did not wait long. Within minutes, including Garth, all the Dukes arrived in the hall. We greet your Majesty and His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. No need for formalities. Ebert waved them off. Have seats? Thank you, Your Majesty. Once everyone was seated, Adebayo couldn't help asking first, why have you summoned us, Your Majesty? He glanced at Garth beside him. Since even Garth was called, significant events must be imminent. Adebayo is always so impatient. Given the casual atmosphere of the court, especially since this wasn't a formal assembly, Ebert paid no heed to Adebayo's attitude. After laughing it off, Ebert turned serious. I have summoned you because the envoy from the Tubo Kingdom has arrived. Tubo? All present were either top strategists or generals. None were fools. Instantly, they guessed what Ebert was about to say. Dare we ask, Your Majesty, does Tubo wish to cooperate with our Tang Dynasty against the Turks? Angus asked this. At this point, he was still a fervent warrior. Yes. Ebert nodded without intending to conceal anything. In reality, the Turks weren't powerful enough to necessitate an alliance between Tang and Tubo, but doing so would reduce pressure on Tang and prevent other forces from gaining an advantage. May I boldly inquire what demands Tubo made upon us? Quentin's question drew everyone's gaze, including Tony's. The Tubo wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The king of Tubo greatly admires our Tang and hopes to marry a princess. A slight smile crept onto Ebert's face as he looked around. What do you think? This? Slightly hesitant, no one jumped to respond. While they agreed this could be a beneficial deal, it wasn't proper to appear overly eager. If this were the only request, I believe it's acceptable, said Desmond, breaking the silence. It can appease Tubo and solve the Turkish problem. A win for Tang? Agreed, echoed others like Quentin and more. Seeing the consensus build, Adebayo and Lucien rubbed their hands eagerly. Please allow us to lead the army. We'll bring back the heads of Joyli and Tullet as gifts. Splendid. Chang'an, what do you think? Hearing Qingjin and Gong vie for command, Ebert felt elated. Knowing people tend to share happiness, Ebert turned to Tony. Ah. Startled, Tony asked incredulously, You're asking me, father? Indeed. Feeling particularly cheerful, Ebert didn't notice his son's frown and instead encouraged, Speak freely. Don't fear saying the wrong thing. Very well, I shall speak candidly. Chapter 27. The True Intentions of Tubo. Yusef bowed to Ebert, and then turned to the assembled ministers. If Gao Ming's words seem inappropriate, I hope all the uncles will kindly understand. His Highness is too polite. In response to Yusef's gesture, no one dared to be presumptuous. They all returned his courtesy swiftly. In my view, this matter must not be agreed upon. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Yusef continued in a serious tone. Our great Tang has strong troops and valiant warriors like Duke Liu. Why would we need to exchange a woman for an alliance? Your Highness, that's not appropriate, interjected Desmond. Although our Tang is prosperous, reducing casualties would be beneficial. Desmond smiled, thinking how his young nephew, despite being wise, was still too young. But I still disagree. Shaking his head, Yusef bowed to Ebert. If father wishes to conquer the Turks, your son would gladly be the vanguard. But such a method is... That's enough. Interrupting him with a wave, Ebert's face darkened. He regretted letting Yusef speak. He was too young and acted on impulse rather than reason. For a future emperor, strategic thinking was essential. Since there are no objections, this matter is settled. Your Majesty is wise. Everyone nodded approvingly, pleased they could soon destroy the Turks. And if the Thatcher lacked a marriageable daughter, they'd simply select and train someone else, an imperial princess in name only. To these barbarians, it mattered little who the bride really was. After some further discussion, the ministers took their leave, eager to plan their next moves. Concerning Yusef's objections, the crown prince was young. Would they also act foolishly? Father, enough. You may go now. Seeing Yusef wanted to say more, Ebert waved him off. Leave this matter to the ministers. Your duty is to learn. Yes. Sensing disapproval in Ebert's eyes, Yusef reluctantly nodded and left the hall dejectedly. Eradicating the Turks wasn't just Ebert's dream. Excited faces abounded as most left the palace, envisioning great glory and redemption. Ah. Only when back home did Garth's smile turn into a sigh. Pity I'm no longer fit to lead an army against the Turks. Blue, emerging from a nap, heard his father's murmur. Seeing the old man's melancholy, Blue paused. Had his neighbor Benjamin Dashu rejected him again? He couldn't ask that aloud though. Better avoid the mixed-gender double-team experience. Old man, what's wrong? Caring for his father, Blue resolved not to derive amusement from his misery. I regret not going to war. Facing his son, Garth shared his thoughts openly. War? Surprised, Blue was puzzled. They hadn't planned any wars this year. Not wasting brainpower, he asked directly. Is Tang planning a war? Yes. Nodding, Garth recounted the events at court. A pity I can no longer fight. Otherwise I'd charge through the grasslands 7 times. Grandfather, you've got Zhao Yun's heart. Thumbing up, Blue then sneered. Pity the entire court lacks Yusef's insight. Why do you say that? Garth grew serious. Do you think Tubo has other motives? You don't actually believe their king admires Tang so much that any woman will do you? Rolling his eyes, Blue pressed on. Think about it. If someone offered you a wife you've never met, whose beauty or age is unknown, would you agree? No way. Shaking his head, Garth replied proudly. How could I? Apart from your mother, I desire nothing else. Bah, talk about being whipped. Seeing Mrs. Joy smiling nearby, Blue mocked. Didn't know you were such a romantic. Impressive. Smack. Garth smacked the back of his son's head in embarrassment. Don't you dare talk to me like that, you rascal. Returning to business, Garth asked. Why would the Tubo King make such a request? For Tang's wealth and knowledge. Without hesitation, Blue replied. Being nomadic, the Tubo people are as poor farmers as the Turks, lacking seeds and advanced farming methods. Pausing, Blue continued. Once they marry a Tang princess, they'll receive a hefty dowry, riches and technology. Garth gasped, absorbing Blue's words. It sounded disturbingly plausible. Chapter 28. Garth's second entry into the palace. Although a military general, Garth was quite familiar with the procedures of princesses' weddings. Generally speaking, the wedding of a princess was also an occasion for the imperial family to display its grace and magnificence. Every time a princess married, regardless of whether she was favored or not, the palace would prepare an extremely generous dowry for her. This was especially true for princesses who were marrying into foreign countries as part of a diplomatic marriage. The richness of their dowries was unimaginable. After all, this was also an opportunity to showcase the country's strength to foreigners. If Tang truly agreed to this matrimonial alliance, it would undoubtedly offer extremely valuable items as dowry, and when that time comes, slap. Unbelievable. Striking his recliner chair with a slap, Garth revealed a look of fury. To marry our Tang princess and yet they dare to take advantage of us? Truly unbelievable. Not only that, said Berkeley, seeing his father's uncontrollable anger and deciding to add fuel to the fire. If they have children, they can exploit our royal lineage. Though somewhat deliberately provocative, Berkeley genuinely did not wish to see the Tibetan delegation achieve their goal. Historically, some people regarded this matrimonial alliance as laying the foundation for friendly relations between Tang and Tibet. However, in reality, few knew that this very alliance led to the rapid growth of Tibet's power, eventually making it a thorn in Tang's side. Before this, Tibet was just a group of nomadic tribes like the Turks, equally fierce in combat but ultimately disorganized. However, through this matrimonial alliance, Tibet obtained a large number of excellent craftsmen, seeds, and agricultural knowledge from Tang. This directly enabled Tibet to undergo a splendid transformation within a short period. This cannot happen. This must not be agreed to. Berkeley's words acted as the last straw. No sooner had he spoken than Garth jumped up from his chair. Prepare the carriage quickly. I must go to the palace to see His Majesty. Though agitated, Garth was still self-aware enough to know that, given his current physical condition, riding a horse at full speed was impractical. Since he had just returned from outside, preparing the carriage didn't take too long. Shortly after Garth finished speaking, Dave rushed over. Master, the carriage is ready. To the palace. I need to go to the palace now. Without hesitation, Garth rushed towards the carriage. Let's go quickly. Garth could not afford to delay. They had already agreed to the matrimonial alliance while at the palace. Once officially announced, there would be no room for reconsideration. Garth's arrival at the palace was swift. When he returned, Ebert was still dealing with state affairs in the Great Hall. Your Majesty, Lord Eriko requests an audience. Chauncey? Startled, Ebert showed surprise on his face. Please bring him in quickly. Though uncertain about what was happening, Ebert knew Garth wouldn't come unless something significant was up. The old minister pays respects to Your Majesty. As soon as he entered, Garth quickly paid respect to Ebert. Chauncey, please don't be so formal. Ebert gestured for Garth to sit down and then said, You must have something important to tell me. Exactly. With the relationship between Garth and Ebert, there was no need for roundabout speech. Nodding quickly, Garth began. The old minister returns to ask you to refuse Tibet's request. Unexpectedly hearing these words, even Ebert was taken aback. Why do you say that, Chauncey? Is there a hidden plot by Tibet? Ebert understood Garth's character well. If there wasn't solid evidence, he wouldn't make such statements. According to Aircare, Bob isn't seeking to marry a Tang princess, but rather to obtain our dowry. Without waiting for Ebert's query, Garth recounted the entire conversation between himself and Berkeley. Phew, Ebert took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. I hadn't expected this level of calculation. Without your reminder, Chauncey, I almost fell for those barbarians' tricks. Reflecting on his previous decision, Ebert couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. To eliminate one Turkic power only to cultivate a more powerful Tibet was certainly not what he wanted. Your praise is too high. If not for Aircare's reminder, the old minister might not have realized this. Darren was never one to feign modesty. Such a good opportunity to boost his son's reputation could not be missed. Indeed, upon hearing Garth's words, Ebert's face showed approval. Even among my most trusted advisors, none seemed to have seen this as clearly as two young lads. At this point, Ebert naturally recalled Tony's recent comments, but compared to Berkeley's reasoning, Tony's argument seemed more like accidental insight. I thank you for your efforts, Chauncey. It appears we indeed cannot agree to this. Sighing slightly, Ebert continued, but this will likely complicate future cooperation with Tibet. Even so, we must not satisfy Tibet's insatiable ambition. Since everything was now clear, Garth naturally refused to agree to anything that would aid the enemy. You speak sensibly, Chauncey. Nodding, Ebert replied, it seems this matter needs to be rediscussed with Fusey G and others. Looking at the sky outside, Ebert abandoned the idea of recalling the ministers who had left not long ago. It's late today. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Without waiting for Garth's response, Ebert added, given that you hurried here without eating, why don't you stay for a meal? How can I refuse your Majesty's invitation? An emperor inviting a subject to dine was an enormous honor. Refusing would be disrespectful, which Darren certainly wouldn't do. After dinner and a few drinks with Ebert, Garth returned home smelling faintly of alcohol. Old man, did you solve the issue? It's resolved. Proud of his son's rare contribution, Garth overlooked the impertinent nickname. Nodding, Garth added, Unfortunately, cooperation with Tibet is probably impossible now. Chapter 29. Garth, my son is a Chilean child. As he spoke, Garth couldn't help but sigh deeply. Without the assistance of Tubo, dealing with the Turks would be much more difficult, and it wouldn't be so easy to redeem the disgrace in the short term. The old man is overthinking this. Blue shook his head before responding. Let's not even talk about Tubo not giving up the opportunity to cooperate with the Great Tang. Even without them, dealing with the Turks wouldn't be that hard. You mean there's still hope for this? That's right. Nodding frankly, Blue didn't dare to keep his father guessing any longer. The grasslands can only tolerate one wolf pack, not two. Blue's words were vague, but they caused a great disturbance in Garth's mind. Indeed, as powerful tribes on the grasslands, the threat posed by the Turks to Tubo was far greater than what they could bring against the Great Tang. Ha ha ha, who would have thought Isekai had such insight? Truly, you do not disappoint as my Chilean child. Compared to resolving the dilemma, Garth was more delighted by his son's performance today. From now on, at least he wouldn't need to worry about what would happen after his death. In response to Garth's praise, Blue simply shrugged indifferently. Don't think too highly of him now. When Garth punished him, he never thought twice about calling him a Chilean child. Old man, are you planning another trip to the palace? Seeing Garth excited like someone who just ate a dozen lollipops, Blue frowned slightly. No need. Shaking his head, Garth's smile finally waned. It's already late today. Let's wait until tomorrow. There was something Garth didn't mention. When he left the palace, Ebert was still hugging a pillar and shouting Empress. Even if he went to the palace now, nothing productive could be discussed. After exchanging a few more words with Blue, Garth was dragged back to the room by Nicole by the ear. How dare you drink so much when your health is already poor? Do you think I have no temper? Lady, please calm down. I had no choice but to accompany His Majesty, Garth pleaded softly. At least give me some face in front of Isekai. Watching his parents leave while leaning on each other, Blue couldn't help but smile. Though Garth appeared normal, Blue knew he was already drunk. When Garth got drunk, he differed from most people in that he stayed alert and acted as though nothing was wrong. However, those close to him knew that his voice would become several times louder once intoxicated. For example, right now, though he was begging for mercy, almost everyone in the Chin residence could hear Garth's voice. Master, shall I serve you to bed? As Garth was taken away by his mistress, Layla seized the opportunity to approach Blue. It's you, Xiaowa. Nodding, Blue stood up from the recliner, a playful smile on his face. Have you warmed the bed for this young master yet? I have. Seeing Blue's face getting closer, Layla hurriedly stepped back. It wasn't that she disliked Blue. Rather, Garth had given clear instructions when she was taken in. If Blue dared to misbehave, break his legs. Yes, break Blue's legs. To prevent her young master from losing a good leg due to impulse, Layla had to protect herself. What a bore. Watching Layla hastily retreat, Blue couldn't help but comment. Garth was one of the few who always followed through with his threats. If Blue acted impulsively, breaking his leg would definitely happen. Master. Unaware of Blue's thoughts, Layla thought he was angry at her and lowered her voice, adding quietly, if Master really likes it, then Xiaowa can secretly give it to you. Seeing Layla blush after speaking, Blue first froze, then pinched her face hard. You naughty girl, for such a little thing, you're quite bold. But this young master isn't that thirsty. With that, Blue quickly turned and headed back to his room. Oh dear. Blushing made her even prettier. Neither Garth's threats nor the education from his past life let Blue act rashly towards a young girl. Tossing and turning in bed for hours, Blue finally fell into a daze. How is it you again? Once, Blue naively believed having a maidservant would make every morning pleasant and wonderful. But reality taught him otherwise. Even the most delightful destiny can't withstand an annoying friend. Hee-hee-ha, why does Brother Isekai look so unhappy? Ignoring the displeasure, Ascari flashed a mouth-breath-filled smile. Lao Fong and Yuichi Baochi invited us out to play, so I came early to notify you. You. Seeing Ascari's innocent face, Blue's lips twitched. In the future, don't wake me unless it's urgent. If it's urgent, ask Xiaowa to wake me. All right, I got it. Seeing Blue's serious expression, Ascari nodded perfunctorily. He muttered under his breath. We've grown up together naked since childhood. Who would have thought Brother Isekai would be shy? Clearly, he hadn't realized how disturbing his face looked to a freshly awakened handsome young man. You go out first, let me tidy up. Waving Ascari out, Blue started getting dressed and washing up. This can't continue. I should find a way to deal with Ascari. Understanding his friend's nature well, Blue knew that unless it was something truly serious, Ascari's promises were worthless. While planning how to stop Ascari from disrupting his sleep, Blue leisurely dressed and exited his room. So, where are we going today? Hee. Today we're going to see a fish-serving Buddha. After glancing around cautiously, Ascari leaned close to Blue. If we receive the fish-serving Buddha's blessings, perhaps Uncle Chin's illness can be cured. Chapter 30. The Master of Blessings, Ascari. Fish-serving Buddha? Upon hearing Ascari's words, Blue couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Do we have those in our Great Tang? Oh no. With a startled cry, Ascari quickly covered Blue's mouth with an anxious look on his face. Don't talk nonsense, Brother Isekai. If the fish-serving Buddha gets offended, it could be a huge problem. Though he knew Ascari meant well, Blue couldn't help but find it amusing. If so, then tell me what this fish-serving Buddha can actually do? The fish-serving Buddha has many skills. Seeing that Blue wasn't going to say anything more reckless, Ascari began explaining. The fish-serving Buddha can retrieve coins from boiling oil, seal away evil spirits, bring good luck and ward off misfortune. Watching Ascari spout these claims, Blue was almost transformed into a twisted dragon king in his mind. These are just some common street tricks. But Blue soon realized that for people of this era, these tricks could indeed be seen as miracles. Aside from those small tricks, the abilities like granting children or curing all diseases were dismissed by Blue as mere nonsense. For Ascari to call someone a fish-serving Buddha, this old fraud must have quite a few followers. In a large group, having a few blessed individuals is not surprising. As for those who prayed and saw no effect, it must be because you're not sincere enough. You may not know, but if we go to pray today, it will be more effective than any other day, Ascari continued. Why is that? Having figured out the true identity of this so-called fish-serving Buddha, Blue's curiosity deepened. He was eager to see what other tricks this person might have up their sleeve. Because a bodhisattva is descending to the mortal world today. After glancing around, Ascari began explaining. This started a few days ago. Ascari was undoubtedly a good storyteller, with well-constructed characters and plot twists, though his excessive saliva was a nuisance. Struggling through Ascari's torrent of spittle, Blue finally understood the situation. The so-called fish-serving Buddha was actually a monk from the Temple of Gratitude, CN Temple, outside Chang'e. Initially, he was just an ordinary monk, but one day he suddenly claimed he had received enlightenment from Buddha. To prove his claim, this fish-serving Buddha performed several magic tricks, such as retrieving coins from boiling oil in front of an audience. Just like the saying goes, good advertising can turn dog poop into treasure. This fish-serving Buddha was exactly that kind of person. 3 days ago, the fish-serving Buddha predicted that a bodhisattva would descend to earth and accurately specified the location. To show his devotion, he declared today as the Buddha Arrival Festival and promoted the idea that those with sincere hearts can receive blessings from the bodhisattva. So, how do we show our sincerity? Well, after a brief hesitation, Ascari continued. As they say, before the Buddha, all beings are equal. We just need to donate some incense money to the temple and leave the rest to fate. Seeing the disdainful look on Blue's face, Ascari hastily added, Uncle Chin is known for his righteousness. The bodhisattva will bless him. Chuckling lightly, Blue finally nodded at Ascari. Alright, let's go and take a look. Heh, that's the spirit. Nodding rapidly, Ascari grabbed Blue and was ready to set off. The time for the bodhisattva's arrival is getting close. Let's. Mid-sentence, Ascari's expression turned odd. Brother Arakayu, why are you carrying a stick? Self-defense when traveling. Grinning widely at Ascari, Blue explained. A man must protect himself. Without waiting for Ascari to react, Blue thrust another stick into his hand. Take this one too. You'll need it in case you end up fighting barehanded later. A wreck? Ascari's face froze, unable to catch the latter part of Blue's sentence. What did you just say, Brother Arakayu? Nothing. I just said we can't miss the time of the bodhisattva's arrival. Right, let's hurry. Hearing this, Ascari ignored Blue's odd behavior. Bentley, get us a carriage quickly. Leaving the Chin residence, Ascari kept urging them along. Even Bentley was finding it hard to keep up. Prince Chang, we're already moving as fast as possible within the city limits. Garth's upbringing was extremely strict. Except in emergencies, no one in the mansion was allowed to cause trouble in the streets. Oh dear, what a rush. Seeing Ascari's anxious face, nearly jumping out of the carriage, Blue felt amused. I never knew you believed in Buddhism. During the Tang Dynasty, Buddhism was flourishing, and many wealthy families practiced it. But Blue was certain the Cheng family wasn't among them. Sure enough, upon hearing Blue's words, Ascari gave a peculiar look. Who said I believe in Buddhism? Rubbing his head, Blue asked. I just heard a bodhisattva is coming today, and wanted her to grant me a servant girl. As he spoke, Ascari cast a jealous glance at Blue sitting beside him. Just because I'm a bit uglier, does that mean I can't save a damsel in distress? After days of reflection, Ascari finally understood why Layla chose Blue, but this wasn't something he found particularly joyful. You sure are clever. Giving Ascari a thumbs up, Blue sighed in exasperation. I think asking your father would be more effective. If a follower of the bodhisattva knew Ascari was praying for a servant girl, they would likely tear him apart. That won't work. Shaking his head quickly, Ascari's face showed a hint of fear. If my old man finds out I want a servant girl, he'd give me a sound thrashing. It had to be admitted that Jamie's parenting philosophy worked in some ways. It certainly made Ascari behave properly. Master, we've arrived. Just as Blue and Ascari were talking, Bentley's voice sounded from outside the carriage. Chapter 31. Bentley's foreboding. So fast? Blue stuck his head out of the carriage, a puzzled expression on his face. This doesn't look like the place where the bodhisattva is descending, does it? Master, there are too many people on the road ahead. We may have to walk through, Bentley said, pointing toward a few carriages not far away that had also stopped. In that case, let's walk then. Nodding, Blue didn't say much more. The descent of the bodhisattva was no trivial matter, so it was normal for there to be many people present. Once Bentley secured the carriage, the three of them followed the crowd towards their destination. As they walked, Blue realized he had underestimated the leadership and influence of this living Buddha. Apart from civilians, they encountered many officials in official attire maintaining order, clearly following orders from the government. Being young and short gave Blue, Bentley, and Ascari a surprising advantage. Under Ascari's lead, they weaved through the crowd and surprisingly managed to reach one of the front positions. Don't worry, Arakayu. As long as we stand here, we'll definitely witness the descent of the bodhisattva. Patting his chest, Ascari looked visibly excited. My cute little maid will finally meet me. Unaware of Ascari's thoughts, Blue observed the surroundings. The name of the fish-serving Buddha resonated deeply, with believers spanning various social levels. In the densely packed crowd, Blue saw merchants wearing robes accompanied by several servants, officials in plain clothes and official boots, but most were poor citizens. Fishirk, the old woman, standing next to him now. Old lady, are you here to pray for blessings from the bodhisattva? Smiling, Blue greeted her. Of course. The old woman nodded and cast her gaze over the trio. It's good that you children know to come and pray. The bodhisattva will surely bless you. If the bodhisattva exists, please bless me first. Blue thought sarcastically before turning back to the old woman. Old lady, what do you plan to pray for? With a long sigh, the old woman's expression turned sorrowful. All for my unfortunate child. He has been ill since birth. Though her narration was somewhat chaotic, Blue gathered the information he needed. Her child suffered from a strange illness, and she had come specifically because of the Bodhisattva's rumored arrival. Notably, to demonstrate her sincerity, she had brought all her family's wealth, even selling her youthful dowry, a silver hairpin. Recalling her sorrow, the old woman lost interest in further conversation, choosing instead to hang her head in silent grief. Her situation wasn't unique. Many of the attendees had brought their entire life savings, believing the merciful Bodhisattva would resolve their troubles and misfortunes. A bunch of monks fooling around, truly causing harm. Seeing an old monk sitting on the ground chanting scriptures nearby, a stern expression crossed Blue's face. Originally intending just to spectate, now he felt compelled to act. Amitabha, the presence of everyone here shows they are true followers of the Buddha. The old monk began slowly under Blue's watchful eye. The Bodhisattva is about to descend. With sincere prayers, you will surely receive the Bodhisattva's response. With that, the old monk closed his eyes and resumed his chanting seriously. If not for his preconceived knowledge, Blue might have believed this monk to be a wise and enlightened monk. Quickly, everyone look. The Bodhisattva really is descending. Amidst the monk's chants, the ground beside him began to rise slowly, and a giant stone head emerged from the soil. Almost instantly, all the surrounding people fell to their knees. Bodhisattva, the Bodhisattva really descended. At the sight of the stone head emerging, the monks joined the kneeling crowd, closing their eyes and beginning their chants. Arakayu brother, shouldn't we kneel quickly? Tugging at Blue's arm, Ascari looked anxious. Missing this moment could mean missing out on his beloved little maid. Not yet. Shaking his head, Blue lowered his voice. Chuliang, wouldn't you want a cute and obedient maid? Of course I do. Ascari nodded quickly, adding, especially if she's as beautiful as Xiao Yi. You certainly have big ambitions, huh? Blue rolled his eyes, silently noting Ascari's desire for later revenge. In such and such year of the Zhangguan era, Ascari coveted my maid, a deep grudge that cannot be forgotten. I have a method to help you gain the Bodhisattva's blessing. Would you like to try? A mysterious smile spread across Blue's face, and his eyes gleamed strangely. Well, Ascari hesitated briefly before responding. Such a good opportunity should be used by you first. Just as Blue wondered if Ascari had seen through his plot, the latter continued, Uncle Chin's illness is severe. He needs the Bodhisattva's blessing more than I do. Good brother. Squeezing Ascari's arm firmly, Blue felt genuinely touched. Though he was ugly, slow-witted, and had bad breath, Ascari was loyal. In light of this small show of loyalty, Blue decided to reduce his future pranks against him. My method can accommodate all three of us, so don't feel pressured. That's great news. What about me? At Blue's words, both Ascari and Bentley responded immediately. Unlike Ascari's excitement, Bentley felt uneasy. His master only acted this generously when planning mischief. You unwilling? Glaring at Bentley, Blue's expression turned threatening. Mess up my plans, and I'll send you to the Spring Breeze Pavilion as a pet. Willing, very willing, extremely willing. Bentley stammered, feeling increasingly uneasy. Note: some minor creative liberties taken to enhance readability while maintaining the essence of the original content. Chapter 32. The wooden staff shatters the Bodhisattva. Thanks to growing up together with Blue as playmates, Bentley instantly understood the meaning behind his young master's eyes. From this moment on, I am Blue's loyal hound. No one is going to stop me. Hee, brother Arakayu. Let's hear your plan, Jordy said, rubbing his hands together in a sleazy manner and lowering his voice slightly. I'm getting impatient already. Amidst the crowd kneeling to pray for blessings, Blue and his two companions naturally stood out. Fortunately, everyone had their eyes closed, so no one noticed their actions. Follow me, Blue motioned to Jordy and Bentley, then cautiously led them toward the nearby stone statue of the Bodhisattva. Brother Arakayu, why are we coming here? Carefully avoiding passersby, Jordy looked puzzled. Do you think being closer to the Bodhisattva will make her pay more attention to us? Why complicate things? Blue shook his head casually. In a moment, not only will the Bodhisattva notice you, but everyone will. Without waiting for Jordy to react, Blue raised the wooden staff and smashed it hard against the stone statue before him. Bang! The loud noise startled the praying crowd, who opened their eyes in fear. What's happening? Did it thunder? Amitabha. Seeing the broken statue before him, Master Arikian couldn't help but rub his eyes open. Who the hell did this? Cough. I mean, this was all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? In a mix of confusion and fear, Master Arikian immediately took notice of Jordy and the others holding the wooden staff. Feeling the dangerous glares from the crowd, Jordy silently cursed. Brother Arakayu, you've really got me into deep trouble today. Jordy wasn't a believer, so he didn't feel any remorse for smashing the statue. What he regretted was not bringing more guards along. You wicked children. Arikian roared, nearly spitting out blood at the scene. On the day of Buddha's presence, the Bodhisattva statue was shattered by 3 brats. Could anything be worse? Besides anger, Arikian felt profound regret for not arranging guards around the statue. Actually, it was understandable that Arikian hadn't expected anyone to dare destroy a statue during such an occasion. Taking a deep breath, Arikian's expression turned cold. If you 3 can't explain yourselves, you'll face the wrath of the believers present today. Upon hearing this, Jordy and Bentley both swallowed hard. Brother Arakayu master, please don't fail us now. At this point, they were less concerned about why Blue acted this way and more focused on how to gain the forgiveness of the believers. Believers can be extremely fanatical in any era. There were plenty in the crowd who wanted to tear them apart for breaking the statue. This reverend, what I did was for the good of the people here. Smiling broadly at Arikian, Blue continued, if I hadn't stopped them, wouldn't they continue to worship a mere rock? Bastards. Arikian roared, his body trembling in fury. Daring to defile the Bodhisattva's image, you 3 must be possessed by demons. Waving his hand, Arikian ordered, seize these demons. Instantly, the monks pounced, considering this far worse than insults about their bald heads. Hold on. Blue roared, his face stern. I am Blue, son of Duke Eric. Who dares seize me? I am the son of Duke Liu. Looking at Blue and Geordie beside him, Bentley quietly lowered his raised hand. Damn noble scions, why can't I have a father like them? The title of Duke carried weight, and the monks paused their attack. Hmph. Coldly, Arikian replied. Not even a duke's presence excuses disrespecting the Bodhisattva. His eyes showed pain at losing potential offerings due to these brats' interference. Regret filled him. If only he'd collected the sincerity first before starting the blessing ceremony. That's right. Before Arikian could command the monks again, a roar came from the crowd. Using your fathers' names to cause chaos, I must teach you a lesson for Garth and Adebayo. With that, an elderly man in a blue robe stood up. May I know your name, venerable sir? Blue calmly greeted the authoritative-looking old man. I am Stanley. Do I have the authority to discipline you? Casting a cold glance at Blue and Geordie, Stanley ignored Bentley entirely. Gwa. Geordie gulped, his face turning awkward. Trouble. It's this old bastard. Hmph. Another cold sneer escaped Stanley, whose face darkened further. I may be old, but not deaf or blind. He shot a harsh look at Geordie, having never been insulted so openly in front of so many people. Greetings, Elder Shao. I apologize. Blue bowed respectfully. All we did was what needed to be done. Why are you so angry? Chapter 33. Stanley's Principle of Conduct. Damn it. Another roar of anger erupted from the elderly Stanley, who couldn't help but gasp for breath. You dare to damage the Bodhisattva statue in broad daylight and utter such heretical words. Do you really think you can do as you please by relying on your father's reputation? Old Sir Shao has misunderstood. What Erekai you damaged was merely an ordinary stone statue, Blue replied calmly. He then recalled some information about Stanley. Stanley, a prominent chancellor in early Tang Dynasty, was the seventh son of Thatcher Ming of Fisherong and the younger brother of Deborah. He truly was a heavyweight. No wonder he took the initiative to intervene after Blue and Gerard revealed their identities. Of course, there was another main reason. Stanley believed in Buddhism. Believing in Buddhism was actually a family tradition of the Shao clan, considering they once had a Buddhist emperor in their lineage. How outrageous. Facing the obstinate Blue, Stanley grew even more infuriated, nearly flailing his arms. If not for his advanced age, he might have pounced to physically assault them. This is a place sanctified by the presence of the Bodhisattva, calculated by a living Buddha. How can it be compared to mere rock? Having waited all his life as a devout Buddhist, Stanley finally encountered signs of Buddha's presence, only to have it destroyed by Blue with a single blow. The fact that he hadn't lost control until now demonstrated his considerable self-restraint. Buddhism teaches equality among all beings. Why should a Bodhisattva statue be considered more noble than an ordinary stone? Seeing Stanley's face darken further, Blue quickly changed the subject. Besides, this isn't the Bodhisattva descending at all. It's just a tool used by certain people to make money. Without waiting for others to respond, Blue quickly added, if you soak beans in water, bury them in soil, cover them with a stone statue, and the next day, the sprouts will appear along with the statue. Venerable monk, am I correct? Arekishin paused, and the anger on his face intensified. Nonsense. With a bow towards Stanley, Arekishin continued. The ignorant boy has ruined the grand occasion of the Bodhisattva's descent. Please, Chancellor Shao, ensure justice for our Buddhist order. As sons of national dukes, Blue and Gerard were not easy targets to offend, so Arekishin had no choice but to rely on Stanley. Being the fish-serving Buddha of Chang'an, Arekishin knew quite a bit about this devout chancellor. No rush. After Arekishin spoke, Stanley turned to look at Blue. Can you guarantee what you said is true? Of course. Blue nodded vigorously, smiling broadly. If I'm lying, I, Blue, will accept any punishment from Chancellor Shao. The plot device of sprouting Buddhas emerging from soil, overused in modern web novels, was something Blue was familiar with. Moreover, the damp soil around the statue confirmed his suspicions. I agree, Old Chung does too. And me as well, Gerard and Bentley chimed in as they faced Blue and Stanley. At this point, believing Blue seemed to be their only option. If Chancellor Shao doubts us, why don't we dig up the statue and see? Seeing the hesitation on Stanley's face, Blue added quickly. Knowledge is confidence. Absolutely not. Arekishin exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is the sacred ground of the Bodhisattva. Can it be destroyed because of a mere child's words? His tone bordered on threatening. To tamper with the Bodhisattva statue, who will bear this sin? The attendants following Stanley exchanged uneasy glances. They dared not incur the wrath of the Bodhisattva. Don't worry. Unlike the attendants, Stanley was firm. If the Bodhisattva is displeased, I will take full responsibility. To boost their confidence, he added quickly. The Bodhisattva is compassionate and would not hold you accountable for this matter. Don't. Do you doubt my word now? Seeing Stanley's anger, the hesitant attendants quickly shook their heads and rushed toward the smashed stone statue. We can't do this. If the Bodhisattva is offended, we'll all suffer. Ignoring Arekishin's shouts, Stanley looked at Blue. If it turns out as you say, I will apologize to you. Chancellor Shao is indeed upright and incorruptible, just as rumored. Blue bowed respectfully, flashing a big smile. His praise wasn't entirely flattering, for Stanley's integrity rivaled that of the renowned Quentin. Arekimph. Stanley sniffed, showing no favoritism to Blue. Despite this, Stanley had already believed Blue by 70%. His influence as a high-ranking official during both Sui and Tang dynasties came not only from his lineage, but also his sharp insight. Blue's confidence and Arekishin's panic gave him much to ponder. Ordinary believers would side with Arekishin due to their faith, but Stanley differed. He believed in truth above all, and revealing a fraud did not contradict his faith in Buddhism. Though lacking proper tools, the attendants worked swiftly, unearthing the buried stone statue within minutes. The loose soil facilitated their efforts. Sir, we've dug it out. Fisher the statue. Yes. No longer fearful, the attendants acted without hesitation, knowing that once they started, there was no turning back. 1-2 lift. With great effort, the heavy statue was lifted from the pit, revealing sprouts intertwined with green and yellow colors. Bean sprouts, there are actually bean sprouts. Everyone's eyes widened, focusing on Blue's face. Fishertle Duke Chin was right? Thud. Chapter 34. Ascari. Smart people are very, very bad. As Stanley's attendants began to act, the expression on Elder Monk Arikian's face turned grim. When he saw that his secret was discovered by everyone, he collapsed on the ground. Finished, it's all finished. A reckemph. Walking over to the large pit dug up by the crowd and taking a glance, Stanley's face gradually turned ashen. With a cold snort, Stanley's gaze fell upon Monk Arikian. At this point, do you still have anything to say? Stanley was a devout Buddhist believer. That's why he showed such fury. Towards those who disgraced his faith, he wished nothing more than to take the stick from Blue's hands and smash the pervert's head open. This old monk has nothing to say. Letting out a long sigh, Arikian's face was filled with defeat. He had expected his scheme to be exposed but hadn't anticipated it happening so quickly and by a few young lads. Since that's the case, please wait, Master Xiao. Suddenly interrupting Stanley's speech, Arikian displayed a pleading look on his face. This is all my doing. Please, for the sake of Buddhism, spare the others. The punishment for this matter will be decided by the Ministry of Justice. Not even I can decide guilt or innocence. As soon as he spoke, before Arikian could reply, Stanley waved his hand. Take them all away. Yes. After realizing that the Bodhisattva's descent was indeed a fraud, the fear in the hearts of Stanley's attendants vanished completely. They would be cleansing the Buddhist sect of its filth. Maybe even the Bodhisattva would reward them. In the eyes of the people, the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas were selfless beings who would never bear grudges. Send them all to the Ministry of Justice for Hartley to personally adjudicate. The depth of his devotion fueled his hatred. Right now, what Stanley felt towards Arikian and his ilk was only disdain. As the attendants escorted the monks away towards the Ministry of Justice, Stanley hurriedly approached Blue and the others. Earlier, I was blind. Please accept my apologies, young lords. If he wanted to apologize, Stanley wouldn't stand on ceremony and referred to the three as young lords. Not only did he call them thus, but while speaking, he bowed respectfully to show his sincerity. You're too kind, Uncle Xiao. Baring his teeth in a wide grin, Blue replied, Uncle Xiao, a lifetime Buddhist believer like you being deceived by these rascals can't be counted as a fault. Though he knew Blue was comforting him, when he heard the word rascals used for monks, Stanley couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. You little rascal, you're not holding back at all. Uncle Xiao, the orchestrators of this grand event are arrested. The rest will require your handling. Unaware of Stanley's thoughts, Blue only spoke after bowing. I am duty-bound. Nodding, Stanley didn't reject Blue's suggestion. Not just as a prime minister, but also for his faith. He couldn't overlook this. Lords, this is Minister Stanley. I believe you've already learned what happened. True to a statesman's abilities, at least Stanley's impromptu speech received Blue's approval and admiration. What started as an ordinary fraud ended as a discourse on civil life, faith, and the relationship between court and commoners. Seeing that Stanley wouldn't finish anytime soon, Blue pulled Ascari and Bentley aside. Staying any longer, he might drift off to sleep. Brother Arakayu, did you predict everything earlier? Looking at Blue with admiration, Ascari's face was brimming with excitement. Young men always enjoy the spotlight. What happened was perfect for him. If there was one regret, it was that his servant girl missed out again. Half right, half wrong. Smiling, Blue didn't keep secrets. Elder Monk Arikian's tricks were predictable, but Stanley showing up was unexpected. So, twitching slightly at the corner of his mouth, Ascari asked, if not for Monk Arikian, what would Brother Arakayu have done? Beat all the rascals, then dig up the statue to reveal the truth. Swinging the rod in his hand, Blue's face was full of confidence. With this divine weapon, I, Chin, am a master warrior. Compared to Blue's resolve, Ascari lacked confidence. Recalling the size of the captured martial monks, he gulped loudly. When going out with Arakayu brother, he needed to be extra careful. This guy seemed less reliable than old man. For a long time, Ascari believed his father was the most unreliable person in the Tang Dynasty, but now he revised his view. Ultimately, still too young. Brother Arakayu, actually, I think we should have a better plan. To ensure his future safety, Ascari chose his words carefully. A wise man does not stand under the wall. Interrupting himself mid-sentence, Ascari shut his mouth. He noticed Blue looking at him as if he were a monkey. Tsk tisk tisk. Smacking his lips, Blue said, I didn't expect such a cultured phrase from you. Really surprised. Blushing, Ascari's mouth twitched. So Dad always says smart people are bad. They don't even use foul words to insult. While Blue and Ascari joked, two men, one old, one young, both in robes, watched them from a nearby tea house. Who would have thought that the scheming of Buddhism would fail due to a few kids? Truly, heaven favors our Taoist path. Drinking his tea in one go, the younger man expressed joy. Everything happens as fate ordains. Today's disaster was entirely of Monk Arikian's own making. Glancing once more at Blue, the old Taoist added, but that young Lord Chin has helped us, and in the future, we should get closer to him. ##### Chapter 35. Striving for the perfect sleep. The young Taoist's lips twitched slightly as he watched the old Taoist wearing an expression that said, I've seen it all. We're all family here. Master, why must you act so phony in front of me? More importantly, what you just said sounded like something from a Buddhist monk. Though inwardly criticizing his master, the young Taoist was well aware of the latter's unreliable nature. If not for his silver tongue, how could this guy have obtained an official position at court? Regardless, today's events will certainly keep the Buddhists quiet for some time. The young Taoist remarked with a hint of wry reflection, adding a slight upward curve to his lips. Even they hadn't expected that a long-standing problem troubling the Taoist community would be solved by a mere child. This wasn't surprising, though. In the Tang Dynasty, both Buddhism and Taoism coexisted, but the Buddhist influence far outweighed that of Taoism when it came to gaining followers. Frankly speaking, if not for the fact that the Li clan constantly proclaimed their ancestry from the ancient Taoist sage Laozi, Taoism might have been utterly overshadowed by Buddhism long ago. The old Taoist nodded lightly, agreeing with his disciples' words. Find some people to spread the news widely. Our Taoist community can surely gain the upper hand through this. Yes, master. Blue had no idea that his unintentional actions had inadvertently given the two old schemers leverage against Buddhism. In truth, his goal was singular: to stop the common folk from displaying their sincerity. Unlike officials like Xiaoyu, who were well off, faith came at a high price in these impoverished times. Despite the monks and Taoists calling themselves poor monks or poor Taoists, they were actually incredibly wealthy. According to Tang laws, religious figures were exempt from taxes. To evade tax payments, many peasants handed over their lands to temples, then worked them back. As long as the money collected by the monks was lower than that required by the state, the peasants considered it a fair deal. Seizing such opportunities, monks became landowners under the guise of poor monks. Historical records show that during the Tang Dynasty, monks and Taoists owned as much land as some millennia-old noble families. Moreover, being men of the cloister, monks were seldom subject to searches by government officials. This led to many criminals escaping justice by simply shaving their heads and disguising themselves as monks within the temples, truly embodying the phrase, put down the butcher's knife and instantly become a Buddha. If the Buddhists only targeted rich merchants and officials, Blue wouldn't have cared. After all, he was a time traveler, not a superhero. But for monks like Isekai who indulged in worldly pleasures, Blue didn't mind giving them a taste of their own medicine. Where should we go next, young master? Well, since we're close to West Market, why don't we head over there? After some thought, Blue responded to Bentley's question. Compared to East Market, West Market offered more exotic and interesting items, which Blue enjoyed exploring. We can also check on the business at West Market, Ascari chimed in with approval. After all, strolling around shouldn't be dangerous again, right? Today's West Market was livelier than usual. As Blue walked along, he even heard some people discussing the exposure of the Buddha's arrival trick. Did you know, Fishertal Lord Qin is 6 feet tall, has 8 eyes, and 6 arms behind him? Fisher listening to nearby gossip about Fishertal Lord Qin exposing the evil monk, Blue couldn't help but chuckle sarcastically. Are you sure you aren't trying to tarnish my reputation while praising me? Of course, beyond the ridicule, Blue had deeper reflections. Ericman nature is indeed driven by gossip. Why do these people only praise Erikayu, but ignore my contributions? Compared to Blue's amusement, Ascari felt quite indignant. This feeling reminded him of a recent incident where he saved a lady, only to be ignored afterward. It's just gossip making me into a monster. What's there to envy? Glancing at Ascari, Blue found his thoughts somewhat ridiculous. Who would willingly be called a monster? However, Ascari's complaint did remind Blue of something important. To prevent future disturbances, Qin Manor needed a guard dog to ensure undisturbed sleep. With a clear goal, Blue started looking around. Sure enough, he found several vendors selling dogs. Brother, how much for your puppies? Choosing a vendor who seemed less suspicious, Blue approached him directly. Aside from the vendor's demeanor, the puppies in his stall were the fattest and cutest. Young sir has excellent taste. The burly man scanned Blue and his companions, flashing a grin that belied his simple appearance. These are specially bred hounds, not only cute now but capable of hunting tigers when grown. Picking up a yellow puppy, the man offered it to Blue. If you buy one, whether to charm a girl or as a future guard, it'll be perfect. Hearing the vendor's exaggerated claims, Blue's lips twitched. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. Despite his skepticism, he gently patted the chubby pup, believing the man's claim. This was indeed a Shichuan, a breed of native Chinese hunting dog. Though slender in appearance, they were fierce hunters loyal to their owners and highly aggressive. In Blue's era, Shichuan were even banned in urban areas due to their aggression. It was rumored that Erlang Shan's mythical dog Zio Xianquan was based on this breed. But all this was irrelevant now. Blue just wanted a peaceful night's sleep. How much for this little guy? Seeing your fine features, if you really want it, 50 coins will do. For a pet quality hound, this price was reasonable. Alright. Wait, I'll take one too. Hashtag chapter 36. A scene all too familiar. Before Blue could finish his sentence, Ascari had already swiftly added a remark. His eyes scanned over the group of puppies, and he looked earnestly at the dog seller. Help me pick the puppy that can best win over girls. This young master will not let you down. Both Blue and the dog seller's mouths twitched upon hearing Ascari's words. If this fellow had any sense, he wouldn't make such an ambitious request. Though they wanted to tell Ascari that even puppies have their limits, the dog seller sighed, thinking of the benefits one sale would bring to his family. If the young master likes, this one should meet your requirements, the man said, handing over the puppy to Ascari. He felt secretly relieved. It was fortunate that Ascari asked for the most favored by girls, rather than guaranteed to attract girls. Erikayu, what do you think of this one? Ascari, clearly trusting Blue more than the seller, handed the puppy in front of him and asked. Not bad. Blue couldn't help but smile. The puppy had black and white fur, 3 white spots on its forehead, and intelligent eyes. Wasn't this just another doge? Is this also a fine dog? No, it isn't. The honest-looking man shook his head. This puppy was abandoned by a foreign merchant some time ago due to illness. I pitied it and brought it back. He quickly added, but please rest assured, sir. I've been raising dogs for years, and I can confirm that this little one is now perfectly healthy. His eyes nervously watched Blue and Ascari. Originally, it was out of pity that he saved this puppy, never expecting it to grow into such a charming creature. Despite a few people expressing interest, most backed off once they heard about its past illness. You're an honest man to say so much. Hee hee, as Tang Dynasty people, lying gets our spines pointed at. The man chuckled sheepishly, a hint of red appearing on his face. This little guy looks good. At least he'd definitely draw attention from the ladies. Indeed, doges were known for their appealing appearance, which explained why many brave souls kept them in later times. It's settled then. As Blue spoke, Ascari immediately agreed. Jamie here finds this little one very appealing too. They paid 100 coins. Bentley took out a small silver fragment from his chest pocket. Blue didn't feel guilty about tricking Ascari into buying a doge. It did meet the old fellow's needs better than a fine dog. Excuse me, sir. Just as they were about to leave, the dog seller bowed towards Blue and spoke again. I have another wonderful item that will surely draw countless young ladies' attention. Perhaps. Seeing the man's expression shift to resemble someone selling private discs in a modern alleyway, Blue couldn't help but smirk. Since it's a wonderful item, let's see it. Please wait a moment, young master. The man beamed and turned around, retrieving a small basket from behind him. Take a look, sir. Chirp chirp. As he lifted the basket, a soft cooing sound came from inside, quite endearing. This is a panda, White Bear? At the sight of the black and white furry bundle huddled in the basket, Blue and Ascari exclaimed simultaneously. Erikayu, this is no ordinary cat. Noticing Blue's mistake, Ascari hastily clarified. White bears are true mountain beasts, even more ferocious than tigers. Waving his hand to interrupt Ascari's lecture, Blue focused on the man. I'm surprised you managed to catch a white bear, truly impressive. Hee. The man scratched his head, blushing slightly. I'm just a humble hunter. How could I capture such a beast? He explained further. He found the baby panda while hunting in the mountains. The mother had somehow died, leaving the cub to him. Blue scrutinized the man closely. First a doge, now a panda. Was this fellow truly blessed by fate? Rest assured, sir, this white bear is intelligent. If trained properly as a pup, it won't harm anyone, the man hurriedly added, assuming Blue had concerns about safety. The man actually liked this adorable creature himself, but knew it would consume a terrifying amount of food when grown. Hence, he decided to sell it despite his children's protests, aiming to find it a genuinely caring owner. Why don't you want to sell this to Jamie if you have such a wonderful thing? Ascari, noticing the seller's focus on Blue, felt a bit irked. It reminded him of a hero saving the damsel scene from not long ago. Although Ascari didn't particularly like pandas, he thought it would attract more beauties than the valiant marshal in his arms. What's valiant marshal? That was the name Ascari just gave to the doge. This young master looks destined to be a future general of our great Tang. Raising a white bear as a pet doesn't suit you. To prevent Ascari from taking the panda, the man reluctantly lied, though he secretly believed the bear stood a better chance of surviving with Blue than ending up as food for Ascari. ##### Chapter 37. The small villain who got shut out. Alright, this young master won't argue with you anymore. Perhaps the dog salesman's flattery was to his liking, for Jordy waved his hand and stopped talking further. This white bear, I wonder how much the vendor plans to sell it for? As Blue spoke, he couldn't help but pinch the silver coins in his sleeve. If it wasn't enough, he would have to go to the ice shop to fetch more. Indeed, as soon as he saw the little guy, Blue had already decided he must acquire it no matter what. This was a panda. In the future, pandas would truly be world-class celebrities, and not treasuring such a treasure right in front of him would make Blue want to hit himself. At that time, pandas weren't as precious as they are today. Though cute, they could also end up as food on someone's table. It was a common occurrence because, aside from the wealthy, most people in this era struggled to fill their bellies. However, during Wu Zetian's reign, the status of pandas started to rise. Historical records state that once while drunk, Wu Zetian personally named Japan as a country living quite well and gifted 2 pandas as national treasures to them. This was the earliest record of pandas being considered national treasures in historical documents. But, getting back on topic, upon hearing Blue's question, the man showed a conflicted expression. If the young master likes it, just give me 50 coins. After another glance at the little panda in the basket, the man continued, I only ask that you treat the little one kindly. Of course. Blue stroked the sleeping little one, and his soul found immense satisfaction. Anyone who dares to mistreat this little one will get a 30-minute, 1,000-year death from his peacemaking staff. To buy a panda for the price of a dog, at this moment Blue realized just how fortunate he had been. The chosen one was indeed himself. He signaled Bentley to pay the money, then took the little one out of the basket. As for the puppy, let Bentley hold it. How could men resist being fickle? Do I have the honor of knowing your name, vendor? I am Yang Joinkiang. How may I assist you, sir? Yang Joinkiang hurriedly bowed, surprised that Blue asked for his name. Compared to fishmonger Apollo, this name seemed quite plain, but Blue still quickly returned the gesture. I'm the owner of the Chang'an ice shop nearby. If you find such good things again, please bring them to the ice shop so I can take a look. Speaking, Blue made up his mind. He must tell the shop assistants to snatch up anything good that comes their way. Thanks to acquiring Era and the panda, Chin Erikai trusted young Joinkiang implicitly. Wasn't he like the old village chief giving out legendary items in beginner villages? So you're the young boss. Rest assured, I'll remember this. Though unaware that the ice shop belonged to the Tate family, young Joinkiang knew it well. If he could connect with such an influential person, he wouldn't worry about selling goods in the future. With that said, thank you, Brother Yang. Bowing once more, Blue prepared to leave with the panda in his arms. Today had already been fruitful with getting Fishertle Ball. Unfortunately, Blue didn't know that misfortune can strike unexpectedly. Being the chosen one, encountering villains is part of the package, isn't it? Ah, how adorable. Just as Blue turned, a cry rang out beside him, accompanied by a hand reaching towards his chest. Why do this, miss? Stepping back to dodge the Lushan's hand, Blue's face showed dissatisfaction. I'm a decent young man. How can you touch me so casually in broad daylight? You. The woman stomped her foot, her face turning red with anger. You're so rude. I just wanted to pet the little white bear. Even in the open-minded Tang Dynasty, a woman touching a man's chest in public, or vice versa, was unthinkable. Glaring viciously at Blue, the girl suddenly turned to the muscular man beside her her expression turning pitiful. Brother Zechariah, I want that little white bear. While speaking, she twisted her body, making the already smitten Zechariah nearly turn into a werewolf. Don't worry, Miss Amaya. See Brother Zechariah accomplish your wish. Clapping his chest, the large man, whose name was oddly fitting, stood before Blue. Boy, is that a white bear cub in your arms? Not really, it's a chubby hedgehog. Are you insulting my eyes? Zechariah paused, then his face flushed with anger. Even if he used other eyes, he'd know it wasn't a hedgehog. And your intelligence too. Responding calmly, Blue noticed the bald spot on Brother Zechariah. Maybe Miss Amaya was too short to notice it, or maybe she liked it. Either way, it wasn't Blue's problem. He suspected the latter. She was much taller than him after all. Who do you think you are? Doesn't matter who you are, you're definitely not my son. Keeping his composure, Blue inwardly smirked. Fishertle Ball sure had a talent for attracting attention, but unfortunately, not the right kind. Absolutely absurd. Indeed, God shuts the door but seals the window too. Truman here was ugly, bald, and terrible at arguing. Raging, Truman glared at young Joinkyang. How much did you pay for that white bear? I'll give you 10 times the amount, now give it back. Sir, I only paid 50 coins for the white bear. Bow in hand, young Joinkyang smiled broadly. But since the transaction is complete, I cannot interfere. Chapter 38. The Master of the Godfather Trend? Although young Joinkyang was just an ordinary hunter, he still had his own principles. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with what he had said. Since the transaction had been settled, how could one ask for the item back and resell it to someone else? A recomf. With a cold snort, Truman decided not to further pressure young Joinkyang. Firstly, it would tarnish his reputation. Secondly, the vendors in the Western Market were protected by the Western Market Office. His gaze fell on Blue again, and Truman's expression turned somewhat ugly. This little brat was sharp-tongued, and he didn't really want to engage with him. But thinking of his sister Ruth's beautiful face when she acted coy, Truman gritted his teeth. Boy, how about we buy your white bear at 20 times the price? 20 times 50 coins equaled 1,000 coins, precisely one tael of silver. Unfortunately, this price meant little to Blue and Ascari, who owned 2 ice shops. Blue shook his head quickly and mimicked Truman's expression. I'll give you 100 times the price if you stay away from me now. As the words left his mouth, Blue felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to use money as a weapon. Even I can have a day like this. No matter what Blue was thinking, it was clearly beyond Truman's comprehension. As Blue spoke, Truman's face darkened. He felt targeted. Boy, I advise you not to be greedy. Grasping his fist, making a cracking sound, Truman's tone became threatening. You'd earn 19 times more profit, and there's no better deal than that in the world. Nonsense. With a sneer, Blue narrowed his eyes. Do you look down on bandits and thieves? He even wore an expression saying, your knowledge is truly limited. Clearly, the most profitable ventures require no capital at all. Yet Blue found it amusing that although Truman looked intimidating, he wasn't much of an antagonist. Despite his appearance being offensive to viewers, Truman actually wanted to acquire Xiaotuanzi through a premium purchase, which was commendable. In contrast, the woman standing beside Truman seemed far more despicable. Not only did she try to touch the young man under broad daylight, but also try to get something for free. Arg, I'm furious. Truman's face turned red as he imitated a berserk sound effect. Boy, do you know who I am? No idea. Looking at Truman with pity, Blue thought this fellow's brain was as poorly equipped as his looks. Unless you can pull out a large coin right now, I don't recognize you. So listen carefully. Taking a deep breath, Truman spoke in a menacing tone. I am the 108th son of Conroy, Harrell, known as Zhang Panghai. Boy, hand over that white bear. Conroy? Seeing Truman's proud expression, Blue couldn't help but twitch his lips. Indeed, he remembered him. Most people who left names in history books possessed extraordinary talents, except for some anomalies. Ironically, Harrell was one of these peculiarities. As one of the 24 meritorious ministers, personally chosen by Sylvester Ebert, Conroy's early life could be described with just 2 words, failure. In a group of elite warriors, Conroy was like a mutt among thoroughbreds, always failing in battle. His sole achievement was his ability to keep secrets even under torture. Putting aside Conroy's hidden talents, let's talk about his eccentricity. Trusting fortune tellers, Conroy adopted over 500 godsons throughout his life, truly taking the godfather trend to the extreme. Of course, with so many, there were bound to be both good and bad ones. Eventually, this peculiar duke was accused of treason and executed in the Western Market. Blue smiled widely. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Antagonists often believe no one can surpass them. Though Truman wasn't a proper villain, he definitely had this trait. Laughing, Truman waved his arm arrogantly. Could you possibly be a prince or a duke's son? To tell you the truth, my father is Erek Wagong Garth. Blue pointed at Ascari who had stood tall nearby. And this is the son of Hyatt. Blue felt strange as he spoke. Wasn't he supposed to be the villain here, using money and influence to bully others? Leaving Sheen's thoughts aside, Truman's mind raced. Holy crap, this is serious. Although Truman was ugly, stupid, and reckless, he knew better than to provoke these nobles. Both Garth and Adebayo held higher ranks than Conroy, not to mention the difference between a godson and a biological son. Gulp. Truman swallowed hard, then tried to look apologetic. It was a misunderstanding. Will you believe me? I believe you, Blue nodded, ignoring Truman's shocked eyes. He wasn't scared of Conroy. Truman hadn't been too aggressive earlier, so there was no need to escalate things. Haha, I never thought Brother Sheen would feel the same way. Indeed, a man who could have a godfather in the Tang Dynasty must be thick-skinned. Blue's comment barely left Truman's lips before he showed off his unparalleled boldness. Bowing to Blue, Truman paid no attention to his young age. My apologies, young lord, I was out of line. Despite sharing a similar lack of decorum, Blue felt queasy when Pan Ruth threw him a flirtatious glance. Aloysia, you don't have to be so perfect. Shivering, Blue asked, Ruth, are your eyes uncomfortable? My name is Pan Ruth, not just Ruth, she replied. ##### chapter 39. Jordy, the rogue turns out to be me. After she spoke, realizing that her previous words might have sounded a bit off, Pan Ruth quickly added. If you like, young master, you can call me a Meyer. In truth, I prefer Pinru more. With a sarcastic remark, Blue completely ignored Ameyer's eagerness to increase her value just like Xiao Tuanzi did. Anatole, do you still plan to buy this panda? No need, won't, not necessary. Truman shook his head rapidly and didn't get angry at all over Blue's casual nickname for him. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take what others like. How could I do something so tasteless? After speaking, ignoring the twitching corners of Blue and his companions' mouths, Truman continued. I wonder if Brother Chin has time. I would like to treat you to a meal as an apology for my earlier rudeness. As he spoke, Truman's face showed a hopeful expression. Don't misunderstand. He simply wanted to latch onto some strong allies. Thank you for your invitation, Anatole, but I'm afraid today is not possible. Shaking his head rapidly, Blue smiled faintly. If Anatole is willing, we can set another day to meet. As a soul from the future, Blue had a remarkable ability with phrases like, another day, or pick a date. But clearly, Truman lacked such awareness. Upon hearing Blue's response, Truman's face immediately lit up with a smile that could captivate any child under 30. That's great. Rest assured, Brother Chin, I will definitely treat you well when the time comes. His smile grew even wider as he spoke. If I can treat Blue to a meal, it's almost like hugging his thick leg, right? For some reason, Blue felt that Truman was now even more enthusiastic than Pan Ruth. Could it be that this young master has already transcended gender limitations? As this thought flashed through his mind, Blue quickly shook his head. Impossible. There can be no one handsomer than my cat lord in this world. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Truman, Blue successfully led Jordy and Bentley away. The modern adage holds true. Boys should learn to protect themselves when they're out. Why didn't you teach that guy a lesson back there, Brother Erikayu? Following behind Blue, Jordy wore a dissatisfied look. As a playboy, he couldn't allow anyone to outdo him in that aspect. There's no need. Shaking his head, Blue yawned widely. If you're upset, you can go complain to Princess Pingyang. Blue believed that using brute force was for brutes. As a wise man, he knew how to leverage and use his advantages. He was nearly certain that if Jordy lodged a complaint, Conroy would give Truman a harsh scolding. Or worse, there's a slight chance Truman could end up dead. It wasn't Blue's pride talking. He simply had too much confidence in Adebayo. As one of the only two members of the Tang Dynasty meatball duo, besides Ebert, no one would willingly pick a fight with him. But I can't do that. Fortunately, Jordy still had some dignity. Shaking his head rapidly, he replied. Asking parents for help is what kids do. I, Jordy, would never do that. As he spoke, Jordy looked determined, though opinions may vary on whether this was genuinely true. However, there was a rumor that whenever Jordy got into conflicts and came out on the losing end, Jamie would hang him upside down on a crooked tree outside their gate for reflection. In fact, it wasn't just Jordy. The three Chung brothers generally received similar treatment. Blue even thought he had figured out why the tree was crooked. Ignoring the narrowly escaping Truman, Jordy touched his Grand Marshal badge and resumed his curious baby mode. Brother Erikayu, why did you suddenly want to buy a dog? Despite feeling a bit helpless, Jordy couldn't deny one thing. Even without a puppy, Blue's appeal to girls remained at max levels. Do you really want to know? Wearing a troubled expression, Blue sighed. I think some things are better left with a bit of mystery. Seeing Blue's evasive manner, Jordy's excitement only grew. There must be a secret here. Jordy's face turned serious, and he patted his chest. Brother Erikayu, I've always felt we are good brothers. Pausing slightly, he continued. As good brothers, I believe we shouldn't keep secrets from each other. Do you really think so? Pausing briefly, Blue couldn't help but ask. Yes. Nodding vigorously, Jordy felt like he had discovered something significant. Perhaps this is the secret to why girls are attracted to Brother Erikayu. Since that's the case, I won't hide it from you, for the sake of our brotherhood. Looking at Jordy's resolute face, Blue's eyes slightly reddened. Lately, my sleep has been constantly disturbed, so I want to get a fierce dog to ward off those annoying rogues. What kind of? Oh. Halfway through, Jordy's expression froze, his eyes becoming unfocused. Seems like I might be the rogue. Recalling recent events and confirming that he was indeed the only one who had disturbed Blue's sleep, Jordy couldn't help but inhale sharply. Well, what do you know? The rogue turns out to be me. Brother Erikayu. No matter how reproachful Jordy's expression was, Blue felt not a hint of guilt. Those who disturb my sleep commit a grave sin. Perhaps because of the emotional blow, Jordy remained unusually quiet for the rest of the journey. Notably, their Huito-lir here, means the rate at which people turn to look back at them. Or in other words, their attention-grabbing ability, indeed increased quite a bit. Revised. Interestingly, they did attract a lot more attention. Or more contextually fitting. Interestingly, they were getting a lot more attention from passers-by. Several cute little creatures carried by children, plus a man with a thick stick tucked into his belt. One of them might be a bit uglier, but the overall appeal was strong. Bosses, you're here? As soon as they reached the ice shop entrance, Blue and his group were unsurprisingly spotted by Joshua. Looking at Joshua's overly obsequious smile, Blue suspected he had been standing guard there all along. Manager Chung, no need for formalities. Calmly waving his hand, Blue said, how has business been these past days? Boss, business has been great. Smiling widely, Joshua beamed like a sunflower ready to bloom. There's no more bustling shop in the entire West Market than ours. Chapter 40. The Resurgence of the Pest Slayer. As the shop manager, Joshua's salary was directly linked to the shop's profits. This proposal was, of course, put forward by Chin Erikairui. Thus it will be. Outrageous. Chin Erikairui's words were cut short by a peculiar voice coming from inside the shop. What's going on? Without further ado, they all hurried into the ice shop. Someone daring enough to cause trouble in Chung family's shop must either be short-sighted or foolish. Owner's manager, the apprentice inside, bowed respectfully to Chin Arakairui and the others, his face now slightly relaxed. These customers want to buy our secret formula, but when I refused, they became angry. The apprentice looked helpless. Such a family heirloom recipe wouldn't be sold even by ordinary people, let alone by influential families like the Chings and Chins. Are you the owner of this shop? Another peculiarly accented voice sounded as the guests approached Chin Arakairui and his companions. Tubo people? During the Tang Dynasty, the capital served as the world center, and various ethnicities filled the streets. Each race had distinct features, making it easy to identify them without mistaking their identities. Looking at the two muscular men draped in animal skins and red cloth wrapped around their heads, Chin Arakairui instantly recognized them. Yes, I am the owner of this ice shop. Nodding calmly, Chin Arakairui maintained a composed demeanor. Though the Tubo were rising in power, they still lagged far behind the Tang. We want to buy your ice-making secret. Just name your price. The muscular man spoke with pride. If I get this secret, Lord Latongzin will surely praise me. Even he hadn't expected to find such an extraordinary shop in the Tang Dynasty, which could be considered a pleasant surprise. No problem, no problem. Smiling broadly, Chin Arakairui's appearance exuded harmlessness. You are quite reasonable, boy. Trent nodded approvingly. Quick, name your price. We won't mistreat you. Since you're so sincere, I can't refuse. Eyeing Trent from head to toe, Chin Arakairui finally spoke. 10 million taels of gold for the secret. Did you? Wait, what? Trent stopped mid-sentence, catching Chin Arakairui's quoted sum. Are you mocking me? Though gold wasn't common currency then, its value was undeniable. This sum was something even the entire Tubo nation couldn't afford. Why do you say that? Covering his mouth, Chin Arakairui feigned hurt feelings. You said name your price. Is there any issue with that? Boy, do you know who I am? I have no idea. Shaking his head honestly, Chin Arakairui felt nothing but disdain for these minor villains. Humph. With a cold snort, Trent tilted his head upward 45 degrees and declared, I am Trent, envoy of Tubo. I've come to discuss cooperation with the Tang and to seek marriage between our king and your princess. Pausing slightly, Trent continued. If you treat us like this, are you not afraid I'll report you to the Tang Thatcher? His eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he imagined the terrified boy immediately offering the secret for free. But obviously, he was overthinking it. Grinning and clucking his tongue, Chin Arakairui looked down on him. Without 10,000 warhorses and 1,000 oxen, how dare you savages think of marrying a Tang princess? Though Chin Arakairui didn't know the court's decision, he guessed Desi's quest wouldn't be easy given the old Chin's grim expression upon returning from the palace. Ha ha ha, young master speaks the truth. In addition to warhorses and oxen, one should personally visit our Thatcher in the Tang. The pride of the Tang was incomparable, and as Chin Arakairui spoke, the onlookers burst into laughter. Would they really let a group of barbarians easily marry the Tang princess? You. Faced with ridicule, some people turn shy, while others grow furious. Clearly, Trent was the latter. Damn you. Roaring angrily, Trent swung his fist at Chin Arakairui, intent on teaching the brat a lesson from a Tubo warrior. Boom. Just as everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending scene, a loud noise erupted from the shop. Not out of cowardice, but because they were too far away to help in time. Daring to lay hands on young master. How audacious. Stopping Trent's punch was Joshua, who once served as a personal guard to Adebayo. How dare you, Al? Midway through his sentence, Trent's face turned deathly pale, and he crumpled to the ground, his legs spread apart in pain. Despicable. Not just Trent, but even Joshua, who was initially fierce, was startled. He had heard of young master's pest-slaying stick technique, and it lived up to its reputation. Yes, taking advantage of Trent's distraction, Chin Arakairui had warmly invited him to experience the force of his peacemaking stick. As for being despicable, when someone attacks a child, what's there to feel ashamed about? Indeed, after the initial shock of Chin Arakairui's ferocity, applause erupted outside the door. Well done. A good hit. Excited cheers followed, though spittle flew everywhere. The swiftness and precision of this strike remind me of my youth. Grandpa, it seems you weren't much of a gentleman in your youth either. Beyond excited exclamations and boasts, some deeper praise emerged. As expected of the son of Marshal Arek, truly worthy of General Chin's reputation. Hashtag Chapter 41. Fishertal Bowsie's Super Evolution. Although he did not know what Darren was like in his youth, Blue felt that he probably did not possess stick fighting skills as refined as his own. We are envoys of Tubo. Looking at Barnabas rolling on the ground and even drooling, one of the Tubo men standing beside him silently covered his crotch. Attacking an envoy, aren't you afraid of the court's reprimand? As a member of the envoy group, they had a fair understanding of some Tang customs and personalities. It was precisely for this reason that Barnabas had entertained the hope of obtaining a secret recipe for free earlier. Heh. With a cold laugh, Joshua stood majestically before Blue and the others. Daring to attack the son of a Tang national marquis, regardless of your identity, you will pay the price. Listening to Joshua's words, Blue seemed more helpless than the two Tubo men. What good is high status if it means one can treat enemies without restraint? As a proud 7-foot-tall man, though not quite yet, Blue actually liked such situations very much. Marquis? National marquis? Startled, Barnabas momentarily forgot about the intense pain between his legs. This time, it's truly hitting iron. At least these are foreign envoys. Mr. Chung doesn't have to be so harsh on them. Blue spoke again. Why don't we hand them over to the officials of the Ministry of Rights? I believe this is the best way to handle envoys. Barnabas's heart sank further as Blue's words were uttered. Indeed, this devil is worse than expected. Don't think the Ministry of Rights only deals with welcoming foreign envoys. They also manage and supervise them. Based on what Barnabas and his companion did today, they would likely suffer greatly under the ministry's jurisdiction. The master speaks wisely. Joshua cared little for the feelings of the two foreigners. Satisfying his masters was his primary concern. Nodding, he dispatched 2 shop boys to escort them to the Ministry of Rites. Why only 2 boys? Because at least 20 or 30 curious onlookers were following them. After confirming the ice shop's business was doing well and discussing Yang Joinziang with Jamie, Blue, and Ascari bid farewell. Master, there's something I want to ask. Seeing Blue about to leave, Joshua hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. Pausing slightly, Blue nodded. Speak. What should we do for business when the weather cools down? The ice shop was thriving, but this was due to the current weather conditions. Once summer passed, business would gradually decline until it vanished. Don't worry about that. Impressed by Joshua's foresight, Blue looked at him with new respect. When the temperature drops, I'll find new business opportunities to tell you about. That's great, that's great. Nodding quickly, Joshua expressed no concealment of his delight. Better business meant higher wages. How could he not be happy? Saying goodbye to Joshua again, Blue carried Fishertle Bowsy and headed toward the Chin residence. The little one must be hungry, as he began licking Blue's body. Oh right, what if I upgrade Fishertle Bowsy? As he thought, Blue issued the command to the system. Dog system, upgrade Bowsy. The system had said everything could be upgraded, with varying effects each time. Sure enough, just as Blue finished speaking, the system's voice sounded promptly. Ding, congratulations. Host spent 1 evolution point to obtain. Super-toothed Bowsy. Category * pet. Strange beast. First evolution. Description * top tier adorable creature. Adored by countless people as a national treasure. Function * petting. Being cute. Fighting. Note * try mistreating it at your own peril. Consequences not guaranteed by this system. Heh. Quietly giving the system the middle finger, Blue laughed coldly. Only a fool would treat Fishertle Bowsy poorly. T.S. Suddenly, Blue couldn't help but gasp. Looking down, he saw that the little one, whom he had been holding, had already bitten his finger. Worse still, it was the same middle finger he had just raised, which was now swollen. Dog system. How dare you say this has nothing to do with you? Ding. Please do not disturb the system for trivial matters, host. Before Blue could retort, a sound of hanging up echoed in his mind. Damn, you're really something. Cursing inwardly, Blue quickly grabbed the back of Fishertle Bowsy's neck with his other hand to lift him up. If this guy keeps biting, my finger might not survive. Ing. Feeling his food taken away, the little one made dissatisfied noises and even patted Blue's arm with his paws. No need to rush, you'll get food soon. Spurred on by Fishertle Bowsy's urgency, the trio moved several times faster than before. Even so, by the time they returned to the Chin residence, Blue's clothes were in disarray, and his stomach bore several red and swollen marks. Milk, give me milk fast. Yo, young master? Seeing Blue, who burst in with disheveled clothes demanding milk, Priscilla blushed deeply, nearly bumping her head on the floor. Not here, is it appropriate? What's inappropriate? Noticing Priscilla's almost floor-level head, Blue realized what had happened. Did I overshare just now? T.S. Felt another wave of sharp pain from his abdomen. Blue couldn't help but gasp again. I mean drinkable milk, goat milk, mare's milk, or anything else. While speaking, he struggled to pull the little one off his belly. At the moment of separation, everyone heard a soft pop. Ah, I see. Priscilla first stared at the black and white bundle being held by her young master and then reacted. Wait a moment, young master. I'll fetch the milk right away. Watching Priscilla flee in embarrassment and seeing Ascari and Bentley grinning mischievously, Blue's face darkened. Laugh again and I'll let you taste my stick. Chapter 42. The Rice Bucket and Millet. No, never again. Recalling Blue's inhumane stick techniques, Ascari and Bentley shuddered involuntarily. Sir, rest assured. I've undergone rigorous training. I will not laugh easily. I'm the same. Clamping a hand over his mouth, Ascari also nodded rapidly. I won't laugh, I promise. Seeing Ascari still trembling while speaking, Blue couldn't help but twitch his lips. Don't think I don't know you're smirking just because you're covering that ugly face. Though he grumbled internally, Blue would never actually punish Bentley and Ascari for such a trivial matter. After all, his 5 roommates back home were far more troublesome. Yes sir, the milk has arrived. Just as Blue continued to threaten Bentley and Ascari with his death ray, Priscilla's voice came from not far away. Her cheeks were even redder than when she had left, likely from running too fast or some other reason. Perhaps smelling the fragrance of milk in the air, Fishertle Bun, who had finally calmed down, started struggling and crying again. All right, it's coming soon. Pats on the little one's bottom, Blue hurriedly placed him next to the bowl Priscilla had brought. In gulps. Seeing Fishertle Bun bury his head in the bowl, Blue's lips twitched slightly. Since you love eating so much, let's call you Rice Bucket from now on. Uncertain what Fishertle Bun's cries meant, Blue simply took them as agreement. Very well, it's settled then. Sir, is this a little white bear? It's so adorable. After several days together, Priscilla had come to understand Blue's character quite well. Except for being a bit irritable when disturbed during sleep, her young master was generally kind-hearted. Therefore, Priscilla felt at ease around Blue. As she spoke, she pinched Rice Bucket, causing another series of ing cries. Correct. Nodding, seeing Priscilla more excited than himself, Blue sighed inwardly. Feels like this little servant girl is going to be taken away by this black and white creature. Since you like it so much, you'll take care of Rice Bucket's feeding from now on. Noticing Priscilla's eyes glued to Rice Bucket, Blue made this decision. That's wonderful. Cheering, the young servant girl patted her chest. Rest assured, sir, I'll take good care of Fishertle Rice Bucket. Feeding Rice Bucket wasn't difficult. As a military commander, Garth had many warhorses on the estate. Just a bit of milk from a pregnant mare would keep Fishertle Rice Bucket full. Giving the servant an encouraging glance, Blue returned to his reclining chair. This is indeed where I belong. You too, what are you still doing here? Blue's words startled Bentley and Ascari. Why? Should we be somewhere else? Sensing their confused expressions, Blue sighed. Don't the little ones in your arms need to eat? And, pointing at Ascari, Blue scowled. Your great marshal seems to have peed on you. Ah! Exclaiming in surprise, Ascari noticed a large wet spot on his clothes. Now I get why there was a strange smell on the way here. With that remark, Ascari turned and ran outside. I'm going to change my clothes, Brother Erikayu. Rest well? Knowing Blue, Ascari figured he'd fall into a deep sleep on his recliner soon. Watching Ascari leave, Blue sighed again. Something feels off. Yet nothing seems wrong. Nothing eventful happened next. Naming the puppy Millet, Blue handed it to Bentley. I want you to learn to stop certain people from disturbing my sleep within a month. Can you do that? Why, young master, you should tell Millet. Shifting Blue's hand from his shoulder to Millet's head, Bentley forced a smile. Bullshit. Rolling his eyes, Blue remained unaffected by the servile grin. How would Millet know what to do without your instruction? But sir, it's a dog. Moaning, Bentley wished he could roll on the ground right then. Am I, a man of 7 feet, not quite, supposed to teach a dog to bite people? What does that have to do with me? Ignoring Bentley's pitiful look, Blue showed no mercy. If someone still disturbs my sleep in a month, I'll stew you for hot pot. Feeling the pat on his shoulder again, Bentley took a deep breath. Only now did he realize. Buying the dog was just a ruse. Getting me to block Ascari from disturbing your sleep was the real plan, wasn't it? Looking at his skinny arms and recalling Ascari's sturdy build, Bentley felt a sense of futility. Of course, both Blue and Bentley knew these were just jokes. Even if Bentley couldn't stop Ascari, Blue wouldn't harm him. Having grown up together since childhood, though they were master and servant in name, they were practically comrades in arms. Interrupted by another cry, Blue felt something tugging at his pants. Perhaps due to system boosts, Fishertal Rice Bucket seemed extremely affectionate towards Blue. Seeing Rice Bucket coo and nuzzle Blue, Priscilla sighed as she cleaned up. You've forgotten your mother for your master. You're really such a rice bucket. Compared to the warm scene at Blue's residence, the Honglu Temple presented a different scenario entirely. Bang! Chapter 43, Garth, I know I lost. Alton slapped the table in front of him, his face calm and composed. Tell me what happened. Well this? Feeling Alton's gaze, Bjorn, who had just been escorted back by an official from the Ministry of Rights, shuddered involuntarily. Only those who truly understood Alton knew that the calmer he appeared, the angrier he actually was. This incident started at the ice shop in the Western Market today. As Bjorn recounted the entire event tremblingly, his body shook more violently with each word. He noticed that Alton's expression grew even calmer as he listened. Ha, Alton smiled slightly and spoke. So, Denim that idiot has now been detained by the Tang Dynasty? Yes, Bjorn nodded, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The Tang said he assaulted a duke's son and thus cannot be released. Pausing, Bjorn then raised his head to look at Alton. Sir, should we rescue Denim? Rescue him? Alton tilted his head slightly, as if he had heard a joke. Do you know how serious it is to assault a duke's son? A useless person like him isn't worth the trouble. There was something Alton did not say aloud. The Tang's attitude toward them had shifted dramatically today. In such circumstances, he did not want to complicate matters further. Prepare some money, and tomorrow we will go apologize to Erek Wagong and Hyatt. Yes. Bjorn nodded, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. Compared to Denim, who had been completely abandoned, he felt incredibly lucky. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Palace, Thatcher Ebert was listening intently to Nolan's report with excitement. Slamming his hand on the dragon desk, Ebert burst into laughter. Haha, excellent, very good indeed. After laughing heartily, Ebert continued, I didn't expect Erikayu to pull off something like this, resolving a major headache for the court. Upon learning the true intentions of the Tibetan delegation, Ebert had already given up on marrying his daughter to them. As Yusef had said, we can offer marriage alliances, but only if a Tang man marries a Tibetan woman. Dream on if you think the Tang will give up their princesses. However, international relations could not be handled so bluntly. Even personal exchanges demanded saving face, let alone between nations. Thus, Ebert needed a plausible reason to refuse. Today's incident was a perfect opportunity. A Tibetan envoy openly offending a Tang duke was a serious matter, bordering on provocation. His Majesty receives his mandate from heaven, hence Fishertal Duke had the fortuitous assistance. Haha. Ebert laughed again, pointing at Nolan approvingly. You old fox, you've learned the art of flattery after all these years. Every word your servant speaks is true. I would never deceive your Majesty. Nolan feigned a bit of fear before continuing. Besides, I'm flattering the dragon. You. Ebert shook his head helplessly, knowing full well Nolan's skills. He trusted and valued his intelligence chief greatly, and besides, he appreciated Nolan's eloquence. Thatchers wielded life and death power over many, but they couldn't punish someone merely for flattering them. Even a tyrant wouldn't stoop so low. Summon Egan and the others. We need to discuss this thoroughly. Ebert added quickly, yes, don't forget Chauncey. Yes. Nolan nodded, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Though familiar with the frequent meetings involving advisors, he noted Garth's presence, a rarity until recently. Not due to lack of favor, but because of Garth's fragile health, Ebert seldom called him in. Nolan moved swiftly, and soon enough, the ministers were gathered in Ebert's study. Your Majesty. Dueling Seth finally bowed as Ebert finished reviewing a document. What is the matter that you have summoned us here? All eyes turned to Ebert, expecting important news. Ebert usually convened them only for significant matters. Don't worry, this is a pleasant affair, Ebert laughed. Relieved, everyone relaxed. If it were truly bad news, Ebert would be even more anxious than they were. Your Majesty. Garth unexpectedly spoke first. Is this matter related to my son? It wasn't vanity. Garth knew that unless it involved him or Blue, Ebert wouldn't have summoned him. When Nolan came earlier, Garth had been playing with his pet bear cub before rushing over. Speaking of which, this brought up the story of the bear cub. Initially, Garth had resisted the idea when Blue wanted to raise a white bear, fearing it might distract him. However, when the small black and white creature wrapped its paws around his ankle and looked at him with tearful eyes, Garth admitted defeat. It wasn't too bad to have such an adorable companion. Returning to the topic, Ebert chuckled at Garth's words. Bravo, Chauncey. You guessed right immediately. After calming down under the curious gazes of the others, Ebert explained, this starts with Erekayu's ice shop today. Unlike Bjorn, Ebert's narrative skills elevated the simple story of Blue intimidating and ambushing two Tibetans into an inspiring tale of righteousness. Excellent, well done. Garth slapped his thigh, filled with pride. This is what it means to be my son, Garth's child. Note asterisk the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Names are transliterated using pinyin, e.g., Garth. ##### Chapter 44, Blue takes office. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps overexcited, Garth couldn't help but start coughing violently after speaking. Only with the hurried assistance of others did he eventually regain his composure. With a sigh, Garth looked helpless and said, pity that this old subject is afflicted with a serious illness. Otherwise, I would certainly don armor and lead troops to clear obstacles for His Majesty. Chauncey, it's not necessary. Seeing the disappointment on Garth's face, Ebert hurriedly comforted him. I have already dispatched officials to search for Dr. Sun's whereabouts. Sooner or later, Chauncey will be free from this sickness. After saying this, Ebert quickly added, in any case, Chauncey has cultivated a capable talent like Erikayu for our Tang Dynasty, which is also an immense contribution. That's right. Erikayu is wise. We envy you greatly. Though Garth was currently receiving great favor, none of those present felt envious. Besides acknowledging his contributions, they were also concerned about Garth's health. Since they wouldn't meet him in official capacities anyway, they might as well curry favor with Darren. Ha 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 ha, thank you all for your consolation. This Chin is not so fragile. Hearing everyone's words, Garth's expression turned proud again. He was indeed very satisfied with his son's recent performances. Did His Majesty summon us here today to reject the Tibetan people's request? Once the casual talk ended, everyone's attention naturally shifted back to the main matter at hand. Yes. Ebert nodded, clearly not intending to hide his intentions from them. We need to find a way to reject their request without affecting our cooperation with Tibet. His Majesty is too polite. This is what we should do. Trey bowed to Ebert, his expression becoming serious. Considering Tibet's situation, this old minister believes that even if we refuse the marriage alliance, they will still choose to cooperate with us. As fellow nomadic tribes, the rise of Turkic power poses a significant threat to Tibet. Although so, it may inevitably impact the cooperation between our two countries, countered Egan, who sat beside Trey. In my opinion, it would be best to give the Tibetans some form of assurance to pacify them. Ambrose's suggestion makes sense. Even Trey, who had just been contradicted, nodded slightly in agreement. Everyone understood the small tactic of offering a sweet after delivering a blow, but doing so would likely mean, seeing everyone agreed, Egan continued, it would likely require Erikayu to bear some hardship. Since Garth was on equal footing with them, Blue was naturally considered a junior among the gathering. Even Egan found it a bit embarrassing to say these words out loud. This matter is simple. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Garth made his decision without hesitation. As a member of the Chin family, it is Erekayu's honor to serve the Tang Dynasty. Garth bowed to everyone around him and continued, as long as he isn't sent directly to his death, feel free to dispose of him as you see fit. Lord Chin's righteousness. While all were serving the Tang Dynasty, everyone knew they wouldn't easily let their own children suffer such treatment. Observing Garth's seriousness, the group felt both admiration and a sigh. This level of dedication was truly unmatched by them. Fishertle did they know that while they admired Garth, his thoughts were different. He wouldn't die anyway. Letting the kid endure some hardships is better than spending days idly lounging around. Garth, as a father, truly put his heart into raising a competent child. With Garth's agreement, no one present would continue to fuss. After some deliberation, they quickly reached a conclusion. The sudden attack by the Tibetan envoy on the son of a national lordship leads to the cancellation of the marriage alliance between the two countries. However, Blue must take responsibility for the actions that impacted relations between the two countries, and thus he will join the military for training. While entering the military wasn't much of a punishment for a warrior's child, it gave the Tibetans sufficient face. In short, it worked perfectly. Since Erikayu must enter the military, Askari cannot be exempted either. Indeed, he was also involved. Poor Askari remained unaware of his impending misfortune, otherwise, he would have severed ties with Blue on the spot. Moreover, Erikayu is young. Entering the military abruptly could be detrimental. Muttering under his breath, Egan suddenly bowed to Ebert. Your Majesty, please consider establishing a new army where officials select a descendant to join, led by Erikayu. This plan is excellent. Establishing a separate army just to reduce the suffering of Blue and Askari seemed absurd. But in reality, this was Egan compensating Blue. A carrot after a stick. Ebert didn't object. According to Egan's suggestion, it would merely be setting up a young noble's army, giving a title for display purposes while showing favor towards the Chin family. Within moments, Ebert made his decision. Promote Blue to Wujue, plume rank, and establish the Shunwu army, to be commanded by him. A 7th plume rank officer leading an army was indeed rare. However, everyone understood the under-the-table deal behind this decision, so no objections were raised. It wasn't worth offending Egan and Garth over a trivial matter. His Majesty is wise. These 1,000-year-old foxes all shared similar thoughts. The moment Ebert spoke, they quickly agreed. In that case, this matter is settled. Nodding, Ebert added with a smile. Do not forget to send descendants into the army. We can't have the Tang Dynasty's Shunwu army become a hollow shell. Ha 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 ha, Your Majesty can rest assured. We dare not neglect this duty. Everyone burst into laughter, pledging that such an event wouldn't occur. In fact, even if Ebert hadn't mentioned it, they would ensure it happened. Though the Shenwu army was a joke to them, the sons of ministers joining would form a considerable force within the military. Chapter 45. Darren became a eunuch? Let's not talk about others. Apart from a few individuals like Darren, most officials in the court have more than one child. If they could allow their second son to join the divine martial army and make some friends, it would provide them with additional support and opportunities in the future. Parents in this world all love their children, and since titles are inherited by the eldest legitimate son, they naturally need to seek a future for their other children. In fact, such actions already border on forming cliques and seeking personal gain. Apart from an emperor like Hyman, there probably aren't many who would dare to do something like this. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall thank you on behalf of my child. Though leading a single army differed somewhat from the training he had previously imagined, it was still beneficial for Blue, so Garth naturally expressed his gratitude. While bowing to Ebert, Garth couldn't help but feel elated. Leading an army means training. This way, no one will snatch Hamish away from me anymore, right? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Garth felt like complaining. What a lovable little boy. Why did they name him Bradford? What an unfilial child. Fortunately, everyone around was busy with preparations, so they didn't notice Garth's changing expressions. Otherwise, Hyman might have already summoned a physician to treat Darren. Only after finalizing all the details did everyone rise to bid farewell to Ebert. However, when Garth left, he carried an additional piece of yellow silk. Among the emperors, Ebert was actually quite affable. That's why he could delegate Garth to deliver imperial edicts. Congratulations, Lord Erek. After exchanging pleasantries outside the palace, Garth walked toward his carriage with light steps. Perhaps feeling joyful due to good news, Darren suddenly felt more energetic than usual. Ever since he started eating eel every other day, Garth found that his health had indeed improved. The moment he returned home, Darren's mood instantly soured. There sat Blue comfortably on a recliner, fast asleep, while Layla fanned him, and worst of all, he was holding Hamish. Unfilial brat, get up now. Kicking the recliner, Darren admitted he was jealous. Why can't I hold Hamish? That old bull dares to. Swallow. Upon recognizing who awoke him, Blue's anger vanished instantly, replaced by a forced smile. Old man, how did you come back? Hee. Garth smiled sarcastically, eyes filled with meaning. Boy, don't think I didn't hear what you just said. He secretly noted Blue's insolence, and then took out the imperial edict. Blue, receive the edict. Contrary to the imagined excitement, Blue looked puzzled and even frightened. Blue, why haven't you received the edict yet? Suppressing the urge to kick his son again, Garth spoke once more. Old man, can I ask you a question? Slightly composing himself, Blue's expression turned serious. Ask away. Since it was his own son receiving the edict, Garth wasn't too strict. His previous behavior was just to tease Blue. Since Ebert had asked Garth to bring the edict himself, it effectively meant Blue had already received it. When did you enter the palace? Midway through his response, Garth noticed something odd. Although his health wasn't great, he hadn't resigned from his positions. Apart from his title as Lord Erek, he was still the Grand General of the Left Guard. Blue knew these facts, so his question was more complicated than it seemed. Recalling Blue's expression, a mix of pity and sorrow, Garth finally understood. This unfilial child thinks I became a eunuch? Bastard. With a roar, Garth's hair seemed to stand on end. The Emperor merely entrusted me to bring his edict for you. What did you think? I just thought you brought back the edict for me. Covering his behind, Blue felt ready for the worst. Himph. After noting Blue's insolence again, Garth lost interest in teasing him. The Thatcher appoints you as a Wuriki, commanding the divine martial army. You start immediately and must not delay. What? Shock echoed in Blue's voice, similar to seeing Garth dance flamboyantly with Adebayo. A 7th-rank general commanding an army? Is His Majesty joking? Being Darren's son, Blue was well informed about military ranks and situations. And when did we have a divine martial army? This is especially set up for you. Smiling slightly, Garth recounted what happened at court. So, to achieve your goals, I'm the sugar you gave to Tubo? And the divine martial army, is the sugar given after you hit me with a stick? Glancing at Garth with resentment, Blue felt deeply aggrieved. Supporting my son in misfortune, could a father really do that? Since it's made up of rakes, will Fong Yan be involved? Seeing Darren blush slightly, Blue directly asked. Egan has 4 sons and 2 daughters, but his eldest is posted elsewhere, and his 3rd and 4th sons are too young. Thus, only Fong Yan can enlist. By imperial decree, Lord Fong would not be exempted. Nodding, Garth confirmed this. One thing he didn't say. Given Egan's intelligence, he wouldn't pass up this opportunity even without Ebert's order. That's fine. Pinching his chin, Blue's eyes gleamed with mischief. Fong Yan, it's not that your brother lacks loyalty. Blame your family's lack of righteousness. Chapter 46. Garth's brutality. Indeed, Blue planned to give Ansel a proper tempering. After all, father's debts should be repaid by the son. This was only fair and reasonable. Wrong. As this thought flashed through his mind, Blue suddenly exclaimed in alarm. If someone uses your son as candy for others, you actually support it? His words barely finished when a BGM, frog touching your belly, echoed in Blue's mind. Father, could it be that you just want to monopolize the tubby one? Seeing Garth's suddenly changed expression, a wave of sorrow washed over Blue's heart. Is this truly the truth? It was indeed ironic. Although Garth had previously claimed that raising pets leads to moral decay, he knelt down more thoroughly than anyone else the moment he saw Tubby. For this situation, Blue could only explain it with the phrase, every tough guy has a bit of tenderness in his heart. No, cannot, impossible. Garth solemnly denied it 3 times, then quickly added an explanation, seemingly realizing he might have overreacted. His Majesty setting up a new division for you is an immense honor. How can I refuse on your behalf? Chuckling. In response to Garth's words, Blue could only reply with a soft laugh. Some things didn't need to be said outright. Those who understood would know. Regardless, no matter how unwilling Blue felt, imperial orders couldn't be disobeyed. Thus, during the time his ferocious hound wasn't yet grown, another life enemy started disrupting Blue's sleep. Who dares to? Let's talk about it nicely. Looking at the short club as thick as an arm in Garth's hand, Blue couldn't help but twitch his lips. It wasn't that Blue was a coward, but the power of the peacekeeping club was evident. A single strike from this thing would probably leave him unhappy for days. Today is the founding day of the Divine Valor Army. As the commander, how can you not go early? Seeing Garth ready to give him a blow at any moment, Blue hastily nodded like a pecking chick. You're right, father. I'll get up now. He rapidly nodded again, not caring that Garth was watching, and leaped out of bed, quickly dressing himself. Disliking the complicated attire of the Tang Dynasty, his clothes were specially made for simplicity despite their ordinary appearance. Since you've completed washing up, why aren't you hurrying to the camp? Overseeing Blue's dressing and washing up, Garth's expression did not soften at all. Even though it was a ruffian army, the Divine Valor Army still had its barracks beside Bob Ridge. Cough, cough. Fishertly coughing twice, Blue pointed at the club in his father's hand. There's no problem reporting to the army, but can father return my weapon first? At this moment, Blue decided. From today onward, he must hide the peacekeeping club securely and ensure it doesn't fall into others' hands again. A reckhumph. Seeing Blue acting submissive while keeping his eyes fixed on the club, Garth couldn't help but snort coldly. As the son of Garth, being so concerned about a broken stick, truly. Unable to find suitable words after struggling for a while, Garth ended with another snort. Ordinarily, Garth would scold Blue. There are hundreds of weapons in the world. Why focus solely on a stick? In Garth's view, spears or paired cudgels were better than sticks. Strength is temporary, but style lasts a lifetime. But for the sake of his secret desires, Garth temporarily dropped his reprimand. Casually tossing the club to Blue, Garth said, "What are you waiting for? Get going." Hee, I'm off. Purpose achieved, Blue wouldn't linger before Garth to court more trouble. Since sleeping was out of the question, tormenting others also sounded good. After all, according to Garth, there wouldn't be a shortage of ruffians in the Divine Valor Army. Today's a great day, everything will go as planned. Calling for Bentley to drive, Blue sat smugly in the carriage, humming a tune. The ruffians of Chang'an, prepare for my enlightening guidance. Watching Blue leave, Garth's lips involuntarily twitched. All his military comrades' sons were always wielding weapons and horseback riding, but his own son was so idle. Unfilial brat, truly an unfilial brat. Suddenly, Garth's expression turned lascivious. This scoundrel has finally left, little darling, I'm coming. With Layla's anxious pleas, Garth's voice grew even more delighted. Ha 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 ha, wonderful. No matter how many times, it's always wonderful. After 3 or 4 minutes, Garth sauntered out of Blue's room triumphantly, leaving a final order. Today's events mustn't be told to Arakayu. I understand. Seeing Tubby curled up on Blue's bed, eyes blank, Layla felt almost tearful. Even if it's petting, sir, must you be so rough? Naturally, Blue knew nothing of Garth's actions in his room. Even if he did, he would have no recourse. Respect for parents came first in this era. Even if present, he couldn't stop Garth's brutality. Sir, we've arrived. Just as Blue was dozing off in the carriage, Bentley's voice interrupted him. Didn't expect you to be so quick? Opening his sleepy eyes, Blue praised. Not bad, worthy of loyal uncle's son. You inherited the best genes in this aspect. Sir, it's not me, it's the horse. Having followed Blue for years, Bentley naturally understood the hidden meaning. Slightly twitching his lips, Bentley explained quickly. Rule 32 of the Qin Mansion Handbook. Never accept praise for speed from the young master. It involves male dignity. All the same, all the same. Stretching widely, ignoring Bentley's aggrieved gaze, Blue headed towards the nearby barracks. Hey, everyone's come early. Hashtag chapter 47. The fearful aristocratic young masters. Kneading his steps in the distinctive swagger of a spirited youth, Blue's face displayed an unrestrained and carefree expression. These are all potential sources of amusement for me. If it weren't for the fear of startling these guys, Blue might have shouted, "Thank you for nature's bounty," to express his feelings. Hemph. Just as Blue finished speaking, a cold snort came from within the group of arrogant young masters who were facing off against each other. Clearly you are late, yet you still have the audacity to act this way. Who said that? Blue's lips curled slightly, his mood extraordinarily pleasant. Perfect. No need for me to find a reason to pick a fight. It was me. What do you intend to do about it? As the words fell, a lean young man wearing a white robe stepped out from the crowd. Rashad? All being members of the Chang'an aristocratic circle, it wasn't strange that Blue knew Rashad. How is your elder brother doing? Rashad was the younger brother of Yanni, and the brothers were quite a joke in Chang'an City. While Yanni was so fat he wheezed while walking, Rashad was rail thin. This disparity had even led to rumors of Dai mistreating his second son. Hemph. It was better when Blue didn't speak. As soon as his words came out, Rashad's expression darkened even more. Because Yanni had been embarrassed by Blue before. Regardless of their daily relationship, they represented the Changsun family name outside, and thus must present a united front. With another cold snort, Rashad erupted into anger. Just a small person basking in fleeting success. I will eventually take revenge for my older brother. Well said. Nodding, Blue waved toward Ascari. Drag this fellow away for 20 lashes. No, make it 10 strokes of the paddle. Considering Ascari's strength and Rashad's frail physique, Blue decided to be merciful. Yes. Ascari saluted and pounced on Rashad. Bullying people? We Jamie know this game inside out. You don't. Rashad struggled and resisted, but the outcome was obvious. Held aloft by Ascari, Rashad's face turned deathly pale. Blue, if you dare abuse your power, I will appeal directly to His Majesty and have him punish you severely. In the past, Blue would have wished for just that. A way to get old Fisher to put him under house arrest. But now he changed his mind. Compared to being idle at home, tormenting these aristocratic brats seemed interesting too. A cold smile spread across Blue's face. Insulting and threatening a superior officer. Rashad, have you forgotten who I am? You. After all, as Dai's offspring, Rashad had some sense. In the instant Blue spoke, he realized. Although they were both sons of national dukes, right now Rashad was merely a soldier while Blue was their commander. He had to accept this defeat. By the way, bring Ansel along too. Seeing Ascari about to carry out the punishment, Blue quickly added, give him 5 strokes first. Ah. Ansel let out a yelp, his expression as if he had just seen his father performing a naked dance. Why, brother Erikayu? Ansel couldn't help but be confused. Compared to Rashad, he had always stood firmly with Blue. Do you have any objections? Seeing Blue's eyes narrow, Ansel hesitated, then quickly shook his head. No, none at all. Years of interaction had taught Ansel to recognize Blue's moods. If he showed resistance now, it wouldn't end with just 5 strokes. What's wrong with brother Erikayu today? Following behind Ascari, Ansel muttered. I'm a good citizen. Heh. Grinning mischievously, Ascari suddenly said, haven't you figured it out yet? Seeing Ansel's bewildered expression, Ascari continued. I heard that forming the Divine Guards was proposed by your father, and brother Erikayu hates trouble. Ascari didn't finish, but Ansel got the message. Taking the blame for something big and dirty like this, Blue wasn't interested in the punishment process. Instead, he watched the group of aristocratic brats with keen interest. Thatcher Fisher's orders were effective. Whether prominent or obscure, there were at least 100 men here. At least, Blue recognized Chris, Lemuel, and Ho Dingyuan among them. Obviously, only second or third sons appeared. The eldest heirs were busy learning the family business at home. Thanks to the earlier example made of Rashad, everyone was now more respectful. Whenever Blue's gaze landed on someone, they straightened up and flashed a broad smile. Yet despite everyone's fearful expressions, Blue still shook his head. Poor, truly poor. Gulp. Swallowing hard, it was Lemuel who spoke this time. Among the others, he had a decent relationship with Blue. Broth. This is the military, so you must call me General. Cutting Lemuel off sternly, Blue ignored that his rank was merely a 7th-ranked junior military rider. Yes, General. Lemuel, being Lucian's son, possessed some military discipline. Nodding, Lemuel asked, we've heard, General, that you found us lacking. Is there something we did wrong? When Lemuel spoke, grateful looks were exchanged around him. Brave soul, we will remember you. Undoubtedly, Blue's actions had already cemented his reputation as a demon in the eyes of everyone. Yes, you have done many things wrong. Nodding, Blue responded. Now, tell me, where are we and who are you? Well, realizing Blue didn't ask such questions lightly, Lemuel thought for a moment before answering. Reporting to General, we are stationed here, and we are soldiers of the Divine Guards. Chapter 48. The first day of the Divine Martial Army. Do you think any of you look like soldiers? Blue's expression grew colder. He had always held a grudging respect for Alfredo. If anyone dared to give some flippant answer like, this is Bachiao and we are locusts, there might be more chickens killed today. Well, there was a brief hesitation before someone finally spoke up. We wonder how General Chin would advise us. The effect of making examples out of a few individuals was clearly significant. Given that Rashad and Ansel were top-tier prodigals, Blue's willingness to punish even them meant others naturally didn't dare act rashly. Blue cast a glance at the person who asked, signaling his approval. A qualified army should at least have standardized uniforms. Look at all of you now. What do you look like? General Chin is wise. They quickly exchanged glances, then saluted him. It wasn't entirely out of sycophancy. They genuinely realized their attire didn't suit their new roles. Inevitably, everyone here was what could be called a prodigal. Even as second sons, their families were far wealthier than common folk. Naturally, they each came dressed differently. One in armor, another in leather armor, one with a spear, another with a steel whip. I am Blue, son of the Duke of Erek. You must know who I am. Smiling widely, Blue continued, I don't care about your previous identities. Now that you're in the Divine Martial Army, from this moment on, you're soldiers. Do you understand? We understand. A chorus of weak and uneven voices answered, making the scene rather chaotic. But Blue paid no mind. Rome wasn't built in a day. His first step was to transform these guys' appearance. Since that's settled, this is my first order. He paused, waiting until everyone's attention focused on him. Follow me into the city to commission our military uniforms. General Chin is wise. With Blue leading, the group of young men soon arrived at the Western Market. This shop will do. Thanks to his ice business, Blue knew this market well. This shop offered the best quality clothing among its peers. Gentlemen, what can I assist you with? As they entered, a shop assistant who had been dozing off snapped to attention, running over to greet Blue with a broad smile. He immediately identified Blue. Jamie, how many of us are there? Before Ascari could answer, Rashad, holding his sore bottom, spoke up. 98 of us, including the general. Rashad cast a smug glance at Ascari, realizing it was crucial not to offend Blue in the Divine Martial Army. In that case, let's order 200 sets. Waving his hand casually, Blue looked at the assistant. Can you make clothes here? Of course. Nodding vigorously, the assistant beamed with pride. As long as the request isn't outrageous, we can handle it. Good. Blue nodded approvingly. I need 200 outfits. The design doesn't matter, comfort isn't important either. What matters is uniformity, high-quality material, and snug fit. Pausing briefly, he added, and preferably, something stain-resistant. The assistant swallowed hard, looking puzzled. Are you sure these are all the requirements? To him, Blue's requests were too simple. Nobles usually demanded stylish and elegant clothing. Such simplicity was unheard of. He guessed they were nobles because he recognized a few faces in the group outside, standing towards the back. Yes, that's it. Blue nodded. Can you do it? This was just for training outfits. Proper military uniforms would require specialized designers and wouldn't be ready soon. Absolutely. Without hesitation, the assistant agreed. If you're in a rush, we can finish in 2 days. 2 days it is. Not wanting to pressure the assistant, Blue agreed readily. Measure each person and prepare 2 sets per person. 4 sets for me. As their leader, Blue felt entitled to some privileges. Measuring 99 people took all day despite the effort. By evening, the shop assistants wiped sweat off their brows after completing the final measurement. All data has been recorded. Very good. Nodding, Blue calmly instructed. Make them well. Deliver the clothes to the ice shop beside here in 2 days. Having commissioned their daily training uniforms, Blue took the group for a cup of iced water before dismissing them. Incidentally, Blue also granted them 2 days off to adjust their mindset. In the meantime, some did pay attention to Blue's actions, but upon learning what he did, they simply smiled faintly. Indeed, he's still just a child. Even Desmond and Egan, whose own children were beaten, didn't consider pursuing the matter further. After all, Blue was a toy given by His Majesty. Unaware of these thoughts, Blue sat seriously in front of his dinner. Eat or not to eat, that was the question. ##### Chapter 49. Remington's helplessness. It was quite coincidental that as Blue returned from the Western Market, the meal at Sheen Manor had just been prepared. As they were about to eat, Blue, who was idly bored, decided to use today's evolution points on a stir-fried dish of eel segments, and it turned out to be a critical hit. Blood-nourishing stir-fried eel segments. Category: Food/Special, One-Time Evolution. Description: After being meticulously prepared by a top chef, this premium wild eel has undergone a remarkable transformation. Effect: Blood nourishment. Note: Please consume under parental supervision if underage. Though the dog system's note seemed casual, Blue did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Any item that had gone through evolution should never be underestimated. As for why Blue would waste precious evolution points on a dish, you wouldn't understand the world of food lovers. Of course we have to eat it. After only a moment's hesitation, Blue made his decision quickly. This was the first dish he had evolved, and not eating it would be an insult to his indulgence. With these thoughts in mind, Blue swiftly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. SSS. Instantly, Blue couldn't help but inhale sharply. This was so delicious, incredibly delicious. As a descendant of a nation of food enthusiasts, Blue thought he had already tasted all the dishes that could move him in this era, but at this moment, he knew he was wrong. Was this even eel? It felt like dragon meat. Deliciousness aside, let's give it a thumbs up. Even Blue found it irresistible, let alone others like Garth. Until every last piece of meat was consumed, Garth leisurely took over Blue's reclining chair. I never thought old Arkong had such skills. It truly gave me a pleasant surprise. Though Garth was only 30, in an era where the average lifespan was less than 50, calling himself old posed no problem. Rubbing his stomach, Garth couldn't help but wear a contented expression. He often ate eel these days and thought he was about to get tired of it, but unexpectedly savored such a delectable meal. Hemph, if this weren't thanks to the evolution points, I dared to do a headstand while holding cactus spikes. Blue silently chuckled to himself, but didn't say much more. The matter of the system was best kept known only to himself. By the way, I heard you took the Divine Valor Army to the Western Market today? Letting out a burp, Garth then asked Blue. Despite not leaving his home, he had a proud sense of knowing everything. That's right. Nodding, Blue didn't hide his thoughts. In my view, standardized clothing aids better training. Interesting thought. Didn't expect you to have some insight into military drills. Nodding again, Garth rarely praised Blue. As a general, he understood the benefits of uniform attire, yet achieving this in practice was difficult. The Tang Dynasty operated on a phubbing system, where most soldiers farmed at home and were only summoned during wartime. Moreover, these phubbing had to provide their own armor. Better-off families might leave armor or weapons to their descendants as treasures, but poorer families could only resort to farm tools. In such conditions, uniform clothing was a non-issue, as long as one wasn't naked. Requiring soldiers to wear standardized uniforms was an exceptional treatment typically reserved for elite units like the Xuanjia Army. While Garth and his son chatted, Remington in the Ministry of Rights felt even worse than having eaten dozens of pickled rats. The Tang Dynasty had actually refused their marriage proposal during court today. Bang! Kicking the table in front of him to the ground, Remington's face rivaled that of the fierce Dillon's. This is all your fault. Otherwise, why would the Tang Dynasty refuse the marriage alliance? Sylvester's reason was the Tibetan envoy disrespected Tang nobles, showing insincerity toward the marriage. Though Remington wasn't naive enough to believe this nonsense, his anger was undeniable. At least without Nu Chi and Bai Lala's actions, the Tang wouldn't have found such an excuse. Kicked to the ground, Nu Chi dared not make any extra movements. At this moment, he almost envied Bai Lala, who was already detained by the Tang. Sir, it's just one marriage alliance. If the Tang don't agree, we'll... Silence. Snarling, Remington's expression turned grim. The marriage alliance with the Tang must proceed. Since this attempt failed, we'll try again next time. Unlike others, Remington was well aware of the true purpose behind the marriage alliance. Thirst for the Tang was rubbish. Besides obtaining technology and seeds from the Tang, Desi needed the prestige to consolidate power. Power always fueled ambition. Being young, Desi needed the Tang's backing to secure his position. But, how can we continue cooperating after such humiliation? Upon hearing Remington's words, the few present displayed discontent. Continuing cooperation with the Tang felt like a huge disgrace to the fierce Tibetan warriors. Though they refused the marriage, the Tang punished Blue as a gesture of sincerity, so cooperation must continue. Sighing, Remington inwardly cursed the fools. Remington saw through the Tang's pretense, but could not reveal the truth now. Instead, he needed to soothe his companions. Just as Egan and others had said, compared to the Tang, the Tibetans needed the partnership more urgently. Your reasoning is sound. Upon realizing their Tibetan dignity wasn't offended, their expression softened. While that's true, the cooperation with the Tang requires renegotiation. Remington did not dispute this. Failing to marry a princess meant renegotiating the terms was essential, for Tibet wasn't a fattened pig to be casually butchered twice. Don't rush. I will propose to the Tang Emperor at tomorrow's morning court. Nodding, Remington added. For the next few days, none of you should go out. If trouble arises, it could jeopardize our cooperation. Completely disappointed in his incompetent teammates, Remington resolved to ground them to prevent further mishaps. Chapter 50. Ebert's Stinginess. Yes. Everyone nodded quickly, not daring to contradict Philip at this moment. Not going out was no problem at all. All right, all of you go out now. Waving his hand to dismiss the group of unreliable teammates, Philip sighed heavily. Blue, who would have thought our plan would be foiled by a little child? Blue had no idea that his name had reached the famous Philip's ears. At that moment, he was holding a burnt piece of charcoal and sketching on a white sheet of paper. Yawning widely, Bentley, who was driving away small insects for Blue, couldn't help but speak up. Young master, it's getting late. Shouldn't you sleep early? I'm not tired yet. Shaking his head quickly, Blue continued. Let me finish this part first before I sleep. Oh. Sighing slightly disappointedly, Bentley yawned again. He didn't know why today his young master seemed particularly diligent. Blue, of course, was unaware of Bentley's thoughts. In fact, the reason he was still burning the midnight oil was entirely his own fault. Even he hadn't anticipated that the evolved eel from the system would be so nourishing, causing him to remain feverishly energetic. Knowing sleep was out of the question, Blue decided to seize this opportunity to design the official uniform for the Divine Martial Army. It wasn't until dawn that Blue finally felt a hint of drowsiness. Casually waking up Bentley, who had passed out beside him, Blue commanded, "Get to your room and sleep." It wasn't that Blue deliberately targeted Bentley. It was just that Bentley was too disruptive. Not only did he sleep nearby but also gnashed his teeth, belched and farted. Honestly speaking, enduring it until now was already Blue's greatest act of kindness in this life. Though still groggy, Bentley carried out his young master's orders without delay. He nodded heavily, tidied up Blue's desk in a daze, and hurried back to his room. The next morning was an unusual day without any interruptions. However, despite that, dark circles appeared under Blue's eyes when he woke up. Scientific studies have shown that staying up late cannot be compensated by extra sleep, and Blue believed this conclusion now more than ever. Yawning widely, Blue looked at his father Zoran and his mother Kara. Did father and mother not rest well last night? The weather is hot, and there are many mosquitoes. It's normal not to sleep well. Although Zoran's expression remained calm as he explained, Blue noticed his earlobes turning red. It seemed the effects of the eel weren't limited to him alone. Father is right. I was tormented by mosquitoes all night as well. Glancing back and forth between Garth and Kara, Blue's words were filled with trust for Zoran. A reckimf. Being someone who valued face, Garth wouldn't rough up Blue over such a minor action. Coldly snorting, he turned his gaze to Dave beside him. Lao Erkang's eel dish yesterday was excellent. Let him prepare it like that in the future. Recalling his vigorous performance last night, Garth smacked his lips. With worsening injuries, he hadn't been joyful like that in a long time. Rest assured, master. I'll remember that. Nodding, Bentley decided to find Arkong Sandstone after breakfast to convey the message. If the master liked it, they could have it every day. In contrast to the composed Qin family, the ministers in Taiji Hall were not having an easy time. Do you mean to renegotiate the cooperation with the Tang Dynasty? Upon hearing Philip's words, Adebayo jumped out from the crowd. Cooperation between two nations is a serious matter. It can't be easily changed just because you say so. Usually, Adebayo only did two things during court sessions, sleeping and stirring up trouble when Ebert needed it. This time, however, was different, purely because Adebayo was hungry. Actually, how many people were hungry besides Adebayo? Tang Dynasty court sessions began around 5 a.m. by modern standards. To avoid being late or disrespectful, most officials got up at 3 a.m. to wash and prepare. Eating was clearly impossible under these circumstances. At best, they brought a few snacks to eat on the way. Ordinarily, everyone aimed to resolve issues as quickly as possible to end the session and eat. But today was exceptional because Philip actually proposed additional terms. Since Lord Liu understands the seriousness of cooperation between nations, you should also understand that being cautious isn't excessive. Smiling at Adebayo, Philip appeared unaffected by the resentment in Taiji Hall. May I ask which parts of the cooperation you intend to modify? Compared to Adebayo, Ebert was much calmer. He had eaten a bowl of meat porridge before the session and could last a bit longer. Your Majesty, since the marriage alliance between our two countries couldn't be arranged. With Philip's level of literacy, unclear articulation wasn't an issue. As he spoke, everyone finally understood. In summary, Philip's proposal was simple. If you don't marry your princess to our leader, we can't fully cooperate against the Tujue threat. At most, we will follow behind you to cheer and shout. After finishing his statement, Philip looked at Ebert expectantly, hoping to convince him of the alliance, though knowing it was unlikely. This matter, the Thatcher consents. But what was impossible remained impossible. Knowing the malicious intentions of the Tibetan delegation, how could Ebert let them succeed easily? Agreeing to Philip's proposal, Ebert continued. Now that cooperation has been agreed upon, when does your envoy plan to return? Ebert could be petty sometimes, like now. With the honeymoon period with Tibet ending, he wanted these people to leave sooner rather than later. After all, showing the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty meant these envoys ate quite lavishly each day, and with their numbers, it was expensive. Yes, Ebert was indeed this stingy. Philip, of course, couldn't guess Ebert's thoughts. Chapter 51. The impending Divine Martial Army training. Who would have thought that an emperor would be so concerned about a little bit of meal expenses? However, when Ebert finished speaking, Remington indeed considered returning to his country. From the actions of Ebert and others, it was clear that a matrimonial alliance wouldn't happen anytime soon. Rather than waste more time, it would be better to return early. After all, Tubo wasn't entirely stable internally. With this thought in mind, Remington quickly bowed to Ebert, Your Majesty, since the cooperation details have been finalized, we will be returning tomorrow. So be it. With a slight smile on his face, Ebert responded, since you have bid farewell, I won't detain you any longer. Pausing for a moment, Ebert's smile widened. At this time tomorrow, let the Crown Prince represent me to see you off. Though just a routine invoice return, having the Crown Prince send them off was undoubtedly a great honor. Yet for some reason, Remington felt something wasn't quite right. Did I actually bid farewell? Regardless of Remington's confusion, the court meeting finally concluded for the day. Back in his study, Ebert summoned Nolan. Send someone to closely monitor the Tubo group. Under no circumstances are they to take away our seeds or technology. Your Majesty can rest assured, this servant knows what to do, Nolan replied confidently, sure that with his skills, monitoring a few barbarians within Tang territory would be no problem. For 2 consecutive days, Chin Arikairu enjoyed the rare pleasure of a beauty fanning him. Meanwhile, Garth had not had such a comfortable life. Apart from not being able to pet bears, he was more upset by old Erkang's declining culinary skills. Yes, since that day, Garth hadn't tasted the vigorous eel dishes for 2 whole days. Based on Arkang Sanchi's final conjecture, the eel from that day must have been an unusual breed. To find such a dish again would probably rely on luck alone. Garth could understand their explanation. If it were too easy to obtain, it might not have been as effective. AI. Sighing deeply, Garth reclined in his chair like a dreamless carp. I wonder when Apollo will catch another one of those special eels? Hearing Garth's words, Chin Arikairu's mouth twitched slightly. Stop whining. Even if you beat Apollo to death, he can't get you the eel you want. Since that day, Chin Arikairu spent his evolution points on his lounger and short stick over the past 2 days. Comfortable lounger. Category: Furniture. First evolution. Description: a recliner crafted from top-grade wood by master craftsmen, loved by carps. Function: relaxation, comfort. Note: with a comfortable lounger, Mom no longer has to worry about my insomnia. This lounger looked unchanged externally, but only Chin Arikairu knew that once you sat on it, you would soon enter a blissful slumber. Hardened stick with armor-piercing pain. Category: Weapon Special. Third evolution. Description: a common wooden stick that now possesses special abilities. Functions: 1. The victim suffers 3 times the pain upon impact. 2. Can withstand collisions with high-quality weapons without damage. 3. 10% chance to ignore defense when swung. Note: such incredible attributes. Why not consider evolving it into a long spear? After 3 evolutions, the short stick became a formidable weapon, especially the armor-piercing ability, which would be worthy of the title Divine Weapon on regular blades. Despite this, Chin Arikairu valued the stick immensely, so much so that he wouldn't allow anyone else to touch it. He didn't want someone using his prized possession against him. The only thing Chin Arikairu regretted was that the peacemaking stick couldn't evolve further in the short term, as each subsequent evolution from the 4th required 10 evolution points. Fatso, you've gotten heavier these last 2 days, haven't you? Ignoring the envious look from Garth, Chin Arikairu picked up Fatso. Soon, I might not be able to carry you anymore. Hell, you're peeing now. Chin Arikairu didn't know if this was Fatso's way of showing affection, but given his immediate urination, Chin Arikairu decided. Ignore the little guy for 10 seconds. Another day passed under Garth's disdainful gaze. The next morning, Chin Arikairu received his usual wake-up call from Ascari. Why is it always you? The great philosopher Wazaki Shuozi once said, a good day should start with seeing something beautiful. From any angle, Ascari did not fit this description. Therefore, Chin Arikairu deemed this behavior disrupting his day and resolved to stop it. Hehe. Ascari showed no sign of self-awareness. Brother Arikairu, today is the day we reconvene for the Divine Martial Army, and I came specially to call you. Pausing briefly, Chin Arikairu patted Ascari on the shoulder. Well done. Although he didn't admit it, Chin Arikairu indeed forgot today marked the end of their holiday. Sending Bentley with a few servants to fetch clothes from the ice shop, Chin Arikairu and Ascari headed directly towards the Bachao direction. Still at the same place, still arriving last. But this time no one dared to say anything. Well, everyone arrived so early today? General, salute. Though somewhat disordered, the group of aristocratic youth respectfully greeted Chin Arikairu. No need for formalities. Gesturing to the gathered nobles, Chin Arikairu asked, is everyone here? Yes, General, all present. Lemuel responded. Leveraging his relationship with Chin Arikairu, he had successfully become a small leader in the Divine Martial Army. Feng Irue originally had a chance too, but due to previous incidents, his prestige was affected. Excellent. Nodding in satisfaction, Chin Arikairu continued, from today onwards, the training of our Divine Martial Army officially begins. Are you all ready? Ready. Translation completed, maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and ensuring the storyline remains coherent with the previous content. Chapter 52, Blue's new title. Are you ready? Ready. Compared to before, this time the response was louder. However, Blue still seemed unsatisfied. Answer me louder. Are you all cowards? Are ready. It must be said that this statement had considerable impact. No man would willingly accept such an evaluation. Compared to the previous times, this time their voices were raised by several decibels. Now then, I shall read out the military orders of my Divine Valor Army. Clearing his throat to make his voice louder, Blue continued. Our military orders are extremely simple, with only 3 rules. The first order, all actions must follow command. The second order, all actions must follow command. The third, all actions must follow command. Aren't they all the same? Someone couldn't help but express confusion at Blue giving 3 identical orders. The person who spoke did not hide his position, so Blue instantly spotted him in the crowd. What is your name? Report to the general, my name is Brigham, second son of current censor Fisher Wenhua. Brigham? Blue's mouth twitched as he suppressed a sudden image of a beardy man wielding a pair of axes and slashing wildly. Do you have any objections to my words? Gulp. Seeing Blue polishing the short stick in his hand, Brigham gulped hard. And no, dare not. He was just a minor official's son and was no match for the many Duke sons present here. If you're not daring enough, that means you've understood, Blue said with a kind smile. Brigham is right. The 3 orders of our Divine Valor Army are indeed the same. The repetition serves to make sure you remember them. Pausing, Blue's gaze settled on Brigham. Do you understand now? See clearly. Brigham exhaled a breath of relief, realizing Blue wasn't going to punish him. He even started to smile. Perhaps the general wasn't as brutal as he appeared. Unfortunately, Brigham's thoughts didn't last long because Blue added, even though you understand, I think there are still many who do not get it. Giving Brigham an appreciative look, Blue continued, let's use Brigham as a demonstration. Without giving Brigham a chance to object, Blue quickly clarified. The all actions must follow command means that all actions you take must be in accordance with my orders. Pointing to Brigham, whose face had paled slightly, Blue asked directly, did I permit you to speak just now? This? After a brief hesitation, Brigham grasped what Blue meant. I did not ask you to speak, replied Brigham. So, you've already violated the order, Blue coldly stated, waving his hand. First violation, 20 lashes. Let Ascari carry it out. Passing the peacemaking rod to Ascari, Blue whispered, apply less force. Not that Blue was particularly kind. He just didn't want to literally scare the lad to death. Watching Ascari drag Brigham aside for the punishment, Blue's expression softened into a faint smile. Does everyone understand now? We understand. With the appearance of the 3rd victim, the many young nobles finally viewed Blue as a demon. Could a normal person come up with something this cruel? Listening to the loud, unified response, Blue nodded in satisfaction. In the future, respond to my questions like this. Yes. Now that everyone understands, let's start today's training. Making these spoilt young men listen to him gave Blue a sense of pride. I'm clearly born to lead. Thinking this, Blue continued, for the next half hour, maintain this posture. At the same time, he stood straight in a military stance. If memory served correctly, this was indeed the first task during military training. As Blue demonstrated the posture, the group of spoiled youths quickly imitated him. They thought the training wouldn't be too frightening. How wrong they were. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes. Within 10 minutes, most of the youth's legs were trembling like sieves. Their first attempt at standing at attention didn't last long. Even Ascari, who could hold out the longest, collapsed after 15 minutes. So tiring. Exhausting. What a pity none of you completed the task. Blue sighed with false disappointment. Take a rest. We'll resume training soon. In just 1 day, Blue earned a new title among the Divine Valor Army. Demon. Actions like standing at attention, marching in step, turning left, appeared simple, but always went awry. Apart from those who couldn't tell their left from their right like Ascari and Jace, some even lost the rhythm or even walked backwards. Well, that's all for today's training. All of them, including Ascari, revealed expressions of survivors after enduring a whole day of training. Continuing any longer, they feared they might drop dead on the spot. Tomorrow, everyone should come in training attire. Violators will receive 100 lashes. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. They certainly didn't want to experience the pig slaughter cries Brigham endured. Chapter 53. The invitation from the Chung household. Notably, due to Brigham's previous performance, Ezekiel had been successfully labeled as Blue's loyal henchman. In addition to that, he had also gained his very own title, Fiendish Underling. Bah! Looking at the people who quickly distanced themselves from him as if avoiding venomous snakes, Ezekiel couldn't help but spit. That kid Brigham is really a coward. I clearly only used half my strength, yet he acted like that. Regarding Ezekiel's complaints, Blue didn't say much. According to the characteristics of the peace-shaking staff, even though Ezekiel had only used half his strength, Brigham had to endure pain equivalent to 1.5 times his full power. Fortunately, this thing only amplified pain. Otherwise, Brigham would have likely lost half his life by now. Don't grumble. Do you care about what others think? Blue rolled his eyes at Ezekiel, feeling that he was being overly sentimental. After all, just the name Adebayo's son determined that he wouldn't have a good reputation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that aside from close friends like Blue, no one viewed Adebayo any differently than they would view a flood or a ferocious beast. A recomf. Ezekiel sneered slightly, fully aware of his situation. Jamie just despises cowards. What do other people's opinions matter to me? The secret of the peace-shaking staff could not be told to Jamie, so Blue let Brigham carry the title of coward without remorse. As long as it made Jamie happy, everything was fine. To comfort Ezekiel's injured pride, Blue specially invited him over for dinner at his place. This suggestion was, unsurprisingly, immediately accepted. Brother Erikayu, does your household still have that strong-smelling juju? Hearing Ezekiel's words, Blue couldn't help but be taken aback. I do have some left, but did you use up what you took before? The juju Blue had evolved filled a whole basket. It would last for at least half a year if consumed daily. However, what puzzled Blue was why Ezekiel was asking again. Could it be that this guy had a penchant for spicy foods? Hee. With a light laugh, Ezekiel cautiously looked around before speaking to Blue. Who can eat such hot stuff? Jamie has a different use for it. Tell me more. Admittedly, Ezekiel's actions were particularly intriguing, especially to Blue right then. Fortunately, Ezekiel obviously had no intention of hiding anything from Blue. After looking around once more, he finally spoke. I found out that rubbing it on the buttocks is far more terrifying than eating it, so? SSSS. Despite knowing Ezekiel's character well, Blue couldn't help but gasp. You're not using this against Sebastian, Blue couldn't finish his sentence because Ezekiel covered his mouth. Remember, walls have ears. Brother Erikayu should be a little more cautious. Alright, no need to guess. The truth was clear now. Looking at Ezekiel, Blue couldn't help but admire his cunning. No wonder Jamie hadn't walked normally for days. There was indeed such a filial son behind the scenes. As a kind-hearted and morally upright person, Blue was highly supportive of Ezekiel's actions. Over the years, Jamie hadn't spared him any humiliation, but due to the significant power gap, Blue had endured it until now. I have an even more terrifying type of Juyu. Interested? Seeing Blue more excited than himself, Ezekiel hurriedly shook his head. He only wanted to get back at the unfair treatment of being hung from the crooked neck tree every day. He wasn't considering patricide. Knowing Blue's mischievous nature, if he nodded, Adebayo would definitely end up in the Imperial Hospital tomorrow. That's really too bad. Letting out a sigh, Blue couldn't help adding, if you ever want to try better Juyu, remember to contact me. Meanwhile, Sylvester was in his study listening to Nolan's report. So Erica, you practice standing and walking with the Shinwu army all day? Yes. Nolan nodded, then asked, Your Majesty, will Prince Chen's actions cause discontent among others? What's there to be discontent about? Taizong shook his head, seemingly unconcerned. Compared to the benefits those fellows have received, enduring such minor hardships means nothing. After saying that, he added, we don't need to pay too much attention to the Shinwu army, unless something extraordinary happens. Your Majesty can rest assured, this old servant knows what to do. Nodding, Nolan was not surprised by the order. Even though the Shadow Guards were powerful, it was impractical to waste their time on Blue and his companions. Compared to this ragtag army, Taizong needed information on influential families and other factions more. You may leave. With a sigh, Taizong waved Nolan off and returned to reviewing documents. Another ox had died at the Dodge family estate. This was the third time this month. Even though Taizong had great tolerance for Adebayo, his expression darkened. Cheng's wealth might mean the death of several oxen wasn't uncommon, but today was only the 6th day of the month. Looking at the invitation for beef dinner, Taizong could only sigh. Well, let's just assume they really died from falling. Even with Taizong's composure, he felt a twinge of guilt. Should he ask a few enlightened monks to perform rites for the fallen oxen, since their resentment must be quite high? Receiving invitations weren't limited to Taizong. Blue, who had just finished eating, was not overlooked either. Looking at Ezekiel, Blue narrowed his eyes. So your family really killed an ox and wants us to join for a whole ox feast? Chapter 54. Adebayo's grand gift. Absolutely. Ascari nodded heavily, his face revealing a hint of helplessness. If it were for any other reason, my old man wouldn't invite so many people. Hearing Ascari's words, Blue finally chose to believe him. After all, even someone like Quentin was on the invitation list this time. If it were just about slaughtering a cow, that would be inviting unnecessary trouble. It wasn't that Blue didn't trust Adebayo. It was that Chung had too many past misdeeds. Statistics showed that Duke Lu's residence was where the most cows died in the entire Tang Dynasty. Not only did many die, but the reasons were bizarre and varied. Depression, suicide, falling off cliffs. The most outrageous one was apparently pleasure-induced death. According to Adebayo's own account, one of his cows died during intercourse with another. To put it bluntly, if you lined up all the cows that died at Duke Lu's estate each year, they could circle Chang'an twice. Of course, no matter the reason, all these dead cows ultimately ended up as food for the Chung family. Blue couldn't help but speculate that the brothers, particularly Ascari, grew so tall and robust because they ate plenty of beef when they were young. Regardless of Blue's suspicions, eating meat, especially beef, was a delightful experience he couldn't miss. Since Sebastian has invited me, I certainly can't refuse. Lowering his voice, Blue asked Ascari, are you sure Sebastian won't put something else in my meal? Probably not. Ascari hesitated, unsure himself. In addition to the Chen family, this era followed a strict individual dining etiquette, meaning everyone had their own table, dishes, and meals. If Cheng really wanted to do something to Blue, it would be easy. Given Cheng's character, it wasn't hard to imagine him attempting such mischief. Why don't you skip it? How can I? Blue placed his hand on Ascari's thigh, his face serious. As men, we should face all difficulties without fear. How can we give up easily? After all, it was beef. Missing this chance, who knew when he'd get another? Not every duke is named Adebayo, and Garth certainly wouldn't slaughter a cow. Besides Blue, Darren would also attend the banquet. However, Chung arranged a carriage specifically for Garth, while Blue had to follow Ascari on foot. When Blue and Ascari arrived, there were already many guests at Cheng's mansion. Desmond, Randy, Darren. Blue even saw Ebert, dressed casually, laughing heartily in the crowd. Ha ha ha, you've finally arrived. Adebayo ran over to Blue before he could greet anyone, laughing loudly and placing his hand on Blue's shoulder. I have prepared a special grand meal for you today. Recognizing the emphasis on grand meal, Blue knew Chung wasn't being nice. Grinning awkwardly, Blue responded, thank you, Sebastian. Your nephew won't let you down. Facing delicious food, retreating was an embarrassment. Ha ha ha, I never expected you to favor Erikayu so much. Ebert, overhearing the conversation, was surprised. To the younger generation of Tang, Adebayo was practically synonymous with archenemy. Haha, Garth could only laugh awkwardly in response. He couldn't tell Ebert how much Blue and Chung actually despised each other. From another perspective, Blue and Adebayo did have a unique relationship. Except for Blue, any other young person who dared oppose Chung usually ended up hanging from a twisted tree. The banquet proceeded smoothly, especially when the beef was served. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath, savoring the aroma. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Even with many high-ranking officials present, aside from Ebert, few received much beef. Still, the joy in the air remained, as the other dishes were excellent. Blue, however, felt less delighted upon noticing Cheng's malicious intent. Beef soup. Category: food poison. Description: personally prepared by a certain Chung named Duke, especially for Blue. Effect: 50% chance of diarrhea, 30% chance of vomiting, 20% chance of developing a lifelong beef allergy. Note: drink this beef soup and be reborn a Tang Dynasty citizen again. What the hell? Even though Blue thought he'd seen everything, he still gasped upon seeing the attributes of the beef soup. Had he not checked with the system, he would have suspected it had been altered somehow. Compared to this beef soup, a fried rice with steel wool would be nothing. System: evolve this beef soup. A rare item with so many effects intrigued Blue, prompting him to evolve it. Congratulations, host. Consuming 1 evolution point to obtain tangled beef soup. Tangled beef soup. Category, food medicine, evolved once. Description, a specially crafted dish by a certain Chung named Duke, now with unusual effects. Effect, 50% chance of gaining poison immunity, 30% chance of growing taller by 0.5 centimeters, 20% chance of gaining immense strength. Note, brave bull, fearless of challenges. Looking at the evolved soup's properties, Blue gasped again. Wasn't this a divine artifact? Blue raised the bowl to his lips. The moment of awakening. Ugh. System, are you sure this is drinkable? If given a chance, Blue would love to ask Adebayo what skills were required to cook beef soup that smelled like old socks. Chapter 55. The Chung family's highest honor. And it was the kind of sock that can stand up when placed on the ground. Beep, please trust the professionalism of this system. Seemingly displeased with Blue's doubt, the system unusually explained further. Although this beef soup has a unique taste, under my operation, its effects have far exceeded normal imagination. Well, couldn't you also change its taste? The corners of Blue's mouth twitched slightly. He felt the dog-like system was definitely making fun of him on purpose. Beep, respecting the fruits of every laborer's work is my bottom line. Huh. Silently raising his middle finger, Blue confirmed his earlier suspicion. Of course, regardless of what he thought, he definitely had to finish this bowl of beef soup. After all, neither of its effects should be ignored. If only increase height by 0.5 centimeters could be changed to increase length by 0.5 centimeters. While mentally grumbling, the beef soup emitting a smell like old socks once again neared Blue's mouth. Come on, there's actually a fermented cabbage flavor if you sniff carefully. Amidst Ascari's astonished gaze, Blue actually finished the entire bowl of beef soup without taking a breath. Brother Arakayu, are you alright? Showing a concerned expression, Ascari was even considering going to fetch a physician. Earlier, from several servants, he had already learned that Blue's beef soup belonged to Jamie's special edition. Still okay. Struggling to suppress the turmoil in his stomach, Blue cast a weak smile at Ascari. The taste is really good. The system had already warned him. If he vomited, the effects of the beef soup would be nullified. Really? Rubbing his head, Ascari looked somewhat bewildered. Could it be that the old man has a talent for cooking beef that surpasses common people? As a son, Ascari naturally knew something about Jamie's culinary skills. To put it in one sentence, unless at the moment of death, never trust Adebayo's cooking skills. However, looking at Blue's serious, actually strained, expression, Ascari chose to accept his guess. This thing might be similar to long illness leads to self-treatment. After all, Jamie has eaten quite a lot of beef. Beep, congratulations to the host for consuming the puzzling beef soup. Height increased by 0.5 centimeters. Blue let out a sigh of relief as the system's voice rang out, but then felt disappointed. Compared to this, the other two options were obviously better. The following events actually had little to do with Blue because it was time for the senior generals to perform. The relationship between rulers and ministers in the Tang Dynasty was rather relaxed. Apart from not needing to kneel, it was normal for ministers to chat with the emperor. Perhaps due to the added effect of fine food, halfway through the meal, Adebayo jumped over his table. Haha, allow me, Jamie, to dance for everyone. Is anyone joining? I will. Just as Adebayo spoke, another member of the two roast pork duo, Lucian, rushed out impatiently. Today, I, the old black-skinned fellow, shall liven things up for all of you. Looking at their configuration, it was clear Adebayo and Lucian wouldn't be performing some dance like Jilu and I. In fact, Adebayo's dance meant fighting, or more appropriately, wrestling. After Ebert clapped first, everyone around joined in cheering them on. Amidst the clamor, Adebayo and Lucian quickly stripped off their upper garments and engaged in combat. To be honest, Blue did not find these two heavyweights' performance very exciting, but he couldn't help but join others who enjoyed it. As Adebayo and Lucian continued their struggle, the surrounding crowd grew louder and louder. In the end, except for the unwell Eben, even Ebert joined in the merriment. Brother Arakayu, let's go quickly. Just as Blue was shocked to see golden hair on Ebert, Ascari tugged at his arm. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Erek? Blue's expression turned serious. Why do you say that? As he spoke, Blue's eyes fell on Adebayo, who was laughing loudly in the center of the scene. Is this guy going to smash his cup as a signal and then have dozens of axe-wielding soldiers rush in to chop everyone, including Hyman, into mincemeat? Although in all historical records, Jamie didn't seem like someone who would do such a thing, Blue always adhered to a principle. Before it happens, everything is possible. Thinking of this, Blue regretted not bringing his shaking hands pea stick. With that thing, his combat power would at least double. You ask no questions, we just leave. Seeing Blue getting distracted at such a moment, Ascari's expression became even more anxious. If we don't leave now, it really will be too late. Bron Ascari, Chungchubi, where are you? Just as Ascari was about to drag Blue away, Adebayo's voice rang out, causing Ascari's face to fall. In hell. Your child is here. Clearly, the crowd understood Adebayo's next move. At least, Blue saw amusement in Ebert's eyes. Ha ha ha, all come forward to spar with your father. Ignoring the sorrowful expressions on Ascari and his brother's faces, Adebayo's gaze landed on Blue. You kid, come with them. Only when Jamie pointed at him did Blue realize. Damn, isn't this supposed to be Adebayo testing his sons? He had long heard that Jamie had an extraordinary obsession with thrashing his sons, especially during banquets, using thrashing his sons as the highest honor. Who knew there would be a role for Blue too? The corner of Blue's mouth twitched, and he cupped his hands toward Jamie. Sebastian, perhaps I won't participate? Doubting Adebayo's character, Blue feared he might be targeted if he went along. But clearly, any resistance was futile. After all, the scoundrels of the Tang Dynasty weren't just limited to Adebayo. Even before Jamie could speak, Eben beside him already chimed in with a smiling face. Since Duke Liu wants to test your martial arts, how can my son refuse? Blue wished he could widen Evan's eyes. Please take a look. Look at the sinister grin on this guy's face. Does this seem like an ordinary test? Chapter 56, Deception and Warfare by Adebayo. Of course, no matter what thoughts were running through Blue's mind, once Garth had spoken, whether he wished it or not, he eventually had to comply. After all, previously it was only Jamie unilaterally testing him. But if he disobeyed Darren's request, that would be considered disrespect. At home, it might have been a different story, but now, under everyone's watchful eyes, Blue knew exactly what would happen if he defied. Given Darren's pride, he would undoubtedly turn the testing session into a lesson for his son. And considering the strong drink Blue had earlier, he even suspected this man might hang him on the twisted tree outside to prove his prowess. Choose the lesser of two evils. In an instant, Blue made up his mind. With a salute to Adebayo, Blue forced a very fake smile. Since Sebastian invites me, your nephew can't refuse. With that said, Blue didn't waste any time, rising to walk directly toward where Jamie stood. Since there was no escape, he might as well act with resolution. At least it would win him some favor among these old men. It turned out Blue's move was entirely correct. Seeing his action, the bystanders broke into laughter. Hiss, Dylan, who'd taken a punch to the face from Adebayo during the previous bout, hissed and pounded the table. This kid isn't bad, fits my taste. Erikayu, be careful when you start, warned Ascari, approaching Blue. With the three of us keeping the old man busy, you just protect yourself. I understand, Blue nodded, not refusing Ascari's offer. Though reluctant to admit it, compared to the brothers Ascari, Blue did lack a bit in strength. He could likely only match the youngest brother, Creed. Hiya. Seeing the chosen youngsters stand up, Adebayo immediately flashed a huge grin. You young whelps, come here and face your doom. Without waiting for Blue and others to react, Adebayo roared and charged at them. Have you ever seen a wild boar charge? That's the situation right now. Jamie's face, covered in thick hair, radiated excitement, while his near 200-pound frame carried an unstoppable force. To top it off, he laughed wildly, spitting saliva everywhere as he ran. If Blue didn't know Jamie well, he'd suspect this guy of having Orcish blood. Compared to Blue's distraction, the Chung brothers remained composed. Glancing at each other, they lunged at Jamie from 3 directions. Blue couldn't help but recall ancient hunters encircling a wild boar. Brother, hold the old man's hands, I'll grab his legs with Denny. Roaring, Ascari swiftly assigned tasks. Given Jamie's character, the Chung brothers must have trained often with him, yet today felt different. Seeing Hendrix approach, Adebayo not only didn't back away as usual but laughed louder. Come on, let's see how I deal with you, whelp. Before Hendrix could react, Adebayo grabbed his arm. Oh no. Before Hendrix could finish speaking, Adebayo's other hand seized his belt. On Grandpa's command, rise. With a roar, Hendrix was lifted into the air. A common man knows one cannot leverage power while airborne. Even with all his skills, Hendrix found himself helpless in midair. Seeing Ascari and Chung Chubi approaching, Adebayo grinned wider. Whelp, face your doom. He swung Hendrix towards the two brothers. Dad. The two brothers barely managed to call out before scurrying away in panic. Jamie could go wild, but they couldn't risk it. A direct confrontation with the raging Jamie would spell trouble for Hendrix. However, compared to Jamie, the brothers lacked experience. Within a minute, all 3 Chung brothers were tumbling together. Ha ha ha, only one left. Watching the laughing Adebayo approach, Blue couldn't help but twitch his lips. Jamie, you bastard. Blue finally realized why Adebayo had acted so aggressively earlier. Clearly, he planned to dispatch the 3 smaller fry first, then tackle him. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Blue dodged Jamie's attack while contemplating whether to concede. So, little whelp, are you thinking of giving up? As a true veteran, Adebayo's observation surpassed most people's. Seeing Blue's expression change, he already had suspicions. A reckon. Facing Adebayo's half-smile, Blue coldly snorted. What Tang warrior would surrender without a fight? Pride dictated Blue's response after being read like an open book by Adebayo. Surrender? Impossible. I'm too much of a brave fighter. Haha, well said. Accompanied by praise, Blue was unexpectedly caught by Adebayo. Damn it. Blue didn't expect Adebayo to shamelessly ambush him mid-sentence. Ha ha, let me teach you something, whelp. Swinging Blue in a circle and positioning him butt first, Adebayo declared. That's called deception and warfare. Hearing Adebayo's words, Blue almost spat a mouthful of phlegm right at him. Among all officials, only this old rascal uses deception and warfare in contest with juniors. No, wait. After his rant, Blue realized his current position was awkward. Sebastian, I've learned the lesson. Can you put me down now? He struggled slightly, somewhat displeased. Not lying about deception is fine, but why do I end up upside down? Chapter 57. A feast where host and guest revel in joy. Ho-ha. Another burst of laughter. Blue couldn't help but think that at this moment, Adebayo looked exactly like a level 1 board boss from a third-rate online game. Boy, since you've admitted defeat, you must accept the punishment. Before Blue could react, a sharp voice rang out. Slap. A wreck. After delivering a resounding, merciful hand to Blue's bottom, Adebayo let out a slightly surprised sound. You're tougher than I thought. Didn't even scream. It was clear that Adebayo wasn't pretending to be surprised. His slap just now had been given without any mercy. Even if it were on his own sons, they would have certainly cried out loudly. If *****ing. Hearing Adebayo's words, Blue almost lost control right then and there. Was it really because I was tough? It was more like I didn't even have time to react. However, it was too late to speak up now, as Blue's toughness had already awakened Adebayo's competitive spirit. If a revenge didn't result in screams of pain from the opponent, it would be an extremely failed act. With this thought in mind, Adebayo clenched his teeth and slapped down with even greater force. Slap. The sharp sound even startled the drunken Quentin who was sitting nearby, causing him to momentarily wake up. He glanced at the scene before falling back into a daze. It's Jamie beating his son again. No worries. In the last second before falling asleep, Quentin summoned all his strength to add. Have someone pack away these leftovers for me. We can eat them for another 1 or 2 meals. Nobody paid much attention to Quentin's actions. First, everyone was quite drunk, and second, this kind of behavior was common among them. If Adebayo represented shamelessness, rashness, and lack of dignity in Chang'an, Quentin symbolized poverty. According to some informed sources, despite being a national duke, Quentin's best meal of the day was pickles with steamed buns. That was why every time he attended a banquet, Quentin would always take home some leftovers, a modest way to improve his diet. Let's return our focus to Adebayo and Blue. Feeling the intense pain from another blow, Blue felt as if his soul might detach from his body. Only now did he realize. When beaten at home, both Father Chin and Uncle Zhong always held back. Clearly, this was not the time to get distracted. As soon as the pain hit, Blue reacted instantly. Opening his mouth, he screamed. Ah! As Blue's screams finally echoed, the old hands in the room became even more excited. Laying a hand on Garth's shoulder, Ebert's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly worthy of being Chauncey's descendant, enduring 2 slaps from Dodge before crying out, "Ha ha ha ha, your majesty flatters us." Whether Garth or anyone else present knew that Ebert was genuinely praising Blue. After all, he was just a child. Performing this well was commendable. These veterans only had one way to express joy. Drink. At least Garth and the others were doing just that. Their son being praised by his majesty in front of so many people was indeed an exhilarating event. So drinking was necessary. Without hesitation, Garth raised his cup. Brothers, let's drink until we fall. And what about Blue? No worries. Children grow faster after a bit of discipline. Moreover, Darren trusted Adebayo, believing he wouldn't seriously hurt Blue. Indeed, in Darren's mind, anything short of losing limbs wasn't considered real injury. Putting aside the harmonious atmosphere between Garth and the others, Blue's screams gradually faded. Not because he had become stronger, but because after several more blows, his bottom had gone numb. Listening to Blue's weakened cries, Adebayo wore a smug smile. Leaning close to Blue's ear, he whispered, "Foolish one, will you dare to feed me chrysanthemum powder again?" Thinking of the suffering inflicted on his sensitive areas over the past few days, Adebayo felt he had been too merciful. He should have stripped him naked and hung him on a twisted tree. Though unaware of Adebayo's thoughts, Blue realized something important. He was taking the blame for Ascari. If not for Ascari's prank of putting chrysanthemum powder on toilet paper, Adebayo wouldn't have retaliated so fiercely today. Thus, Blue made a decision. Evolving the chrysanthemum powder must happen. Again and again. Force Ascari to eat the evolved chrysanthemum, then present Jamie with a grand gift of the superpowered powder. Once Adebayo's anger subsided, he naturally stopped tormenting Blue. With Blue's dramatic performance, the feast could indeed be described as a feast where host and guests revel in joy. Of course, excluding Blue and the 3 Chung brothers. Blue was carried to a carriage by Chung family servants, as was Darren, though Blue due to injuries and Darren from overdrinking. Fortunately, there was still some bruise medicine left from last time, which made Blue feel slightly better. Under Bentley's help, he applied the powder and soon fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps due to the intensity of the previous night, Blue dreamt of being chased and beaten by Adebayo. The next morning, when Blue woke up, the first thing he saw was the hairy face of Ascari. Having gotten used to Ascari disturbing his sleep, Blue noted the bruises on Ascari's face and twitched his lips. "Don't you need sleep? Forget it." Ascari's face turned darker, revealing his frustration. "My elder brother broke a rib and stayed awake half the night." Yawning widely, Ascari added, "If it weren't for the Divine Valor Army gathering, I wouldn't have woken up so early." Hearing Ascari's words, Blue was momentarily puzzled. Should I praise you for dedication, or comment on your thick nerves? You mentioned your elder brother. Is it Chusher? Translation note. The names are provided in pinyin format as requested, maintaining the original structure and tone of the text. Chapter 58. Blue becomes the laughingstock. Though he had already guessed, Blue couldn't help but ask a few more questions. After all, this matter sounded too fantastic. Yes. True to expectations, no sooner had Blue spoken than Ascari quickly nodded his head. Russell. Seeming to sense Blue's astonishment, Ascari's face showed a faint look of calm. "It's just a broken rib. It will heal in a while. Russell Arakayu, you don't have to worry too much. This isn't something not to worry about." The corner of Blue's mouth twitched as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. "Isn't it that Sebastian often uses you for practice?" "Yes." Ascari nodded, but suddenly shuddered. "Let's not talk about such ominous things. Russell Arakayu, do you still have any of that medicine for bruises from last time?" Indeed, that was the main reason Ascari had come over so early in the morning. From previous experience, he knew that Blue had an extremely effective medicinal liquid. "I still have some. Hurry up and use it. Just some bruise medicine." Blue wasn't that stingy. Urging Ascari to apply the medicine, the two then rode in a carriage towards Bachiao. "Ah, it's still more comfortable to ride in a carriage." Leaning against the carriage wall, Ascari let out a strange sound. "Unfortunately, my old man doesn't allow us brothers to ride in carriages. Otherwise..." Ascari didn't finish his sentence. If they could ride in a carriage, who would want to ride a horse? People might think riding horses was cool, but in reality, after riding for too long, one's legs would be chafed raw. Hearing Ascari's sigh, Blue couldn't help but twitch his lips. Judging by this, Darren was relatively enlightened. Usually, at this time, Darren should have already been practicing boxing in the yard, but today he hadn't even gotten up yet. It seemed he was still drunk from last night. "Master, we've arrived." While Blue was mourning what hardships Darren might face today, Bentley's voice came from outside the carriage. "Today's speed is pretty good." Lifting the curtain and jumping off the carriage, Blue couldn't help but pat Bentley on the shoulder. "For me, I'll definitely become faster." "No." Seeing the serious expression on Bentley's face, Blue hurriedly shook his head. "Tend to me, brother. It's best for men not to be too fast." Ignoring Bentley, who had fallen into contemplation due to his words, Blue walked towards the gathering place of the Divine Might Army with a smile. Hey, you guys are here so early? Usually, when hearing Blue say this, everyone would feel indignant. But today was different. As Blue spoke, he noticed that these fellows were all staring at his buttocks. Damn. Apart from feeling chilly there, Blue also guessed that these guys must have found out about what happened last night. His lips twitched as he silently vowed. If I find out who spread the news, I'll make sure you get double the fun from Jamie. Putting aside those thoughts, he had to deal with these fellows in front of him. He coughed lightly and tried to appear stern. What are you all standing around here for? Haven't you reported yet? Yes. Although they found Blue's recent experiences amusing, yesterday's training had been effective. When Blue finished speaking, everyone instinctively stood straight and responded loudly. 1, 2. With the loud chorus, all members of the Divine Might Army had assembled without exception. Today's training will be the same as yesterday. Standing, marching, report. Before Blue could finish speaking, someone shouted from the crowd. Turning around, Blue saw it was actually Rashad speaking up. Speak. According to his own rules, during training, whoever spoke had to be loud and commanding. Dare I ask, General, when can we proceed to the next stage of training? As Rashad spoke, everyone else looked at Blue, hoping for more interesting exercises rather than just standing and walking. Want to proceed to the next stage? Blue's lips curled slightly as he scanned the faces of the group. When your movements become perfectly synchronized, then we can proceed to the next stage. Now. Before Ansel could continue, Blue quickly issued orders. Attention. Others might think Blue was boasting, but he knew better. In a future nation, there were groups capable of marching as one unit, comprising thousands or tens of thousands of people. They ensured the peace of their citizens. Walking among the young gentlemen, Blue occasionally kicked a random, lucky one. Your posture isn't standard. Is your back bending because of kidney issues? Of course, whatever the surface reason, each kick harbored Blue's same thought. Messing with me. Time flies when you're having fun. By the time Blue's anger subsided, today's training was over. Training ends here today. Dismissed. Following Blue's order, the Divine Might Army soldiers, covered in footprints on their behinds, vanished instantly. Staying longer risked being beaten to death by the surnamed Chin demon. Russell Erikayu. Does this kind of training really work? Trailing behind Blue, Ascari looked puzzled. Though a rogue, he still wanted to achieve something, but Blue's recent training methods seemed like child's play. Don't rush. You'll see the results with time. With a confident look, Blue suddenly turned to Ascari with piercing eyes. By the way, do you still need Juyu, a type of herb? I can give you better ones. And no, not lacking. Rapidly shaking his head, Ascari looked wary. His injuries hadn't healed yet, and it was better not to provoke Jamie. That's too bad. Shaking his head regretfully, Blue abandoned his plan to sneak into Jamie's house. He was a person of status and shouldn't do such things. Chapter 59. The good news brought by Ellison. Kwai Chin's gaze fell on Neil, and he quickly added, whenever you're ready to act, remember I have some fine dogwood berries here. I'll keep that in mind, Neil replied with a sigh. He thought to himself, though Ralph isn't quite upstanding, are you not going too far by trying to involve me in harming my own father? Blue wasn't worried about Neil betraying him. If the fellow had such thoughts, Ralph wouldn't still be incapacitated after all this time. He probably still thinks it was due to the effect of the dogwood berries last time. Erikayu brother, where should we go next? Since they had come together in a carriage, Neil had to follow Blue's actions. Of course, part of him hadn't ruled out the idea of not going home just yet. With Russell Hendricks injured, the responsibility to practice martial arts with Ralph would fall on his shoulders. Unaware of Neil's hidden thoughts, Blue casually yawned. After a day of hard work, the best thing to do is to go home and sleep. As he spoke, Blue couldn't help but reflect. Who knew kicking someone could be so exhausting? Although such a lifestyle seemed somewhat decadent, remembering his old man's habit of involving him in trouble, Neil followed Blue without further hesitation. Choosing between being idle and getting beaten up was an easy decision for any normal person. Though Blue had warned Bentley earlier, the latter was as efficient as ever. Without even giving Blue and Neil much time to chat, Bentley's voice rang out again. Young master, we're back? Jumping down from the carriage, Blue was surprised to see another carriage parked outside his door. Well, looks like there's a guest at home. Glancing oddly at Neil beside him, Blue wore a mischievous smile. Guess who might be here to take you home? No, not likely. Swallowing, Neil shook his head quickly. My old man doesn't usually ride in carriages, so it can't be him. Although he dismissed Blue's suggestion, Neil's face remained pale, illustrating just how terrifying an influence Ralph held over his son. Given Ralph's usual ways, it was almost a miracle that Neil and his brothers had managed to stay alive and healthy. As Blue walked into his courtyard, he saw two Taoist priests wearing robes, confirming his suspicion. What surprised him even more was seeing Darren and Nicole both smiling as they chatted with the priests. Father, mother, I'm back. Greeting them, Blue's eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion. Are these charlatans here to swindle money? Blue had no bias against either Buddhism or Taoism. However, given his previous experience at Xian Temple, he inevitably harbored some reservations. It's Erikayu back? Hearing his voice, Nicole's face lit up with a broad smile. These two gentlemen are Taoists Yuan and Fisher from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Come meet them. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau? Startled, Blue instantly recalled two names, Ellison and Dusty. Indeed, these master and disciple were legendary figures in the future, famous for their prophetic, The Secret Classic of the Golden Orchid, which predicted major events accurately. Greetings, honored Taoists. Erikayu pays respect. Blue bowed politely, careful not to offend such influential figures. Despite their harmless appearance, he knew well how powerful they were. Provoking them could lead to disaster. If they reported to Sylvester that Blue possessed qualities of a future emperor, even the emperor's old friendship might not save his family. Don't think this is exaggerated. Historically, Tang Dynasty's renowned General Fisher Junxian was implicated and killed because of a few words from these priests. Hee, no need for formalities, young lord, Ellison said calmly, flashing a sage-like smile. Speaking of which, I owe you gratitude. Why's that, Taoist Yuan? Caught off guard, Blue asked, wondering if he had any previous interactions with this priest. You exposed the monk's trickery at Xian Temple that day, and both my disciple and I were present. Blue understood now. As top-tier religious sects, the Buddhist monks and Taoist priests were hardly allies. They often vied for dominance and believers. The Buddhist temple had gained many followers thanks to its living Buddha and occasional miracles. After Blue's exposure of their tricks, their reputation suffered while the Taoists benefited. Taoist Yuan, your gratitude is unwarranted. That incident was merely coincidental. Returning a smile, Blue inquired, may I ask what brings you here today? Haha, I've brought some good news for Lord Eriko. Chuckling, Ellison explained, my uncle Master Sun will soon arrive in Chang'an and can diagnose Lord Eriko's health. Whoosh. Blue couldn't suppress a gasp. Master Sun, the divine doctor, is coming to Chang'an? Yes. That's excellent news indeed. Ellison nodded affirmatively, and everyone present felt relieved. Hashtag chapter 60, Blue's rules. Blue slapped Ascari's thigh, and his face lit up with excitement. Dougie, the legendary figure in traditional Chinese medicine. Of course, more importantly, given Darren's current health condition, he really needed Dougie's treatment. Although eating eels had improved Darren's health somewhat, Blue knew very well that for him to fully recover, they would need the expertise of a true professional. Fishertle Duke, you're too kind, Jared replied with a smile. Tate has done much for the country and its people. It is an honor for this poor Taoist to be able to help him. Due to the good news they brought, the treatment of Jared and his disciple in the Qin residence improved significantly, and even the servants standing nearby offered them smiles. Jared didn't pay much attention to the attitude change of those in the Qin household. His main purpose today was to repay the favor Blue had unintentionally bestowed upon them earlier. Although Blue's assistance was not intentional, Jared could not pretend it didn't happen. After another round of conversation, Jared left the Qin residence with his disciple. If Dr. Sun can come, then Lord Qin will have a chance to recover. Even after Jared and his disciple left, Nicole remained in a state of excitement. She loved Garth deeply and naturally did not want her husband to remain in his current state. Don't worry, mother. Dr. Sun is the best doctor of our time. He will definitely cure father. Comforting Nicole, a sharp gleam flashed in Blue's eyes. Regardless of whether Dougie could cure Darren, as long as he provided a prescription, Blue could use evolution points to save Darren. However, he certainly wouldn't reveal this. The existence of the system must be kept secret from everyone. Rarely having encountered such good news, everyone in the mansion was in high spirits. To celebrate, Nicole not only doubled the servants' wages for the month, but also promised further rewards once Garth recovered. Mother, it's already late. You should go back and rest with father. Seeing Nicole still excited ever since Dougie left, Blue felt his mouth twitch. For father's sake, staying up late won't do him any good. You're right. Nicole nodded quickly. Before Dr. Sun arrives, we must ensure Lord Qin remains healthy. Murmuring these words, she hurried towards her room, determined to supervise Darren into a healthier lifestyle, avoiding late nights and alcohol. The night passed quietly, and the next day, Ascari woke Blue from his sweet dreams again. If you dare wake me up so early again, Blue's expression turned cold as he examined Ascari, you'll end up being Jamie's punching bag. That can't happen. Ascari shook his head quickly, his face serious. Don't worry, Erikayu. From now on, I won't disturb your sleep. To avoid Jamie's wrath, Ascari planned to stay at the Qin residence for a while. Returning home? Impossible. At least until Chung Chuzi recovered, Ascari didn't plan on facing Jamie. Puffing out his chest to promise Blue, Ascari asked cautiously, Brother Erikayu, shall we head to the back bridge now? Blue glanced at Ascari strangely. Why do I feel like you're quite eager for training today? Of course. Ascari nodded without hiding his thoughts. You're the commander of the Divine Army. How could I not show off a bit in front of those guys? Seeing Ascari's enthusiastic demeanor, Blue's lips twitched. Taking advantage of one's position to show off was indeed something Ascari would do. Though disdainful of Ascari's behavior, Blue didn't say much. Bragging would eventually lead to failure, and he wouldn't be the one to suffer when it happened. Despite what Blue thought, he considered sparing Ascari the embarrassment as brotherly loyalty. With Bentley driving, the group didn't waste any time. Thanks to Ascari's constant urging, Blue arrived unusually early for once. Blue waited for several minutes at the training ground before the other rascals finally showed up one by one. Count off. 1, 2. Once everyone was present, Blue stood before them with a stern expression. You're all quite late today. Feeling an ominous vibe from Blue's tone and expression, someone in the crowd spoke up, General, it's just that you arrived early. In an instant, Blue's face darkened. Who said that? Silence fell, and everyone held their breath. Whoever just spoke, stepped forward immediately. Blue waved his peace stick and added, if no one confesses, everyone will be punished collectively. It was me. A skinny boy stepped forward. I said that, General. You've done well. Blue smiled sinisterly, like a villain from a low-budget web series. What you said is true. I did arrive early. Before the boy could breathe a sigh of relief, Blue continued, but today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. In the Divine Army, if you arrive later than me, it counts as tardiness. Blue's gaze swept across the crowd. Any objections? No. Everyone responded loudly, afraid of drawing the demon's attention. Military sticks weren't easy to endure. Since there are no objections, consider yourselves late. Blue's smirk widened. As punishment, everyone run 10 laps around the training field. Yes. Though their voices were still loud, everyone looked slightly bitter. Running 10 laps around the training field was no light punishment. Chapter 61. Greta's Sorrow. Although the Divine Military Force was merely a playful entity in the eyes of the high-ranking officials, as an independent army, their standards were very high. The most extravagant part of this was their training ground. According to Blue's observation, it could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Seeing the spoiled rich kids hanging their heads dejectedly, Blue quickly added, if you don't finish today, we can double it and continue tomorrow. We can finish it. With a roar, everyone's eyes instantly turned red. If the distance doubled every time they failed, their flabby bodies would eventually give out here. Right, and you. His gaze fell on the youth who had just spoken. Blue's smile was exceptionally cruel. You didn't shout report before speaking. Go receive 10 lashes. Yes, sir. Watching the youth being dragged away with a malicious grin by Ascari, Blue couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't that he, Blue, was brutal, but there was a reason behind his actions. After all, among the 98 members of the Divine Military Force were spoiled young men from Chang'an City, including himself. Many of these individuals held status no less than Blue, son of a national duke. This made subduing them particularly difficult. Blue was sure that if he showed even a hint of leniency, these brats wouldn't be nearly as obedient as they were now. Spoiled rich kids weren't known for anything positive. Training time always seemed short. After enduring the punishment runs and daily drills, the Divine Military Force members felt more exhausted today than yesterday. When Blue dismissed them, the group vanished in a flash. Brother Arakayu, aren't we heading home next? Ascari's physical endurance was indeed impressive. Despite participating in the same drills, he still appeared energetic. Blue credited this to Jamie's rigorous training from a young age. Yawning widely, Blue looked at Ascari. Do you have other ideas? Yeah. Nodding rapidly, Ascari then spoke. We haven't been to the Western Market for so long. Don't you want to take a look, Brother Arakayu? For crying out loud, it was only 2 days ago. Although annoyed internally, Blue didn't outright refuse. If that's the case, let's go. Truthfully, Blue also wanted to check if young Joinkyang had found any new items, especially since he instructed them to be sent to the ice shop. Hee, I knew Brother Arakayu wouldn't say no. Grinning mischievously, Blue barked to Charles outside the carriage. Affu, change course to the Western Market. You got it. Charles wouldn't dare refuse Ascari's order given the exceptional relationship between him and Blue. Beyond being master and servant, they shared a bond akin to friends. More importantly, Charles knew Blue was inside the carriage. If not for his permission, Ascari wouldn't have dared to order such a detour. From Bachiao to the Western Market, Charles remained true to being the fastest man on the road. Watching the scenery change outside the window, Blue sighed, foolish child. One day you'll realize persistence is more important than speed. Master, we're here. Even without Charles's reminder, Blue knew they had arrived near the bustling Western Market. Leave the carriage outside. We can walk in. The Western Market had designated spots for carriages. For those willing to pay, they could leave their carriage indefinitely. After Charles parked the carriage, they walked deeper into the market. TSK. A few days away, yet nothing has changed in the Western Market. Not days, even months wouldn't change the hustle and bustle here. Hearing Ascari's words, Blue couldn't help but twitch his lips. As one of Chang'an's top markets, if it ever lost its vibrancy, something was seriously wrong. Oh, nonsense. These are miraculous medicines from Goguryeo. As the trio observed their surroundings, a sudden commotion caught their attention. Blue looked in the direction of the noise and froze. It was actually a woman. Under Blue's watchful eyes, the woman wearing a valuable silk gown was forcibly ejected from a shop, her face full of sorrow. Spit, what kind of miraculous medicine? Trying to defraud people with some herbs. A clerk emerged from the apothecary and spat contemptuously. Know what in Baotang is before you try to deceive us. But, don't just stand there. Get lost. Before the woman could speak, the clerk waved menacingly. Do you believe me if I report you to the authorities? Aye. Sighing deeply, Greta obediently left under the clerk's glare, feeling immense sadness holding the wooden box she clutched tightly. As a merchant trading between Tang and Goguryeo, she should have been incredibly wealthy. Yet a storm had destroyed her cargo and most of her sailors. The few remaining ginseng roots were her last hope. How could Tang physicians not recognize such a divine medicine? Do I really have to marry that scoundrel? Thinking about her family learning of this failure, Greta felt overwhelming despair. Losing her only bargaining chip meant becoming a sacrifice for her family's political alliances. Miss, may I see what's in your box? Amidst her sorrow, she heard a curious voice beside her. A wreck? Looking around, Greta became increasingly frantic. Was she hallucinating? She clearly heard someone call her. I said, can't you lower your head slightly? Facing the suddenly terrified woman, Blue's lips twitched. He feared she might faint from fright. Ah! Letting out a startled cry, Greta realized where the voice came from. Lowering her head, she saw Blue and his companions, each displaying varying degrees of impatience. Chapter 62. No more pretending. I'm going to reveal my hand. So it's just a few little kids. It has to be admitted that Orson, inheriting Hideo's genes, had an excellent appearance. Even though she was in a bad mood, when Crystal saw Orson's face, her tone softened considerably. The things in this box are what Big Sister uses for life-saving. They can't be shown to you. Seeming to worry that her actions might sadden Orson, Crystal quickly took out a few copper coins. Big Sister will buy you some candy, okay? Though encountering difficulties, a few coins were not too much trouble for Crystal. Is there ginseng from Korea in this box? Rolling his eyes dramatically, Orson bluntly asked. If he let her continue like this, he'd never achieve his goal. Actually, even without asking, Orson knew what was inside the box. Just now, he discovered the dog system had such a function. Centennial ginseng. Category: medicinal herbs. Description: a 112-year-old ginseng from Goguryeo. Effects: tonifies qi, restores vitality, prolongs life. Note: to ordinary people, it's merely an underdeveloped old radish. Seeing the system's note, Orson couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Though exaggerated, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Unlike in later times, ginseng was an extremely rare medicine in this era. Even some physicians didn't recognize it. In fact, its true value wouldn't be widely acknowledged until after Ellis published Qianjin Feng. Considering the timeline, it's likely that Ellis hadn't even started his masterpiece. Now, it made sense why Crystal was directly driven away by Anbao Hall. Most people thought she held nothing more than an underdeveloped radish. You. Hearing Orson's words, Crystal first froze, then her face lit up with surprise. You know Korean ginseng? Before Orson could respond, Crystal already started to imagine possibilities. Fishertle boy, your family must know about Korean ginseng, right? Can you take me to meet them? Crystal couldn't help but feel excited. She thought her fate was sealed, but who would have known someone in Tang Dynasty recognized Korean ginseng? Without doubt, this incident was the last straw she could cling to. Even if I don't know how you came up with that idea, I regretfully tell you my family doesn't recognize Korean ginseng. Shaking his head, Orson shattered Crystal's hopes mercilessly. Not exactly lying. While old Sheen wasn't as unrefined as Adebayo, expecting him to recognize Korean ginseng was simply a pipe dream. So, you must know someone who does, right? Despite slight disappointment, Crystal immediately thought of another possibility. Can you take me to see him? Perhaps fearing Orson might refuse, she quickly added. If you take Big Sister to see him, I'll buy you many snacks. Looking at Orson expectantly, she believed anyone who recognized Korean ginseng would understand its effects, which could mitigate her losses. Have you considered that I might know about Korean ginseng myself? Pfft. Amused by the sight of Orson pointing at his own nose adorably, Crystal couldn't help but laugh. Don't joke around, or Big Sister won't buy you anything. If I'm not mistaken, you're trying to sell Korean ginseng, aren't you? Recognizing this woman's unusual thought process, Orson decided to get straight to the point. If you're willing, you can sell it to me. What? Frozen for a moment, Crystal's lips curled higher and higher until she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little boy, stop joking. Do you know how precious a single ginseng plant is? It's way beyond your means. Though they wore top-quality silk, Crystal didn't think these little kids could have much buying power. How valuable can it be if it still looks like a misshapen radish to others? Enduring Crystal's laughter, Orson finally retaliated. In all of Chang'an, no one except me would pay money for deformed radishes. Of course, Orson was exaggerating. Although Korean ginseng had no fame yet in the Tang Dynasty, it wasn't so obscure that no one knew of it. Dougie surely had some knowledge. That's Korean ginseng, not eh? Halfway through her sentence, Crystal's smile vanished. She realized the child was right. In other people's eyes, it was indeed just deformed radishes. Fishertle brother, you really want to buy Korean ginseng? Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't hold much hope from a kid. But now, she had no choice but to grasp at straws. Also, there was something different about Orson's demeanor. Crystal doubted any ordinary child could act so composed and generous. Yes. Nodding, Orson smiled. No matter how much Korean ginseng you have, I'll purchase it all. Of course. Pausing briefly, he continued. On the condition that your ginseng passes my inspection. Korean ginseng is very expensive. Are you sure you can afford it? I, Orson, am at least the son of a current duke. Money is trivial to me. Seeing Crystal still doubting his purchasing power, Orson revealed his identity outright. No more pretending. Here's my hand. Not only do I have looks, talent, and strategy, but also status, wealth, and influence. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Crystal looked at Orson with sparkling eyes. Are you really the son of a duke? This was a reflexive question. In fact, Crystal believed him instantly upon hearing his words. Funny, in Chang'an, who would dare pretend to be the son of a duke? Absolutely genuine, I swear on my honor. Puffing his chest, Orson said. Now can you answer my earlier question? What cue? Oh. Mid-sentence, Crystal suddenly understood. This young duke wanted to buy her ginseng. Chapter 63, Gerard's Concerns. Of course I'm willing to sell. Marlowe nodded rapidly, her face suddenly turning crimson. I don't know what price the young noble plans to offer for my ginseng. Knowing Blue's identity, Marlowe naturally dared not continue calling him little brother. If nothing goes wrong, this person in front of her is likely the powerful benefactor she hopes to rely on. I never look at how much I pay when buying things. I care about how much you want. Blue replied somewhat arrogantly to Marlowe, inwardly scoffing. I'm just an ordinary teenager. How would I know the real price of Korean ginseng? This? Hearing Blue's words, Marlowe couldn't help but blush. No wonder he is a noble of the Tang Dynasty. Even his way of speaking is so domineering. After a moment's thought, Marlowe quickly forced a smile onto her face. If the young noble is willing, would it be acceptable to trade this ginseng for 10 taels of silver? Though silver was not commonly circulated among the common people, it was still used for large transactions among the wealthy. 10 taels? Repeating her words, Blue couldn't help but add. Isn't this price a bit too? 8 taels. Before Blue finished his sentence, Marlowe had already quickly revised her offer. Seeing that Blue still didn't agree, Marlowe's eyes started to redden. The lowest I can go is 5 taels. Young noble, this is the lowest price I can offer. All right, no problem. Hearing Marlowe's words, Blue finally came out of his shock. In truth, he wanted to say, this price is too low. Purchasing a 100-year-old ginseng root for 10 taels of silver was already an unbelievable bargain, and yet she lowered it further. But despite being surprised by Marlowe's decisiveness, Blue, adhering to the philosophy that one shouldn't miss a good deal, pretended to be calm. If so, let's trade at this price. After saying this, Blue continued. Aren't you selling just one Korean ginseng root? Of course not. Shaking her head quickly, Marlowe's expression became serious. A 100-year-old ginseng roots are priced at 5 taels each, with an additional 10 taels for every extra 100 years. Can the young noble accept this? The remaining ginseng was Marlowe's hope for a comeback, and thus she had to discuss the price with Blue first. No problem. Nodding, Blue agreed without hesitation. Apart from the inherent benefits of ginseng, once Old Sun speaks up, its value will skyrocket several times over, strengthening the body and extending life. Just these 8 characters would probably make even Ebert interested. In addition, taking a deep breath, Marlowe continued. I also have a 1,000-year-old ginseng root. The young noble must offer me 100 gold taels. With those words, Marlowe stared intently at Blue. Compared to her earlier offers, this was her true trump card. Sure. To Marlowe's surprise, Blue agreed without hesitation. Bring all your goods to the residence of the Duke of Erech. We'll conduct the transaction there. Unbeknownst to Marlowe, if Blue hadn't maintained some rationality, he might have done a few cartwheels in celebration right then and there. 1,000-year-old ginseng root. Just by virtue of its age, it deserved to be called a miraculous medicine. While the quantity of ginseng in this era was certainly more than in later times, its rarity remained significant. Blue wasn't worried about Marlowe deceiving him. With the system in place, such a possibility was virtually zero. This transaction wasn't trivial, involving sums far beyond what a couple of individuals could carry. Young noble, rest assured, I'll arrange everything immediately. Hearing Blue's words, Marlowe's face showed signs of excitement. What was this? This was precisely the kind of turnaround spoken of by Tang people. Only after Marlowe left did Gerard give Blue a strange look. Brother Erikayu, you really plan to buy that woman's stuff? Tang Dynasty roughnecks were many, and Gerard was undoubtedly one of the top ones among them. To him, those so-called Korean ginseng were merely underdeveloped radishes. Yes. Nodding, Blue did not hide much from Gerard. Korean ginseng has tremendous benefits, such as nourishing qi and strengthening the spirit, making it a rare medicinal treasure. If not for this opportunity, it might never come to us. But, pausing slightly, Gerard did not doubt Blue's words. From childhood, his friend rarely lied or exaggerated. Because of this, Gerard rarely doubted Blue. However, Gerard soon spoke again. Brother Erikayu, can you afford such a large sum? Gerard's expression grew increasingly odd. If it were just a few dozen or hundreds of taels of silver, it would be manageable, but 100 gold taels was no small amount. Even Darren would feel it. I definitely can't. Scratching his head calmly, Blue continued. But who said trading must involve money? Phew. Despite considering himself bold, Gerard couldn't help but take a sharp breath upon hearing Blue. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Scanning Blue's face, Gerard continued. Although that woman isn't one of us Tang people, directly robbing or killing her could tarnish Uncle Chin's reputation. Gerard spoke solemnly. Ancient people placed great importance on reputation, hence the saying, a man leaves a name behind like a flying goose leaving sound. Especially for loyal and righteous men like Garth, their reputation was of utmost importance. Without exaggeration, just the name, Chin Chauncey, earned Blue respect from most bandits. Damaging Garth's hard-earned reputation due to Blue's actions would indeed be a regrettable loss. Eyeing Blue closely, Gerard pondered how to dissuade his friend. Compared to Uncle Chin's reputation, a little wealth seemed insignificant. Who said I'd kill anyone? Rolling his eyes again, Blue realized his friend had quite an imaginative mind. Chapter 64. Each plotting their own way out. Not kill her. Baron Ascari paused, his expression turning even more tense. That's even worse. Staring intently at Blue, Ascari finally spoke. If that woman stays alive, won't all your deeds be exposed to others? Looking at Ascari's expression, Blue couldn't help but fall into deep suspicion. Could it be I really did something shameful? Of course, this was obviously impossible. The reason Ascari said such things was due to a misunderstanding of Blue's actions. Taking a deep breath, Blue struggled to resist the urge to strike the fellow in front of him with a stick. In your eyes, is there no other way besides killing and beating? Yes, there is. Blue had expected an affirmative response, but Ascari surprisingly nodded quickly. As long as Brother Erikayu marries that woman, you wouldn't have to pay her. After speaking, Ascari added hastily, but I think you definitely can't do that, otherwise Uncle Chin would beat you to death. Although Ascari's words were somewhat ridiculous, Blue couldn't deny one point. What this rascal said was damn right. Despite Fisher's outstanding appearance and figure, if Garth knew that he ignored Quinlan and got entangled with a foreign woman instead, well, you should stop talking. Seeing Ascari was about to continue, Blue hastily waved his hand to interrupt him. At this point, he had thoroughly understood Ascari's character. Being the son of Jamie, this rascal ranked high in shamelessness in Chang'an City. It would take some time to determine his exact rank. Oh. Though somewhat unsatisfied, upon hearing Blue's words, Ascari nodded obediently. Knowing full well the reputation of this lord's insect-slaying stick technique, Ascari, as a normal person, didn't wish to provoke him. Putting aside Fissers for now, they continued browsing around West Market. Unfortunately, nothing noteworthy happened afterward, nor did the ice shop receive any unusual items. Gentlemen, the weather will turn colder in a few days. Our ice shop business might be affected. Joshua finally spoke as Blue and Ascari were about to leave. Though addressing both of them, his gaze fell solely on Blue. As a servant of the Chung household, he knew his young master's abilities very well. Ascari's greatest skill was that he had no skill. Don't worry, I'll have a plan when the time comes, Blue replied calmly, reassuring Joshua. As a soul from a later era, even without the system's help, he could think of numerous ways to make money. With that, I'm relieved. Though Blue hadn't detailed his plan, Joshua felt reassured. This Joshua has gone too far. On their way back from the ice shop, Ascari's face darkened. Why did he only ask Brother Erikayu while Jamie was also there? Though Ascari was impulsive, this didn't mean he was entirely dense. He easily sensed the distrust in Joshua's actions. So, you have a solution then? Of course. Ascari drew out his words, feigning nonchalance. I don't. Pausing, Ascari continued, but he shouldn't ignore me like this either. Haha. Smiling faintly, Blue didn't comment further. He understood this rascal's thoughts, roughly along the lines of, I may not know how, but you shouldn't ignore me. While Blue returned to the Chin residence, Fishers was discussing matters with her subordinates in a nearby tavern at West Market. Miss, are you really going to place all our hopes on a Tang person? Falling silent, everyone stared anxiously at Fishers. These ginseng roots weren't just her hope for a comeback, they represented everyone's future. Yes. Nodding, Fisher's expression grew serious. He's the son of a national duke. He probably wouldn't harm us over a bit of money. Having done business in the Tang Dynasty, Fishers understood Tang people's character well. People at Blue's level often deemed dealing with foreigners humiliating. But, no buts. Seeing her subordinate's hesitation, Fisher's eyes turned stern. Our miracle drug isn't widely recognized in Tang. Except for that young lord. No one else even knows what it is. Breathing deeply, Fisher's continued. Therefore, whether you like it or not, we must place our hope on that young lord. Everyone sighed deeply. While unwilling, they couldn't deny the truth in her words. In that case, we'll have to rely on Miss again. Money was crucial for the remaining Goguryeo people. They lost many goods in a shipwreck and lacked funds to return home. Sure. Nodding, Fisher's added. If that young lord deceives me, then, let's all go our separate ways. Without allowing anyone to speak, she left the tavern with the prepared ginseng roots. What do we do next? Watching Fisher's departing silhouette, someone asked. What else can we do? Wait for news. Another sighed. Use this time to consider your own exit plans. The room's atmosphere instantly became heavy. Indeed, it was time to secure their own futures. For this decision, they felt no embarrassment. Although they called Fisher's Miss, they weren't her servants but allies of sorts. Hashtag Chapter 65, Blue's offer. As Blue and the others returned to the residence, Marianne's visit also arrived. Hearing that an exotic woman of remarkable beauty had come to visit their child, Darren and Nicole's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chuliang, do you know what's going on with the woman outside? Taking advantage of Bentley's absence to relay the message, Garth had already darted to Ascari's side. Well, seeing Ascari's peculiar expression, Garth's face instantly turned serious. I ask these questions only for your little sister's sake. If you dare to hide anything from me, huh? Garth did not say much more, but just those 2 words were enough to make Ascari shudder. Uncle Chin, why would you say that? Even if I had the courage of a bear or a leopard, I wouldn't dare hide anything about this matter. Ascari was not lying. After all, Bristol's iron fist wasn't something everyone could endure. After reassuring Garth, Ascari quickly recounted today's events. So, Arakayu isn't interested in the girl outside but in her ginseng? Yes. Though he found Garth's phrasing odd, Ascari nodded quickly. This concerned both his and Blue's safety. Good. Confirming that Blue hadn't fallen for someone else, Garth's expression eased. Our Tang women are gentle, kind, and beautiful. You must not have any dealings with women from other tribes. Huh. Hearing Garth, both Ascari and Blue couldn't help but smirk. By your standards, Bristol absolutely does not belong among Tang women. Despite the jest, they still needed to address the matter at hand. While Blue pondered internally, Marianne, looking somewhat timid, entered under Bentley's guidance. This humble maiden Marianne pays respects to the Duke of Erech and the Duchess. Perhaps reminded by Bentley, Marianne immediately recognized the identities of Garth and his wife, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities. Given Marianne's status, she didn't warrant Garth's special attention. With a casual wave of his hand, Garth sank into his reclining chair unceremoniously. Since it's a matter between young people, settle it yourselves. Thank you, Your Excellency. Garth could afford to be informal, but Marianne dared not. Bowing again to Garth, she then shifted her gaze to Blue. A reckonable maid has come as agreed. Does the young Duke wish to honor his promise? With that, she swiftly placed several wooden boxes before Blue. In truth, seeing Garth had thoroughly put Marianne at ease. If Blue had ill intentions, he wouldn't have let her meet Garth and Nicole. With my reputation, isn't that enough to earn your trust? Jokingly, Blue's lips curled slightly. But besides money, I'm willing to offer you another choice. After checking the boxes, Blue confirmed the authenticity of their contents. Marianne hadn't made any significant mistakes. Please enlighten me, young Duke. Upon hearing Blue, Marianne felt her heart skip a beat. Could what her companions feared finally be happening? Not so fast. Ignoring Marianne's odd look, Blue spoke to himself. Might you tell us your purpose for coming to Tang from Goguryeo? Since the young Duke is interested, humble maid dares not hide anything. Nodding quickly, Marianne dared not do anything to upset Blue. This story begins with my background. Marianne's storytelling skills earned her some sympathy from the audience. She hailed from a merchant family in Goguryeo. Just like in Tang, merchants held low status there too. Desiring higher status, merchants naturally sought various methods. Typically, these methods included giving money, treasures, accomplishments, or even offering women. For example, Marianne, with her exceptional beauty, became her family's hope. They intended to marry her off to a Goguryeo minister. But who would willingly become a tool for trade? To resist her fate, Marianne teamed up with a group of small merchants and fled Goguryeo with goods towards Tang. Skipping ahead, after surviving a maritime disaster, Marianne and her group made it to Chang'an. A stroke of luck. Sniff. Sucking back the snot that escaped her nose, Marianne looked at Blue. Were it not for the young Duke's righteous intervention, I might have been forced to marry someone I loathed. Truthfully, with Marianne's beauty, any man wouldn't seem normal for not being mesmerized by such a stare. Yet Blue only thought one thing. Oh, so even beauties sniff their noses. Had Marianne known Blue's thoughts, she'd likely want to crawl into a hole. Her apparent distress stemmed not only from sadness over her fate, but also to gain Blue's sympathy for better leverage. Now that we've heard the story, let's discuss business. Stretching lazily, Blue didn't display the empathy Marianne expected. This was quite normal. After all, Blue's situation wasn't far from Marianne's. Before resolving his own crisis, Blue didn't have much heart to care about others. Please proceed, young Duke. Though inwardly criticizing Blue's callousness, Marianne maintained a serious demeanor. I, Marianne, am gentle. Regarding this transaction, I offer you two choices. Taking a breath, Blue continued. The first choice is to proceed as initially discussed, while the second is to give you a jade pendant from the house of the Duke of Erech. A faint smile appeared on Blue's lips. He knew very well that any truly clever person would know which choice to make next. Chapter 66, Twice Evolved, Ginseng Spirit. I choose the second option. As expected, the moment Larry spoke, Carla's face lit up with excitement. If young master is truly willing to give me a jade pendant representing the Guogong Manor, I would be eternally grateful. It's impossible for it to represent the Guogong manor. Shaking his head, Larry continued. However, I can give you a jade pendant that signifies protection from the Erek Guogong manor. In ancient times, jade pendants weren't merely used for flaunting wealth. Frequently, they symbolized the identity of an individual or a force. For instance, this type of jade pendant mentioned by Larry, once obtained by Carla, it would mean she was under the protection of the Erek Guogong manor. Under normal circumstances, anyone who wished to make things difficult for Carla would have to consider the consequences of offending the Qin family. Of course, if someone did not give them face, the Erek Guogong manor would still stand up for Carla. After a brief hesitation, Carla quickly nodded. The lady accepts. To gain the protection of a Guogong was a delightful surprise for her. The idea of representing the Erek Guogong manor was something even Carla knew wasn't feasible. Carla couldn't help but be overjoyed. Even if she brought back a large sum of money, she would still be constrained by her own clan, potentially being used for marriage alliances at any time. But once under the protection of a Tang Dynasty Guogong, she could instantly gain very high status within her family. At least in matters of marriage, no one would dare make things difficult for her. One mustn't think that because Zoran was a Tang Guogong, he had no deterrent power over the Goryeo people. With the status and strength of the Tang Dynasty, no country would underestimate a Tang Guogong. At least, Carla's family definitely wouldn't dare offend Garth. You're quite clever. Smiling slightly at Carla, Larry casually pulled out a jade pendant from his robe. Take this jade pendant. Henceforth, you are under the protection of the Erek Guogong manor. Being the only offspring of Zoran, it was not strange for Larry to have several jade pendants representing the Erek Guogong manor. In reality, Gerard likely carried tokens representing the Hyatt manor as well. Thank you, young master. Receiving the jade pendant respectfully from Larry, Carla's face showed undisguised joy. The benefits of this jade pendant were not limited to what was just mentioned. At the very least, carrying this jade pendant meant she wouldn't encounter difficulties from officials while doing business in the Tang Dynasty. Now that you've accepted the jade pendant, call me young master from now on. Your servant, Carla, pays respects to young master. Nodding, Carla bowed respectfully to Larry. By accepting this jade pendant, she was now considered a subordinate of the Qin manor in some sense, so such a title wasn't inappropriate. Nodding, Larry was quite satisfied with Carla's conduct. At least since meeting her, she had acted quite intelligently. If there's nothing else, you may leave first. Having achieved his goal, Larry waved calmly. In the future, you can bring more Goryeo ginseng. I'll offer you a good price when the time comes. Young master, rest assured, your servant will not disappoint you. Nodding, Carla didn't feel Larry's request was excessive. Since she enjoyed the protection of the Erek Guogong manor, paying some cost was only natural. TSK. After Carla left, Gerard finally revealed himself, admiringly smacking his tongue. Who would have thought? Arakayu brother really lives up to our admiration. Watching the entire interaction, Gerard believed he understood the deeper implications of Larry's actions. Using a single jade pendant to get what he wanted, and also winning over a beautiful foreign woman as a subordinate. What a move. This was intelligence. Feeling the bronze token representing the Chung family in his chest, Gerard had already planned meticulously. While he didn't expect free herbs, acquiring a couple of beauties wasn't too much to ask, right? Larry was, of course, unaware of Gerard's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have let him experience the shaking hand peacekeeping stick. I, Larry, am pure and straightforward. How could I do those filthy things you're thinking about? Right now, Larry was more concerned with the few boxes Carla had left behind, especially the largest one. Millennium Ginseng. Category: Celestial Materials Spirit Medicine. Description: a ginseng root from Goryeo, 1,321 years old. Effect: restores chi, replenishes blood, extends life. Note: impressive sleight of hand. Just like you, the 1,000-year-old ginseng lived up to its age. It resembled a tiny human figure and emitted a fragrant aroma upon opening the box. Larry wisely chose to ignore the dog system's remarks. How could the actions of a smart person be called sleight of hand? Besides, isn't the Erek Guogong manor's protection token valuable? Dog system, evolve this ginseng. Originally, Larry had planned to save evolution points to aid his godly weapon in its 4th evolution. But seeing this millennium-old ginseng made him almost unable to resist. Ordinary 1,000-year-old ginseng already has life extension effects. Who knows how powerful it would become after evolving? Congratulations, host. You spent 1 evolution point and gained a 10,000-year ginseng. Congratulations, host. You spent another 1 evolution point and gained a decade spirit ginseng. With the system's announcement, Larry couldn't help but light up with anticipation. The age changed from 10,000 years to 10 years, yet it became a spirit ginseng. This evolution was definitely unique. Decade Spirit Ginseng. Category: Celestial Materials Spirit Medicine. 2nd evolution. Description: once an ordinary 1,000-year-old ginseng, now evolved into legendary Spirit Ginseng thanks to the mysterious handsome system. Effect: strengthen body, extend life. Note: for minors, consume under parental supervision. Compared to regular ginseng, the Spirit Ginseng had fewer listed effects, but Larry doubted none of its preciousness. After all, the dog system hadn't previously boasted about the outcomes of the previous evolutions. Dog system, can this Spirit Ginseng heal Zoran's injuries? Obtaining such a treasure, Larry naturally thought first of severely wounded Garth. After all, he was his father in this lifetime. Chapter 67, Confidence brought by the Jade Token. Ding. The ginseng's effects are only for strengthening the body and prolonging life. It is ineffective for curing Hideo's injuries. The voice ceased, and the system surprisingly added a note. Hideo's body is weak. Such spiritual medicine would do more harm than good to him. It is suggested that the host take it himself. Alright, no need to ask further. In short, old Sheen is now too frail to withstand the effects of the ginseng. Seems I have to rely on Ellis after all. Muttering this, Orson decided to start accumulating evolution points today to prepare for Ellis's imminent arrival. After all, the outcomes of evolution are random, and getting the medicine to completely heal old Qin won't be easy. As someone who had drawn 99 R cards in 100 consecutive draws in his past life, Orson never pinned his hopes on luck. Erikayu, you went through all this trouble just for these herbs? While Orson was conversing with the system, Hideo could no longer hold back his words. Yes, he nodded, not hiding anything. These are rare medicinal herbs. But let's wait until Divine Dr. Suin arrives before we decide how to use them properly. With the system's reminder, Orson didn't intend to let old Qin consume these medicines directly. Given Hideo's current physical condition, he truly couldn't afford too much turmoil. This revision ensures the translation reads more naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. The term juritung, upheaval, is replaced with turmoil for better fluency. Old Qin didn't overly doubt Orson's answer. 1. Because he trusted his son enough, and 2. Because obtaining these herbs didn't come at a high cost. Since the entire transaction took place under his watchful eye, everything was clear to him. That jade token was invaluable to Crystal, but meant nothing special to Hideo and others. After all, it merely signified the status of a senior servant in the Qin residence. Nothing extraordinary. Qin Fu, take all these herbs to the storeroom. Holding the evolved ginseng in hand, Orson gestured towards Qin Fu. No one is to touch them without my permission. Rest assured, young master. I know what to do. Puffing out his chest, Qin Fu carefully picked up the few boxes from the ground and left cautiously. His master had said these were precious herbs. He needed to brief the storeroom guards later. To Orson and the others, Crystal's incident was merely a minor episode. Once it concluded, everyone returned to their usual activities. Meanwhile, Crystal felt somewhat helpless. Dorian, why are only a few of you left? Still the same inn, still the same room. But now only 3 people remained inside. Miss, you've returned? Seeing Crystal enter the room, the bald man named Dorian showed signs of excitement. However, it quickly turned into dejection. They've all left Mississippi. How did things go? Chui's gaze fixed intently on Crystal. Did the Duke provide the money? All gone. Startled, Crystal soon recovered. She supposed her long absence prompted the others to seek their own paths. There was nothing wrong with that. It was all about survival. Her only regret was that they hadn't waited a little longer so she could share her joy with them. Glancing around the room at the remaining 3, Becker, Pu Buqing and Jean Mongguan. These 3, the weakest among the group, had waited till the end. Thank you all for waiting this long. Crystal bowed deeply. I didn't receive any money from the Duke's residence, but, as she spoke, the faces of the 3 men lit up. Does Miss have other gains? Indeed. Nodding firmly, Crystal didn't play coy. I obtained a protection jade token from the Duke's residence. From today onward, we will be under their protection. She gently placed the jade token Orson had given her on the table. This is a Duke's identity token. The protection token was a simple jade plate inscribed with a peculiar cloud pattern and a single Qin character. Yet it made Becker and the others breathe heavier. Miss, our business will be easier henceforth? Upon hearing this, they all felt relieved. Was staying loyal worth it? No. They had simply been weaker compared to the others, thus clinging more tightly to Hope and Crystal. Now, seeing the token, they found all previous worries and hardships justified. Compared to the backing of a Tang Dynasty Duke, money was trivial. Their wisdom wasn't low. They were merchants who traveled across borders from Goguryeo to Tang. With such a powerful ally, they were confident of recovering losses rapidly. As you understand the value of this jade token, Crystal continued, our goods might be lost. If we want to rise again, we'll need to return to Goguryeo. Crystal considered asking Orson for help, but thought better of it, as seeking help right after joining might burden him unnecessarily. Unless necessary, she wouldn't bother him. This isn't hard, Becker laughed heartily, showing no worry about their predicament. I have 2 exquisite pieces of jade. Selling them should alleviate some pressure. I have a jade ring, and me. Being merchants, they'd naturally left themselves some fallback options. Witnessing the bright future ahead, they felt no need to hide anymore. With the token's help, the profits would far outweigh current sacrifices. In this situation, anyone knew what to do. Note, the translation maintains the original structure while ensuring it flows naturally in English. Chapter 68. The connection between Blue and Ascari. In just a few minutes, the 3 people in the room managed to pull out a large pile of jade treasures from their belongings. Your assistance today will not be forgotten by Rosa, she said, bowing her gratitude towards Adalberto and the other 2. To raise some money, Hoyt even pulled out his 2 gold teeth from his mouth. Hee. A light laugh resonated in the room. No one dared to appear presumptuous in front of Rosa. Why do you say so, miss? With our relationship, such formalities make us seem distant. Indeed, Brother Jin's words are quite right. Hoyt's words were instantly supported by Adalberto and Ernst. To cling on to Rosa, they had decided to discard their pride completely. In that case, I won't be too polite then. Carefully collecting the jade pendants, rings, and gold teeth placed on the table, Rosa spoke. If we pawn these things, we can not only return to Goguryeo but also maybe gather enough for a cargo ship. With the jade pendants from the Qin household, Rosa believed the pawning shops in Chang'an would offer a fair price. Mrs. Correct, they nodded, eyes filled with joy. It feels great to have such support. Leaving aside the story of Rosa pawning items and acquiring goods, Blue was examining a spirit ginseng in front of him inside the Qin residence. Bloody system. Are you sure this thing can be eaten directly? Blue couldn't help but be cautious. Ordinary ginseng wasn't something to eat lightly, let alone legendary spirit ginseng. He didn't want to die due to reckless action. Beep, trust my professional ability. The system quickly added, spirit ginseng is a treasure of nature. Don't view it with ordinary eyes. You're right because you're the system. Reassured by the system's words, Blue relaxed. If so, then I won't be too polite. Grabbing the medicine-scented spirit ginseng from the box, he shoved it into his mouth. Tisk tisk tisk. Feeling the sudden burst of freshness in his mouth, Blue couldn't help but smack his tongue. Not bad, this spirit ginseng actually tastes like mint. Given its small size and pleasant taste, Blue quickly swallowed it. Burp. Sensing the lingering fragrance from his mouth to his stomach, Blue let out a loud belch. Bloody system, I don't feel much different? Beep, please calm down, host. Blue thought he detected a hint of schadenfreude in the system's voice. Weren't you, ugh? Midway through his sentence, Blue's face suddenly changed, and he collapsed onto the bed. Ow, what's happening? It felt like his bones were being pounded by hundreds of tiny hammers. Despite his resilient nature, he couldn't stop twitching. Bloody system, you tricked me. Through sheer willpower, Blue managed to give a middle finger before collapsing. Beep. It's the inherent body-strengthening effect of the spirit herb, just endure it. There was no doubt. The system was laughing maniacally. To avoid drawing attention, Blue could only grit his teeth and groan lowly. Though the system seemed malicious, the spirit ginseng was genuinely effective. Amidst waves of intense pain, he felt his strength increasing. Blue lost track of time as he drifted into a state of unconsciousness or sleep. The next morning, Blue wasn't woken up by Ascari. Seeing Priscilla standing beside his bed with shock, his expression darkened. If I say this is sweat, would you believe me? I do. Nodding firmly, Priscilla showed loyalty. First rule of a maid, never doubt the master's words. You sigh. Seeing Priscilla's expression, Blue sighed deeply. Bloody system, return my innocence. This is common for young boys, Priscilla comforted. But Blue felt malicious intent. She still thought he wet the bed. Touching the dampness under him, Blue felt more complex emotions. I understand. You may leave now. As you wish. Understanding when to act, Priscilla left the room with a slight smile. Her young master was still a child after all. After dressing and cleaning up, Blue hung the bedding in a hidden corner to dry, feeling relieved. At least I preserved some of my dignity. Brother Arakayu? Before he could pat himself on the back for his cleverness, a familiar voice sent chills down his spine. Ascari, what are you doing here? Hee, naturally, I came to find you. Scratching his head, Ascari looked surprised. Didn't expect you to wake up so early, truly makes me, oh. His expression turned odd mid-sentence, noticing the wet bedding Blue had just hung. Hold your tongue, this is my sweat from last night. Understood. Pounding his chest, Ascari grinned knowingly. I often sweat profusely at night too, sometimes waking up covered in it. You. Seeing Ascari's excited face, Blue scanned the surroundings. If I bury a well-built corpse here, would anyone notice? Though killing wasn't an option, some form of revenge was necessary. Slap. Striking Ascari on the shoulder, Blue put on a happy face. To think we share the same troubles, what a wonderful connection this is. Chapter 69. Sword pointing at the National Duke's manor. Yes, that's what you call fate. Nodding his head, Ascari couldn't help but wince and grimace. Why did it seem like Brother Arakayu was so much stronger today? Could it be because I've been sweating too much these past few days? Feeling the intense pain in his shoulder, Ascari felt a deep concern brewing inside him. At this rate, wouldn't my dream of becoming a valiant warrior be shattered? Chuyang, I'm sure no one else will know about today's events, right? Giving another slap that sent Ascari stumbling, Blue's face wore an amicable smile. If not restricted, this guy would spread the word across all of Chang'an within a day. Phew, Brother Arakayu, rest assured. Jamie knows what to do. Drawing in a sharp breath, Ascari adopted a serious expression. Even for the sake of his own shoulder, he wouldn't let this spread. Having cleared up the misunderstanding, Blue and Ascari hastily finished breakfast and headed toward the Ba Bridge again. Upon reaching their destination, Blue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The usual well-ordered group of noble sons were now clustered together doing something unknown. All crowded here. What the? Finally pushing through the crowd, Blue's voice changed from disbelief to shock mid-sentence. Whose kid is this fatty? Though we are all nobles, isn't bullying one person a bit much? General? After days of training, Blue had successfully established his authority among the young soldiers. Upon seeing him, the initially gathered crowd grew tense. But upon hearing Blue's words, everyone couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of their mouths. General, this is Jensen. Jensen? After a brief hesitation, Blue recognized a hint of familiarity on the fatty's face. How did you end up like this? Realizing who the fatty was, Blue knew it couldn't have been the work of the other noble sons. Jensen was the second son of Censor Arley, cheerful by nature, and generally got along with everyone. Even if beaten, it shouldn't look like this. Worth mentioning, Jensen was originally rather fit. His current state must be from swelling. General, please do justice for me. Without prompting, when Blue spoke, Jensen seemed to find a vent for his emotions. With a pained cry, he began recounting the day's events. On this bright morning, properly dressed Jensen was heading as usual to Ba Bridge for the assembly. On the way, he encountered two youths beating up a little girl. Deeply influenced by Blue's righteousness, Jensen wouldn't tolerate such injustice. With a roar, he embarked on his first act of chivalry. No need to say more. Seeing Jensen's condition told part of the story. Despite decent physical strength, Jensen couldn't stand against the numbers, especially after they called in household servants. General, this can't go unpunished. Indeed. To even dare hit someone from our Wu-Wei army, truly daring. Not only that, to involve servants is dishonorable. Once Jensen recounted the whole event, those around him instantly flared up. As nobles, every single person present prided themselves greatly. Although there were social disparities, after so many days of training, mutual respect had formed. Described poetically, they could tease each other within the Wu-Wei army but not tolerate being bullied by outsiders. Such feelings weren't just among the present crowd but resonated deeply with Blue as well. Taking a deep breath, Blue became serious. Jensen, do you know the identity of those two youths? Yes, I do. Nodding, Jensen's mood suddenly sank. They are the children of a National Duke. Given Jensen's background as a censor's son, despite some status, he stood far beneath a National Duke's offspring. In contrast, Blue showed no worry. Just sons of a national duke. What's there to fear? His lips curling slightly, Blue scanned the others present. My men, do you wish to avenge your comrade? Willing. The results of many days of training were revealed in an instant. Nearly 100 voices melded into one, even emboldening Jensen. Ha 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 ha, it's just those two lumps Bart and Gervais. Watch me get them back for you, came a distinctive laugh. It was easy to tell who was speaking just by the unique laughter. However, Ascari's words were not misplaced. Even among national dukes, differences existed. National Duke Max was an old minister of Colt, although favored by Ebert, yet couldn't compare with favored ministers like Adebayo. Within the Wu-Wei army, national duke sons were common. Bart and Gervais didn't carry much weight. Brother Chung is right. Anyone who dares bully our Wu-Wei army will pay the price. Young hearts brimmed with passion. In mere minutes, cries of "Storm the National Duke's Manor, seize the Alwyn" resounded. Brother Erikayu, what do we do next? With Ascari's question, all eyes fell on Blue. For all their loud shouts, everyone understood. Only Blue could decide. Aren't you already decided? Blue's lips curled into a bold smile. Storm the National Duke's Manor, seize the Alwyn. General is mighty. As Blue declared, those who shouted earlier cheered. Truly fitting our Wu-Wei general. Of course, not everyone agreed. Fisher Chancellor Rashad, as a child of civil officials. General, isn't this too rash? ##### Chapter 70, The Birth of Enmity. As he spoke, Rashad's brows furrowed tightly. Rushing into the residence of a national duke and attempting to capture his heir was like rubbing Max's face in the dirt. What? You don't agree? Claude's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression grew serious. Do you think our brothers in the Divine Valor Army should be bullied? Of course not. Shaking his head rapidly, Rashad continued, I just think we should use more indirect methods. Let's hear it. Looking at Rashad's expression, Claude admitted he had underestimated this guy. After all, Rashad was known as one of the famous troublemakers in Chang'an, with a father as tough as Dai. How could he be a coward? Sure enough, as soon as Claude finished speaking, Rashad began to explain. In my opinion, why don't we act tonight? We could set fire to a couple of buildings in Duke Ying's residence just for show. Whoa. The moment Rashad spoke, there was a series of gasps from the surrounding crowd. No wonder your father says everyone in the Changsun family is devious. I didn't expect you to be so wicked too, said Ascari bluntly. Compared to him, others didn't say much but cast wary glances at Rashad. Due to his frail health, Rashad often found himself being bullied in the Divine Valor Army. But in this moment, he made everyone feel his ferocity. Some of the ruffians who had previously bullied Rashad even started thinking about strengthening the security around their own residences to avoid waking up one day to find their homes burnt down. This is defamation. Blatant defamation. With Rashad's intelligence, how could he not sense the crowd's emotions? Roaring angrily, he explained, I'm just trying to help Brother Zhu. How can you treat me like this? As he spoke, a hint of grievance appeared on Rashad's face. He indeed harbored no ill intentions towards the members of the Divine Valor Army. Don't keep babbling nonsense. Kicking Ascari, who loved to stir up trouble, Claude commanded, Aren't you going to apologize to Rashad? Erek? Startled by Claude's increasingly stern gaze, Ascari quickly put on an ingratiating smile. Hey, everything I just said was nonsense. Don't take it seriously, Brother Changsun. Himph. Seeing Claude take his side, Rashad's expression improved. With a sniff, he proudly declared, Your Chung family are all brutes. I wouldn't bother with you anyway. Reaching out to stop Ascari from saying anything further, a trace of helplessness flashed across Claude's eyes. Well, looks like they have developed an enmity now. But regarding this matter, Claude didn't intervene much. As long as Dai and Adebayo were around, the descendants of both families would never escalate things too far. They were both experienced foxes. Actually, Claude appreciated Rashad's personality. Most people in the Divine Valor Army relied on their status and brute force, making clever people like Rashad quite rare. But admiration aside, setting fire to a national duke's residence was certainly not something they could do. Fires were unpredictable, and if they accidentally burned down a duke in the Tang Dynasty, their actions would surely be discovered no matter how secretive they tried to be. Claude had never doubted the capabilities of the Empire's officials. It's just about teaching the two Alwyn a lesson. Your plan seems too extreme, Claude explained to Rashad. Then he ordered, Everyone, prepare your equipment and follow me to Duke Ying's residence. Yes. Even Rashad responded loudly and acted quickly. Though he felt this action was a bit rash, avenging a brother couldn't be ignored. The preparation of the Divine Valor Army was swift. Within 5 minutes, everyone gathered before Claude, weapons in hand. Report to the general, 97 soldiers of the Divine Valor Army have assembled, awaiting your orders. Seeing the neatly lined up men, Claude was pleased. Mount up, let's go. Considering Jensen's current swollen condition, Claude gave him his carriage and turned to ride Jensen's white horse. Despite usually traveling by carriage, being the son of Garth, riding a horse was nothing difficult for him. Duke Ying's residence was far from the Baqiao Bridge, but under Claude's lead, the citizens of Chang'an soon witnessed a remarkable sight. Numerous young men riding horses openly down the streets, followed by a carriage. These people dare to act so arrogantly in broad daylight? Who are they? Claude's group moved slowly, drawing attention from many passersby. The scene quickly became a topic of discussion. Whoa. As this person spoke, the surrounding civilians quickly distanced themselves, sucking in air. Mother always said not to get too close to fools. Why are you moving away? His face stiffened. The man looked puzzled. Did my presence make them so scared? Old Benjamin, please stop talking. Fortunately, Benjamin Daju wasn't alone. His friend noticed and hurriedly covered his mouth. MPH? Struggling free from his friend's hand, Benjamin Daju was visibly annoyed. Why did you cover my mouth, Brother Eric? Oh no, old Benjamin, you're asking for trouble? After cautiously checking around, Brother Eric replied, These are all sons of the powerful families in Chang'an. If you offend them, you won't have a good outcome. Benjamin Daju's expression changed slightly before he bowed to his friend. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Eric. Without you, I might have gotten myself into big trouble. As he spoke, Benjamin Daju licked his lips, clearly grateful. He didn't ask why Eric Peng knew these youths were nobles. Benjamin Daju may be straightforward, but he wasn't stupid. Ordinary people couldn't afford horses. They were symbols of wealth. But, tasting his lips again, Benjamin Daju's face showed confusion. Why does my mouth suddenly taste strange? Chapter 71. New Fighting Stance. Hearing his friend's words, Eric Peng's expression changed slightly. It might be because I just scratched my feet and didn't wash my hands yet. Taking a deep breath, Benjamin Daju nearly lost his temper on the spot. Brotherly loyalty vanished in an instant. Benjamin brother, don't mind these details. Let's continue watching the show. Seeing Benjamin Daju's face turning uglier by the minute, Eric Peng hastily pulled at his arm. For so many rich young masters to appear together, it must be something significant. Eric brother makes sense. Nodding, Benjamin Daju's demeanor softened a bit. Talks of ending their friendship would come later. For now, watching the commotion was important. It seemed that the behavior of seeking entertainment by watching drama was deeply ingrained in the people living here. If not for this, Eric Peng might have lost an old friend due to momentary carelessness, possibly leaving behind a phrase like Benjamin Eric friendship. The incident among the crowd was merely a minor interlude. For Blue and his companions, completing their mission remained the main task. Ingwa Mansion wasn't a small building, and after a bit of travel, Blue and his group quickly arrived at its entrance. Several young lords, this is Ingwa Mansion. May I ask why you were surrounding it? Seeing Blue's actions, 2 guards stationed at the entrance of Ingwa Mansion cautiously asked. Anyone else seeing these 2 guards' expressions and movements would be shocked. As they say, ministers have officials guarding their doors, and these 2 typically weren't so amicable. But this was understandable given there were nearly 100 members of the divine martial army approaching on horseback. Only a fool would act presumptuously before them. Arekemph, let Yusef and his brother come out. Waving the wooden stick in his hand, a cold look appeared on Blue's face. Since they were looking for trouble, there was no need to be overly courteous. What? Exclaiming in surprise, the 2 guards' faces suddenly changed. Daring to obstruct Ingwa Mansion and disrespect 2 young lords. Do you think our mansion is easy to provoke? It wasn't that these 2 had suddenly turned heroic. They simply had no choice. Blue shouting for the Alwyn was akin to slapping everyone in Ingwa Mansion in the face. If they didn't respond appropriately now, they would likely be thrown into the river by Max. Tisk. Chuckling, Blue raised his stick. Since you won't let us in, then? Jumping off his white horse, Blue's voice suddenly became louder. Charge with me. Yes. After days of training, the camaraderie of the divine martial army had significantly improved. When Blue dismounted, the others also jumped off their mounts. Following Blue's order, they immediately followed him. Who dares? Just as Blue approached the 2 guards, the doors of Ingwa Mansion opened, revealing a thin, gaunt old man moving slowly. But halfway through, his expression turned panicked. Bold enough to storm the mansion? Are you planning a rebellion? With those words, the old man yelled loudly. Someone is breaking into Ingwa Mansion. Why aren't you stopping them? Any high-ranking official would naturally have some security force at home. Following the old man's words, a crowd wielding wooden and iron sticks rushed over. How dare you break in? Watch me capture you. Arg. His words cut short by a howl of pain. He fell to the ground. Looking at the large man he had taken down, a look of disdain crossed Blue's face. If you want to fight, just fight. Didn't you know that talking too much is what kills all villains? Indeed, even while leading troops to storm Ingwa Mansion, Blue firmly believed he represented justice. There was no other reason. He was handsome, after all. Though there was an element of surprise, Blue did hold back. Given his strength from consuming ginseng, if he used full power, the person would either die or faint. Striking another guard rushing towards him, Blue felt a bit relieved. Is this what it feels like to mow down enemies effortlessly? The number of servants in Ingwa Mansion was considerable, but they faced a one-sided battle against Blue and his group. Apart from the superior equipment of Blue and his companions, another reason was their sheer audacity. This could be traced back to Rashad. With 98 men in the divine martial army, some caused chaos while others took hits. Compared to Blue brandishing his handshake peace stick, the slender Rashad was clearly more vulnerable. Encircled by 3 sneering guards, this fellow immediately shouted his identity. I am Rashad, son of Marquis Chi, Desmond. Dare you hurt me? Although Desmond hadn't yet become the influential Zhao Guogong, he was already a prominent figure, Marquis of the realm and brother to the Empress. Who dared offend someone with such clout? Unlike Max, Desmond was undoubtedly one of the favorites in the court. Hearing Rashad's declaration, the 3 guards hesitated. Though it was the divine martial army that stormed the mansion first, they couldn't afford to offend him. Without mentioning whether Max would get in trouble, they definitely would. Fights always depend on initial momentum, especially against someone like Rashad. Seeing the guards hesitate, Rashad wasted no time in attacking. A self-taught groin kick brought down the 3 guards instantly. No need for choices now. As though a special switch had been flipped, after Rashad's success, the rest of the divine martial army reacted. Immediately, various cries filled Ingwa Mansion. I am Jordi, son of Duke Liu Cheng Yaojin. Who dares to misbehave? I am Duke Yu. Most were sons of dukes or powerful officials. Those from families with lower ranks could only wield their weapons silently. Father, if you had tried harder, would I need to fight so hard? Note, the translation has maintained the original tone and style while ensuring the storyline is coherent and grammatically correct. Chapter 72. Exclusive skin giveaway. Just Fisher Jensen's. It was one thing for a single person to expose their identity, but for so many to do it together was overwhelming. The servants of Max's residence had no choice but to cower in fear. Young master, oh young master, how could you have offended such ruthless people? With so many ruffians gathered, even Max wouldn't dare to provoke them, let alone a group of servants. It was like a battlefield where one side quaked with fear and recoiled, while the other side pulled out all the stops. The outcome was predictable. Within 10 minutes, all the servants of Ingwa Mansion were lying on the ground. In contrast, most of Blue's side wore smug smiles, except for a few unlucky ones. This battle was a resounding victory. So, at this point, are you still unwilling to hand over Yusef and his brother? Stepping on a fortunate servant, Blue swung the stick in his hand. Emma, my lord, I am just a servant. Please don't make things difficult for us, the servant pleaded sorrowfully. If only you had revealed your identities earlier, we wouldn't have dared to step out even if threatened by wild boars. Since that's the case, tell us where Yusef and his brother are. My young master is. Who dares to act so insolently in the mansion of a duke? Just as the servant spoke, an angry roar echoed from nearby. Along with the voice came two youths dressed in brocade robes, wearing looks of arrogance. Young master. The moment the two youths appeared, a servant on the ground exclaimed, all right, this must be what they call walking into a trap. That's enough, you're dismissed. With a generous gesture, Blue released the unfortunate man under his foot and turned to face the Alwyn. Which one of you is Yusef, and which is Gervais? These two indeed lived up to being real brothers. Though not twins, they looked about 80% alike. I am Yusef. Following Blue's words, the slightly taller youth stepped forward. Where do you hooligans come from, daring to cause a scene at the Duke's mansion? Haha. Blue chuckled lightly, waving his hand calmly. Jensen, where the hell are you? Here, General, I'm here. Though Blue's voice wasn't loud, Jensen, who had been waiting nearby, rushed out as fast as he could. Due to his injuries, he hadn't participated in the fight but had watched from the sidelines. Come and see. Did these scoundrels lay hands on you? Pointing to the arrogant Alwyn, Blue's face showed nothing but disdain. He wasn't someone known for being magnanimous. Since Yusef had called them hooligans, using the term back wasn't inappropriate. General, yes, it was them. True to the saying, enemies meet, eyes red, Jensen, beaten so badly he might not recognize his own father, certainly didn't forget the Alwyn. Well, it's you. Jensen could recognize the Alwyn, and naturally, they wouldn't miss him either. With a cry of surprise, Yusef sneered. I didn't think you'd have the guts to lead an assault on the Duke's mansion. Clearly, he mistook Jensen for the leader of the operation. In that case, there's no mistake. Listening to the exchange between Jensen and the Alwyn, Blue remained unperturbed. Which of these two laid more hands on you? This? Shaking his head, Jensen looked confused. I don't know. Poor fellow. After getting beaten while standing up for justice, how could he remember who hit more? So there's no other way. Sighing, Blue finally spoke. Seize both of these scoundrels for me. Yes, sir. As soon as Blue spoke, the impatient ruffian sprang into action. Come here, fool. With a roar, Ascari charged at the Alwyn like a crazed wild boar. Oh dear, Chung, save one for me. Ascari was swift, and Alfredo wasn't far behind. Before the Alwyn could react, they were already knocked down by punches and kicks. Heh, thought I'd get some exercise, but turns out you're just weaklings. Spitting, Ascari's face dripped with disdain. Hearing his words, everyone present couldn't help but twitch a smile. If you really wanted exercise, maybe you shouldn't have exposed yourself in the first place. Unbelievably, someone could be brutal enough to assault people in their own yard. Lying on the ground, the Alwyn were still stunned. You rascals, you dare to do this. With a furious roar, Yusef's face twisted into a grotesque expression. Do you know what kind of place this is, and what our status is? Aren't you two scoundrels who bullied a minor girl? Seeing Yusef trying to intimidate him with their status, Blue's smirk grew even wider. These two perfectly exemplified the typical stupidity and brainlessness of minor villains. Everyone, take action. Leisurely sitting on a fallen Wu family servant, Blue said. Beat them until they look just like Jensen. Don't spare a single blow. Yes, sir. At his command, the 96 members of the Divine Martial Army, excluding Blue and Jensen, all grinned maliciously. Beating people? We're experts at it. You dare, MMPH. As Ascari stuffed a sock smelling of pickled vegetables into Yusef's mouth, the world finally fell silent. Needless to say, under the efforts of the ruffians, the Alwyn successfully received Jensen's exclusive skin. Of course, during the process, other things inevitably happened. For instance, the ruffians invited Jensen as a model and demanded he stay still. Heaven knew how unreasonable that was for an injured person. Only when the ruffians were satisfied did Jensen collapse on the ground. Finally, it's over. But there was also a silver lining. If Jensen were now thrown together with the Alwyn, Yusef and Arlie would surely be unable to tell whose child belonged to whom. Report, General, the Divine Martial Army has completed its mission. Excellent. Inspecting the Alwyn on the ground, Blue nodded in satisfaction. Mission complete. Dismiss the troops. Chapter 73. The ingenious plan of Rashad. Understood. As Blue's words fell, the group of rakes erupted in a louder cheer than any previous time. If past training had brought cohesion to the Divine Valor Army, today's action imbued them with genuine belonging. Why? Because it felt too good. Take a closer look at who the members of the Divine Valor Army were. Rakes. Being rakes, they naturally sought activities befitting their identity. However, after the events that just transpired, all realized how shallow their previous ways were. Could oppressing the weak and indulging in base pleasures compare to storming a duke's mansion and pummeling little Duke Kareem? Just by looking at even Rashad, who had advocated for tactical cunning, grinning widely, one could see the mood of the group. To sum up everyone's sentiments, after living so long, only now do I know what a true rake's life is like. These were jests, but there was no denying that the Divine Valor Army's unity improved tangibly. Feeling the change in everyone's emotions, a hint of a smile appeared on Blue's lips. Only after today have these rakes become truly usable. Our great vengeance has been exacted. Let's return to camp for more training. The whole operation from leaving Bachiao to its completion took less than an hour, allowing time for further drills. Before leaving, Blue, in a righteous fury, left a stern warning for the Alwyn. If you ever dare to bully young girls, no, anyone again, I'll send you both to the palace to serve as eunuchs. Only after Blue and his men departed did Yusef and his brother exchange glances. We merely disciplined our own sister, and you all interfered? No way, this cannot end here. Feeling intense pain, Yusef seethed with rage. Elder brother, we must go and beg father to take revenge. Wise decision, Gervais nodded, furious at being punished for educating his sister. Deciding that old man Wu must help them, the Alwyn's disdain for their younger sister deepened. Truly unworthy, even such actions brought disaster upon us. Pity Blue was focused on avenging Jensen and didn't know the other key player in this drama. Otherwise, he would have marveled at Jensen's luck. General, storming the Duke's mansion and assaulting his son. Today's event won't be easily resolved. Seeing Rashad riding towards him, Blue paused. What? Do you have a solution?
Yes.
Nodding, Rashad grinned proudly. I do have a way to make things right. Tell me about it. His gaze shifted to Rashad, pondering whether to use the peaceful friendship staff. If Changsun proposed something crazy like burning down homes. But fortune favored Changsun this time, and he didn't propose anything foolish. Heh, a sly grin appeared. Jensen's father is an imperial censor. If he can impeach Yusef first, then? His laughter turned sinister. Tisk tisk, smacking his lips, Blue looked impressed. Didn't think you'd come up with such a clever plan. Well done. In truth, Blue wasn't overly concerned about today's incident. It was a murky situation anyway, with Wu's earlier assault on Jensen making the Divine Valor Army's actions mere youthful impulsiveness. Backed by influential patrons, no real trouble could come. Yet Rashad's idea wasn't bad. Censors had the right to report based on rumors, so Arlie could stand up for them publicly or privately. Plaintiff status was always better than defendants. Concluding swiftly, Blue slapped Changsuin's thigh. This plan is solid. Let's do it. Would Arlie actually impeach the Alwyn? A joke. His son beaten this badly without retribution would mean Arlie should quit his job and raise turtles at home instead. Though skeptical, Blue decided to ensure everything went smoothly. No more training today. We're heading to the medical bureau. Why, General? Ascari asked, eyes gleaming with anticipation. More fighting ahead? You brute, shut your mouth. Eye rolling at Ascari, the group marched off to the nearest clinic. Learning from Cheng's lesson, others remained curious but silent. Not everyone relished being labeled a brute. The intimidating presence of the rakish army made a nervous old man emerge from the shabby medical office. Irreconcilable servant Aurelio, greets your noble company. Bow taken, Aurelio inquired. How may humble servant assist? Ha ha ha, most helpful indeed. Qin leaped off his horse, acting the part of a seasoned gang leader. Bring out Jensen. Understood. Without delay, Jensen, finally recovering from modeling trauma, was once again center stage. Phew, seeing Jensen's swollen state, Aurelio was stunned. Whatever his role, landing in these rakes' hands must have been miserable. Without doubt, Jensen seemed a victim in Aurelio's eyes, clearly abused by Blue and his gang. What does your honor require? Sympathetic yet cautious, Alastair saw Jensen held by two rakes, puzzled. Wasn't this enough for them? Were they seeking drugs to further torment someone? Believing this, Aurelio grew convinced. Yes, that must be it. Aren't you a physician, old man? Hashtag chapter 74. The dignity of a physician. I am. After much hesitation, Aurelio finally nodded. Although he wanted to deny this identity, it was clear that the young aristocrats before him weren't easy to fool. Since that's the case, why haven't you started treatment yet? Slightly dazed, Aurelio's face showed confusion. The noble sir just said, treatment? Of course. Glancing at Aurelio with puzzlement, Blue felt this old man seemed a bit unreliable. You have the patient right here. Aren't you going to treat him instead of letting him die? Hearing Blue's words, Jensen, who was being supported by two young aristocrats, couldn't help but twitch his lips. General, even if old Jew doesn't want treatment, it doesn't mean he's in such dire straits. Yes, as the noble sir says. Nodding quickly, Aurelio put on a flattering expression. So the noble sir wants to treat injuries. I thought you wanted to treat injuries. Looking at the rambling Aurelio, a peculiar look flashed across Blue's eyes. Is this old man really a doctor? Certainly, suspicion aside, business had to be conducted. Who knew what Wu Shirya would do if given more time? With these thoughts, Blue's face turned serious as he looked at Aurelio. Old man, can you really treat these injuries? Aye. As someone who took caution as his motto, Aurelio naturally wouldn't give an immediate answer. Pausing for a moment, Aurelio carefully began. May I ask, noble sir, if I can examine this young master's injuries first? Admittedly, calling Jensen young master troubled Aurelio, especially given the unclear relationship among them. Naturally, Aurelio didn't realize that this very action earned him some confidence from Blue. If he had simply said he could treat the injuries, it would have led to a different outcome. Gaining Blue's approval, Aurelio then thoroughly examined Jensen. After a long pause, Aurelio exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This young master only has superficial injuries. With my medical skills, I can treat them. Speaking, Aurelio couldn't help but feel alarmed. With his medical knowledge, it was obvious that Jensen's injuries were inflicted by many people. In that instant, Blue and company's brutality rose another notch in Aurelio's estimation. Given that, how do you plan to treat these injuries? That's simple. Regarding his field of expertise, Aurelio was quite confident. The young master's injuries may look severe, but applying some anti-inflammatory medicine should heal him in no time. Are you sure about that? Hearing Blue's words, Aurelio also became doubtful. Should I or shouldn't I? You're the physician. Don't you know whether you should or not? Should or shouldn't I? Cough. Seeing the situation heading towards unnecessary verbosity, Blue coughed lightly. I want his injuries to appear worse. Ah, now I see. Getting Blue's hint, Aurelio suddenly understood. If that's the case, I can wrap the young master in rough cloth. But the cost. Cost isn't an issue. Waving his hand to dismiss Aurelio's concerns, Blue continued. Can it be made even worse? Tise. Letting out a long sigh, Aurelio looked helpless. Why don't you tell me directly? What kind of result will satisfy you? As a physician, old Benjamin also had his pride. Continually guessing Blue's intentions was making him anxious. If possible, please make his injuries look 100 times worse than they are now. In that case, I'll immobilize his limbs with wooden boards and then, rattling off a series of treatments for fractures, Aurelio outlined his methods. Smack. Clapping his hands together fiercely, a gleam appeared in Blue's eyes. Do it exactly like that? Speaking, Blue shot an admiring glance at Aurelio. Never would he have expected this old man to be so talented despite his unattractive appearance. If Aurelio knew Blue's thoughts, he might have jumped up and thrown a fistful of heartbreak powder right there. For now, Aurelio had only one wish. Get rid of these young aristocrats as quickly as possible. Since the noble sir asks, I shall comply. Having said that, Aurelio immediately instructed his 2 young apprentices. You two, come set splints for this young master. Using fracture treatments for mere flesh wounds was a professional insult. Thus, he chose to let his apprentices handle it. Yes. Unlike their master, the 2 young apprentices had fewer reservations. Being assigned a task by their master, they naturally aimed to complete it thoroughly. Under Blue's watch, the 2 youngsters acted swiftly. Perhaps due to the rarity of such severe cases, they were extremely meticulous. Within minutes, splints encircled Jensen's arms, legs, and neck. Seeing a small apprentice's mischievous hand inching towards his crotch, Jensen let out a loud cry. General, this area doesn't need it, does it? Cough, stop. Without waiting for Blue, Aurelio, who was flipping through a medical book, issued a stern command. Smack, smack. Slapping each apprentice once, Aurelio scolded darkly. What are you trying to do in broad daylight? And master, we're treating the young master. Showing a pained expression, one of the apprentices protested. The entire body is wrapped except for that part. The apprentice pointed at Jensen's crotch, maintaining a serious demeanor. You. Feeling his apprentice's bewildered gaze, Aurelio suppressed his urge to explode and explained. Broken limbs can be mended, but if that particular area is injured, it cannot be treated. Why is that? You'll understand when you grow up. Turning to Blue, Aurelio asked. Noble sirs, are you satisfied with the young master's current state? Satisfied, very satisfied. Watching Jensen bundled like a mummy, Blue smiled. To describe it succinctly, even if tossed into a pyramid, Jensen wouldn't seem out of place. Chapter 75. The Truly Righteous Blue. Ignoring Jensen's aggrieved gaze, Blue finally spoke. I wonder how much the consultation fee will be this time, sir? 200 coins. Saying this calmly, Aurelio's eyes fell on Blue. Though this price sounded high, it was reasonable considering just the rough cloth used for dressing Jensen wasn't cheap. The extra money can be considered as a token of our gratitude. Handing over a small piece of silver to Aurelio, Blue waved at everyone. Let's take Jensen home to Inspector Zhu's residence. Yes. Under the strange gazes of Aurelio and his disciples, all the young gentlemen quickly left the clinic. Arlie was merely an ordinary censor and naturally could not afford to live in the nobility area, like Blue and company. With Jensen guiding them, they eventually arrived at Arlie's residence after a short while. Young masters, what? Compared to the guards at Ingwa Manor, Arlie's gatekeeper seemed more down to earth. Seeing Blue and company approaching, the gatekeeper's face turned tense. Don't worry. We are only here to return Brother Jensen. Smiling kindly, Blue asked, why aren't you lifting Jensen over here yet? Thanks to the meticulous bandaging by Benjamin Lao Tu's 2 disciples, Jensen had successfully lost his mobility. This is... The gatekeeper couldn't recognize their master when he was carried over until Jensen finally opened his mouth. Anselm, what the hell are you looking at? Erectly up and get someone to carry me inside. Ah. Letting out a cry of shock, Anselm fell onto the ground. Master, really master? Master, how did you end up like this? Tears streaming down his face, Anselm threw himself onto Jensen. Master, you must hold on. Despite the comical scene, it was clear that Jensen was a very good person if his servant treated him with such affection. Cough, cough. Coughing a few times, Jensen's complexion darkened. If you don't get off me now, I won't be able to hold on, he said angrily. He inwardly regretted giving these servants too good food daily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nearly been crushed to death. Oh master, I didn't mean to. Frantically scrambling off Jensen, Anselm quickly explained. Master, I'm fine. Let's go inside. Given the modest size of Zhu residence, it was impossible for all the Divine Valor Army members to enter. After brief discussion, Blue decided to bring Ascari and Ansel, who were responsible for carrying Jensen. Please be careful not to hurt my master, Anselm nervously reminded Ascari and Ansel. Don't worry, Jamie promises your master won't die, Ascari reassured. Benjamin, Gooden, may I ask if Uncle Zhu is at home? Since they treated each other as peers, Blue addressed Arlie respectfully, knowing he needed the elders' help moving forward. He is, sir, currently in the study. In that case, let's go straight there. Ignoring the odd looks from Arlie's household, they carried Jensen to the study door. Sir, something terrible has happened. Anselm cried before Blue could speak. Come and see master. Hearing Anselm's mournful cry, Blue felt inexplicably guilty. Had they exaggerated the injury? No matter the extent, the situation required them to continue. What's happening? From within the study came a weathered voice as Arlie emerged. Sure enough, father knows best. Even with Jensen wrapped mummy style, Arlie instantly recognized his son. Sway, tell your father what happened. Seeing half his body pressed on Jensen, Blue's lips twitched. So Anselm inherited his unreliability from someone. Cough. Struggling, Jensen asked, Father, please get off me first. Reflecting on his good meals, Jensen marveled at how heavy even his usually thin father had become. Oh. Realizing his awkward position, Arlie stood up embarrassed. Sway, Tell me what happened. To ease the tension, Arlie's tone became authoritative. Rest assured, I will avenge you. Father, I'm not dead yet. Though internally sarcastic, Jensen persevered. Father. With a mournful sigh, Jensen continued. It's Yusef. Noticing Jensen's labored breaths, Anselm thought curiously. Why does Master seem worse after seeing the old man? Yusef? Blue promptly clarified for Arlie, whose expression turned confused. He is Lord Ingwa's son. You are? Nephew Blue, greetings, Uncle Zhu. Bow in hand, Blue admitted guiltily. Brother Jensen suffered this calamity because I failed to protect him. Pausing, Blue continued solemnly. Uncle Zhu, rest assured, even if I perish, I will stand against Lord Ingwa till the end to get justice for Jensen. Moved by Blue's determined words, Arlie felt inspired. If an outsider can go this far for my child, should I back down? No, absolutely not. Chapter 76. Arlie, stand firm and undefeated. As his thoughts raced, Arlie's expression gradually became more resolute, and his wariness of the Duke decreased to a minimum. Slap. Striking his thigh with his palm, Arlie spoke gravely. I will handle this matter. Uncle Zhu, you. No more words. Seeing Blue seemingly trying to stop him, Arlie waved his hand imperiously. As an imperial censor, I have the right to report based on hearsay. Continuing after pausing for effect, Arlie declared, if Max dares to let his son run amok, then he should not blame me, Arlie, for tearing off the mask. As a scholar and censor, what did Arlie value most? Face. If he couldn't even stand up for his own son, he would feel humiliated every time he went out in public. Uncle Zhu is impressive, Blue said with a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. He had to admit, Rashad was cunning, and Arlie fell for it so easily. But unfortunately, someone only thought about putting the blame on others without realizing that the idea of worsening Jensen's injuries came from himself. Thank you for your praise, Arlie replied. No one disliked compliments, not even Arlie. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, but he tried to maintain an air of calmness. As an imperial censor, I cannot tolerate such misconduct. It is fortunate for the officials of our Tang Dynasty to have fearless people like Uncle Zhu. Ha ha ha. Suck. As Arlie laughed heartily, a gasp echoed from beside him. I understand your excitement, old man, but can you please stop hitting me? Only after Jensen spoke did everyone realize that Arlie had been slapping his own son throughout the conversation with Blue. Cough, cough. Seeing Arlie awkwardly clear his throat, Blue spoke for him. Uncle Zhu, if you want to impeach the Duke of Ing, you mustn't miss the timing. What do you mean, Erikayu? Arlie still regarded Blue favorably, both for his identity and the righteousness shown when avenging his son, and also because of his recent compliment. How could he put it? It felt good hearing those flattering words. The Alwyn were beaten by us. Given the Duke of Ying's character, he might also seek impeachment against us. Sighing, Blue continued, we young nobles don't mind. But if the Duke of Ing acts first, Uncle Zhu's impeachment attempt might be. You're right. Being an experienced imperial censor, Arlie agreed wholeheartedly. If the Duke of Ing gets the upper hand, it would look strange if I followed afterward. Nodding, Arlie looked at Blue with greater appreciation. This young man isn't just righteous, his shrewdness rivals my own. What a genius. But now wasn't the time for reflection. Arlie straightened his clothes and declared, wait here. I need to go to the palace. Without waiting for a reply, Arlie dashed toward the stables, choosing to ride a horse instead of taking a carriage for speed. TSK. Watching Arlie disappear on a chestnut-colored horse, Blue clicked his tongue in surprise. General, enough with the sighs. Rolling his eyes from the ground, Jensen pleaded. Can you untie me now? Oh, of course. Agreeing quickly, Blue freed Jensen, knowing that since Arlie had acted, there was no need to prolong the ruse. Under Anselm's disbelieving gaze, Blue swiftly untied Jensen, who immediately stood up as if nothing had happened, albeit with a few groans. Why, young master, are you all right? Stammering, Anselm almost doubted reality. What, do you wish harm upon me? Jensen retorted coldly. No. Refusing to take the blame, Anselm shook his head rapidly. Your father is simply upholding justice as an imperial censor. What's wrong with that? Rolling his eyes, Jensen snapped. Or are you suggesting you, a lowly servant, intend to hinder my father from performing his duty? I didn't. Seeing Anselm silenced by Jensen's sharp words, Blue and the others exchanged amused glances. Truly the son of an imperial censor, with sharper tongues than most. Despite Jensen's advantage in rank over Anselm, one couldn't deny his skill in sophistry. Meanwhile, back at Max's residence. Damn, what's going on here? Upon returning home, Max saw his household in chaos, resembling a refugee camp. Master, you've finally returned. The steward collapsed at Max's feet. Master, please stand up for us. What happened today? Explain clearly. Seeing his injured servants, Max darkened further. Has the prestige of my title really diminished so much? If Blue were here, he'd nod in agreement. Yes, exactly. Many dukes were appointed during the early Tang Dynasty, but Max's title as Duke of Ing carried little weight among them. Why? Because he lacked talent. To become a duke, one either needed military prowess like Jamie or strategic brilliance like Dai. Oddly, Max fit neither category. He became a duke purely because of his investment acumen. Chapter 77. Arlie takes action. Technically speaking, Max should be considered a merchant. Back in the Sui dynasty, this fellow had achieved great wealth through business. Not only that, when Colt raised troops in Jinyang, Max seized the opportunity and made an angel investment in the old Fisher family. Clearly, this action was successful. By virtue of this merit, Max not only became a national duke, but also obtained the position of Minister of Works. But no matter what, at least for now, Max is still a duke. The scene before him suggested someone was challenging his status and identity. Let's get back to the point. After hearing Max's words, the elderly steward pondered for a moment, and then began narrating quickly. As the steward spoke, Max's brows gradually furrowed. Are you saying Blue led a group into the National Duke's residence, assaulting you and the two young masters?
Yes.
Nodding, the steward confirmed that their lord's summary was spot on. Of course, it was partly because he didn't know about the beating of Jinsen by Bart and Gervais. How are Yuansa and Yuan Shuang doing now? Your Excellency, the injuries of the two young masters are too severe. We have taken them to rest. Take me to see them. For his own sons, Max couldn't possibly be indifferent. However, upon seeing the injuries of Bart and Gervais, Max's anger finally reached its peak. Pa! He casually smashed a delicate cup on the ground, and his expression turned fierce. Too much. This is absolutely too much. Father, please seek revenge for your son. A miserable cry came from one of the beds. Max couldn't tell if it was his elder or younger son, but this clearly wouldn't affect old Wu's mood at this time. My children, rest assured, I will certainly ensure justice for you. To be frank, Max actually didn't want to offend people like Blue. After all, even though they were both dukes, he already bore the tag of Old Minister of Colt, which put him at a disadvantage compared to Garth and others. Because he understood these factors, Max often acted low-key. However, this time he couldn't continue being low-key. What a joke, for a duke's sons to be brutally beaten inside his own residence. If he could endure this, he might as well change his name to Turtle. I need to impeach Garth, Adebayo, and others for failing to discipline their children properly. Comforting his two sons with a few words, Max then said, Wu Gua, prepare the carriage, I need to see His Majesty at the palace.
Yes.
Hearing their master's words, the steward standing at the door couldn't help but feel invigorated. Their master is about to take action. Qin family's kid, you're in for some punishment. Excitedly, Wu Gua still couldn't resist tightening his legs. Previously, he had experienced Blue's bug-subduing staff technique. Although Blue hadn't used full strength, the pain was unforgettable. While Max rode in his carriage towards the palace, Comrade Zhu had already arrived at his destination after starting earlier and speeding along. Please inform His Majesty that Censor Arlie requests an audience. Please wait a moment, Sir Zhu. Upon hearing Arlie's request, the originally lazy little eunuch immediately perked up and hurriedly ran inside. Censors are beings even the Emperor would find troublesome. Quickly jogging to Sylvester's study, the little eunuch adjusted his breathing before speaking. Your Majesty, Censor Arlie seeks an audience. Arlie. Hearing the little eunuch's voice outside, Ebert paused in his book reading, taken aback. The name Arlie wasn't important. What mattered was that he was a censor. If Ebert had to rank the people he least wanted to see, censors would definitely be at the top. The only thing that made him somewhat relieved was that it wasn't Quentin who came. Let him in. Sighing deeply, Ebert finally spoke. No matter his willingness, Arlie's request for an audience could not be ignored. Yes. Bowing to the study, the little eunuch returned to Arlie. Lord Zhu, His Majesty agrees to see you. Thank you, young eunuch. Seeing how swiftly the message was conveyed, Arlie's mood improved significantly. After all, this concerned whether he could gain an advantage over Max. Looking at Arlie bowing, the little eunuch felt honored. Not at all, not at all. It's an honor to serve Lord Zhu. Eunuchs in the Zhengguan era had little power. They were merely slaves of the emperor. Being thanked by a censor was something worth boasting about for half a year. Leading Arlie with slightly floating steps to the study door, the little eunuch said, His Majesty is inside. You may enter. Thank you. Nodding, Arlie pushed open the door. Your humble servant, Censor Arlie, pays respects to your Majesty. Just entering, Arlie bowed toward the desk. In reality, before the Q dynasty, the interaction between ministers and rulers was quite relaxed. For instance, unless it was a major event, ministers normally did not kneel before the emperor. Even if they did, it was only a half kneel. Ha 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 ha, no need for such formalities, my esteemed minister, laughed Ebert. Lovely minister, why did you come here in such a hurry? Is there anything urgent you wish to report? Your Majesty is truly wise. Flattering Ebert, Arlie continued, I've come today to impeach someone. Sure enough, upon hearing Arlie's words, Ebert's eyes flashed with understanding. He knew these censors never brought good news. Complaints aside, he still needed to play the part. Ebert did not want to be impeached again due to his attitude. Under the influence of iron-headed Quentin, all the censors in Tang possessed a fearless spirit. Ebert himself once faced impeachment for spitting during a court session. Mulling over his thoughts, Ebert forced a look of interest. I wonder whom you wish to impeach, esteemed Minister Zhu, and for what reason? Chapter 78. The Art of Making Complaints. Your Majesty, the person I wish to impeach is Duke Ying Max. He has let his sons commit violence without regard for the laws of our great Tang Dynasty. Max? As Arlie's words left his mouth, Ebert could not help but pause. Before Arlie spoke, Ebert had already run through many names in his mind. Adebayo, Lucien, Ignacio. But no matter how reluctant he was to admit it, Ebert truly did not expect Arlie to accuse Max. Tell me, what exactly happened? It's worth noting that once Ebert knew that Arlie intended to impeach Max, his mood relaxed significantly. After all, compared to Jamie and others, Duke Max held a much lower position in Hyman's heart. This matter began this morning. Who is Arlie? An imperial censor. As an imperial censor, while we can set aside discussion of Arlie's other talents, his ability to describe events is beyond question. After briefly recounting the incident, Arlie made a summary. The Aowen not only committed violence on the street, but dared to openly assault soldiers of our great Tang dynasty. Their crimes are too numerous to list. This is indeed the fault of the Aowen. Nodding, Ebert affirmed Arlie's statement. Regardless of how the Divine Valor Army might be viewed by others, they were a military force personally established by Ebert. Assaulting members of the Divine Valor Army was indeed a grave offense. But this wrongdoing was committed by the Aowen alone. Why must you impeach Duke Ying? I, Arlie, am a respectable man. I cannot wrong two juniors like this. Of course, regardless of what thoughts were swirling in his mind, Arlie would never utter such words. His expression turning solemn, Arlie continued. As the saying goes, if a child is untaught, it is the father's fault. If not for Duke Ying's lack of strict household discipline, how could the Alwyn act so wantonly? Those words do make some sense. Ebert nodded again, feeling that Max indeed deserved blame for this. By the way, how is Jensen? In his previous account, Arlie did not hide the relationship between himself and Jensen, so Hyman knew who the unlucky hero who got beaten up was. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My son. Recalling Jensen's dire condition at home earlier, Arlie's eyes instantly reddened, and he dropped to his knees. My son's injuries are severe. I beg you, Your Majesty, to seek justice for us. My loyal minister, there's no need for this. Seeing Arlie's actions, Ebert's expression showed genuine sympathy. If before, Arlie was making complaints as an imperial censor, now he was seeking justice as a father. Waving for Arlie to rise, Ebert said, if it is proven that the Alwyn have indeed committed such grave offenses, I will certainly not spare them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bowing deeply again, Arlie's expression softened slightly. With those words from Ebert, the Alwyn would certainly not escape punishment lightly. Just as Arlie was about to continue speaking, the voice of a young eunuch echoed from outside the study. Your Majesty, Duke Ing Max requests an audience. Slightly taken aback, Ebert's gaze fell upon Arlie. This is quite a coincidence. The plaintiff and defendant are both here. Ha, Max, you old rogue, indeed shameless. At the sound from outside, Blue's words instantly resounded in Arlie's mind. A thought passing through his mind, Arlie spoke again. Duke Ying's arrival is timely. I humbly request Your Majesty's permission for me to confront him directly. Since my loyal minister has asked, so be it. Reviewing memorials was indeed a tedious task. Given this intriguing situation, Ebert was more than willing to relax a bit. Nodding, Ebert then spoke. Let him enter. Yes, Your Majesty. The small eunuch quickly responded and scurried away. A few minutes later, the wooden door opened, and a plump figure entered. Plop. As the sound of knees hitting the ground rang out, a pitiful wail filled the study. I, your humble servant Max, beg for Your Majesty's justice. Before Ebert could react, Arlie couldn't help but twitch his lips. Well, Max, I didn't expect you to be this shameless. Of course, in front of Ebert, Arlie dared not show any disrespect. Despite desperately wanting to engage in a verbal duel with Max, Arlie maintained a mild smile. I, Arlie, am always calm and composed. Cough, cough. Max's actions formed a stark contrast with Arlie, causing even Ebert to feel somewhat embarrassed for him. Coughing lightly twice, Ebert said, Duke Ing, there's no need for this. Please get up and speak. Thank you, Your Majesty. No one likes kneeling, and Max was no exception. Bowing respectfully to Ebert, Max slowly rose from the ground. Today, vicious bandits invaded my residence, severely injuring my children and servants. I humbly ask for Your Majesty's justice. Upon finishing his speech, Max noticed another person present besides himself and Ebert in the study. Though surprised, Max maintained his composure, being no ordinary person. My loyal minister, please do not be anxious. Uttering these consoling words to Max as part of protocol, Ebert then asked, since you have come here, surely you know the identity of the villains? Indeed. Quickly nodding, Max replied with visible indignation. According to reports, today's atrocities were committed by Blue, son of Duke Erek, Ascari, son of Duke Lu, and others. Hearing the long string of names Max listed, a trace of displeasure flickered in Ebert's eyes. To think they were responsible. However, I am curious why they would take such extreme measures against your family. Timing indeed plays a crucial role. Though Max appeared sincere, Arlie's prior account had already shaped Ebert's perspective on the matter. Additionally, Arlie accused Max directly, emphasizing the faults of the father if the child is untaught, whereas Max's accusation against Blue, it all seemed somewhat less weighty in comparison. Furthermore, Blue et al.'s identities carried significant influence. After all, Hyman and Garth et al. Had a good relationship. Chapter 79. Ebert's favoritism. To be honest, this situation was unfair to Max from the start. After all, pitting a merchant against an imperial censor in a complaint competition is bound to be biased from the beginning. Upon hearing Ebert's words, Max was momentarily stunned. I, your old minister, do not know. As he spoke, Max had an uneasy premonition forming in his heart. Could there be hidden circumstances I'm unaware of? Max couldn't help but think this way. If it were a normal process, Ebert should have comforted him first, and then assured him that Blue and others would be severely punished. He wouldn't act like this now. Since that's the case, Your Majesty happens to know a little bit about this. Ebert's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned his gaze to Arlie. Minister, would you be willing to recount the events again? At your command. Under Max's watchful eyes, Arlie repeated the earlier narration with utmost seriousness. After recounting the incident, Arlie skillfully added some personal remarks. In my view, the Alwyn misdeeds cannot be forgiven lightly. With Arlie's words, Max's complexion changed, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Your Majesty, my sons were only momentarily confused. They certainly did not intend to do so. Without any defense, indeed, as the saying goes, a father knows his child best. Upon hearing Arlie's account, a single thought emerged in Max's mind. This is the truth. With a light laugh, Arlie showed no intention of being merciful. National duking is truly a model for our Tang Dynasty. It's just confusion when your son commits an error, but others must be heavily punished. Seeing Ebert's gaze fall upon him, Max quickly swallowed the profanity almost slipping out of his mouth. Regardless, it was indeed his own children who started the trouble first. It was better not to appear too arrogant now. As thoughts raced through his mind, Max's tone softened. My sons have already received their due punishment. I beseech Censor Zhu to forgive them this once. The misdeeds of the Alwyn are not something a mere imperial censor like Zhu can forgive. Having spoken, Arlie directly bowed toward Ebert. Your Majesty already knows the full story. Please decide on this matter. Under normal circumstances, Arlie wouldn't mind giving Max some face. After all, he was a national duke, and offending him too much wouldn't end well. But thinking of Jensen's terrible condition, Arlie instantly dismissed this notion. To seek justice for my son, Arlie, am fearless. Your Majesty. Seeing Arlie's impervious demeanor, Max could only shift his gaze to Ebert. Now, only Hyman had the power to make the final decision. The Alwyn publicly humiliated others and assaulted Tang soldiers, which is a grave offense. After defining the actions of the Alwyn, Ebert continued. However, considering they have already been punished somewhat, lighter penalties can be applied. Thank you, Your Majesty. Max paid a respectful bow, feeling relieved. Filing a grievance was out of the question. He could only hope to protect his two sons as much as possible. But, pausing slightly, noticing the anxiety on Max's face, Ebert then continued. As a father, you bear the sin of negligence, and you should be punished accordingly. Your Majesty is wise. Max wasn't some obstinate fool. Apart from knowing he didn't have a leg to stand on, even if he did, he would still nod in agreement after Ebert's words. If so, I will deduct 1 year's salary from you, and have Yusef and his brother report to the Divine Military Corps once they recover. Having said that, Ebert's gaze fell on Max. Do you have any objections to my judgment? Your Majesty's wisdom is impeccable. Your old minister has no objections. Once Max spoke, Ebert turned to Arlie. Do you have any objections, Minister? Your Majesty's judgment is fair and just. I have no objections. Flattering Ebert, Arlie nodded quickly. In reality, this verdict favored Blue and company immensely. A year's salary deduction was nothing much, but the Divine Military Corps were under Blue's command. Sending the Alwyn there was like sending lambs to the wolves, wasn't it? Of course, there would be a limit to Blue's actions. He wouldn't outright kill or maim the Alwyn. Max, understanding Ebert's intentions, did not refuse. Firstly, it was Ebert's order, and secondly, he wanted to help his sons build connections. When Ebert established the Divine Military Corps earlier, Max had considered letting Gervais join. Unfortunately, Gervais strongly resisted, forcing Max to abandon the idea. Since neither of you objects, let it be so. Ebert's gaze swept over Max and Arlie before he continued. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Your subject takes his leave. With the Emperor dismissing them personally, Max and Arlie wouldn't dare linger. Bowed deeply to Ebert, both men carefully left the study. Who knew Censor Zhu had such schemes, truly broadening this national duke's horizons. The moment they left the study, Max shot a sarcastic remark at Arlie. Although Ebert had resolved the problem, the enmity between them had already been established. I lack talent and learning, far inferior to National Duke Ing. Who was Arlie? A man who earned a living by his tongue and pen. Giving Max a somewhat mocking smile, Arlie responded. At least I merely fulfilled my duties as a censor, unlike some people who run to the palace to lodge complaints for their sons. Both Arlie and Max acted similarly, but Arlie's profession gave him an advantage. You. Seeing Arlie's shameless demeanor, Max nearly spat out blood on the spot. Russell shouldn't mock Fishertle brother. Did you really have the audacity to say those words? Wretch. Angry, Max rebuked. I am a national duke of the court. How can I allow you to insult me like this? Speaking, Max puffed out his chest, trying to look more imposing. Chapter 80. Arrigo's anger. Arlie let out a light laugh, disdain evident on his face. What? Does the duke really intend to have a go at Arlie here? As he spoke, Arlie rolled up his sleeves and fixed a piercing gaze on Arrigo standing before him. Though both were officials, one shouldn't assume that officials never fought. On the contrary, in ancient times, fistfights among officials were quite common. Tang people were rugged. This was not only true for generals and soldiers, but extended from royalty down to merchants and laborers. Take a simple example. In the imperial court, two officials quarreled due to differing political views. Would you think they would use various argumentative methods to prove themselves? You'd be wrong, very wrong. When faced with someone unpersuadable by words, the best method was to speak through fists. Win or lose, such actions, whether advocating for the people or demonstrating loyalty to the country, could not be stopped even by the emperor. And it wasn't just one-on-one fights. Brawls among groups of officials were also frequent. So if you saw old men pulling each other's hair and spitting during court sessions after time traveling, don't worry. They're just trying to convince each other. You, me, HMPF. Arrigo looked at Arlie, then glanced at his protruding belly, ultimately shaking his sleeve angrily. How could I, the illustrious duke, lower myself to such an undignified act? Though Arrigo appeared physically imposing compared to Arlie, he wasn't foolish. He was merely an ordinary merchant while this man was a scholar. Scholars in ancient times weren't weaklings. Their combat prowess was often commendable. Whether it was archery or horsemanship, these skills demanded considerable martial ability. Watching Arrigo's rapidly departing back, Arlie sneered inwardly. Show some guts and try to take me on, and I'll show you what it means to tangle with an inspector. Leaving the palace, Arrigo's heart churned with frustration. Losing the grievance petition, losing the argument, and being too frightened to fight. It felt humiliating to end up like this despite being a duke. Father, you're back? As Arrigo entered the house, two eager voices immediately greeted him. Yusef, Gervais, what are you two doing here? Looking at his sons, bruised yet hopeful, Arrigo couldn't help but pause in confusion. Didn't they just get beaten? We're welcoming our father home. Enduring the pain, Yusef, as the elder son, spoke first. Father, how did His Majesty reprimand those barbarians? At this, Gervais's eyes focused on Arrigo. In their minds, since their father had personally intervened, failure wasn't possible. The question was, how severe would the emperor's punishment be? For some reason, seeing their gazes made Arrigo irritable. If not for these disobedient sons, how would he have suffered today? With a swift turn, Arrigo's expression turned icy cold. Disobedient children, do you still have something hidden from me? Caught off guard by Arrigo's stern demeanor, the brothers paused. Why do you say so, father? We would never lie to you. Still denying it? Roaring loudly, Arrigo pointed at several servants. Tie these two up and beat them within an inch of their lives. Yes, sir. Though the sons were of a duke, Arrigo himself was the duke. As the head of the household, no one dared refuse his command. Within minutes, the injured brothers were bound and thrown before Arrigo. Do you have anything else to hide from me? No, nothing. Quickly shaking their heads, the brothers were baffled. While they loved gambling and drinking, they hadn't lied to their father. Still defiant, taking a deep breath, Arrigo lost control. Beat them hard. Smack. As the whip cracked against flesh, Yusef screamed in agony. Father, what are you doing? Continue. Smack. Aya. Struck over 10 times, Yusef's screams intensified, and even Gervais curled up into a ball nearby, repeating, I can't see you. Suddenly, Arrigo noticed this and pointed at Gervais. And him. Don't hit me. Seeing the servants approach with whips, Gervais's legs gave way. Father, we truly didn't lie to you. He quickly added. At least give us a hint about what you want to know. Humph. Amused by Gervais's plea, Arrigo sighed. To die knowing the truth, shall we? He then asked. Did you assault Arlie's son? This. Startled, Gervais's puzzlement grew. They did assault Jensen, but what could a minor Arlie possibly do to anger their father? Speak. Enraged again, Arrigo shouted. Yes, we did assault Jensen, Gervais admitted hastily. But Arlie is just a small inspector. Could he really frighten you, father? Arrigo sneered, disappointed. Just a small inspector? Do you understand what an inspector represents? Without waiting for Gervais's reply, Arrigo explained. Inspectors are responsible for reporting on any rumors or incidents directly to the throne, with Quentin backing them. Even the emperor avoids entanglements with them. How dare you dismiss them as minor? Unsatisfied with words alone, Arrigo kicked the bound Gervais. ####Chapter 81. The warrior who wants to create an alternate account. Who gave you the guts to look down on a censor? What does reporting on hearsay mean? It means that one can impeach others before Thatcher Ebert based on rumors and hearsay. Evidence? Not needed at all. A censor's duty is merely to report what they know. Whether it's true or false will naturally be investigated by other officials in court. So even though censors don't have very high ranks, no one in the court wants to offend them. After all, even someone as ruthless as Adebayo wouldn't want to face daily impeachment accusations. The Owen reputation wasn't great to begin with, but they remained unscathed only because Max kept a low profile and avoided drawing attention from others. But this time, these two fools actually publicly beat up the son of a censor? Isn't that like sending lambs into the wolf's den? Even if you were going to act out, at least give them something else to talk about. My child has realized his mistake. Aware of the trouble he had caused, Gervais didn't dare argue anymore. With a wail, tears and snot instantly covered his face. Child was only momentarily foolish. Please forgive me, father. Max loved his two sons deeply. Otherwise, Yusef and Gervais wouldn't have turned out so spoiled. Seeing Gervais's pitiful state, Max felt a pang of tenderness. If not for today's humiliation, I might have forgiven you. After pondering for a moment, Max kicked Gervais again. Do you think it's just that simple? This? Seeing the confusion on Gervais's face, Max's anger flared once more. That Jensen is a member of the Divine Military Guard, one of our Tang soldiers. You, just an ordinary civilian without any official rank, dared to assault a soldier? Although Yusef and Gervais were Max's children, they indeed held no official positions and were ordinary citizens. And, Max paused briefly before continuing. You two openly bullied common women, is that true? We. Do you or do you not? Yes. As Max lifted his leg, Gervais trembled. But those weren't common women. They were little sisters. Damn. Originally thinking his children were merely a bit naughty, upon learning the truth, Max realized how huge of a mistake they had made. What beasts these two are. You two have truly lost all sense of decorum. Taking a deep breath, Max started kicking his sons furiously. Why didn't Blue and the others beat you to death? As a person of Max's status, he naturally had many concubines. But he had only 2 wives. One was Nora, the mother of Yusef and Gervais. The other was Lady Yang, who bore him 3 daughters after Nora's death. Therefore, there was a considerable age gap between her and Max. Max knew about Yusef bullying his 3 daughters but didn't take it too seriously. On one hand, they were his own children. On the other, the girls would eventually marry off. But now, he couldn't tolerate it. Bullying people was one thing. But did you have to do it in broad daylight for everyone to see? Especially considering the trouble they brought upon him because of such trivial matters, Max wished he could kill the 2 idiots outright. After another few kicks, Yusef and Gervais finally couldn't bear it. Father, we know we've been wrong. Yes, father, please stop hitting us. Humph. Seeing their miserable cries, Max's anger lessened slightly. This matter ends here. If you ever bully Wu Mei and the others again, I will break your legs. Yes, we understand. Hearing Max's words, while their hatred for Wu Mei and her sisters grew deeper, Yusef and Gervais didn't dare show any hint of it on their faces. Humph. Coldly scoffing, Max continued. His Majesty orders that starting tomorrow, you two must join the Divine Military Guard. Do not cause any more trouble. Thatcher Fisher's original order was for the brothers to join the guard once they recovered from their injuries, but Max's statement was clearly a punishment for Yusef. What? Upon hearing Max's words, Yusef couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Aren't the members of the Divine Military Guard mostly second sons? Just getting beaten up by Blue and his group. Now knowing they had to become their subordinates, Yusef wanted to bang his head against the ground. It's His Majesty's direct order, I can't change it. Hearing Yusef's words, disappointment flashed in Max's eyes. No wisdom, no courage, no responsibility. These are my sons? For a moment, Max felt an impulse to start an alternate account. Looks like I should take another concubine. Sighing inwardly, Max made his decision. As for Lady Yang, after bearing him 3 daughters in a row, Max had already lost faith in her. Father, shut up. Waving his hand to silence Yusef, Max spoke. If you lack the courage to defy the Emperor's orders, then you shouldn't go. After saying this, without waiting for their response, Max quickly turned to leave. He feared watching these idiots any longer would make his blood pressure skyrocket and cause him to drop dead. Of course, before leaving, Max couldn't resist adding, "The Divine Military Guard is established by His Majesty himself. Even if Blue retaliates, it won't be excessive. So you needn't worry too much." AI. Watching Max walk away, Yusef couldn't help but sigh deeply. This time, we're completely ruined. Humph, it's all that bitch's fault. Snorting, Gervais's face showed evident anger. Clearly, he had found a suitable scapegoat for all their troubles. After this is over, we will make those bitches pay. Yusef strongly agreed with Gervais. If Wume hadn't run around recklessly, how would they have collided with Jinsen, leading to everything else? Forget it, let's go back and rest. Since the Emperor's order couldn't be disobeyed, they definitely had to report to the Divine Military Guard tomorrow. Yusef only hoped they wouldn't be overly tormented. Chapter 82. Arlie's Concerns. As Yusef and his brother transformed their grief into sleep, a brutal scene was also unfolding at the Zhu residence. Rebellious son, don't run. Watch me beat you to death today. Watching Arlie swing his whip and chase Jinsen around the courtyard, Blue couldn't help but swallow hard. Let's leave, shall we? Brother Erikayu speaks wisely. Ascari and Ansel nodded quickly in agreement. Who would have thought that this seemingly gentle Arlie would be no less harsh than a military general when disciplining his son? This wasn't abnormal. Tang people were tough, not just outwardly but also in parenting. Most Tang people had similar wisdom in child-rearing. Disobedient son? Beat him. Unstudious son? Beat him. Disrespectful son? Beat him. In short, a beating was always in order, whether there was a reason or not. 3 times every 2 days, hundreds of times a year, until the undisciplined became disciplined, the disrespectful became respectful. If not for this, where do you think the saying beating a child on a cloudy day because you have nothing else to do comes from? Clearly, Comrade Arlie was an excellent inheritor of this parenting style. General, save me, General. Enduring the pain, Jinsen scrambled about, finally turning his attention to Blue. Shut up. Seeing Jinsen about to expose them, Blue couldn't help but shout angrily. I can't believe you dared to deceive even your own father. I, Blue, am ashamed to be associated with you. He fiercely shook his sleeves and turned to bow to Arlie, who was catching his breath nearby. Uncle Zhu has done a fine job in disciplining your children. Nephew will take my leave now. Me too. Before Arlie and his son could react, Blue and the other 2 members of the Divine Courage Army had already scurried out of the Zhu residence. Watching them leave, Jinsen couldn't help but blink. Am I being abandoned? His thoughts swirling, Jinsen looked at his father with a mournful face. Father, is it still not too late for me to admit my mistake? Huh. Arlie gave a soft laugh, squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. What do you think? Gulp. Swallowing hard, Jinsen continued. Can you please go easy on me? Running? That was impossible. He only did that earlier because Blue and the others were here as backup. But now that his support had fled, continuing to run would only stoke old Zhu's anger further. More importantly, Jinsen really couldn't run anymore. Besides being naturally chubby, his injuries made it impossible for him to maintain any advantage in this chase. Huh. Arlie chuckled, then strode over with his whip raised. Do you know what you've done wrong? Yes, father. Where did you go wrong? This. Pausing slightly, Jinsen's face showed a hint of confusion. I shouldn't have provoked the Alwyn and caused trouble for you, father. Smack. The sound of the whip lashing flesh rang out again. Arlie seemed to be vying for the title of Tang's grumpiest face with Wei Qigong. You wicked child. It seems you still haven't realized your mistake. Saying this, Arlie unconsciously increased the force of his blows. I, Arlie, as a censor of the Tang Empire, would never fear a mere duke. Father. Feeling the intense pain on his backside, Jinsen's mouth twitched. Don't you usually avoid getting entangled with these tough characters? Smack. Another lash landed, and Arlie continued. Do you know where you went wrong? Seeing Arlie raise the whip again, Jinsen's face paled. I know now. I shouldn't have conspired with Blue and the others to lie to you. Perhaps the urgency sparked some wit within him, as Jinsen actually grasped why his father was so furious. A reckhumph. With a sniff, Arlie lowered the whip. As a father, if you faced humiliation or trouble, I should certainly solve your problems for you. Pausing for a moment, he continued. But you should have told me directly rather than choosing deceit. This really couldn't be blamed on Arlie. After all, anyone who lodges complaints and offends a duke on behalf of their son would likely feel unable to accept seeing that same son boast about his acting skills once back home. Thank you, father. I understand. Nodding like a chick pecking at rice, Jinsen showed a serious expression. In the future, if I encounter issues, I will first consult with you, father. Though he said this, only Jinsen knew his true thoughts. As the saying goes, no one knows their child better than their father, but sons also understand their fathers well. At least Jinsen knew that without today's deception, Arlie would have simply asked Arrigo for an apology and done no more. Go rest now. Glancing at Jinsen's demeanor, Arlie casually waved his hand. After all, he was his own son. Watching him hurt was painful for him too. Thank you, father. Bowing to Arlie once more, Jinsen held his injured buttocks and hobbled toward his room. Dog Egg, go get some good medicine for Sway. Rest assured, master. I know what to do. Watching Benjamin Dog Egg and Jinsen walk away together, Arlie sighed. Sway, don't blame your father for being harsh. It's all for your own good. Logically speaking, as a censor, one should be fearless, but Arlie was an anomaly among censors. Among the many Tang censors, Arlie was unusually low-key. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't say much. This was actually Arlie's way of protecting himself. Certainly, due to their profession, censors were both feared and hated by other officials. Take Quentin, for example. If he were kidnapped in a corner of Chang'an, finding the culprit would be nearly impossible. Why? Too many enemies. Quentin, after all, was a duke and could afford to offend others. but Arlie was different. As an ordinary censor, he had to consider his family and descendants. Even commoners might suffer at the hands of opportunists upon falling from power, let alone someone in such a perilous role as a censor. Chapter 83. Adebayo's favoritism. However, today's events weren't all infuriating for Arlie. At least from the actions of Blue and others, he saw that his son had successfully integrated into this group of pampered young men. These people would all become pillars of support for his child in the future. Thinking about his performance just now, a slight smile appeared on Arlie's lips. Boy, my son has carried such a huge burden for you. Can you continue to let him down in the future? It can only be said that parents love their children unconditionally. Arlie, who should have been an upright censor, also had to put away his sharpness for his child. Arakayu, do you think Jensen won't get beaten to death? While Arlie muttered, Ascari, who had left Zhu's residence, still had a lingering look of fear. Just those few blows Arlie gave to his son. If Adebayo himself had struck, it wouldn't have been any different. If not for the 70% resemblance between Jensen and Arlie, he would have doubted if Jensen was the child of the neighbor old Benjamin and already discovered by old Zhu. No. Shaking his head, Blue remained extremely calm. From the moment we left, Jensen won't be beaten anymore. Why is that? Slightly taken aback, Ascari showed a look of confusion. Understanding the reasoning was difficult with his mindset. It wasn't that Ascari was stupid, but some people were naturally unsuited for certain twists and turns, and Ascari was one such person. With your intelligence level, I find it hard to explain clearly in just a short while. Muttering softly, Blue then spoke. You don't need to worry about these things. What you need to know is that we owe Jensen a favor today. That goes without saying. Hearing Blue's words, Ascari immediately nodded, patting his chest. Jensen betrayed his father for us. He'll always be a good brother to me, old Chung, from now on. Seeming to think his previous statement lacked sincerity, Ascari quickly added, if I ever see the Alwyn again, I'll definitely beat them up for Jensen. Though Blue didn't understand how beating the Alwyn would help Jensen vent, he still sighed. From the current situation, old Zhu's beating his son move was quite successful. Fighting indeed consumes a lot of energy, even if you're just hitting someone else. After returning to the mansion and having dinner, Blue and Ascari both soon returned to their respective rooms and fell asleep. The next morning, Blue was awakened in a familiar state once again. Seeing the grinning man with a beard standing by his bed, Blue couldn't help but be stunned. Sebastian, why are you here? Indeed, the person who came was none other than the famous rebel demon king Adebayo. One must admit, Ascari and Jamie looked incredibly alike. If it weren't for Jamie's slightly larger build, Blue would have thought Ascari was disturbing his dreams again. Slap. Ha. Loud laughter accompanied the sound of shoulder slapping, Adebayo's face beaming with unrestrained joy. I didn't expect you little brat to dare lead troops to assault a national duke's residence, truly worthy of being my nephew. Hearing Adebayo's words, Blue couldn't help but twitch his lips. I hope you can say the same when your butt catches fire later. Cough, Sebastian flatters me too much. Blue bowed towards Adebayo before speaking. Sebastian, could you please set your nephew down first? Indeed, all Blue's actions were performed while hanging midair. Smelling the strong breath coming from Jamie's mouth, Blue's face turned desperate. Did you lift me just to pat my shoulders? Heh, the kid has grown pretty sturdy. Looking at Blue's legs, Adebayo's face showed a hint of teasing as he finally released him. In my many years of life, what haven't I seen? A man should never hide or conceal anything. Huh. Upon hearing Adebayo's words, Blue almost spat out blood. Such shameless talk could only come from this old rascal. Luckily, Jamie was just talking. Then he turned around and left Blue's room, leaving behind this sentence. Since Ascari is here, let him stay a bit longer. Clearly, Jamie had come early to check on his son. As for why he didn't take Ascari back, Blue couldn't understand that. Jamie's mind worked in ways most people couldn't comprehend. Being disturbed by Adebayo, there was no way Blue could go back to sleep. Putting the still drowsy servant boy back to the middle of the bed and covering him with blankets, Blue couldn't help but comment. It seems Uncle Chin treats you very well. You've gotten fat in just a few days. Compared to when he first arrived at the Chin household, this servant boy had expanded both physically and spiritually. With the affection from Darren, Nicole, and Blue, this little guy had become the tyrant of Chin Mansion. From grains to the horses in the backyard, no animal was safe from this mischief. Getting patted on the belly, the servant boy yawned, flipped over, and closed his eyes again. If you listened closely, you'd hear he had started snoring. Master, Duke Liu insisted on barging in. I couldn't stop him. Stepping out of the room, Blue first saw Layla's nervous expression. Indeed, it was helpless. She might have tried to stop someone like Ascari, but Jamie, he was someone who could even spank Blue. It's fine, Sebastian has always been like that. Even father probably can't do anything about him. Giving a comforting smile to the young maid, Blue said, don't go in for now, lest you wake up the servant boy and cause trouble. Yes. Nodding, a hint of helplessness flashed in Layla's eyes. Thankfully, the servant boy was so adorable that he probably wouldn't end up in the pigsty otherwise. Right, where's Ascari? Reporting to Master, young Master Chong has not yet come out. He should still be sleeping. What? Exclaiming in surprise, Blue felt a sense of imbalance. Jamie, you must be seriously ill. Ignoring your own son while nagging me incessantly? 3 o'clock lights, 5 o'clock roosters. It's precisely the time for a man to practice martial arts. Spitting out a modified proverb with a darkened face, Blue continued. As a pillar of our divine martial army, how can Ascari be so lazy? Hashtag chapter 84, the new members of the Divine Valor Army. Without waiting for Layla to respond, Blue strode towards the room where Ascari was staying. Blue swore that every word and action came from deep within his heart. He had no intention of retaliating. Arakayu, brother? But Blue's efforts were in vain. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Ascari standing on the ground. I didn't expect you, brother Arakayu, to wake up so early. Hearing Ascari's words, Blue's lips twitched slightly. For a moment, I can't tell if this is praise or sarcasm. Cough, cough. With a light cough, Blue's face took on a serious expression. As men of our era, we should rise early for the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty. Such trivial matters need not concern us. Brother Arakayu is wise. Ascari gave Blue a thumbs up, a strange look flashing across his eyes. Is this really Brother Arakayu? Am I dreaming? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ascari pinched himself hard on the inner thigh. SSSHH. With a sharp intake of breath, tears welled up in Ascari's eyes. Great, it's not a dream. What happened to you? Seeing Ascari's twitching lips, Blue couldn't help but pause. Is this guy having a stroke? Nothing, nothing. Shaking his head quickly, Ascari spoke up. I'm just moved by Brother Arakayu's spirit, so I can't quite hold myself together right now. Although Ascari was somewhat straightforward, he at least knew Blue well enough. If this guy finds out what I was thinking, he wouldn't let me off easily. It turned out that flattery worked wonders. Blue immediately smiled when Ascari spoke. Erekri up and get ready. We're heading to Bachiao. Yesterday, they were busy avenging Jinsen, so the Divine Valor Army didn't train. Blue decided to make up for it today. Ascari's actions were swift. In just a few minutes, he completed his entire hygiene routine. Was he clean? The leak still lodged between his teeth from 2 days ago told the whole story. From Chin's residence to Bachiao, they still traveled in the carriage driven by Bentley. Perhaps realizing the men shouldn't rush principal, Bentley drove slower than usual, but also more steadily. Thus, despite waking up early today, Blue arrived at Bachiao around the same time as usual. What Blue didn't expect was to see the Divine Valor Army members gathered once again. Why? Was someone beaten up again today? Muttering under his breath, Blue squeezed through the crowd. Let me see who's the lucky one today. How can it be you guys? Heh, younger brother Yusef, Gervais, greets brother Chin, said Yusef, bowing to Blue. Looking at the brothers paying their respects, Blue's expression grew even stranger. Tell me, why are you here? He had already seen the Aowen fighting skills yesterday. Both together weren't a match for Ascari, so they couldn't be here to settle a score. Heh, to answer brother Chin, we are also here to join the Divine Valor Army. After speaking, Yusef added quickly. This is punishment decreed by His Majesty. Since it's an imperial order, you may join. With Thatcher Fisher's command, Blue wouldn't dare say no even if he ate Quentin. Fortunately, it wasn't much trouble anyway. Glancing at the Aowen, Blue couldn't help but feel some pity. Did these idiots offend Thatcher Fisher? Why else would they be sent here? We've offended you before, please don't hold it against us, brother Chin. Seeing the Aowen bow respectfully, Blue silently dismissed any thoughts of punishing them. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face. I, Blue, am not petty. The past is behind us. I won't pursue it further. Comforting the Aowen, Blue then continued. But since you missed a few training days, you'll have to work harder in the coming days. That's fine. Upon hearing Blue's words, Yusef breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they aren't targeted, a bit of extra work was nothing. They misunderstood the training programs of the Divine Valor Army. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so relaxed. Although Blue understood the Aowen thoughts, he didn't bother correcting them. Since you say it's fine, it is fine. Just as Blue praised the Aowen for their bravery, the wealthy young lords erupted into another commotion. Turning his head, Blue saw Jinsen dismounting his small red horse with a swollen face. Jinsen, what happened to you? Seeing Jinsen looking even more inflated than yesterday, the assembled young lords couldn't help but gawk. Were you beaten again? Some of the young lords glanced at the Aowen. Who else could it be except them? Not us. Feeling the predatory stares, Yusef instinctively hunched his shoulders. Really, not us this time. Looking at Jinsen with a pitiful expression, he added. Brother Zhu, we didn't do it this time. Cough, everyone. No misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with outsiders. Though Jinsen didn't explain the details, at least he cleared the Aowen names. Seeing Jinsen's guarded attitude, the initially irate young lords became strangely intrigued. Everyone here had been punished by their elders at some point. Guessing the sequence of events, they didn't press the matter. After all, they couldn't surround Arlie and beat him up too. Explaining the Aowen situation to Jinsen, he surprisingly showed no hostility. You two have joined the Divine Valor Army, so naturally, you are part of it. Under the protection of the others, Jinsen's chubby face grew serious. Don't disgrace our army by bullying others, or else. Yes, brother Zhu, rest assured. Chapter 85, Dougie arrives. Yusef nodded quickly, his face turning solemn. We brothers will certainly mend our ways and be better men. We will not let any of you down. Enough chatter, let's get ready for training. Blue didn't pay much attention to the conversation between the Aowen and Jinsen. Compared to Jinsen, Blue's thoughts were simpler. Since they had joined the Divine Martial Army, these two would naturally become his subordinates. If they still dared to act recklessly, wouldn't he have free reign over them? Yes. Hearing Blue's words, the group of aristocratic youths, who had been smiling and chatting, instantly stood up straight and responded in unison. Count off. 1, 2, 99, 100. The Aowen had a bit of cleverness. Although they didn't understand the significance, they mimicked others, shouting out numbers loudly. Report to General, the Divine Martial Army has 100 members present. What are your orders? After Ascari emerged from the crowd to salute and ask, Blue nodded. As usual, start with half an hour of standing. Yes. After such long-term training, the soldiers of the Divine Martial Army had become more adept at basic exercises. As for the Aowen, they only needed to follow others' examples. However, because they had just joined, Blue was relatively lenient towards them. How about it? Do you want to rest a little? Strolling over to Jinsen, Blue asked. He partly blamed himself for Arlie beating him up, so he offered some special treatment. However, Blue underestimated Jinsen's character. Upon hearing this, Jinsen quickly shook his head. Report to General, I can continue. If that's the case, keep going then. Since Jinsen didn't want to rest, Blue wouldn't force him. Standing, marching, goose-stepping, turning left and right. Various drills proceeded systematically. Despite the addition of the Aowen, there wasn't much disruption. Blue allowed them to take short breaks when tired, and under guidance, their movements became slightly more standardized. Today's training ends here. Dismissed. Boom, with Blue's words, everyone quickly dispersed, while the Aowen plopped onto the ground. Finally it's over, Yusef muttered, feeling the soreness in his body. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he wouldn't have realized how tiring just standing and walking could be. It is exhausting. I wonder how those guys manage, Gervais grumbled, watching the other aristocratic youths work tirelessly. A recomf. As fellow spoiled brats, Yusef had his pride. Reflecting on the performance of others, he couldn't help but sneer. They've just trained longer than us. Give it time, and we'll surpass them. You're right, brother. The Aowen conversation marked a significant change since joining the Divine Martial Army. In contrast, Ascari remained lively as ever. Sitting in the carriage and looking outside, Ascari said, Erikayu, why does your strength seem much greater than before? He looked at Blue intently. Though Blue was always skillful, he didn't quite live up to being Garth's son. But yesterday, Ascari saw Blue break through the Wu family gate with immense strength, something even he might not achieve. Isn't that normal? Blue had prepared an excuse for his bodily changes. Calmly, he replied, at my age, sudden growth in height and strength is a normal part of development. Is that so? Though somewhat skeptical, seeing Blue's confident demeanor, Ascari believed him. It seemed there was no other explanation. Unusually quiet for the rest of the journey, Ascari pondered why he hadn't begun normal development. Perhaps I'm eating the wrong things? Deep in thought, Ascari resolved to mimic Blue's dietary habits exactly, eating double whatever Erikayu ate. Back at home, Blue found the manor unusually lively, even the servants wearing faint smiles. Master, you're back? Seeing Dave greet him, Blue paused. Zhong, is there good news today? Hee master, you're sharp. Ignoring occasional pranks, Dave and Blue had a good relationship. Flattering Blue, Dave added, Daoist Yuan and Daoist Sun have come to visit. They're currently attending to Lord Qin. What? Daoist Yuan, Daoist Sun, Sun Shin-yi? Interrupting himself, Blue realized, if I remember correctly, Dougie is a Daoist. That's correct, Dave nodded, grinning openly. With Daoist Sun's skills, Lord Qin stands a chance. You enjoy yourself here. I'll go see first. Blue felt excited upon hearing Dave's words. Dougie, the revered medicine king, a true divine physician. Bounding into the courtyard, Blue indeed saw Darren and others sitting inside. The most striking figure was a thin, ordinary-looking Daoist radiating an aura of wisdom and grace, far exceeding someone like Jared. Edits made. 1. Changed Yuan Tiangang to Jared to ensure proper name formatting and readability. 2. Replaced wisdom far exceeding with radiating an aura of wisdom and grace, far exceeding for smoother and more natural reading in English. 3. Maintained consistency in terminology and style to align with the original text. This person appeared unremarkable, but possessed an unmistakable air of elegance and profundity, vastly superior to the likes of Yuan Tiangang. Chapter 86, Dougie talks about ginseng. More importantly, although Dougie was clearly much older than Jared, he looked younger in appearance compared to the latter. Son greets mother. Himph. Seeing that Blue only greeted Nicole and ignored her, Garth gave a cold snort. Aren't you supposed to quickly come over and pay respects to Daoist Sun? This lowly one, Blue, greets Daoist Sunday. After giving his father an almost challenging glance, Blue finally bowed to Dougie. I have long heard of Daoist Sun's great reputation. It is indeed an eye-opener to meet you today. This wasn't mere flattery. According to records, this man had lived for 142 years, a true master of health and longevity. Ha 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 ha, young lord, you are too kind, Dougie laughed heartily, his eyes settling on Blue. Although I just arrived in Chang'an, I have also heard about the young lord's renown. Daoist Sun flatters me. Upon hearing these words, Blue blushed slightly. What reputation could he possibly have? Surely it wasn't due to leading troops into the Guagong Manor yesterday? However, Blue underestimated himself. His actions against the Tujue and subsequently exposing the Buddhist sects had earned him significant popularity in Chang'an. Young lord has a rosy complexion and steady breath. Your martial prowess seems to rival that of Lord Erek. As Blue felt embarrassed by Dougie's praise, the old Taoist continued. Cough, cough. Realizing Dougie might reveal too much, Blue cleared his throat and said, Erek lacks learning and can't bear such compliments. Daoist Sun, please examine my father first. Though not explicitly stated, Dougie could tell that Blue didn't want to dwell on the topic. Nodding slightly, Dougie replied, since you ask, I shall do my utmost. Dougie was not only a divine physician, but also a Taoist and uncle by Daoist seniority to Jared. Therefore, he was very grateful for Blue's earlier help to the Daoist community. In this regard, Dougie resembled Jared. As long as you helped, intentionally or not, you owed them a favor. Turning to Garth, Dougie asked, may I take Lord Erek's pulse? Thank you, Master Sunday. Who was Dougie? The divine physician of the Tang Dynasty whom even Ebert admired. Facing Master Sun, Garth showed nothing but respect. After Dougie spoke, Garth bowed before replying. Thereafter, things proceeded smoothly. Once Garth sat down, Dougie grasped his wrist and examined closely with closed eyes. 1 moment, 2 moments, 3. As time passed, everyone's gaze fixed on Dougie, fearing any signs of difficulty from the old divine doctor. Finally, Dougie opened his eyes. How is my father's health, master? Don't worry, young lord. Seeing Blue's anxious demeanor, Dougie soothed him gently. Lord Erek suffered excessive blood loss early in life, causing deficiencies. This accounts for his current condition. Pausing briefly, Dougie added, such an ailment cannot be cured instantly. Long-term care is required for recovery. Phew. Blue breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master Sunday. Though Master Sun mentioned prolonged treatment, it was far better than being beyond saving, which made Blue extremely relieved. If necessary, he would evolve more times after obtaining medication to save Darren. Glancing at the evolution points accumulated over the past few days, Blue silently decided not to evolve anything else until resolving Darren's health issue. Let me write a prescription. Lord Eric must take it twice daily. Pausing slightly, Dougie added. Based on his pulse, Lord Eric should already be consuming supplements that replenish chi and blood. This should continue. Thank you, Master Sunday. Hearing the instructions, Garth promptly bowed in gratitude. No one feared death. Even Darren wished for more time to live. Dougie wrote quickly, producing a prescription while Garth bowed. Follow this. Thank you, Master. Blue took the prescription, then said, Recently, I obtained an unfamiliar herb. Might I ask Master Sun to identify it? An unfamiliar herb? Momentarily stunned, Dougie's eyes lit up with interest. If it is an herb, please show it to me. Ifu, bring a sample of the herbs we collected the other day. Yes. Bentley, who was still elated at Garth's potential recovery, hurriedly nodded and ran towards the nearby storage. Master, I've brought the herbs. Minutes later, Bentley returned carrying a small, elegant wooden box. Please, Master Sun, have a look. Blue opened the box and placed it before Dougie. Is this Korean ginseng? Staring at the dried root resembling a radish, Dougie's face showed surprise. To think the young lord possesses such a valuable herb. I'm truly impressed. Ha ha ha, Master Sun truly recognizes this. Laughing heartily, Blue revealed admiration. Might Master enlighten me about its uses? No problem. Dougie genuinely liked Blue. Despite multiple requests in quick succession, Dougie remained smiling. This ginseng originates from Korea. It replenishes chi, alleviates pain, enhances brain function. As Dougie explained, the crowd's eyes grew brighter. Unbelievably, this humble-looking herb had so many benefits. It truly deserved the name Miracle Medicine. Master Sun is indeed well-versed. I admire you greatly. Bowing again, Blue expressed genuine admiration. As expected of the author of 1,000 Gold Prescriptions, his knowledge surpassed all other renowned physicians of the Tang Dynasty. ##### Chapter 87. The Marvelous Uses of Korean Ginseng. It's not an exaggeration. In fact, asking Dougie about the efficacy of ginseng was absolutely the right thing to do. Why? The Qianjin Fong contains over 6,000 medicinal formulas, with 445 including ginseng. This demonstrates how deeply old Master Sun studied ginseng. Additionally, it could be said that Dougie himself elevated ginseng to a divine status. Before the Qianjin Fong was published, apart from a few physicians, most people were in a state of not recognizing, not knowing, and not using ginseng. Old Taoist merely happened to treat a few Goguryeo merchants, so I gained some understanding of this medicine, Dougie explained, his face showing a hint of embarrassment. May I ask, young lord, if your household has any extra Korean ginseng? Yes, we have plenty. Emmy had yet to speak when Eben beside him quickly responded. Is there something you need it for, Divine Dr. Sun? Blue hadn't hidden the Korean ginseng from others, so it wasn't surprising that Darren knew about it. The reason for Darren's enthusiasm is easy to understand. Who is Eben? A man of honor and righteousness, the little Mengchong of Shandong. To put it another way, if Darren were placed in the water margin, even Song Joing wouldn't be known as timely rain. Such a person naturally wants to repay someone who saved his life. Despite Dougie and Jared stating they came to repay Blue, Darren clearly didn't see it that way. Seeing Dougie with what seemed like a request, Eben naturally wanted to lend a hand. Blue found nothing wrong with Darren's behavior. If one accepts help, it's only proper to reciprocate. With this thought in mind, he nodded swiftly. I indeed have some Korean ginseng. How much does the Divine Doctor need? This time, Old Taoist came to Chang'an also to help adjust the Empress's constitution, Dougie explained, despite Eben's enthusiasm. The Empress was born with weak lungs, and this Korean ginseng will be greatly beneficial to her. So Old Taoist, somewhat shamefully. The Divine Doctor needs no more words. Eben interrupted, waving his hand, his face solemn. As ministers, we should share the worries of our sovereign. Moreover, the Empress graces the world with her dignity. How can we stand by and watch her suffer? With that, Eben turned to Bentley. Fetch all the Korean ginseng from the storeroom. Initially, Eben thought of keeping a few plants in case they might be useful later. But upon hearing that it would be used to treat the Empress, Darren immediately changed his mind. It wasn't to curry favor with the Thatcher, but because it fit his character. As a comrade in arms who had fought alongside Ebert, whether due to loyalty or friendship, he felt compelled to offer his full support at such times. Understood. Bentley, who had just finished a task, was assigned another one. A few minutes later, Bentley carried out several small wooden boxes. Report to Master, all the Korean ginseng is here. Wrap them up for the Divine Doctor. Apart from Blue, everyone in the Chin household seemed to have an excellent quality of getting things done without delay. Without waiting for Dougie to speak, Bentley quickly wrapped up all the boxes and placed them before Dougie. Please take good care of these, Divine Doctor. Staring at the large bundle in front of him, Dougie paused. Thank you very much, Lord Chin. Dougie added quickly, I will report the matter of the Korean ginseng, truthfully to His Majesty. I won't let Lord Chin's kindness go unrewarded. In Dougie's view, Eben must have paid a high price to obtain so much Korean ginseng, making him reluctant to claim credit for something he did not earn. But if old Master Sun knew that Blue had acquired the ginseng with a useless token, he would likely shed tears of envy. After all, Dougie's knowledge of Korean ginseng came from Goguryeo merchants, who considered it their miraculous medicine, thus commanding a high price. Yet in Tang Dynasty, where no one recognized its value, Korean ginseng had no market and was nearly discarded as mere weeds. However, Blue knew that soon, Korean ginseng would become a widely pursued, internet-famous herb, endorsed by Divine Dr. Sun and recommended by the Empress herself. No one would dare criticize it. Hope Rosa brings more Korean ginseng next time, Blue couldn't help but mutter. Once the price rises and wealthy merchants start snapping it up, it won't be so easy to collect anymore. Thank you then, Divine Doctor. Eben readily accepted the proposal. Doing good deeds is fine, but hiding it from the principal beneficiary is not acceptable. Darren also had his own thoughts. Helping Thomasina and adding it to his past contributions should secure a bright future for Arakayu. With that, Dougie left with Jared, heading straight for the Imperial Palace. With such a merit, it shouldn't be long before His Majesty rewards Arakayu. Eben couldn't help looking at Blue, who was picking his nose beside him. You are now the commander of the Divine Warrior Army. From now on, don't act recklessly, lest you invite disaster. You're right, old man. I'll remember that, Blue replied nonchalantly, nodding toward Eben before running off with the prescription in hand. Rest now, old man. I'll get your medicine. Blue understood what Eben was getting at. Leading a group to storm a duke's mansion wasn't wise. Though Blue emerged victorious, helping Jensen vent her anger while securing his safe return, it was all thanks to Darren's reputation and Ebert's protection. Otherwise, a single impeachment from a censor could have landed him with a beating. Dukes were esteemed figures. How could they tolerate such disrespect? Chapter 88. Dougie's devoted fan. This rebellious son. Watching Blue stride away, Garth's lips twitched slightly. Ouch. Interrupting himself mid-sentence, Garth suddenly sucked in a sharp breath. Feeling the intense pain from his ribs, Garth barely stopped himself from leaping off the chair. Why did you do that, my lady? As he spoke, Garth displayed a hint of grievance. Note: I've translated the term waichute to grievance to better fit the context and ensure the sentence reads naturally in English. I was sitting here perfectly fine, and you come over to pinch me. That's just too mean. Why do you think? Kara shot Garth a harsh look before speaking. Our ganger is clever, kind-hearted, and obedient. Could you possibly have anything against him? Facing Kara's icy gaze, Garth quickly showed an appeasing expression. My lady, please don't misunderstand. I am very satisfied with Arakayu. After saying this and seeing Kara's expression soften, Garth cautiously continued. But this child acts too impulsively, which might lead to too many enemies. So what, are you Garth afraid of that? After retorting, Kara's demeanor softened. With Dr. Sun's prescription, your health will recover soon. Won't you be able to protect Ganger then? Understanding Garth's thoughts as if they were her own, how could Kara not know what he worried about? He was simply concerned that after his death, there would be no one to protect Blue if he had too many enemies. Ha 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 ha, my lady speaks truly. Upon hearing Kara's words, Garth first froze, then burst into laughter. Don't worry, my lady. I, Garth, a valiant hero all my life, will certainly protect both you and Arakayu. As he spoke, Garth wrapped his arm around Kara's waist, his face filled with confidence. I trust you, my lord. Feeling the warmth from his embrace, Kara smiled broadly. If one were to find the person who trusted Garth the most in this world, it would undoubtedly be Kara. In her heart, her husband was an upright, omnipotent man of Tang Dynasty. Blue, naturally, was unaware of the affectionate interaction between his parents. At this moment, he was busy getting medicine according to Dougie's prescription. It was the same clinic where he had previously bandaged Jensen's wounds. Alastair, covered in cold sweat, stood before Blue, trembling. Not knowing your arrival, I failed to welcome you properly, please do not blame me. Thanks to previous incidents, Blue had successfully imprinted an image of brutality in this old man's mind. That was why he acted so cautiously. No need for formality, Emeric. Smiling kindly at Alastair, Blue asked, do you have the ingredients listed on this prescription? Taking the prescription from Blue, Alastair carefully inspected it before nodding quickly. These are common herbs. I can gather them all. Then please help me with that. Do not rush, noble sir. Pausing slightly, Alastair then asked, may I inquire from where you obtained this prescription? Despite fearing Blue, Alastair was a seasoned physician. Before confirming the source, he would never easily sell his herbs. A doctor should prioritize the patient's well-being above all. This was the only requirement his teacher set when he learned medicine, thus explaining Alastair's question. Glancing at Alastair, Blue's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. This old man is somewhat intriguing. There was no reason to hide the origin of the prescription, as Dougie's fame far exceeded Alastair's. With a slight smile, Blue said, this prescription was written by the revered Dr. Sunday. Dr. Sun, is it Taoist Dougie? Precisely. Ouch. The moment Blue spoke, Alastair's face changed abruptly, and his hands holding the prescription became much gentler. I didn't expect it to be from Dr. Sunday, forgive my forwardness, noble sir. Finishing his sentence, Alastair turned toward his medicine cabinet. Please wait a moment, I shall gather the herbs for you. Though Alastair's clinic looked shabby, his medical skills were commendable. Within minutes, he measured and placed all the required herbs in front of Blue. All the herbs you requested are here, noble sir. Alastair added. Rest assured, these herbs are carefully selected and will have no issues. Thank you, Emeric. Smiling at Alastair, Blue felt a liking for this timid yet stubborn old man. Hee. Rubbing his hands together, Alastair said. Sir, I have a request, would you? Let's hear it. Seeing Alastair's hesitant manner, Blue already guessed what he wanted to ask. Sure enough, as soon as Blue invited him to speak, Alastair eagerly continued. Could you introduce me to Dr. Sun? Where might he be now? While speaking, Alastair rubbed his hands nervously, revealing an embarrassed smile on his weathered face. Given Dougie's reputation, it was normal for his contemporaries to revere him like a deity. Cough well. Meeting Alastair's hopeful gaze, Blue coughed lightly. Dr. Sun has entered the palace. If there's another chance, I'll certainly introduce you. Many thanks, noble sir. Though Blue did not promise directly, Alastair still looked immensely grateful. To express his gratitude, the old man refused to accept any payment for the herbs, insisting it was a token of appreciation. Walking out of the clinic, looking at the packages of herbs in his hand, Blue couldn't help but shake his head. Who knew Dougie's reputation had reached such heights? Does he usually eat without paying? Indeed, Blue was right. If Dougie revealed his identity, he might even be paid for eating. But let's move on. Compared to Dougie's fame, Blue was more concerned with the herbs in his hand. Blood-nourishing medicine. Category, herb. Description, a prescription by Dougie. All ingredients being top grade, enhancing its effects. Function, nourishes blood, restores energy, strengthens the body, and fortifies the spirit. Note: made by Dougie, must be top-notch. ##### Chapter 89. Systems Directed Evolution. Dog System. Perform an evolutionary upgrade on this package of herbs. As Blue's words fell, the system's voice quickly responded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 evolution point and obtaining a powerful blood replenishing herb. Powerful blood replenishing herb. Category: Herbal Medicine. First evolution. Description: a formula personally devised by Dougie. Due to all the herbs being of premium quality, its effects have been enhanced. Effects: 1. Replenishes blood and chi, strengthens the body and spirit. 2. Consumption can boost physical attributes but might lead to excessive nourishment. Note: Dougie's creation, guaranteed excellence. Blue couldn't help but twitch his lips as he observed the sudden change in the herb's attributes. This package is useless now. However, he had anticipated such a situation, so he quickly adjusted his mindset. He shifted his gaze to another package of herbs. Upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 evolution point and obtaining a strengthened blood replenishing herb. Strengthened blood replenishing herb. Category: Herbal Medicine. First evolution. Description: a formula personally devised by Dougie. Due to all the herbs being of premium quality, its effects have been enhanced. Effects: 1. Replenishes blood and chi, strengthens the body and spirit. 2. After consumption, gain mysterious oriental strength for 24 hours, extremely robust. Note: Dougie's creation, guaranteed excellence. This is the last one. Looking at the final package of herbs, Blue took a deep breath. Goddess Guanine, Jade Thatcher, Jesus, Great Sage equaling heaven. I'm willing to exchange Ascari's lifetime bachelorhood for the success of this evolution. Begin the evolution. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 evolution point and obtaining a high-efficiency blood replenishing herb. High-efficiency blood replenishing herb. Category: Herbal Medicine. Description: a formula personally devised by Dougie. Due to all the herbs being of premium quality, its effects have been enhanced. Effects: tenfold replenishment of blood and chi. Note: Dougie's creation, guaranteed excellence. Success. Observing the attributes of the herbs in his hand, Blue couldn't help but be delighted. Although the effects were reduced, they fit Darren's current condition perfectly. It's a pity only one package can be evolved. Otherwise, ding! Friendly reminder: non-rare evolution effects can be directed through further consumption of evolution points. At the sound, the system kindly transmitted a manual to Blue. So-called rare evolutions are those with extraordinary functions like the handshake harmony stick or the spiritual ginseng. Non-rare functions enhance the original attributes of the item, like a blood replenishing herb. Heh, who knew you have such a user-friendly feature? Praising it, Blue felt much more at ease. A single dose of these herbs can last 3 days, meaning he just needs to evolve another set every 3 days. Back at the manor, Blue instructed Bentley to store the other 2 packages of herbs, while he personally supervised the decoction process for Darren. And the other 2? Since they've already undergone evolution, Blue planned to save them for when Darren's condition improved slightly. Meanwhile, sitting on a recliner basking in the sun, Garth couldn't help but shudder. Why do I suddenly have an ominous premonition? Elsewhere, after leaving Cheen Manor, Dougie successfully entered the palace under Jared's guidance. Ha ha ha, it has been long since we met, and it's wonderful to see that Divine Dr. Sun still looks spirited. Your Majesty remains as vigorous as ever. After paying a small compliment to Ebert, Dougie spoke up. This humble Taoist has come especially for Her Majesty the Empress. May I request an audience with Her Majesty? If anyone else addressed Ebert this way, they'd likely end up at the butcher's market chopped into pieces and fed to dogs. But Old Sun clearly wasn't ordinary. As Dougie spoke, Ebert immediately smiled widely. For someone as esteemed as a divine doctor to show concern, it is also Guanine's fortune. With that, Ebert turned to the nearby eunuch. Have you not yet summoned the Empress? Yes. It was a divine doctor intending to treat Her Majesty, so the eunuch dared not delay for a moment. Before Dougie could even engage in casual conversation with Ebert, Dawn emerged, supported by several maidservants. I greet you, Taoist Master Sunday. Facing Dougie, Dawn did not put on airs but instead bowed respectfully like a common woman. Taoist Master humbly accepts your courtesy. Dougie returned the bow lightly before continuing. Seeing your Majesty still vibrant, I am filled with confidence for the upcoming treatment. After some pleasantries, Dougie began diagnosing Dawn. Divine Doctor, how is Her Majesty's health? Only after reopening his eyes did Dougie carefully reply to Ebert, who anxiously awaited his response. Not just Ebert, but the surrounding maids and eunuchs watched Dougie nervously. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Her Majesty's condition has not worsened. Bow to Ebert, Dougie continued. With these herbs fortuitously obtained by this humble Taoist, Her Majesty can be spared the trouble of her illness. Can it be completely cured? No. Immediately after Ebert asked, Dougie shook his head without hesitation. Her Majesty's illness is congenital, making it extremely difficult to cure. At most, it can prevent future occurrences. But Your Majesty need not worry too much. Noticing Ebert's shift from excitement to disappointment, Dougie spoke again. As long as Her Majesty follows the palace doctor's advice and rests adequately, she will gradually recover. Thank you, Divine Doctor. With Dougie's reassurance, Ebert's expression softened. I will leave it in the capable hands of Divine Dr. Sunday, not to take credit where it is due. Signaling Jared to retrieve the small bag on his back, Dougie explained. These herbs were gifted by Duke Erekwogong's son, Blue. Without these, this humble Taoist would have been helpless in treating Her Majesty. Blue? Pausing slightly, Ebert smiled. I didn't expect this little fellow to be such a lucky charm. After this matter, he shall surely be rewarded. With Ebert's wisdom, he saw this as Dougie vouching for Blue's favor. But this meant nothing to Ebert. He had already favored Blue, and this time, the young man had indeed contributed greatly, so rewards were merely a gesture. Many thanks, Your Majesty. After thanking Ebert, Dougie maintained his calm demeanor. How about letting this old Taoist prepare a decoction for Her Majesty first, then observe the effects afterward? Chapter 90. Viscount of Lantion County. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you, great doctor. Dougie's willingness to prepare the medicine and handle the follow-up service was something Ebert naturally wouldn't refuse. Taking advantage of Dougie's departure, Ebert turned his gaze to Nolan, his personal eunuch. Convey my message, Blue, son of the Duke of Erech, has made a meritorious contribution by offering the medicine. Reward him with 500 gold coins, and confer on him the title of Viscount of Lantion County, which can be inherited. Yes. With a hint of envy in his eyes, Nolan hurriedly lowered his head and ran outside. This young lord is truly favored by his majesty. There are two types of titles, common titles and hereditary titles. Although Blue is the legitimate eldest son of the Duke of Erech, before today, he was just an ordinary person without any title. But now it's different. Blue already possesses his own title that can be inherited without waiting for old Sheen to pass away. What does this mean? In the future, if Blue has offspring, he can let his eldest son inherit the position of Duke of Erech, while reserving the title of Viscount of Lantion County for his second son. Moreover, Blue is still only a teenager around 10 years old. Who knows where he might end up as he grows older? Of course, these matters have nothing to do with Nolan. As a eunuch, his job is to serve Ebert well and ensure he lives comfortably in the palace. Blue was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that in the blink of an eye, he gained a title. Congratulations, Lord Viscount. Seeing Blue's somewhat stunned look, Nolan greeted him with a smile, simultaneously changing his address to a more respectful one. Calling him young lord sounds impressive, but in reality, he's just an ordinary person. Now, Blue holds a solid hereditary Viscount title. Seeing Nolan's somewhat sleazy smile, Blue snapped out of his confusion. Old Benjamin, can you tell me why the Thatcher suddenly bestowed this honor upon me? Viscount getting such an opportunity is all thanks to Dr. Sun's words. Despite Blue's casual way of addressing him, Nolan loved this kind of interaction. Despite being a powerful unit close to Ebert, only when interacting with Blue did he feel a sense of equality from him. So that's how it is. After some thought, Blue understood. I didn't expect old Sun to have so much influence. Looks like I underestimated him. You're jesting, Viscount. Nolan couldn't help adding. Your contribution of the medicine will surely bring even greater rewards once Her Majesty recovers further. As Ebert's personal eunuch, Nolan knew the Thatcher's character quite well. The deep affection between Dawn and Ebert means Blue would at least earn a hereditary baroncy if the medicine works. Thinking about this, Nolan couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Blue. We're all humans, yet why is his life so good? Blue, of course, had no idea about Nolan's thoughts. But sensing Nolan's expression, Blue pulled out a silver ingot from his sleeve and handed it to him. Thanks for your kind words. If there's another lucky break, I'll invite you for a grand feast. Blue wasn't ignorant of proper etiquette. Relationships develop step by step. Though Nolan respects him now, it's mainly due to Darren. A little bit of wealth could win Nolan's favor. Thank you in advance, Viscount. Sure enough, accepting the silver ingot, Nolan's smile grew wider. Intelligent, considerate, and noble. Who wouldn't like such a person? Exchanging a few pleasantries, Nolan left the Sheen residence happily. Congratulations, Master. You are now Viscount. After Nolan left, Bentley came over excitedly. Given their relationship, Bentley was genuinely happy for his master. It's just a Viscount title. Look at you, acting so impressed. Rolling his eyes at Bentley, Blue walked towards his room. Tell Old Stone to make a few more dishes in the afternoon. My appetite is great today. Entering his room, Blue smiled broadly. Hereditary Viscount, our Sheen family is officially part of the nobility now. With Ascari, nicknamed Big Megaphone, living in the residence, news of Blue's ennoblement spread quickly. The next morning, as Blue arrived at the Baoqiao Bridge, he received envious and jealous glances from the other sons of nobles. General, you were really granted the Viscount title? Yes. Nodding, Blue's gaze fell on Ascari standing among the crowd. No wonder he didn't disturb my sleep today. He was bragging here early. Upon confirming Blue's status, the other nobles drew in breaths, their expressions filled with envy. Except for Blue and Yusef, everyone else was the legitimate heir of prominent families, making acquiring titles not easy. We must celebrate such a grand occasion. Yes. Our Divine Valor Army's first noble. Someone started the commotion, gaining immediate support from most present. The Divine Valor Army's first noble needed a grand celebration. After training today, this general will host a banquet at my residence. Hearing everyone's enthusiasm, Blue finally agreed. Choosing his residence was because of the chef's superb skills. Without exaggeration, in all of Tang Dynasty, Sheen family chefs were top tier. General generous, General formidable. Some knew Sheen residence's chef, others didn't. Regardless, they cheered loudly. Eating at a duke's residence was worth boasting about. Aifu, inform Old Stone and the others. Fisher listening to the cheers, Blue added. Tell them the meal doesn't need to be too exquisite, but ensure everyone is fed. Don't worry, Master. I understand. Quickly nodding, Bentley grasped his master's intent immediately. Chapter 91. The impact of braised pork. The main reason for such arrangements was indeed to reduce the burden on people like Arkong Sancher. The Divine Valor Army members were all teenagers in their growth spurts, and after a full day of training, their appetites were far beyond what an average person could match. Even though it was still morning, having Arkong Sancher and his team prepare elaborate meals for over 100 people would be quite daunting. Perhaps influenced by the upcoming feast, today's enthusiasm during the training session was exceptionally high. Even Owen barely kept up with everyone else. As soon as training concluded, more than 100 pairs of eyes fixed on Blue, silently asking the same question. When are we eating? Training for today is over. Those who want to join the banquet, follow me, Blue announced without disappointing anyone. He gestured for the young men to follow before promptly entering the carriage. Why walk when you can ride? However, everyone had long understood Blue's personality, so they simply rode their horses behind the carriage, creating a unique scene on the streets of Chang'an. Sniff, sniff. Upon entering the Qin residence, someone couldn't help but breathe deeply. What a wonderful aroma. Ha ha ha, let's head to the backyard and start the feast. As the residence of a duke, the Qin estate was much larger than Arlie's mansion. Leading the expectant group into the backyard, the servants had already set up the meal. 10 people per table, find a seat wherever you like. In Tang Dynasty practice, meals were served individually, each person having their own small table and dishes. However, influenced by future customs, Blue preferred communal dining. Therefore, the Qin household prepared for a large table feast. Initially, the crowd was caught off guard, but at Blue's reminder, they quickly found seats. Do not hesitate, everyone. Start eating. Since Blue was hosting his juniors, Elder Qin and his wife didn't appear. Thus, the entire backyard became a venue for the youth to indulge in their feast. Watching Blue casually pick up chopsticks and pop a chunk of red meat into his mouth, the famished young men lost no time joining in. Whoa, delicious. Wow, this is truly excellent. No wonder it comes from a duke's house. Hearing the praise, Ascari cast a scornful look. A bunch of easily impressed weaklings. Just a piece of braised pork got them this excited? Without further thought, he stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth, momentarily forgetting how incapacitated he once was after a meal here. This stuff is amazing. After devouring another bite, Yusef turned to Blue. May I ask, General, what kind of beast does this meat come from? All eyes turned to Blue upon Yusef's query. Despite their experience with various meats, none had tasted such delicacy. Even Ascari showed anticipation. Though he often dined at the Qin household, he hadn't considered asking about the dish. Sure, why not? Blue smiled mischievously. But if I tell you, you might not dare eat it anymore. Don't joke, brother Erikayu. Ascari laughed loudly. Even old Chung dares to eat beef. What could scare us? Only he would say that. Even Blue hadn't eaten beef many times since his arrival. Indeed, we're Tang warriors. Nothing scares us, the group echoed in unison, unwilling to admit fear. If so, then I'll tell you. Blue revealed a smile. What you're eating is actually pork. Pork, regarded as low-grade meat, caused immediate discomfort among the attendees. General, please don't tease us. Pork smells foul and isn't this tasty, said Aaron, Quentin's second son. Feeling the gaze of others, he blushed. I occasionally eat pork, and it's definitely not this flavorful. Aaron's words brought nods from the audience. Known for being poor despite his father's wealth, Aaron likely indulged in pork only on special occasions. Blue quickly intervened, preventing any further embarrassment for Aaron. Pork does have a strong smell, but with proper preparation, it tastes exactly like this. With that, he ate another piece. If you dislike it, you don't have to eat it. Eat, why wouldn't we? Ascari roared. Who would pass up something this delicious? Exactly, fools skip such delights, agreed Aaron next. Having tasted worse pork, this gourmet version posed no problem. The atmosphere remained lively as they continued to enjoy the sumptuous meal, their bond strengthened through shared laughter and delightful surprises. Chapter 92, Blue's Deterrence. As men of the Tang Dynasty, how could we not endure such minor difficulties? Seeing that Ascari and Aaron were enjoying their meal more and more, the other young aristocrats couldn't hold back any longer. It's not like we're gnawing on a pig. What is there to be afraid of? Indeed, it's quite fragrant. Although Blue didn't quite understand why eating pork was considered a challenge, he still cupped his hands towards everyone with a smile. Haha, brothers, don't hesitate. Enjoy your food and drink heartily. In reality, no reminder from Blue was needed. Once they overcame their psychological barriers, this group had transformed into top-notch food enthusiasts. Unlike people of later times, ancient Chinese preferred fatty meat, finding it all the more delicious the fatter it was. Thus, despite many dishes on the table, these guys favored the large bowls of red braised pork oozing with grease. Aaron, you've already eaten so much. Give me this last piece. Intercepting Aaron's chopsticks halfway through, Ascari smiled broadly. Between good friends, wouldn't you agree on this small matter? Who was Ascari? The son of Adebayo. His father's influence allowed him to always have the thickest skin. Before Aaron could respond, Ascari's chopsticks darted toward the last piece of red braised pork. Darling, Jamie is about to. Midway through the motion, Ascari's expression turned sour, because another pair of chopsticks moved faster than his. Yusef? Following the direction of the culprit, Ascari's face twisted in frustration. You sure are quick. Haha, brother Chuliang flatters me, Yusef said with a big grin. I'm injured and need more fatty meat to recover faster. I'm sure brother Chuliang understands, right? While they were all young aristocrats, there were distinctions among them. If Ascari bullied others with force, Yusef excelled in persistence and shamelessness. Faced with Yusef's smile, Ascari found himself momentarily speechless. Yusef was also a member of the Divine Valor Army. Surely he couldn't beat him up just for a piece of pork? Chuckle. Letting out an awkward laugh, Ascari responded. What person am I, Jamie? Of course, I understand. Brothers, I am injured. Forget the red braised pork. Since the distance between tables wasn't great, what happened around Ascari didn't go unnoticed. Seeing Yusef snatch the red braised pork from the big devil Ascari using his injuries as an excuse, Jensen thought he had cracked the code to success. Unfortunately, just as he started to speak, the big animals at the table unleashed a flurry of chopstick strikes. By the time Jensen reacted, only empty bowls remained on the table. Gulp. Swallowing the meat in his mouth, Jace looked curiously at Jensen. Brother Zhu, if you want to say something, Jace will definitely assist. I'll help too. Facing the group of gluttons with greasy mouths and teasing looks, Jensen's lips twitched. Thank you, brothers. I have nothing more to say. All in all, aside from the competition over red braised pork at each table, the banquet was undoubtedly filled with laughter and joy. Burp. Stretching his neck and letting out a meat-filled belch, Ascari spoke. Some dishes without wine seem rather plain. How about we have a few cups? Yes, exactly what brother Chuliang says. Indeed, with dishes and wine, life is complete. I agree with Brother Chuliang. Ascari's suggestion received immediate support from the crowd. Don't let their youthful appearances fool you. In this era where drinking equaled heroism, they were seasoned veterans. If there was any difference, it was that sons of military families preferred strong liquor, while those of civil officials leaned towards sweet wines. Chuckle, there's no fine wine today for you to enjoy. Shaking his head quickly, Blue firmly refused their request. A joke. Since Ascari smashed 2 stone lions in front of his house after getting drunk last time, Blue placed such behavior on his blacklist. But don't be too disappointed. Pausing slightly, Blue continued. For this banquet, Uncle Sure has prepared a special drink just for you. Without waiting for responses, Blue directed his gaze to a servant nearby. Bring the prepared milk tea over. Yes. Being the household of a national duke, these servants' professionalism was unquestionable. In less than a minute, several servants brought ceramic bowls filled with a dark yellow, sweet-smelling liquid. After placing a bowl in front of each person, the lead servant announced, "There's plenty more in the kitchen. Feel free to drink. This smells sweet, but lacks the punch of strong liquor." Smelling the liquid in his bowl, Ascari revealed a look of disdain. A real man should have strong liquor as company. How can one drink this stuff? Others didn't show it as obviously, but their expressions betrayed their thoughts. This actually reflected a common preference among most ancient Chinese. Whether civil or military, it seemed they could only express their emotions through alcohol. Before battle, drink. After victory, drink. Before riding, drink. In short, a champion who doesn't drink isn't a good general. However, Blue wouldn't indulge these brats' bad habits. A bunch of unfeathered kids wanting to drink. No wonder ancients had short lives. Though we lack good wine, this drink is carefully prepared by our chefs. With a broad smile, Blue asked, "So, do any of you have complaints about this drink?" "No, never, impossible." Blue, who was he? The commander of the Divine Valor Army and the true boss of these young nobles. Through rigorous training, he had long become a devil-like figure in their minds. No one dared upset him now. Chapter 93, The Power of Milk Tea. Compared to everyone else present, the person who reacted most intensely was Ascari, who had just been complaining. Seeing this, his eyes widened, and with a serious face, he scanned the surroundings. This item was prepared by Arakayu himself. It must be a rare delicacy in the world. If anyone dares to say it's not tasty, Jamie will show them what cruelty truly means. Having said that, Ascari raised the porcelain bowl in his hand and poured its contents directly into his mouth. He had no choice but to do so. After all, he was the first one to criticize earlier. The first bird out of the nest gets shot. If Blue were indeed displeased because of this, he wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Gulp, gulp, glug. The sound of liquid being swallowed was distinctly heard until every last drop in the bowl disappeared. Only then did Ascari wipe his mouth. Ha! Delicious! As soon as those words left his mouth, Ascari looked at the nearby servant with sparkling eyes. This is so tasty. I want another serving. Seeing Ascari's exaggerated actions, black lines appeared on the faces of those around him. In terms of shamelessness, you, Ascari, are really something. However, when Jamie gulped down a second bowl right before everyone's eyes and asked for yet another one, they began to have other thoughts. Could it be that this drink is actually that good? If he had merely wanted to show his sincerity to Blue, Ascari could have stopped after drinking the first bowl. This kind of behavior seemed somewhat abnormal. With these thoughts swirling in their minds, someone picked up the porcelain bowl and brought it to their mouth. But in an instant, that person's expression changed. Good, good. Gulp. A series of swallowing sounds followed, and the liquid in the bowl quickly vanished. That person then looked eagerly at the attendant next to him. Fishertle brother, please pour me another bowl. Once there was a first, there would naturally be a second, a third. As more and more people realized how delicious the liquid in the bowl was, everyone cast odd glances at Ascari standing nearby. This person sly. Poor Ascari was completely unaware that he had already received such an evaluation from these young playboys. Otherwise, he might have felt utterly wronged. It's clear you guys thought I was acting just now, but now you're making me take the blame? Brother Arakayu, what is this stuff in the bowl? Sensing the curiosity in Rashad's gaze, Blue's lips twitched slightly. Just call me Brother Arakayu. There's no need for such closeness. While speaking, Blue took 2 steps back with a slight look of disdain. After all, he was still a grown man. How can you use such an ambiguous term of endearment? Cough, cough. After a severe bout of coughing, Rashad blushed and explained, Brother Arakayu misunderstands. I just belched a moment ago. Speaking with a hint of helplessness, Rashad added, don't think of me as a little fatty. Actually, my appetite isn't very large on most days. But today, with braised pork and that mysterious drink, I unexpectedly became quite full. In fact, it wasn't just Rashad facing this dilemma. Many others felt the same way. Recalling the day's experiences, they had only one thought. Fish serving all these years, the food we've eaten was like pig slop, being rich and pampered, aside from Aaron who had a peculiar father, who among them hadn't been raised in luxury. They might not dare to claim exotic delicacies, but their daily meals were certainly many times better than what ordinary people ate. Yet, once compared to Blue, they could only imagine shedding tears. Even ignoring the braised pork and the mysterious liquid, the other items were tastes they had never experienced before. Ha ha ha, this drink is called milk tea. With a light laugh, Blue revealed the identity of the liquid in the bowl. Milk tea? Rashad hesitated for a moment, then his face lit up with understanding. This drink has both the fragrance of tea and the sweetness of milk, which indeed matches its name perfectly. Made from milk and tea, how could it not have these 2 flavors? Blue silently thought that Rashad was stating the obvious. Indeed, this beverage that won unanimous approval from the present company in such a short time was none other than modern-day milk tea. Speaking of which, he should thank the video app from his previous life. If it weren't for the everyday milk tea recipe he found there, Blue wouldn't have been able to make this drink. Still, this version of milk tea tasted different from its modern counterpart. After all, white sugar was not cheap in this era, so Blue used alternative sweeteners. Just a pity, we may not know when we'll have another chance to taste such a delightful drink. Following Rashad's words, everyone showed matching expressions of regret. All were young teenagers, proclaiming wine is our life, but realistically, none of them were true alcoholics. Now tasting this sweet and fragrant drink for the first time, naturally, they hope to enjoy it frequently in the future. Ha ha ha, you all don't need to worry about that, Blue assured, sensing their gazes. I recently developed this milk tea. Soon, it will be sold at Tang Ice Shop, so everyone can enjoy it. Yes, the reason he made milk tea was to fill the business gap during non-peak ice cream selling hours. Compared to ice cream, milk tea could become a popular beverage for all, without time restrictions. However, milk tea would not be cheap, given that neither milk nor cane sugar was inexpensive. Blue wasn't overly concerned about this. Upon debut, milk tea was destined to be a luxury item. Apart from high officials and wealthy merchants, ordinary citizens not having access didn't matter much. When it became possible to mass-produce affordable sugar products, Blue would naturally lower the price of milk tea. Putting aside the idle talk, Blue's words elicited immediate joy from the gathered young men. Brother Arakayu is generous. We can now regularly enjoy this delight. But, pausing briefly, someone else turned their gaze towards Blue. Can Brother Arakayu also sell that braised pork at the ice shop? As soon as the suggestion was made, Blue again became the focus of everyone's attention. Admittedly, what a great idea. Feeling everyone's gazes, Blue's lips twitched. Selling braised pork at an ice shop, what a bunch of ingenious kids. Chapter 94 Quentin questions his son. Red braised pork and milk tea are different. They cannot be sold in an ice shop. The red braised pork at Blue's mansion came from specially raised castrated pigs. It was fine for family consumption, but far from enough for business. But, noticing the disappointed looks on everyone's faces, Blue quickly added, if you like it, you can send your chefs to my mansion to learn. Blue had created this dish, so teaching others was entirely up to him. However, upon hearing Blue's words, the group of wealthy young men couldn't help but cheer. Brother Arakayu is awesome. Seeing how excited everyone was, Blue's lips curled slightly into a smile. It seems the genes of our great foodie nation started showing their strength centuries ago. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. With a hearty laugh, Blue spoke. These are just some dishes, not anything particularly rare. After further chatting for a while, once the food had mostly digested, each of the wealthy young men bid farewell to Blue. In no time, only Blue and Ascari remained in the courtyard. Ignoring Ascari, who was pretending to be dead in his chair, Blue turned his gaze to Bentley. You've all worked hard today. Each of you will receive 100 cash coins as a reward, and Old Sure and others will get 200. Cooking was never a simple task, especially for a large banquet with many people. It required significant physical effort. With the resources of the Qin mansion, rewarding the servants wasn't a difficult thing. Thank you, young master. Sure enough, upon hearing Blue's words, Bentley broke into a big smile. Although he and Blue were very close, it didn't mean he disliked rewards. Silently calculating his personal savings, Bentley's smile widened. Soon, I'll be able to buy myself a concubine. Blue had no idea his little servant harbored such masculine aspirations. Otherwise, he might have sponsored him with a few more coins. There wasn't much else to talk about after that. After resting for a bit, Blue returned to his room to sleep. Since coming through the time rift, Blue developed the habit of going to bed early and waking up late. An excellent habit. The only noteworthy point was that due to overeating, Ascari suffered from insomnia. Before falling asleep, Blue faintly heard someone practicing martial arts in the courtyard to aid digestion. Unlike Blue, at this moment, Duke of Zheng's residence, Aaron stood in shock, staring at his father who was standing by the gate. Father. Bowing respectfully to Quentin, Aaron asked, why aren't you back in your room? Why are you standing here? Due to Quentin's frugality, the vast Duke of Zheng's residence lacked even a decent gatekeeper. As Aaron spoke, old Eric, who usually guarded the gate, winked at him. Uncle Eric, what's the matter? Hmph. Before Aaron could talk to Uncle Eric, Quentin let out a cold snort. Rebellious son, it's long past the time when the Divine Valor Army ends training. Why did you return only now? Sniff, sniff. Suddenly, Quentin leaned in and smelled Aaron. You smell like meat. Did you attend some banquet? Please don't be angry, father. Allow me to explain. Aaron finally understood what was happening as Quentin continued speaking. Oldway was indeed a peculiar person. As Sylvester's loyal advisor, Quentin not only practiced personal austerity but also promoted this style in his household. Just looking at the underfed servants in the Duke of Zheng's residence showed how harsh life was there. Because of this, Quentin had high standards for his children. To prevent corruption, Quentin strictly forbade his children from accepting banquet invitations. So Aaron had violated the house rules. Under normal circumstances, Aaron would understand why his father acted this way. But today had been too enjoyable, and overeating made him slow to react. Hmph. Another cold snort, making Quentin's face darker. Let's see what excuse you come up with. I attended a banquet at the Duke of Erek's residence hosted by Brother Arakayu. Stealthily observing Quentin's expression, Aaron continued. Brother Arakayu received recognition from Her Majesty for presenting medicine, and the Thatcher bestowed upon him the title of Baron of Lantion. So, Aaron left the rest unsaid, but Quentin's expression softened. Since it was for that reason, I can understand. Though known for being outspoken, Quentin wasn't inflexible. Such social engagements were normal, even he couldn't avoid them. Moreover, given Sylvester's favor toward Garth, Blue wouldn't likely need to seek favors from Quentin. Frankly, unless it was arguing with Taizong, Garth's word carried more weight than Quentin's. As long as you behaved properly at the banquet. Quentin was still mindful of the reputation of his children as the offspring of a duke. This question stemmed from the strict household rules. After all, they were the children of a duke and shouldn't behave worse than ordinary people's kids. Rest assured, father. I always remember your teachings. Recalling how he fought over the red braised pork, Aaron didn't blush. Everyone did it. How could it be considered impolite? That's good. Nodding, Quentin approved of his son's response. If he behaved properly, it was just a small celebration. By the way, I want to discuss something with you. Seeing he'd managed to pacify his father, Aaron ventured. At least he wouldn't face punishment for now. Quentin's expression tightened. What? Could Blue really want him to do something? Despite his thoughts, Quentin maintained his composure. With a light he replied. Go ahead. Father, I want Aunt Bai to go to Duke Eric's residence to learn cooking skills. ####Chapter 95. Ascari's resentment. Having said this, in order to prevent Quentin from getting angry, Aaron quickly added. This matter has been personally agreed upon by Brother Erikayu, and the other companions of the Divine Valor Army will also send their own cooks. The so-called Aunt Bai, whose real name is Linda, is already 40 years old, making her a rare young person among the many servants in the mansion of Duke Zheng. Don't think that 40 is young. Keep in mind that the average life expectancy in the Tang Dynasty was only about 50. In this era, men could call themselves old man at 30. How come the food at the Marquis of Eric's residence is so delicious? Quentin actually breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing such a request from Aaron, but almost instantly, Oldway felt somewhat annoyed. As my son, you actually covet such a trifling pleasure? The chef at the Marquis of Eric's place does indeed have exceptional skills. Just as Quentin felt both amused and exasperated, Aaron nodded seriously. Father, you don't know. The pork at the Marquis of Eric's doesn't have any gamey smell and tastes especially delicious. It even. After much hesitation, Aaron finally spoke hesitantly. It even tastes better than mutton. Considering Quentin's household situation, Aaron had truly not eaten mutton many times. Mutton was considered a precious meat in the Tang Dynasty, affordable only by nobles and wealthy merchants. Comparing pork to mutton shows how high braised pork ranked in Aaron's heart. Even if it lacks a gamey smell, how can pork possibly compare with? Halfway through his sentence, Quentin's expression suddenly changed. You just said, someone at the Marquis of Eric's residence can remove the gamey smell from pork? There were many nobles in the Tang Dynasty, but few knew as much about pork as Quentin did. Why? Because pork was one of the few types of meat the Wei family could afford. Pork has a strong gamey odor, and not only nobles but even slightly wealthier commoners were unwilling to eat it. If this smell could be removed, it would indeed be a great benefit to the people. Quentin's insight was sharp. In an instant, he picked up on the most valuable part of Aaron's words. Yes, that's right. Nodding slightly confusedly, Aaron looked oddly at his father, unsure why he suddenly looked so excited. As for Linda, you may make your own decision. Ignoring Aaron's gaze, Quentin waved his hand dismissively. Go back to sleep. Don't worry about the rest. Yes, father. Bowing respectfully to Quentin, Aaron obediently walked back to his room. Even after he had walked far away, Aaron could still hear Quentin muttering like a mantra. Remove the gamey smell. Remove the gamey smell. Who would have thought there could be such a wonderful method? The next morning passed uneventfully, and Blue enjoyed a rare day of sleeping in. Master, you're awake? Seeing Kelly already prepared with washing water, Blue couldn't help but sigh. Such a life. I, Blue, have truly deteriorated. Arekum. Nodding, Blue spoke. Has Ascari not yet gotten up? That's not the case. Kelly shook her head quickly, her face showing a strange expression. I heard Changsir didn't sleep all night, and was walking around the courtyard until morning. Understanding Blue's character, Kelly did not hide her smile, clearly finding Ascari's actions amusing. Ha ha ha, poor fellow indeed. Laughing lightly, Blue showed no sympathy for Ascari. After completing his wash with Kelly's help, Blue came out of the room with a smile. Speaking of which, hasn't Xiaowa grown up a bit? Recalling the brief touch just now, Blue couldn't help but marvel. The meals at the Qin residence are indeed good. They fattened up this little girl so quickly. Brother Erikayu. As soon as he reached the front yard, Blue heard a voice laced with grievance and dissatisfaction. Seeing Ascari appear ghost-like before him, Blue raised an eyebrow. Fortunately, this isn't a world of spirits. Otherwise, this guy would already be plastered with dozens of charms. I say, what happened to you? Although knowing Ascari hadn't slept all night, seeing those dark circles under his eyes, comparable to a rice bowl, made Blue unable to hold back his laughter. One night without sleep has done this to him. How would those modern all-nighters feel? It's all your fault. Rolling his eyes dramatically at Blue, Ascari complained. I've been here so long, yet I haven't tasted braised pork, or milk tea even once. Thinking of yesterday's feast, Ascari's eyes grew even more resentful. Feeling Ascari's gaze, Blue felt like a scoundrel caught red-handed while cheating on multiple women. Actually, it wasn't Blue's fault. Braised pork was initially popular, but as time went by, both Darren and Kara preferred lighter dishes. Thus, Old Sure usually didn't prepare this dish unless specifically reminded. As for milk tea, it was Blue's invention to replace ice cubes and appeared in the Tang Dynasty for the first time yesterday. Judging by Ascari and others' reactions, its debut was quite successful. Struggling to resist the urge to whack Ascari with his peacemaking stick, Blue said, if you want to eat these again, stop looking at me with that disgusting look. Understood. Indeed, the allure of delicious food is immense. As soon as Blue spoke, Ascari nodded solemnly and even turned his head away. For the sake of braised pork, I, Ascari, can endure all humiliation. On the way to Bashi Bridge, Ascari stubbornly avoided looking at Blue, displaying what it means to have a food lover's dignity. Ah. But when he jumped out of the carriage, Blue couldn't help but exclaim, did you all go to a brothel last night? Chapter 96. New training for the Divine Martial Army. Blue couldn't help but suspect. These fellows all had black circles under their eyes, a stark contrast to their previously energetic appearance. General is joking? Shaking their heads quickly, the group of privileged young men gave bitter smiles. For their status, visiting brothels wasn't exactly something shameful. However, they couldn't be misunderstood this time. Such visible dark circles would make them look weak and frivolous if people thought they had been visiting brothels. Sensing Blue's doubtful gaze, Chang'el's son Arkan simply explained. The reason we're in such a state is due to you, General. After Chang'el's son Arakan's explanation, Blue quickly understood. It seemed Ascari's experience last night was not an isolated incident. Since that's the case, let's move on to some new training today. To prevent these fellows from falling asleep while standing, Blue decided to proceed with the next phase of training. Given the rapid progress of the privileged army, there was no longer a need for continuous standing or simple turns as before. This wasn't surprising. Despite being privileged, their actual discipline was far superior to commoners. Take, for instance, the command to turn left or right. It might take ordinary troops 3 to 4 days just to grasp those directions because not everyone knew left from right. Please instruct us, General. Upon hearing Blue's words, the weary faces of the privileged soldiers brightened up. New training meant something fresh for them. Days of repetitive basic drills had already made them feel quite bored. Haha. Ascari laughed loudly and patted Yusef beside him, making him wince. General, please go ahead. Jamie can handle any level of training. As the training star, over these past few days, Ascari definitely deserved that confidence. While Ascari was delighted, Yusef felt like crying. This was retaliation, pure and simple. Alright then, let's start the first part of today's training. Ignoring Yusef's pleading gaze, Blue continued. Everyone assemble. Begin running around the city wall. Yes, sir. If anything, the most significant result of this period of training was instilling in the privileged soldiers the concept of follow orders without question. The moment Blue finished speaking, everyone including Ascari snapped to attention and lined up neatly. Everyone start. With a wave of his arm, Blue began jogging. 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-3-4. 1-2-3. The simple chants were already familiar to everyone. With their booming voices echoing through Chang'an, the city gradually came alive. Brother, do you know about the Divine Martial Army? In a tea house in Chang'an, someone asked his tea-drinking friend. Of course. Isn't that the privileged army personally bestowed by His Majesty? In the Tang Dynasty, it was not forbidden for civilians to discuss political matters, let alone such news. The speaker shot a contemptuous glance at his friend and continued. What, Brother Benjamin only knows this now? When the Divine Martial Army was first established, it caused quite a stir in Chang'an. No citizen failed to care about their nation's strength, especially concerning an independent army. However, once the identity of its members became known, public enthusiasm quickly waned. It turned out it was just a plaything for the offspring of nobility. Thus, to most citizens, the so-called Divine Martial Army was merely a place for these sons of privilege to polish their image. Hee what I have to say today, Bertie, you certainly don't know yet. A smug smile appeared on Brother Benjamin's face. His home was near the Bob Bridge, and he had rushed there upon learning today's events. This information would surely show his connections. Why do this? Naturally, to demonstrate his extensive knowledge and capabilities. Oh, confusion flashed in Bertie's eyes. If so, please tell me, Brother Benjamin. Bertie quickly added. If Brother Benjamin truly has news unknown to me, today's drinks are on me. Ha ha ha, thank you, Brother Benjamin. Benjamin Kalu laughed. Bertie knows about the Divine Martial Army, but did you know they left the Bob Bridge today? Left the Bob Bridge? Briefly stunned, Bertie responded. Just a bunch of rich kids. No surprise there. Indeed, it's more than that. Pausing for effect, Benjamin Kalu continued. After leaving the Bob Bridge, they ran towards the city center, shouting slogans and singing. Singing? Exactly. Nodding rapidly, Benjamin Kalu grew more smug. If Brother Bertie doesn't believe me, wait here and see. Benjamin Kalu couldn't help but feel pleased. In an era with limited entertainment, a well-informed individual held high status. If you could provide an interesting piece of unknown information, a good meal at a tea house was assured. Still, spreading gossip had its limits. Though free speech was allowed, speaking ill of the royal family or rebellion could land you in trouble with law enforcement. I must watch this carefully. Hearing about rich kids shouting slogans and singing, Bertie's interest was piqued. If it's true as Brother Benjamin says, I'll pay for everything. Excellent. Benjamin Kalu nodded satisfactorily and tapped on his table. Waiter, bring me another bowl of tea and 2 ounces of mutton. Bertie didn't mind Benjamin Kalu's actions too much. Being a scholar, he could afford such expenses easily. Scholars in this era might not come from wealthy families, but they were never poor. Why? Pen, ink, paper, and books were precious assets. Without money, one could hardly dream of studying. Even so-called commoner scholars came from families where no one held office. Poverty was almost unheard of. Chapter 97. Ascari's bribe, threat. Blue and his companions didn't make Bertie wait long. Benjamin Kalu hadn't even taken a few bites of the lamb when a loud chant rang out nearby. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hearing this familiar and peculiar sound, Benjamin Kalu's eyes instantly lit up. They are here. In fact, without needing to be reminded by Benjamin Kalu, Bertie had already noticed the situation outside. Blue and company's high profile and strange behavior was undoubtedly a huge impact on the citizens of Tang Dynasty. From the moment they appeared, they were surrounded by countless onlookers. However, the power of these rich kids' deterrent was formidable. Though curious, no one dared to obstruct their path. As for such public attention, it was nothing much for Blue and the others. The former due to their thick skin, while the rest felt only excitement. What is the essence of being rich and arrogant? They raced around with dogs, oppressed men, and dominated women. All actions that were primarily aimed at making themselves happy and attracting attention. Undoubtedly, in terms of attracting attention, their current actions were extremely successful. As more and more citizens gathered to watch, the chants of the Divine Military Corps became louder. Not only that, but this group spontaneously began singing songs they learned from Blue on the way. Unity is strength. This strength is iron. This strength is... If they saw a pretty girl passing by, they would transform into barking dogs instantly. Look over here. Look over here. Tissing. You lecherous fellows. Though obviously annoyed, the red-faced girls only caused another chorus of wolf calls. Look at me, little maiden. Look at me. Fortunately, Tang Dynasty society was relatively open-minded about interactions between men and women, unlike later dynasties. If this happened during some later dynasty, these guys would probably be locked up for forced labor by now. Birdie, what do you think? Humph. With a light laugh, Birdie's face showed a hint of disdain. They're just drawing attention for applause, mere buffoons. After speaking, Birdie quickly added, this does suit their identity, living off their ancestors' glory while having no thought of serving the country. Though he said this, the envy in Birdie's eyes was obvious to everyone. Think of how brilliant I, Luo Birdie, am, yet my family background is lower than theirs. Although Birdie also came from a scholarly family, compared to the elite members of the Divine Military Corps, there was a vast gap. Moreover, why haven't I, Luo Birdie, who can pass as handsome, received so much attention from maidens? Especially seeing some young ladies, rebuking them with one hand covering their eyes, Luo Birdie wished he could jump through the window. Forget those rich kids. Direct all that attention towards me. Compared to Luo Birdie, Benjamin Kalu was far more honest. Swallow. Struggling to swallow the lamb in his mouth, Benjamin Kalu finally spoke. Really wish I could switch places with them. Clearly, Benjamin Kalu didn't mean he wanted to switch places with those young maidens. Why do you say that, brother Benjamin? Luo Birdie sneered, his expression serious. As students, we should strive for success in the imperial examinations and achievements in our careers. How can brother Benjamin be so indulged in these frivolities? Birdie is right. I have been too superficial. Nodding quickly, Benjamin Kalu's eyes flashed oddly. You're jealous of them, admit it. People like Benjamin Kalu and Luo Birdie were not uncommon. At least today, the Divine Military Corps became the object of criticism mixed with envy. When the city run ended, the rich kids still sported dark circles under their eyes, yet each looked spirited. Chang'an was huge, and today they had only traversed a small part of it. When Blue declared, dismissed, the rich kids even seemed reluctant. General, will we continue this training tomorrow? Seeing how eagerly these guys might shout, I want 10 more laps, Blue couldn't help but smirk. A bunch of useless wretches. Despite inwardly mocking them, Blue nodded. We'll have other kinds of training in the future, but the city run won't be cancelled. General, you're awesome. Cheering once more, the wayward soldiers turned away one by one. Note, the term wanku is translated as wayward to better fit the context and maintain fluency in English. If you prefer a different term, please let me know. After staying awake all night and training all day, they now only wanted to sleep soundly. At this moment, Ascari once again showcased his ox-like stamina. Despite the same experience and dark circles under his eyes, he remained unaffected. Looking at Blue, Ascari's face was filled with excitement. Brother Arakayu, can I lead the run next time? Only during training did Ascari address Blue as General. Thinking of how impressive Blue looked leading the run today, Ascari couldn't help but feel envious. How could something like taking the spotlight exclude someone like me, Jamie? Seeming to find directly asking embarrassing, Ascari quickly added, I can introduce my sister to you. Don't mention Iona if you want to stay friends. Caught off guard by Ascari's continued promotion of his sister, Blue's face changed. Stop saying such unlucky things. Hearing Blue's words, Ascari couldn't help but twitch his lips. If anyone else dared to reject his sister, Chang would teach them what cruelty means. But Blue was an exception. Besides their relationship and the favors he needed, Ascari knew very well. He wasn't Blue's match. Thinking of this, Chang was puzzled. How could anyone gain so much strength in such a short time? Did he secretly eat several bowls? Brother Arakayu, rest assured, I won't mention it again. Puffing out his chest, Ascari asked. Brother Arakayu, about leading the run? I agree. To Ascari, leading the run was a chance to shine, but for Blue, it was not. Since someone willingly took this responsibility, Blue wouldn't refuse. Tomorrow's training, you will lead the run. Having spoken, Blue asked Ascari, have you all learned the 2 songs I taught you today? Chapter 98. The intimidation power of the 1,000 Years Mirror. Of course. Seeing that Blue agreed to his request, Ascari almost couldn't contain his joy. He slapped his chest confidently and said, shall I sing a song for Brother Arakayu right now? There's no need for that. Just as Ascari opened his mouth, Blue couldn't help but roar out, I believe in your talent. There's no need for proof. Thank you, Brother Arakayu. Upon hearing Blue's words, Ascari's eyes flashed with gratitude. Just because of this trust, I, Chung, can't let Brother Arakayu down. There's no need for such formality between brothers. Reaching out and patting Ascari on the shoulder, Blue let out a long breath. Finally, I've managed to avoid a disaster. For Blue, whether or not Ascari remembered the lyrics was irrelevant at the moment he was about to sing. Blue had already enjoyed Ascari's voice during the morning run around the city walls. How do I describe it? Heaven and earth. No one can compare. Blue even thought that if Ascari stood on Dangyang Bridge, he might achieve an even greater feat than Brandon. While Brandon scared Thompson to death, Chung would most likely cause someone to die from unbearable sound. After all, everyone around Ascari during the morning run kept a considerable distance from him. Thinking about this, Blue couldn't help but feel sad for the Wu Army's wealthy offspring. Hopefully, you'll still enjoy running around the city like today. As for rejecting Ascari's request, a joke. Have you never heard the saying, a dead Taoist monk is better than a poor living one? Rather than subjecting himself to Cheng's sister's threats, Blue decided to sacrifice his good brothers. Moreover, for the spoiled soldiers, this could be a valuable experience. As the saying goes, when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it first. After enduring Cheng's singing, their characters would surely become more resilient. Thinking of this, Blue felt a bit touched. I, Qin, am indeed a qualified leader. Having secured the leading rights for the coming days, Ascari remained unusually quiet until they returned to Qin's residence without saying another word. Master, you're finally back. As soon as he got off the carriage, Dave ran over excitedly. Stop, don't come over. Eyeing Dave warily, Blue's eyes filled with suspicion. What tricks are you up to this time? Unlike others in the household, Dave had fought alongside Darren. Neither Darren nor anyone else in the house ever treated Dave as a servant. Therefore, the relationship between Blue and Dave had always been unique, mutually sabotaging and aiding each other for years. Don't joke, Master. I need to talk about something serious. Pa. If Dave hadn't spoken, it would have been fine, but just those words made Blue jump up immediately. The last time you said that, you gave me a severe slap on the head? That wasn't even the worst part. Dave's strength was immense, and he nearly made Blue cry and snot flow. Without exaggeration, this was definitely the second most humiliating incident in Blue's life after being spanked. Cough, cough. Seeing Blue react so violently, Dave blushed. So much for credibility. But Dave quickly regained his focus. Looking at Blue again, Dave's expression turned serious. Quentin has come, and he specifically asked to see you. What? With a gasp, Blue jumped up again. Quentin? Why is he here? Who is Quentin? He is the 1,000-year-old mirror. If a most annoying people in Chang'an list were to be made, Quentin would undoubtedly top the chart. Even Adebayo can't match Old Way. Frankly speaking, Quentin can only be described by 3 words, scary even to ghosts. After all, this man doesn't care about the Emperor's face either. I don't know either. Seeing Blue take it seriously, Dave shook his head. He came early this morning, insisting on seeing you today. Should I leave? Glancing cautiously into the courtyard, Blue's face turned pale. Do you think I can escape now? Probably not. Shaking his head, Dave smiled bitterly. Lord ordered me to wait for you here, preventing you from running away. All right, no way out. At Dave's words, Blue immediately gave up the idea of escaping. With Darren's direct order, Dave wouldn't let him run. But Blue had already guessed. Generally, Quentin's personal visit wouldn't bring anything good. Given Wei's insistence on seeing him, Darren must think he has done something wrong. Knowing Garth's character, though he adored Blue immensely, he wouldn't let a mistake slide easily. Fine, I'll go and see him. Sighing, Blue tried to muster some courage. I, Sheen, have done nothing wrong. I don't believe Old Way can pick bones out of an egg. Master, did you really do anything wrong? Hearing Blue's mumbling, Dave interrupted. If you did, don't hide it from me so I can prepare myself. Before Blue could be moved by this, Dave added quickly, after all, I need to estimate how many sticks Lord will break. Get lost. Jaw twitching, Blue raised a middle finger at Dave. However, despite this teasing, Blue didn't hold any grudge against Dave. Having known him for so long, Blue understood Dave's personality. If Quentin really wanted to find trouble for him, Dave would dare to cut Wei's head off and turn himself in. From the front yard to the back, Blue walked as if under a heavy burden, feeling the wind whistling like the cold waters of a river. Lord, Master is back. Seeing Garth's silhouette, Dave behind Blue spoke. Son, greet father and mother. Because of Quentin's presence, Blue bowed earnestly to Garth. Make father comfortable first, and perhaps the beating later can be lessened a little. Chapter 99. A Noble Soul. Clearly, Blue's actions had been quite effective. Nodding in satisfaction, Garth finally addressed Blue. This is Duke Shang. Why don't you greet him? Following Garth's words, Blue's gaze fell upon Quentin. Unlike the stereotypical image of a stern old man, Quentin was rather lean but strikingly handsome, even exuding an ethereal charm. On closer thought, it seemed fitting. After all, this was someone who had once been a Taoist monk in his younger days. Perhaps it was the legacy of his profession. Junior Blue pays his respects to Duke Shang. Blue bowed respectfully, inwardly cursing Ascari for not standing by him as promised. Just minutes ago, he had been chanting brothers in arms, yet when he learned that Quentin wanted to see Blue, he vanished faster than anyone else. As he left, Ascari yawned loudly, feigning extreme fatigue as if his life depended on it. You don't need to be so formal, Erikayu. Quentin smiled and continued. Your father and I served the same emperor. Call me Uncle Wei. Notably, Old Wei's voice matched his appearance, creating a refreshing aura. If that's the case, thank you, Uncle Wei, Blue replied quickly, nodding. Having called him uncle, surely Quentin wouldn't act against him now? While Quentin might have a notorious reputation, Blue hadn't heard of him having a penchant for turning on family. What Blue missed, however, was that Garth breathed a huge sigh of relief upon hearing Quentin's words. From the looks of things, Quentin didn't seem to be here to cause trouble. Just as Blue had guessed, Garth's first thought when Quentin arrived was that his son must have caused some trouble. Knowing his own son's cunning and mischievous nature, Garth had worried. Although such traits weren't necessarily bad, Garth himself had been a famous outlaw in his youth. They certainly wouldn't appeal to someone like Quentin, known for his strict adherence to rules. Concerned for his son's safety, Garth had tried to pry information from Quentin but found him as elusive as a fox, unable to get a single word out of him. Now, it seems this isn't such a bad thing after all, Garth thought, glancing at Quentin. It could even be that he needs something from my son. Garth wasn't a brute without strategy. Quentin's seemingly normal remarks, upon deeper reflection, revealed much more. For instance, calling Garth his fellow minister was clearly meant to build rapport. Given Quentin's service under Fisher-Me, Do joined, and Fisher joined Ching, even advocating for Ebert's elimination, it was clear their past relationship was far from friendly. By the time Quentin aligned with Ebert, Garth had already retired due to health issues. So, calling each other fellow ministers was a bit of a stretch. Quentin, however, wasn't concerned with Garth's thoughts. He kept his eyes firmly on Blue. The reason I'm here today is... Here we go. Hearing Quentin's words, Blue became immediately serious. He had made up his mind to resist whatever Old Way asked for, never revealing anything. No, impossible. Quentin blinked in surprise. You mean you don't know how to remove the odor from pork? Ah, Blue exclaimed, his face turning strange. So, Uncle Wei, it's about pork? Not just pork, but the method to remove its unpleasant smell. Correcting Blue, Quentin added, if this method belongs to you, could you possibly? Yes, absolutely. Blue nodded rapidly. It's my invention, but may I ask what Uncle Wei intends to do with it? Cough. Despite not fully understanding Blue's sudden change, Quentin suspected it had something to do with his reputation. Indeed, Old Way was well aware of his public image, unlike Jamie, who believed he was widely loved. I've come because I hope you can share the method to eliminate the odor from pork. He added quickly, the people are struggling. If we can make pork more palatable, it will provide them with another source of food. This would be a great deed. True to his background as a former Taoist, Quentin's speech was high-minded and sincere. Seeing the earnestness in Quentin's eyes, Blue's initial annoyance melted away. Though simple, sharing the technique for better tasting pork was no small matter. Anyone else asking for such a family heirloom would have been met with disdain. Yet Quentin was different. Because Blue could sense that Quentin truly cared for the people. There was a saying he liked, not everyone can be virtuous, but everyone admires virtue. Clearly, Quentin was a good man of his time. In this moment, Blue realized another layer to Quentin. Perhaps the reason many avoided Quentin like poison was not just due to his personality but his moral integrity. How terrifying it must be to find yourself agreeing with someone who opposes you. Since Uncle Wei has spoken, I won't refuse. With a smile, Blue replied, considering it's for the benefit of all, I would have done it even without being asked. However, translation ends here for this segment. The continuation would follow based on the subsequent text provided. ##### Chapter 100, Quentin's Appreciation. Pausing slightly, Blue then continued. Just a word from this nephew. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to say. Despite having little prior interaction, Quentin felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon feeling Blue's gaze. Understood. Bad feeling. Refuse? Absolutely not. After all, Blue was still a junior, and Quentin couldn't treat him like the other cunning old foxes. Let's handle things as they come. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Quentin smiled. Why be so formal with me, Erikayu? Just speak your mind. Externally, no one would have guessed that Quentin was already on alert inside. Hee, alright, let me take the liberty, Blue laughed humbly before continuing. Serving the Tang Dynasty wholeheartedly has always been my life's pursuit. Quentin's face showed approval. Regardless of his true thoughts, he was pleased with Blue's respectful attitude. But before Quentin could express his appreciation, Blue continued. But even for the greater good of more Tang citizens, I cannot easily hand over this method. Why is that? Surprised by Blue's words, Quentin's face showed confusion. Is there something unsavory about this method? Not at all. Blue shook his head quickly but maintained a serious expression. Does Uncle Wei know the story of Fraser redeeming captives? Momentarily taken aback, Quentin first looked enlightened, then bewildered. Understood. This guy is clearly angling for a favor. The Fraser redeeming captives story was a minor event involving Garfield and his disciple Fraser. Fraser helped ransom slaves captured by another state, but refused an official reward from the ruler of Lu. Upon learning this, Garfield criticized Fraser. If saving someone means you don't ask for repayment, then no one will be motivated to do good deeds anymore. By referencing this story, Blue wanted to convey that. If I give away a valuable family secret method without compensation, others might hesitate to share their innovations in the future. Though recognizing Blue's ulterior motives, Quentin had to admit, his reasoning wasn't without merit. It was, after all, Garfield's perspective. Hardly anyone would dare disagree. Quentin, despite appearing fearless, was also a scholar who deeply respected Garfield. He gently shook his head and fixed his gaze on Blue. You sly one, when did I ever suggest taking your method for free? Uncle Wei, you jest. My concern is for the benefit of all people. Blue's solemn face left no room for Quentin's jesting. How can I, the simple and kind-hearted Blue, ask for a reward? You. Seeing Blue's cautious stance, Quentin could only sigh helplessly. I heard His Majesty just bestowed upon you the title of County Mail of Lantion. That was due to my contribution of medicine which saved the Empress. Explaining hastily, Blue grew wary. Is Old Way trying to intimidate me? Quentin didn't find Blue's caution annoying. He saw it as shrewdness. Don't think Quentin was overly rigid. He was actually very flexible. As long as it didn't harm the law or the common people, he didn't mind others seeking rewards for themselves. Smiling slightly, Quentin said, if you hand over that method, I will go to the palace and petition for a county viscount title for you. How does that sound? In the Tang Dynasty's 9-tiered peerage system, ranging from duke to county mail, the county viscount ranked 8th and was equivalent to a senior 5th-rank official, a position of considerable prestige. Don't think advancing one tier was easy. It was an honor many strived for their entire lives. One county viscount for your method may seem modest, but any more would be unwise. Seeing Blue remain silent, Quentin explained, with your wisdom, I trust you understand what I mean. Thank you, Uncle Wei. I will tell you the method now. Blue understood Quentin perfectly. Too much prominence could invite jealousy. At merely a teenager, Blue's rapid rise from commoner to viscount in just a few days was astonishing. Higher rank could make enemies jealous. Even though Blue had the Thatcher's trust, Garth was no longer in power, leaving Blue vulnerable without protection. From this perspective, Quentin truly cared for Blue's well-being. Seeing Blue bow respectfully, Quentin smiled. He knew this young man understood him. Do you not fear I might take your method and renege on my promise? Uncle Wei's integrity is known far and wide. I trust you implicitly. Returning a smile, Blue's eyes radiated confidence. Quentin was different from Adebayo. Against the latter, he wouldn't have been so bold. If you trust me, write down the method then. No one dislikes praise, and Quentin was no exception. Hearing Blue's words, Old Way couldn't help but laugh aloud. He now had an even better impression of this young man. Looking at Garth standing beside them, Quentin sighed. Even though he's out of the court, Garth has raised a fine son, one unmatched among the younger generation. Fortunately, Garth was unaware of Quentin's thoughts, or he might have corrected him. I'm just lucky genetically. Our educational standards were actually similar. That won't be necessary. Hearing Quentin ask him to write it down, Blue's face showed a hint of oddity. The method is simple. I'll explain it, and Uncle Wei will remember. Chapter 101. Quentin's Fishertal Frustration. Without waiting for Quentin to ask, Blue started explaining on his own. As long as the piglets are castrated, they won't be stinky when they grow up. Is it that simple? Blue explained in just one sentence, and even with Quentin's disposition, he couldn't help but feel momentarily dazed. For some reason, I suddenly feel shortchanged. While speaking, Quentin clicked his tongue. One Viscount title for a single sentence. Telling this story would make countless people green with envy. Ha 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 ha, Uncle Wei, don't underestimate my method. Blue laughed lightly and began to elaborate. Besides improving the taste of pork, it has other benefits too. Oh. Slightly taken aback, Quentin's face showed interest. Then I should listen carefully. Since he had already promised the title, there was no taking it back. Even to avoid feeling shortchanged, Quentin needed more information from Blue. The first benefit you already know. The second benefit is that it makes pigs easier to manage. Most people might not know, but pigs can be quite aggressive animals, competing for food, territory, dominance. Among old hunters, there's even a saying, a wild boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Although this ranking considers their activity ranges and danger to humans, it still reflects their aggressiveness. Though domestic pigs aren't as fierce as wild ones, fighting to the death is common among them. The third benefit is that it makes them grow faster and larger. Seeing Quentin's gaze turn towards him, Blue calmly explained. If castrated, the pigs won't fight over mates or each other, leaving them to only eat and sleep. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Though the method hadn't been tested, Quentin couldn't help but praise it. No matter what animal it is, if it spends its days eating and sleeping, wouldn't it get fat? Quentin's eyes shifted back to Blue, thinking, he came up with such a brilliant idea? This kid truly surprised me. With this method, your title is definitely secure, Quentin reassured Blue before hastily bidding farewell to Garth. I must inform His Majesty. I won't disturb you further. Hardly waiting for Garth to respond, Old Wei stood up and rushed out the door as if he had just stolen something valuable. This Wei Xuanqing. Shaking his head helplessly, Garth turned to Blue. You know how to use merits to gain advantages. You're not completely stupid after all. Blue's lips twitched hearing Garth's half-complimentary, half-teasing words. So I'm a little bastard. What does that make you? An old rabbit? Of course, Blue didn't dare voice these thoughts aloud. Otherwise, he'd end up in a mixed doubles fight. It's all thanks to Father's teachings. Blue grinned widely at Garth. It's getting late. Shall we start dinner now? Gurgle. Before Blue finished speaking, Garth's stomach grumbled loudly. Thanks to Quentin's visit, today's meal was indeed later than usual. Ifu, please have Lao Arkong bring in the meal, Garth said, blushing slightly. Dougie's prescription must be potent. These past few days, not only did his health improve, but his appetite increased as well. No need to worry, Master Qin. The meal has been ready, Bentley responded happily. The servants were glad to see Master Qin's improvement. As Blue and his family were busy eating, Quentin, who had left Qin's residence, suddenly looked frustrated. Darn, I should have stayed for dinner. Quentin had heard much about the delicious meals at Qin's residence. Missing out on such an opportunity made him regretful. I acted too hastily. Shaking his head, Quentin then looked anxious. Miss Qin's dinner, but I can't miss the palace meal. Without hesitation, Quentin drove his carriage quickly toward the palace. Indeed, a nobleman driving his own carriage. Reaching the palace, Quentin didn't even pause for breath. Please announce Quentin seeking an audience with His Majesty. Straightening his disheveled clothes, Quentin approached the chief eunuch Nolan at the entrance. Lord Zhenghua, please wait a moment. Nolan nodded and swiftly knocked on the door. Despite being a eunuch, he felt the same unease around Quentin as anyone else. Majesty, Lord Zhenghua seeks an audience. Quentin? Ebert, who had been working at his desk, paused, tidied up and asked, why is he here? It wasn't that Ebert didn't expect Quentin. It was the troublemaker nature of Quentin that made him nervous. Watching his master look somewhat flustered, Nolan's lips quivered. Quentin, you really do wreak havoc. Regardless of their feelings, the current duke couldn't be ignored. After composing himself, Ebert said, let him in. Right? Just as Nolan was about to leave, Ebert added hurriedly, dinner time is near. Ask the food bureau to prepare 4 extra portions. Among emperors, Ebert was known to care deeply for his ministers. Though finding Quentin troublesome, he secretly supported him. Aware of Quentin's family situation, he arranged this meal so Wei could enjoy it. Why 4 extra portions? Doesn't Quentin's family need to eat? Your Majesty rest assured. I understand. Nolan, who had gone through this routine many times, replied respectfully before heading out of the study. Lord Zhenghua, please enter. His Majesty awaits you inside. Hashtag chapter 102. Ebert's surprise. Thank you. Quentin bowed politely to Nolan before stepping into the study. Though he often clashed with Thatcher Ebert, Quentin was not someone who lacked manners. At least, thanking a eunuch did not make him feel demeaned. Sir Zhenghua is too kind, said Nolan. Once Quentin entered the study, Nolan quickly ran toward the Department of Food Services. The Emperor's orders must be conveyed without delay. Otherwise, it could cost him his head. Turning his attention to Quentin, the elderly minister immediately approached the desk where Ebert sat and paid homage. Your subject Quentin pays respects to your Majesty. Ha ha ha, Xincheng. No need for such formalities. Ebert laughed heartily. I am reviewing petitions. Tell me, what brings you here today? Ebert waved the petition in his hand, subtly indicating to Quentin that he had not been idle. Ebert certainly didn't need to prove himself so earnestly to Quentin as a ruler, but Quentin's unyielding nature demanded respect. Once, Ebert kept a bird as a pet. During a private moment playing with a parrot, Quentin walked in unexpectedly. Fearing criticism for neglecting state affairs, Ebert hurriedly hid the bird under his robe. Unbeknownst to him, Quentin had already seen everything, but extended their conversation by tens of minutes without showing any reaction. Eventually, the parrot suffocated in Ebert's embrace. Ebert's magnanimity and desire to be a wise ruler spared Quentin punishment. Any other emperor might have executed Quentin long ago for his audacity. From then on, Ebert became more cautious around Quentin, always displaying diligence whenever he visited. Indeed, when Quentin saw the petition marked with circles and comments, he couldn't help but smile broadly. Your Majesty's dedication benefits the people greatly. As he sat down, Quentin abruptly stood up again and deeply bowed. On behalf of all your subjects, I thank you, Your Majesty. Ha ha ha, Xincheng, you were too courteous. Praised by Quentin, Ebert felt genuinely pleased. Normally, all he heard from this man were objections and advice. What brings you here today? Is there something important to report? Feeling lighter-hearted, Ebert finally remembered the real reason for Quentin's visit. Encouraged by Quentin's kind words earlier, he hoped it wasn't anything too bad. I am here, on behalf of Blue, son of the Marquis of Erek, Quentin replied, feeling slightly awkward as it was his first time pleading for favors. Erekayu? Pausing, Ebert's expression turned serious. Has he committed any mistakes? Ebert couldn't help but be concerned. Quentin's odd expression seemed to imply dissatisfaction with Blue. Reflecting quickly, Ebert spoke again. Erekayu is young, and he is the only heir of Chauncey. If he has made any mistakes, he should still be given a chance. Ebert's favor towards the Qin family was indeed extraordinary, as he was willing to speak kindly about Blue to Quentin. Part of the reason was due to the ginseng root Blue presented. After taking herbal medicine prescribed by Dougie, Don's health improved significantly. Throughout history, many emperors have been noted, but Ebert stood out. Some criticized him for killing his brother and forcing Colt to abdicate, calling him disloyal and unfilial. Others praised his filial piety for allowing Colt to live in the royal palace after abdicating. Regardless of these discussions, Ebert felt grateful to Blue. Quentin, taken aback by Ebert's words, let out a bitter laugh. Your Majesty misunderstands my intention. Before Ebert could respond, Quentin continued, I am here to request rewards for Blue. To ask for rewards? Relieved that Quentin wasn't criticizing Blue, Ebert couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, I never expected Xiancheng to do such things. This indeed surprises me. Cough cough. Blushing slightly, Quentin covered his discomfort with a few coughs. If anyone contributes to Tang Dynasty, I am willing to plead for their rewards. So, Blue has accomplished something significant? Ebert caught the implication in Quentin's words. Quentin's willingness to do this meant Blue had achieved considerable success. Your Majesty is truly wise. Quentin offered a rare compliment before continuing. Blue, being young and wise, decided to share a family technique beneficial to the common folk. Without waiting for further questions, Quentin recounted the events of the day. Naturally, he skipped over the parts about Blue's request for rewards, maintaining his reputation as an unwavering figure. Whoa! As Quentin finished speaking, Ebert took a deep breath. Can you be sure of the method's authenticity? Quentin knew the significance, and so did Thatcher Ebert. If this pig castration method was as effective as described, it would immensely benefit Tang Dynasty. Adding meat to the common people's daily meals was a dream beyond most rulers' wildest dreams. Isn't the answer already in your heart? Quentin smiled. Though untested, pork from the Marquis of Erek's household shows no foul smell whatsoever. Chapter 103, Quentin and Ebert's Understanding. If the solution had been proposed by someone else, Quentin would definitely have first verified it. But Blue was different. As the son of Garth and deeply favored by Ebert, Blue's status could only be described with 4 words, born into privilege. For someone like him, even if he were to lie on his deathbed, he wouldn't live as comfortably as 90% of the people in Tang Dynasty. To put it bluntly, a minor viscount title wasn't worth making Garth and Blue lie about. Besides, this kind of lie could be easily exposed in a short time. Even if Blue didn't have a noble title, how many people dared to provoke him casually? Ha ha ha, it is indeed inappropriate for the Emperor, exclaimed Ebert upon hearing Quentin mention Lord Erek. If so, then there's no need to doubt the method's effectiveness, said Ebert, rising from his chair. Reward him greatly. After pacing around the study twice, Ebert finally spoke. Even without Xiancheng's confirmation, such a contribution deserves great rewards. But after speaking, Ebert revealed a troubled look. Xiancheng, how do you think I should reward Blue? If someone else had achieved merit, Ebert wouldn't be this conflicted, but Blue was different. Why? Because he was just too young. Granting him an official post? What could a child of 10 or 12 years old do? Grant him another title? He had just been made a baron a few days ago. Another promotion might seem overly favoring. Furthermore, Ebert felt that merely a viscount's title seemed a bit stingy. Quentin, who could challenge Ebert multiple times unscathed, possessed not only courage and wisdom but also superb intuition. After all, Quentin would never advise when Ebert was extremely irritable. We Old Way are principled, but not suicidal. In an instant, Quentin guessed Ebert's concerns. On his way here, Quentin had thought about these matters thoroughly. Thus, the moment Ebert asked the question, Quentin quickly responded, I believe, Your Majesty, that Blue can be awarded a noble title. But if we grant him the title of Baron, won't it incite jealousy? As the saying goes, a tall tree catches much wind, which Ebert understood well. In that case, let's award him the title of Count. Quentin added, if you feel indebted, you can compensate him in other ways. Ebert took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly brightening. In that case, let's grant Blue the title of Count of Lantion, with 600 households. Pausing slightly, Ebert continued, and grant him 900 acres of permanent land. Your Majesty is wise. Today was undoubtedly one of Ebert's rare happy days, because Quentin had praised him twice in succession. The privileges of Tang nobility were strictly limited. Generally, a count enjoyed 500 households and 800 acres of land, while a baron had 700 households and 1,000 acres. Blue, though titled Count of Lantion, received more than a viscount should. Estimating others' dissatisfaction, Ebert could directly bestow baron rights on Blue. So let's settle on this, said Ebert, since even the stubborn Quentin agreed. Turning to Quentin, Ebert said, since only a count's name was given to Blue before, you can propose this during tomorrow's court session. As you command. Nodding calmly, Quentin accepted the task. This was normal. The Thatcher is the son of heaven, and he couldn't suggest things himself. Thus, sometimes a person needed to help the emperor say what he found inconvenient. This practice is known as duet acting. Satisfied with Quentin's agreement, Ebert nodded. Old Wei was cute when not troublesome. Shaking his head to dispel the odd thoughts, Ebert said, "Since Xianchang came hastily, you probably haven't eaten yet? Your Majesty is wise." Congratulations to Ebert on receiving the achievement, 3 praises in one day. Then stay and join me for dinner. Without waiting for Quentin's reply, Ebert called out to the eunuch, "Nolan, is the meal ready?" "It's ready, Your Majesty." "Bring it in then." Nodding, Ebert commanded again, "I will dine with Xianchang in the study today." "Yes, Your Majesty." Nolan, being a trusted eunuch, didn't disappoint. Within minutes, maidservants brought in the meal. Once all the dishes were set, Ebert gestured to Quentin, "Please eat, Xianchang." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Bowing to Ebert, Quentin focused on the delicious imperial cuisine, which was far superior to his home-cooked meals. Only after finishing did Quentin bow to Ebert. "I still have official duties. May I take my leave now?" "Xianchang, prioritizing the state pleases me." Nodding, Ebert added, "Happenstance, extra meals were prepared today. Take them back with you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Quentin bowed again, moved by Ebert's care. Quentin wasn't heartless. He knew Ebert intentionally helped him. If not for absolute loyalty, he wouldn't accept such gifts. Carefully placing the 3 extra meals into his carriage, Quentin returned home slowly. "Father, Master, you're back?" Qin Shuyu and others greeted him eagerly at the entrance. "Yes," Quentin nodded, smiling. "Take the meals from the carriage." Chapter 104, Daily Fisher at the Wei Mansion. Ah. The moment Quentin's words were spoken, Aaron rushed toward the carriage with an excited expression on his face. As he moved, he couldn't help but cast a triumphant glance at Aaron and Aaron. "How about that? I told you father would definitely bring back the food," the Thatcher rewarded him. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Quentin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "So, you two seem quite experienced with this?" Before Quentin could speak, Aaron had already jumped out from the carriage with 3 boxes of food in hand. "It looks like we'll be eating meat again today." Midway through his statement, Aaron's voice suddenly dropped several decibels. There was no other reason. Quentin's stern gaze had landed on him. "Brendan, Casimir, did you both complete your studies today?" Brendan and Casimir were the courtesy names for Aaron and Aaron. Sensing the seriousness in Quentin's tone, the brothers exchanged a look. "Did you provoke father again?" Understanding each other's thoughts, they quickly shook their heads. "Not me." "What? Did you not finish your homework?" Quentin paid no heed to the silent communication between the 2 brothers. At this moment, he simply wanted to find fault with them. "Yes." Feeling the deadly intent in Quentin's words, Aaron hastily shook his head. Reporting to father, "I have completed all my assignments." Nodding, Quentin's gaze then fell upon Aaron. "And you?" "I." With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Aaron finally spoke. "To let father know, I've been training at the Divine Valor Army all day, so..." Smack. A slap landed on the back of Aaron's head as Quentin's face darkened. Not completing is not completing. Why would a fine young man need excuses for such a trivial matter? Though Quentin was just a scholar, his strength wasn't negligible. Caught off guard by the slap, Aaron almost fell to the ground. Reporting to father, "I indeed didn't finish my homework." Receiving the answer he wanted, Quentin nodded. "In that case, your meal today will be halved." Without waiting for Aaron to respond, Quentin's eyes fell on Aaron. "You too?" Aaron was surprised that the trouble would reach him as well. "Father, I finished my work." "So what?" Snorting coldly, Quentin's face showed displeasure. As the elder brother, failing to ensure your younger brother completes his tasks deserves punishment. Father's wisdom. At this point, even Aaron couldn't miss that Quentin was looking for trouble. With a helpless nod, he showed resignation. "In that case, you and Casimir should share 1 box. Turning his gaze to Aaron, Quentin continued. "Shuiwe, you can eat 1 box alone. As for the last box, give it to the servants." Without giving anyone a chance to speak, Quentin turned and walked towards his study. His earlier words to Ebert weren't entirely formal. He indeed had official duties to attend to. "Russell, Ari, how about we eat together?" "No thanks." Before Aaron could finish her sentence, Aaron and Aaron quickly shook their heads. "Don't drag us into trouble. If father finds out, won't we be punished again?" Saying that, the 2 brothers quickly carried their food and retreated to their room. Despite his frugal appearance, Quentin was actually a devoted father to his daughters. If ranks were made for everyone in the mansion, it would be Aaron, Quentin, servants, Aaron, AI. Watching her brothers rush away, Aaron sighed helplessly. "Really, as long as we don't tell, how would father know?" Turning her attention to the nearby servant. "Give these meals to Uncle Zhang. As for Aunt Bai, she can eat with me." "Thank you, Mississippi." The servants around Aaron didn't find her request surprising. This had happened many times before. The masters of the Wei Mansion were kind-hearted, and though wages were modest, they were never mistreated. Quentin often shared the food brought back from the palace with the servants. Thus, the servants of the mansion were proud. They had eaten imperial food. Who else could claim that? As for Aaron and Aaron, no one worried about them. The food rewards from the palace were always abundant. They would surely be full sharing 1 portion. The old man really went overboard, clearly wanting to punish us, yet he finds endless excuses. Sitting around a small stone table, Aaron couldn't help but complain. Though Quentin was famous in Chang'an, at home, he acted somewhat like an old mischief maker. "If you know that, stop talking." Rolling his eyes at Aaron then said, "If you hadn't opened your mouth, would we have faced this calamity? Does this relate to me?" Hearing his brother's words, Aaron froze. "Does everything fall on my shoulders? Do you really not see your mistake?" "No." Shaking his head honestly, Aaron looked increasingly puzzled. "Did I do something wrong today?" "Forget it. You'll understand when you grow up." Opening the food box on the table, Aaron sighed. At the end of the day, It's all about that laughable pride men hold. Taking a piece of lamb and putting it in his mouth, Aaron continued. Royal cuisine is indeed delicious. No matter how many times I eat it, it never loses its charm. Don't exaggerate. Looking at Aaron's exaggerated expression, Aaron, who also took a bite of lamb, rolled his eyes. Given our lifestyle, everything except tree bark tastes great. Exchanging glances, the brothers sighed deeply once more. What life with such a father? Though they complained verbally, deep down, the brothers respected Quentin. A strong father leads to a resilient son. Chapter 105. The entire court in shock. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, while a certain young man surnamed Qin was still emitting strange laughter in his sleep, officials of the great Tang Dynasty had already put on their official attire and were heading towards the imperial palace. Morning court assembly. As Nolan's voice resounded firmly, the hall of supreme harmony instantly fell silent. We pay our respects to His Majesty. All of you need not be so formal. Waving his hand to signal the ministers who had bowed deeply to rise, Sylvester Ebert finally revealed a broad smile. I am greatly comforted to see all of you in good health here in court today. After this brief greeting, Ebert continued. Is there anything important that needs to be reported today? Your Majesty, this old minister has something to report. Just as Ebert spoke, an official immediately stepped forward from the crowd. Yesterday, the cow at my home safely gave birth to 2 calves. This event is thanks to your blessing, Your Majesty, and I have come specially to express my gratitude. After saying this, the official bowed again respectfully towards Ebert, with such seriousness that it was almost tongue-in-cheek. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Ebert felt his good mood for the day vanish. Your cow giving birth. What does that have to do with me, Ebert? Do you expect me to help breed your cows too? Of course, no matter how much he might complain inwardly, the emperor must show restraint. Forcing a smile, Ebert continued. Congratulations to Minister Fisheru. Is there anyone else who has other matters to address? Your Majesty, this humble minister impeaches the director of the Ministry of Works, Fisheru Rennie. For over an hour, the entire hall was filled with trivial matters being raised. Fisher Jamie's horse ate my wheat. Jamie's son beat up my son. Jamie's servant spat at my doorstep. Cough. Clearing his throat lightly, Ebert's gaze fell on Adebayo, who was leaning against a pillar snoring. Gigia, regarding the matters mentioned by everyone, do you acknowledge them? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths? It wasn't until Lucian kicked him hard that Adebayo finally woke up from his slumber. Wiping away some drool from his mouth, Adebayo looked puzzled. Is the assembly over? Chung Yao Jin. Ebert's voice, suppressing his anger, sounded ominous as his face darkened completely. Your Majesty? Being a seasoned veteran, Adebayo knew exactly how to handle such situations. Haha. With a laugh, Adebayo then said, this old minister was just thinking about contributing to the empire and got distracted. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Though knowing Adebayo was bluffing, Ebert had to nod anyway. What could he do, since Adebayo was one of his favorite ministers? Gigia's concern for the Tang Empire brings me great comfort. Giving Adebayo a way out, Ebert continued. Just now, someone impeached you for allowing your son to assault others, your horses to wreak havoc, and your servants to act violently. After repeating Adebayo's crimes, Ebert asked, do you have anything to say about these? Your Majesty, this old Chung acknowledges all of them. Adebayo nodded straightforwardly without trying to defend himself. After all, it's not like he was committing treason. Would the emperor really punish him over such minor issues? Despite looking like a crude and fierce brute, Adebayo was well aware of his true self. I'm just a rascal, and I must act according to this persona. As a key minister in court, committing so many mistakes is a grave offense. Setting the tone, Ebert then continued. However, considering your constant concern for state affairs, you will be fined half a year's salary. After speaking, Ebert pretended to look seriously at Adebayo. Do you agree with this decision? Your Majesty's wisdom. Adebayo willingly accepts the punishment. In just a few words, what seemed like a serious crime was resolved with a 6-month pay cut. Although everyone knew Ebert was deliberately covering for Adebayo, none of the previous accusers dared to argue further. It was absurd to think they could really ask the emperor to execute Adebayo. Regardless of their individual talents, those who managed to thrive in court politics at least had a good sense of self-awareness. Plain and simple, even if tied together, none of them would be as valuable to Ebert as Adebayo. In their thoughts, everyone showed sincere admiration for Ebert. Your Majesty's wisdom. Do any of you have other matters to report? Your Majesty, this humble minister impeaches Adebayo. 1 more month of salary deduction. Without waiting for the new official to finish, Ebert waved his hand and made the decision. Any other matters? Seeing Ebert's gesture, the junior censor, who had been halfway through his statement, appeared dejected and silently returned to his place. He had hoped to gain fame by impeaching Adebayo but couldn't even finish his line. Your Majesty, this old minister has something to report. Hearing the sudden voice, the discouraged junior censor suddenly brightened. It's Quentin. His eyes focused on Quentin. The junior censor felt extremely excited. Quentin, the head of the censorate, was his idol. Indeed, not only the junior censor but also the previously nonchalant Adebayo, along with all the other officials, instantly became serious. Quentin was a heavyweight figure compared to the earlier ones. If impeached by him, even Adebayo would feel uncomfortable for days. Instantly, wherever Quentin's gaze landed, the officials there quickly lowered their heads to avoid drawing attention. But fortunately for this time, Quentin wasn't here for a fight. He merely wanted to request a favor. You may speak freely, Xuanqing. Nodding, Ebert felt a trace of relief in his eyes. Finally, no more playing make-believe games with those fools. Your Majesty, Duke Erek's son Blue possesses extraordinary talent and a devoted heart for the country. Pausing briefly, Quentin continued. This old minister humbly requests that His Majesty bestow upon him the rank of Count and offer other honors accordingly. Almost instantly, the entire hall fell into an absolute silence. What cough cough cough? Adebayo, who had almost finished a yawn, let out a startled exclamation and then choked on his own saliva. What did you say, Waystone? After recovering, Adebayo turned his gaze to Quentin. Chapter 106, A Duet at Court. Danilo, this was Adebayo's pet name for Quentin. Besides this, he had other names like Wei Haizi and Wei Shubi, depending on Cheng's mood at the time. After speaking, Adebayo couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. I wonder what methods my nephew Erikayu used to actually convince Wei Haizi. Old Cheng, must learn this trick. Even Adebayo was surprised, so it goes without saying how astonished everyone else was. For a moment, Quentin became the center of attention in the grand hall. Cough, cough. Since it was a duet, Thatcher Ebert wouldn't let Old Wei face all the pressure alone. With 2 light coughs, Ebert spoke. Ministers, there's no need to rush. Let Schwanching finish his statement. After speaking, Ebert's gaze landed on Quentin. A title is not something to be bestowed lightly. Schwanching should provide a reason. The moment Ebert spoke, people like Desmond next to him exchanged glances. As experts in performing duets, they sensed a familiar tone in that sentence. In response to His Majesty, Blue diligently worked out a method to eliminate the foul smell from pork and make pigs grow faster. Sure enough, as soon as Ebert finished speaking, Quentin smiled calmly. If this method were promoted, our Tang Dynasty's people would have an additional meat dish in their daily lives. Hiss. Desmond couldn't help but ask after taking a long breath. Is what Schwanching said true? Although he knew the performance already verified the matter's authenticity, Desmond still asked for confirmation. If it could add a meat dish to the common people's tables, it would be a tremendous accomplishment. Of course. Quentin nodded seriously. I guarantee this with my honor. Schwanching jests, I was just too astonished, not doubting in any way. Having spoken, Desmond suddenly bowed to Ebert. Your Majesty, since Blue has achieved such great merit, I, this old minister, agree to grant him the title of County Noble. I also agree. Hearing Desmond's words, Egan, Seth, and others exchanged glances before instantly showing their stance. It was time to conclude this performance. Very well, then we shall follow your advice. Ebert nodded, smiling faintly. But the title County Noble may not adequately reward Blue's contributions. Therefore, I hereby grant him 600 households as fief and 900 acres of perpetual land. His Majesty's wisdom is profound. Though the reward surpassed the rights a county noble typically held, no one objected. Everyone present was a seasoned official. Seeing even Quentin agreed, it would be foolish to protest now. The following matters became simpler. With Egan et al., the rewards for Blue were quickly decided. There were several contiguous estates outside Chang'an with roughly equal amounts of land, which were given to Blue. Blue didn't expect Quentin's execution capability to be so potent. He was woken up mid-dream by Layla. Fishertol, has it already dawned? Glancing at Layla standing shyly in front of him, Blue was momentarily dazed. What's wrong with you? Nothing, nothing. Thinking of Blue mumbling her name while sleeping, Layla's face reddened further. Oh, how embarrassing. But she quickly composed herself. Young master, please hurry outside. The palace eunuch is waiting for you to receive the imperial decree. By eunuch, it referred to the palace servants. Using eunuch instead of lord was out of respect for them, as few enjoyed being called lord. Receive an imperial decree? Startled, Blue jumped out of bed. This cannot be delayed. Blue wasn't naive or disrespectful to authority. He took the imperial edict issued by Thatcher Fisher very seriously, and more importantly, Blue knew it was bound to be good news. Why? If it were bad news, he'd be awoken by Chen's staff, not gentle prodding. With Layla's help, he hurriedly tidied his clothes and went to the courtyard. Sure enough, a young eunuch stood there. Sorry to keep you waiting, eunuch. Apologizing to the young eunuch, Blue asked, what decree does the eunuch bring? As Blue spoke, Darren and Nicole looked at the young eunuch intently. Imperial decrees demanded respect, and even Garth didn't dare ask for details beforehand. Hee, Duke, you were too kind. Being treated respectfully by Blue made the young eunuch happy. After all, Chen was destined to be a duke. Eunuchs during the Zhongguan era held little power and were quite cautious with officials. After exchanging pleasantries, the eunuch continued. I bring good news for the duke. Unfolding the scroll, he began reading. To inform, son of Duke of Ariko, Blue, for diligent service. The decree praised Blue's intelligence, dedication, and significant contribution, thus meriting a reward. He is conferred the title Lord of Lantian County, with a fief of 600 households and 900 acres of perpetual land. Upon hearing the rewards, Blue couldn't help but smile. Thank you, your majesty. Bowing politely to the eunuch, Blue received the scroll. Please accept my gratitude for bringing this news. Here's a small token for tea. Neither kneeling nor sitting to receive an imperial decree were practices of this era. Standing already counted as a respectful gesture. Still, Blue was very polite to the eunuch, slipping him a piece of silver while speaking. Not a bribe, just a token of appreciation for delivering good news. Seeing the silver, the eunuch beamed. Many thanks for your generosity, my lord. Chapter 107, Feelings and Braised Pork. As he spoke, the little eunuch couldn't help but marvel. No wonder adoptive father said this was a great job. I never thought the young national duke would be so generous. Indeed, to be sent to Lord Chen's residence to convey an imperial decree, the little eunuch naturally had some status. He was the adopted son of Nolan, intending to care for him in his old age. The edict having been delivered, the little eunuch didn't stay long. After offering another few congratulations to Blue, the little eunuch cupped his hands and bid farewell. There were many matters in the palace, and he still had to return to attend to his adoptive father. Never thought it would just take a day to become a viscount, and now I even have my own manor. Watching the little eunuch leave, Blue couldn't help but click his tongue. Seems Old Way is indeed very reliable. Actually, besides the titles, manor, and perpetual fields, there were also monetary rewards. However, Blue ignored these aspects. Why? Though the imperial edict wrote about thousands of gold, it was only to showcase the emperor's generosity, making it sound better. What truly came into hand was merely copper coins. Your method has brought significant benefits to the people. Only getting a Viscount title seems a bit of a loss, Garth added after his comment. But considering His Majesty doesn't want you to attract envy, he'll surely find an opportunity to compensate you in the future. Unquestionably, Darren understood Ebert well, explaining the reason in one sentence. The Viscount title is enough, Blue replied with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat helpless. Even though you are a national duke, don't look down on the Viscount position. I'm still young. If I get too high a rank now, wouldn't that leave no room for advancement in the future? Viscount. This is a Viscount. Compared to the calm father and son duo, Ascari stood nearby enviously. Brother Erikayu, when will you help me get a title to play around with? He couldn't help but envy. Though Ascari was Jamie's son, he was ultimately a second son, and the Lu national duke position wasn't going to him. What's there to envy? Upon hearing Ascari's words, Blue showed a bit of the attitude of someone who couldn't relate to hunger. With how much the Emperor favors Sebastian, isn't it easy to reward you with a title? This wasn't a joke. In history, all 3 legitimate sons of the elder minister were ennobled as national dukes, and even the 3 illegitimate sons held various offices. Returning to the topic, after Blue's words, Ascari shook his head firmly. How can I, Ascari, a 7-foot-tall man, rely on my forefather's glory? Looking at Ascari's resolute expression, Blue really wanted to tell him. In the future, not only did you depend on Jamie's glory, but you also married a princess, setting a prime example in the world of living off the elderly. So, glancing oddly at Ascari, Blue finally spoke. It's fine to rely on my glory then? Of course. Ascari nodded proudly. Dad said, relying on parents isn't heroic, but relying on brothers is. Great, very atabeo. Though Blue felt something was off, he couldn't find any logical counterarguments. However, given their relationship, helping Ascari was certainly no problem. Nodding, Blue responded, if there's an opportunity, I won't forget you. That's perfect. Laughing, Ascari's face showed satisfaction. Ascari never doubted whether Blue could achieve this. Dad said Brother Erikayu is capable. Otherwise, why would he insist on marrying Bristol to Blue? For Ascari, trust in his dad's judgment was strong. Besides his thick skin, foresight was probably Jamie's greatest skill. Of course, Blue couldn't know what Ascari was thinking, but he considered other matters. Since he already owned a manor, it was time to go and check it out. Master, we've arrived. Bentley's voice broke through Blue's thoughts, realizing they had reached Bobridge. Jumping out of the carriage, Blue instantly felt numerous admiring gazes. You, why are you all looking like that? Shrinking his neck, Blue couldn't help but grip his reconciliation stick tightly. As a fine young man, he couldn't bear so many intense male gazes. Congratulations on becoming a Viscount. Only upon seeing everyone salute did Blue sigh in relief. At least they weren't lusting after his flesh. Thank you, thank you. Cupping his hands to return the salutes, Blue teased. I didn't expect you all to be so well informed. General, you didn't know? Surprised, the surrounding young lords stared at Blue. What, is there something I should know? Your promotion speed is unmatched. It spread throughout Chang'an early this morning, Yusef paused and continued. From today onward, you've become countless maidens' ideal husband. Admiring the Tang Dynasty's gossip power, Blue commented. Just a Viscount, focus on today's training. Baron Chang hadn't stopped talking about the team leader during the journey. Blue could predict the torment these young men would face soon, but the crowd didn't seem aware yet. Upon Blue's suggestion, Yusef chuckled. Now that the general has become a Viscount, shouldn't we celebrate more? Yusef's words drew all eyes to Blue. The last meal at Sheen's house was unforgettable. Heh. Blue's lips twitched. He finally understood their enthusiasm. Thought it was our deep bond, but you guys have ulterior motives. If so, let's do it today. Inviting guests for dinner was no big deal for Blue. With Sheen Manor's resources, he wasn't worried about being eaten out by these young lords. Deciding, Blue looked at Bentley. As usual, inform Arkong and others when we return. Yes, sir. Kneeling amidst requests for more braised pork, Bentley swiftly left. Note, the translation maintains the original structure and style, ensuring natural English phrasing while preserving cultural references and characters' personalities. ####Chapter 108. A kind-hearted young man. Having achieved our goal, can we start the training now? Before the other rich young masters could respond, Blue's expression instantly turned serious. Everyone, get ready. Yes. The principle of obeying orders had long become the standard for the Divine Valor Army. Hearing Blue's words, the frivolous expressions on the faces of these young men immediately turned serious as they quickly lined up in neat formation. Ascari, step forward. Here. Hearing Blue call his name, Ascari couldn't hide his excitement. Finally, the moment of glory he had been waiting for was about to begin. If it weren't for the rules of the Divine Valor Army, Ascari might have leaped up and howled like a wolf. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? You've performed well recently. Lead the next round city run. Without waiting for Ascari to respond, Blue swiftly assigned tasks. Begin the training. Yes. Everyone, follow me. As Blue and Ascari conversed, the other young masters from the Divine Valor Army exchanged odd glances. Him? Performing well? The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. There must be an inside story. It wasn't hard to see why they felt this way. While Ascari was indeed good, he wasn't unmatched. Several sons of dukes were also present, and several others matched Ascari's performance. Additionally, due to his unruly personality, Ascari often made mistakes, so the best should never fall on him. However, no matter what thoughts crossed their minds, the moment Ascari spoke, everyone sprang into action. Obeying orders was more than just a saying. In the midst of everyone's regretful gazes, Ascari began his lead with an excited voice, hoarsely shouting, 121, 121, 12. Compared to shouting slogans, singing became a true nightmare for the group. Ascari's voice sounded like a duck hanging on the 28th floor, yet he remained oblivious. Unity is strength? A song filled with vigor turned into something utterly demoralizing under the voices of the rich young masters. Logically, Blue should have stopped them, but considering their suffering, he held back. Sigh, I, Blue, am truly too kind. Not only were the Divine Valor Army members affected, but so were the spectators who gathered to watch the show. Today, the crowd was nearly double what it was yesterday after word spread. But when Ascari's voice rang out, they all felt goosebumps and wished for 8 legs to escape. What is this thing? After the Divine Valor Army left, some citizens looked angry. Who said there would be a good show? Almost got killed here. Historically, public sentiment has been powerful. Before the Divine Valor Army finished training, the crowd discovered the truth. Blue led yesterday, while Ascari did today. Ascari unexpectedly earned the title Voice Killer. Some unmarried girls even formed a Ascari resistance squad, strongly demanding Blue return as the leader. After all, Blue was not only handsome but also sang well, especially when he sang Girls Across the Way Looking This Way, leaving the girls shy and smitten. Ascari, on the other hand, could scare away gorillas with his looks, and his singing needed no further description. The girls refrained from throwing rotten eggs at him as a sign of mercy. Finally, after enduring the training, once Blue gave the command to dismiss, every rich young man except Ascari looked like survivors of a disaster. Erikayu, how did you endure Ascari's singing? Long Sun Arkin stared at Blue with admiration. Is this the difference between Erikayu and me? What did you say? I asked, how did you? Halfway through his sentence, Long Sun Arkin froze. He saw Blue pulling out pieces of cotton from his ears. What did you say? Upon hearing Blue's question again, Long Sun Arkin's mood changed dramatically. I didn't say anything. While replying, Long Sun Arkin reflected inwardly. How stupid. I knew Erikayu as a general but didn't think he would be prepared. Perhaps the day's experience was too painful, leading the young men to seek comfort in food. Upon reaching Chin's residence, without a word, they launched into devouring the braised pork belly. Fortunately, old Arkong had prepared plenty, avoiding any disputes over food. This milk tea is delicious. When will Erikayu plan to sell it at the ice shop? Taking a big gulp of milk tea, Long Sun Arkin burped loudly. Though he'd only tasted it twice, it had become his favorite drink. Don't worry, it will happen in a few days. Blue didn't disappoint the group with his answer. As temperatures dropped, the ice shop's business had plummeted to rock bottom. He hadn't started selling milk tea yet, because he needed to gather more ingredients. By the way, tomorrow we rest, then resume training the day after. Blue casually added this note while everyone was full. Tomorrow, he planned to check on his estate outside the city. General is wise. Though puzzled by Blue's decision, the young men were evidently pleased. Especially after being tortured by Ascari, they craved a break. Once everyone left, Ascari approached Blue. Erikayu, why stop training tomorrow? Why stop training? Don't you have a clue? Rolling his eyes, Blue barely resisted spitting at Ascari. He could guarantee that if this guy led another day, the others would find an opportunity to bag him up. Of course, Blue was a kind-hearted young man, like your beloved kitty, and thus didn't reveal such cruel facts. Chapter 109. The Worries of Adebayo and His Son. After a brief moment of consideration, Blue spoke up. His Majesty did grant us a few estates, didn't he? I plan to go check them out tomorrow. Upon hearing Blue's words, Ascari's expression stiffened instantly. Though your tone was casual, I can still feel the heavy flavor of showing off. At this moment, Ascari almost wanted to give himself 2 loud and clear slaps. Teach you a lesson for being such a brat. You insisted on asking, now you're comfortable, right? Obviously, Blue was unaware how much his single sentence had affected the young boy. Shifting his gaze from Ascari's face, Blue asked another question. By the way, do you want to come with me? No need. Shaking his head rapidly, Ascari quickly replied. I plan to practice martial arts thoroughly tomorrow, so I won't be going out. Since that's the case, then let's leave it at that. Nodding, Blue returned to his room. Although training the rich sons was indeed quite interesting, one must admit that the large bed in his room was Blue's eternal love. As soon as he got back into bed, he predictably fell into a deep sleep. As for how many rich boys would lose sleep over today's dinner? Haha, what does it have to do with someone like me? What Blue didn't know was that while he slept, not far away at the Hyatt Manor, there was a brightly lit room. Dad, a term for father in Northwest China. Why are you still awake this late and why did you wake me up? Seeing the old face under the dim oil lamp appear rather sinister, the already sleepy Hendrix couldn't help but yawn widely. Be quiet. Smacking the back of Hendrix's head, Adebayo showed his displeasure. Do you know that Thatcher has conferred Blue the title of Baron of Lantion? That's obvious. Although he didn't understand what Adebayo was getting at, Hendrix still nodded swiftly. Brother Erikayu's story has spread all over Chang'an. Of course, I know about it. With those words, Hendrix also shot his father a flattering smile. Laugh at what? Another smack on the back of Hendrix's head. Adebayo's anger only grew. Erikayu is already a baron at such a young age, while you're still just an ordinary soldier. Don't you feel any shame? Hendrix's lips twitched slightly, suddenly missing his brother. If Chuliang were here, wouldn't he be getting beaten too? To be fair, Hendrix wasn't just any ordinary soldier. As the eldest legitimate son of the Jamie family, he held the rank of subcommander in the Right Imperial Guard, giving him a considerable status. But comparing people could drive one to despair. Compared to Blue, even a subcommander in the Imperial Guard paled in comparison. What, do you have objections? Seeing Hendrix's expression, Adebayo's fury only intensified. Smack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Hendrix's forehead suffered another blow. I don't. Clutching his head, Hendrix's face filled with weichus turned to grievance. For smoothness and natural fluency in English, it would be better phrased as. Clutching his head, Hendrix's face was a picture of aggrieved frustration. Just say what you want to say, Dad. Stop hitting me, okay? Why, can't I hit you? The more Hendrix spoke, the angrier Adebayo became. You useless fool. I'm hitting you because I want to. If you hit me, I'll run. Thinking for a moment, Hendrix found a way to save himself. I'll find Mom and tell her you're beating me up at midnight. A proud look appeared on Hendrix's face after saying this. Hendrix's mother had passed away from illness long ago, and the current lady of the house was the woman Adebayo married later, Lynette. She bore Adebayo a daughter named Bristol and treated the 3 brothers as if they were her own children. You. Upon hearing Hendrix's words, Adebayo shivered involuntarily. If she finds out I beat my son at midnight, won't I be denied the bed for days? Remembering how his wife had given him hell during Ascari's absence, he knew another episode would be unbearable. A recumph. Letting out a cold snort, Adebayo ultimately backed down. Let's put this aside for now and focus on something serious. You actually have something serious? Hendrix couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing Adebayo's words. Is this really something my father would say? Realizing his mistake, Hendrix's face changed instantly. This isn't good. Sure enough, hearing Hendrix's words, Adebayo's face turned ashen. Fool, are you trying to test my limits? Not at all. Denying rapidly 3 times, Hendrix hastily responded. I just misspoke. Let's talk about the real matter quickly. Himph. Another cold snort. Adebayo quietly recorded this in his mind. Though my wife doesn't allow me to hit my son without reason, finding excuses is something I can handle easily. With a satisfied gleam in his eyes, Adebayo thought. Fool, prepare yourself. Dad. Though unaware of Adebayo's thoughts, Hendrix couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It feels like someone is plotting against me. Cough. I called you here today for Xiaomei's sake. Putting aside thoughts of revenge, Adebayo's expression turned serious. Blue's prospects are getting better. He will surely receive numerous marriage proposals. We can't let such a fine match slip away to someone else. Dodging the spittle flying from Adebayo's mouth, Hendrix's lips twitched violently. If Xiaomei hears you speak like this, your beard might not last long. Despite his thoughts, Hendrix agreed with his father's idea. Blue achieved a Baron title at such a young age purely through merit, making him the perfect choice for a brother-in-law. Hendrix's eyes fell on Adebayo. We can't be careless with Xiaomei's future. Do you have any good ideas, Dad? Smack. Another sharp slap echoed, making the candle flicker. Would I have called you here if I had any ideas? Smacked Adebayo irritably. Rubbing his injured forehead, Hendrix felt wronged. Why do I feel like you just wanted to vent on me? Hashtag chapter 110. Teresa's shyness. Father, don't worry, I'm thinking of a plan right now. Seeing Adebayo raise his hand again, Hendrix couldn't help but shrink his neck. If you keep hitting me like this, even if I have an idea, it will be knocked out of my head. Of course, Hendrix dared not say such words aloud. After all, Jamie firmly believed that slaps and sticks were the best companions for children's growth. I've got it. After a long time, seeing Adebayo's face turning uglier by the minute, Hendrix suddenly exclaimed, Father, I have an idea. Slightly taken aback, Adebayo's face darkened slightly. Took you long enough. What's there to be proud of? Fortunately, this time Jamie didn't hit Hendrix, probably fearing he might knock the idea right out of his son. Staring at the aggrieved Hendrix, Adebayo finally spoke. Spit it out. Are you waiting for praise or something? So it's so hard for you to give me a compliment? His mouth twitching slightly, Hendrix still chose to comply under Jamie's tyranny. No. Shaking his head rapidly, Hendrix lowered his voice. Father, what if we use some medication? Medication? Jamie's expression froze. He found Hendrix's ideas incomprehensible. Yes. Feeling Adebayo's gaze, Hendrix hurriedly explained. Just find an opportunity to let Blue and Marissa stay together, then add some medication. Smack. A sharp slap resounded again. Adebayo looked at his son with disappointment. Drugging someone to do something with your sister? Where did you get such an idea from? Even though Jamie considered himself well-versed, his blood pressure still rose uncontrollably at this moment. Who could come up with such an idea? Father, you misunderstood. Rubbing his head, Hendrix looked even more aggrieved. I meant giving Marissa the medication. Before Adebayo could react, Hendrix quickly continued. Given Blue's physique, even if we drugged him, it might not work anyway. Hendrix was very aware of his little sister's strength. To put it bluntly, even 2 Blues wouldn't stand a chance if Marissa didn't want them near her. Of course, this was only because Hendrix didn't know Blue's true fighting capability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had this thought. Bastard, even worse than before. Snarling, Adebayo's breathing grew heavier. Get out. Tomorrow, hang yourself on the twisted neck tree outside. Public drying of one's son was the Liu family's most severe form of punishment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the growth history of the twisted neck tree was closely tied to the efforts of the 3 Chung brothers. Don't just stand there. Having offered an idea and received a barrage of slaps and a hanging experience on the twisted neck tree, Hendrix had only one thought. What a life. Of course, he couldn't miss this chance to escape Jamie. As soon as Adebayo finished speaking, Hendrix scrambled out of the small room. In the future, Hendrix, will never offer any advice to this old man again, or else I'm Arkanga. Tsk tisk tisk. Once Hendrix left, Adebayo sighed and leaned back in his chair. Why didn't I think of using medication? As long as things are done, who cares who initiated it? Tapping the desk with thick fingers, Adebayo's expression became particularly sinister in the candlelight. If that kid dares refuse afterward, I'll have Chauncey break his legs. GGG. Under the night sky, an eerie laugh suddenly echoed from the Hyatt residence, scaring nearby stray dogs into tucking their tails. Yawning widely and stretching, Blue looked extremely tired. For some reason, he had dreamt about Adebayo grinning malevolently at him for several hours last night, leading to his worst sleep ever. Is it because I've been looking at Chung Chuang's ugly face too much lately? Pondering, Blue nodded to confirm his guess. At least today, I won't have to go out with Chung Chuang, which should improve my aesthetic fatigue somewhat. Are you alright, young master? Seeing Blue yawn repeatedly in a short time, Talia's face flushed slightly. Why does the young master look so exhausted? Could it be he dreamed of me again? Thinking this, Talia blushed even more. Talia, how shameless of you. I'm fine, just had a dream last night. Recalling Jamie's face resembling a flower trampled by carriages in his dream, Blue answered vaguely. Ah. With a start, Talia, who was fixing Blue's hair, ended up pulling out a few strands. I didn't mean to, young master. It's okay. Though being yanked hurt, Blue wasn't going to be upset with the young girl. You seem off today. Should I get a doctor to check on you? No need. Lowering her head slightly, Talia felt her face burning. It was just an accident. No harm done. Good. Nodding, Blue suddenly thought of an idea. I'm planning to visit the villa granted by His Majesty today. Do you want to come along? Aye. Summoning great resolve, Talia managed to hold onto Blue's hair. I would love to. Her voice became barely audible. Would the young master do something along the way? Recalling the stories she heard from other servants in the mansion, Talia's heart raced wildly. If the young master were to do that, should I agree? Blue didn't notice Talia's unusual behavior. The real reason he wanted to bring Talia was to change his own aesthetic view. After all, dreaming of Talia made him happier than dreaming of Adebayo countless times over. After a simple breakfast, Blue set off with Talia in a carriage driven by DeAndre toward the countryside. Notably, Chang Chuang kept his promise, choosing a few guards after breakfast to practice martial arts in the courtyard. One shouldn't underestimate Blue's guards. They were seasoned warriors with extraordinary combat skills. Chapter 111. Blue. This is my first time. Putting aside Ascari's actions for the moment, inside the exclusive carriage of Blue, Talia was breathing heavily as she asked Blue, Master, how do you feel now? Pretty good. Nodding his head, Blue replied. The strength could be a bit stronger, and if it could be faster, that would be even better. Seeing Talia's expression growing increasingly downcast, Blue quickly added, After all, this is your first time. You've already done really well. Master, have you done this with anyone else before? Talia's eyes sparkled with curiosity after hearing Blue's words. According to what the other maids in the manor had said, she should be Blue's first maid. Of course no. Shaking his head quickly, Blue explained. I saw it in a book, so we need to always keep a learning heart. As he spoke, Blue's face flushed slightly. When I say it's my first time, it means it's my first time. Can past life experiences count in this lifetime? I understand. Nodding, Talia happily drank the chicken soup her master had carefully prepared. Don't worry, master. I will definitely work hard to improve my massage skills. Good. I believe in you. A great philosopher once said that we must support and encourage our dreams. Just like Talia, Blue felt that he would eventually enjoy massages far superior to those in his past life. Time passed quickly in moments of indulgence. As Blue started feeling drowsy, Bentley's voice came from outside. Master, we've arrived. I know. Yawning widely, Blue tidied up his slightly disheveled clothes and jumped out of the carriage. Which village is this? Master, this is Benjamin Jiazwang village. As an outstanding personal attendant, one must satisfy their master's needs in various ways. The moment Blue spoke, Bentley elaborated. Not far away are Shijazwang and Zhangjiazwang villages, all belonging to you, master. Bentley wore a proud smile while speaking. These villages were near Chang'an City, and their residents were relatively wealthier compared to others. Anyone with a clear eye could tell. Combined, the three villages' farmland surely exceeded 900 acres, but no one dared bring it up. After all, it was just some farmland, and offending both the Qin family and the Thatcher wouldn't be worth it over such trifles. Unfortunately, someone still didn't realize how much of a bargain they had struck from Ebert. After hearing Bentley's words, Blue simply nodded. If so, let's take a look around the village first. Following Blue's words, they began walking toward the nearby village. Hold it. Upon reaching the village entrance, Blue and company were stopped by a lean middle-aged man. This is Benjamin Jiazwang village. Who are you, and why are you here? The lean man spoke with caution, ready to alert the villagers at any sign of trouble. In reality, this wasn't strange at all. The Tang Dynasty had just been established, and people had only recently emerged from years of warfare. Except for large cities like Chang'an, small villages like this were quite xenophobic. After all, no one knew if strangers were scouts for bandits. In my name, Blue. Might I ask the gentleman's name? Sensing kindness in Blue's tone, the man's expression softened slightly. I'm called Benjamin Tayatui. Why are you here? My master has just become the Viscount of Lantian County, and this Benjamin Jiazwang village has been bestowed upon him by His Majesty. Didn't you know? Without waiting for Blue to speak, Bentley answered quickly. Seeing Bentley's action, Blue nodded approvingly. It was cooler when others revealed the identity. It avoided losing face. But obviously, Blue's concerns were unnecessary. Hearing Bentley's words, Benjamin Tayatui froze, then showed a puzzled look. The village chief said we became part of some Viscount's land. Is it your master? Realizing this, Benjamin Tayatui thought. If this person isn't lying, then the fair-faced boy standing in front of me is our lord? His legs turned weak from the realization. Lord, would you please allow me to introduce you to our village chief first? Compared to facing this noble himself, Benjamin Tayatui preferred passing this burden to the village chief. It wasn't cowardice but rather a natural reverence for officials ingrained since ancient times. All right. Blue was not surprised that Benjamin Tayatui did not recognize him. Without mandatory education in the Tang Dynasty, in this era where more than 90% were illiterate, anything was possible. Not to mention a minor viscount. In some remote areas, the peasants might not even know who the Thatcher was. Blue nodded and gave Benjamin Tayatui a friendly smile. Thank you, brother Benjamin. Oh no. Unexpected gratitude from a noble left Benjamin Tayatui flustered. Our village chief's house is just ahead. We'll get there soon. Benjamin Tayatui was not lying. From the village entrance to the chief's house took only a few minutes. Reaching an old courtyard, Benjamin Tayatui loudly called out, Brennan, it's Benjamin Tayatui. I've brought our new lord. Despite his slender build, Benjamin Tayatui's voice was loud. After 2 calls, he smiled awkwardly at Blue. The village chief has several fierce dogs. We shouldn't enter without permission. Proving Benjamin Tayatui's statement true, a series of barks erupted from the yard. Bark, bark, woof. Silence, you brutes. A roar silenced the dogs, and the wooden gate creaked open. It's Tayatwi? What did you say earlier? He grinned with missing teeth. The dogs were too noisy. I couldn't hear clearly. Chief, I've brought the son of the county magistrate you mentioned. Is he the one? Hashtag chapter 112. The time traveler's small frustration. What kind of magistrate? Before he could finish, the village chief's tone abruptly changed. But in the presence of the magistrate of Lantion County, this lowly one, Aiken, greets you. After all, not just anyone could be a village chief. Being able to discern the truth from Benjamin Tietchue's muddled speech was an exceptionally strong skill. The only thing that slightly irked Blue was the respected village chief of Benjamin Jiazwang was actually named Aiken. Did they consider how it would affect the residents of Zhangjiazhuang? However, upon seeing Aiken's appearance, Blue felt his previous doubts became insignificant. Standing at least 6 feet tall and weighing close to 400 pounds, with a dark complexion, Blue almost mistook him for a black bear standing before him. To put it bluntly, if this person appeared anywhere else, he'd most likely be taken as the leader of a gang of mountain bandits and turned in for reward money. This wasn't an exaggeration. Just look at Bentley, who stood guard in front of Blue, and Layla, who was trembling and hiding in Blue's arms, to understand the situation. Why you? Who are you? Although Bentley had considerable martial prowess, he was still just a child. Facing someone like Aiken, even he felt a bit pressured. Slightly taken aback, Aiken wasn't surprised by the reaction. He grinned, revealing a smile that could barely be called kind, then spoke. I am Aiken, village chief of Benjamin Jiazwang. May I inquire about your identities? As he spoke, Aiken bowed politely to Blue and the others. The visual impact of this gesture was no less surprising than Gerard doing yoga. Cough, cough. Suppressing his shock, Blue responded. I am Blue. So you truly are Lord Magistrate. No sooner had Blue spoken when Aiken bowed again. Lord Magistrate, have you come to inspect the village? As he spoke, Aiken led everyone into the courtyard. Our home is humble. Please do not mind the simplicity. That's quite all right. Blue quickly shook his head. From your eloquence, I assume you're also well-read? I'm ashamed to admit, I did study under a tutor during my youth, so I can pass as a half-educated man, Aiken said, clearly proud of his education. Indeed, in this era, education was a luxury few could afford. Understanding Blue's purpose, Aiken became even more enthusiastic. This man was their future lord. If he pleased him, perhaps their village would have a better future. Rest assured, young master. I know the surrounding villages well. I will personally guide you through each one. He addressed Blue as young master at Blue's request. Being young, being constantly referred to as Lord, didn't feel right to him. Aiken slapped his chest loudly, making Blue think that Jamie would definitely like this guy. Thank you. Not at all, not at all. Hearing Blue thank him made Aiken shake his head nervously. He dared not accept thanks from a young master. Through their conversation, Blue gained some understanding of the three villages. Due to their proximity and lack of conflict, the villages maintained good relations. Notably, apart from Benjamin Jiazwang's chief, Shi Joizhuang's chief was named Benjamin Bo, and Zhang Jiazhuang's chief was Shi Hao. A perfect example of contemporary talent exchange between the villages. With Aiken leading the way, inspecting the three villages went smoothly. Knowing Blue was their future lord, the villagers welcomed him warmly. Upon his departure, he received numerous gifts. Master, these villagers are incredibly warm-hearted. In the carriage, Fisher Chui looked at the basket full of gifts. If Blue hadn't refused, there would have been even more. They're merely trying to win my favor, Blue smiled. As peasants, their livelihoods depend on me. The plight of commoners was tragic, easily affected by politics, war, nobility, or minor officials. How do you plan to treat them, master? Layla asked, glancing at Blue. Being so kind, you won't oppress them, will you? Understanding the struggles of the people, Layla asked out of genuine concern. Naturally not. Recalling his visit to the three villages, Blue smiled. Not only will I not oppress them, but I will improve their lives. Perhaps influenced by his background as a time traveler, seeing the villagers, though malnourished, try to please him stirred a resolve in Blue. Blue will help them. Master, what's wrong? Noticing Blue was lost in thought, Layla tugged at his sleeve. I'm fine. Shaking his head, Blue met her gaze. Don't doubt my words. Of course not, Layla said firmly. You are the young duke, intelligent and kind. You'll certainly make life better for the peasants. Hearing her words, a flicker of something indescribable flashed in Blue's eyes. My goal has never been limited to the peasants of just 3 villages. Do you need anything, master? Seeing Blue fall silent again, Layla wondered if he had changed after leaving Benjamin Jiazwang. Yes. Got it. Under Blue's guidance, the carriage soon filled with creaking sounds and brief conversations. Master, is this acceptable? Yes, much better than the first time. What kind of county magistrate? Midway through his sentence, the village head's tone suddenly changed. Is this Lantion County's representative? This humble person, Aiken, pays respects to you, sir. It was no wonder he could be the village head. Being able to discern the truth from Benjamin Tietchue's rambling words was indeed a remarkable skill. The only thing Blue wanted to comment on was a distinguished village head of Benjamin Jiazwang named Aiken. Did they consider the implications for Zhijiazhuang? Of course, when Blue raised his head and saw Aiken's appearance, his previous confusion seemed trivial. Estimated height over 6 feet, weight close to 200 pounds, coupled with his dark complexion, Blue almost mistook him for a black bear standing in front of him. How could one describe it? If this fellow appeared anywhere else, he would likely be mistaken for the leader of bandits and sent directly to the authorities for a reward. This wasn't an exaggeration. Just looking at Bentley, who was blocking Blue, and Layla shivering in Blue's arms, would confirm everything. You, who are you? Though Bentley had some martial prowess, he was still a child and felt somewhat intimidated by Aiken, such a formidable character. Pausing briefly, Aiken didn't seem surprised by the situation. Baring his teeth in what could be loosely called a benevolent smile, Aiken finally spoke. I am Aiken, the village head of Benjaminji Aswang. May I inquire about your identities? While speaking, Aiken saluted Blue and others with clasped hands. This action was as shocking to the eyes as Gerard doing yoga. Cough, cough. Suppressing his shock, Blue finally spoke. My name is Blue. So you really are the county magistrate. As soon as Blue finished speaking, Aiken bowed again. Your Excellency, you've come to inspect the village, correct? While talking, Aiken led everyone into the courtyard. Our home is humble, please do not mind it. It's fine, no problem. Shaking his head quickly, Blue said. From your speech, it seems you are also educated? I'm ashamed to say, I studied for a while with a teacher during my childhood, so I can barely count as a half-educated man. At this point, pride shone clearly on Aiken's face. This was understandable. Education in this era was a luxury that ordinary families couldn't afford. Once confirmed that Blue was indeed there to inspect the villages, Aiken became even more itching, should be translated as. Once it was confirmed that Blue was indeed there to inspect the villages, Aiken became even more enthusiastic. This ensures the sentence flows naturally in English and accurately conveys the meaning from the original text. Here's the full edited paragraph for context. Once it was confirmed that Blue was indeed there to inspect the villages, Aiken became even more enthusiastic. This man would be their future lord. If he could gain favor with him, their Benjamingia village might have a better future. Young master, rest assured, I am familiar with the surrounding villages. I will take you on a tour of all of them shortly. The reason for this form of address was Blue's specific request. Given his young age, being called Lord constantly was not ideal. As Aiken spoke, he slapped his chest confidently, and Blue felt Jamie would definitely like this guy. This ensures the entire passage reads fluently and maintains consistency in style and terminology. This person would be their future master. If they pleased him, Benjaminji Aswang might have better prospects. Rest assured, master, I know these neighboring villages well. Let me show you around later. Blue specifically asked for this respectful but less formal title. After all, he was young, and being constantly addressed as master was not something he preferred. Aiken thumped his chest loudly, making Blue think Lao Chung would definitely like this guy. Thank you then. Not at all, not at all. Hearing Blue thanking him, Aiken hurriedly shook his head, looking a bit nervous. He did not dare accept thanks from a nobleman. Through conversation with Aiken, Blue gained some understanding of the three villages. They were located near each other and had no significant conflicts, so their relations were friendly. Notably, apart from Benjaminji Aswang's village head, Shijizhuang's head was named Benjamin Bo, and Zijiazwang's head was Sure Hao. Indeed, the three represented a contemporary model of shared talent. With Aiken leading the way, the inspection of the three villages went smoothly. Upon learning Blue would be their future master, the villagers greeted him warmly. When Blue left, he received numerous gifts from them. These villagers are incredibly Ruiching hospitalitarian, master. Correction. These villagers are incredibly hospitable, master. For better context and flow in English. These villagers are extremely warm-hearted, master. Sitting in the carriage, Xiao Chui looked at the various gifts in the basket by her feet. If Blue hadn't repeatedly declined, they would have received much more. They're just trying to win my favor, Blue smiled. After all, as peasants, their livelihoods depend on me. This was the plight of the common folk. Court, war, nobles, or minor officials could devastate their lives. How do you plan to treat them, master? Layla asked, her gaze lingering on Blue's face. With kindness, surely you won't oppress them? Understanding the hardships of the common people, Layla sought reassurance from Blue. Of course not. Recalling his visits to the three villages, Blue's lips curved slightly. Not only will I avoid oppression, but I will ensure their lives improve. Perhaps it was the small frustration of a Chanyurjura, should be translated as. Perhaps it was the minor arrogance of a time traveler. For better fluency and accuracy, the whole sentence could be adjusted to. Perhaps it was the minor arrogance of a time traveler. When he saw these villagers, pale from hunger but still trying to please him, Blue suddenly had a thought. He, Blue, would help them. This translation ensures the meaning is accurately conveyed, reads naturally in English, and maintains consistency in style and terminology. Seeing the peasants' gaunt faces yet forced smiles to flatter him, Blue felt a sudden resolve. I, Blue, will help them. Master, what's wrong? Layla tugged his sleeve when she noticed Blue zoning out. I'm fine. Shaking his head, Blue turned to her. Do you doubt my words? Never. Firmly, Layla responded. As a little duke, smart and kind, you'll surely bring prosperity to the peasants. Hearing her words, a glint of ambition flashed in Blue's eyes. My goal has never been limited to these three villages. Master, do you need anything more? Seeing Blue silent again, Layla was puzzled. Why did he seem different after leaving Benjaminji Aswang? Yes. Quickly nodding, Blue replied. This time, use a bit more force but don't rush. Got it. Following Blue's guidance, the carriage soon emitted creaking sounds along with brief conversations. Master, like this? Yes, much smoother than before. Hashtag chapter 113, a challenge from Daesayan Temple. By the time the carriage returned to Blue's residence, it was already evening. Blue looked at Ascari lounging on a reclining chair like a giant bear and inexplicably thought of Aiken back in Benjaminjiakan. Underscore, could that guy be Ascari's half-brother? Underscore. Perhaps Blue's thoughts were truly too wicked, because Ascari, who had been happily sipping his milk tea, suddenly lifted his head and saw them. Brother Erikayu, you're back? Ascari had a naturally thick skin. One day was enough for him to recover from the blow of Blue's offhand remarks. Blue nodded, but still warned Ascari. Drinking too much milk tea can make you fat, so it's best not to indulge. Ha ha ha. With a hearty laugh characteristic of the Chung family, Ascari responded. I didn't know milk tea had this effect. Then I should drink more. Underthumb. What a blunder. It wasn't until Ascari spoke that Blue realized he made a mistake. To the Tang people, being fat was never an insult. Unlike future generations who pursued physical beauty after having enough food and clothing, this was an era where starvation was a very real threat. Fatness symbolized well-being, wealth, and even combat prowess. The generals in court were all heavy-set, with few exceptions. It was an age that admired fat and was indifferent to muscle. Beside him, Bentley was already eagerly asking, "Young master, can milk tea really make someone gain weight?" His eyes fixed on the milk tea in Ascari's hand. Bentley's gaze gleamed with anticipation. Underscore, if it could help me gain weight, finding a wife would be much easier. I made it up. To prevent his attendant from turning into a little ball of flesh, Blue shook his head reluctantly. It's just a common beverage. How could it make anyone fat? All right, you may go now. Oh. Leaving with a somewhat regretful look, Bentley's expression suddenly changed as soon as he turned around. Underscore, drinking milk tea can make you fat. Who was Bentley? He was Blue's personal attendant and close companion. While saying they grew up sharing the same pants might be exaggerated, they had certainly been inseparable since childhood. Blue's smallest actions were clear to Bentley. For example, when Blue lied, he always habitually narrowed his eyes. Right, there's something I almost forgot. Just as Blue settled back into his chair, Ascari jumped up suddenly. Brother Arakayu, there's something I need to tell you. Feeling Ascari's serious gaze, Blue paused. Tell me. Tomorrow, the monks from Daisyin Temple will display miracles by the Ba Bridge. What? Letting out a startled cry, Blue's face turned sour. Underscore, are those bald heads crazy? Having been influenced by Marxism, Blue, a scientifically minded youth, firmly believed in materialism. Underscore, miracles do not exist. Underscore. Considering the Ba Bridge area was under the jurisdiction of the Divine Martial Army, this act of demonstrating miracles was clearly a provocation against the materialist warriors. Brother Arakayu, this is their challenge to you. Indeed, not only did Blue see it, so did Ascari. Taking a big gulp of milk tea, Ascari continued. After we exposed the tricks of Cien Temple before, the entire Buddhist community suffered significant backlash. Daisyin Temple is closely related to Cien Temple, and this time they're definitely targeting us. Listening to Ascari's analysis, Blue couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I didn't expect you to have such intelligence. Truly impressive. Brother Arakayu, don't mock me in such moments, Ascari said, rolling his eyes. These monks aren't pleasant characters. If they manage to display miracles, they'll torment us endlessly. After staying at Blue's place for so long, Ascari was also influenced by him. At least now he felt no particular fondness for these monks. Only if they succeed. A smirk appeared on Blue's lips. Since they are looking for trouble, they shouldn't blame me for being unfriendly. Normally, as a laid-back person, Blue avoided trouble. But with the Buddhists challenging him directly, he didn't mind responding. Do you have a way to expose their trickery? Seeing the confidence on Blue's face, Ascari's eyes lit up. If so, those bald heads are in for a real disaster. Not yet. Shaking his head, Blue showed a rare moment of humility. But as long as it's not a true miracle, there must be a flaw to exploit. Blue didn't elaborate further. He had full confidence in his memories from the future. The next morning, Blue once again experienced the rare pleasure of being woken up by Ascari. Seeing Ascari's large face upon waking, Blue's mood was far from pleasant. Underscore, how long until Millie grows up? For now, he still has some growing to do. Brother Arakayu, let's hurry and eat before we set out? Ascari, still buzzing with excitement, completely missed Blue's resentful stare. After you leave, I'll be ready in a bit. Kicking Ascari out of his room and getting dressed with Layla's assistance, Blue finally emerged, holding a bucket-nosed rice cooker. Ing. Perhaps sensing the morning chill, the rice cooker woke up instantly, its voice filled with grievance and anger. Underscore, a good bun deserves a proper nap. Can't you understand this simple logic? If you're unhappy, find him. Pointing to Ascari, Blue gently placed the rice cooker on the ground. He wouldn't have woken you up if it weren't for him. Perhaps they shared the temperament of grumpy morning risers, for the rice cooker seemed to understand Blue's meaning. Ing. Letting out an angry roar toward Ascari, the rice cooker also bared its sharp claws. Hiss. Hashtag chapter 114. Give the Buddha a chance. Ho ho ho, this little one is quite fierce. Baron Ascari laughed loudly as he rubbed the panda's head vigorously. But you look even more adorable like that. The charm of pandas, which could win the hearts of so many people in the future, was beyond question. Even someone as rough as Ascari did not hide his affection for the panda named Fanong. In fact, since the incident in the West Market, Ascari had specifically instructed his household servants to visit the market daily and buy any black and white bears they saw immediately. Unfortunately, some things depend on fate, and Cheng's wish still hadn't come true. Seeing Cheng's actions, Blue silently prayed for him. At the rate Fantong was growing, it would take no more than half a year before the roles were reversed, and it would be Cheng who looked cute instead. However, Blue didn't intend to remind Cheng. After all, being embraced by a panda could also be considered a kind of happiness. If you want revenge, grow up quickly. Blue slapped the squawking Fantong on its bottom and handed it to Priscilla beside him. Take Fantong to eat. We need to leave now. Yes. The small panda, though tiny, had a fiery temper and kept barking at Ascari even after Priscilla took it away. Watching Fantong being carried off by Priscilla, Blue sighed again. From this scene, it was clear that Cheng's future wouldn't be too bright. Knowing that Daisyin Temple would cause trouble today, Blue and his group didn't waste much time on the road. When they arrived at Ba Bridge, they indeed found a bunch of bald monks along with the usual rowdy rich boys. General. As soon as Blue jumped off the carriage, the young nobles gathered around him. General, these monks are obviously here to cause trouble. What should we do? What can we do? Let's just capture them and show them the might of our imperial guards. Not only should we capture them but make them pay ransom or else they won't be released, Ascari added. His words were met with immediate agreement from the others. General, give us the order, and we'll start the action right away. Feeling the eager gazes, Blue's mouth twitched. We shouldn't rush this. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, Blue knew how serious these rich kids could be. They were unruly, reckless, and lawless, the definition of rich brats. While gods and Buddhas might have some authority over commoners, they meant nothing to these boys. If Blue nodded now, these fellows would undoubtedly rush over and display their brat power. But Blue certainly wouldn't let that happen. Dealing with the situation directly would be much better. The plan. I already have a plan in mind, Blue said, cutting off further discussion. He turned his gaze towards the approaching monks. Umitba, this humble monk is Spencer. Greetings to the master of Lantian County. The leading monk was a plump, rosy-faced figure with a gentle smile, now bowing to Blue. Blue greets the great monk. Spencer's face stiffened slightly at Chin's informal greeting. This man was truly disrespectful, unworthy of the title son of a noble. As an enlightened monk, Spencer wouldn't lose his temper over such trivial matters. Smiling warmly, Spencer continued. The county master's pure nature and the radiance above your head indicate a special connection with Buddhism. Don't say nonsense, great monk, Blue replied sternly. I'm still young and far from bald. He couldn't help but inwardly mock the old monk's statement. Could this old monk have read The Investiture of the Gods? The others around Blue tried hard not to laugh. So, in your eyes, Buddha's radiance is just a shiny forehead? Umitba, Spencer chanted, veins pulsing on his forehead. You have yet to see the light, but you will understand my words one day. Then let's wait for that day. Calmly retorting, Blue asked, but isn't this our training ground for the Imperial Guards? Isn't it improper for you to bring these monks here without permission? This humble monk comes precisely for this matter. Despite feeling uneasy about Chin's reference to the future, Spencer maintained a faint smile. Thanks to the Buddha's guidance, a miracle will descend here. Please grant us the convenience. A miracle? Blue narrowed his eyes, suddenly serious. Did the great monk forget the disaster at Cien Temple just days ago? Though Chin usually appeared carefree, as the son of a duke, he exuded an aura of authority when angered. However, Spencer had his own confidence. Unmoved by Chin's stern look, Spencer responded, guided by the Buddha. I am not like those who deceive the world. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed. Then Blue spoke. Since that's the case, I'll give the Buddha a chance. Before Spencer could respond, Chin quickly added, but if your methods fail, don't blame me for punishing you for trespassing on military grounds. Spencer's eyes flickered at Chin's words. Though Chin seemed calm, the confrontation was already reaching a critical point. Trespassing on military grounds was no small crime. Thank you, General. I won't disappoint you. With another bow, Spencer left with the aid of his disciples. Master, Blue is too arrogant. Indeed, treating the Buddha and Master with such disrespect, he deserves to fall into the deepest hell. Supporting Spencer, the Rikers looked indignant. Giving the Buddha a chance? What arrogance! The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as requested. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Hashtag Chapter 115. The Methods of Abbot Spencer. Erikiming, you have harbored anger. Upon hearing the Rikers' words, Abbot Spencer couldn't help but recite a Buddhist chant. We are here to enlighten the world. How can we spout curses at the first sign of adversity? Umitba. As soon as Abbot Spencer spoke, the two Rikers who had spoken up hurriedly bowed and apologized. Disciples acknowledge our mistake. Though they mouthed their apology, their dislike for Delfino only grew deeper. All things in this world come with cause and effect. These Rikers' animosity toward Delfino certainly didn't spring from nowhere. Initially, it was because Delfino exposed Cien Temple's deception, which indirectly harmed the great Cien Temple. With fewer worshippers coming, their living conditions inevitably deteriorated. However, when they saw Delfino, envy crept into their hearts. Why can he be so handsome and powerful at such a young age, while we can only be monks? All right, all of you go prepare now. Having lived for so long, Abbot Spencer could easily guess what was on the minds of the Rikers, but he did not call them out. Instead, he continued, people are ignorant. Once they witness true miracles, they will know what to do. Umitba. While the monks conversed among themselves, Delfino wasn't idle. He was currently entertaining two distinguished guests. Taoist Yuan, Taoist Fisher, I never thought you both would actually come. Indeed, standing before him were the formidable fortune-tellers Jared and Dusty. Ha ha ha, with the Buddhist community making such a grand move, how could we not come and see? After laughing, Jared lowered his voice. The Buddhists are well prepared this time. Does County Lord have any countermeasures? Due to previous encounters and the strained relationship between Delfino and the Buddhists, Jared viewed Delfino as a little ally. Everything can be handled as it comes. Delfino chuckled lightly, remaining calm. Since you're here, just watch the show. Since County Lord is so confident, this old Taoist will wait and see. Jared nodded, then walked aside with Dusty. Unlike the bald monks, Jared held an official position in the court. It wouldn't look good for him to interact too much with Delfino at this time. Though the Buddhists suffered some setbacks earlier, their influence remained immense. Jared and Dusty's arrival was merely the beginning. By midday, the area around Baiqiao Bridge was filled with commoners. Unlike the last time, many armored soldiers now guarded Baiqiao Bridge, and numerous secret agents mingled within the crowd to prevent any mishaps. Nolan, dressed casually, watched warily. My lord, for the Buddhists to dare scheme against our Tang Dynasty is truly audacious. Having achieved much success in the palace, Nolan was no fool. He already suspected the Buddhists' intentions. A Reckemph. Ebert sighed, his expression souring. These monks, it seems they need to be disciplined. Despite his sentimentality towards the Buddhists, due to their past assistance during his rise to power, the Buddhists clearly overstepped this time. If they targeted anyone else, it might be excusable. But Delfino was the son of a duke and a rising star in the court. If they let the Buddhists act so recklessly, would they dare target the royal family next? My lord, should we? Hearing Ebert's words, a glint of killing intent flashed in Nolan's eyes. With Ebert's nod, he could wipe out the entire Great Cien Temple. Don't rush. Let's see what Delfino does. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Nolan, Ebert shook his head. For some reason, he felt that Delfino might surprise him. As the crowd grew larger, Delfino ended the day's training for the aristocratic soldiers. It's rare to have such a show. Training ends today. Thank you, General. Hearing Delfino's words, the aristocratic soldiers burst into cheers. In the whole Tang Dynasty, it was likely only their army that could switch so smoothly between rigorous training and leisure. Although the training ended, no one left. These aristocrats weren't fools. They guessed at the Buddhists' intentions. How could they stand by if someone dared to challenge their general? Great monk, it's almost noon. When will your miracle appear? Turning his gaze to Abbot Spencer, Delfino made no effort to lower his voice. If you don't have a plan, I'll have to invite you to experience our prison's hospitality. Thank you for your concern, County Lord, but the time for the miracle is near. Though still smiling calmly, Delfino clearly saw a flash of anger in Abbot Spencer's eyes. Seems this fellow isn't so advanced after all. Considering further, it made sense. A genuine high monk wouldn't meddle in secular affairs or provoke someone like Delfino. Gentlemen, the miracle is about to happen. Please maintain solemnity in the coming moments. After addressing the crowd, Abbot Spencer turned to the Rikers beside him. Bring everything up. Ba. Bowing in unison, the Rikers quickly brought out a huge pot and a pile of firewood. This is. Watching the monks pour white sesame oil into the pot, a glimmer of interest appeared in Delfino's eyes. What is this supposed to be? Brother Arakeksu, do you know what these baldies are planning? Delfino's voice wasn't loud, but Ascari and others standing nearby heard him clearly, ruling out the possibility of them cooking for guests. Smiling wickedly, Delfino said, I think they're going to walk on hot oil. What? Ascari's head swung faster than a rattle drum. No way. Those monks may be bald, but they aren't stupid. Why would they walk on hot oil? Chapter 116. The monk Spencer begins to glow. Ascari could not help but think so. Dropping others into an oil pot could be understood, but dropping oneself in, an action only an insane person would undertake. Haha. K. Blue's eyes narrowed slightly as he gave a light chuckle. If that's the case, would you like to bet with me? No way. Shaking his head rapidly, Ascari eyed Blue warily. Don't think I don't know that whenever you want to trick someone, your eyes narrow. Jamie isn't going to fall for it. This is. Inhaling sharply, Blue focused his gaze on Ascari. You noticed such a subtle action? Without answering Blue, Ascari wore a somewhat proud expression. If you had a father always looking for chances to beat his son, you'd likely master this sort of skill too. Ba. Just as Blue was about to try and persuade Ascari further, the monk Spencer spoke up from the side. This old monk Spencer greets all present. The master is too polite. Seeing Spencer bow respectfully, the onlookers hurriedly returned the gesture. Although they were here for the spectacle, the face of Buddhism still needed to be respected. Calmly accepting their courtesy, Spencer addressed them. This old monk has been enlightened by Buddha and intends to display a miracle today for everyone. Please remain silent for the next few moments. After speaking, Spencer turned to the disciples around him. Start the fire. Yes. After bowing to Spencer, a few Rikers quickly added wood beneath the oil pot and lit it. Seeing the actions of the Rikers, the crowd all displayed looks of curiosity. Brother Benjamin, what do you think they're doing? I have no idea. Brother Benjamin shook his head quickly after being nudged by a friend. What a large oil pot. Surely the master isn't planning to fry demons. As I see it, the master must be. As the people around them chatted, the oil began to boil, and the small monks pulled back from the pot. Ba. Chanting a Buddhist phrase, Spencer walked boldly toward the boiling pot. This old monk has been enlightened by Buddha and will cleanse myself of impurities in this oil pot today, thereby ascending to the celestial realm. Before anyone could react, Spencer flipped himself into the oil pot. Hey! The crowd gasped at Spencer's action, with some covering their eyes quickly. An oil pot? Won't jumping in result in instant frying? He really is tough. Fishered those around him. Ascari couldn't help but draw in cold breath. Never thought Arakayu's brother would be right. Could this monk be insane? No, something's not right. Suddenly, Ascari cried out. Why isn't he screaming in pain? Ascari's voice echoed loudly, and the crowd immediately realized. The situation doesn't seem as expected. Ba. While the crowd was surprised, Spencer's voice came from the oil pot. With a calm expression, he recited a Buddhist phrase before saying, Under Buddha's protection, how can a mere oil pot harm me? He then closed his eyes and started chanting scriptures under everyone's watchful eyes. Wow, this monk is truly unafraid of the boiling oil? As one onlooker voiced this, the crowd finally comprehended fully. How disrespectful, Venerable Spencer is a living deity, yet you dare be so rude? Exactly, a holy monk protected by Buddha cannot tolerate your disrespect. In just a few moments, Spencer gained several nicknames. Divine Monk, Holy Monk, Old Baby, Cough. Not that one. Master, how can this be? Not only the crowd but also two Taoist priests nearby were astonished. Staring at Spencer reciting scriptures inside the oil pot, Dusty was visibly shocked. Could this fellow really be protected by Buddha? Frowning coldly, Jared was much calmer. If divinities protected mortals so easily, why would there be so much suffering in the world? Being an experienced fortune teller, Jared had more experience than Dusty. A flash of insight crossed Jared's eyes. To me, this bald monk is probably using a magic trick. Indeed, it was a magic trick. As fellow practitioners, Jared knew how these divine manifestations worked. Master then? Dusty hesitated, asking, Are you sure it's just a trick? His voice trembled slightly. Spencer sitting calmly in the oil pot now emitted a golden glow. Seeing Spencer almost turning into a glowing bulb, even Jared felt uneasy. I'm not sure anymore. Jared didn't need to hide from his disciple. Sighing, he said, This matter is out of our control. We can only see what young Lord Qin decides to do. Recalling Blue's confident demeanor, Jared placed all his hopes on him. If the Buddhist trick succeeds today, Taoism may lose its place in the world. Master, Blue is just a child. Can he really handle this? All things follow the law. Never underestimate anyone. Jared frowned slightly upon hearing Dusty. I can't even read this young lord's aura, indicating he must have exceptional qualities. Master is wise. Blue was unaware that 2 senior fortune tellers had pinned their hopes on him. He was instead watching Spencer with interest. Initially, he thought it would be a simple demonstration, but these monks proved to be more skilled than expected. Brother Erikayu. This monk is glowing. Beside Blue, Ascari blurted out. Is he really protected by Buddha? Recalling his previous remarks, Ascari involuntarily shrank back. Surely Buddha wouldn't be too petty, right? Chapter 117, Blue. We are going to create a fine story. The Buddha is so busy. How can he have the time to protect a fraudulent bald monk? Blue laughed lightly and then said, that old monk's head is so shiny under the sun. What's unusual about that? This? Ascari's mouth twitched as he wanted to shout. There's nothing normal about it. Have you ever seen any bald man who could glow entirely in the sunlight? Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing Ascari's expression, Blue stretched lazily. Let's end this farce today. With those words, Blue strode towards the oil pot. Halt. Seeing Blue's action, several little monks quickly blocked his path. Our master is cleansing his filthiness. Please do not come too close. How can that be allowed? Blue shook his head, ignoring their stern looks. Blue offended the holy monk earlier. Now I must apologize personally. Addressing the monk in the oil, he added, Holy monk Spencer, as a man of great virtue, surely you would not hold it against a mere child like me? Upon seeing Blue's actions, even Spencer, Ascari, Jared, and others were stunned. Do you know what you are doing? Master? Looking at Jared oddly, Dusty's lips twitched. Is this the prodigy you spoke of? Cough, calm down. Jared coughed, slightly embarrassed. The situation has not escalated yet. Let's watch further. Yes. Although extremely disappointed with Blue, Dusty had to agree upon hearing Jared's words. After all, Jared was his master. The little monks blocking the way appeared troubled. If Blue were causing trouble, it would be one thing. But since he was here to apologize, they couldn't just block him. Bah. Interrupting their hesitation, Spencer in the oil pot opened up. If the layman has realized the error of his ways, why should an old monk hold a grudge? Young sir has a wise root. Who knows, perhaps one day you might become one of us. Spencer gave a wide smile that sparkled under the light around him. Thank you, master. Bowing deeply, Blue approached the oil pot again. Your magnanimity truly commands respect. You cannot. The little monks tried to stop him once more, only to be interrupted by Ascari and others. He, clapping one of the monks on the shoulder, Ascari laughed. My general is someone with a wise root. Can he not get closer to the holy monk? But, feeling the hot breath from Ascari's mouth, the monk choked back his protest. This guy's breath was more pungent than his own master's farts. Not just Ascari, but the others also blocked the remaining monks. While they didn't know Blue's intentions, they understood that he wanted to approach the oil pot. Years of training meant perfect coordination, and they supported Blue fully. Under the shocked gazes of the little monks, Blue reached the oil pot successfully. Inhaling the scent wafting through the air, a slight smile formed on Blue's lips. Blue greets the holy monk. Bowing deeply, Blue began. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Please grant me the opportunity to serve the Buddha. Cough. Blue's acting was amateurish, but his sincerity made up for it. Holding onto Spencer's hands, Blue's face darkened. Young sir can enlighten yourself like this. Naturally I welcome you. But could you let go first? So, Master is willing to accept me? Wearing a hopeful look, Blue portrayed a devoted believer eager to join Buddhism. Willing. Nodding, Spencer tried hard to pull his hands away. Can you let go of me first? Since I can join the Buddhist faith, could you give me a Dharma name? Holding onto Spencer's hands tightly, Blue's face shone with hope. Dharma names have strict regulations and cannot be chosen arbitrarily. Then, can you give me the name Yunda or Shunfeng? Buddhist Dharma names have strict rules and should not be whimsical, Spencer replied hastily. Young sir, could you please release me? In that case, I will call myself Yuan Hongda. Without giving Spencer a chance to breathe, Blue continued. Now that I have a Dharma name, can you ordain me now? Ordination requires taking precepts and should take place in a temple. But I think it's fine here. With a smile, Blue's eyes filled with longing. Wouldn't it be a wonderful story if you ordained me while radiating your divine light? Whether it was a wonderful story or not was another matter. He would surely turn into a hot soup. Muttering this under his breath, Spencer finally faltered. Young sir, please help me out of this pot first. Then we can discuss everything else. No way. Shaking his head quickly, Blue stood firm. Once you're out, the Buddha's protection over you would be gone. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Spencer's shoulder, preventing him from leaving the oil. You. Sensing the immense strength from Blue's hand, Spencer felt urgent. Let go of me quickly. No. Are you sure? Sure. Really sure? Chapter 117, Blue. We must accomplish a fine tale. The Buddha is so busy, how could he have the time to protect a fraudulent bald head? Blue chuckled lightly before speaking. That old monk's head is so shiny under the sunlight. What's unusual about that? The corners of Ascari's mouth twitched as he wanted to shout. Nothing could be more abnormal. Have you ever seen a bald man who glows all over in the sunlight? Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Looking at Ascari whose mouth was constantly twitching, Blue stretched widely. Let's end this farce for today. Having said that, Blue walked briskly toward the oil pot. Hold it. Seeing Blue's move, several Rikers hurriedly blocked his path. Our master is purifying himself. Please do not come too close, master. How can this be allowed? Ignoring the serious expressions on the Rikers' faces, Blue shook his head quickly. I offended Venerable Saint Spencer earlier, and now I must apologize to him face to face. Speaking, Blue cupped his hands towards Spencer, who was in the oil pot. Venerable Saint Spencer, being someone of great virtue, surely you won't take offense at a little boy like me, will you? Seeing Blue's action, not only Spencer but also Ascari and Jared were dumbfounded. Do you know what you are doing, Master? Casting a strange look at Jared, Dusty's mouth twitched. Is this the talent you spoke of? Cough, don't worry, don't worry. Jared coughed slightly with a hint of embarrassment on his face. The situation hasn't reached its climax yet. Let's wait and see. Yes. Despite being extremely disappointed with Blue, Dusty had no choice but to nod upon hearing Jared's words. What could he do? After all, Jared was his master. Setting aside others' reactions for now, the monks blocking the way showed signs of hesitation when they heard Blue's words. If he were causing trouble, it would be easier to deal with, but since he's apologizing, it wasn't so straightforward to stop him. Bah. Just as the monks were hesitating, Spencer spoke up from the oil pot. If the layman can turn back from the wrong path, this humble monk certainly won't hold grudges. With such wisdom, one day you might join our Buddhist order. Spencer smiled broadly under the shining light around him. The old monk's teeth gleamed under the light. Thank you, Master. Bow in hand to Spencer, Blue continued to walk briskly toward the oil pot. Master, your magnanimity is truly commendable. Master, you cannot. Seeing Blue's actions, the Rikers tried to stop him again. But before they finished, they were interrupted by Ascari and others. Putting a hand on a Riker's shoulder, Ascari laughed loudly. My general is destined for enlightenment. Why can't he get closer to the holy monk? But, feeling the hot breath from Ascari's mouth, the Riker choked on his words mid-sentence. This guy's breath was more intense than their master's flatulence. Not just Ascari, the other members of the Shinwu army also stopped the remaining monks. Though they didn't know Blue's intentions, they understood one thing. General wants to get close to the oil pot. After such extensive training, these nobles developed extraordinary coordination and naturally gave full support to Blue. With the Rikers' furious gazes, Blue successfully reached the side of the oil pot. Smelling the aroma in the air, Blue's lips curled upwards. Blue pays respects to the holy monk. Bowing to Spencer, Blue said, Master, I have had an epiphany. Please give me a chance to serve the Buddha. Cough. Blue's acting was terrible, but his emotions were genuine enough. Seeing Blue holding his hands tightly, Spencer's expression gradually turned unpleasant. It's fortunate that you've gained this insight, but please let go of me. So, Master is willing to take me in? Blue's face displayed eagerness, striving to portray a devout follower eager to embrace Buddhism. Willing, very willing. Nodding, Spencer tried to extricate his hands. Please let go of me. Master, if I can join the Buddhist order, can you give me a Dharma name? Still gripping Spencer's hands tightly, Blue looked hopeful. The Dharma name is significant and requires. Then, does Master still refuse to take me in? As Blue's face turned disappointed, his grip tightened further on Spencer's hands. I'm willing to take you in. Feeling the heat rising beneath him, Spencer's eyes became anxious. If you agree to enter my discipleship, henceforth you shall bear the Dharma name Yuantong. Master, this name isn't very nice. Ignoring the monk's anxious gaze, Blue continued. What about Yunda or Shunfeng? Buddhist Dharma names follow rules and shouldn't be chosen arbitrarily. Explaining briefly, Spencer tried again. Can you let go of me now? In that case, I'll reluctantly take Yuantong. Before Spencer could breathe a sigh of relief, Blue added. Since the Dharma name is set, can Master perform my tonsure now? The tonsure involves taking vows first and should be done in a temple, but I think right here is fine. A smile spread across Blue's face as he looked forward. Isn't it a fine tale if Master performs my tonsure under this halo of Buddha's light? Whether it's a fine tale or not, I'm sure to become a pot of boiling soup. Muttering under his breath, Spencer finally couldn't hold out any longer. Layman, let me out of this pot first. The rest can be discussed afterward. That won't work. Shaking his head swiftly, Blue insisted. After you're out, wouldn't the Buddha's protection disappear too? Saying this, Blue put a hand on Spencer's shoulder, preventing him from leaving the oil pot. You. Feeling the immense force from Blue's hand, Spencer couldn't help feeling desperate. Release me quickly. No way. Do you really not want to let go? Really don't. Truly won't. Hashtag chapter 118. The self-exposing monk Spencer. As he spoke, Spencer's face was flushed red. Whether from anger or the heat, it was hard to tell. Truly. He nodded firmly, tightening his grip even further. This old monk looked unremarkable, but unexpectedly had quite a bit of strength. If Blue hadn't developed his strength after consuming the spirit ginseng, he might not have been able to overpower him so easily. Struggling again. The old monk's face showed signs of desperation. Quickly release me. The temperature of the oil below was rising rapidly, and he could no longer maintain his high-ranking monk persona. No. Blue shook his head stubbornly like a stone in a latrine pit. Until Master shaves my head, I won't let you go. Release me quickly, or I'll be scalded to death. Feeling Blue's gaze, Spencer finally broke down. Why? Why must I encounter such a brute? Master, please don't trick me. Ignoring Spencer's pleading eyes, Blue continued obstinately. With Buddha's protection, how can mere hot oil harm you? I'm scared, very scared. The temperature kept rising, and even Spencer's scalp turned red. I haven't received Buddha's protection. I'm just a fraud. Sir County Chief, please let me out. Facing certain death, no one could remain calm, especially being fried alive. Spencer no longer cared if Blue was truly stubborn or just pretending. At this moment, all he wanted was to survive. Before Blue could respond, Spencer started revealing everything quickly. The oil in this pot is mixed with vinegar. Initially, only the vinegar boiled, keeping the temperature low. Now the oil is heating up too. Please let me out. He added hurriedly. Though you are the county chief, you would surely be impeached by the censors if a death occurs under your watch. I don't believe you. Despite knowing the old monk spoke the truth, Blue didn't intend to let him off easily. If Blue hadn't seen through everything, these monks would have made things difficult for him in unimaginable ways. Shaking his head, Blue said, Master still emits light. Surely that is Buddha's protection. It's not really not. Ericman endurance has its limits. Spencer was now at the brink of breaking. We mixed the firewood with pine resin dust, which glows when lit. It's not divine light. Desperation grew on Spencer's face. Burning, it's burning. Sir County Chief, please let me out. All right, you may come out. Seeing Spencer's voice turn into wails, Blue was finally satisfied. With a strong pull, he lifted Spencer out of the oil pot. How does it feel, old monk? Tossing Spencer to the ground, Blue's lips curled into a slight smile. Looking at the new burns on Spencer's body, it was clear he had suffered immensely. Thank you, Sir County Chief, for saving my life. Hearing Blue's voice, Spencer shuddered involuntarily. Ignoring the need for rest, he quickly kowtowed before Blue. After what just happened, this smiling youth had become a demon in Spencer's mind. Had Blue acted any slower, Spencer would have met Buddha sooner. Of course, given his actions, it was debatable if he would meet Buddha at all. Master. Though this incident seemed lengthy, it unfolded swiftly. By the time the junior monks realized what happened, Spencer had already revealed everything. Abandoning their argument with the soldiers, the junior monks gathered around Spencer. Master, don't speak. Stopping the junior monk, Spencer regained some composure. Scanning the crowd, including Blue and the commoners, Spencer felt a bitter pang. Today's events were orchestrated solely by this old monk. I asked for the forgiveness of the other monks at Daesayan Temple. Bowing respectfully, Spencer still retained an air of dignity despite his burns. Master Jess, this isn't something I can decide. Shaking his head, Blue wasn't swayed. When acting thus, the old monk should have anticipated the consequences. This, Amitabha Buddha. Taken aback by Blue's words, Spencer's expression turned grim as he recited a prayer. He knew Blue spoke the truth. Given the magnitude of the incident, the imperial court wouldn't ignore it. Indeed, Blue and Spencer's guess proved correct. Just as they finished talking, a group of soldiers, led by Stanley, emerged from the crowd. Nephew Blue greets Uncle Xiao. Nodding at Blue, Stanley's expression was somber, not directed at Blue specifically. The Xiao family, including Stanley, genuinely believed in Buddhism. Yet, the Buddhist temple he trusted had twice been exposed as deceitful, using tricks to deceive the people. How could Stanley possibly be in good spirits? Glaring at Spencer, Stanley's anger showed. Master Spencer, do you have anything to say about today's events? Being a prominent believer, Stanley's treatment was different from ordinary believers. He had interacted with famous monks in Chang'an, including Spencer. Sighing deeply, Spencer's face showed regret. This is entirely due to my own delusions, unrelated to the wider Buddhist community. At this point, Spencer aimed to take all the blame himself, preserving some reputation for the Buddhist order. These words are better saved for others. Stanley snorted coldly. Right now, I only have one question. Please, Mr. Xiao, speak freely. Does Buddha exist in this world? Does Buddha exist? When a devout Buddhist asks such a question, it means his faith is already wavering. ####Chapter 119. The fourth evolution of the peaceful handshake staff. Upon hearing Stanley's words, the monk Spencer could not help but narrow his eyes. Why does Mr. Xiao ask such a question? Master, just answer my question. If it were any other time, Stanley would have had the patience to exchange a few words with Spencer. However, at this moment, due to the saying, love deeply, hate fiercely, Comrade Hamza considered himself merciful for not directly confronting the bald monk. He certainly had no interest in further conversation. Stanley could remain composed, but Spencer dared not be careless. Hearing Stanley's words, Spencer fell silent. The faith of Stanley and even the Xiao family was vital to Buddhism. If they were to lose them, Buddhism would lose a significant supporter. Spencer, the monk, still held firm to his faith, even in this moment, continuing to consider the best interests of Buddhism. Some might find it strange. Earlier, Spencer exposed Buddhism to save his life. Yet now he was showing such an appearance. Actually, this was quite understandable. Firstly, it was due to the survival instinct when facing danger, and secondly, Spencer knew clearly that if he turned into meat soup under the supposed protection of Buddha, the impact on Buddhism would be as severe as exposing it himself. As long as he survived, he could at least take the blame for Buddhism. What? Even Master has no answer? Seeing Spencer remain speechless, disappointment clouded Stanley's eyes more deeply. Should the Buddha still be worshipped? There is Buddha. There is Buddha. Feeling Stanley's emotional shift, Spencer finally spoke. There is Buddha in this world, and among all beings. Without waiting for Stanley's questions, Spencer quickly added, Buddha exists in all things, and all things are Buddha. I am Buddha. You are Buddha. Flowers, grass, birds, and beasts are all Buddha. Each being has their own Buddha. Whether Buddha exists or not isn't important. What matters is hidden within people's good intentions. If one harbors goodwill, then Buddha exists in the world. If one entertains evil thoughts, then they will enter hell. Spencer's words came rapidly, but as they spilled out, Stanley's eyes gradually lit up. Though Spencer's explanation was vague, it preserved his faith. Never thought Master could offer such profound insights. Qin Mao has learned much. Before Stanley could respond, Blue commented from the side. Truly deserving of his reputation as a high monk in Chang'an, Spencer Old Monk indeed lived up to his name with just these words. County Lord jests. With a bitter laugh, Spencer responded. Pity that after a lifetime of practicing Buddhism, I still strayed at the last moment. Perhaps enlightened, Spencer looked more like a high monk at this moment. Naturally, regardless of Spencer's eloquence, the outcome would not change. Spencer and his disciples used tricks to deceive the people, leading to their exile for thousands of miles, with Great Mercy Temple removed from the list, and its monks transferred to other temples. Even though Spencer took the blame for Buddhism, the impact of the incident wouldn't easily dissipate. In the following days, all Buddhist temples in Chang'an and nearby cities experienced a decline in incense offerings, while Taoist temples saw an influx of visitors. Additionally, Blue's reputation spread again throughout Chang'an, earning him a new nickname, Buddhist Menace. Setting aside idle talk, this was the second day after the boiling oil incident. Blue woke early, washed his face, and stood by the door holding his staff. Clinton, what's wrong with your young master? Noticing Blue's serious expression, Ascari couldn't help but ask softly. Apart from constipation, this was the first time he saw Blue so solemn. I don't know either. Quickly shaking his head, Clinton replied. But I heard young master is waiting for sunrise, seeking a good omen. Hearing Clinton's words, the corners of Ascari's mouth twitched. What kind of bizarre religion is this? Although internally criticizing, Ascari didn't dare disturb Blue lightly. The man's combat strength kept growing, and Ascari didn't want to become his punching bag. Blue paid no attention to the two idiots' exchange behind him. He merely stared intently at the sky, awaiting the first rays of sunlight. Clinton did not lie. Blue was indeed waiting for a good omen. Apart from using evolution points to refine herbs, Blue finally accumulated enough points today to allow the peaceful handshake staff to evolve again. Washing hands, washing face, and waiting for the sunrise. All actions served as self-consolation for Blue. This is called, purple chi comes from the east. It wasn't that Blue needed to exaggerate, but the system specifically reminded him. After the third evolution, each subsequent evolution would be extremely unique, potentially manifesting some wildly exaggerated attributes. Of course, such evolutions also carried high failure rates. If failed, the evolved item would vanish. As Blue waited, the sun shyly peeked out from the horizon like a bashful maiden. Damn system, start evolving. Chime, congratulations to the host for spending 3 evolution points to obtain the Wish-Granting Staff. Wish-Granting Staff. Category, Weapon Special, 4th Evolution. Description, originally just a wooden stick, it gained miraculous power thanks to a certain stylish system. Functions, 1. Intense pain, piercing armor, durability. 2. Wish-Granting, adjustable length, width, hardness, softness, within limits. Note, please do not use it for odd activities. Sigh. Ignoring the system's cheeky note, Blue couldn't help but take a deep breath. Has Lady Luck finally decided to show her panties to me? With just this attribute alone, I can easily act as a low-spec version of Sun Wukong without hair, tail, or transformation. But speaking of Sun Wukong, Blue couldn't help thinking of a double bloom, cough, cough. Ha 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 ha. Despite his efforts, Blue couldn't suppress his odd laughter. With this, who in this world can withstand my bug slaying technique? Do you think we should get a doctor over here? Seeing Blue's joyous behavior, Ascari and Clinton found it basically equivalent to watching an idiot. A grown man waits for sunrise in the morning and then starts laughing crazily with a stick. Wasn't that just crazy? Use or not? Glancing at Ascari, Clinton became indecisive. What are you two discussing? While Clinton hesitated, Blue suddenly appeared beside him. We nothing. Suppressing almost blurted words, Clinton replied. Young master, are you alright? Chapter 120. Ebert's Regret. What, are you hoping something happens to me? Blue rolled his eyes and tightened his grip on the staff. Well, from today it should be called the Rui Staff. It seems I found the first offering for this divine weapon. For some reason, Bentley couldn't help but shudder when Blue's gaze fell upon him. No, not at all impossible. With a series of vehement denials, Bentley continued. I merely wanted to remind young master that we should set off now. The topic was successfully shifted, and Blue no longer seemed inclined to pursue it further. His gaze swept over Bentley's face before he spoke. You make a good point. Why don't you prepare the carriage quickly? Please wait a moment, young master. I'll go do it right away. Training in the Divine Valor Army was, to some extent, rather monotonous. While the nobles endured their daily drills under the scorching sun, the situation inside the palace was different. Your Majesty, this summer has been extremely hot, and the Guangzhou region hasn't seen a drop of rain for months. If the court does nothing, unrest may break out. Egan bowed respectfully to Ebert, his expression solemn. This matter concerns the people and must be handled seriously. Egan's words were earnest, and Thatcher Ebert, who had always strived to be a capable ruler, certainly took it seriously. Nodding, Ebert asked, Stevie, who do you think should be sent to the Guangzhou region to oversee disaster relief? Your Majesty, we can discuss the choice of person later, but there is another issue we need to consider first. As Ebert finished speaking, Egan's face revealed a hint of bitterness. If sending someone for relief efforts was enough, he wouldn't have come to meet Ebert on his day off. Oh. Slightly taken aback, Ebert looked puzzled. What do you mean, Chancellor Fong? Is there something more important than the welfare of the people? Your Majesty, I understand your concern for the people, but, pausing slightly, Egan continued. The national treasury is empty. It might be unable to provide any assistance for disaster relief. What? With a cry of shock, Ebert stood up abruptly from his chair. How can this be? How much money is left in the treasury? Excluding official salaries and departmental expenditures, less than 10,000 guan remains. SSS. Despite having braced himself for the worst, Ebert couldn't help but take in a sharp breath as Egan spoke. 1 guan equals 1,000 coins, or roughly 1 tael of silver. An imperial treasury of such size, with only less than 10,000 taels available, sounded almost mythical. 10,000 guan sounds like a lot, but it would barely suffice for disaster relief. At that moment, Ebert understood Egan's earlier statement. Without sufficient funds, no one could succeed in disaster relief. The people inside the capital are still suffering. Do you have any ideas, Stevie? Ebert's gaze fell on Egan, hope gleaming in his eyes. As his trusted advisor, Egan's capability was worth trusting. And indeed, as soon as Ebert finished speaking, Egan nodded. Old Minister does have a plan, but, Stevie, please speak. Seeing Egan hesitate, Ebert urged him on impatiently. In such an urgent situation, who had time for games? It's not that Old Minister won't say, but, Pausing again, Egan then said, but this matter is quite difficult and might put your majesty in a difficult position. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As soon as Egan finished speaking, Ebert slapped the desk. As long as it helps the people, I fear no difficulty. Seeming to prove his resolve, Ebert added, Chancellor Fong, please speak. I will do whatever it takes. At that moment, Ebert felt filled with determination. I, Ebert, am invincible. If so, then old minister will not hold back. Smiling faintly at Ebert, Egan then suggested, I've heard that your majesty's private treasury still has some surplus funds. Perhaps. Egan didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. By private treasury, he meant the emperor's personal reserve. Contrary to common belief, even though the emperor owned the empire, he wasn't all-powerful. Typically, the royal finances were separate from the state's finances. The national treasury was public and managed by the Ministry of Revenue and the Shangshu province, while the private treasury belonged to the emperor personally and could be spent freely. As the left chancellor of the Shangshu province, Egan naturally oversaw the national treasury. Clearly, in its depleted state, Egan cleverly turned to the emperor's personal funds. You. Hearing Egan's words, Ebert's face darkened completely. How could I have thought you'd come up with a brilliant plan only to gouge me? Recalling his previous declaration, Ebert wished he could slap himself. Showing off, isn't it? Do you have any other plans, Stevie? It wasn't that Ebert was stingy. Even the emperor's household had little extra resources. This could be seen from the frugality of the palace's residents. Throughout history, emperors and empresses feasted on delicacies and wore silk robes. But Ebert was different. To save money, Ebert even wore clothes mended by the empress herself. Many palaces were dilapidated due to lack of maintenance, especially the eastern palace where the crown prince resided, which was in a deplorable state. While publicly they claimed the emperor and empress were frugal, in truth, if there were any money available, who would choose to live so modestly? After finally saving a bit of money, Ebert planned to renovate his palace and buy new clothes. He never expected to be targeted by this cunning official so soon. Under Ebert's hopeful gaze, Egan sighed emotionlessly. Old minister is incompetent. Fine, I'll remember this. Watching Egan bow, Ebert's lips twitched. I thought you were my faithful aide, but you're actually thorny underwear. Letting out a long sigh, Ebert said, Very well, let's follow your advice then. Thank you, your majesty. Chapter 121, Teresa offers tea. Enduring the sharp pain in his heart, Thatcher Ebert asked again, How much money do you think we should allocate for this disaster relief effort? The disaster in Guangzhou is quite severe. This old minister believes. Pausing for a moment, Egan then spoke. At least 200,000 strings of coins are required. His lips twitched violently, and Ebert's expression turned somewhat strange. Then I will provide 1,200,000 strings of coins from the imperial treasury. Do you know what it feels like to bleed from your heart? Ebert knew. Watching Egan call out your majesty is wise with a smile on his face, Ebert felt no joy at all. Goodbye, my new undergarments. Goodbye, my new palace. Now that the financial matter is resolved, who do you think should be responsible for the disaster relief? I recommend Quentin. Without hesitation, as soon as Ebert finished speaking, Egan gave his answer. Sun Chang is astute and upright. If he were to oversee this, it would certainly prevent any embezzlement. Minister Fong speaks wisely. Ebert showed strong support for Egan's words. Throughout history, during times of great disasters, some people would always seize the opportunity to enrich themselves. Ebert was no fool. He well understood such matters. Generally, unless it was excessive, senior officials wouldn't pursue these issues too aggressively. However, this time was clearly an exception. As he spoke, Ebert had already made up his mind. Anyone who dared to take advantage during this disaster relief would have their heads rolling. Why? This damn money belongs to me. Since this matter is settled, I shall take my leave now. From requesting an audience, demanding funds, making recommendations, to leaving, Egan's actions could only be described as smooth and fluid. Watching Egan walk away, Ebert felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Did I just get tricked? After pondering for a while, Ebert got up and headed towards Fischer's palace. Having lost so much money, Comrade Fischer felt he urgently needed Xandra's comforting embrace. Besides, Ebert also planned to discuss budget management with Dawn. For instance, why not wait until next year to make new clothes for the crown prince? Money, after all, should be saved bit by bit. However, when Ebert reached Fischer's palace, he heard laughter coming from inside. Entering the palace, Ebert saw a smiling Teresa and Dawn. I could hear laughter from afar. Has something amusing happened to Changsun? Being a doting father, Ebert treated his princesses and princes differently. This difference was evident from Yusef's patched underwear compared to Teresa's occasional gifts of valuable jewelry. Seeing his daughter and wife laughing, the pain in Ebert's heart instantly lessened significantly. Money is just money. We can earn more. But wife and daughter are true treasures. Daughter pays respects to father. Seeing her father smiling, Teresa also grinned widely. This is the milk tea I brought back specially from outside the palace. Mother said she loves it very much. She poured a cup for Ebert from a small bowl. Father, please try it. Receiving tea from his dear daughter was an offer Ebert couldn't refuse. Taking the small bowl from Teresa, he drank a big mouthful without hesitation. Delicious, truly delicious. As the milk tea slid down his throat, Ebert couldn't help but praise loudly. The creamy fragrance mixed with the subtle aroma of tea leaves was a delightful novelty. I didn't expect our great Tang to have such a wonderful beverage. This has taken me by surprise. Finishing the tea, Ebert wore an expression of deep satisfaction. Fiancée thought of me and the Empress upon discovering such a treat. She deserves a substantial reward. Thinking for a moment, Ebert then said, Bring my purple pearl to give to the princess. Yes. As soon as Ebert finished speaking, a palace maid quickly ran out to fetch the reward. Thank you, father. Ha 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 ha, this is what you deserve. Laughing heartily, Ebert looked at Teresa with affection. Truly, she is worthy of being my daughter. So adorable and filial. If only Yusef and the others could see this scene, they would surely spit blood. Yusef had done similar things before, but he received nothing more than a good spanking for his trouble. The reason was always solid. As crown prince, indulging in pleasures instead of studying diligently deserved punishment. Father might not know, but the milk tea was invented by an acquaintance. Oh. Hearing Teresa's words, Ebert was momentarily stunned. An acquaintance to Teresa must be someone noteworthy. Turning his thoughts over, Ebert asked, if so, I want to hear about this acquaintance. Who exactly is he? Dare not deceive father. The inventor of milk tea is none other than Blue of Lantian County. With his ennoblement, Blue had finally moved beyond being known solely as the son of Duke Erek. Blue? Slightly stunned, Ebert's eyes flashed with curiosity. Following braised pork with another delicacy like this, it seems this boy has quite the appetite. Indeed, loving one's house extends to its ravens. Because of his trust in Darren, Ebert spoke kindly of Blue. Is this probably a new product from their ice shop? As the emperor, Ebert immediately guessed the purpose behind Blue's creation. As the weather cooled, milk tea would indeed be more popular than ice blocks. Father is wise. Nodding, Teresa expressed her admiration for her father openly. It's just a pity that the price of milk tea is a bit steep, preventing commoners from enjoying it. Surprised, Ebert asked, why do you say that? To him, milk tea was just a distinctive drink. How expensive could it be? But Teresa's next words completely changed his perspective. Father, you don't know. The small bowl you just drank cost 10 cash coins in Chang'an City. What? Chapter 122, The Thatcher's Woes. With a cry of surprise, Ebert even forgot about his imperial dignity for a moment. 1 cup, 10 coins? As he spoke, Ebert's eyes widened in shock, as if he had just seen Adebayo dressed as a woman. Why doesn't he just rob people? Ebert couldn't help but be stunned. Was 10 coins too much? Not really. But spending 10 coins on a bowl of water was very expensive, especially since this drink only filled half a bowl. This boy usually seems quite clever, so why is he being so foolish now? After saying this, Ebert added, surely not many people would go to his ice shop, right? The Tang Dynasty was still in its early days, and prices were relatively low. Ebert didn't think many people would be willing to spend the equivalent of 10 large flatbreads on a small bowl of milk tea. However, after hearing Ebert's words, Princess Teresa quickly shook her head. Father, you're wrong. Their ice shop is actually booming. Realizing her description wasn't detailed enough, she added, if I hadn't been quick, I probably wouldn't have gotten this much milk tea at all. Taking a deep breath, Ebert's expression remained skeptical. So they're making a fortune again? Of course, Teresa nodded and continued. Today, both ice shops sent several carts of copper coins to the residences of Eriko Guagong and Hyatt. Teresa's face showed an odd expression as she spoke. Even as a princess, she found it hard to bear the impact of that scene. How preposterous. Upon hearing his daughter's description, Ebert felt a hot flush in his eyes. He admitted to himself that he felt envious and jealous. Using carts to transport money, and several of them at that. How much were they making? The worst thing about anything was comparison. On one hand, he had just been shortchanged by Egan. On the other, the Qin and Chung families were raking in money by the cartload. Only Ebert knew the bitterness gnawing at his heart. Father, Teresa suddenly remembered some needlework that needs finishing, so I will take my leave. Seeing Ebert's sour expression, Teresa wisely offered her farewell. Typically, when the emperor was upset, it was Empress Dowager who needed to comfort him. Lost in thought comparing their situations, Ebert absent-mindedly nodded without even registering what Teresa had said. I can't let this stand. I need to make money. It wasn't until long after Teresa left that Ebert suddenly exclaimed aloud. Teresa, do you think, Midway through his sentence, Ebert realized his precious little girl had already vanished, leaving him alone with Dawn in the Lijiang Palace. Changsun, where did Teresa go? Teresa left ages ago. Dawn gave Ebert a playful roll of her eyes before asking, what has second son been thinking about that took him so long to snap back to reality? There was no need to elaborate on the deep bond between Ebert and Dawn. Unless in formal settings, they used each other's affectionate nicknames. Sigh. Ebert knew he often lost himself in thought, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Instead, after hearing Changsun's words, he couldn't help sighing. All for the sake of money. Changsun, you might not know this, but today Egan took 12 million strings from the inner treasury. What? Dawn gasped in shock upon hearing Ebert's words. Why is this? With expenses already tied around the palace, now we've lost 12 million strings. Won't we have to cut down even more? If Egan managed the state treasury, then Dawn handled the inner treasury. It struck Ebert how unimpressive being an emperor could be, unable to control his own funds. Not that Dawn was stingy. It was simply difficult managing the palace finances. To save money for Ebert, she often reduced the servants' rewards. There's a severe drought within the region, and the state treasury has no spare funds. Sighing, Ebert explained. If we don't reallocate from the inner treasury, the common people will suffer. Sighing in agreement, Dawn responded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll handle the matters in the harem. She added. From tomorrow, we'll further reduce all expenses and lower Celine's and other stipends slightly. As the overseer of the entire harem, Dawn had to consider everyone's living conditions. This decision was made out of necessity. For now, there's nothing else we can do. Thinking of how an emperor like him had to cut costs to save money, Ebert felt a wave of melancholy. Had he known being an emperor was like this, he wouldn't have fought so hard to win this position. Of course, this was just a fleeting complaint. Despite life's many challenges, being an emperor still had its perks. Fisherk having many wives, and more wives. Changsun, what do you think of Berkeley? Shaking off his frivolous thoughts, Ebert turned to ask Dawn. Berkeley? Pausing briefly, Dawn shared her thoughts. Intelligent, kind-hearted, good-looking. Is your majesty considering arranging a marriage for him? Given how Ebert often mentioned officials' children to her for such reasons, Dawn naturally assumed this was the case. But this time, she guessed wrong. Upon hearing her words, Ebert smiled bitterly. I did have that thought, but alas, Chauncey isn't willing. From his previous conversation with Garth, Ebert understood the latter's reservations, so he temporarily set aside any thoughts of matchmaking for Berkeley. Additionally, Ebert knew that Garth and Jamie wanted to become in-laws. These two were his old brothers, and he couldn't easily intervene. Since that's the case, what does your majesty plan to do? Midway through her question, Dawn wore a puzzled look. If it wasn't for matchmaking, why would Ebert bring up Berkeley? Chang-sun, what do you think of Berkeley's methods for making money? Ebert never hid his true intentions from Dawn. Whether it's ice or milk tea, that boy must be making quite a fortune. Chapter 123, Jason's attempt to win favor. As an emperor, Ebert naturally had his own intelligence network. Although he did not yet know the exact profits from the milk tea business, he was certainly keeping an eye on the ice trade. And with Teresa's detailed description just now, Ebert could well imagine how rich Blue had become. Feeling the envy in Ebert's eyes as he spoke, Dawn couldn't help but laugh softly. Is His Majesty planning to scheme against Erikayu? Now, how can that be called scheming? Caught red-handed, even Ebert couldn't help blushing. Muttering under his breath, Ebert then said, if that boy really helps me make some money, would I treat him poorly? If His Majesty has this idea, why not summon Erikayu and ask him directly? Changsuen's smile still lingered as she continued, just so. I also want to see that little guy and thank him. Knowing that Blue had provided the medicine for her treatment, Changsun had a good impression of him. Empress speaks wisely. Ebert wasn't indecisive. Since even Dawn agreed, he made the decision promptly. Nolan, at your command. The moment Ebert finished speaking, Nolan appeared like a ghost from outside, ready for orders. As a personal eunuch, being always available was his basic skill. I need to discuss something with Blue. Send a small eunuch to bring him here. Yes, sir. Nodding, Nolan hesitated slightly. Where would His Majesty like to meet Lord Lantion County? Ebert and others could call Blue by name, but Nolan must use his title. Here in the Illusion Hall. Before Ebert could speak, Dawn interjected, what does His Majesty think? As you say. Ebert nodded, seeing no problem with it. Although Illusion Hall was Dawn's residence, Blue was just a child and it didn't matter much. Besides, allowing a minister into here could be seen as a favor, aiding future negotiations with Blue. Yes, sir. Seeing both the Thatcher and Empress decided, Nolan didn't dare waste time. He quickly nodded and scurried off to find a messenger. Who should go? For such a simple and favorable task, it was naturally given to one of his own. Instantly, Nolan thought of his dutiful adoptive son. Why was it a good thing? It wouldn't be happening in Illusion Hall if it weren't. Palace etiquette was numerous. Even the place and time of meeting were imbued with deep meaning, even for the Thatcher meeting his ministers. Blue didn't expect to be summoned by both the Thatcher and Empress due to milk tea. Thus, when he saw a familiar eunuch after returning from training, his first reaction was confusion. What's going on? Am I getting promoted again? Dare I ask, Your Excellency, what is this? Oh, Lord County needn't be so polite. Blue's words were cut short by the eunuch who smiled broadly. I'm here to relay a message from His Majesty. Pausing slightly, the eunuch continued, His Majesty and Her Majesty wish to meet you. Please come to the palace with me. To prevent any misgivings, the eunuch added quickly, don't worry, today something good will happen. Ah, I see. Nodding, Blue's worry disappeared. At least now he knew he wouldn't be punished or beaten. This wasn't cowardice. Emperors were not easily predictable, hence the saying serving the emperor is like taming a tiger. Thank you for informing me, but, he thanked the eunuch, then hesitated. I just returned from military drills, could you allow me to change my clothes? Though enhanced by the ginseng, Blue was still human. After a day of intense training, his body odor was quite pungent. However, the eunuch gave a peculiar smile upon hearing Blue's request, please forgive me, but Her Majesty and His Majesty are waiting, we cannot waste more time. Leaning closer, the eunuch whispered, isn't it better to meet His Majesty this way? Erek? Pausing slightly, Blue realized, this eunuch is smart. For others, meeting the emperor should involve neat attire and fresh looks, but Blue was different. Being commander of the Divine Warrior Army, presenting himself in his current state might show the rigor of his training, increasing his goodwill with Ebert. Since His Majesty urgently summoned me, I shall not delay. Showing gratitude to the eunuch, Blue followed. You are wise, Lord County. With a mutual understanding smile, they walked towards the door. The eunuch had brought a carriage, so Blue didn't need Bentley this time. On the road, Blue finally learned the eunuch's name, Jason. Jason's friendliness was guided by his godfather Nolan. Ironically, while Jason mentioned helping Blue, he referred to Nolan frequently. Many thanks to you both. Blue will never forget this kindness. Being from the future, Blue knew a friend in need is a friend indeed. Since Nolan and Jason sought friendship, Blue accepted without hesitation. No one should be underestimated. Each person has their strengths. If not for Jason's reminder, Blue wouldn't have thought of meeting Ebert smelling of sweat. True love meets like kindling igniting instantly. Once Blue spoke, Jason broke into a wide smile. Lord Lantion County jests. It was just a suggestion. No need for gratitude. Chapter 124, Ebert. I'm just teasing you. Some things can be left unsaid and only understood in one's heart. When they are spoken, a refusal is necessary. As a young eunuch, Jason was adept at gauging the right degree of propriety. Sir Lantion, we have arrived. After entering the palace, Jason addressed Blue. Carriages are not allowed within the palace grounds. We will have to walk from here on. Blue did not find anything amiss with this arrangement. The palace atmosphere was solemn, and apart from a few favored ministers, who else could ride in carriages? With Jason leading the way, they soon arrived outside the Fischerjing Palace. Dry father, I have brought Sir Lantion. After Jason spoke, Blue greeted Nolan, who was standing guard outside the door. I didn't expect to meet so soon. Sir Benjamin still looks well. Ha ha ha, Sir Lantion is too kind, Nolan chuckled. His Majesty and Her Majesty are inside. You may enter directly. Thank you, sir. Blue thanked him with a salute and proceeded into the hall. Without an order from Ebert, Nolan would not dare let him enter so easily. Inside the hall, the setting was not as grand as imagined. It even looked somewhat dilapidated, especially the chipped bowl on the table. Blue looked at Ebert, who was poring over books at the table, and saluted. Minister Blue pays homage to your majesty. The term minister was not used lightly. At least, without his title as commander of the Divine Valor Army, Blue would not dare use it. It's Erikayu, huh? As Blue finished speaking, Ebert lifted his head. Sit down, sit down. There's no need to be so formal here. Ebert gestured to the chair opposite his desk, smiling kindly, like Uncle Zhang enjoying the sun by the village entrance. Thank you, your majesty. To showcase his magnanimity, Ebert wouldn't mind Blue's acceptance. After thanking Ebert again, Blue sat in the indicated chair. I wonder why your majesty has summoned me. There's no need for such formality. In informal settings, just call me uncle. Without answering Blue, Ebert talked about something else. Well, upon hearing Ebert's words, Blue showed a troubled expression. Before he could speak, Ebert continued. Chauncey and I are close friends. Am I not worthy of being your uncle? Minister, nephew dares not. Blue shook his head and smiled bitterly. What has uncle called me here for? Alert inside, Blue thought. No good deed goes unpunished. For Ebert, the emperor, to treat him so kindly, it was likely for something significant. Blue wasn't foolish. Having lived 2 lifetimes made him more alert and astute. While this kindness was related to the old General Qin Chauncey, he wouldn't believe it was solely for that reason. As an emperor, Ebert had many duties, and this couldn't just be to display magnanimity. Indeed, after Blue's question, Ebert answered, I've called you here because I have some questions. Please enlighten me, uncle. Feeling Blue's serious gaze, Ebert muttered, smart aleck, internally but still smiled. I heard you created something called milk tea? Uncle is wise. Though unsure how this related to wisdom, Blue cleverly flattered him. He then added, that milk tea is just a small toy I concocted, unworthy of uncle's attention. Is that so? Narrowing his eyes, Ebert's expression became peculiar. Just casually making it earned you a fortune. It seems you have quite the flair like Adamar. Well, uncle flatters me. Showing some unease, Blue quickly responded. How could I compare to Adamar? Sweat trickled down his forehead. Is his majesty interested in my wealth? Knew better, Blue couldn't help but think this way. Being a time traveler, his knowledge of past events was his biggest advantage besides his system. While not an expert on Tang Dynasty history, he knew one fact. Early Tang was extremely poor. Recalling today's scene of carting copper coins home, Blue realized he had attracted unwanted attention. However, there was no other choice. The money piled up in the shops. If not taken home, there would be nowhere to store it. Referring to Fan Fisher as Adamar, comparing Blue to Fan Fisher was high praise indeed. My character is always sincere. Why would I flatter you? Ebert's gaze swept across Blue's face, his tone odd. Earning so much from water, milk, and tea, perhaps even Adamar couldn't do better. The Emperor's intelligence network was unsurpassed. Within a short time, he had uncovered the methods of making ice and milk tea. Uncle, feeling Ebert's gaze, Blue's lips twitched. Stop teasing your nephew, and get to the point. Stressing the words uncle and nephew, Blue implied. With our close relationship, you wouldn't harm me over a little money, would you? Fortunately, Ebert had high moral standards and harbored no ill intentions toward Blue yet. Ha ha ha, you really can't handle jokes. Ebert laughed aloud. But I do have matters to discuss with you. As long as uncle speaks, nephew will do my best. Puffing out his chest, Blue inwardly grumbled. Please consider your status when joking next time. Any less courage and I'd need new trousers. Of course, Blue dared not say this aloud. He controlled an evolution system, not a system for reckless behavior. Chapter 125, Blue. I'm about to start showing off. In fact, Blue played a small trick in this sentence. Try your best, and we'll definitely do it, have a certain difference. This way, even if the things Hyman asks him to do are too difficult, he can at least find an excuse to delay them. With Thatcher Ebert's intelligence, of course, he wouldn't miss Blue's little scheme. However, he didn't overly mind such a minor trick. On the contrary, Ebert actually appreciated Blue's actions. Whether it was the ministers in court or his own children, they all cowered before him. It was rare to see someone like Blue dare to play these little tricks. You may rest assured, I won't make things too hard for a young one like you. Having given Blue a reassuring nod, Ebert then spoke. I ask you, besides these ice blocks and milk tea, are there any other ways to earn money? Earn money? Blue froze for a moment before a flash of insight struck him. Did uncle summon me to the palace just to talk about earning money? Seeing Blue finally realize, Ebert rolled his eyes. Why? Do you have other talents? Humph. Am I being underestimated? Uncle is right. Faced with Hyman's words, Blue could only twist his lips. But as the ruler of a nation, does uncle really need money? Although Blue knew about the financial state of the Tang treasury, Ebert wasn't aware that Blue had this knowledge. Therefore, upon hearing Blue's words, Ebert could only sigh deeply. Though I am the emperor, even in daily life, I cannot escape from common concerns. Whether intentionally or not, the illustrious Thatcher of Tang proceeded to grumble to Blue like a regular person. Matters like an empty treasury and widespread disasters. Only after Ebert finished did Blue fully understand the situation. Simply put, Hyman was desperately in need of money and wanted to find a way to turn things around. If it were anything else, it might be challenging for Blue. But when it came to making money, it was too easy. Silently thanking his previous incarnation, a failed historical fiction author like Your Lordship, Blue displayed a calm and showy expression. This matter is simple. I just need to know if uncle wants to earn big money or small money. As Blue spoke, Ebert couldn't help but be taken aback. What do you mean by that? Ebert straightened slightly, truly intrigued. It wasn't without reason that Hyman was so interested. Initially, when summoning Blue, he had merely intended to make a small profit to recover a bit. But judging from Blue's words, Ebert felt he might have stumbled upon a treasure. What? You ask how Ebert made this judgment? Simple. Whenever Egan, Desmond, Seth, and others had good ideas, they always acted the same showy way. As a boss himself, Ebert understood these planners quite well. Unaware that his attempt to show off had been seen through by Hyman, Blue continued to display his wise demeanor. When I say small profits, it's like opening an ice shop or a milk tea store. Though it can earn money, it requires shops, goods, and daily worries. As for big profits, after waiting with bated breath, Ebert finally took another breath as Blue continued with a mischievous smile. Uncle only needs to grant a title, and people will deliver money to you. Say chai. Even though he knew Blue was showing off, Ebert couldn't help but gasp. Is there such a good thing in the world? Thoughts racing, Ebert quickly added. Don't mention selling offices or robbery. Speaking sternly, Ebert wouldn't consider doing such things even if he wanted to, especially with Quentin surely disapproving. He couldn't blame Hyman for having wild thoughts. Indeed, for what Blue called big profits, he had no other ideas besides these. Uncle jokes, I'm a descendant of loyal servants. How could I do such things? Ignoring Darren's infamous name in the bandit world, Blue shamelessly polished the family's image. Besides, where does robbing come close to my method? Cough, cough. Upon hearing Blue's words, Ebert burst into a fit of coughing. At this moment, he regretted not inviting Egan and others to witness true showmanship, instead of their usual few lines. Swallowing the saliva nearly spilling from his mouth, Ebert glared at Blue. If you keep teasing, you'll have to get your punishment. Humph, can't take it? Nephew understands. Griping inwardly, Blue nodded obediently. Well then, let me explain how to earn big money. Go on. Nodding again, Ebert's face turned serious. If it could be achieved as described, it would certainly be worth listening to. To earn big money, Uncle only needs to offer the prestige of Imperial. Feeling Hyman's increasingly unfriendly gaze, Blue hastened to stop playing coy. For merchants, reputation is crucial. The same product becomes more acceptable if endorsed. Clicking his tongue, Blue continued. Imagine a merchant whose shop gains the exclusive to the Imperial family title. Wouldn't their goods instantly sell out? Though not entirely sure about sellout, Ebert grasped Blue's meaning. Exclusive to the Imperial family meant tributes. Since ancient times, whatever became a tribute was never cheap, thanks to the principle follow the emperor's example. Yet Ebert still didn't understand Blue's intent. A gentle emperor, Ebert excelled in asking questions when puzzled. Looking at the smug Blue, Ebert asked, how does this relate to earning big money? Disappointment laced his tone. I want to earn money, not hear about how great tributes are. Please note, I maintain the narrative structure and line breaks similar to the original text while ensuring the translation is natural and fluent in English. Hashtag chapter 126, the value of Imperial. Please uncle, take it easy. Seeing Ebert's anxious expression, Blue couldn't help but snicker inwardly. Is this it? Is this the level of business acumen that wants to make money? Without doubt, Hyman might be excellent at warfare and governance, but when it came to making money, he was definitely a novice. Upon reflection, it made sense. If Hyman had been an expert in business, he wouldn't have stooped to this point even as an emperor. Despite his inward mockery, Blue knew he needed to maintain a facade of competence. With a look reminiscent of Zhuge Fischerong scrutinizing Mengariko, Blue spoke. Uncle, what do you think would happen if you bestowed the title Imperial to merchants across the land? Isn't it obvious? They'd be delighted. Though he knew this young man was deliberately creating suspense, Ebert couldn't help but indulge him. What could he do? This guy really seemed to know what he was talking about. The most significant trait of our Hyman is his exceptional tolerance for capable individuals, a fact proven by Quentin. Ha 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 ha, the Imperial title is so valuable. How can it be given away easily? After a slight pause, Blue continued. Wouldn't it be reasonable for merchants who receive the Imperial endorsement to pay some money to Uncle? This? Ebert took a deep breath, barely containing his excitement. It was utterly reasonable. So damn reasonable. The Imperial endorsement would bring immense benefits to merchants, and in turn, they would provide him with money. This was the embodiment of win-win. But, however, his excitement lasted less than a minute as Ebert's brows furrowed again. If merchants abused the title by forcing sales or passing off inferior goods, wouldn't that tarnish our Imperial reputation? Reputation was crucial, especially for the Imperial family. It couldn't be compromised for a trifling profit. Uncle's wisdom is admirable. Giving Ebert an appreciative glance, Blue sighed in admiration. No wonder this man became an emperor. He quickly spotted the flaw in this scheme. Regarding what Uncle mentioned, we need to address another aspect. Blue had anticipated this issue from the start. In addition to the borrowing fee, merchants must also pay a deposit. Deposit? Looking bewildered, Ebert didn't see the connection between this and his concerns. Yes, exactly, a deposit. Understanding that Hyman wouldn't get it immediately, Blue explained. The deposit will be held by the Imperial Court. If they commit illegal acts that harm others' interests, the deposit will be used to compensate the victims. Furthermore, the borrowing fee must be paid annually, and only 1 or 2 businesses per industry can receive the Imperial title, awarded to the highest bidder. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Despite trying to remain composed, Ebert couldn't help but praise the plan. He initially thought it would only be a one-time opportunity, but it turned out to be a long-term business venture. More importantly, requiring bidding maximize the benefits for the Imperial Court. Not too fast, Uncle. While this can generate revenue, you must also give something in return. Cough, go on. As Blue spoke, Ebert regained his composure. With a feigned cough, Ebert narrowed his eyes. As long as it's not too unreasonable, I can agree. First, ensure the benefits for merchants who earn the Imperial title. Blue explained, his gaze sweeping over Ebert's face. Merchants value profit. Only when they see tangible benefits will they be willing to pay up. That's simple. Ebert wasn't a fool. He understood the logic. The moment Blue finished speaking, Ebert nodded quickly. With the imperial endorsement, as long as they don't oppress the people or violate Tang laws, they'll enjoy royal protection. With this assurance, the imperial title's value would multiply, attracting more merchants. The second part is a bit challenging. Only when Ebert looked at him did Blue continue. Uncle needs to assign specialists to monitor these merchants. If they violate rules, revoke the title, impose fines, and compensate victims. That makes sense. Nodding, Ebert showed approval. Given the significance of the imperial name, stricter oversight was necessary. In a flash of thought, Ebert decided, I'll assign palace eunuchs to handle supervision. This way, we can ensure merchants aren't bullied while preventing illegal activities. Uncle's wisdom is impeccable. Bowing slightly, Blue expressed admiration. Eunuchs were special, with fewer ties compared to other officials, making them ideal for this role. Of course, Blue believed Ebert had many loyal eunuchs. Ha 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 ha, who would have thought you'd come up with such a brilliant idea? Truly fitting for Chauncey's son. Patting Blue on the shoulder, Ebert's face beamed with undisguised joy. Tell me, what reward do you desire? Pausing, Ebert added quickly, don't mention money or titles. The former because Hyman had none, and the latter because Blue's rank had risen too quickly. While helping the imperial court make money was commendable, it was a personal matter for Ebert. Awarding titles for this would likely invite opposition from Quentin. Hearing Ebert's words, Blue rolled his eyes internally. Not giving money or power yet acting so generous. Wasn't that just pretense? Of course, Blue wouldn't voice this. Being able to ask the Thatcher for rewards was already the greatest reward. His eyes gleaming, Blue smiled. If possible, I hope Uncle could grant me an imperial title. As Ebert's financial advisor, Blue fully understood the value of imperial. To say nothing of exaggeration, once this news spread, all merchants in the Tang Dynasty would eagerly prepare their wealth. Chapter 127. The royal title of Fisher. No matter what, with Blue's current wealth, he definitely couldn't match the big merchants. This is simple. The elderly Fisher has always been generous to his meritorious subjects. As soon as Blue finished speaking, Ebert nodded. I wonder which industry's royal title you want. Blue had clearly stated earlier that each industry could have at most 2 royal titles. Thus, Elder Fisher needed to ask beforehand. I want a title for an industry that has never appeared in Tang Dynasty. Supermarket? Immediately after speaking, Blue quickly explained. The so-called supermarket means a supermarket where anything people need and anything I have can be traded. Indeed, this was Blue's wisdom. Taking advantage of Elder Fisher's mood, even if he wanted the royal title for a large industry like steel, it wouldn't be too difficult. But it held no significance for Blue. Firstly, the old Qin family wasn't involved in such businesses, and secondly, it would easily upset other bigwigs like Dai, who controlled the steel industry in Tang Dynasty. In comparison, the title of Royal Supermarket suited Blue perfectly. It wouldn't cause discontent among others, and he could also expand into various industries through his explanation of supermarkets. You little rascal. Ebert's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing Blue's words. Uncle Chingsong is so upright and broad-minded, yet how did he raise such a sly little thief? Despite saying this, Ebert wore a broad smile. Since you want it, then the name Royal Supermarket is yours. Ebert added, I am only granting this name to you alone. If you violate the rules set today, I will not spare you. With Ebert's wisdom, he couldn't miss the immense benefits contained within this title, yet he still generously bestowed it upon him. There was no other reason. The Qin family deserved it. With my father around, how could I do anything to make Uncle hard to handle? Blue, using his father as a witness, rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Uncle Fisher, I have one more request. I wonder if... Tell me. Elder Fisher's mood was good, and he showed interest when he heard Blue had another request. Laughing again, Blue said, Uncle knows your handwriting is excellent. Could you please write a sign for my 2 shops? Do you want me to stamp it too while I'm at it? That would be great. Seemingly not picking up on Ebert's slight anger, Blue smiled cheekily. Thank you, Uncle Fisher. Get out. Upon hearing Blue's words, Ebert smacked him on the back of the head without hesitation. Get out now, or I'll take back the royal title. I'll take my leave, Uncle. No need to see me off. The moment Ebert spoke, Blue sprang up from his chair. He bowed to Ebert and ran out of Fisher's palace rapidly, fearing he might lose his newly gained benefit if he stayed any longer due to greed. Of course, before leaving, he couldn't resist a parting jab at Elder Fisher. After all, being an emperor, how could he be so stingy? Guanyinpi, what do you think of this young man? Unbeknownst to Blue, after he left, Ebert asked with a smile, addressing someone behind the curtain. Clever and kind-hearted. With Uncle Chingsong's presence, his loyalty cannot be questioned. Though he is somewhat mischievous, it is quite normal. Emerging from the curtain, Thomasina gently massaged Ebert's shoulders while speaking. But since he is young, finding a good teacher to stabilize his temperament would be wise. Just like Elder Fisher, Thomasina also had a favorable impression of Blue, perhaps even more so than her husband. She had listened to the entire exchange between Blue and Ebert. However, regardless of how clever his methods were, they ultimately didn't surpass statecraft, which led her to say this. After many years together, Ebert understood his wife's thoughts well. Simply put, she truly saw Blue as a younger relative and wanted to nurture him properly. Within moments, Ebert nodded in agreement. The Empress is right, but given his restless character, he cannot be taught by just anyone. Ebert frowned as he pondered. The court had many scholars, but they were too rigid in their ways, unsuitable for teaching Blue. Meanwhile, Blue was blissfully unaware that the most prestigious man and woman in Tang were racking their brains to find a teacher for him. Worth noting, as dusk approached, Jason, who had been responsible for transporting Blue throughout the day, arrived again. This time, he brought 2 exquisitely crafted plaques, each bearing the inscription Royal Supermarket and Ebert's personal seal. To Blue, this could only be described in 3 words. Extreme pride. Delivering the plaques, Jason's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. This servant has been in the palace for quite some time, but has never seen His Majesty treat someone so generously. Young Master Qin must indeed be blessed. Inner official, you jest? I merely benefit from my ancestors' reputation. After speaking, Blue slipped a silver ingot into Jason's hand and had Bentley bring out several buckets of freshly made milk tea. This is freshly made milk tea from our residence. Inner official may share it with friends in the palace. Thank you, young Master Qin. Jason helped Bentley load all the barrels onto his carriage, his face beaming with excitement. Compared to money, this gift meant more to him. It symbolized Blue's closeness. How so? Because it represented Blue's favor towards him. Having thrived within the palace, Jason was no fool. There were many veteran officials in the palace, yet why was Blue uniquely favored by Ebert? Certainly, Ebensong's relationship played a part, but more significantly, it was Blue's inherent talents and blessings. 2 generations of the Qin family, both deeply favored by the Thatcher. It was only a matter of time before Blue rose to prominence. After another warm conversation, Jason returned to the palace. However, upon returning to the palace, Jason's first action was to pay homage to Ebert. Your servant pays respects to His Majesty. You're back? Chapter 128 Quentin's Rebuttal. The Emperor's eyes fell on Jason, and a strange expression appeared on Ebert's face. What did you gain from that young man this time? Your Majesty, County Lord gave me a silver ingot and a few buckets of milk tea. Jason did not hide the benefits he obtained from Blue's residence. As the adopted son of Nolan, naturally, Jason was also one of Ebert's confidants. However, regarding accepting favors, he was not worried. The Emperor was kind-hearted, and such matters were always within acceptable limits. Well, that fits his character. Sure enough, as soon as Jason spoke, Ebert nodded with a smile. Leave 1 bucket of milk tea for yourself, and submit the rest. Thank you, Your Majesty. Although most of his gains were robbed by Ebert, Jason felt no dissatisfaction. Being plundered by His Majesty was an honor not everyone could have. Nolan, your adopted son is quite commendable. After Jason left, Ebert addressed Nolan. Your Majesty is wise. Hearing Ebert's words, Nolan smiled. Rixie might not be too clever, but his loyalty is beyond reproach. To become Ebert's personal eunuch, Nolan certainly knew what this person valued most. Ha ha ha, you old fellow. As soon as Nolan spoke, Ebert burst into laughter. There were plenty who were more cunning than you in the palace back then, but who can compare to you now? Only because of Your Majesty's favor. You don't need to say such formalities. Waving his hand, Ebert revealed a hint of disdain. Rest now. Remember to have your adopted son help Blue more often. Yes. Bowing to Ebert, Nolan walked out of the study room. Jason still had a bucket of milk tea. Perhaps he could get some if he went over now. No significant events happened that night. The next morning, Ebert had a smug smile as he convened court. Are there any ministers with matters to report? 1 breath, 2 breaths. No one spoke. Today, the Emperor looked peculiar, so it was best to hold off on trivial matters. Every minister present was an experienced bureaucrat. They wouldn't risk stirring up trouble until they knew what Ebert wanted. Glancing over the ministers, Ebert understood their caution. A bunch of old foxes. Internally scoffing, Ebert spoke. Since there are no issues, let me speak about something. Please instruct us, Your Majesty. At Ebert's words, even Adebayo, who had been dozing against a pillar, opened his eyes. Only something significant could make the Emperor act this way. No need to be anxious, Ebert said with a light smile. This is originally a private matter of the royal family. I'm only sharing it with all of you. To prevent jealousy, Ebert warned them first. Royal matters were not for these meddlers to interfere with. Indeed, the current situation stemmed entirely from Ebert's desire to boast. I, Ebert, am going to be rich. His smile grew increasingly brazen. I plan to rent out the imperial title and collect. As Ebert spoke, the minister's expressions grew increasingly strange. They now understood why he was in such a good mood. Logically, the Emperor earning money should have nothing to do with the ministers since he was leasing the royal name. But the empire itself was broke. Egan was the first to react after hearing Ebert's words. Deep regret. If he had known earlier about this money-making method, he would never have settled for a mere 120,000 guan. As a shrewd man, Egan immediately saw how profitable this scheme could be. The terrifying part was that as long as Ebert retained the royal name, he could continuously earn more and more money using this method. Who came up with this idea? Egan glanced around, not underestimating his boss. If Ebert had this talent, the imperial treasury wouldn't be as bare as a rat's nest. However, looking around, he found similar expressions among others, even some turning to him. Not them. Through eye contact, they all concluded. There must be someone competent near the Emperor. They were all sharp-witted and wouldn't dwell on who suggested the idea. Since they couldn't guess, they needed to focus on getting money themselves. The 3 provinces and 6 ministries were all short of funds. Before anyone else reacted, someone shot up from the ministers. Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed. Ebert had anticipated many scenarios before the court session, but hadn't expected such swift opposition. Recognizing Quentin, Ebert calmed down immediately. Quentin? No worries. What do you have to say, Minister Wei? Ebert asked. As the ruler of the nation, Your Majesty should not engage in commerce to compete with the people for profit. Furthermore, if the business bearing the imperial title does something wrong, won't it tarnish the royal reputation? Minister Wei, you worry too much. Facing Quentin, Ebert already had his countermeasure ready. He decided to refute his logic to the point where Quentin couldn't argue further. Clearing his throat, Ebert said, to compete with the people for profit means impacting commoners. But renting out the imperial title, can anyone else do this except me? Well, Quentin hesitated. Indeed, to compete with the people meant that commoners must be able to do it too, and clearly, this was Ebert's exclusive right. But even so, it's still... Calm down, Minister Wei. Interrupting Quentin calmly, Ebert continued. To protect the royal name, I will require a security deposit from businesses that obtain the title. If they commit offenses, the deposits will compensate the victims. Pausing, Ebert looked at Quentin again. Do you have anything else to add? Chapter 129. The Frightened Ebert. This minister has nothing more to say. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Quentin's expression was somewhat odd. It seems you were well prepared all along and stuck with it until now just to put me in my place, didn't you? Thankfully, Ebert lacked mind-reading skills. Otherwise, he would have definitely given Quentin an approving glance and exclaimed, "You're absolutely right." Usually on the receiving end of Quentin's rebuttals, Ebert wouldn't let this rare opportunity for a counterattack slip by. Since that's settled, then Lord Wei may step down. Glancing triumphantly at Quentin, Ebert turned to the others, saying, "Do you all have?" Halfway through his sentence, Ebert couldn't help but shiver. No other reason. These people's gazes were too greedy. Trouble. They're probably eyeing me. As expected of an emperor. Almost instantly, Ebert guessed what their looks meant. Quietly swallowing his saliva, Ebert abruptly changed his words. If there's nothing else from everyone, today's morning court is adjourned. With those words, he rose quickly without waiting for replies. Want my money? Daydreaming in broad daylight. Your Majesty. Watching Ebert bolt away like a quick rabbit, Egan and others swallowed their words. He spotted us. But this obviously wouldn't be a reason for them to give up. Only after most ministers left did Egan turn his gaze to Desmond and the rest. The morning court is over, gentlemen. Why aren't you leaving? I still have His Majesty's petty cash fund to clear out. What are all of you doing here? Heh. Minister Fong hasn't left either, has he? Right after Egan spoke, Desmond chuckled beside him. Although he ranked slightly lower than Egan, Desmond's status as the Thatcher's brother-in-law gave him no fear of anyone. You've already managed 12 million cash units. Not planning on sharing any leftovers with your brothers? Cough, cough. Seeing the two about to quarrel, Seth finally intervened. Our goals are the same, so why don't we visit His Majesty together? Getting money out of old Fisher isn't easy. Internal strife must be avoided now. Seth held considerable sway among the elder ministers. With his words, whether it was Desmond and Egan staring each other down, or the crowd watching Eriko Junji and others, they all nodded. Minister do speak sense. With temporary unity achieved, they moved towards their goal. Almost instantly, the group of officials surrounded Nolan, who was about to leave. We wish to see His Majesty. Please inform Eunuch Benjamin for us. Looking at the bowing Egan, Nolan's face turned bitter. You all understand His Majesty's intentions. Why make it difficult for this servant? Even Hyman had been frightened away by these veterans. How could an ordinary eunuch like Nolan dare confront them? Unfortunately, Egan and company clearly weren't easily convinced. Facing Nolan's pitiful look, Egan remained calm. Eunuch Benjamin, as His Majesty's personal attendant, shouldn't you notify him when important ministers request an audience? Nolan wished he could slap himself twice. If you'd only run faster, would you have gotten caught? Regret wasn't useful at this point. Seeing Egan ETAL's increasingly menacing gazes, Nolan reluctantly nodded. Please bear with me. I will ask His Majesty immediately. With that, he quickly headed for Ebert's study. Your Majesty, I'm being forced into this. Your Majesty. Knocking cautiously at the study door, Nolan's voice trembled. If His Majesty gets angry, today's beating is inevitable. Come in. With those words, seeing Nolan squeeze through the door, Ebert couldn't help but coldly huff. Are you here to relay those guys' messages? His Majesty is wise. Forcing a flattering smile, Nolan started. Minister Fong, Minister Du, Lord Changsun. All right, let them in. Fishersoning to Nolan's list, Ebert's lips twitched. Damn, should have never bragged earlier. In reality, this was just self-consolation. The imperial household matters always ripple through the court. Even if he hadn't boasted, word would eventually get around unless Ebert spent all the loot quickly. Yes. Seeing no punishment coming, Nolan felt relieved. To escape this situation, I must be a destined survivor. With renewed spirits, Nolan walked briskly, thinking, today's a great day. Remember to get 10 strokes for yourself downstairs. Nolan's happiness was short-lived. As he neared the door, Ebert's voice interrupted. All joy evaporated. Nolan hunched his back. Yes, Your Majesty. From then on, in Nolan's teachings to Jason, he added a line. Until the very last moment, never let your guard down. Of course, Nolan's woes mattered little to Egan and others. They successfully entered Ebert's study. We bow to Your Majesty. Bowing again to Ebert, their gazes fell back on him. Cough, everyone sit down first. Even Ebert felt uncomfortable under so many eyes. Clearing his throat, he asked, speak up. How much do you want? Avoidance was futile. Ebert's only option was to minimize his losses. I want 50%. Hardly had the words left Ebert's mouth when Angus, after sipping tea, chimed in. The Ministry of War spends heavily. I humbly request His Majesty award 50% to this old minister. Hearing Angus, the room's veterans instantly became human sprinklers. Not surprising from you, Angus, indeed bold. Fisher-wise, I demand 50% for personnel. My Ministry of Rights needs more funds, 60%. My Ministry of Works. Chapter 130, Attempt to Deplete. I, as the Chief of the Ministry of Ceremonies, manage the National Treasury expenses and will take 90%. Initially, everyone was just seeking a figure, but after Angus's proposal, the situation changed drastically. By the time Egan spoke, not only did Ebert's expression change, even his fellow officials were taken aback. Demanding 90% at once. Might as well just rob directly? Ha, it's no wonder your Chancellor Fong, your appetite for money is quite impressive. As he spoke, Desmond's face was full of mockery. We have all worked hard for the court, yet we haven't received the support of 12,000 strings of coins like you. Indeed. Since Chancellor Fong has already secured 12,000 strings of coins, perhaps you should refrain from participating in this matter further. True to form, Desmond's words instantly made Egan the target of everyone's criticism. Since you've secretly benefited alone, we can't remain friends anymore. I am willing to give you that 12,000 strings of coins in exchange for 90% of the proceeds from the Thatcher's private treasury. Haha. The moment Egan finished speaking, a cold laugh echoed through the study. Some even flashed him 2 shiny middle fingers. Do we look like fools? 12,000 strings of coins might sound like a lot, but compared to the future profits from the Thatcher's private treasury, it falls short by far. My artisans in the Ministry of Works haven't been paid in a long time, so please grant me some leeway. Just a bunch of craftsmen. Are they more important than my Ministry of War? My Ministry of Personnel is? All of you, shut up. Seeing these fellows ready to roll up their sleeves, Ebert finally couldn't hold back and roared. Do you know what you think of me and my private treasury? Upon hearing Ebert's words, everyone involuntarily shrank back. Even the most generous person would be angry if their personal savings were divided like this. Your Majesty, I... Silence. With a stern gaze, Ebert fiercely glared at Egan. If you dare speak another word, don't expect a single copper coin from me. With Ebert's words hanging in the air, the entire study fell silent. However, if one observed closely, Egan and others were subtly smiling. The Thatcher is giving in. These earnings do not concern the state. Logically, they should all go into my private treasury. Pausing slightly, Ebert continued. But considering the empty national treasury, I am willing to allocate 30% of it to the national treasury. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a considerable period with Ebert remaining silent, everyone grew anxious. Your Majesty, is that all? Glancing around, Desmond couldn't help but ask. That's all. Your Majesty, for my Ministry of War. I have already given the funds to the national treasury. If you need money, you should find Chancellor Fong. Ebert's expression grew more serious. Can't you tell the difference between the national treasury and my private treasury? Feeling Ebert's gaze, everyone sighed. How could they not know the difference between the national treasury and the private treasury? They were just too poor and didn't want to miss an opportunity to secure funds. Of course, whether it was Egan or anyone else present, their money-seeking was ultimately for the benefit of the state, not for personal gain. Fine, all of you leave. Seeing these old hands finally calm down, Ebert waved his hand. Once there's income in my private treasury, I will ensure the funds are transferred to the national treasury. Thank you, Your Majesty. Since Fisher had made his final decision, everyone had no choice but to accept it. The Emperor is benevolent but not incapable of punishing. Not everyone has Quentin's unyielding head. Your Majesty, I have one more question. Turning his gaze to Egan, Ebert watched cautiously. Speak. Ebert's eyes were fixed on Egan, wary of being tricked. This old fox was best at extracting money from him. Fortunately, Ebert's suspicion this time was misplaced. With 12,000 strings of coins and 30% of the private treasury's future earnings, Old Fong was confident enough to solve most problems. Bowing respectfully, Egan asked, May Your Majesty introduce us to the sage who proposed the brilliant idea of titles for money? At Egan's words, the others lit up. No wonder Chancellor Fong is smarter than us. If the Thatcher can find a sage, why can't we? If we can get a money-making method from this sage as well, ha ha ha. Several old hands even drooled uncontrollably. This idea was conceived by me. Does Your Majesty not know that a ruler's words must be sincere? Before Ebert could finish, Egan interrupted him with a serious face. Not just Egan, the others also gave Ebert similar looks. Who do you think you are to claim credit for such accomplishments? You. Ultimately, Ebert maintained some decorum and, having been exposed, did not persist. Rolling his eyes, Ebert replied, The sage has an eccentric temperament and may only meet me. Adding another sentence. When he agrees to see you, I will notify you. Saying this was to prevent these fellows from clinging to him like burrs. When would he let them meet this supposed sage? Never. Fisher knew their thoughts well. Who knows how many more money-making methods Blue has? If you drain him, how will I make money in the future? Moreover, Fisher harbored other concerns. If they knew I consulted a mere child for financial advice, where would my imperial dignity be? Pondering, Ebert made his decision. Blue's identity can't be hidden for long. I must extract everything from him before it's exposed. Chapter 131. The night banquet at the Cheng Manor. Since that is the case, we will take our leave first. Egan bowed towards Thatcher Ebert before leaving. Yet, he couldn't help reminding the Thatcher one last time. Your Majesty must not forget to introduce us to the great master. Understood. With a disdainful look from Ebert, Egan and the others slowly left the study. Ambrose, why do you believe the Thatcher so easily? As soon as they exited the study, Desmond could no longer hold back his words. This is clearly... Chang-sun, don't worry. I understand your concerns. This edit ensures that the address to Chang-sun is more natural in English and fits better within dialogue. Additionally, it maintains consistency in style and terminology. Egan smiled faintly and continued. But if His Majesty doesn't wish for us to meet that great master, can we force him? But, while aware of the truth in Egan's words, Desmond still felt disgruntled. The court desperately needed funds, and advice from an expert would be invaluable. Rest assured, given the capabilities of this master, the Thatcher won't be able to hide him for long. Ambrose speaks wisely. Everyone present nodded in agreement, knowing well that true talent cannot remain hidden for long. The discussion about the great master came to a close, and attention turned once more to the issue of finances. Ambrose, the craftsmen in my department haven't had their salaries paid for quite some time. The military department has also faced similar issues. Hearing the cacophony of complaints, Egan's mouth twitched. Retribution. This was undoubtedly the Thatcher's retribution. Court affairs were none of outsiders' business. Meanwhile, Blue had other worries on his mind. You said Sebastian invited me over for dinner? Yes. Ascari nodded seriously, despite feeling a pang of guilt toward Erikayu. But orders from his father could not be disobeyed. Cough, can I refuse? Blue's mouth twitched and his legs trembled. He still remembered how a certain old man had brutally beaten him during a previous banquet. Though Blue's fighting prowess now made such fears unwarranted, psychological trauma didn't fade quickly. No. Without hesitation, Ascari interrupted Blue. Cough, what I mean is, it's best if you come. Realizing his reaction was too abrupt, Ascari coughed lightly and reassured. Don't worry, father promised not to use violence this time. Really? Absolutely. For sure. Definitely. And there's more. Seeing Blue relax slightly, Ascari revealed his final ace. If you attend this banquet, father promises never to force you to marry Fishertle's sister again. SSSHHH. Drawing a deep breath, Blue's eyes lit up. Sebastian really said that? If there was one thing Blue feared most, it was marrying Quinlan. That girl alone could subdue all the rowdy young nobles in Chang'an with her sheer strength. Of course. Ascari nodded solemnly. With our relationship, would I lie to you? Seeing Ascari's sincere assurances, Blue couldn't help but nod. Compared to Jamie, Ascari seemed more trustworthy. Let's take a chance. After a brief deliberation, Blue decided. Alright, I'll go. Despite knowing Jamie must have ulterior motives, Blue felt it was worth gambling for his future. In that case, let's head out? Seeing Blue finally agree, Ascari's lips curled into a slight smile. After today, you'll have no choice but to marry Fishertle's sister. Internally, Ascari silently apologized to Blue. Brotherhood was important, but getting Quinlan married off was even more crucial. Yeah. Unaware of Ascari's thoughts, Blue simply nodded calmly. Let's go. Given the close ties between the Qin and Cheng families, their residences were not far apart. Blue and Ascari walked directly from Qin Manor to Cheng Yajin's residence. Hee. Is the Qin family boy here? Upon entering the Cheng Manor, Blue heard Cheng Yajin's signature laugh. Cough, young nephew pays respects to Sebastian. Facing Cheng Yajin, who grinned like a sunflower, Blue barely suppressed the urge to flee. Sebastian, what did you summon me for? Hee, no rush. Laughing loudly, Cheng Yajin pushed Blue into a chair. Let's eat first, then we'll talk. Turning to the servants, Cheng Yajin ordered. Why are you standing there? Bring out the dishes immediately. Yes, sir. Within minutes, various dishes adorned the table. Hee. This beef comes from an ox that fell ill yesterday at my farm. Try it. Thank you, Sebastian. Blue's lips twitched at Cheng Yajin's sudden shift in narrative. Stop covering up. I already know the truth. Though unsure of Cheng Yajin's intentions, he couldn't resist tasting the beef. After all, killing an ox wasn't a casual decision even for the Fisher family. Hee. Don't be polite. Watching Blue devour the food, Cheng Yajin's smile grew broader. How is the chef's skill compared to your standards? The beef is passable. Nodding, Blue swallowed. But the other dishes are somewhat disappointing. Hee. Naturally, it doesn't match Qin Manor's cuisine. Cheng Yajin showed no displeasure, acknowledging the truth in Blue's words. If you like, send your chefs to learn from ours. Blue respected Jamie deeply, provided he didn't try to matchmake him with Quinlan. Chapter 132. Gifts for Blue only. Ha. No problem. Nodding his head, Adebayo predictably burst into his trademark loud laughter again. I've already made arrangements for this matter. I expect it will take only a few days to learn your cook skills. Sebastian, you are wise, Blue replied, giving him a thumbs up, but there was an odd look in his eyes. Arkong Sanchi's culinary skills had been taught to him day by day, encompassing the 5,000-year legacy of Chinese cuisine. Could someone truly master it in just a few days? Fat chance. Even Arkong Sanchi himself wouldn't dare claim he had mastered all the techniques. Of course, Blue would never say such things. He still needed to respect Adebayo. It must be said that while the cooking skills of the Cheng family were average, their beef dishes indeed had a unique flavor. Thus, Blue focused all his attention on devouring the beef in front of him. No matter what intention Sebastian might have, the beef was innocent. After consuming ginseng, Blue's strength had increased, as well as his appetite. Only after finishing 3 servings did Blue finally let out a big belch. Sebastian, can we talk about that matter now? As Blue finished speaking, his gaze fell on Adebayo. He had already decided. If Cheng mentioned Bristol in any way, Blue would immediately run away. What about Cheng's earlier promise? Ask around in Chang'an, how many people believe Adebayo's promises? No rush. Unexpectedly, after Blue spoke, Adebayo remained calm and unhurried. Qin boy, how do you feel now? What kind of feeling? Blue was slightly stunned, unable to guess what Cheng wanted. Besides being full, I'm also a bit. Halfway through his sentence, Blue suddenly yawned widely. A bit sleepy. Sleepiness is just right. Just as Blue finished speaking, Adebayo's face twisted into a lecherous smile. The timing is about right. Time to collapse. Sebastian, you? Blue felt something was amiss halfway through his sentence. Even though drowsiness usually follows a hearty meal, it felt like this drowsiness came too quickly. I've been duped. Blue wanted to react more, but his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and with a thud, he fell to the ground. In his last moment of consciousness, Blue saw the even more smug expression on Adebayo's face. Finally collapsed. Fishing Blue from the ground, Adebayo showed a dissatisfied look. You incompetent fool. You can't even drug someone properly, forcing me to delay time myself. This isn't my fault. Upon hearing Adebayo's words, Hendrix couldn't help shrinking his neck. The drug I gave could make even a strong donkey pass out. Who knew this kid had such a high tolerance? What? Blame me? As soon as Hendrix spoke, Adebayo glared fiercely at him. You dare to argue with me? Yeah, not daring. Hendrix's fear proved effective once more. Admitting fault is smart. Satisfied, Adebayo nodded and handed Blue over to Hendrix. Now take this boy to your sister. Remember to ensure she doesn't miss this opportunity. A wreck? Hendrix's lips twitched, his face showing clear refusal. Why don't you go instead? While speaking, Hendrix carefully stepped back a few paces. Delivering a man to his sister at this hour, given her temperament, wasn't asking for trouble? TSK, you good-for-nothing brat. A slap landed on the back of Hendrix's head as Adebayo's face flushed with anger. Who has seen a father deliver a man to his daughter? Do you mean an elder brother? Don't deliver. Hang yourself from that crooked tree outside. I'll deliver him, okay? Going to his sister might result in a beating, but hanging on the crooked tree would mean losing face. A Chung family member could risk his life, but they could never lose face. Praying silently for himself, Hendrix carried Blue towards the backyard. Adebayo could carry Blue carelessly, but Hendrix didn't dare. If his sister saw her beloved treated without dignity, he would be in serious trouble. Watching Blue being passed around by his father and brother, Gerard in the corner sighed. My friend, this is all our family's fault. Foolish boy, you're afraid of being beaten, but don't I fear having my beard pulled? Only when Hendrix's silhouette disappeared did Adebayo finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the Chung family, Bristol reigned supreme. What are you standing there for? Aren't you supposed to practice martial arts? Finishing his sigh, Adebayo spotted Gerard wallowing in self-pity. Wanting to eavesdrop on his father's weakness? I'm leaving now. Without hesitation, Gerard scurried out of the room as fast as possible. His brother barely avoided the crooked tree warning. He didn't want the same fate. 2 flowers blooming, each telling its story. Carrying Blue from the hall, Hendrix finally reached the backyard. Under the strange gazes of servants, Hendrix called out to a house. Sis, open up, I brought you a gift. Elder brother? Accompanied by a puzzled voice, the door of the room opened slightly, followed by a long leg stepping out. Did you get into trouble again? Bristol understood her brother's character very well. Generally, he only sought her help with gifts when facing punishment. Not this time. Shaking his head, Hendrix continued. Sis, come see, I brought Blue for you. Brother, you're lying. Erikayu treats me. Mid-sentence, Bristol froze upon emerging from the room. Though she couldn't see clearly, her deep longing for Blue confirmed. It was him. You. What happened to Erikayu? Chapter 133. Boys must protect themselves when outside. Bristol rushed to Hendrix's side with an anxious look on her face as he finished speaking. Is he hurt? Don't worry, this guy is fine. Handing Blue over to Bristol, Hendrix took a few steps back before speaking. I drugged this kid along with Dad. You must take advantage of this opportunity. I'm leaving now. Before Bristol could react, Hendrix bolted out of the back courtyard like a wild hare. Given Xiaomei's personality, he didn't plan to return home for the next 6 months. In reality, Hendrix's actions were entirely correct. The moment his words finished, Bristol entered a state of fury. To send a man to her own sister, daughter, how could you come up with such an idea? Although this man was Blue, whom she had long been infatuated with, Bristol still felt deeply humiliated. What? Can't I handle one man by myself? Fortunately, Adebayo and his sons had no clue about Bristol's thoughts. Otherwise, they would nod furiously. Objectively speaking, if it was only based on looks and physique, Bristol could easily be among the top 10 in Chang'an City. But alas, even the most beautiful face couldn't compete with her formidable track record. Throughout Chang'an, whenever anyone mentioned Bristol, the first impression that came to mind was always brave warrior. A Rek'Mf. Taking a glance at the unconscious Blue in her arms, Bristol huffed. I'll settle accounts with you later. Compared to disciplining Hendrix, she was now more concerned about Blue's condition. After carefully examining him, Bristol nodded in satisfaction. Her father and brother knew their limits. Blue was only drugged with a common knockout drug. Lyra, come here. Confirming that Blue was fine, Bristol waved to one side. Go find a carriage and have someone take Master Erikayu back. The servant named Lyra exclaimed, looking somewhat hesitant. Miss, this is Master Qin. Perhaps feeling her words weren't clear enough, Lyra added. Didn't you always talk about Master Qin? Why not take advantage of this opportunity? Only worthy of being a Cheng household maid, her audacity was no less than Adebayo's. Thump. A finger knocked on Lyra's forehead as Bristol spoke. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I Bristol, someone who takes advantage of others? After finishing her sentence, Bristol continued. Even if I want Erikayu, I'll make him fall in love with me willingly. Miss is impressive, but given that she could make all of Chang'an's wealthy young masters quiver in fear, Bristol's personal combat prowess was evident. Though it was just a light tap, Lyra's forehead immediately swelled. But won't Sir and young master's efforts go to waste? How could they go to waste? Bristol emitted a cold laugh, a chill radiating from her entire body. Let them put in so much effort. I have to repay them properly. Her eyes fell on Lyra as she continued. If you waste any more time, I'll make sure you join in on the repayment. I dare not. With that remark, Lyra swiftly ran off. The repayment from Miss was better left for the likes of Sir to enjoy. Under Bristol's intimidation, Lyra acted quickly. Within a minute, a servant was brought into the back courtyard. Servant Earl, reporting to Mississippi. Just entering the courtyard, Earl hastily bowed to Bristol. Within the Chung household, no one dared show any disrespect to Bristol. This was respect. No need for formalities. Waving at Earl, Bristol spoke. The details aren't important now. Your job is to take Master Qin back to the Ariko Guagong Manor. Before Earl could respond, Bristol crossed her hands, producing a creaking sound. If you refuse or anything goes wrong, you will practice martial arts with me from now on. Miss can rest assured, definitely not. Earl slapped his chest, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Practicing martial arts with Bristol? This was a hellish task even Adebayo wouldn't dare accept. For his own safety, Earl didn't wait for Bristol to speak again but carried Blue out swiftly. From this moment on, Blue's importance surpassed Earl's life. Miss, are you really not regretful? Watching Earl leave, Lyra asked again. That's Master Qin. Thump. As expected, another hard tap landed, with Bristol's face showing pride. He whom I love, I will eventually obtain. With those words, Bristol turned back towards her room. She still had to prepare gifts for Lao Chang and the others. Miss, oh miss, why are you so stubborn? Muttering under her breath, Lyra doubted her miss greatly. If things were as simple as Miss thought, Sir wouldn't have resorted to such measures. Putting aside Bristol's actions, after exiting the back courtyard, Earl carefully placed Blue into the prearranged carriage. Master Cheen, landing in Mrs. Hands must have been tough on you. Watching Blue remain unconscious throughout the process, Earl felt a hint of pity. He had heard that his Miss harbored desire for Blue's beauty, never imagining she would already act upon it. Yes, in Earl's mind, Bristol had long transformed into an evil boss who bullied women and dominated men, while Blue was a poor, innocent flower victimized by her. Sighing deeply, Earl tightened his clothes slightly. So boys must protect themselves when outside. Of course, regardless of his sigh, he couldn't neglect what Bristol instructed. Sitting on the carriage driver's seat, Earl gently flicked the reins. Yeehaw! What? When the carriage exited through the side gate, a roar quickly sounded from Adebayo's room. That girl let Blue go? Clatter! With the sound of a teacup shattering, Adebayo's breathing became noticeably heavier. Such a fool. How could I give birth to such a dimwit? Chapter 134, Professional Team. In Jamie's eyes, his daughter Bristol's actions were definitely questionable. How could Yarden, such a smart child, let such a good opportunity slip away without winning her over? Wasn't this just giving other girls a chance? Of course, no matter what he thought, the most Jamie would do was grumble in the room and maybe break a couple of cups. As for disciplining Bristol, forget it. Girls should be pampered. Let's set aside Cheng Manor for now. At this moment, inside a carriage, Earl was looking down at a thin, middle-aged man lying on the ground. Brother, are you all right? Hastily jumping out of the carriage, Earl's face revealed a look of concern. He hadn't expected that a momentary distraction would lead to directly bumping into someone. However, while asking the question, a strange thought flashed through Earl's mind. Did I really hit him just now? Apart from Adebayo and his 3 sons, the Chung family had an excellent reputation. Despite some doubts, Earl hurriedly began checking the condition of the thin man. After all, the man had indeed fallen in front of his carriage. The man seemed seriously injured, unable to finish his sentence before starting to cough violently again. Brother, you seem not too well. Before Earl finished his words, his face suddenly changed as the thin man took out a piece of cloth from somewhere and pressed it against Earl's nose. This isn't good. Caught off guard, Earl only had time to think these 2 words before he fainted unexpectedly. It's done. Seeing Earl fall to the ground, the thin man finally smiled. Come out, brothers. Ha 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 ha, still our boss is amazing, taking care of this guy with one move. Following the thin man's call, 2 men and a woman emerged from around a nearby wall corner. The woman seemed to be holding something in her arms. Don't waste time, let's get out of here first. Ignoring the compliments from his companions, the thin man showed a hint of urgency on his face. If others find out about this, we won't be able to escape. Right, big brother knows best. While talking, they quickly picked up the unconscious Earl and carried him into the carriage. Boss, what about these 2? Take them along. Looking at the unconscious Yarden in the carriage, a peculiar gleam appeared in the thin man's eyes. This kid is quite something, still not awake even now. Hee, no wonder he's from a wealthy family. Look at his tender skin, just adorable. Examining the sleeping Yarden, the only woman among them couldn't resist licking her lips. After leaving Chang'an, these 2 kids will make us a fortune. She slightly lifted her clothes, revealing she was holding a cute-looking little girl in her arms. Shut up, talk when we're out of the city. Frustrated by their endless chatter, the thin man scolded them. Everyone, rest up. Once outside the city, we'll abandon the carriage and flee. Don't worry, brother. We know this routine by heart. Fisher-sinning to the thin man. Another strong man in the carriage smiled. It seems today is our lucky day, getting 2 for the price of 1. These people were actually a gang of human traffickers operating across the Tang Dynasty. Unlike ordinary traffickers, they specialized in targeting children from wealthy families. Why? Children from rich families were well-fed and plump, much better looking than those skinny kids from poor families. When presented to clients, they fetched higher prices. Normally, they would kidnap a wealthy and attractive child and then hijack a carriage from a noble household, using their influence to avoid inspections when exiting the city. Once outside, they would discard the carriage and vanish. As for selling the kidnapped children, they didn't need to worry. This business had its own channels. Some wealthy individuals enjoyed playing with other rich families' children. Thanks to this audacious yet meticulous approach, their 4-person gang had gained a high reputation among peers. They could fetch several times more money for each child compared to others. Their action took place in a secluded area, so no one saw them, and they quickly passed through Chang'an's gates without incident. After driving for nearly an hour, the thin man sighed in relief. Those fools didn't even check anything. Our boss is funny. This is Hyatt's carriage. Who dares to stop it? Sticking his head out of the carriage, the muscular man added. But after attacking the Duke's residence, things might get tough later. Each family had its unique mark, which this gang couldn't ignore. Who cares? Spitting out a mouthful of phlegm, the thin man scoffed. Just a minor injury if caught. As long as we aren't exposed, we'll live comfortably like always. He then added, prepare a bit. We'll soon abandon the carriage. After driving for another 15 minutes, they discarded the carriage in a small forest and ran off with the 3 unconscious victims in tow. Being seasoned criminals, this quartet of traffickers were extremely experienced, from planning to escape routes, all predetermined. 2 strong men did the heavy lifting, while the thin man and the obese woman with scars on her face erased any trace of their passage. In short, extremely professional. They finally found shelter in an old temple as dusk approached. Bang! Casually throwing Earl to the ground, one of the strong men rubbed his shoulders. D***him. He looks short, but weighs a ton. Compared to Earl, Yarden and the little girl received much better treatment. Why bring him along if he's not worth much? Gently placing the still unconscious girl and Yarden on the ground, the other strong man said, in my opinion, it'd be better to slit their throats and throw them outside. Chapter 135. How valuable is Blue? That won't do. The first burly man shook his head quickly and couldn't help but interject, Denny, You don't manage the household, so you wouldn't know how valuable this guy could be. Even mosquito legs have some meat on them. Alright, whatever Ari says goes, Denny said hastily as he saw Ari about to start a long-winded explanation. But you should tie him up first though. Do I need to tell you that? Rolling his eyes, Ari swiftly untied his belt and bound Earl in the same way one would with a wild boar. What should we do with these two kids? After tossing Earl aside, Ari's gaze fell upon Blue and the little girl. Should we tie them up too? Forget it. Giving it some thought, the thin, gaunt man shook his head briskly. These two children are pretty. Binding them too tightly might damage their appearance, reducing their value. Russell is right. As soon as the gaunt man spoke, the other three immediately agreed. After all, they were only dealing with two small children. What trouble could they possibly cause? Taking out the prepared provisions, the four men started eating where they were. They had managed to escape from Chang'an, making this operation half successful. Now all they needed was to sell the children. Blue had a long dream. He dreamed of being tied up by Jamie and delivered into Sister Alicia's hands, followed by whips, hot wax. Hell. Opening his eyes, Blue couldn't help but let out a startled cry before slapping outwards. He couldn't blame himself. Who wouldn't react similarly upon waking to find a big-nosed, square-faced rough man staring at them? Where am I? Ow. Struck suddenly, Earl couldn't help but scream, "Young master, what are you doing?" Earl? Ignoring the initial panic, Blue finally recognized the man before him. What happened? Looking at Earl, who was tied up like a crab, Blue's lips twitched involuntarily. Is Sebastian planning on sending us somewhere to work in the mines? Oh, young master, please don't joke now, Earl sighed heavily, filled with despair. We've fallen into the hands of thieves. Let's think about how to escape instead. Escape? Earl's words hadn't even fully left his mouth when a sneer came from nearby. Fishertal kid, don't waste your energy. If you hurt yourself in any way, you won't be worth much. Narrowing his eyes, Blue finally got a clear view of his surroundings. It was clearly an old ruined temple, containing Earl, who was tied up, a timid little girl, and several people who looked like villains. The bald burly man who spoke had two others, a man and a woman, already awakened beside him. Why the hell did you lose your mind in the middle of the night, Denny? I was having such a nice dream, Ari grumbled, turning his neck irritably. He was about to get busy with a voluptuous lady in his dream. Heh, they just woke up and were discussing how to escape. Escape? Upon hearing Denny's words, Ari burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, no one has ever escaped from our hands yet. You're wasting your time. How dare you? Hearing Ari's words, Earl couldn't hold back his anger, shouting, "A bunch of petty thieves! Do you realize who you've captured, the son of the Duke of the Realm? If you release us now, we can overlook this. Otherwise, once the court finds out, none of you will escape punishment." Slap. Smacking his forehead, Blue couldn't help but sigh deeply. Earl, I suspect you're working with them. Yelping in shock, Earl turned to Blue. Young master, why do you say that? This old Chung is loyal to heaven and earth. How could I side with thieves? If you hadn't spoken, we still had a chance to escape, Blue pointed at the leering group. But look now, they'll never let us escape. Not a ghost chance. Hee, indeed worthy of the Duke's son, with insight and perception. An archetypal villainous laugh echoed as the gaunt man clapped his hands. Originally thinking you were just a bonus, but you're actually the Duke's son. Looks like we can make a handsome profit this time. Following the gaunt man's words, the four traffickers smiled broadly. A Duke's son. It could likely ensure they didn't have to work for years. Hearing their conversation, Earl finally caught on. Coughing lightly, Earl's broad face showed a bit of embarrassment. Gentlemen, forget what I just said. Can we discuss this further? After pausing, Earl added, all you want is money. Why not consider letting us buy ourselves back? He wasn't really stupid, just temporarily flustered. Normally it might be different, but tied up like dumplings, anyone would reconsider confronting these men head-on. Hearing Earl's words, Blue sighed again. Who knew Cheng's servants had such a sense of humor? Was it usual for a Duke's son to be kidnapped so easily? Ha, no need for that. True enough, as Earl finished speaking, the gaunt man laughed loudly. The Duke's wealth scorches, but we prefer earning our own way. Blue couldn't help but smirk at the gaunt man's statement. Self-earned. Did they have any shame at all? Honestly, in both of his lives, Blue had never seen someone justify lawbreaking so calmly and eloquently. Gentlemen, given my identity, you must have experience in this line of work. How much do you think someone like me is worth? Gazing at the few people before him, Blue remained calm. Although he didn't know why he wasn't tied up, he just wanted to say, thanks. You're quite composed, boy. At this moment, the villain definitely had to blabber a bit more, especially adhering to the protagonist winning rule. With an absolute advantage, the four kidnappers didn't mind boasting to Blue. Based on your looks alone, you're worth at least 100 strings of cash, the gaunt man remarked with a slight smirk. But, hashtag chapter 136, Blue, the helpful one. The gaunt man paused for a moment before continuing. With your identity as a young lord, there will definitely be someone willing to pay a hefty price. I see. Blue nodded in understanding. This was essentially a transaction. Rarity dictated value, and it was clear he was one such rarity. Tisk. Seeing Blue's calm demeanor, the gaunt man couldn't help but cluck his tongue. You can rest assured. As long as you follow orders, your days won't be too bitter. As he spoke, envy crept into the gaunt man's expression. How could the gap between people be so vast? This kid, born the son of a duke, would still enjoy comfort even after being sold to others. Thank you for your reminder. However, I have another matter to discuss with all of you. Taken aback, the gaunt man focused on Blue. Don't tell me you want us to let you go? Not at all. Blue shook his head swiftly. I am not very talented, but I hope all of you can accompany me back to Chang'an City. Before anyone could react, Blue lunged towards Yuan, who was closest to him. A wreck of. Given the short distance between them and Blue's sudden attack, Yuan's face changed instantly, but soon, his expression returned to calm. Boy, do you think an ambush can? Ouch. Don't misunderstand. It wasn't that Yuan suddenly transformed. This was pure agony. Unbelievable. With his legs clamped tightly together, Yuan knelt on the ground, his face pale. Struck in a male's weakest spot, speaking those words was already a feat of endurance. Seeing Yuan's miserable state, the other men involuntarily sucked in their breaths. This boy is a brute. I thought you'd be smart, but turns out you're just foolish. With that, the gaunt man, leader of the small gang, waved coldly. Together, grab this kid. Heh. Eyeing the two men and one woman rushing at him, Blue showed disdain. A bunch of weaklings dare oppose me? As he spoke, Blue kicked the gaunt man, who had charged at him first. Pang! The loud sound rang out, and the gaunt man flew backward as if hit by a cart. After consuming the spirit ginseng and possessing inherited martial skills, Blue wouldn't be troubled by a few petty thieves. In less than a minute, Yuan, still writhing on the ground, had company in 3 similarly oars-shaped companions. You didn't expect the young lord to have such excellent martial arts. This time, we've lost, the gaunt man admitted through the pain. Compared to the gaunt man, Yuan looked more aggrieved. Why did you use such cruel methods against me when you had such strength? Though also on the ground, the injuries he suffered far exceeded the others. Heh, you seem quite composed. With a light laugh, Blue kicked the gaunt man's leg. Snap! A crisp sound broke the air, and the gaunt man's calf formed a bizarre angle with the ground. Arg! Despite the excruciating pain, the gaunt man's expression barely changed. We have admitted defeat. Young lord, do as you wish. The other 3 remained silent, but displayed similar stoic expressions. They had prepared for failure when they chose this path. The only surprise was losing to a young boy. Heh. Snap. Another leg was broken. Heh. Snap. Snap. This time, both arms. Boss. Seeing their leader endure such torment, the others flared up in anger. Boy, we are all in the same business. How can you humiliate us like this without fearing? Slap. Blue slapped Yuan mid-sentence, his expression full of contempt. I am the son of a duke, personally ennobled by his majesty as Baron Lantion. Can scum like you compare? What, not happy? Meeting the furious gazes of the group, Blue's lips curled into a wide smile. Don't worry, I'll make sure you enjoy yourselves. Turning, Blue instructed the girl who had freed Earl. Bind these fellows. Yes, sir. Having witnessed Blue's ruthlessness, Earl acted swiftly. Who knew what Blue might do if displeased? Dealing with the villains who nearly sold him left no room for mercy. Lacking ropes, Earl used the men's belts, binding them in minutes. Young lord, with my knotting skills, these guys won't escape unless they have your strength. Earl puffed his chest and complimented Blue. Nodding, Blue didn't care much about Earl's claim. If someone dared to break free, the gaunt man would be their role model. Fishertle girl, you're from Chang'an too, right? What's your name? Finally able to vent, Blue turned his attention to the young girl. She was not only beautiful but intelligent, evident from her helping Earl during the fight. My name is Fisher. Fisher answered timidly, her eyes filled with hope. Brother Chin, can you take me back to Chang'an? Of course. Patting his chest, Blue smiled broadly. I love helping girls in danger. Thank you, Brother Chin. Translation note. Pinyin names were kept consistent. The tone and style of the original text were preserved, ensuring natural and fluent English. Hashtag chapter 137. Garth becomes enraged. No need to be so polite. Smiling at the little girl once again, Blue finally spoke. It's getting late. We'll probably have to wait until morning to return. Although traveling at midnight wasn't entirely out of the question, Blue clearly had no intention of doing so. After all, this was the Tang Dynasty, and in this remote wilderness, who knew what wild beasts they might encounter? Everything is up to you, Brother Chin. Nodding quickly, the little girl showed her firm support for Blue's decision. It was so dark outside. She didn't want to travel through the night either. In that case, let's get some rest quickly. Seeing how cooperative the little girl was, Blue felt much better. We'll continue our journey after daybreak. However, what Blue didn't know was that as he settled down to rest, a tense atmosphere enveloped Chang'an City. Bang! A precious teacup was slammed onto the ground with force, and Ebert's face was filled with murderous intent. Sophie and Blue still haven't been found? Why yes, your majesty. Nodding cautiously, Nolan tried his best to minimize his presence. Please rest assured, your majesty. I have mobilized all the underworld operatives and shadow guards to search everywhere. If the kidnappers are still in the Tang Dynasty, they will surely be found. How can you assure me? With an angry roar, Ebert's gaze locked onto Nolan. The Thatcher's daughter and the son of a national duke have been kidnapped right in the heart of Chang'an. Nolan, have I been too lenient? Slave. Forget it, you may leave. Watching Nolan stammering, Ebert couldn't help but sigh deeply. Proclaim it widely. If anyone can provide information about Sophie and Blue, they will be rewarded with the rank of Baron. If they find them, the reward will be the rank of Viscount. Slave obeys your imperial command. Bowing respectfully to Ebert, Nolan swiftly turned and ran out of the palace. Ebert was clearly on the verge of fury, and even Nolan dared not linger any longer in his presence. Slap. Watching Nolan leave, Ebert slapped the desk in front of him forcefully. No matter who you are, I will not forgive you. The royal family wasn't the only one taking action. The Chung residents and the Qin residents also dispatched their retainers and servants. I promise, Ari Qin, I'll turn over the entire Tang Dynasty if necessary to bring Arakayu back. At the residence of Ariko Guagong, Duke of Ariko, Adebayo looked guilt-ridden as he faced Garth. If he hadn't drugged Blue, the latter wouldn't have encountered such danger. This is a trial for Arakayu himself. Jijia, don't blame yourself. Comforting Adebayo, Garth said. It seems I've been inactive for too long, allowing people to think my sons are easy targets. As he spoke, a rare aura of menace emanated from Garth. After consuming eels and refined medicinal herbs for so long, his physical condition had improved immensely. Ari, you? As brothers who had gone through life and death together, Adebayo naturally understood Garth well. Sensing the change in Qin Qian's demeanor, Adebayo's expression changed. Since leaving the court, it had been a long time since he had seen Garth display such authority. Thanks to Dr. Sun's assistance, this old man's life should last a bit longer. Garth did not hide anything from Adebayo. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Laughing loudly, Adebayo then spoke with excitement. Don't worry, Ari. If something happens to Erikayu, I'll help you hunt down those lurking pests completely. The disappearance of Princess Sophie and Blue in Chang'an was considered by Ebert, Garth, Adebayo, and others as a significant conspiracy. Without powerful backing, how could anyone achieve such a feat? That night, countless shadows roamed around Chang'an. Those planning unspeakable deeds under the cover of darkness were all dealt with along the way. The next morning, Blue was woken up by Earl. Fisher told Duke, it's already bright outside. Should we set off now? Looking at the sky, which had just begun to lighten, and then at Earl with bloodshot eyes, Blue couldn't help but sigh deeply. Was disturbing someone's sweet dreams a family trait of the Chengs? Forget it, let's go back quickly. Stretching slightly, Blue decided not to blame Earl. To be fair, it had been difficult for him as well, being responsible for guarding and supervising the 4 kidnappers all night. Of course, if pity were to be mentioned, the 4 kidnappers were undoubtedly the most pitiable. Adhering to the mindset, if I can't sleep, neither can you, Earl had given Old Baldy and the others quite a hard time the previous night. Dozing off? Punished. Blinking? Punished. Mosquito bites? Punished. In short, whether Earl was happy or unhappy, they would receive a beating. This night, Earl exerted physical effort, while they received bruises and swelling. Brother Qin, are we going back? Hearing Blue and Earl's conversation, the little girl woke up. Yes. Nodding, Blue continued. The most important thing now is to figure out where we are. They had been brought here while unconscious, so they could only ask the 4 men for information. Fortunately, after Earl's treatment, the 4 were now very cooperative. Before Blue finished speaking, Old Baldy quickly responded. Don't worry, Fisher told Duke. This place isn't far from Chang'an. Even walking, you can make it back by noon. Huh. Letting out a chilling laugh that made everyone shiver, Blue said. Good that you understand. These 4 had some cunning. To avoid possible pursuit, they had walked back toward Chang'an after abandoning the carriage. Take your leader and lead the way. Glancing at the men who were trying to please him, Blue remained calm. If we don't return to Chang'an by noon, you'll receive Qin's specially prepared gifts. Blue harbored no good feelings towards human traffickers. He hadn't killed them yet because he had other plans. Anyone daring enough to sell the son of a duke must have bigger fish behind them. Chapter 138. Return to Chang'an. This was actually an easy concept to understand. It's like doing business. There must be a buyer for every seller. Without a suitable buyer, who would dare to lay a hand on the son of a noble duke? Speaking of which, a line popped into Blue's mind. No market, no slaughter. Fisher told Lord, rest assured, I will lead you well. Brogan with the swollen face patted his chest as soon as Blue spoke. Not fearing death doesn't mean not fearing torture and pain. After seeing Blue's cruelty, all he wished for was a quick end. It turned out that Brogan didn't play any tricks. After a frantic chase through the woods, they soon saw the silhouette of Chang'an City. You've done quite well. Blue reached out to pat Brogan's shoulder with an appreciative look on his face. Afterwards, this young master will try not to harm you. Thank you, Fisher told Lord. Brogan's eyes lit up as he gave Blue a fawning smile. This is exactly what I want. Compared to Brogan, the other members of the quartet looked somewhat envious. Had they known about such benefits earlier, they should have spoken up. With numerous scouts sent by Ebert and Old Qin, Blue's group was immediately spotted upon their appearance. Notably, it was an old soldier from Qin Mansion who first spotted Blue. Master, it really is you. The old soldier ran up excitedly, scrutinizing Blue. Where did you go, master? Are you all right? Were you bullied? His tone exuded faint hostility, indicating he'd take action if Blue had indeed been wronged. Don't worry, Uncle Dunk. I'm fine. Smiling broadly at the old soldier, Blue responded. Since you're here, my father must be worried sick, right? He surely is. Seeing Blue unharmed, Dunk nodded in relief. Today, the Lord even took out his gold-coated brass flails, vowing to turn heaven and earth upside down to find you. Not just the Lord, but our senior brothers are polishing their weapons too. Pausing for a moment, Dunk added. Our Qin family's young master can't be bullied by outsiders. Ha ha ha, not just me, but you guys too, Uncle Dunk. Laughing heartily, Blue warmly patted Dunk's shoulder. Since we met, let's head home together. Sounds good, master. Dunk felt no discomfort or fear from Blue's friendliness. As veterans, they were nominally Qin Mansion servants, but in reality, they were close friends who faced life and death together with Old Qin. Garth was a man of generosity and integrity, never stingy towards his troops. Some of these old soldiers sustained injuries on the battlefield, while others simply chose to continue following Garth. Regardless of the reason, they formed a unique part of Qin Mansion. Not only them, their descendants were also taught loyalty to Qin Mansion from a young age. Undoubtedly, if Garth ever rebelled, these loyalists would support him without hesitation. A stronger force than martyrs. People like Dunk existed within each prestigious clan, differing only in numbers. Upon finding Blue, Dunk naturally felt elated. On the way back, he asked about his overnight experience. Blue naturally wouldn't hide anything from his own people. Hearing the story, Dunk's face showed anger. These petty bandits dared to touch the young master, blind fools. He then kicked Brogan and the others beside him. Had he not needed them, he could have slit their throats instantly. After venting, Dunk felt proud again. This was the formidable young master of the Qin family. Unbeknownst to Blue, Thatcher Ebert had already heard news of him. Congratulations, your majesty. We've found traces of Princess Zhangsun. What? Ebert, sporting black eye circles, quickly stood up. Tell me quickly. As Nolan spoke, Ebert's expression showed concern. How is Fiancée? Princess Zhangsun is unharmed, replied Nolan. Sighing deeply, Ebert regained composure. Unharmed is good. Calmly collecting himself, Ebert asked, who found Fiancée? Did Blue find her? What's their current status? Indeed, Ebert was a benevolent ruler. Even now, he remembered Blue. The young lord has returned too, Nolan smiled slightly. The princess and the young lord returned together and are likely near the Duke of Erek's residence. To avoid startling the citizens, we didn't bring Princess Zhangsun back directly. Though both Ebert and Garth had sent troops searching for Teresa and Blue, they hadn't publicized it, as it would have been embarrassing. You did well, Ebert nodded approvingly. Go to Qin Mansion and fetch Fiancée. Thinking for a moment, he added quickly. Bring that boy Blue too. Your Majesty, I'll attend to it immediately. Nolan bowed and rushed out, knowing the Emperor's concerns from last night. He even brought several Imperial guards, ready to eliminate any threats instantly. During Nolan's journey, Blue finally returned to Qin Mansion. Lord, the young master has returned. Chapter 139. Ebert summoned. The moment he stepped through the door, Josh started shouting loudly. As a man who had fought on the battlefield, he knew nothing of restraint. Actually, even if Josh hadn't shouted, it wouldn't have mattered because Darren, Nicole, and many servants were already waiting in the front courtyard. Back? His gaze swept over Blue, and Garth's expression relaxed slightly. Though someone had already reported that Blue was unharmed, only seeing it with his own eyes could truly set his mind at ease. My dear child, let mother see if you're hurt. Compared to Darren, Nicole didn't hide her emotions at all. If not for others being present, she might have checked him thoroughly right then and there. Thud. Feeling the care from his parents, Blue's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground on both knees. I've caused my father and mother worry. This is my unfilial act. Even though he was a time traveler, Blue was truly born to Nicole and Darren, and raised by them over the years. For Blue, Garth and Nicole were his parents, without any doubt. Get up. Seeing Blue's action, Garth's hanging hands trembled slightly but still maintained a stern look. A man's knee is worth its weight in gold. How can you kneel so easily? I kneel before my own parents. What's wrong with that? Smiling despite himself, Blue quickly stood up. To reassure father and mother, my experience was rather interesting but I wasn't injured at all. Knowing that Darren and Nicole were still worried, Blue bounced a few times on the spot to prove his words. All is well. Though they wanted to ask more, Garth and Nicole suppressed their emotions considering another person was present. I lost my composure for a moment and failed to greet you in time. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Your Highness? Darren's words hadn't even finished when Blue let out an exclamation. You are Princess Aliana? His gaze fell on the little girl beside him. Could it be that the girl he rescued randomly was Thatcher Fisher's most beloved daughter? Blue couldn't help but glance at the 4 human traffickers again with admiration. Taking a princess and a young marquis from Chang'an City, now that's impressive. Erect. Sensing Blue's gaze, Baldy Brogan and the others tried to show gratitude but ended up looking more distressed. Who knew this girl would be the princess? If earlier they had some hope of survival, now it was utterly crushed. This is the imperial princess, enough to get them beheaded multiple times. In contrast, Aliana remained calm. Why? Do I not look like a princess? Sticking her tongue out playfully, Aliana then bowed respectfully to Garth and Nicole. Uncle Qin, please don't bow. If not for Brother Qin's help, I would have been harmed long ago. Watching Aliana's demeanor shift between playful and cultured, Blue felt a mix of emotions. Women, your name is changeable. These are actions my son should do. With Darren's status, accepting Aliana's salute wasn't inappropriate. With a smile, Garth said, meeting the princess safe and sound brings great relief to this old minister. Just as Garth was about to invite Aliana and Blue into the room, Nolan entered with a group of imperial guards. Servant greets Princess Fisher. First bowing to Aliana, Nolan then looked at Garth. Fearful for the princess's safety, I trespassed here. Please pardon me, Duke of Arico. The eunuch jests. Calmly accepting Nolan's salute, Garth showed understanding. As an inner court servant, Nolan should appear anxious. Thank you, Duke of Arico. Nolan bowed again and smiled. Among the many military officers in Chang'an, Nolan always favored Garth's family. Why? Because they treated people well. Regardless of the small gifts Blue sent, just addressing him as eunuch made him feel comfortable. Unlike a certain neighbor, who loudly called him public grandpa and sometimes mumbled castrated man. Was becoming a eunuch really my choice? Putting those thoughts aside, Nolan turned to Aliana with a placating expression. The Thatcher and Empress have worried about you all night. I'm here to escort you back to the palace. Nodding, Aliana now carried herself with even more grace. Thank you, eunuch. As royalty, the palace attendants were practically her private property. Usually, Aliana wouldn't need to be so courteous to eunuchs or maids. But after seeing Garth and Blue's behavior, she chose to address Nolan differently. Aliana didn't quite understand why, perhaps to not appear too capricious in front of Blue. You are too kind, princess. No matter the reason, Nolan was deeply moved. This is gratitude from the imperial princess. Suppressing his excitement, Nolan glanced at Garth and Blue with regret. I know everyone has much to discuss, but His Majesty also wishes to see Marquis Lantion, so? He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. The Thatcher wants to see you urgently, better save the conversation for later. Given his positive feelings towards the Qin family, Nolan wouldn't have dared adopt such an attitude otherwise. Thatcher's commands were paramount. Who could refuse? This? With a bitter laugh, Garth responded. If summoned by His Majesty, Erikayu must go promptly. Ultimately, Darren was a tough man. Once assured that Blue wasn't seriously hurt, his worry vanished mostly. As for other concerns, no man of the Qin household fails to solve problems. Nicole, however, showed much more concern, even instructing Blue. Remember to follow the rules in the palace. Don't anger the Thatcher. Chapter 140. Absolute authority. Don't worry, mother. I know what to do. Nicole wanted to say a few more words, but Nolan urged them on. so she had no choice but to watch Blue leave. These fellows are still of use to me. Please have father arrange for someone to temporarily hold them in custody. Before leaving, Blue didn't forget to remind Darren. He couldn't help but remind him. Despite Darren's calm and composed demeanor, he was also a seasoned warrior who could be ruthless. If not instructed otherwise, Blue worried that by the time he returned, even the 4 men's corpses might be hard to find. Go on then. Although Darren didn't give an explicit reply, he nodded, understanding his son's independent thinking. Since Blue had said it, there must be something else on his mind. Sir, do you think His Majesty will blame Ganger over the incident with the Imperial Princess? Only after Blue and the others were out of sight did Nicole look at Garth with concern. As a mother, despite the low probability, she couldn't help but worry about her child. What sort of magnanimity does His Majesty possess? He wouldn't involve outsiders because of such a matter. Seeing Nicole's face grow increasingly worried, Garth softened his tone. Relax, my dear. Ganger saved the Imperial Princess. His Majesty can't reward him fast enough. Good. Nodding, Nicole's expression eased up a bit. As long as nothing happens to Ganger, leaving aside Nicole's worries, Blue and the others successfully arrived at the palace. His Majesty is waiting inside. The prince and Fishertle Duke can go straight in. At the study door, Nolan kindly opened it for Teresa and Blue. Thank you. Blue thanked Nolan before entering the study with Teresa. Father. As soon as she entered, Teresa rushed into Sylvester's arms. Though she maintained decorum earlier at Blue's home, deep down she was still just a little girl who couldn't help but feel scared. Fisherji. Sylvester hugged her tightly, his body trembling slightly. Ha ha, my Fisherji. Let me see if you're hurt. As he spoke, he quickly examined her from head to toe. For a moment, Blue felt as though he saw a glimpse of Nicole in him. I'm fine. Only when Teresa saw Taizong examining her arms and legs for the 4th time did she speak. I owe it all to Brother Erikayu's help. Otherwise, I might never have seen father again. Her eyes flashed with fear as she recalled the incident. As Sylvester's most beloved princess, Teresa held a very high status within the palace. However, the more respected she was, the more curious she became about the outside world. This abduction happened largely because Teresa deliberately disguised herself to deceive her guards. As long as you're safe. Feeling Teresa's gaze, Sylvester's mouth twitched slightly. Rest assured, Fisherji, I will reward this young Chin well. Saying this, Sylvester felt a pang of sadness. Not over spending money or giving rewards, but sensing his little girl's transformation. As a doting father, Sylvester understood Teresa's nature well. Her words seemed like an explanation of events, but were actually seeking rewards for Blue. Sure enough, as soon as the words left his lips, Teresa beamed brightly. Father is wise. You're the best, father. Chuckles escaped him as his face darkened slightly. His slightly annoyed gaze fell on Blue. Well done, boy. Guanyin Yang, Empress Dowager, hasn't slept all night because of you. Now that you've returned, go see her. Wisely diverting Teresa's attention, Sylvester interrupted her. Mother hasn't slept all night? Indeed. Hearing those words, Teresa's face turned anxious. I'll go see Mother right away. Without waiting for Taizong to respond, Teresa quickly turned and ran out of the study. Now, tell me what happened yesterday. With Teresa gone, Sylvester's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a stern expression. Who attacked you? Though Teresa had safely returned, this didn't mean the matter would end here. Someone daring to target the Imperial Princess ignited Taizong's anger, which wouldn't subside easily. Regarding Blue, Taizong's reaction was purely paternal instinct. There wasn't much ill will towards Blue himself. Your Majesty, it was just an accident. Without waiting for further questions, Blue rapidly recounted everything he knew. Just common bandits? Taizong's expression grew strange as Blue spoke. He had expected a conspiracy against the royal family, but instead, the story sounded almost too dramatic. Yes, truly. Nodding confidently, Blue showed no sign of lying. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he wasn't easily fooled by Baldy Lao San and company. But, pausing briefly, Blue continued, there are likely some buyers of high status behind these bandits. Nephew plans to expose them personally. Emphasizing the word nephew subtly reminded Taizong of their close relationship. With such ties, you wouldn't dare harm me, would you? Indeed, Taizong's expression softened slightly as Blue finished speaking. Are you sure you can find the masterminds? Absolutely. Nodding swiftly, Blue exuded confidence. Unless those 4 thieves have steel bones, they'll confess everything. In that case, handle it yourself. After a brief silence, Taizong agreed to Blue's proposal. I grant you absolute authority. Anyone below the rank of Duke can be arrested and questioned. Whether intentional or not, Taizong didn't plan to let the hidden buyers off lightly. Their actions were already illegal under Tang law, regardless of involving Teresa and Blue. ####Chapter 141. Veteran of the Qin family. Thank you, Your Majesty. Blue bowed to Ebert and continued, this matter is significant. I may need the assistance of the Divine Valor Army. If so, you are the commander of the Divine Valor Army. Naturally, you can mobilize them. After speaking, Ebert added, you proceed with full confidence. Once this matter is completed, I will reward you accordingly. This was a promise made to Blue. With these words, the members of the Divine Valor Army would be even more dedicated to their tasks. Very well, Uncle Fisher, I will not disappoint you. Having achieved his purpose, Blue changed his address towards Ebert. If Uncle Fisher has no other business, your nephew shall take my leave. Hold on. Seeing Blue about to take his leave, Ebert frowned slightly. I have another matter to ask of you. Uncle Fisher, please speak freely. Blue patted his chest earnestly. Your nephew will not withhold any information. Good. Ebert nodded approvingly. Tell me, what do you think of Fiancée? The princess? Startled for a moment, Blue couldn't understand why Thatcher Fisher would ask such a question. However, he knew he must answer the Emperor's query. After a brief silence, Blue responded. The princess is not only intelligent and courageous, but also gentle in character. She truly is an extraordinary woman rarely seen in this world. While there was some flattery involved, it still aligned with Blue's impression of Aliana. A common young lady wouldn't remain as composed and dignified under similar circumstances. Indeed. Ebert scrutinized Blue before nodding. You may go now. Your nephew takes his leave. Fisher's actions seemed somewhat perplexing, but Blue didn't overthink it. After all, the Emperor could afford to be a little capricious. Upon leaving the study, Blue was escorted back to the Qin residence by Jason. Naturally, they engaged in casual conversation during the journey. Upon hearing about Blue's experiences last night, Jason offered his thoughts. Such villains must have committed countless crimes. You must not let them off easily. Although just a minor eunuch, Jason wasn't one to harbor twisted thoughts. He abhorred the likes of human traffickers as much as anyone else. Of course, Blue nodded without hiding his intentions. This involves our family. If we don't take action, won't others underestimate us? It's good that you understand. Hearing Blue's words, Jason's expression relaxed. One could be kind, but kindness should not lack boundaries. Clearly, Blue was striking the right balance. Being a palace eunuch, Jason couldn't stay out too long. After escorting Blue home, he immediately bid farewell. Although Blue had been gone for a whole night, there was much to handle at home, so no one tried to detain him. Mother, I'm back? Upon entering, Blue called out loudly. Knowing Kara's worry, he expected her to be concerned. You naughty child, if you're back, just come inside. Why shout? Kara emerged quickly. Though grumbling, she wore a smile visible to everyone. She patted Blue's head. My son must be hungry. I've instructed Arkong Sancher to prepare your favorite mapo tofu. Thank you, mother. Blue flashed a sweet smile at Kara, feeling no shame despite having lived 2 lifetimes. Showing affection to his mother. What was shameful about that? By the way, where are those guys I brought back? After calming Kara, Blue recalled the human trafficking quartet. Having boasted to Thatcher Fisher, he needed to ensure the task was completed. To find the buyer, Blue required cooperation from the quartet. They were taken to the training ground by Josh and others, Kara answered, puzzled. Given Qin's status as a state duke and top martial general, it was normal for the Qin residents to have a training ground. The decision to take the quartet there was understandable. With many like Josh in the household, kidnapping Blue was a grave provocation. Though Blue ordered them not to kill the captives, a lesson or two was perfectly acceptable. These were seasoned warriors who knew various methods of punishment. These fellows are of great use to me. Josh and others shouldn't ruin them. Looking worried, Blue bowed to Kara. Son needs to go now. Please don't be angry, mother. Go ahead. Kara smiled, undisturbed by Blue's actions. For a mother, her children's safety was paramount. As it turned out, Blue's concerns were justified. Upon reaching the training ground, the quartet was tied to tall pillars. Numerous odd-looking men stood around. Calling them odd was apt, as many were missing limbs, eyes, arms, legs, and some even lacked half a face. In the center stood the bound quartet, and a one-eyed middle-aged man with a mustache and a missing leg. Our band always acts decisively. Is torturing people heroic? Blue arrived just in time to hear the bald third brother's distinct voice. Hehehe, heroic? Pulling out a small dagger and licking it, the one-eyed man resembled an evil boss from a low-budget web drama. Can't endure a bit of pain and call yourself a hero? You. Hearing the man's words, bald Denny nearly spat blood. Surviving such torture was beyond human endurance. Recalling the ordeal their leader faced, fear flickered in bald Denny's eyes. This man was a devil in human form. Chapter 142. Interrogating Beck. What, is there anything else you want to say? Waving the dagger in his hand, the one-eyed middle-aged man spoke again. If not, this old man will start. No, no, no. Seeing the dagger getting closer, Beck finally couldn't hold back. He loudly halted the one-eyed middle-aged man's action and then said, Master Qin promised not to torture me. You can't do this to me. So what? Beck might as well have remained silent. With his words out, the one-eyed middle-aged man laughed coldly. Do I look like a fool? Not at all. Shaking his head, Beck's face was full of seriousness. No matter what he thought in his heart, at least now was definitely not the time to speak recklessly. In that case, does my young master look like a fool? As he finished speaking, the cold expression on the one-eyed middle-aged man's face deepened. Of course not. Shaking his head again, Beck quickly replied. Young Master Qin is wise and intelligent. How could he be a fool? Though they hadn't spent much time together, Beck had already sensed Berkeley's status among these people. Knowing this, he understood exactly what kind of words would be most fitting. Huh. Letting out a cold laugh, the one-eyed middle-aged man's face suddenly turned cold. In that case, do you think this old man would believe that my young master made such a promise to you? His lips twitching slightly, Beck's expression was worse than having eaten several pounds of excrement. Strange as it sounded, this was indeed a promise made by your young master. Daring to use such lies to insult me, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Before Beck could explain, the one-eyed middle-aged man's dagger already sliced toward his arm. Hold it. Hearing the sudden voice, Beck, who was preparing to scream in agony, couldn't help but feel relief. Oh, thank heaven you finally appeared, young master. Looking at Berkeley approaching from a distance, all the veterans around him quickly saluted. Young master, why are you here? Yes, the scene is bloody. Young master should stay away for now. Young master, you're... Though the scene was chaotic, without exception, they all showed concern for Berkeley. Thank you, uncles. As a son of the Qin family, I can handle such scenes. Clasping his hands towards everyone, Berkeley smiled genuinely. The feeling of being cared for, truly refreshing. Haha, young master is formidable. Following Berkeley's words, the first to speak was the one-eyed middle-aged man holding the dagger. Now that you're here, young master, watch as Americ takes revenge for you. Speaking, Americ swiftly waved his dagger. Don't worry, young master. I'm skilled with this dagger technique and can stab them over 500 times without killing them. Americ looked proud. Although there were many veterans in Qin Manor, only he possessed such skills. This was also related to Americ's role. On the battlefield, Americ interrogated captured scouts. It was said that no scout could remain silent once in Amaric's hands. Amaric, hold it. Seeing Amaric about to stop, Berkeley quickly called out. These men still have value to me, so they shouldn't be harmed too much yet. Though Amaric could ensure their survival, if truly tortured, they'd likely go mad. A wreck? Hearing Berkeley's words, Fuize's face revealed reluctance. Since young master requests it, I'll let these rascals off for now. As he spoke, Fuize subtly changed his grip, hiding the dagger somewhere. Phew. Finally escaping the nightmare, Beck took a deep breath. I see you, young master. Please ask your questions directly. I'll answer everything truthfully. As he spoke, Beck flashed Berkeley a sycophantic smile. Previously, he might have seized the opportunity to make some demands, but now he had no such thoughts. Anything was better than falling into Fuize's hands. Haha, excellent. Berkeley cast a glance at Beck as if saying you're wise to understand, and assured him, as long as you provide the information you know, I can grant you a quick death. Ask away, young master. Beck's eyes lit up, eagerly awaiting Berkeley's questions. If not tied to the post, he might even have slapped his chest to show determination. Now, tell me, who have you been dealing with? This? Unexpectedly, Berkeley's first question stumped Beck, who now wore a conflicted expression. People in his line of work valued reputation highly. Revealing client identities could affect future business. But thinking about it, Beck spat inwardly. Without a life, what does the future matter? Why, you don't want to say? Seeing Beck hesitate, Berkeley frowned slightly. Amaric, perhaps? Will, very willing. Realizing Berkeley might resort to extreme measures, Beck's tone changed. I'm willing to answer all questions, but the clients are numerous, so even I can't remember clearly. With Beck's words, everyone present revealed murderous intent. After the previous interrogation, they knew Beck's activities and understood why they felt this way. One sentence revealed how grave their crimes were. In that case, you've done a thriving business, Berkeley taunted, then continued. Tell me the highest ranking, most generous clients you know. Don't tell me you forgot those people's identities. Berkeley added quickly. Given they dared to act against me, there must be significant clients. Don't try to fool me. Dare not, dare not. As Berkeley spoke, Beck shook his head rapidly. Deception? That thought vanished after witnessing Fuize's skills. Chapter 143. A Peculiar National Duke. During their transactions, those guests always hide their identity or send their subordinates, making it very hard for us to know who they really are. Noticing Blue's expression growing increasingly grim and Alexei beside him, pulling out his dagger from his waist once more, the bald-headed third old man quickly tried to salvage the situation. But after our secret investigations, we've identified a few of them. Speak. Glaring fiercely at the bald-headed third old man, Blue opened his mouth. If you dare to beat around the bush, you'll be waiting to receive Amaric's care. Never. Never. Shaking his head rapidly, the bald-headed third old man's face twitched severely. He certainly didn't believe that the so-called care would involve Alexei giving him a massage. To inform young lord, among these customers, the highest-ranking person is Abraham. Not only is he very generous, but he also prefers young boys and girls. Pausing slightly, the bald-headed third old man shot Blue an embarrassed look. Earlier, we had planned to sell young lord to him. Unexpectedly, when the bald-headed third old man spoke, he dropped the bombshell, causing Blue's expression to instantly become serious. What is his status? Where is he now? Blue wasn't surprised that the bald-headed third old man knew this information. People like them undoubtedly had their own channels for obtaining it. Incidentally, Abraham shares a slight similarity with young lord. He is also the offspring of a national duke. As expected, as soon as Blue asked, the bald-headed third old man replied, of course, his status definitely isn't as noble as young lord's, since he is just the adopted son of the national duke. Before Blue could speak, Alexei and others by his side were already showing dissatisfaction. How noble our young master is, how can an adopted son of a national duke compare? This wasn't mere vanity on Alexei's part, it was indeed true. After all, Blue was the only son of Old Sheen and would inevitably inherit the title of Eriko Tate. My humble words were improper. Feeling Alexei's furious gaze, the bald-headed third old man couldn't help shuddering. If not bound to the wooden post, he would have slapped himself right now. His foul mouth had messed up what should and shouldn't be said. It's fine, continue speaking. Thank you, young lord. Showing a fawning expression, the bald-headed third old man continued. According to our understanding, Abraham is the 72nd adopted son of Conroy, the Marquis of Yun. He is currently in Chang'an City. With the bald-headed third old man's words, Blue couldn't help but laugh. I thought it was some big catch. Turns out it's just a stinky shrimp. Had it been an adopted son of another national duke, Blue might have taken him seriously, but Conroy's adopted son was nothing much. Speaking of Conroy, this man was truly a peculiar existence. Although many criticized Ebert for certain actions, one couldn't deny his charisma. Many of Ebert's followers, including Conroy, were extremely loyal. Conroy initially started as a minor officer at Benjamin Gang Fort, joining Ebert along with Dwayne. Later, Egan recommended him to serve Ebert directly. Early on, Conroy helped Ebert recruit local heroes, ready to rescue him if needed. Even after his plans were exposed, he endured severe torture without revealing a single word. After Ebert ascended the throne, Conroy was heavily relied upon, advancing from a marquis to a national duke and eventually serving as Minister of Works. However, Conroy was peculiar because of his personal interests. Despite being capable, he placed great trust in wandering sorcerers. One sorcerer told him that adopting sons could stabilize his fate, leading Conroy to adopt over 500 sons during his lifetime. Ironically, some of these sons he had never even met. Due to this outrageous behavior, Conroy's eventual fate wasn't pleasant. Accused of rebellion, he was executed and his family confiscated. Whether Conroy intended to rebel is uncertain, but one thing is clear. He was never short of adopted sons. Please give orders, my lord, and we shall immediately apprehend that scoundrel. While Blue found humor in the situation, Alexei and others felt only anger. How dare such a lowlife touch their young master? To some extent, Abraham was taking the blame for the human trafficker's actions. Targeting Blue was a mere coincidence. Abraham had never issued such an order. But if Blue had fallen into Abraham's hands, Abraham wouldn't have shown any mercy. Playing with such a handsome and high-status young man would have been irresistible to him. Killing a chicken doesn't require a butcher's knife. There's no need for uncles to act. Bowing to everyone, Blue said, since the divine military has been trained for a while, this opportunity can be used to see their results. This? Hesitating for a moment, Alexei finally nodded. If young master finds interest in this, then we won't interfere. To Alexei and the others, whether it was the divine military or Abraham, they were merely children. Thank you, uncles. Bowing to everyone, Blue turned to Bentley. Go inform the divine military to bring their weapons. Yes. Understanding that his young master was about to undertake something important, Bentley dared not delay. With a swift nod, he quickly turned and left. Notifying the over 100 members of the divine military alone wasn't easy, so Bentley had to find some servants to assist him. Young lord, I've revealed everything I know. After Bentley left, the bald-headed third old man showed a sycophantic smile. Could you give me a swift death? At this point, this was his only request. The conversation earlier hadn't been kept private, and thus he realized how terrifying these people were. Abraham, someone they considered highly prestigious, seemed as insignificant as an ant to them. In his thoughts, the bald-headed third old man couldn't help feeling regret. If only he had known things would come to this, he would never have embarked on this path. Hashtag chapter 144. Abraham's threat. There's no need to rush. With a calm demeanor, Blue waved his hand and then spoke. Once I confirm you haven't lied, I'll give you a quick end. Many thanks, young master. Upon hearing Blue's words, the bald old third brother, tied to the pillar, immediately showed a wide smile. Don't worry, young master. Everything I said just now is true. Whether it's true or not, we'll know soon enough. Waving his hand as he walked away, Blue casually instructed Alexei and the others. Please refrain from torturing them until I return. Don't worry, young master, we know what to do. Alexei nodded at Blue, smacking his lips and giving the bald old third brother a regretful look. You are smart, otherwise. He didn't finish his sentence, but the bald old third brother couldn't help but shrink his neck when he saw the dagger twirling between Alexei's fingers. Evil spirit, stay away from me. Both Bentley and the members of the divine military were swift in their actions. By the time Blue arrived at the front yard to have a meal, the divine military had already gathered at the Qin residence's entrance. All members of the divine military have arrived. Awaiting your orders, General. It was Ascari who spoke, one of the few people in the divine military who could freely enter and exit the Qin residence. Everyone is here? Opening his eyes quickly, Blue's lips curled slightly upwards. Do you all have your weapons? Yes, we do. Ascari nodded swiftly, his face brimming with excitement. Erikayu, what are we going to do today? Break into whose mansion? Having enjoyed the thrill of forcefully entering the Ingwa mansion before, the rich young lords of the divine military had long been eagerly anticipating this day. You'll know soon enough. Rolling his eyes at Ascari, who always seemed to welcome chaos, Blue stood up and headed towards the door. The enforcers were ready. It was time for the show to begin. Though prepared mentally, Blue was still taken aback by the scene outside the residence. Are you all planning to attack a city? If Ascari's horse spear was understandable, then the Alwyn, dressed in bright armor and wielding a pair of iron hammers, were undeniably the most eye-catching. Hee. Feeling Blue's gaze, Yusef scratched his head with a foolish smile. Last time someone stormed our mansion. Now that we finally have a good opportunity, we want to make others experience that too. As the last ones to join the divine military, the Alwyn had participated in the previous mansion storming activities of the rich young lords. Unfortunately, they were on the opposing side then. Understanding showed on Blue's face after Yusef's explanation. Simply put, they wanted to build their joy on the suffering of others. For such unethical behavior, Blue was particularly supportive. Patted Yusef on the shoulder, Blue said, in that case, this operation depends on you. General, rest assured. Yusef patted his chest, wishing he could write with me. There will be no mishaps, on his face. Let's go. Sensing the impatience radiating from the crowd of rich young lords, Blue waved his hand and headed towards the western market. Notably, although Conroy was addicted to adopting sons, he did have certain requirements for these godsons. At least, not anyone could become the esteemed godson of Duke Yun. How to demonstrate capability? Simple. Whoever provided Conroy with more offerings was deemed more capable. Thus, Conroy's eventual execution might not be considered unjust. According to the information provided by the bald old third brother, Abraham had gathered a gang of troublemakers in the western market, specializing in swindling and deceiving people. Unlike the eastern market, which housed mostly wealthy merchants, the western market was predominantly home to poor commoners and foreigners. Using the title of Duke Conroy, Abraham and his gang thrived, raking in substantial profits. Given such extensive business, Abraham was easy to find. While Blue and his men hurried to the location mentioned by the bald old third brother, something else was happening in an old courtyard in the western market. So, that girl hasn't agreed yet? Speaking was a pale, middle-aged man with dark circles under his eyes, exuding an effeminate aura. He lounged in a reclining chair with his eyes half closed, while a robust middle-aged man stood nervously before him. No. Pausing, the middle-aged man added nervously. Don't worry, boss. I will ensure that stubborn girl agrees as quickly as possible. Giving a soft laugh, Abraham sized up the middle-aged man. That's the best course of action. If I don't see her by tomorrow, come to my room yourself. With those words, Abraham licked his lips with a sinister grin. My room is very comfortable. You'll enjoy it. No. Seeing Abraham's gesture, the robust man shivered involuntarily. Having worked closely with Abraham, he knew his boss's tastes all too well. If he truly entered that room, he would never be able to face his fellow townspeople again. Why are you unwilling? Seeing the hesitant response, Abraham's expression grew colder. Is my request too much for you? No, no. Shaking his head rapidly, the robust man forced himself to speak through the nausea. I just don't want to disappoint you. I will definitely get that girl for you. You're being sensible. Although he knew the robust man was trying to deceive him, Abraham wore a satisfied smile. His tastes were varied, but only that stubborn little girl held genuine allure. Of course, if he hadn't succeeded by tomorrow, Abraham wouldn't mind indulging in some pleasures with the robust man before him. Fishhooking his lips, Abraham felt a wave of excitement. This robust figure would surely offer a different kind of satisfaction. Boss, I'll go find the girl first. Seeing Abraham's gaze growing increasingly dangerous, the robust man's legs trembled as he hurriedly spoke. Interrupted mid-thought, Abraham's face instantly turned cold. Get out. I'm leaving right now. Chapter 145. The Wu Brothers' Secret. The burly middle-aged man didn't care about Abraham's mood. Upon hearing the other party's words, he immediately broke into a wide smile. Phew. Not until he left the courtyard did the burly man spit on the ground fiercely. If it weren't for survival, who would want to serve such a pervert? Brother, perhaps you've encountered something unpleasant. Why not tell us so we can all have some fun? Isn't it all because of that Wu? What did you just say? In the middle of his sentence, the burly man suddenly realized. If he hadn't misheard, this guy just said to let him have some fun? King. Bellowing in rage, the burly man rolled up his sleeves and looked up with fury. Daring to make a fool of me, Uncle Arkong? If I don't teach you a lesson today, then, what are you talking about? Nothing at all. Seeing the large group of armored youths before him, Arkong-san swallowed hard. I fear my jokes aren't funny enough to entertain all of you. Puff. As Arkong-san spoke, Blue's followers behind him chuckled softly. With their status, they had heard countless flatteries, but none performed flexibility better than the person before them. Arkong-san, may I ask what brings these young masters here? Though aware that these people were mocking him, Arkong-san still wore a respectful smile. Just as he said earlier, it's all for survival. Arkong-san, is that right? You're doing well. Patting Arkong-san on the shoulder, Blue asked. Is Abraham inside? Yes, he's here. Although sensing something off about Blue and company, Arkong-san betrayed his boss without hesitation. It was an easy choice between someone else's life and his own. So be it. Blue nodded, pleased by Arkong-san's understanding. By the way, come in with us. Pausing, Blue added. If you try to escape, your legs will be broken. Don't worry, master, I won't run. Glancing at the weapons-wielding aristocratic soldiers trailing Blue, Arkong-san wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Unless he could sprout wings now, there was no hope of escaping. Bang! Kicking open the rickety wooden door, Blue swaggered into the yard. We're here to spread warmth. Is anyone inside? Bastard, who dares barge in? Without detailing Blue's terrifying strength, the sound of the splintering would send Abraham tumbling off his lounge chair in terror. Getting up from the ground, mid-insult, Abraham froze. I am Abraham, son of the Herald. Why do you dare intrude on my residence? Hee. Uttering a mocking laugh, Blue spoke. The son of a national duke lives in such a place? As he spoke, Blue pointed around the room. Not just Blue, Neil and others following him wore equally derisive expressions. While Abraham called his small yard a mansion, it was merely pretentious boasting. Ancient regulations were many, including those for residences. Generally, only homes of titled nobility could be called mansions. Clearly, Abraham's place didn't qualify. Worse, this dilapidated yard near the Western Market wasn't even fit to be compared to Blue's stables. Feeling everyone's gazes, Abraham blushed furiously. As one who considered himself important, Abraham valued his reputation. If Blue's forceful entry caused a +1 increase in his anger, the mockery pushed it to +10,086. To act so arrogantly under broad daylight, do you take Tang Dynasty laws lightly? Puff. Seeing Abraham's serious expression, Blue laughed ungraciously again. He found this guy's sense of humor no less impressive than Earl's when caught by bald-headed Fisher-san and others. I thought you'd be smart, but you turned out to be such a fool. His tone turned serious. Arrest this man. Yes. Stand aside, let us handle it. Just as Neil prepared to act, urgent voices erupted from the crowd. Before everyone could react, the Alwyn, clad in armor and wielding pumpkin-sized hammers, rushed forward. Yusef swung his hammer, his face red like a wild boar. Boy, don't even think of running. My hammer isn't joking. Big brother, wait for me. Being younger, Gervais had shorter legs and struggled to keep up. Not running. Seeing the frenzied Alwyn, Abraham felt his throat go dry. Fools run. Though he liked muscular men, not this kind. If struck by their iron hammers, he'd be dead. Thoughts racing, Abraham sprinted towards the exit. Due to Blue blocking the entrance, Abraham circled the yard while the Alwyn pursued. Logically, the overindulgent Abraham shouldn't outrun the Alwyn. However, due to the heavy armor and hammers, their speed slowed. Stop running. Leaning against a stone table, Yusef panted loudly at Abraham. Stop chasing. I'll stop if you stop chasing. I'll stop if you stop running. Tsk tisk tisk. Watching the chase unfold, Blue smacked his lips. Never thought Yusef and Gervais had such stamina. Blue couldn't help but be impressed by their load-bearing capacity. Haha, Neil smirked beside him. Don't let those two fools fool you, Erikayu. Their hammers are hollow. They're more for show than actual weight. Hashtag chapter 146, the fishermits of the prodigals. So that's how it is. Nodding, Blue's face showed a look of understanding. Given the physical condition of the Alwyn, only such an explanation would fit the facts. And Blue and Ascari did not deliberately lower their voices while conversing. As a result, Abraham, who was running nearby, inevitably overheard them. Laughing sarcastically, Abraham suddenly stopped and turned towards the Alwyn. I thought you two were impressive, but you're just like those fancy spears made of wax. With these words, Abraham abruptly turned and rushed toward the Alwyn. You've been chasing me for so long. Let me show you my strength. Is this guy crazy? Seeing Abraham's actions, Blue's lips twitched slightly, then he turned to Ascari beside him. Who knows? Shaking his head with a candid expression, Jamie calmly replied. Even if he isn't crazy, he must be a fool. Abraham paid no attention to Blue and Ascari's conversation. His mind was focused on one goal, capturing the Alwyn, even just one of them. Abraham wasn't stupid. He had his reasons for acting this way. With Blue and others blocking the exit, escape was impossible. And after waiting so long without seeing his henchmen, Abraham was filled with foreboding. At this point, Abraham had only one option left. Seize one of Blue's men and use them as leverage to demand his freedom. Only by escaping here can I find my godfather. As he thought, Abraham's eyes grew increasingly savage. You cannot stop me. In contrast, the Alwyn felt nothing but excitement. If we had known this brat would come running to us, we should have revealed our true strength earlier. Exchanging glances, the brothers tossed their hollow war hammers aside and lunged at Abraham with wicked grins. Bam! Less than a minute later, the confident Abraham found himself pinned under the Alwyn. Brat, weren't you fast a moment ago? Laughing heartily, Yusef planted a foot on Abraham's buttocks. Why are you in my grasp now? He also smacked Abraham's face for emphasis. You. Hearing Yusef's words, Abraham almost spat out blood right there. His mind was fixated on one thought. No martial virtue. You two strong fighters teamed up against me alone. The reason this happened was actually Abraham's poor self-assessment. Though the Alwyn hammers were fake, their living standards, being sons of a duke, were impeccable. Combined with training, their physical abilities already surpassed many peers. Although they weren't as formidable as Blue and company, dealing with Abraham was still easy. Had it not been for the armor hindering them, they wouldn't have been toyed with by Abraham at all. Gentlemen, I submit. I've learned my lesson. Ironically, the Alwyn exuded the perfect villainous aura. If a heroic swordsman had jumped out to save Abraham, Blue wouldn't have been surprised at all. General, what next? Surprised by Abraham's quick capitulation, Yusef looked to Blue. Let's tidy up and take this fellow to the herald. Smirking, Blue spoke calmly. A father should be held responsible when his son makes mistakes, shouldn't he? Isn't this too harsh? Upon hearing Blue's words, Rashad and others appeared conflicted. After all, he's just an adopted son. If Abraham were Conroy's biological son, they would have charged into the residence without hesitation. We have the right. Why fear anything? Unfortunately, Abraham was just one of Conroy's many adopted sons, causing Rashad and the others genuine worry. So what? A sneer appeared on Blue's face. He harbored no such qualms. Since he took Abraham as an adopted son, he must be responsible for his actions. Backed by Ebert, Blue wasn't afraid of Conroy. Besides, his actions aimed to help Conroy avoid his historical fate. If Abraham's adopted sons continued their reckless behavior, Conroy would likely follow his original path. Of course, this wasn't because Blue and Conroy had any special bond. It was simply that he believed Conroy could still be useful. In history, Conroy led the first sea battle in Tang Dynasty. While Tang had many distinguished generals, most, except Angus, excelled in land battles. A seafaring talent like Conroy was rare. Do you fear? Eyes narrowed, Blue looked at the gathered prodigals. To insult a prodigal, you could call them foolish, evil, or even ugly, but never fearful. The word fear didn't exist in their dictionary. Not at all impossible. Ascari was the first to respond confidently. I, Jamie, have never known fear. Seeing Ascari boastfully pounding his chest, Blue quietly suppressed the urge to call him Fisher Tulchung. Regardless, Ascari was cooperating, and in front of everyone, nobody would back down. Before Ascari finished, the others eagerly displayed their courage. Even death does not frighten me, Rashad. Why would I fear a duke? I, Yusef, dare to bully my own sister. That's enough. All of you, be quiet. Seeing some wanting to chop off Kobe to prove their bravery, Blue quickly intervened. This matter is justified, and I'm sure the duke will give us satisfaction. Turning to Kobe, he ordered, seize this boy. Let's go. Yes, sir. They had made their declarations and boasted their bravado. At this point, retreating was no longer an option. Chapter 147, Blue's fame. As soon as Blue finished speaking, the others present quickly nodded in agreement. Once again, the Alwyn took the lead without waiting for anyone else to react. They had already untied Abraham's belt and tied him up. General, we can set off now. The Alwyn spoke with excitement etched on their faces. They knew that if this operation succeeded, they could finally hold their heads high. After the last incident, the Wu family, including Max, had become a laughingstock in Chang'an. The best way to turn things around was to provide an even bigger laughingstock, and this was clearly the perfect opportunity. Not yet, Blue said. Although he wasn't entirely sure what the Alwyn were thinking, he could guess some of it. Waving his hand to stop them, he continued. Before that, you need to remember some lines. After we go out, you will all shout loudly like this. Like this. Hearing Blue's words, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips slightly. They hadn't heard of any conflict between Lord Eric and Lord Yun. So why did it seem like the general was bent on getting Conroy into trouble? Despite their internal grumbling, completing Blue's task was a must. More importantly, the gathered noblemen found the whole affair thrilling and exciting. As for Conroy, they figured, the law doesn't punish a crowd. Could Conroy really offend all 100 people present here? With this thought, they immediately memorized the slogan Blue had just taught them. Ascari patted his chest and promised, General, don't worry. Jamie here will lead the way and won't mess up a single word. Leading such a potentially troublesome activity suited only someone like Ascari. That's great, Blue nodded approvingly. He didn't refuse. While Ascari might be a poor singer, he was fine at shouting slogans. Besides, this mission would benefit both Ascari and his father Adebayo. While Rashad and the others only saw the potential fallout from offending Conroy, they failed to consider the gratitude they would gain after rescuing him. Looking at the excited Ascari, Blue could only mutter under his breath, "A fool's luck is boundless." "No, you can't do this." Abraham, tied up on the ground, turned increasingly pale as he listened to Blue and the others. "Please, I beg you, don't do this." His fear stemmed not only from the identities of Blue and his companions, but also from his dread of what the future held. If these people carried out their plan as Blue described, Abraham was certain Conroy would be the first to want him dead. "Make him shut up." Blue frowned at Abraham's terrified, strained voice. Causing noise in public like this, didn't he have any sense of public decency? "Sure thing," Ascari grinned and swiftly removed his bandages, stuffing them into Abraham's mouth. "General, rest assured, this guy won't make a peep." "Very well done." Praise flashed across Blue's face as he discreetly moved away from Ascari. Not only wouldn't Abraham make a sound, but he was already rolling his eyes. Actually, not just Abraham, the other noble youths were also in a state. Ascari's original bandages, truly top-notch. "Jamie, take Abraham, let's get going." Eyeing the vacant space around Abraham, Blue ultimately entrusted this responsibility to Jamie. Only he could handle the situation with those bandages. "General, trust me." Ascari gave his chest another pat and lifted Abraham effortlessly. "I'll keep an eye on him." With Blue and Jamie leading the way, the rest followed closely behind. "They're coming out." "Look, isn't that Abraham?" "Phew, those guys look so menacing. Don't you think the young master leading them looks quite handsome?" As soon as Blue and company stepped out of the courtyard, chaos predictably ensued. When people noticed Abraham being carried by Ascari, the surrounding crowd grew even more agitated. The area near West Market was bustling with large crowds, multiplying the number of onlookers. Fortunately, since Abraham usually did no good deeds, and the soldiers of the Divine Valor Army were armed and numerous, no one dared to intervene heroically. "Your humble servant is Inspector Lars. Greetings, sirs." "Speaking of whom, here he comes." Just as Blue's thoughts concluded, several officers appeared, each carrying a saber. Bowing respectfully, Lars spoke. "I'm responsible for maintaining order in West Market. May I inquire about your conflict with this Master Wu and how this situation came about?" From Blue and company's attire, it was clear they were of noble or wealthy status, so Lars spoke politely. Frankly, seeing Abraham in this predicament made Lars happy too. As the West Market inspector, he knew Abraham well. An outwardly decent man who actually did all kinds of evil while boasting of his own talents. Most absurdly, when he wrote a poem called Big Bowl Wide Noodles, he paid people to praise him and hired thugs to beat those who told the truth. Abraham's arrogance mainly stemmed from having a father who was a duke. Though officially adopted by Lord Yun, he was still beyond reach for lower officials. "I am Blue, greetings to all." Blue reciprocated the politeness with a bow. "Master Wu violated the Tang laws, and as officers of the Thatcher-appointed Divine Valor Army, we are obligated to hold him accountable." Technically, this stretched the duties of the Divine Valor Army, but unexpectedly, as soon as Blue spoke, Lars's eyes widened dramatically before he exclaimed, "You are Sir Blue, known as the bane of the Buddhist monks?" Feeling the instant adoration from the crowd, Blue's lips twitched involuntarily. Who on earth gave me such a flashy and hate-inducing nickname? Chapter 148. Paying respects to Duke Yun. Though he had exposed several of the Buddhist community's dirty deeds, Delfino certainly did not intend to offend them to death. As they say, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse, and the Buddhist community was far from being in that state yet. Unbeknownst to Delfino, while these thoughts were swirling in his mind, Jared at the distant astronomical bureau suddenly sneezed loudly. "Did you catch a chill, master?" Seeing Jared's action, Dusty couldn't help but show a worried look. The weather had been turning cooler, and many people had fallen ill recently. "I'm fine." As a Taoist priest, Jared naturally had some knowledge of medicine. Smiling at Dusty, he spoke. This poor Taoist just felt a sudden premonition. It seems something good might be coming for our Taoist community soon. His face wore an inscrutable smile as he added, "The first rule of being a mystic is to always remain calm." "Master, you are indeed profound." Dusty bowed to Jared respectfully, but his face showed some concern. "Was it right of us to have people promote Fishertal County Magistrate's reputation in Chang'an City? What's wrong with it?" Glancing at Dusty, Jared replied calmly, "We're helping Fishertal County Magistrate spread his fame. Is there anything wrong with that?" "Do you really think so?" Cough. Feeling the odd look from his disciple, Jared's lips twitched slightly. "This brat never gives me any face at all." Knowing his background thoroughly, Jared knew better than to continue bluffing. Coughing lightly, he said, "Fishertal County Magistrate is intelligent and has a remarkable talent for these minor tricks. If we can bring him into Taoism, it will greatly benefit us." "Master, you are wise." Upon hearing the truth, Dusty finally gave Jared a thumbs up in admiration. In reality, this was quite easy to understand. Since Delfino could easily decipher the Buddhist community's methods, it indicated he was very familiar with such tactics. In other words, if he wished, he could even design more sophisticated schemes. Both the Buddhist and Taoist communities used similar methods to attract followers, which was why Jared had covertly instigated such actions. "This matter must remain between us. Do not let a third person know." Jared accepted Dusty's praise calmly and reminded him quickly. After all, it was still a form of scheming against Delfino, and if Qin knew, it might create a rift between them. "Don't worry, master. I know what to do." Putting aside the conversation between the two mystics for now, Delfino finally managed to ease up from the enthusiastic crowd around him. "Though humble, I am Delfino." Bowing to Lars, Delfino silently ignored the Buddhist nemesis label. "Since it's Fishertal noble, sir, everything is fine." Smiling widely, Lars turned to the surrounding citizens. "This matter is resolved by Fishertal noble, sir, on your behalf. Disperse quickly." "Thank you, Fishertal noble, sir." To be fair, Delfino had a good reputation in Chang'an. When Lars finished speaking, the crowd bowed deeply to him. Returning their greetings, Delfino then led the young nobles towards Duke Yun's residence. This issue would not be settled until he met Conroy. Notably, despite Lars's explanation, more civilians followed Delfino and his group, clearly curious about how the villain who oppressed them for so long would fare. Chang'an City was vast, but finding a duke's residence was simple. On the streets, Delfino and his companions encountered patrolling soldiers, but they avoided them upon sight. Unlike others, these soldiers recognized Delfino and company almost instantly. The journey was smooth, with no incidents except for the growing crowd following them. This is Duke Yun's residence. May I inquire, gentlemen? Upon arrival, the guards looked tense. These people don't seem friendly. Brother Arkangbai, please save me. Seeing the guard, Abraham, who had kept his head down, suddenly cried out, quickly ask my godfather to help me. You are? Staring at Abraham for a moment, the guard named Arkangbai's eyes flashed with realization. Abraham, your Lord Wu? Yes. Relieved Arkangbai recognized him. Abraham nodded hastily. Please inform Father Arkang quickly, ask him to take charge. Abraham didn't mind Arkangbai's behavior. Given the number of Conroy's godsons, Arkang recognizing him was already polite. Pausing, Arkangbai looked at Delfino and company. Abraham is our Lord's godson. Could you tell me what offense he committed? Please be lenient. Being a guard for a duke's residence, unless he lost his intelligence, Arkangbai wouldn't believe Abraham's word alone, nor would he disturb his lord for Abraham. I am Delfino, commander of the Divine Martial Army. Introducing himself briefly, Delfino continued, matters are significant. I feel it's best to discuss with Uncle Zhang. So, it's Fishertal Noble, sir. As Ariko Guagongarth's only son, and considering recent events, Delfino's fame needed no further mention. Upon hearing this, Arkangbai showed deep respect. This is a true son of a duke, far above someone like Abraham. Please wait, sir. I'll report inside immediately. Before Delfino could respond, Arkangbai turned and ran into the courtyard. Leaving, Arkang cast a pitying glance at Abraham nearby. If Delfino and company were a bit arrogant, things might be okay. But based on the current situation, anyone could guess Abraham was in trouble. Chapter 149. Is Conroy rebelling? As Arkangbo quickly left, Abraham's eyes filled with resentment. Clearly I am the son of the Herald. Why have you never treated me like this? Fortunately, the people present didn't know Abraham's thoughts. Otherwise, they would have certainly made him take a good reality check. A mere 1 out of 500 could not compare to being an only child. It was utterly meaningless. Arkangbo moved swiftly, and from his departure to his return, Blue and others waited less than 3 minutes. My master is waiting inside. Gentlemen, please enter. The moment he came out, Arkangbo respectfully bowed to Blue. Except for Jamie, all of you stay outside. Nodding to Arkangbo, Blue turned to his group of young nobles. You are armed. It might not be appropriate to enter with weapons. Yes, sir. The young nobles were not fools. From Blue's actions, they knew their general did not wish to directly confront the Herald. Therefore, a large group holding weapons entering someone else's courtyard was indeed inappropriate. Moreover, watching Blue leave, some of them even felt relieved. This way, they wouldn't offend a duke. Many thanks, young duke. Unexpectedly, Blue made such a decision, and Arkangbo's face showed a broad smile. It appeared that Blue gave much respect to his master. Leading Blue and Jamie towards the Duke of Ying's location, Arkangbo introduced various features of the yard along the way. As for Abraham, who was being carried by Jamie, Arkangbo didn't even glance at him. Young duke, my master is inside. Reaching a room, Arkangbo bowed to Blue. You may go in. Thank you. After nodding at Arkangbo, Blue led Ascari inside. Your humble nephew Blue pays his respects to Uncle Zhang. Upon entering, Blue first performed a salute, and then looked up at Conroy. Although a military general, Conroy did not have the rough look of Jamie and others, but rather seemed more like a scholar in appearance. Of course, Blue did not underestimate him because of this. Regardless of the bizarre things Conroy had done, breaking the Korean army and rising from a commoner to become a duke were no small feats. Ha ha ha, nephew Arakayu, come sit. Conroy laughed heartily, pointing to several chairs in front of him and continued. Not surprising for the son of Chauncey Bao, indeed handsome. He then turned to Ascari. I assume you're Jijia's son. Truly a chip off the old block. These guys haven't seen Jamie's other 2 sons. Blue couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Conroy's compliment. If not for different ages, these 4 could easily pass as quadruplets. Hee hee. Ascari pays respects to Uncle Zhang. Upon hearing the compliment, Ascari burst into a family trademark laugh. He took Conroy's words as praise. Speaking of which, it's worth noting the male Chung family's unique aesthetic standard. The more one resembled Jamie, the better looking they were. Had Blue not been influenced by Fishertal Chung's sister, he too would probably be considered ugly among these fellows. Haha, same temper too. Laughing again, Conroy also indicated to a chair. Sit down then. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Following etiquette, both Blue and Ascari naturally sat down when an elder invited them to do so. Do you think my dukedom residence is impressive? Once they were seated, Conroy suddenly asked, displaying unhidden pride on his face. Exquisite. Thumbs up, Blue immediately exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Thanks to his numerous adopted sons, old Zhang had plenty of money to spend, making his residence far more luxurious than Qin or Chang residences. If I were his majesty, I'd surely think Uncle Zhang is an outstanding corrupt official. Before Conroy could get excited, Blue added a remark, grateful for Thatcher Fisher's generosity. Otherwise, he might have squeezed some oil out of Conroy. Ha ha ha, my nephew Arakayu sure knows how to crack jokes. Throwing back his head in laughter, Conroy wasn't angered. My loyalty to his majesty is as clear as day. How could I desire Tang's wealth? I believe in Uncle Zhang's character. Blue nodded, continuing, but others might not share the same opinion. Without letting Conroy respond, Blue rapidly narrated. I've heard there will be accusations that Uncle Zhang, having adopted hundreds of sons, intends to rebel. Whether or not his majesty will trust you remains uncertain. What? Gasping, Conroy's smile vanished. Rising abruptly from his chair, he became extremely serious. Is it true? Conroy couldn't help but be grave. Any ruler would find it intolerable if a minister displayed treacherous intentions. Understanding this well as an official, he knew such accusations could strain his relationship with the emperor. It doesn't matter if it's true or false. Without directly answering, Blue narrowed his eyes. Don't you already have an answer, Uncle Jean? Sighing deeply, Conroy looked dejected. Indeed, he had the answer. As Blue said, whether or not anyone accused him, it was a huge weakness in Conroy's position. Since you're here, nephew, I presume you have a solution? As a duke, Conroy regained composure almost instantly. Knowing he had no prior ties with Blue and his group, he understood they wouldn't come without a purpose. Uncle Jean is wise. Flattering Conroy mildly, Blue finally spoke. I do have some suggestions, but I wonder what Uncle Jean thinks. Hashtag chapter 150, Conroy's fear. Speak your mind. Before Blue could finish his sentence, Conroy quickly waved his hand. As a man of the great Tang, it is unseemly to be hesitant and stuttering. Alright, no matter how peculiar this guy might be, he still possesses the qualities of a Tang military officer. Since Comrade Zhang has taken the initiative to be bold, Blue naturally wouldn't be courteous in this regard. With a light cough, Blue began. To resolve this matter, Uncle Zhang should sever ties with those adoptive sons of yours and... Pausing slightly, Blue continued. Personally deal with some of them. What? Conroy gasped, his face turning grim. Isn't that a bit too drastic? As soon as Conroy spoke, Abraham, who had been gagged again by Ascari, couldn't help but nod rapidly. This bastard Blue is full of evil ideas. Don't fall for it, father. Blue chuckled softly, his expression peculiar. Now he was certain that the historical Conroy never had any rebellious intentions because he was a genuinely honest man. This could be inferred from his words. Finding Blue's suggestion too drastic indicated that Conroy had already accepted the first part of the proposal, just not willing to take action against his adoptive sons. This was understandable. Even though Conroy barely knew some of his adoptive sons, he had received their favors. Doing something like turning his back on them would cause him considerable guilt given his character. Fear not that Uncle Zhang wishes well, but your good sons may have other plans. Blue continued, does Uncle Zhang know what these good sons of yours do? This. Shaking his head, Conroy's face turned red. He didn't even know the names of most of them, let alone what they were up to. In that case, why don't we have them explain to Uncle Zhang themselves? Kicking Abraham to the ground, Blue gestured for Ascari to remove the cloth from his mouth. Cough, cough, Finally freed from his nightmare, Abraham's first reaction was to retch on the ground. After regaining some composure, Abraham looked pitifully at Conroy, who showed obvious disdain. Father, save me. You. His expression stiffening, Conroy's face revealed unabashed confusion. Who are you? Father, it's me. Seeing no recognition from Conroy, Abraham tried another approach. I am Abraham. Last year, I gifted you a pair of white jade cheilants. Oh. A short exclamation escaped Conroy's lips, his eyes brightening. He liked those cheilants very much. Reflecting, Conroy turned to Blue. Nephew Erikayu, did this rogue do anything to offend you? He didn't offend me, Blue coldly replied, noticing Conroy's intention to protect Abraham. But he almost sent someone to meet the Thatcher for you. What do you mean? Furrowing his brows, Conroy focused on Abraham. Rogue, explain yourself. Well, hesitating, Abraham's face showed fear. Father, I was merely doing some business. Looking at Blue with feigned sorrow, Abraham continued. I was resting in the courtyard when he suddenly stormed in and beat me before dragging me here. Speaking truthfully, Abraham's emotions were genuine. He still didn't understand why he had run afoul of Blue and others. Nephew, this? Glancing at Blue again, Conroy felt utterly lost, like a blind badger. Luckily, I was captured by a gang yesterday and was meant to be presented to a high-ranking official. As he spoke, Blue's gaze fixed on Abraham, making his meaning clear. Oh right. Interrupting Conroy, Blue added quickly. Besides me, a girl named Teresa was also captured. What? An alarmed cry escaped Conroy's lips as a terrifying aura enveloped him. Do you speak the truth, nephew? Does Uncle Zhang think I have a reason to lie to you? Bang. Bastard. Accompanying the roar, Conroy kicked Abraham hard in the stomach. Father, you? Silence. Interrupting Abraham harshly, Conroy's face was stern. How can an upright man like me be associated with a despicable person like you? Turning to Blue, Conroy continued. I now agree with your reasoning, nephew. I will cut ties with these scoundrels immediately. Not a joke. If Blue and the others weren't there, Conroy might have decapitated Abraham right then. Although last night's events hadn't gone public, it wasn't hard for Conroy to gather some intel. Especially upon hearing the name, Teresa, Conroy admitted to being terrified. Teresa was the Thatcher's beloved princess. As Hyman's confidant, Conroy understood his boss's temperament all too well. If anything happened to Teresa because of Abraham, Conroy's 9 heads wouldn't be enough to atone. Injustice, this is absolute injustice. Witnessing Conroy's change of attitude, Abraham cried out pitifully. Father, truly, I have no idea about these things. Silence. Kicking Abraham again, Conroy paid no heed to his cries. Matters concerning the royal reputation were serious, and Conroy believed Blue wouldn't lie about such a grave issue. Rest assured, nephew. I will announce the severance of ties immediately, he added. Furthermore, I will investigate their actions. Any who abuse power will be dealt with according to law. To say this decision pained Conroy was an understatement. Apart from the yearly benefits from these adoptive sons, they were a source of his fortune. If Blue knew Conroy's thoughts, he'd marvel at his peculiarity. At this point, Conroy still underestimated the gravity of the situation. Blue certainly didn't think it would be so easily resolved. If only that were enough. Chapter 151. Conroy admits guilt. If so, have you come up with a plan yet, my wise nephew? Though it was phrased as a question, Conroy's tone was resolute. After such a long discussion, he believed Blue would not act without purpose. Indeed, just as Conroy finished speaking, Blue nodded immediately. In my opinion, Uncle Zhang should proactively admit your guilt to His Majesty in the morning court tomorrow and explain your decision of today. This? Conroy looked hesitantly at Blue. Should we really do this? Admitting guilt in court wasn't just empty words. No matter how magnanimous Sylvester might be, he certainly wouldn't let this go, especially in the presence of other officials. At that moment, Conroy could already imagine the Emperor, in his anger, demoting him entirely. Do you prefer being impeached by others or admitting your fault yourself, Uncle Zhang? This? Conroy sighed deeply, seeming to age several years in an instant. Rest assured, nephew. I know what to do. Good. Blue nodded with a broad smile. His Majesty ordered me to thoroughly investigate this matter, so please don't make things difficult for me. This wasn't a threat, but merely to help Conroy make up his mind. The consequences were clear. Anyone who wasn't a fool knew what to do next. Blue left Abraham in Conroy's care, as Abraham was after all Conroy's son, and it made sense for him to deal with the punishment. After Blue and the others left, Conroy couldn't help but sigh deeply. Fedor, bring back Arkong Cho and the others. Arkong Cho was Conroy's first adopted son, whom he loved for both his abilities and personality. It was no surprise, considering Conroy had more than 500 adopted sons, some of whom were bound to stand out. Yes. Only when a voice came from outside did Conroy's gaze fall upon Abraham. You dared to attack Princess Chung and Blue. What nerve you have? Father, Abraham smiled bitterly, looking helpless. Even now, I can't fathom why I dared do such a thing. You already know what happened. Your fate cannot be changed after making such a grave mistake. Glancing at Abraham, Conroy softened somewhat. If possible, I will take care of your offspring. Yes, Abraham had a son. As the saying goes, among three forms of filial impiety, having no heir is the greatest, which even Abraham couldn't escape despite his peculiarities. Thank you, Lord. Abraham was no fool. Knowing Conroy's intentions, he understood what choice he must make. If given a chance to redo it, Abraham would have disciplined his subordinates more strictly. How could they not know who could be offended and who shouldn't? Brother Erikayu, will Conroy really confess on his own? Following behind Blue, Ascari wore a puzzled expression. Abducting the princess isn't a minor offense. Of course. Blue nodded. He's smart enough to choose wisely. Seeing Ascari about to ask another question, Blue waved his hand quickly. Prepare a bit. We still have other tasks to handle. Yes. The moment Blue spoke, Ascari responded reflexively. Gather everyone. Exiting the residence of Dukyu, Blue convened the group. Our final task is about to begin. Abraham's arrest didn't mark the end. Under Blue's command, the ruffians swiftly took action to apprehend Abraham's subordinates. One side was trained and organized, while the other was nothing but starving street thugs. This chase had a predictable outcome from the start. Unlike Abraham, these thugs had little luck. Once captured, they were all handed over to the authorities. Given their offenses, exile would be the lightest punishment. Today's actions meant something to the ruffians. Unlike their usual rowdy behavior, though equally disruptive, today they unexpectedly earned praise from the common folk. When the last thug was caught, Wu Yuanying felt so pleased that bubbles appeared at his nose. General, we can hold events like this more often. Don't get your hopes up. Noticing the eager looks around him, Blue rolled his eyes. That's enough. Now scram. Blue didn't hide his actions, so most people in Chang'an learned about the day's events. Especially once Abraham's identity became known, many harbored different thoughts. The next morning, while Blue was still dreaming, the morning court had already begun. Do any of you have matters to report? After dealing with minor issues, Sylvester yawned widely. Excited about Aliana's safe return, he hadn't slept well again. Managing to attend court was quite an effort. I have something to report, Your Majesty. Two voices answered Taizong's call, followed by two figures standing up. Minister Zhang, Gregor? Looking at both men rising simultaneously, Taizong paused slightly, then let Minister Zhang speak first. Upon hearing this, Censor Gregor sighed and stepped back. There was no way around it. Conroy outranked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Paying respect, Conroy suddenly knelt down. Your humble servant has committed a heinous crime and begs Your Majesty for punishment. Minister Zhang, what is this about? Though aware of yesterday's events, Taizong was still taken aback by Conroy's sudden move. This doesn't align with what I imagined. Please rise, Minister, and speak calmly. I dare not, Your Majesty. Shaking his head, Conroy continued. I am guilty of serious crimes and will remain kneeling as I speak. Taizong's lips twitched slightly. This definitely isn't Conroy. Just as Conroy knew the Emperor also knew Conroy very well. Hashtag chapter 152. Ebert's sly moves. Thinking about the news conveyed by Nolan Chuan, Ebert gradually came to a conclusion. Well, it's probably that kid causing trouble again. Since that's the case, you can continue kneeling while speaking. Turning his gaze to Conroy, Ebert spoke again. Can you speak now? Yes, I can. Feeling Ebert's eyes on him, the corners of Conroy's mouth twitched slightly. Are you really not going to try persuading me a little more? According to what Blue had said, his current actions should be called a self-suffering plan. The Emperor tries to persuade him a bit, he refuses, the Emperor tries again, and then he smoothly agrees, laying the groundwork for later events. Fortunately, Ebert was unaware of Conroy's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have flipped him off. The original text contains an emoticon, too, which is used to express frustration or speechlessness. In English, this can be translated to triangular ruler, triangular ruler, triangular ruler. For the sake of fluency and natural reading in English, we can convert this into a more familiar expression. Facepalming. This conveys the same sentiment of exasperation or disbelief that the original emoticon intended to express. I, Thatcher Fisher, have my own temper. What, are you feeling uncomfortable kneeling? Seeing Conroy hesitating to speak, Ebert's expression grew colder. Oljong, this is a challenge to my patience. No. Shaking his head quickly, Conroy felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. If so, confess your crimes. Sigma, Your Majesty, do I really have any crimes? With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Conroy began to doubt Blue's plan. My talented nephew seems less reliable. Your Majesty, this old minister was momentarily confused and followed the advice of some wandering sorcerer to adopt several foster sons. But who would have thought they would? At this point, whether Conroy wanted it or not, he had to proceed according to the plan. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and confessed everything. Oddly enough, perhaps because of his age and experience, he turned out to be a good actor. By the time he finished, his face was covered in tears and snot. I acknowledge my deep sins and only wish for your Majesty to give me a chance to redeem myself. Boom. As a national duke, Conroy certainly had a good way with words. When the ministers heard that his foster sons dared to kidnap a princess, murmurs broke out in the court. Yunguagong, is everything you say true? It was asked by Desmond, whose face darkened even more than usual. Teresa was not only his niece, but also betrothed to his son. If she were truly kidnapped by Abraham, the ramifications would be severe. Desmond's anger intensified. To put it simply, this could cut off the Changsun family lineage. Facing such a formidable opponent, Conroy felt intimidated. With a bitter smile, he replied, "Do you think I would joke about something like this, Minister Changsun?" A reckon. Desmond coldly snorted and bowed to Ebert. Your Majesty, Conroy has allowed his sons to commit atrocities, nearly harming a princess. I believe he should be severely punished. Minister Changsun speaks wisely. The saying goes. Desmond was very popular in court. As soon as he spoke, many supported him. All of you quiet. Seeing that some ministers were rolling up their sleeves, Ebert hurriedly calmed them down. Although old Zhang had erred, he was still a trusted aide and shouldn't be killed by these fools. Conroy has indeed failed in teaching his children and should be punished heavily. Ebert set the tone before continuing. But considering his timely awakening and lack of major harm caused, we will make a lenient judgment. Furrowing his brows as if in deep thought, Ebert finally looked at Conroy. To serve as a warning, I demote you from National Duke to Pingyang Jun Duke. Conroy, do you object? No objection. Immediately shaking his head after Ebert spoke, Conroy laughed inwardly. Only a fool would object at this moment. If he weren't holding back a little sanity, Conroy might have jumped up cheering. Nephew, I misjudged you. In contrast, Desmond and Gregor and all expressions were not pleasant. Though being demoted from National Duke to Jun Duke seemed severe, astute observers understood one thing. Ebert was protecting Conroy. Daring to attack a princess was almost treason. If pursued thoroughly, Conroy's entire family could have been executed. But instead, Ebert merely stripped his title and kept his official position intact. Only those experienced in politics knew. While titles were important, actual positions in the emperor's favor mattered more. Clearly, Conroy still enjoyed both. Yet, everyone underestimated Ebert's slyness. Before anyone could react, Ebert spoke again. Where is Conroy? Here, your Majesty. Still uncertain why Ebert suddenly said this, Conroy hurriedly bowed, though awkwardly while kneeling. This matter started with you, and should end with you. Looking sternly at Conroy, Ebert declared, I command you to investigate all your foster sons. Any who endanger the people shall be dealt with by you. Can you do this? Yes, I can. Puffing his chest, Conroy moved forward on his knees. Rest assured, your Majesty. I will handle it fairly and punish my kin impartially. That's good. Showing satisfaction, Ebert suddenly became solemn. If you handle this well, you can regain the title of Yunguagong. What? Conroy exclaimed in surprise. Rest assured, your Majesty. I will dedicate myself fully until death. There, Conroy used up his stock of idioms today. Compared to Conroy, the surrounding ministers felt like they had swallowed something unpleasant. What was this? A temporary demotion card? Investigating Conroy's foster sons. Couldn't anyone do this? If they hadn't known Ebert was deliberately favoring Conroy, some might have leapt up in protest. Give me a June Duke, and I'll investigate what those kids wore for underpants. Ahem, wrong. Someone already acted. As Conroy displayed his determination excitedly, Gregor couldn't hold back anymore. Your Majesty, this old minister objects. Hashtag chapter 153, Quentin's purpose. Furrowing his brows slightly, Thatcher Ebert turned his gaze to Gregor. What is it, my minister? Conroy has committed heinous crimes and should be punished. However, your Majesty has repeatedly shielded him, and I cannot accept this. With eyes glaring in anger, Gregor glared fiercely at Conroy, who was still kneeling on the ground. Law is the foundation of our state. I humbly request that your Majesty adhere to the law. As he spoke, Gregor knelt down as well. Seeing Gregor's actions, all the ministers in the hall furrowed their brows. If earlier they had supported Gregor, now they began to feel repelled by him. The Tang people were proud. Even before the emperor, they would not perform such deep prostrations unless absolutely necessary. Fisher Conroy, if not for his mistakes and the performance of penitence, he would merely have bowed respectfully to Ebert. Indeed, the saying, bow to heaven, bow to earth, bow to parents, held true meaning. But Gregor, without a major fault, chose to kneel, expressing a clear message. To force Ebert to take a stand. Letting out a sigh, Desmond's eyes revealed disdain. Foolishness. Regardless of Ebert's unpredictable moves, he was the reigning emperor, and no petty censor could dare force his hand. Moreover, due to Gregor's actions, Desmond and his allies found it difficult to continue pressuring Conroy. Who knew if the emperor's wrath might lead to a collective downfall? A recomf. Sure enough, after hearing Gregor's words, Ebert let out a cold snort. If that's the case, what does your excellency suggest I do? Who was Ebert? The emperor, and also a general, supreme commander-in-chief. These titles represented his status among the military. His fury now encompassed both the Emperor's authority and a general's ferocity, pressing down on Gregor. I. Struggling for words, Gregor couldn't utter a single coherent word. Why aren't you speaking? Ebert sneered, his gaze fixed on Gregor. Do you find it beneath you to speak with me? This humble one dares not. Shaking his head rapidly, Gregor forced himself to stifle his trembling. I didn't know what to say at that moment. As he spoke, an admiration for Quentin suddenly welled up in Gregor's heart. He often saw Quentin confront Ebert fearlessly, something Gregor had once admired. But now, facing the real situation, he realized his folly. Ebert's slightest anger already deprived him of the courage to speak. Since there's nothing more to say, then stand down. Yes. After paying his respects to Ebert, Gregor dejectedly got up from the ground. Although unpunished, he knew he had ruined his career. Lacking conviction and showing cowardice were fatal flaws for a censor, effectively sealing his future prospects. Ebert turned his gaze back to Conroy. Aren't you getting up? Do you find the floor comfortable? No. A shiver ran through Conroy as he quickly stood up. It was obvious the Emperor was angry, and only a fool would aggravate him further. Humph. Glaring at Conroy, Ebert asked again. Do any of you have anything else to report? We do not. I have something to report. Before anyone else could speak, a voice filled with righteousness interrupted. Quentin? Looking at Quentin emerging from the crowd, Ebert couldn't help but frown. What is it now? Not just Ebert, but Conroy and the other officials also showed signs of tension. Given the circumstances, it could only be about Conroy. Though both censors, Gregor and Quentin, were worlds apart, like a rabbit in the starting village versus the final boss in the game. The latter was someone Ebert had to handle cautiously. Eyeing Quentin, Ebert's face grew serious. If Quentin pursued Conroy's case, he would need to deal with considerable complications. However, as per Murphy's Law, the more one fears, the more likely it happens. Smiling calmly, Quentin said, I am here regarding the matter of Dukyu. You. Ebert's lips trembled slightly before he responded. What do you have to say? I asked to assist Dukyu in investigating his adopted sons. Seeming to anticipate Ebert's concerns, Conroy added hastily. They are relatives of Dukyu, so my involvement will help instill greater confidence in others. This very well, Ebert nodded hesitantly after a brief pause. As you wish. At this point, Ebert realized Quentin was aiding Conroy. Without him, Conroy's fair handling of the case would still invite suspicion. Ebert had initially wanted Quentin to handle disaster relief, but considering the investigation shouldn't take long, he agreed. Is there anything else? Quentin hadn't created trouble, so Ebert felt better, even smiling while asking. Not really. No, Your Majesty. The courtiers quickly shook their heads in unison. No further business. In that case, court is dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, Ebert swiftly turned and left through the side door. 2 nights of sleepless work demanded some rest. Minister Zhang, we shall begin our collaboration over the next few days. As others left, Quentin approached Conroy slowly. Minister Wei is too kind. Bowed deeply to Quentin, Conroy expressed gratitude. Without Minister Wei's support, today's proceedings would have surely provided leverage for others against me. Regardless of Quentin's usual behavior, Conroy felt immense gratitude in that moment. Any misstep in court could lead to ruin, and Quentin's actions today were crucial. Minister Zhang is too kind. I merely did not want to see our great Tang lose a valued minister. Shaking his head, Quentin's expression remained serious. I hope in this investigation, you will remain impartial. Otherwise. Chapter 153, Quentin's purpose. End of translation. Chapter 154, Conroy's adopted sons. Of course. Conroy nodded quickly, his face radiating unparalleled determination. Your Majesty has bestowed me with grace. How could I let him down again? Regardless of whether one wanted to admit it or not, this matter indeed struck fear into Conroy's heart, especially when he realized that all the troubles had been caused by his adopted sons. A surge of anger welled up within him. Whether for satisfying Thatcher Ebert or for eliminating potential threats, Conroy would show no mercy at this critical juncture. That's reassuring. Quentin nodded, placing some trust in Conroy's words. If he still couldn't make the right choice at this moment, then he deserved whatever punishment came his way. The subsequent events unfolded just as everyone had expected. When Arkonku, Conroy's eldest adopted son, returned to the mansion with a group of middle-aged men, teenagers, and even elderly people, they were immediately placed under surveillance by the servants who were well prepared. Speaking of which, it was worth mentioning once more Conroy's peculiar habits. Adopting sons was fine, but this man didn't care about their ages at all. There were clearly several individuals in the group who appeared older than Conroy himself. Father this? Hold your tongue. With a roar, Conroy's face turned grim. From today onwards, there is no longer any connection between us. Without giving them a chance to speak, Conroy continued mercilessly. Today, together with Minister Wei, we will judge the crimes you have committed. If you are innocent, that's fine. If you are guilty, note. I've kept the meaning intact while ensuring it reads more naturally in English. The term Weidaran is better translated as Minister Wei for fluency and consistency. Though Conroy didn't explicitly state what would happen next, a simple, conveyed his intentions perfectly. If anyone dares to speak out of turn, they will first receive 100 strokes outside. Seeing that the others were about to speak up, Conroy's expression grew colder. Threats were always effective, regardless of the time. Once the courtyard fell silent, Conroy spoke coldly. Arkonku, let's start with you. Majesty, Father. Feeling Conroy's gaze, Arkonku wisely changed his address. I have always been obedient and have committed no wrongdoings. Arkonku spoke with confidence. Although also an adopted son of Conroy, he was capable enough and did not need to abuse the power that came with his status. In that case, stand aside. Conroy nodded and looked at the second person. Gao Joyo, it's your turn. As you wish, sir. I have also committed no wrongdoing. Are you lying? Before Gao Joyo could finish, Conroy slammed his hand on the desk fiercely. Come forth. Tell us the crimes this man has committed. Yes, sir. Immediately, a lean middle-aged man dressed as a spy stepped forward. According to our investigation, Gao Joyo is arrogant and tyrannical. Besides bullying and extorting money using the herald's name, he is also. As the details emerged, Gao Joyo's face paled from its initial rosy hue. Father? Looking at Conroy, Gao Joyo wore a look of shock. Initially, seeing Arkonku get off with just a few words made him think this was a mere formality. Now, it seemed he was wrong. Hold your tongue. Another roar rang out. Conroy almost lunged forward to strangle Gao Joyo. Had it not been for the investigation, Conroy would never have imagined his dear son committing so many grave offenses under his name. Glancing at the subdued crowd in the courtyard, Conroy knew his reputation had taken a severe hit. He swore that if he ever encountered the fortune teller who suggested he adopt these sons, he'd have the man castrated and sent to the palace. However, the pressing issue now was dealing with the situation at hand. Glancing at the pitiful Gao Joyo, Conroy waved his hand fiercely. For defying my orders, take him away for 50 military lashes. Turning to another pale-faced, lean young man, Conroy ordered. You tell me. Don't ask why he didn't use names. Conroy didn't even know their names. I. Enzo's screams echoed as he was dragged away, causing the chosen young man to stumble and wet his pants. I confess, I have sinned. I shouldn't have seized others' lands nor forced the old blacksmith in East City to his death. Take him away, 50 lashes. Conroy waved his hand again, his face darker. Speak. The investigation of his adopted sons went smoothly, thanks to the presence of the spies. No one dared hide anything. Even if they tried, they wouldn't have been able to. This only fueled Conroy's anger further. Out of 500 adopted sons, only fewer than 10 had not committed any wrongdoings. The worst case was a nearly 50-year-old man who opened a brothel in Chang'an using Conroy's name. Worse yet, to save money, he lured young girls by claiming to be recruiting workers for the herald's household. What nonsense, utter nonsense. After questioning the last son, Conroy sighed heavily. Seeing these scoundrels' crimes, I feel the Thatcher would be justified in executing me. Herald, don't be upset. They have already paid the price for their misdeeds. Quentin's expression softened upon hearing Conroy's words. It seemed Conroy hadn't colluded with those ruffians. Anyone who had committed serious crimes was immediately punished with numerous lashes. Unlike ordinary floggings, military lashes showed no mercy. 50 lashes could easily kill a person under normal circumstances. Some noted that this day alone saw dozens of elite soldiers in Conroy's service exhausted from carrying out the punishments. Lord Wei, no need to comfort me. Conroy laughed bitterly. If not for my nephew Blue's timely discovery, my head might soon be gone too. Mentioning Blue, Conroy felt a tinge of gratitude. He wasn't unreasonably stubborn and acknowledged that Blue had genuinely saved him. Ha ha ha, that lad is indeed remarkable. Having interacted with Blue, Quentin couldn't help but laugh. Blue was indeed an admirable young man. Chapter 155, Ebert's Second Summon. Quentin's laughter subsided, and his gaze once again fell on Conroy. Although the investigation is complete, this matter cannot be concluded just yet. Please enlighten me, Duke Wei. Conroy naturally did not dare to show any disrespect to Quentin. As soon as Quentin spoke, Conroy respectfully bowed. This matter ultimately stems from the actions of the Herald. Therefore, the task of compensating the affected civilians falls to you. That is only fitting. However, pausing briefly, Conroy's expression turned somewhat helpless. With my efforts alone, it might be impossible to complete this in a short time. This wasn't Conroy's way of shirking responsibility. Considering the magnitude of the misdeeds committed by his good sons, finding all the victims was already an enormous undertaking. All that matters is your willingness. Quentin was not unreasonable and wouldn't make things difficult for Conroy. Though your adopted sons have many shortcomings, some are still capable. Quentin paused for thought before turning his gaze toward Arkonku and the others. Why not entrust them with the task of compensation? This would put their skills to good use. Conroy's gaze landed on Arkonku and the others, and he hesitated. After this incident, Conroy harbored a peculiar dread towards these adopted sons. Ideally, he never wanted anything more to do with these fellows, but Quentin's suggestion had its merits. Thud. Before Conroy could respond, Arkonku suddenly knelt down. As they say, one day a father, always a father. Please give us a chance, father. Looking up at Conroy, Arkonku's expression was particularly earnest. Father can rest assured. We will do our utmost to compensate the affected citizens and restore your reputation. We'll do the same. The others quickly joined in after seeing Arkonku speak. Sighing deeply, Conroy finally nodded. If that's the case, then this task falls to you. He added, if you encounter insurmountable problems, consult me first. Remember not to act rashly. Among those who passed the scrutiny were 12 people, including Arkonku. Pondering over it, Conroy decided to leave these fellows under his watch. If you dare misuse my name, don't blame me for being merciless. As Conroy spoke, a faint aura of menace enveloped him. He didn't wish to go through such troubles again. Rest assured, father. Arkonku and the others nodded seriously. If anyone violates Tang laws and tarnishes father's name, we won't let them off easily. With that, Conroy waved them away and turned to Quentin and the middle-aged badger captain. Thank you, Duke Wei and Mr. Hong. Duke Yun is too kind, Quentin responded calmly. In contrast, the badger captain named Hong laughed broadly, feeling honored by the thanks. Recognizing Conroy needed time to sort out affairs, Quentin and Hong Ye left without further disturbance. Upon returning to the palace and reporting everything to Thatcher Ebert, a new order was issued to Fishertal eunuch Jason. Bring Blue to the palace. But, Jason hesitated. Your Majesty, it's late. Perhaps? Ebert realized it was indeed dusk, which was reasonable given the extensive interrogations Conroy had undertaken. Then take a few soldiers with you. Considering past events, Ebert did not want any unforeseen incidents happening at night. Yes, Your Majesty. Jason nodded. He originally intended to suggest the timing wasn't appropriate, but the Thatcher's decision couldn't be questioned. Selecting a few robust guards, Jason headed straight for Eric Wagong's residence. Has it dawned already? Blue was woken from bed, initially groggy. Fishertle Master, wake up. It's me, servant girl. In came Jason's fawning voice and the annoyed growls of Bradford, who had been napping on Blue's chest. This voice. Jason? Jason's voice was indeed distinctive. Struggling to open his eyes, Blue felt oddly surprised. Why are you here? While looking around, Blue momentarily wondered if he'd time-traveled again, becoming friends with Jason. But thankfully, the familiar presence of his spear reassured him. Hee. Disrupting someone's sleep made Jason a bit bashful, but orders were orders. The Thatcher summons you, little master. Please get ready. Being summoned at this hour, could his majesty be? Jason interrupted him by covering his mouth. My dear little ancestor, please don't speculate. Wiping cold sweat off his forehead, Jason continued. The royal guards are waiting outside. They aren't easy to deal with. Fine, even freedom of speech was denied now. Grumbling inwardly, Blue gave Jason a grateful look. Please wait a moment while I tidy up. Of course. Seeing Blue finally fully awake, Jason nodded. After all, appearing before the Thatcher required proper decorum. Fortunately, Therese was very professional, getting Blue dressed and groomed within 10 minutes. Carefully smoothing out the last wrinkle in Blue's robe, Therese said, time is tight, but it should be passable. Chapter 156, Night Talk about Conroy. No worries. Blue gave Therese a broad smile, remaining calm. His Majesty is magnanimous and won't mind such trivial matters. Despite living in the Tang Dynasty for over a decade, Blue had adapted to this era, but compared to others, he showed little fear of imperial power. Prince, as you say, Blue's words were just spoken when Jason's voice came from outside the door. Prince, can we depart now? Thanks to Jason driving the carriage, Bentley was spared the fate of being dragged out of bed. After a swift journey, they successfully entered the palace. Upon arriving at Ebert's study again, Jason grinned broadly. His Majesty is inside. You can go in yourself, Prince. Thank you. Blue bowed to Jason and then strode into the study. Your subject, Blue, pays respect to His Majesty. The moment he entered the study, Blue performed a respectful bow. To act so formally, are you harboring resentment against me? Ebert, lifting his gaze from the book scrolls, said with a hint of reproach. He was well aware of how irksome it was to summon ministers late at night. Your Majesty, as ruler of the land, how dare your subject have any complaints? Though Blue mouthed no grievances, his face might as well have been inscribed with bold letters. I am unhappy, very unhappy. Indeed, this was why Ebert was revered by so many in later generations. Facing such an attitude, Ebert still smiled. You should spend less time with Dodge. Chauncey's temperament has rubbed off on you too much. Before Blue could protest, Ebert continued. Do you think I don't know who taught Conroy his tricks? So what if you do? Knowing Ebert's character, Blue wasn't worried about being killed or punished. Anyway, I'm protecting one of your Majesty's officials. If you find him annoying, I can take the Divine Might Army to deal with him right away. As he spoke, Blue gestured at his own neck seriously, making Ebert feel rather awkward. Slap. Ebert slapped Blue's forehead lightly. At such a young age, acting so poorly, can my national lord be treated like some commoner? Haha. Blue's mouth twitched slightly. Internally, he wanted to give the middle finger. No wonder you're the Emperor, playing both the good guy and the bad guy. Naturally, Blue dared not speak those thoughts aloud. Even if Ebert wouldn't kill him, being beaten would be no joke. Summoning me in the dead of night, surely it wasn't just for idle chat. Slap. Another slap landed on the back of Blue's head. Ebert's tone turned cold. Dare to call me Majesty again. Alright, you're the Emperor, you're great. Silently criticizing, Blue transformed into a fake, smiling boy. Uncle, forgive me, I didn't realize at first. A reckhumph. With a light humph, Ebert's expression softened slightly. Why did you help Conroy this time? What purpose does it serve? Here it comes. Hearing Ebert's question, Blue felt a chill run down his spine. On the way here, he had already guessed Ebert's intentions. Regardless of Ebert's generosity, he was still an emperor, with all the suspicions that came with the role. Despite Ebert's presentable demeanor, Blue knew that any unsatisfactory response could mean trouble. This matter, as I've already mentioned. Taking a deep breath, Blue responded, I helped Uncle Zhang simply because I didn't want our Tang Dynasty to lose a valuable talent. Oh. Ebert's eyes gleamed slightly. Our Tang Dynasty produces countless talents. Can we really lack someone with ulterior motives? Harsh as it sounded, Ebert indeed had reasons to be proud. The Tang Dynasty boasted an array of outstanding figures. Civilly, there were Desmond, Egan, and Seth, and militarily, there were Garth, Adebayo, among others. A popular saying went, any general without accomplishments to subdue a nation wouldn't count as renowned. To Ebert, Conroy seemed insignificant except for his loyalty. Unexpectedly, after Ebert spoke, Blue nodded seriously. Leaving aside Uncle Zhang's lack of ulterior motives, our Tang Dynasty indeed cannot afford to lose him. Why is that? Seeing Blue challenge him, Ebert didn't show displeasure. In truth, he trusted Conroy's loyalty deeply. If my guess is correct, Uncle Fisher plans to attack Goguryeo soon, right? How did you know? Halfway through his sentence, Ebert's expression changed. What does this have to do with my question? Ebert was never a person content with stability. His ambition, coupled with his abilities, led him to the throne. Despite the current four-sided crises around the Tang Dynasty, Ebert's ambitions remained unaffected. Goguryeo had always been on his list of conquests since the beginning. Since the Sui Dynasty, Han people and Goguryeo had become bitter enemies. Anyone ambitious enough to surpass the Sui Dynasty would aim for a greater feat than conquering Goguryeo. Historically, Ebert also took this path. After dealing with the Tujue, he swiftly set his sights on Goguryeo. leading to its eventual downfall. Focusing on Ebert now, Blue's expression grew serious. Since you have such plans, have you thought about the Sui dynasty's fate? Do you also advise me to give up? With a cold snort, Ebert interrupted. Ebert had never hidden his ambitions to conquer Goguryeo, and naturally, received no shortage of advice, both direct and subtle, to abandon the idea. Chapter 157, The Pragmatist. However, Ebert was clearly misunderstanding this time. As soon as his words came out, Blue quickly shook his head. The conquest of Goguryeo is the hope of all the people in the empire. How could your nephew ever hinder you? This wasn't just flattery. Though the people were weary of war, an expedition against Goguryeo would not be rejected by the Tang subjects. You ask why? The Sui dynasty launched 3 expeditions against Goguryeo, each time with a 1,000,000-strong army, none of whom returned home. Though dynasties have changed, the hatred has not easily dissipated. At least, every Tang subject wished to avenge their uncles, brothers, and even sons. A recomf. With a soft snort, Ebert now seemed somewhat pouty. You're quite sensible. Phew. Seeing Ebert's palm drop silently, Blue couldn't help but sigh in relief. Have you thought about why the Sui failed in its campaigns against Goguryeo? Do you want to test this old man? Narrowing his eyes at Blue, Hyman's face revealed a look of disdain. Fishereadong is bitterly cold, compounded by unpredictable maritime conditions. The soldiers of Sui were inexperienced in naval combat and were dragged down by these factors. Though he had seized the throne from another dynasty, Ebert did not belittle the Sui troops in front of Blue. Sighing deeply, Ebert finally spoke. The soldiers of Sui were brave warriors. It was just their misfortune to be born in the wrong era. As Ebert's words fell, the atmosphere in the study instantly turned somber. When the king of Goguryeo broke his promise, not only did he refuse to return the captured Sui soldiers, he also brutally slaughtered them and cast their bodies into pits. Such enmity cannot be forgotten no matter when. Since that's the case, how should the Tang deal with Goguryeo then? His gaze fell on Ebert. Blue's expression turned serious. How can you be sure the Tang won't repeat the same mistakes as Sui? If another emperor heard such words, they would likely explode with anger immediately. What? You're certain you aren't cursing my Tang? But Ebert was clearly not such a person. After Blue's words, he quickly fell into deep thought. After a long pause, Ebert shook his head. I've spent my life waging wars, and I have countless able officials and valiant warriors. Why would dealing with a small state like Goguryeo be difficult? No matter how bravely he spoke, anyone could see the seriousness on Hyman's face. If it were that easy, Sui wouldn't have failed 3 times. Our Tang commands the respect of the 4 seas. Dealing with Goguryeo should pose no problem. Paying a compliment to Ebert, Blue continued. What if someone could minimize our losses? Wouldn't that be beneficial? Are you talking about Conroy? What kind of person was Ebert? Even though Blue beat around the bush, he still instantly understood. Of course, Ebert still harbored some doubts. Though Conroy was a general, he didn't really have any notable military achievements. Compared to Ebert, Blue appeared much more confident. As wise as Uncle Cheen. Just as Hyman finished speaking, Blue nodded swiftly. Noticing the lingering doubt in Ebert's eyes, Blue explained. Uncle Zhang once said that although he isn't adept at land warfare, he has unique insights into naval combat. That's why. Blue left the rest unsaid, but Ebert had already figured it out. Perhaps Blue knew of Conroy's talent and didn't want to waste this resource for the Tang. Ebert's gaze gradually softened. If the next generation of our Tang can be as responsible as Erikayu, what worries would I have? Letting out a long sigh, Ebert continued. Thank you for your effort. Feeling Hyman's gaze, Blue's mouth twitched slightly. Though he didn't know what exactly Ebert imagined, Blue accepted it thick-skinned. Still, he couldn't help but comment inwardly. Your Majesty, are you daydreaming? Since Conroy has such talents naturally, I'll give him a chance. Ebert didn't overly suspect Blue's words. After all, who would vouch for someone without sufficient confidence? Poor Ebert could never imagine the soul from the future inside this little boy before him. My nephew thanks Uncle for considering Uncle Zhang. As he spoke, Blue felt a bit strange. Did that sound awkward? You don't need to thank me. Rolling his eyes, Ebert remarked. If Conroy believes in his naval abilities, then he shouldn't disappoint me. Otherwise, Ebert liked leaving half his thoughts unsaid, but Blue understood easily. If old Zhang fails to perform in naval combat, he would likely pay both new and old debts. Feeling Ebert's gaze, Blue felt somewhat guilty. If Conroy faces trouble because of this, would he be considered an accomplice? But thinking further, with the Tang's current situation, it might take years to campaign against Goguryeo. With Conroy's talents in naval warfare and early preparation, losing would be his own fault if he got beheaded by Hyman. Thinking this way, Blue's mood lightened considerably. Alas, I'm indeed too kind-hearted. Smack. While strengthening himself mentally, Blue received a heavy tap on the head. Uncle? Without thinking, there was no one else in the room besides him and Hyman. To actually zone out in front of me? Quite the nerve. Poking Blue's head, Ebert scolded. Don't overthink things, or you won't grow tall. Ebert truly treated Blue like his own nephew. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak this way. Even the Crown Prince Yusef hadn't been treated this way by Hyman. Thank you for your concern, Uncle. Though Blue wanted to explain that height was determined by nutrition and genetics, he discarded the suicidal thought. In this era, the Thatcher's word was law, genetics or not. Alright, get lost if you're done here. Hyman was indeed a typical pragmatist. Having resolved his doubts and vented a few frustrations, he now bluntly dismissed Blue. Chapter 158. Tony's second banquet invitation. Uncle, goodbye. As Sylvester's words barely left his mouth, Blue quickly stood up from his chair and turned to run outside. Hyman isn't a good person. It's better to stay away from him. Fisher told Lord. Jason was still standing outside the study. As soon as Blue spoke, he quickly bowed. Since Fisher told Lord has finished your business, let me escort you back to your residence. Thank you. Don't be so formal with me, Fisher told Lord. Jason lifted his head with a big smile. If I were to neglect you, Even my godfather wouldn't forgive me. This was a favor done for Nolan. Seeing the sincerity in Jason's eyes, Blue couldn't help but sigh. This kid has loyalty. He hasn't forgotten his godfather even now. As an inner court eunuch, although Jason wasn't proficient in everything, driving a carriage was one of his essential skills. The journey from the palace to the Duke of Erek's residence was slower than when driven by Bentley, but it was much smoother. Upon arriving at Blue's residence, Jason didn't go inside. According to him, since he had safely delivered Blue home, he needed to return to the palace early to report. After enduring such a long ordeal, being scared and beaten by Sylvester, Blue felt extremely tired despite having lived 2 lifetimes. After getting back to bed, Blue quickly fell into a deep sleep. That night, Blue had another rare dream. He dreamed that Conroy was diligently training the Navy and achieved great success in future wars against Goguryeo. Then, Sylvester commended everyone and announced that he would arrange a marriage between Bristol and him. No, that won't do. Smack. With a scream, Blue fell off the bed. Shoo. Ignoring the pain in his body, Blue sighed in relief upon waking up. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Ha ha ha, brother Erikayu. Are you okay? Hearing the laugh beside him, Blue couldn't help but twitch his lips. If you hadn't laughed so unpleasantly, I'd definitely be fine. Rolling his eyes at Ascari, Blue said, do I look like I'm okay to you? Help me up. Frankly speaking, the old Chung family's inherited laughter was indeed annoying. Despite knowing Ascari's character well, Blue still felt this guy was mocking him. Oh, when did you come in? As he was helped back onto his bed, Blue inwardly complained. When will I, Blue, finally escape this tragic fate of having burly men barge into my room every day? Ha ha ha, since you shouted Xiaomei's name. Another round of irritating laughter, and Ascari gave Blue a suggestive wink. Didn't expect you, brother Erikayu, to care so much about Xiaomei. We misunderstood you. Blue's lips twitched slightly, his eyes flickering. Would it be too late if I killed you now to keep quiet? If I say it was a cry of fear, would you believe me? No way. Shaking his head without any surprise, Ascari looked determined. As they say, daytime thoughts lead to nighttime dreams. You must have been secretly thinking about Xiaomei. Fine, say whatever you want. Anyway, I won't admit it. Calling in Therese to wash and tidy his hair, then Blue went to eat. Perhaps noticing Blue's feelings for his little sister, Ascari, who already ate like a horse, unsurprisingly ate even more. Sitting in the carriage with a full stomach, Ascari leaned over mysteriously. Brother Erikayu, I heard His Highness the Crown Prince is inviting you to a banquet again. Tony? Slightly taken aback, Blue's expression became somewhat odd. What does he want from me? After their previous interaction, Blue realized he didn't have too much ill will toward the Crown Prince, though he inevitably distanced himself for self-preservation. Brother Erikayu, don't worry. It's not just him this time. Understanding Blue's thoughts, Ascari grinned widely. You saved the Imperial Princess and the Crown Prince, along with several princes, wish to thank you together with a banquet. I see. Nodding, Blue understood. The Tang Dynasty had only been established for a few years, and the cruel throne rivalry among Tony's brothers recorded in later history hadn't begun yet. At this moment, Tony, while somewhat pretentious and proud as a crown prince, was still a righteous young man who cared for his brothers. However, Blue suddenly realized something. I saved the Imperial Princess. Why haven't I received any rewards? In an instant, Blue felt a sharp pain in his heart. Not only were there no rewards, but Hyman even slapped me a few times. Brother Erikayu, what's wrong? I'm fine. Through gritted teeth, Blue's expression was grim. Since you told me this, you must be delivering a message from the Crown Prince, right? Brilliant, Brother Erikayu. Giving Blue a thumbs up, Ascari cautiously asked. If Brother Erikayu doesn't want to go, I can decline for you. Given their status, as long as they didn't break ties with Tony, there was no need for excessive caution. But this time Ascari guessed wrong. The moment he finished speaking, Blue shook his head quickly. Why not go? After saying this, Blue asked, did the Crown Prince mention if he's only inviting me? He didn't. Ascari shook his head, looking somewhat puzzled. If I remember correctly, Brother Erikayu was warning me not to associate with the Crown Prince a few days ago. That's good. Ignoring Ascari's gaze, Blue continued. Tell the Divine Valor Army brothers that I'm treating them today. Adding quickly, Crown Prince's money. Yes, Blue decided to bring all members of the Divine Valor Army to the banquet. Just because I can't bully the older ones, does that mean I can't bully the younger ones? Don't think hosting the entire Divine Valor Army is easy. Remember, this is a banquet hosted by the Crown Prince, so it won't be at a regular place. Add to that the army's enormous appetite. The expenses might make Tony feel the pinch for half a year. This wasn't exaggerated. Even Sylvester was financially tight, so Tony would be even worse off. Chapter 159. The entire army attends the feast. Not everyone is a time traveler, nor does everyone have as many ways to make money as Blue. Upon hearing Blue's words, Ascari in the carriage couldn't help but gasp loudly. Brother Erikayu, isn't this going too far? Clearly, he also realized how hurtful this would be to Tony. What's too far about it? Blue rolled his eyes and felt no guilt whatsoever. All of us in the Divine Valor Army are united. If we're inviting him to a banquet, we must all attend together. Besides, didn't you all contribute when we captured Abraham and his subordinates? Brother Erikayu has a point. Since Blue had already said that much, Ascari didn't dare argue further. Naturally, this was also related to the fact that Ascari himself wasn't someone who followed the rules closely. Seeing the anguish on the Crown Prince's face could be quite amusing, right? Right, how did you find out about this? Having settled the revenge plan, Blue then recalled another matter. Given Ascari's shrewdness, he shouldn't have been too involved with Tony. It was just an accident. With a burst of laughter, Ascari finally spoke. I ran into one of the Crown Prince's attendants on the road, so I offered to pass along the message for him. Jamie's explanation was simple, but Blue understood the hidden meaning. With so many people in the Divine Valor Army, why did Tony's attendant happen to meet Jamie? Moreover, Why would the esteemed crown prince entrust such a message to someone else? In reality, upon careful thought, the answer was straightforward. Although Tony might act a bit immature, he wasn't stupid. He understood the gap between their statuses. By having Jamie convey the message, Tony was giving Blue a way to refuse without causing embarrassment. He's indeed shrewd. Sighing, Blue leaned back in the carriage, closing his eyes. Being raised in the palace, Tony's mind games were not something ordinary people could match. When Blue arrived at his destination, Bentley drove off with another important mission: to deliver a message to Tony. The usual spot at the Bob Bridge saw today's Divine Valor Army members looking more spirited than ever. Blue could guess why. Bullying the Herald provided these restless youths with plenty of gossip material, and they were still buzzing from the excitement. Report. 1-2. Reporting to the General, the Divine Valor Army. This daily ritual was second nature to everyone. Once the roll call was complete, Blue led them through a training session. Lately, Blue seemed to have fully absorbed the elixir's effects, and his strength had stabilized. Singing, running, shouting slogans. The young rascals of the Divine Valor Army were jubilant, and even the city citizens began to appreciate the elimination of Conroy's 500 disciples, boosting the army's reputation. Training continued until noon, when Bentley returned with Tony's reply. Sir, the Crown Prince is ready. Taking a breath, Bentley continued. It's at Drunken Spring Tower, just nearby. He says we can go over any time. Drunken Spring Tower? Pausing briefly, Blue's lips curled upward. It seems the Crown Prince is really going to spend a lot this time. As he spoke, Blue turned his gaze to Bentley. How did the Crown Prince look when you delivered the message? Well, after some hesitation, Bentley finally came up with a suitable description. Kind of like how you looked when you had to marry Fisher Chung. Damn. Blue silently flipped a finger and felt his good mood plummet by half. Bentley, let me tell you something today. Go ahead, sir. Watching his master's smiling face, Bentley instinctively created some distance between them. Growing up together, Bentley could predict Blue's intentions from his slightest movements. This couldn't end well. A recomf. Feeling Bentley's caution, Blue coldly snorted. If you can't speak properly, try speaking less. A moment passed. Why aren't you talking? Sir, I'm trying to speak less. Ugh. Blue felt his blood pressure rise uncontrollably. Suppressing the urge to kill Bentley on the spot, he finally sighed deeply. Forget it, better think of happier things. Like the soon-to-be bankrupt Crown Prince. Indeed, human joy often stems from others' suffering. At this thought, Blue couldn't help but smile. However, Blue was unaware that this smile confirmed Ascari's suspicions. Sure enough, Erikayu likes my little sister. Why else would he start smiling when he hears her name? Everyone, stop now. Waving his hand to halt the training, Blue announced. Today's training ends here. Now, I have good news to share. Please inform us, General. In unison, the Divine Valor Army responded, showing improved discipline. Feeling generous today, I've decided to treat all of you to a meal at Drunken Spring Tower. Pausing slightly, Blue continued. Eat until you're stuffed. If anyone doesn't eat enough, prepare to experience my special service. Yes, sir. The mere mention of Blue's special service sent shivers down the spines of the trainees. Training had not only changed their personalities and reputation in Chang'an, but instilled significant fear. Blue's special service was a prime example. General, rest assured, we'll eat heartily until we can't swallow our saliva. Understanding Blue's orders was unnecessary. They promised faithfully. Whatever the General asks, we will achieve. Satisfied with this assurance, Blue nodded approvingly. All troops, move out to Drunken Spring Tower. Yes. Chapter 160, Blue's Diner Style. The Drunken Spring Tower, naturally, was no ordinary place if it could be used by the Honorable Crown Prince to entertain guests. In Chang'an City, there were many top-tier taverns, but the most famous were the Drunken Immortal Residence, Drunken Spring Tower, and Flying White Cottage. Compared to the other two, Drunken Spring Tower offered slightly less privacy but could accommodate more guests. The journey from Baqiao to the Drunken Spring Tower garnered attention only from a few young girls, with no other incidents occurring. Hey, is that Lantian County Lord? Just as they arrived at the Drunken Spring Tower, a servant boy who had been waiting for them rushed over. Gentlemen, please come in. The princes have been waiting inside for some time. Thank you. Blue nodded toward the servant before stepping into the tavern. He was not surprised that the servant knew his identity and Tony's. It was only natural for such a significant event, the Crown Prince entertaining a national duke's son, to be grandly publicized. Your Majesty, this humble subject Blue pays his respects. Greetings to all princes. Following the servant's directions upstairs, Blue saw Tony and others. Unlike their last meeting, today Tony wore a white robe and appeared much softer. Beside him sat two adolescents, one plump and one slim. Blue instantly recognized them as the third prince, Kobe, and the fourth prince, Alfonso. Ha ha ha, why so formal, brother Erikayu? Laughing heartily, Tony stood up. Sit down quickly, there's no need for formalities between us. Thank you, your highness. Bow in hand, Blue sat opposite Tony without hesitation. Since Tony had waived formality, Blue decided to follow suit. Everyone take your seats. Of course, all 100 divine warriors couldn't fit upstairs, so most remained downstairs. Only a few key figures came up with Blue, all of whom Tony knew. Observing these nobles stand respectfully behind Blue even after he sat, Tony felt a twinge of surprise. They must respect Blue more than he thought. Ho ho ho, thank you, your highness. No need for guessing, that was definitely Ascari's voice. Once everyone sat down, Tony addressed the group. This time my sister encountered trouble, thanks to all of you for your timely assistance. As an elder brother, I express my gratitude. You are too kind, your highness, Blue replied with a smile. As loyal subjects of Tang, it was our duty to help. Nevertheless, my thanks remain sincere. After a brief exchange, Tony suddenly turned serious. All pleasantries aside, let's drink until we can't stand. Ha ha ha, indeed. Laughing loudly, Blue did not decline Tony's suggestion. Has your highness reserved the meals? Training all morning, both Blue and the divine warriors were hungry. If Tony hadn't brought it up, Blue would have mentioned it himself. Not yet. Tony shook his head with a smile. The dishes here each have unique features. How about you order for us, Arakayu? In that case, I won't hold back. A slight smile curved on his lips. Blue signaled the nearby servant. Boiled eggs, black rice. Glancing at the wooden board hanging on the wall, Blue reeled off names of several dishes. Arakayu, don't skimp. Perhaps add a few more hearty dishes? Hearing Blue's choices, Tony couldn't resist suggesting. These dishes were inexpensive and common, which might seem stingy for hosting many people. Thank you, Your Highness. Nodding to Tony, Blue asked the servant. Did you note everything down? Yes, clearly. The servant nodded confidently, accustomed to recording orders daily. Perfect. A strange light gleamed in Blue's eyes. Ignore what I just said. Bring one of every dish left. What? The servant gasped, gaping like a human hippo. Do you mean? Despite knowing their identities, the servant was still shocked. It was unprecedented. Didn't you hear me? Glancing at the servant, Blue's face showed dissatisfaction. It's the crown prince treating us. Do you think he can't pay? No. Shaking his head quickly, beads of sweat formed on the servant's forehead. Questioning the crown prince's financial capability was asking for trouble. Please wait a moment, gentlemen. Before anyone could respond, the servant darted away. Everyone here was untouchable. Your Highness, you look a bit pale. As the servant left, Blue noticed Tony's complexion. Are you feeling unwell? And no. Forcing a smile, Tony felt his heart wrench. Drunken Spring Tower wasn't cheap, and following Blue's dining style would strain his finances for months. But regardless, the crown prince's dignity and youth compelled him to swallow the bitterness. It was just spending money for his sister's sake. The rest of the evening passed without much conversation. Tony pained over the expenses, while Alfonso and Kobe seemed disinterested in talking. When the dishes arrived, everyone dove into eating and drinking, sparing little conversation. Eating, drinking. The only noteworthy point was Tony ultimately fulfilled his promise, until we can't stand. As the banquet wound down, Tony, red-eyed, clutched Blue's arm. Brother Arakayu's rescue of my sister will never be forgotten by Celine. Chapter 161, Everything for the sake of my brother. Your Highness, you're too kind. Feeling the strength in Tony's hand, Yarden's lips twitched slightly. Gratitude is not important. I just hope that when you sober up, you won't feel heartache. To be fair, Zuechuan Building indeed lived up to its reputation as the top tavern in Chang'an City. The dishes may not match the skills of Arkong Sanshur, but they had their own unique flavors. As a result, Yarden later added a few more dishes to each table, all charged to Tony's account. Besides this, the drinks consumed by the Divine Warriors were also not cheap. In summary, Tony's losses far exceeded what Yarden had planned. After drinking and eating to their fill, everyone predictably returned to their respective homes and families. Exiting Zuechuan Building, Yarden and Ascari were led by Bentley onto their carriage, while the other noble households also sent servants to find their young masters. Burp. Inside the carriage, Ascari opened his mouth and let out a huge belch. Brother Arakayu, you were really ruthless. His Highness probably won't invite you for dinner ever again. Isn't that good? His lips curled upwards. Yarden no longer appeared drunk as he had when talking to Tony. It's best if he avoids me in the future. That way, we'll both be truly at peace. Though most of the Divine Warriors staggered, there were still a few exceptions. Clearly, these two inside the carriage were such cases. Brilliant, Brother Arakayu. Hearing Yarden's words, Ascari immediately offered his thumbs up with a mischievous smile. Only Yarden could have thought of such a cunning plan. Though the alcohol content in Tang Dynasty liquor was low, Yarden was still just a teenager. He didn't last long in the carriage before he drifted into sleep. Unbeknownst to Yarden, when Tony and his brothers returned to the palace, they also regained consciousness after sipping some sobering broth. Burp. How much did we spend today? Tony belched loudly and anxiously asked the little eunuch beside him about the question that had been bothering him. Feeling his master's gaze, the little eunuch shrank back. Reporting to Your Highness, we spent a total of 5,000 strings of cash today. Hiss. Though he had expected it, Tony couldn't help but take a deep breath. Why so much? It wouldn't have been that much originally, but Lord Lantian later added more dishes, and Your Highness ordered more premium wine. Alright, I understand. Despite being drunk, Tony retained some memory of earlier events. Thinking of how he had loudly demanded endless rounds of drinks, Tony felt an intense pain in his chest. Yarden, you really are a devil. You can leave now. Waving the little eunuch away, Tony turned his gaze to Alfonso and Kobe. Denny, fourth brother, did you enjoy the feast today? Yes, very much. Sensing Tony's eyes on them, the two felt a sense of unease brewing. That's good. Nodding lightly, Tony continued. Today's banquet was to thank the Divine Warriors for saving Fisher Ji. As brothers, don't you think you should? Don't say anything more. Quickly interrupting Tony, Alfonso looked extremely serious. Older brother has done so much for our siblings. Blue Magpie admires you greatly. Me too. Alfonso spoke quickly, leaving poor Kobe no choice but to echo his words. No problem. This is what an older brother should do. Only. Tony's lips twitched. He felt these two had seen through his thoughts. Russell, rest assured, I will remember today's incident and strive to treat my brothers well and respect elders as you do. Alfonso rattled off every commendatory word he could think of before finally stopping. Done? Done. So you? Tony's words were interrupted yet again. I suddenly remembered something urgent back at the residence. Please don't blame me. I'll take my leave first. Without waiting for Tony's reaction, Kobe quickly got up and stumbled out. Same here. In just a few moments, the room that had been filled with laughter became eerily quiet. Watching Alfonso and Kobe leave, Tony clenched his fists tightly. Good. You are truly excellent brothers to me. If Tony hadn't noticed their intentions by now, he might as well bash his head against a stone. Running out of the Eastern Palace, Alfonso and Kobe exchanged glances. Blue Magpie, isn't this a bit too much? Kobe's face showed a hint of guilt. Letting Tony bear the cost of 5,000 strings of cash alone. It's quite terrifying to think about. It does seem a bit too much. After some thought, Alfonso nodded. Since then, why don't Denny go in and share the burden with Russell? Kobe's expression grew serious as his lips twitched. Inappropriate. Logically speaking, as brothers, we should share part of the burden. Pausing briefly, Kobe continued. But if we share it, 3 people will be impoverished. If we don't, only 1 person will be poor. In this case, I believe Russell would understand us. 3 brother makes a valid point. Alfonso nodded in agreement. Moreover, Russell is always generous. How could he bear to let us suffer alongside him? Right, exactly like that. In just a few sentences, the brothers found an excuse for their actions. Alas, we did this for our Russell. Thankfully, Tony wasn't aware of their conversation. Otherwise, he would have dragged these shameless fellows back. Forget bearing to let you suffer. I could even bear to beat you. While the brothers' bond was being tested by money, Thatcher Ebert listened to Nolan's report in the study. So, today's incident was a deliberate prank by Yarden on Celine? Well, Nolan's face changed slightly before he spoke. Lord Lantion is just youthful and temperamental. He likely didn't mean to target the Crown Prince. Of course, he wasn't targeting Celine. ####Chapter 162. Escort County Magistrate Blue. Nolan spoke up in defense of Blue, but Sylvester didn't take it too seriously. Nolan had served him for so many years. His loyalty was beyond question. That boy was clearly targeting me. Your Majesty. It's fine. I won't stoop to arguing with a child. Seeing that Nolan wanted to say more, Taizong shot him a stern look. How is Celine faring now? His situation must be quite tough, no? After all, he was talking about his own son. No matter what, Fisher would still feel some parental affection. Your Majesty is wise. With a bitter smile, Nolan continued. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has always lived frugally. In the days ahead, even the expenses for his household staff will likely be cut. As the head eunuch in the palace, Nolan knew exactly how Tony lived. The Crown Prince even patched his underwear to save money. Would your Majesty consider helping His Highness? No need. Shaking his head, Taizong refused Nolan's suggestion without hesitation. As Crown Prince, such experiences are not a bad thing for Celine. Your Majesty is wise. Although he felt somewhat sympathetic toward the Crown Prince, Nolan dared not protest once Taizong had made up his mind. The day is getting late. That's enough for today. Thinking about how much Tony had suffered at Blue's hands, Taizong couldn't help but sigh. He was, after all, a capable emperor. Why did he have such an inept son? By the way, the angrier he got, the worse he felt. Pausing briefly, Taizong said, after tomorrow's court session, send that rascal to see me. Yes, Your Majesty. Without any hesitation, Nolan knew who that rascal referred to. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. He had never heard Taizong speak about a junior like this before. Do you think how that boy will react when he hears he's been summoned? Walking towards Lucian Hall supported by Nolan, Taizong couldn't help but speculate. Nolan hesitated for a moment before answering. With Lantion County Magistrate's character, I don't believe he'll feel anxious. Why not? Your Majesty's magnanimity is well known. Blue must know you won't hold this against him. Besides, pausing for breath, Nolan added, being summoned is different from being dragged into the palace. That might have some effect. True. Nolan intended to highlight Blue's intelligence, but Taizong stroked his chin and nodded. If that's the case, bring Blue here tomorrow, and bind him if necessary. Heard he's strong in martial arts. You can use 50 Jinwoo guards. Your Majesty? Nolan's mouth twitched. Was this really going to happen? What? Do you have difficulties? Taizong's eyes narrowed as they fixed on Nolan. Knowing that Nolan and Blue were friends, Taizong had made this decision partly out of playful mischief. It wasn't a warning, just a bit of fun. Being an emperor could be tedious. One needed entertainment sometimes. No, none at all. Nolan shook his head vigorously. If the emperor ordered it, there could be no difficulties. Good. Nodding, Taizong wasn't surprised. Don't tell him anything before he sees me. Leaving further instructions, Taizong entered Dawn's chambers with a swagger. Guanyin, I'm back. Your Majesty. The conversation that followed became too private for review, while Nolan quietly slipped away. Rice bucket, stop fussing, let me sleep for a while. Kneading his ears against the rice bucket's cries, Blue felt annoyed. Although Tang Dynasty liquor wasn't very strong, it was still too much for a young man like him. Halfway through blocking his ears, Blue realized something was off. What happened to my hands? They were still there, but they wouldn't move. Had he been captured again? Opening his sore eyes, Blue breathed a sigh of relief. This is my room. Wait, I'm tied up in my own room? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Blue's expression soured. Has Fisher'll E's methods gotten so wild in just one day? Despite wanting to shout, I'm still young, his masculine pride stopped him. Cough, cough. A soft cough woke Blue from his daze. County Magistrate, you're awake? Ghost. Blue shivered at the sight of Nolan's weathered face, resembling a sunflower run over by carts. Quickly recovering, Blue asked, Benjamin, Chamberlain Benjamin? Hee. Nolan gave a fake smile, eyes flashing dangerously. If not for Blue's previous pathetic expression, he wouldn't have come to warn him. Now, having done a good deed without reward, he was also unappreciated. However, as a seasoned palace insider, Nolan quickly regained his composure. Now that County Magistrate is awake, we should set out. Set out? Blue's lips twitched as he swallowed nervously. Did palace eunuchs now double as executioners? Yes. Though aware Blue misunderstood, Nolan offered no explanation. Instead, he gave a sinister grin. Don't worry, County Magistrate. We work very fast. Signaling the nearby soldiers, Nolan instructed. Move quickly. Don't keep the Emperor waiting. Yes. The soldiers saluted and approached Blue. Is there some misunderstanding between us? ###Chapter 163. The first special evolution. Watching the burly men slowly approach, Larry's face turned pale. He had no idea how they had tied the ropes. Even with his brute strength, he couldn't break free. There's no need to struggle, my lord. These ropes are made of ox sinew, one soldier remarked swiftly upon noticing Larry's movements. And there won't be any misunderstanding. This is by imperial decree. The soldier's voice was hoarse, but for some reason, Larry felt like he was trying not to laugh. Fortunately, the others present didn't know what was going through Larry's mind. Otherwise, they might have given him a thumbs up. After all, first he got frightened by an emperor's personal eunuch who looked terrifying, and then by the mere words that scared him as the prestigious Lanteon County Lord. Wasn't it enough to stifle laughter? Indeed, these men were elite members of the Jinwu Guard. It wasn't surprising they hadn't shown any cracks yet. Of course, their amusement was irrelevant to Larry. At this moment, only one thought dominated his mind. It's over. As the Jinwu Guard soldiers approached, Larry inwardly cursed the historians from the future who had painted Ebert as magnanimous. This guy's heart was narrower than a needlepoint. Now that events had unfolded to this point, Larry had guessed the truth. Hyman must have found out about him bullying Tony earlier in the day and was now avenging his son. Larry never imagined Hyman would send Nolan just for such a small matter. It almost felt like his idol was crumbling. Instead of feeling his head rolling off, Larry felt a sudden lightness as he was lifted by a soldier. What are you doing? Larry asked, his eyes filled with confusion. Did these men intend to take him out to execute him? County Lord Sheen, please don't worry, Nolan replied with an odd smile. Let's get you into the carriage, sir. Under Nolan's instructions, Larry was bundled into a waiting carriage at the entrance of the Eriko Guagong mansion. Throughout this process, not a single person from the Eriko Guagong residence appeared. Knowing well my sins, I only wish to ask the eunuch Daran one question. Larry suddenly calmed down. Nolan was taken aback by the change in Larry. Go ahead, County Lord. Dare I ask, eunuch, if my family is safe? That was Larry's question. As a transmigrator, even if he met his end here, it wouldn't feel like a significant loss. His only concern was for people like Darren and the others. After living so long in the Tang Dynasty, he considered everyone in the mansion to be his true family. Rest assured, County Lord. Eriko Guagong and the rest are unharmed, Nolan replied. Very well. Seeing Larry relax, Nolan almost felt bad about scaring him. But then he quickly shook off the sentiment. I've served His Majesty half my life without complaining. I can't let you off easy today. Unbeknownst to Larry, his current plight was entirely due to his own words. Upon learning his father Garth and the rest were fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the carriage sway beneath him, a hint of self-deprecating bitterness flashed across Larry's eyes. To think a transmigrator would end up like this, a disgrace among peers indeed. Wait, transmigrator? A brief pause, and Larry's eyes lit up. Could he still rely on something? Do you have a cheat code? System, are you still here? Ping, system active. System, help me out of this mess. Ping, this system only provides evolution options. Would you like to start your evolution now? Hearing the mechanical response, Larry pondered. He had saved up 12 evolution points, and using them wisely might actually solve his problem. Surveying his surroundings, Larry quickly identified a suitable target. Evolving myself. Given that he had previously evolved a rice bucket, Larry was sure the system could apply to living beings. Ping, detected host undergoing special evolution. The first evolution requires 10 evolution points. Proceed? Special evolution? Slightly bewildered, Larry couldn't help asking, what is special evolution? Refers to the evolution of the host or certain unique entities. Is this kind of evolution more powerful? Obviously. For some reason, the system chose to use formal language at this moment. If so, after a brief pause, Larry said, let's do it. The bindings used by the Jinwu Guard were too professional, and for now, Larry couldn't think of a better target for evolution besides himself. Ping, congratulations, host has expended 10 evolution points. Special evolution initiated. Success, failure, success, fail. Fisher, a malfunctioning cassette tape. The system's voice rapidly toggled between success and failure. Finally, after an indeterminate period, it stabilized. Evolution successful. Larry. Category. Host. Level 1 evolution. Description. A slightly mediocre transmigrator. Abilities. 1. Strong body, enhanced by Fishernzi ginseng. 2. Charisma aura. The host emits a strong charisma regardless of gender or age. Note. From now on, you are not just a ladies' man. So, spending 10 evolution points gives me an enhanced charisma? That's right. Larry's tone was accusatory, while the system sounded oddly self-assured, even smug. Incredible. As Larry considered how to utilize the remaining 2 evolution points, a surprised voice interrupted his thoughts. County Lord Sheen looks much better all of a sudden, Nolan remarked, rubbing his eyes. Indeed, Larry seemed less irritating than before. You. Nolan's casual comment sent waves of dread through Larry. Feeling the lustful gaze of Nolan, a chill ran down his spine. Dog system, I hate you. Ha, County Lord, no need to be afraid, Nolan chuckled, feeling a bit guilty seeing Larry's pale face. Even smart, he was still just a kid. He must have been terrified by my words. Chapter 164, Taken to the Palace. Unfortunately, Nolan didn't know one thing. With these words out of his mouth, Blue's fear only intensified. It was quite simple to understand. When have you ever seen a villain shout, I'm a bad guy? After confirming Nolan's ill intentions towards him, Blue now saw him as a fearsome monster. Watching Nolan getting closer and closer, Blue felt even more sorrowful. Reflecting on his experiences since coming to this world, Blue couldn't help but sigh deeply. Blame me. All this is because I, Blue, am too handsome. If it weren't for that, how could he have first been noticed by Bristol and now by an old eunuch? Lost in thought, Blue could only secretly grieve. If there's a next time, I hope I won't be such a dashing big boss like your feline master. Allow me to inform you, Master County, that I have no intention of harming you. Seeing Blue's pale complexion, Nolan couldn't help but explain. This time, I'm here under the Thatcher's command to bring you into the palace for an audience. Really? Really? I don't believe it. You. Hearing Blue's sudden words, Nolan almost fell over. I, Nolan, am at least someone with status. Would I lie to a little kid? His lips twitched slightly as Nolan finally spoke up. How can Master County trust me? You let me go, and I'll believe you. Without any hesitation, Blue instantly stated his condition. Regardless of whether Nolan's words were true or false, being released would ensure he could protect his virtue. Cough. With a light cough, Nolan's expression became somewhat unappealing. That's probably not possible. You really are lying. The Thatcher ordered you to be brought in bound. Rolling his eyes, Nolan firmly refused Blue's request. Why don't we discuss this? Please, Master County, don't make things difficult for me. Or, could you loosen the bindings just a bit? They feel tight. Also an imperial order. Eunuch, it's my first time. Can't you show a bit of mercy? Your Excellency, we're here. The sound of the Jinwu guard had barely faded when Nolan scrambled out of the carriage. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. In his long career within the palace, Nolan thought he'd seen all sorts of malice, but someone like Blue was unprecedented. From the respected Marquis of Erek's residence to the palace, this fellow managed not to repeat a single phrase. Threats, sweet talk, trickery. He used every means available to try and get loose. At one point, Nolan even suspected that if this person were a woman, they might attempt seduction. Thinking about this, Nolan shuddered involuntarily. Was it too hasty to have Rick develop a good relationship with him? Several of you, take Master County Lantion and follow me. Inside the palace, people without proper rank naturally couldn't ride in a carriage, and this rule applied to Nolan as well. Just before the soldiers moved, Nolan quickly added, if you don't want regrets, you'd better gag him as well. Thank you for the reminder, Your Excellency. After exchanging glances, the soldiers bowed their thanks. Clearly, though they were outside the carriage, they understood Blue's terror to some extent. Do you really have to? Seeing them actually ready to stuff a rag into his mouth, Blue's face darkened. At least give me some dignity, Blue's words remained unfinished. The best way to deal with a chatterbox is to stop them from speaking. These are orders from Lord Benjamin. Please don't make things difficult for us. Bowing to Blue, the soldiers lifted him up and followed closely behind Nolan. If you continue talking, will our ears survive? Under the soldiers' hands, Blue struggled and roared. Now he could confirm he wasn't in danger, but the proper attitude still needed to be maintained. Led by Nolan, Blue was soon thrown into Thatcher Ebert's study. Please wait, His Majesty will meet you shortly. Nolan left the study with a grin after settling everything. Sweet revenge made the air exceptionally sweet today. Watching Nolan leave, Blue bellowed. At least untie me, or give me a chair. Once upon a time, Blue thought the longest time was a man waiting for a woman. But now he realized his mistake. Waiting for a man sometimes feels even longer. Tang Dynasty court sessions usually started around 4 in the morning, and Nolan had seized Blue before 5. Not knowing how long Thatcher Fisher's session would last, snoring soon filled the room. Slurp. Awakening again, he thanked his luck that the saliva didn't choke him. Cough, cough. Wake up. Hearing the voice beside him, Blue froze momentarily. Thatcher. Uncle Fisher. Trying to move, Blue found himself still bound, though the rag in his mouth had vanished. Uncle Fisher, you must do justice for me. Rule number 1. Start complaining first, no matter what. With a sob, Blue's eyes reddened. My loyalty to Tang and you has been repaid with this. Enough. Seeing Blue's exaggerated tale, Ebert's lips twitched. It seems Nolan wasn't wrong about this chatty boy. Uncle? Is your loyalty shown by defrauding the crown prince's wealth? Aye. Darkly acknowledging this reality, Blue's lips twitched. Are you too petty as an emperor, meddling in such small matters? Fortunately, Ebert couldn't read minds, or he'd have kicked Blue several times. That's 5,000 guan. How does it seem like 5 coins in your mouth? Uncle, you don't understand. I did it for the crown prince's own good. Hashtag chapter 165. The sword points to the Buddhist community. Since crying and pleading didn't work, Blue had no choice but to change his stance. Trickery was impossible. How could someone like me, Blue, with a loyal heart, betray His Highness the Crown Prince? As he spoke, images of Era, Henri, Juga Fischerong, and Roy flashed through Blue's mind. Cough, cough. In short, I am now a loyal minister. Really? Ebert's eyebrows twitched slightly, and a deep, meaningful expression crossed his face. If that's the case, explain how you've been good for the Crown Prince. Focusing on Blue, Ebert's attitude could be summed up in one sentence. Your performance begins now. Nung carrot nung. This? Blue shook his head slightly before replying. His Highness the Crown Prince has lived in the palace too long, inevitably making him overly innocent and kind. My nephew's actions were meant to help him recognize the dangers of the world. So, I should thank you then? Ebert's expression was peculiar as he asked this. How did such a shameless little thief come from Uncle Bao? Well, not exactly. Slap. Duh. Slamming his hand down on the table angrily, Ebert's eyes widened. Blue, do I look like someone who can be easily fooled? I dare not. Shrinking back, Blue subtly changed how he addressed Ebert. A truly smart person knows what words to use at the right time. Himph, is there anything you don't dare? Laughing mockingly, Ebert looked at Blue. Now, tell me, how do you plan to resolve this matter? Pausing slightly, Blue spoke cautiously. I, the humble servant, am willing to repay those 5,000 guan on behalf of His Highness. 5,000 guan was terrifying for Tony, but for Blue, who had access to a general store, it was a small sum. However, Blue clearly underestimated the Emperor's appetite. As soon as he spoke, Ebert snorted lightly. Can a mere 5,000 guan make up for the humiliation suffered by the Crown Prince of the Tang Dynasty? What does your Majesty have in mind? Facing imminent execution, Blue could only wait obediently for Ebert's demands. A recomf. With a cold laugh, Ebert didn't directly answer Blue. Wei Zheng has already been sent out for disaster relief. Selling naming rights, as you suggested earlier, would generate some money but still fall short. Glancing at Blue, Ebert continued. If you can think of a quicker way to make money, I will forgive you. It seems like the text you've provided is not a translation but a string of symbols and partially readable characters. Could you please provide the actual translation text that you would like me to proofread and edit? I'm ready to assist you with your request once I have the correct content. Could this not be considered taking advantage of the situation? An idea. I do have one. Pausing slightly, Blue finally spoke. Can your majesty please untie me first? Not a chance. The plot twist came abruptly, and Ebert showed no mercy to Blue. If your idea doesn't satisfy me, you'll still be dragged out for execution later. Though he knew Ebert was just trying to scare him, Blue silently gave a thumbs up to himself. You're wasting your talent as an emperor. You'd make a great bandit. Of course, he dared not say such things aloud, or the emperor. No, this bandit wouldn't let him off. Leaning against the wall and adjusting into a more comfortable position, Blue said. Throughout the entire Tang Dynasty, who do you think has the most wealth, your majesty? The aristocratic families. Without hesitation, Ebert answered swiftly. Do you have a method to deal with them? Speaking, Ebert's voice carried a rare sense of urgency. If the Turks, Tibetans, and Goguryeo are external threats to the Tang Dynasty, then the aristocratic families are its internal worries. They are not difficult to handle, but it wouldn't meet your majesty's immediate needs. Shaking his head, Blue's expression was unusually serious. Aristocratic families are powerful, and dealing with them requires careful planning over time. Indeed, this matched perfectly. What Blue proposed might take time, but he was ready for it. Upon hearing Blue's words, Ebert inwardly groaned. Had he known Blue had a method to handle the aristocracy, he wouldn't have made that demand earlier. As an emperor, mistakes were unacceptable, so it must be Blue who was at fault. Looking at Blue, Ebert's face darkened. This brat must be deliberately mocking me. This cannot be tolerated. If that's the case, what else do you have in mind? Danger flickered in Ebert's eyes, and he had already decided. If this brat couldn't provide a satisfactory reason, don't blame me for being ruthless. Buddhist communities, your majesty, why forget about them? Despite the sudden change in Ebert's attitude, Blue stuck to his plan. Buddhist monks do not engage in production, yet they possess countless riches and fertile lands. Don't you think they're the best fat lambs? Great philosopher Wazji Shua once said, the best way to alleviate your own suffering is to see someone else suffer even more. Today, Blue was undoubtedly unhappy, so making someone else even unhappier seemed fitting. As the nemesis of the Buddhist community, Blue's relationship with these bald heads was well known. Why not seize the opportunity to create trouble for these fellows? Blue was never a benevolent person. Dead enemies are the best enemies, and the Buddhist community must be eliminated. Buddhism has benefited me greatly, and there are many believers in my Tang Dynasty. Dealing with them can't be resolved with just a few words, Ebert replied, looking somewhat helpless. Speaking of which, being an emperor wasn't easy. Apart from external threats, dealing with either the aristocracy or the Buddhist and Taoist communities internally was always a challenge. With Ebert's intelligence, he couldn't ignore Buddhism's harmful effects on the Tang Dynasty. Otherwise, he wouldn't support Taoism. Moreover, during his uprising years ago, he received help from Buddhist martial monks. If he acted against them now, he would appear ungrateful. Additionally, the large number of Buddhist believers could cause chaos if misled by agitators, leading to another disaster for the Tang Dynasty. Why do you say that, your majesty? Startled, Blue's expression showed genuine confusion. Clearly, the Buddhist community voluntarily offered financial assistance out of concern for the country. How could this be seen as the emperor acting against them? Hashtag chapter 166, Blue's plan. Offer it voluntarily? How is that possible? Ebert was baffled after hearing Blue's words. In his view, how could those monks, who were notoriously stingy, possibly offer money of their own accord? Your majesty, this matter is quite simple. I just need your help, Blue said with a mysterious smile. At the same time, in a temple outside Chang'an, an old monk who was meditating and chanting scriptures sneezed for no apparent reason. What kind of help do you need from me? Ebert's face showed curiosity. What method did Blue have to make the Buddhist community cough up money? Your majesty, it goes like this. Blue leaned in close to Ebert's ear and whispered something. You want all the silver from the national treasury? Ebert's expression instantly changed to shock after hearing Blue's plan. That's right, but please rest assured, your majesty. The money is only borrowed and will eventually return to the treasury, Blue chuckled. How confident are you? Seeing Blue's expression, Ebert was somewhat swayed. After all, if they could use the treasury's silver to get the Buddhists to pay up, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Right now, I'd say only 30%. Blue thought for a moment and raised 3 fingers. 30%. Are you mocking me? A 30% success rate might as well be zero. Remember, the treasury currently holds nearly 100,000 taels of silver. If this fails, not only would Ebert's next plan be ruined, but it could also doom the entire Tang Dynasty. Please don't worry, your majesty. I won't touch the treasury unless I'm 90% sure. Please trust me. Blue knew the treasury's funds were crucial and should only be used as a last resort. However, this sum could be a powerful ace up his sleeve, potentially doubling the treasury if used at the right time. Erikayu, though I'm willing to trust you, matters concerning the treasury are vital to our Tang Dynasty. Ebert's expression grew serious. So, I can only give you the silver once you're 90% certain. Understood, your majesty. Wait for my good news then. Blue saw Ebert's expression soften and knew he had passed tonight's test. Now, he needed to prepare for the next steps. Before anything else, Blue needed a legitimate pretext. By the way, your majesty, has any part of our empire suffered from a disaster recently? Soliciting donations under the pretext of disaster relief would be most convincing and align with Buddhism's principles of compassion. As the person most informed about such matters, Ebert didn't need Blue to investigate further. Disaster? Hearing Blue's question, Ebert felt puzzled but began reviewing recent reports in his mind. There's been flooding in Arakanen. but it's not severe, and the court has already allocated funds. Why do you ask? Flooding in Arakanen was common, and the government had ample experience dealing with it, usually solving the problem with minimal expense. Ebert knew this excuse wouldn't fool many people into giving substantial donations. Your majesty, you don't need to worry about that. I have a plan. It might cause some minor unrest in Chang'an, but please ensure we stage this convincingly. Blue didn't care whether the disaster could be solved. He only needed a place where disaster struck. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll cooperate. If your plan works, I won't hold your previous misdeeds against you. If it fails, don't blame me for being harsh. Ebert knew Blue had profited handsomely from milk tea. Even if Blue failed to get money from the Buddhists, he could force him to contribute his earnings. No matter the outcome, Ebert wouldn't lose out. No problem. If this fails, I'll donate all my wealth to the treasury. Blue was confident. This plan wasn't just about helping Ebert, but also about exacting revenge on the Buddhists. Agreed. A gentleman's word is as binding as a galloping horse. Hearing Blue stake his entire fortune on this bet, Ebert was pleased and forgot all about punishing him for the Crown Prince incident. He then instructed Nolan to escort Blue out of the palace. On the way, Nolan asked curiously, Count Arakayu, what trick do you have to get the Buddhists to pay up? They've always been like a pie show, only taking and never giving. Nolan had clearly overheard the conversation between Ebert and Blue. Benjamin Inner attended. This is a secret. No one must know before I implement the plan. The Buddhists have many followers, so moving against them isn't easy. Therefore, Blue decided to keep the plan secret to avoid alerting the Buddhists prematurely. Seems like Count Arakayu still doesn't fully trust me, but seeing your confidence, I'll wait for your good news. Nolan stopped pressing when Blue didn't want to reveal more. After returning Blue to Qin Manor, he left. Blue, wide awake and restless, knew this was the best opportunity to act against the Buddhists. He needed to move quickly. Bentley, prepare the carriage. We're going to Chung Manor. Master, so late at night, why are we going to Chung Manor? Bentley was groggy, having been woken up abruptly. Of course it's important. If you delay, I'll tell the Emperor to cut off your head. Blue played along menacingly. Surely not. Terrified by the threat, Bentley reluctantly got to work despite his reluctance. Moments later, a carriage left Qin Manor and arrived at the gate of Chung Manor. Hashtag chapter 167. The screams at Chung Manor. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the doorman at Chung Manor was already asleep when he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Who is it? It's so late. Scott has already gone to bed. Please come back tomorrow. The doorman mumbled drowsily, but the person outside didn't seem to hear and continued knocking. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, the doorman came out angrily. Who is it? I've already said that Scott has gone to sleep. You. He opened the door furiously, ready to explode, only to see Blue standing behind Bentley. Oh, it's Master Qin. I wonder what brings you here at such a late hour. Having served at Chung Manor for many years, the doorman knew well not to offend Blue, who was the betrothed son-in-law of Chung Manor. Even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare upset Blue. I'm not looking for Scott. I'm here to find Troy. With that, Blue stepped past Bentley and the doorman, heading directly into the manor. There was no need for directions, as Blue knew the layout of Chung Manor well from countless visits. He went straight to Geordie's room. What's going on? The bewildered doorman looked at Bentley, who only shrugged helplessly, indicating he had no clue either. Meanwhile, Geordie was awakened from his sleep by the sound of someone pushing the door open. Who's there? Geordie opened his eyes groggily to see Blue standing seriously beside his bed. Brother Arakayu, why are you here? If you're looking for my sister, turn left when you go out. Geordie's mind wasn't fully awake yet. After speaking these words, he closed his eyes again. Seeing this, Blue didn't say a word, but silently pulled out the Wushuyan stick. That night, Chung Manor echoed with Geordie's scream. When the servants rushed in, they saw Blue holding a wooden stick while Geordie lay on the bed writhing in pain. It's the future son-in-law. The servants glanced once and then quietly returned to rest. They couldn't afford to offend either person in the room, so it was best to pretend they hadn't seen anything. Brother Arakayu, what are you doing? Though Blue hadn't used much force, the effect of the Wushuyan stick instantly brought Geordie to full alertness. Don't waste time. Get up. I have something important to discuss with you. Seeing Geordie finally awake, Blue put away the stick and sat down by himself. Can't we talk about it tomorrow? I was dreaming about spending a spring night with my wife. Reluctantly, Geordie dressed and sat opposite Blue. Tomorrow, gather a group of people and pretend to be refugees from Arakanen. Go to all the temples and Taoist monasteries around Chang'an. Ignoring what dream Geordie had, Blue focused on their immediate priority, dealing with the Buddhist community. Pretend to be refugees? Why go to temples and monasteries? Half asleep, Geordie frowned in confusion. To pray for blessings, of course. Blue didn't expect Geordie to understand him immediately. All that mattered was completing the task. Brother Arakayu, are you still half asleep? The floods in Arakanen happen every year. Such incidents wouldn't result in real refugees or require prayers for blessings. Besides, the government and local officials handle these matters. Geordie thought Blue was concerned about the Arakanen floods and wanted to help the people. Blue rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Of course I know that. None of that matters right now. Our goal isn't the floods. Not for the refugees? Geordie was even more puzzled. Then why ask me to pray for blessings? Had it been anyone else, Geordie would have kicked them out long ago. Blue was rambling nonsensically late at night, and Geordie couldn't fathom what he wanted. Foolish. Praying for blessings is about money. Finally, at the mention of money, Geordie's eyes lit up. Brother Arakayu, can praying for blessings really earn money? In the past, praying for blessings usually cost money, never earned it. Naturally, Blue replied confidently. But the government's disaster relief funds have already been distributed. Even if we arrange for people to pray, the government won't allocate more funds. Geordie still didn't understand how praying could earn money. Who said anything about earning money from the government? Blue felt his blood pressure rise, but forced himself to remain patient. If not the government's money, whose money are we talking about? Jordy asked, confused. From whoever has money. Everyone knew that the Buddhist community was rich beyond measure, including Jordy. Who has money? The Buddhists, obviously. But those monks don't even charge for blessings, let alone pay us. Jordy shook his head. He couldn't believe Blue had a way to make money from the Buddhists. We will earn money from the Buddhists. I have a plan. It depends on whether you can execute it properly. Blue smiled slightly. You have a plan? What is it? Upon hearing Blue had a plan, Jordy immediately perked up, staring intently at Blue. Simple. To make money, we create a pretext and rally the wealthy merchants to donate taxes. Once they contribute, the Buddhists will follow suit. After hearing Blue, Jordy's expression froze. What do you mean? I don't get it. Seeing Jordy's bewildered face, Blue patted his face and said, that's fine. Just focus on the task. I'll handle the money-making part. With that, Blue turned to leave. Jordy, who was still pondering over Blue's words, stood up immediately upon seeing him leave. Oh right, brother Arakayu, since you're here, why don't you visit my sister's room? Blue paused abruptly, the Wushuyan stick appearing silently in his hand. Though no words were spoken, Jordy understood immediately. Quickly putting on a smile, Jordy escorted Blue out of his room, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. It's getting late. I won't keep you, brother Arakayu. Take care. Take care. Hashtag chapter 168. Refugees enter Chang'an. Exiting Ascari's room, Blue couldn't help but sneak a peek at Bristol's room. It was pitch black inside, indicating that she was fast asleep. Ah. With a sigh, Blue put away his staff and headed towards the main gate. Bentley, let's go. The next morning, White Horse Temple. As soon as the temple gates opened, Riker noticed a crowd gathered outside. The entrance was completely blocked, and each person looked exhausted and ragged. Good sirs, what is this? The Riker had never seen such a scene and was momentarily stunned. Young master, we come from Arakanen. We heard there is a living Buddha at White Horse Temple, so we wish to seek blessings. An elderly man stepped forward, earnestly explaining to the Riker. Arakanen? Though unfamiliar with the situation in Arakanen, the monk could tell these were refugees from their attire. Please wait a moment, allow me to inform my master. The Riker didn't dare let so many people enter without permission, so he asked them to wait while he rushed back into the temple. Master! Master! At that moment, the abbot was meditating with his disciples when the Riker came running in. This is a place of serenity. Do not shout here. Taking a deep breath, the abbot spoke calmly, embodying the demeanor of an enlightened monk. Realizing his mistake, the Riker bowed respectfully to the golden Buddha statue in the center of the hall and approached the abbot with a slight smile. What is it? Upon hearing the abbot's inquiry, the Riker hurriedly explained the situation at the gate. Master, a group of refugees from Arakanen has come seeking blessings. The abbot opened his eyes and looked at the Riker in confusion. From Arakanen? Given their location near Chang'an, which was far from Arakanen, why would people travel so far for blessings? Let's see. Though the abbot had heard about the floods in Arakanen, he didn't know they were severe enough to drive people to Chang'an. Following the Riker to the gate, he saw the crowd of refugees, packed tightly outside. Seeing the abbot emerge, the crowd surged forward. Master, please bless Arakanen. The flood left us all homeless. We've heard there's a living Buddha here, so we've come for blessings. Please allow us to worship inside. They surrounded the old monk, speaking all at once. The scene was chaotic, leaving the abbot momentarily speechless. The recent scandals involving fake miracles had already tarnished the reputation of temples around Chang'an. With the Taoists aggressively attacking, he suspected this might be another scheme. However, since they had come to the door, he couldn't turn them away if they genuinely sought blessings. Nodding, he smiled broadly. Very well, I understand your intentions. As long as you sincerely worship, I believe Buddha will bless you all. He signaled for everyone to enter the temple. Master, how shall we handle this many people? The Riker felt overwhelmed, seeing how malnourished and desperate the refugees appeared. If the temple provided porridge, he would be busy as usual, but with so many people, wouldn't he be swamped? Lost in thought, the abbot considered sending a disciple to check other places. Go see if other places are like ours. Investigate whether this is a coordinated event. If the same situation was happening elsewhere, it would validate the seriousness of the disaster in Arakanen, presenting an opportunity to enhance White Horse Temple's reputation. Alright, I'll do that right away. Relieved by the task, the Riker left White Horse Temple to visit nearby temples and Taoist monasteries. After the Riker departed, Blue and Ascari quietly appeared outside White Horse Temple. How's it going, brother Arakayu? Watching the steady stream of people entering, Ascari grinned. These people I hired are professionals. They're indistinguishable from real refugees. After being instructed by Blue, Ascari had arranged for the residents of nearby relief centers to pose as refugees and gather at various temples and Taoist monasteries early that morning. Good job. Now have them start praising White Horse Temple. Make their reputation spread across the nation. Ascari was puzzled. Why boost their reputation? You've always disliked Buddhism. Why help now? Isn't this improving their standing? Do we spend money to make them famous? Are you sick? Ascari reached out to feel Blue's forehead. Slapping Ascari's hand away, Blue narrowed his eyes. Of course, we need them famous. Otherwise, how can we profit from them? Without further explanation, Blue began planning the next step. Tasking Ascari to continue monitoring the situation, Blue moved on to other matters. Word of the Arakanen flood had spread throughout Chang'an, and many refugees had arrived. These refugees filled the surrounding temples and monasteries, praying for blessings. Reassured by this news, the abbot gathered senior monks to discuss handling the refugees. Since this isn't a scheme, it's our chance to rise. Announced that all disciples should serve the refugees and prepare for a grand blessing ceremony, which I will personally lead. Hashtag chapter 169. Shan Taoist Master. While the White Horse Temple was bustling with activity, other areas near Chang'an were not idle. In the outskirts of Chang'an City lay the Erika Ching Taoist Temple. Initially, this small temple had only a dozen people. But early this morning, a large crowd suddenly poured in, claiming they had come to pray for blessings to alleviate the flood disaster in Arakanen. In recent years, the populace had leaned more towards Buddhism, and Taoist temples had not been thriving. Suddenly facing such a crowd, Taoist Master Shan was momentarily at a loss. Watching the endless stream of worshippers, he and his disciples began to worry. If all these people stay for meals, wouldn't just one meal deplete the resources of the temple? Master, what should we do now? Shan's youngest disciple tugged at his sleeve, his face etched with worry. They had barely managed to get by in recent years, and this sudden influx of refugees would certainly mean they couldn't eat enough today. I don't really know what to do either. Looking at the distressed young disciple, Taoist Master Shan felt helpless. He wanted to help the refugees, but his means were limited. The current food supplies in the temple were far from enough to feed everyone even for one meal. Just as Taoist Master Shan was struggling, a lavishly dressed youth strolled in leisurely. This place will do. It looks a bit shabby, but it has some solid foundation. Blue surveyed the temple interior while speaking. He had already visited many temples and Taoist temples around Chang'an. Since this time he planned to take action against the Buddhist community, no matter how much any temple fit his criteria, he could not choose them. As for the Taoist temples, their dilapidated state indeed exceeded Blue's expectations. Finding even one with over 10 people was difficult. Fortunately, this Erika-Ching Taoist temple was marginally acceptable. Blue then pushed through the crowd and found Taoist Master Shan. Taoist Master, greetings. Blue greeted Taoist Master Shan with a cheerful smile. Esteemed sir, are you also here for the Arakanen flood prayers? Shan observed Blue. His splendid attire made him seem anything but a refugee. Yes and no, Blue replied, shaking his head in response to Shan's question. Well, may I ask what brings you here then? If you're here to pray, there might be quite a lot of people right now, Taoist Master Shan said, puzzled about Blue's intention. He could tell that Blue was undoubtedly the son of a wealthy family in Chang'an. Why would such a person be here? Even if there was something to pray for, it wasn't necessary to come here. Rumor had it that rich people in Chang'an were mostly believers in Buddhism. These people came because of the Arakanen flood, Blue said, pointing at Shan. But I'm here for you. For me? Shan murmured, feeling an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Were today's youngsters this fanciful? Esteemed sir, this poor Taoist doesn't understand your meaning. Had it not been for Blue's apparent background, Shan would have ordered his disciples to expel him long ago. This is not the place to talk. Without waiting for Shan's reaction, Blue walked into the inner chambers of the temple. Master, what's going on? Seeing this, a disciple approached Shan to inquire. Don't worry, go tend to the others. I have some matters to attend to. Shooing away the disciples, Shan followed Blue inside the temple. Once they entered, he found Blue wandering around. Now that we are alone, could you tell me your purpose, esteemed sir? Shan's tone was inevitably somewhat harsh. A stranger with unknown origins speaking nonsense and entering his room uninvited wasn't exactly polite. Shan Taoist Master, despite being the abbot of Erika-Ching Taoist Temple, why do you live in such dire straits? Blue took a tour of Shan's quarters and clicked his tongue. Indeed, compared to the monks at White Horse Temple, even the guardhouse at the mountain gate surpassed this place. So what? We Taoists believe in the way of nature. Any life can be part of our path. Shan was quite detached. He saw the Taoist order as weaker, but considered it a natural cycle that shouldn't be forced. TSK. Consider this. Taoism has existed in China for thousands of years, yet Buddhism, a foreign religion, has garnered so many followers. Don't you feel anything about this, Taoist master? Sitting on Shan's meditation cushion, Blue rested his chin in his hand and looked at Shan. As I've always said, let nature take its course. If you have nothing else, please leave. As he spoke, Shan intended to dismiss Blue. Taoist master, don't be hasty. Would you still be willing to listen if I told you I have a way to improve the Taoist order's current situation? Seeing the time was ripe, Blue decided not to beat around the bush any longer. What did you say? Though Shan practiced the philosophy of non-action, he was not an enlightened being. Seeing followers turning to Buddhism affected him. I said I can help your Taoist order gain the upper hand in the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. Interested? Blue chuckled inwardly. Shan was hooked. Now it was time for some sweet talking. You must be joking. The struggle between Buddhism and Taoism has lasted for centuries. How can someone like you, a mere child, influence this? Initially, when Shan heard Blue's words, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. But he quickly realized that Blue was just a teenage boy. What could he possibly do to reverse the current situation? In fact, it's not hard. All I need is a small favor from Taoist Master Shan. Of course, if Taoist Master refuses, I can look elsewhere. But then, what will happen to the refugees outside? What do you mean? Hearing this, Shan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Blue. Do you mean you have a solution for the refugees outside? To be honest, those refugees were currently Shan's biggest concern. Sending them away would ruin the Taoist reputation, but keeping them would exhaust Erika-Ching Taoist Temple's resources. Hashtag Chapter 170. Blue takes action. Trapped in a dilemma, Taoist Master Bray now desperately wished to handle these refugees properly. Only then could the Taoist sect, which had been at a disadvantage in the conflict with Buddhism, have a moment to catch its breath. I certainly have a way, Blue said as he took out a silver ingot from his sleeve. As long as Master is willing to help, there will be no problem with the refugees outside. When Taoist Master Bray saw the size of the silver ingot in Blue's hand, he was momentarily stunned. His mind raced with one thought. Who exactly is this child, and how can he casually produce such a large ingot? Judging by its size, this ingot must weigh at least 50 taels. Such an amount would be enough to cover the expenses of the Taoist temple for several months. How about it? Blue held the silver, grinning at Taoist Master Bray. If Master Bray agrees, I can immediately offer this ingot as incense money. This made Taoist Master Bray's expression even more conflicted. To say he didn't want the money would be a lie. With so many people at Erika-Ching Temple, daily necessities required funds, especially with the additional burden of the refugees. These 50 taels might just be enough to get them through this period. But accepting the ingot would mean agreeing to help this child. Given Taoist Master Bray's character, he wasn't one to deceive. And given Blue's current performance, he also wouldn't dare to deceive him. Actually, Master doesn't need to be so troubled. Whether or not you agree, this money will serve as incense money for my visit. Seeing Taoist Master Bray's perplexed expression, Blue stopped joking and placed the silver on the side. What exactly does the benefactor require from me? Taoist Master Bray sighed. He finally understood that this child had been manipulating the situation from the start. As long as it doesn't violate righteousness and law, I am not unwilling to assist. Upon seeing Taoist Master Bray's concession, Blue's smile widened. Please take your seat, Master. Let us discuss this matter in detail. That day, Blue stayed in the room with Taoist Master Bray until evening when he left Erikaking Temple with a pleased expression. On the night Blue left, a carriage arrived under the cover of darkness at Erikaking Temple. Under Taoist Master Bray's direction, disciples unloaded the items from the carriage. Master, what is this? Why is it so heavy? Panting from exertion, the disciples unloaded the boxes, looking curiously at their master. Hee hee, inside these are our Taoist community's hope. At this moment, Taoist Master Bray's face was full of joy, but he didn't explicitly reveal what was in the boxes. Hope for the Taoists? The disciples, faced with their master's mysterious demeanor, were utterly baffled. Tomorrow morning, go and buy some rice and flour. Starting tomorrow, we will set up a soup stand outside Erikaking Temple to pray for the refugees affected by the flood in Erikanon. These boxes contained Taoist Master Bray's reassurance, as well as Blue's joint strategy with Bray to counter the Buddhists. Master, buying rice and flour requires money, but we haven't received any incense money for a long time. Even the food today for the refugees was saved from our mouths. There's nothing left to eat in the temple. The disciples didn't understand what Taoist Master Bray meant. Everyone had witnessed the meager fare they had consumed today, more like thin rice porridge than actual meals, let alone setting up a soup stand tomorrow. The cost of grain and provisions was beyond astronomical for their current means. Didn't I say this box holds our hope? As he spoke, Taoist Master Bray opened the box in front of all the disciples. A blinding white light shot out, causing the surrounding disciples to squint. After a moment, once their eyes adjusted, the young Taoists saw what was inside clearly. A neatly arranged box of silver ingots. Sigh. In unison, they drew in sharp breaths, feeling their throats dry up. Master, am I dreaming? Brother, pinch me. The disciples, each with peculiar expressions, felt as if they were in a dream. Hee hee. This matter must remain secret. Tomorrow, set up the soup stand and pray for the refugees. These silver ingots were precisely what Blue had sent over. Though substantial, this sum was a small part of what Blue intended to achieve. Hearing this, the disciples were excited despite not understanding their master's plan. At least, with this money they wouldn't worry about food. The next morning, 2 soup stands were set up outside Erikaking Temple to serve the refugees. Meanwhile, inside, Taoist Master Bray led several disciples in setting up a prayer altar. News of Erikaking Temple quickly spread across Chang'an, drawing crowds. As a result, the temple's incense offerings also became more frequent. The disciples, watching the steady stream of visitors, were elated. Master, look! Today, more people came than ever before. The disciples had never seen such a scene since joining Erikaking Temple, where it had always been desolate. Even Taoist Master Bray had never experienced such liveliness at the temple. Master, can you see this in heaven? We truly have hope again. Without speaking, Taoist Master Bray looked up to the sky, silently addressing his late master who raised him. After a while, he took a deep breath and told the disciples, with such an opportunity, we must not waste it. Recall everything I've taught you. We cannot afford any mistakes later. By noon, Taoist Master Bray put on his best Taoist robes, which he rarely wore, and slowly ascended the prayer platform. Gentle breezes caused his sleeves to flutter, adding to his appearance of wisdom and grace. Today, I, Taoist Master Bray, personally preside over this prayer service for the Erikanon flood victims. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere at Erikaking Temple reached its peak. Under everyone's gaze, Taoist Master Bray and his disciples solemnly prayed on the altar. Within a day, Erikaking Temple's reputation soared to new heights in Chang'an. Even refugees staying at other temples and monasteries began converging on Erikaking Temple. Simultaneously, the abbot of White Horse Temple noticed changes within the temple. Fewer refugees gathered outside recently, and even fewer people came to offer incense. Hashtag chapter 171. Falling into the trap. Cato, has anything unusual happened in the temple these past few days? The old abbot felt an uneasy premonition but couldn't pinpoint the reason, so he summoned the disciple in charge of the temple to inquire. Master, nothing unusual has happened recently. Cato was equally puzzled, not understanding why the abbot was asking. After a brief hesitation, Cato suddenly recalled something. Oh right, Master. I heard that Erikaking Taoist Temple held a blessing ceremony for the flood victims in Erikanon yesterday. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the abbot's expression changed instantly. Erikaking conducted a blessing ceremony? Seeing the abbot's reaction, Cato was taken aback. Master, what's wrong with that? Noticing that Cato still didn't understand, the abbot raised his hand and lightly tapped him on the head. You fool. Why would Erikaking set up a blessing altar now? It's obvious they're trying to compete with us. Hearing this, Cato finally understood. But in his opinion, it wasn't that important. Master, you worry too much. Even if Erikaking wants to compete, they need the capability. They can barely afford meals. Their blessing altar is probably shabby. Once our altar is built, a small place like Erikaking won't be a problem. Speaking with pride, Cato continued. Following the abbot's earlier instructions, Bema Temple had already started preparing the blessing altar. Unlike Eriking's makeshift setup, Bema Temple planned a grand and formal construction, hiring the most skilled craftsmen from Chang'an to build it according to the highest standards. After the blessings for the Erikanon flood victims, it could remain as a place for worshippers, increasing offerings to the temple. Alas, the abbot sighed heavily. To him, Erkaching-shan had already gained the upper hand by holding the ceremony first, which no grand event could compensate for. Since they have taken the initiative, it's too late to say anything now. How many more days until our altar is ready? After a moment's thought, Kato replied, it will be ready in 2 days. Everything else will be in place tomorrow. Starting today, spread the news. The abbot's expression eased slightly. Bema Temple will hold a grand blessing ceremony for the Arakanen flood victims in 2 days. We will invite all the nobles of Chang'an to attend. This time, I want to nullify everything Erkaching-shan has secretly done. The abbot's eyes flashed with determination. In religious competition, the one with the most followers always gains the upper hand. Since Erkaching-shan had taken the lead in speed, Bema Temple must excel in detail to win back lost followers. Meanwhile, Larry was chatting with Ascari and Ansel at a tea house. Erikayu, the cost of hiring more fake refugees is no small sum. What should we do? Ascari asked, sipping his tea and looking expectantly at Larry. Larry, however, seemed oblivious, focusing on something outside the tea house. Several monks were promoting something on the street. Erikayu? Ascari leaned closer, following Larry's gaze. What are you looking at? Those monks? Startled by Ascari's sudden presence, Larry nearly struck him with a stick in self-defense. What the hell are you doing? Erikayu, you were watching those monks? Ascari noticed them as well. He knew Larry had plans against the Buddhist temples, but hadn't revealed the details. They're strange. Not as interesting as the girls across the street. Ascari showed no interest in the monks, preferring to watch the performers. Enough nonsense. What were you saying? Larry rolled his eyes at Ascari's antics. Hee hee, Ascari chuckled. Erikayu, the fees for hiring people these days aren't small either. I'm running out of silver. Can you lend me some? Kneading his hands sheepishly, Ascari knew money matters couldn't be missed. Unlike Larry, who had his own businesses, most of his wealth went to his father. Out of money? Don't fool me. You know I need the funds for important things. Just bear with it for now. Pushing Ascari aside, Larry became serious. He still lacked solid assurance, and Hyman wouldn't entrust him with the treasury yet. Bema Temple was deep-rooted. He needed to save resources. Oh, Erikayu, that's not what you said the other night, Ascari muttered, shrinking back under Larry's stern gaze. Right, what are those monks doing outside? Now that Ascari's issue was resolved, Larry wanted to know about Bema Temple's activities. Huh. Ascari explained. Those monks are organizing a grand blessing ceremony for the Arakanen flood victims and are inviting rich folks citywide to attend. Ascari was the best informed about Bema Temple. That morning, someone from the temple had visited Chung Manor to inform them. Oh, a grand blessing ceremony sounds interesting. Larry smiled, relieved that Bema Temple wasn't inactive. Since they were hosting the ceremony, they had fallen into his trap. When does it start? We should check it out. Both Ascari and Ansel looked curiously at Larry. Erikayu, what are you planning? After helping Bema Temple promote their ceremony, now you want to watch it? Are you joining the clergy? Hashtag chapter 172, Ebert's assistants. Ascari looked at Blue with concern. He had never been this focused on Buddhist affairs before. Ever since he came to see me, Blue has been mysteriously watching the Buddhist temple's every move. Ascari knew the monks' brainwashing tactics. If Blue fell for it, what would happen to his little sister? Alright, I'm talking business here, don't distract me. Blue felt exasperated by Ascari's antics and gripped his staff even tighter. Fine. Seeing Blue's changing expression, Ascari felt a bit nervous. Brother Erikayu, let's talk calmly. Don't do anything rash. The grand prayer ceremony at White Horse Temple is happening the day after tomorrow. Almost all the important figures in Chang'an will be there. Hearing this, Blue nodded slightly. After waiting so long, finally, the White Horse Temple was making its move, which meant he could now act. Knowing this, Blue couldn't sit still anymore. He gave some instructions to Ascari and Ansel before rushing towards the palace. Watching Blue hurry off, Ascari and Ansel exchanged glances. Brother Erikayu is getting more mysterious. Meanwhile, Thatcher Ebert had just finished the morning court session when Nolan approached him. Your Majesty, Xavier is here. Ebert was taken aback. Oh, why did this fellow come so early? Lately, Ebert had been closely monitoring events in Chang'an, especially the Arakanen flood situation, which terrified the responsible officials. The flood victims should have been handled. Why were there still so many refugees coming to Chang'an? If not for Blue's warning, Ebert might have already executed them. Under Ebert's orders, the Arakanen flood issue was temporarily put on hold. Even so, the official in charge remained on edge for several days. When Ebert returned to his study, Blue was already waiting inside. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. Ebert wasn't surprised to see Blue. He had given him certain privileges after they decided to take action against the Buddhists. Seeing Ebert enter, Blue smiled and approached. Well, do you have confidence now? Ebert asked, already knowing the reason from Blue's expression. Hee. Surprised by Blue's reply, Ebert said, Indeed, your Majesty is wise. Now, I am 80% confident. It had only been a few days since they began, with only 30% confidence initially, yet today it jumped to 80%? So tell me, why are you so confident now? Ebert sat down, fixing his gaze on Blue. Your Majesty, it's like this, Blue began. He hadn't told Ebert about his plan earlier because he wasn't sure it would work. But now that the White Horse Temple was holding a grand prayer ceremony, the plan was almost certain. Currently, getting money from the monks was a foregone conclusion. The only difference was how much. Now, the so-called refugees in Chang'an were all arranged by me to involve both the Buddhist and Taoist sects nearby. Ebert remained calm, knowing he couldn't be kept in the dark as the emperor. I knew this was your doing all along. Tell me, what exactly do you plan to do with the Arakanen flood disaster? Blue scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Indeed, it caused the court a lot of trouble. Your Majesty, both Buddhism and Taoism need believers, so they won't miss this chance to handle the refugees. As the leader of Buddhism, the White Horse Temple will definitely seize this opportunity. I've contacted the Erika Clearance Temple and provided help to start the operation before the White Horse Temple. To avoid being outshone, the White Horse Temple will definitely act, as evidenced by their upcoming prayer ceremony the day after tomorrow. Taking a breath, Blue narrowed his eyes, looking mischievous. As long as we push them a bit now, the Buddhist temples will have no choice but to pay up, even if they know it's a trap. After explaining his plan in detail, Ebert nodded. You're using military strategy to pit tigers against wolves. You've got some talent. Ebert was pleased with Blue's plan. So, you plan to make the Erika Clearance Temple contribute first, forcing the White Horse Temple to follow suit? As a ruler, once Blue outlined the initial plan, Ebert could easily guess the rest. Exactly. Blue gave Ebert an admiring look. I've already given Erika Clearance Temple 2,000 taels of silver for the prayer ceremony. Once they contribute, the White Horse Temple must match or exceed it for their reputation. This was an open scheme. As long as the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism existed, the Buddhists would fall for the trap. Blue was betting that the White Horse Temple wouldn't want to lose to Erika Clearance Temple. If they felt threatened, only Blue would benefit in the end. Ha ha ha. You're pretty clever. The Buddhists are indeed unfortunate to catch your attention. Understanding Blue's plan fully, Ebert smiled. Your Majesty, about the matter we discussed earlier. Seeing Ebert's pleased face, Blue took the opportunity to rub his fingers together. Your meaning is clear. Though Blue didn't spell it out, Ebert knew what he wanted. All the treasury's silver can be loaned to you. What were a few treasury coins compared to the potential profit from the White Horse Temple? Thank you, Your Majesty. Blue was surprised by Ebert's willingness to lend the entire treasury. Only someone as bold as Ebert would do such a thing. He had to make sure the Buddhists paid up to repay this favor. One more thing, Ebert added, noting Blue's excitement. You will represent the court at the White Horse Temple prayer ceremony. This role will aid your plans. Chapter 173. The forthcoming grand prayer ceremony. Upon hearing Ebert's words, Blue couldn't help but be taken aback. He didn't expect there would be such an unexpected gain today. Initially, he only intended to trick some money from the White Horse Temple. But with this new identity, it seemed he could do a lot more. Is there something wrong? Do you have other objections? Seeing Blue remain silent for a long time, Ebert assumed that his arrangement might affect Blue's original plan. No. Your Majesty has placed so much trust in me. If I can't give Your Majesty a satisfactory response, it would indeed be hard to explain. Blue's face showed seriousness, fearing that if he hesitated any longer, Ebert might withdraw the order. That is good. Do your best. If you do well, I will reward you further. After dismissing Blue, Ebert sat in his chair, smiling and pondering something. Has His Majesty encountered something joyful? Seeing Ebert's appearance, Nolan, who had just entered, couldn't help but pause. He hadn't seen Ebert this happy in a long time. It seemed since Ebert ascended the throne, there hadn't been much that could make him this happy. I'm just thinking, isn't it a bit of a waste to keep a lad like Blue only in Chang'an? Hearing Ebert's words, Nolan's heart skipped a beat. It appeared this Lantian County scholar was truly about to rise rapidly. 2 days passed quickly, and soon it was the day of the White Horse Temple's grand prayer ceremony. Before dawn, a crowd had already gathered outside the White Horse Temple. These were all people coming to observe the ceremony. It seems the flood disaster in Arikanen is indeed severe if the White Horse Temple is holding a grand prayer ceremony. Of course, the White Horse Temple is the leader of the Buddhist community. Being able to pray for the Arikanen flood victims is a great blessing for our Tang Dynasty. Buddha protect us, hoping for peaceful and prosperous days ahead. Although the grand prayer ceremony hadn't started yet, it almost pushed the temple's reputation to its peak in people's hearts. Standing at the entrance of the hall, listening to the noisy voices outside, the abbot wore a faint smile. Our Buddha is merciful. After this event, perhaps the whole world will know the name of our White Horse Temple. Seeing the abbot so pleased, the Rikers nearby also smiled broadly. An increase in the White Horse Temple's reputation was also a great benefit for them as monks of the temple. Soon, it was time for the grand prayer ceremony to begin. The Rikers opened the mountain gate, allowing the crowds outside to enter the White Horse Temple. Under the guidance of the Rikers, the common people quickly gathered around the prayer platform. Just as the abbot stood at the mountain gate welcoming everyone, he suddenly noticed a few people he least wanted to see in the crowd. Isn't this Taoist Master Bray? This poor monk greets you respectfully. Looking at the smiling Taoists approaching, the old monk's expression turned somewhat grim. Typically, members of the Taoist and Buddhist communities did not interact much. This was Melvin's first visit to the White Horse Temple. Nevin, I heard your temple is organizing a grand prayer ceremony for the Arikanen flood victims, so I came to observe. Surely this won't disturb the abbot, right? Melvin's smile felt mocking in Nevin's eyes. The Erkaching Monastery had held a prayer ceremony for the Arikanen flood victims days ago. Though simple, it preceded the Buddhists. I wouldn't dare. Master Bray has already held a prayer ceremony for the Arikanen flood victims. Although it was hastily prepared, it was well-intentioned. Today, we are holding the grand prayer ceremony at the White Horse Temple. It's an honor to invite Master Bray to inspect it and provide feedback. Hearing Nevin's words, Bray silently raised a middle finger. To say the ceremony was held is one thing, but adding that it was hastily prepared, what's the point? Who doesn't know that the White Horse Temple is wealthy? Saying let me check for any shortcomings actually means let me see how big the gap between us is, right? Though Taoist Master Bray and Buddhist Nevin seemed harmonious on the surface, they inwardly cursed each other 1,000 times. Waving to let a Riker guide Melvin inside, the old monk continued to greet others at the gate. As more people arrived, government officials began to appear. These were the ones Nevin truly cared about. If he could make an impression before these officials, future dealings would become much easier for the White Horse Temple. However, just as Nevin planned to greet the officials, he suddenly heard a gong. Following the sound, he saw armored soldiers appearing outside the mountain gate. The Jinwu Guard? Almost instantly, old monk Fagin couldn't help but tremble. The Jinwu Guard was the Emperor's personal guard. Could it be that the Emperor himself had come to attend the ceremony? Suppressing his shock, the old monk hurriedly welcomed them. But upon reaching the Jinwu Guard, Nevin discovered that those seated in the carriage were 3 teenagers. These were Blue, Ascari, and Ansel. Nevin, I am here by imperial command to represent the court at this prayer ceremony. Blue stepped out of the carriage, greeting Nevin. I apologize for not notifying you earlier. I hope my arrival hasn't disrupted the prayer ceremony. It seemed Blue was concerned about disrupting the ceremony, but Nevin sensed trouble. Of course, regardless of his thoughts, Nevin couldn't show it. Even though Blue's reputation among Buddhists wasn't stellar, he now represented the emperor. Even if Blue had other intentions, he'd have to consider public opinion towards the emperor. How could I say no? The emperor sending someone signifies respect for our temple. Relieved, Nevin added, please rest assured, this ceremony will go smoothly. Please seat Scholar Chin at the front, to pray together with me for the Arakanen flood victims. Seeing Nevin's devout expression, Blue was nearly bursting with joy. Laugh now, but I hope you don't cry too badly later. After greeting Nevin, Blue led the group into the White Horse Temple and headed straight for the prayer platform. Chapter 174, Charity Hall. As Blue and his companions took their seats, it was finally time for the blessing ceremony to begin. First, a monk with an extremely honest appearance slowly stepped forward. Amitabha, our Buddha is compassionate. The recent flooding in Arakanen has left countless people homeless. Our White Horse Temple cannot stand by and watch as people suffer. Under the leadership of our Nevin, we have organized this blessing ceremony to pray to Buddha that the Arakanen flood disaster will soon subside, allowing all the people to live peacefully. Even though Nevin had yet to make an appearance, this speech filled with compassion for humanity had already won him much approval. The White Horse Temple truly deserves its reputation as the leading Buddhist temple, able to serve all under heaven. It's rare indeed, one person remarked. Even if just for smoother days ahead, we should visit the White Horse Temple more often and hope Buddha will bless us, another added. The crowd cheered, driving the atmosphere to its peak. A recomf, hypocritical, said Taoist priest Bray, who sat among the crowd, feeling somewhat out of place. If they really cared about the Arakanen flood, they would donate money rather than give empty speeches. Blue's plan was known to Taoist priest Bray to some extent. However, the air-taxing Taoist temple was too poor. Otherwise, even without the silver from Blue, the old Taoist priest would have been willing to help. Compared to Taoist priest Bray, Blue's acting skills were far superior. Since the first little monk began speaking, Blue's applause had never ceased. Under his lead, the surrounding crowd also clapped their hands. Even if they didn't understand the significance, it certainly expressed their excitement. The time has come. Next, our Nevin will personally recite scriptures, praying for blessings over the Arakanen flood. Following the monk's announcement, Nevin led several monks onto the blessing platform and sat down. The sound of wooden fish accompanied the chanting of sutras. Those who were cheering moments ago now seemed to be inspired by Buddha, joining Nevin in the recitation. While everyone chanted, Ascari, sitting beside Blue, was already on the verge of falling asleep. Brother Arakayu, when will this ceremony end? I am so sleepy. He tried turning to see what Ansel was doing, but saw that he was already fast asleep. Don't rush. The good show hasn't started yet, Blue said, not in the mood for idle chat. If you find it boring, go ahead and take a nap. He was waiting for his chance, an opportunity to make Nevin cry when it was his turn to speak. Seeing Blue wasn't interested in talking, Ascari found it uninteresting and simply followed Ansel's lead, laying down to sleep. The recital ceremony lasted until the afternoon, leaving Blue hungry and dizzy. Watching Nevin and others still chanting on stage, he felt a bit admiring. Weren't they getting hungry? After some time, Nevin finally stopped. With the support of his disciples, he stood up, having exhausted himself during this event. But thinking of future offerings made him feel it was worth it. Amitabha, the prayer has ended. I believe the Arakanen flood will be resolved soon as possible. To expedite this, our White Horse Temple will donate funds to the flooded areas, Nevin said, bowing respectfully to the audience. He continued, if other benefactors wish to contribute, please bring your silver coins to our temple, and we will send them together to the disaster area. At these words, Blue took a deep breath. He had waited long enough. This old monk is truly compassionate. Rest assured, I will hand over all my silver right away. Please pass on our wishes to Arakanen. The audience was moved, ready to donate everything. But then Blue suddenly stepped down from the viewing platform. Approaching Nevin, Blue called for silence. Seeing this, Nevin's expression changed, sensing something was wrong but unable to stop him publicly. Once quieted, Blue spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the emperor-appointed overseer of this ceremony. After hearing Nevin's speech, I agree wholeheartedly. I believe, with Buddha's protection, the Arakanen floods will be resolved. As Nevin suggested, to expedite aid, he plans to donate funds to the affected regions. Nevin's face paled. He knew what Blue intended. Thinking Blue merely wanted to disrupt, he hadn't expected the official to target the donations. As a government official, how can I not match Nevin's spirit? To ensure donations reach Arakanen smoothly, we will set up a charity hall in Chang'an to collect funds and deliver them to the flood victims as quickly as possible. Smiling, Blue turned to Nevin. You'll cry next, old monk. That's well said. If the court manages this, it will be safer. Where is the charity hall? I will donate immediately. The audience didn't know about Blue and Nevin's ulterior motives. They only wished to help. My lord, we can handle this ourselves without involving the court. Nevin struggled to object. No need, Abbot. Your intentions are appreciated, but serving Buddha is your duty. Leave such worldly matters to us. Blue's smile appeared like a greedy Pai-Yao, a mythical creature, wanting all wealth, yet Nevin couldn't refuse openly before the public. Hashtag chapter 175, the power of the masses. Magistrate Chin is right. The flood in Arakanen is a national concern and should be handled by the court. At that moment, Melvin, who was standing among the crowd, suddenly stood up. Yes, this matter should indeed be left to the court. Magistrate Chin, I'll give you the money now. Melvin's prestige was considerable, and his words stirred everyone's enthusiasm. Almost instantly, the people present began clamoring to donate their contributions to Blue. Don't rush, everyone. Establishing the charity hall will take some time. After this afternoon, you can go to Shinwoo military camp near Bachiao to deliver all donations. We will register and document every contribution made, ensuring transparency. This wasn't the right moment to gather funds. Moreover, how much money could those attending the grand prayer ceremony have on them? What Blue wanted wasn't just a few pieces of silver. Very well, young Magistrate Chin. I'll prepare now and hand over all our savings from erecting Taoist temple to the charity hall. Indeed, Melvin was a professional at setting up such scenarios. With just one sentence, he significantly increased the donation amount. Of course, erecting Taoist temple had no substantial savings. The temple only profited from its followers. After saying that, Melvin left the White Horse Temple with his disciples to collect the remaining silver given by Blue. As Melvin left, the other attendees also began to depart. Soon, only Blue and his companions remained with the monks of White Horse Temple. Why did you do all this, Magistrate Chin? With everyone gone, Nevin didn't need to maintain his facade. He took a deep breath and addressed Blue. Nevin, what are you implying? Do you not want to contribute to the Arakanen flood relief? Blue smiled at Nevin as if the entire matter had nothing to do with him. Don't forget, it was you who first suggested this donation. Ah, Magistrate Chin just wants silver, don't you? Nevin sighed, looking at Blue's innocent expression, then turned away from the altar. Our White Horse Temple isn't short on silver. If you simply asked, we would provide it. There was no need for such a grand spectacle. Once Nevin and the others left, Ascari and Ansel approached. Arakayu brother, you played this card brilliantly. Without deploying any troops, you managed to make the White Horse Temple willingly part with their silver. How long have you been planning this? Ascari admired Blue greatly. Previously, when Blue mentioned wanting to earn money, Ching never expected he would target the White Horse Temple. The White Horse Temple had been flourishing in Chang'an lately, its incense offerings generating more revenue than his family's annual income. If they could extract even a small portion of that, they wouldn't have to worry about finances for a long time. You really know nothing. This is just the beginning. Wait and see. I'll make them spit out everything they've swallowed these past few years. Blue smiled and prepared to leave. Hey, Arakayu brother, where are you going? Aren't we waiting here for the White Horse Temple silver? Ascari grew anxious seeing Blue leave. Were they giving up the White Horse Temple silver? Aren't they supposed to send the silver to Shinwoo military camp? Why stay here? Go back and prepare some storage areas for the silver. Upon hearing this, Ascari suddenly realized. Of course, moving so much silver would be exhausting for anyone. Better let them bring it themselves. By the afternoon, the entrance of Shinwoo military camp was swarming with people. Everyone had come to donate for the Arakanen flood relief. Some wealthy families even brought several large chests of silver on horse-drawn carriages. My goodness, these people are too rich. Blue looked at the crowded entrance and recalled Ebert mentioning only 10,000 taels in the imperial treasury. In comparison, the treasury seemed pitifully meager. But Blue knew that the success of this donation drive was mainly due to the White Horse Temple's grand prayer ceremony. People were willing to pay for merit. Don't rush one at a time. Seeing the confusion at the donation center, Ascari leapt onto a platform and loudly instructed the crowd. Under Ascari's direction, order was restored as people queued up to register their donations. Yellow Gate Attendant Minister Benjamin donates 5,000 taels of silver. Minister Yao from the Ministry of Works donates 3,000 taels of silver. Each registration was announced loudly, sparking further enthusiasm among the crowd. Even officials who initially intended to make symbolic donations were moved to send more silver home. Ordinary citizens, seeing the generosity of the officials, felt reassured and more comfortable with their own contributions. Soon, the total donation reached 80,000 taels of silver, a figure Blue hadn't anticipated. Heaven, it seems we've struck an unexpected windfall. I planned to trick the monks of the White Horse Temple, but didn't expect such overwhelming public support. There were still local landlords and gentry in Chang'an who hadn't yet contributed. Their resources were the major bulk. What? My family donated 5,000 taels too. Unlike Blue, Ascari looked glum, having seen his own family's steward bring a carriage full of silver. That was 5,000 taels of silver his father earned through hard work over the year. He hadn't expected Arakayu to target his own family. And my family gave 10,000 taels. Ansel joined in, equally unhappy. They, being a prominent family, naturally had to donate more. It's fine. My family also donated 5,000 taels. Such amounts are insignificant compared to the greater good. Blue comforted them, waving off their complaints. Just then, an excited soldier rushed in, exclaiming, General, the Taoists from Erecking Taoist Temple have arrived. Hashtag chapter 176, cannot afford to lose. Upon hearing those words, Blue's eyes instantly lit up. Finally, you must understand that Arakaking Temple was Blue's most crucial ace in the hole. If they did not show up soon, this game would not be perfect. Without further ado, Blue, disregarding Ascari and Ansel, immediately stood up and left. Before Blue even reached the camp gate, he saw Arakaking Temple's representatives surrounded by a crowd. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. Arakaking Temple donates 50,000 taels of silver. Hearing this amount, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In their minds, Arakaking Temple was just a small Taoist temple with a dozen or so people. How could it possibly come up with 50,000 taels of silver? Master Bray, when did Arakaking Temple become so wealthy? An onlooker asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Melvin merely smiled at the question before replying solemnly. Rest assured, as a centuries-old Taoist temple, we do have some reserves. Moreover, the flood disaster in Arakanen is a matter of national importance. Now is not the time for us Taoists to step back. We must give our all. Melvin's speech earned him and his fellow Taoists thumbs up from the crowd. Truly worthy of being Taoists. It was you who first held prayer ceremonies for the flood victims in Arakanen. And now, such a generous donation. My respect for you is genuine. Don't worry, Master Bray. I'll visit your Arakaking Temple more often. The world will not forget your kindness. Yes, Master Bray. You can count on us. Arakaking Temple need not worry about its future. For a moment, everyone seemed to forget one thing. It was actually the White Horse Temple that had initiated the donation drive. Now all the accolades went to Erikaking Temple, while the White Horse Temple was seemingly forgotten. If so, then many thanks to all of you. Melvin bowed deeply and thanked everyone before turning away without looking back. Soon after Erikaking Temple left, the White Horse Temple group arrived under the leadership of Supervisor Kato. They also brought out the silver they had prepared. The White Horse Temple donates 10,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this amount, the onlookers were not pleased. Why only 10,000 taels? Why so little? That's right. They've collected quite a bit of offerings over the years. Even Erikaking Temple donated 50,000 taels, and they're only giving 10,000. These monks are so stingy. I won't go to the White Horse Temple anymore. It seems our local Taoists are more reliable. As I see it, in troubled times, Taoists descend from the mountains, and in peaceful times, Buddhist temples collect wealth. This saying is spot on. Hearing the murmurs of dissatisfaction, Kato sensed something was amiss. He sent a Riker nearby to inquire about the situation. Without asking, there might have been no problem, but upon inquiry, they found out that Erikaking Temple had already come by and donated 50,000 taels. This news was not favorable for the White Horse Temple. But Kato couldn't make a quick decision, so he tried his best to maintain the reputation of the White Horse Temple in front of the crowd. Please bear with us. This is just our first donation from the White Horse Temple. Due to the large sum, it takes some time to organize. Please watch our future actions and trust us. After saying this, Kato hurriedly left with the other Rikers, their heads hung low. Seeing the White Horse Temple's embarrassment, the crowd couldn't help but boo loudly. Rushing back to the White Horse Temple, Kato informed the Abbot Fagin of the situation. Nevin looked incredulous. How is this possible? Where did they get so much money? Nevin, no matter how hard he thought, couldn't figure out where Erikaking Temple got all that money. It seems we must sacrifice something. Although he felt bitter, Nevin would never allow Melvin of Erikaking Temple to outshine them. If they lost this fundraising battle, Taoism would undoubtedly rise rapidly. Then all the believers he worked so hard to gain would be gone. But Abbot, how much more should we donate? Kato hesitated, knowing that although the White Horse Temple did have some savings, they were painstakingly accumulated over many years, and donating like this felt wasteful. This isn't the time to feel pained. Once we surpass Erikaking Temple, this money will return quickly. Fagin Abbot saw the reluctance on Kato's face, but knew there was no choice. They had to push forward regardless. Let's add another 50,000 taels. This time, we must surpass Erikaking Temple. After some deliberation, Nevin finally made his decision, gritting his teeth. 50,000 taels. That's nearly 30% of our savings. Though the White Horse Temple was wealthy, coming up with such a sum wasn't easy. The place was vast, and expenses were considerable, especially after spending a lot on the prayer altar construction. I told you already, if you can't part with this money, how can we attract believers later? Seeing Kato's lack of understanding, Nevin felt a headache. Honestly, he didn't want to part with the money either, but they had no choice. Erikaking Temple was hot on their heels, and if they didn't step up, believers would switch allegiance. Not only would the previous 10,000 taels be wasted, but future offerings would also plummet. All right, Master. I understand. Seeing Nevin's determination, Kato could say nothing more. He obediently prepared the additional funds and delivered them to the Shinwu army. The donations continued until late into the night. Seeing the crowd still gathered outside, Blue realized the Shinwu army members were exhausted and decided to call it a day. He announced that donations would resume the next day and began counting the day's contributions with the rest of the Shinwu army. Never would I have imagined there are so many wealthy people in Chang'an. Including the 60,000 taels from Erikaking Temple and White Horse Temple, we received 300,000 taels today. Ascari was almost jumping with joy, reading the final tally in the register. He had never seen 300,000 taels in his life, let alone have it stacked in the Shinwu army camp. Ascari even thought about skipping home tonight and sleeping in the silver vault. Don't celebrate too early. We still have a large sum coming in tomorrow. Chapter 177. The top of the Fishhurst, Erikaxiangwin. Upon hearing Blue's words, Ascari instantly perked up and stared intently at him. Brother Erikayu, what do you mean? Are you saying more silver will be delivered tomorrow? Today, after the substantial donations from the White Horse Temple and Erikaxiangwin, the court officials and local gentry had already completed their contributions. What remained were ordinary people who didn't have much to spare, only able to donate small amounts of copper coins or broken pieces of silver. Combined, it wouldn't add up to much. Of course, do you think it's appropriate for the White Horse Temple to just contribute 60,000 taels? Blue said mysteriously, looking at Ascari. Aren't 60,000 taels a lot? Could they willingly come up with more? In my opinion, it's not enough. Consider how much they've collected over the years. 60,000 taels fall far short. Blue was determined to drain the White Horse Temple this time, sparing nothing. So Brother Erikayu, how much more do you think the White Horse Temple can donate? Ascari wasn't interested in Buddhist affairs and had no clue how much the White Horse Temple possessed. However, listening to Blue, it seemed that the 60,000 taels the temple had contributed did not even hurt them. Heh, watch this tomorrow. I'll make them cough up at least another 60,000 taels. Blue confidently smiled. My goodness, another 60,000 taels. That makes a total of at least 120,000 taels. How could these bald monks have so much money? The astronomical figure of 120,000 taels was unimaginable for Ascari, but Blue asserted the White Horse Temple could easily produce it, which drastically reduced Ascari's view of the Buddhists. Blue didn't elaborate further, and simply asked everyone to wait until tomorrow. That night, none of Blue's group returned home, staying in the military camp to await the next day. One reason was their anticipation of Blue's prediction that the White Horse Temple would bring more silver, and the other was the worry about the safety of the large amount of silver already stored there. Early the next morning, while Ascari and others were still asleep, the commotion outside roused them. Ascari kicked Ansel awake and half-drowsily led him to the camp gate. Outside, a crowd had gathered, including visitors from Erikaxiangwin who had already donated yesterday. Master Bray, why are you here again? Is Erikaxiangwin donating more? Ascari knew little about Buddhism or Taoism, but was aware that Arakaxiangwan had already contributed 50,000 taels yesterday, making today's donation quite unexpected. Fisher to Lord Chung. Yesterday, the White Horse Temple donated 60,000 taels. We can't let Arakaxiangwan lose face. So last night, we hastily raised another 70,000 taels to donate to the flood relief. As Master Bray spoke, 7 large chests were placed before everyone. Opening the chests revealed dazzling piles of silver, causing everyone to draw sharp breaths. Combined with the 50,000 taels from yesterday, Arakaxiangwan had donated a staggering 120,000 taels. Such an amount made everyone wonder if Arakaxiangwan had taken loans from the 3 Purities. Arakaxiangwan has done great. We thank you on behalf of those affected. Arakaxiangwan's generosity earned universal praise, even catching Ascari's interest. They were certainly more generous than the miserly monks. Fishirk the previous day, Arakaxiangwan left without looking back after donating. After storing the silver, Ascari noticed Blue was nowhere to be found and rushed to his quarters. Brother Arakayu, you're amazing. Arakaxiangwan just brought in another 70,000 taels. Ascari shook Blue violently, nearly waking him from death's door. Wait, hold on. Blue struggled out of Ascari's grip and took some time to recover. Brother Arakayu, 70,000 taels. I have a feeling our total donations will surpass 450,000 taels this time. Ascari exclaimed excitedly. Blue sighed, pushing away Ascari's hand. Alright. Even if it hits 1,000,000 taels, it's still for disaster relief, not your personal gain. So what? Seeing such sums satisfies me. Ascari understood the funds would eventually go to the treasury for distribution to the disaster areas, but as a normal person, excitement over seeing so much money was natural. Did you check if anyone from the White Horse Temple showed up? Blue stretched lazily, asking casually. The White Horse Temple hasn't arrived yet. What's up, Brother Arakayu? Not coming is good. Find someone to write down the donation list in large characters. Make sure to rank them according to their contribution, Blue added. I see through you. You're encouraging others to donate more. I thought you didn't care about the amounts. Turns out you're the most enthusiastic. Ascari grinned, eyeing Blue mischievously before scurrying off to arrange the list. Soon, a huge red notice appeared at the entrance of the Divine Valor Army camp. At the top was Arakaxiangwan, with a font size significantly larger than the second-placed White Horse Temple. After the notice was posted, crowds gathered, reading the rankings aloud. Arakaxiangwan, 120,000 taels. White Horse Temple, 60,000 taels. The White Horse Temple falls short of Arakaxiangwan by far. Yeah, Arakaxiangwan's contribution is more than double the White Horse Temple's. Amidst the murmurs, a small monk saw the notice and hurriedly left, his face pale. At the White Horse Temple, Nevin was leading chanting when the Riker rushed in. Master, something terrible has happened. Hashtag chapter 178, Kingston, I am shutting myself down. Seeing his disciples in such a panic, Abbot Kingston's face grew cold. This is simply a disgrace to the dignity of Buddhism. Silence. Monks should abstain from arrogance and restlessness. You appear so rash. What kind of impression does that leave? Hearing Abbot Kingston's words, the Riker realized he had lost composure in front of everyone. But now was truly a critical moment. If they remained calm, White Horse Temple would surely be doomed. This morning, Uncle Supervisor asked me to check on the donation situation. When I got to the Divine Valor Army's gate, there was a donation list posted. Abbot Kingston maintained his composed demeanor as he listened. Just a list. Why all this fuss? Yesterday, Abbot Kingston had sent another 50,000 taels, adding to the initial 10,000 taels. 60,000 taels, a huge sum, would definitely place them at the top. Then, their White Horse Temple would only gain more renown. More people would come to pay respects, and incense money would naturally rise accordingly. So a list alone wasn't necessarily bad news. But on that list, our White Horse Temple is only second. The first place goes to a wrecking shrine. Seeing Abbot Kingston still didn't understand, the Riker continued. Second place, so be it. Abbot Kingston hadn't anticipated that someone else would donate more than him. But upon hearing the Riker's second sentence, Abbot Kingston suddenly opened his eyes. What did you say? First place is a wrecking shrine. Abbot Kingston almost jumped off the cushion. If not for the small monks watching him, he would have undoubtedly rushed to the Divine Valor Army himself to see that list. Yes, Master, first place is a wrecking shrine, with a total donation of 120,000 taels. These are facts I've confirmed from others. It seems they donated another 70,000 taels this morning. After hearing the Riker, Abbot Kingston knew he wasn't lying. Suddenly, he felt utterly powerless. If not for Ridge's quick reflexes and support, Abbot Kingston would have collapsed right in front of everyone. How? How is this possible? When did a wrecking shrine ever have this much money? Abbot Kingston couldn't comprehend how the always impoverished wrecking shrine could have amassed so much wealth. Master, please calm down. Ridge also looked worriedly at Abbot Kingston. The difference between 60,000 taels and 120,000 taels was a full 60,000 taels. If Abbot Kingston impulsively decided to compete with a wrecking shrine, the White Horse Temple would likely tighten its belt for years to come. It's impossible. This can't be happening. But Abbot Kingston didn't hear Ridge's words. With lifeless eyes, he slowly returned to his room under Ridge's support. Moments later, Ridge emerged from the room, dejected. Senior brother Ridge, did Master say anything? The other Rikers were concerned. If Abbot Kingston really decided to compete with a wrecking shrine, how would they manage? Master said nothing. Ridge shook his head. However, the other Rikers were relieved by this news. As long as Abbot Kingston didn't mention donating more money, things were easier to handle. Soon after, Abbot Kingston announced he would retreat into seclusion for some time. During this period, all matters concerning the White Horse Temple would be handed over to Supervisor Guang Fisherong. Meanwhile, Blue was still waiting at the Divine Valor Army camp. Troy, hasn't anyone from White Horse Temple arrived yet? As dusk approached, no one from White Horse Temple had shown up. Blue didn't believe White Horse Temple hadn't received the message. After all, Someone saw Riker rush away after reading the announcement that morning. Erikayu, why are you so anxious? Even without White Horse Temple, we've already reached 400,000 taels. Jordy was puzzled when Blue mentioned White Horse Temple's donation. With 400,000 taels of silver before them, wouldn't that satisfy Blue's ambitions? You don't understand. All this money will eventually go to the national treasury. Moreover, White Horse Temple has only donated 60,000 taels. This is far below my expectations. Blue spoke coolly. Though they now had 400,000 taels, 100,000 of those were originally from the national treasury. Another 20,000 were given by Melvin. If only 60,000 taels were collected from 120,000 taels, how would Blue explain this to Thatcher Ebert? Ah, who cares how much White Horse Temple contributes? We have 400,000 taels. Aren't you always talking about making money? Is this not money? Jordy couldn't grasp Blue's point. Isn't White Horse Temple's money just like everyone else's? Even if the funds would ultimately be submitted to the treasury, wouldn't Ebert consider their efforts and reward them for their hard work? No, I want White Horse Temple's money. Other people's money doesn't matter. Over the past 2 days, Blue had observed all the donors. While officials and landlords donated generously, many commoners also contributed. Officials had salaries, landlords had property, but commoners truly had nothing. Watching them take out fragments of silver or loose copper coins made Blue feel uneasy. This donation was for the Arakanan flood disaster. Even beggars who usually lined the streets managed to contribute a few coins during this time. Yet, White Horse Temple, which accumulated wealth annually, initially only offered 10,000 taels. Had he not instructed Melvin to split the donations into 2 parts, even the additional 50,000 taels might not have been secured. So what do you plan to do? You can't return the other people's money, can you? Looking at Blue's stern expression, Jordy sensed impending trouble. Of course, I can't return it. Hearing this, Jordy breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how Blue planned to deal with White Horse Temple, returning the silver was not an option. Naturally, this money should come from and benefit the people. Regarding the use of this money, Blue hadn't yet considered it. What mattered most now was to squeeze more out of White Horse Temple. I'll visit White Horse Temple. Maybe they need a little encouragement. Making up his mind, Blue abruptly stood up. Before Jordy and others could react, Blue swiftly left the military camp, leaving them dumbfounded. Hashtag chapter 179, Blue's visit. When Blue arrived at the White Horse Temple, the Riker responsible for the gate was already preparing to close it. Upon seeing Blue approach, the little monk hurriedly clasped his hands and greeted him. Master Cheen, it's so late. Is there something you need? The little monk spoke with a respectful demeanor. He had seen Blue 2 days ago during the grand blessing ceremony, standing beside Nevin. Nothing much. Since the White Horse Temple is the second largest donor for the Arakanan flood relief efforts, I, as the main person in charge, naturally need to come by and pay a visit. Blue also clasped his hands in return, speaking politely. But Nevin has already entered seclusion today. The little monk hesitated slightly after hearing Blue's intentions. No problem. Is Master Armand, the supervisor monk, available? Hearing that Nevin was in seclusion, Blue finally understood why the White Horse Temple did not reappear after learning that Erkaching Temple donated 120,000 taels of silver. It seemed one of the old monks was afraid. Since that's the case, tonight's visit was perfectly timed to stoke the fire further. This time, if he doesn't empty the White Horse Temple, he won't be Blue. Uncle Master Armand is here. I'll take you to him. The little monk had no ulterior motives. He just knew that Blue wasn't someone to be offended. With a respectful expression, he led Blue to Armand's room and gently knocked on the door. What is it? Armand's voice came from inside. Uncle Supervisor Monk. Master Cheen has arrived. Upon hearing this, something inside the room fell to the ground with a thud. Moments later, Armand opened the door. Seeing the terrified look on Armand's face, Blue knew he had come at the right time. Thank you, little monk. The rest I can discuss with Master Armand. Blue politely dismissed the little monk and stepped into Armand's room. As soon as he entered, he noticed a strong smell of sandalwood incense. This incense was clearly different from ordinary varieties sold in the market. Just one whiff made Blue feel unusually calm. The fragrance in Master Armand's room is truly enchanting. Blue couldn't help but comment. Hee hee, all these are specially made by our temple. If Master Cheen likes it, I can have some prepared for you later, Armand said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. All right, my mother happens to practice Buddhism too, so I can give her these incenses. Blue didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. Yes. Armand thought it was just polite talk, but Blue took it seriously. No wonder Nevin could extract 60,000 taels from Blue. By the way, I heard that Nevin is in seclusion. Is everything alright with the White Horse Temple? Blue sat down at the table and asked Armand casually. Nevin simply had an epiphany during the blessing ceremony and decided to enter seclusion. There's nothing wrong. Armand couldn't tell Blue that the abbot had secluded himself because he felt overshadowed by Erkaching Temple. Oh, I see. That's fortunate for your temple. Blue pretended to be enlightened and congratulated Armand. Not at all. We do it for the welfare of all beings. Blue's words left Armand puzzled. He didn't know how to respond and dared not let Blue leave, putting him in a difficult situation. Don't worry, Master Armand. I'm only here to thank the White Horse Temple for its donations to the Arakanan flood relief efforts. So far, the White Horse Temple ranks second in donations, which we appreciate very much. Seeing Armand struggling for words, Blue stated his purpose directly. Master Cheen is too kind. It's what we should do. But I don't understand. We donated 60,000 taels, yet we're only second place. Who's the first? Armand feigned ignorance and asked Blue deliberately. The top donor, you should be familiar with it. It's Erkaching Temple. While speaking, Blue glanced at Armand, wondering how he could pretend not to know who was first. But he still answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Armand's expression changed instantly. What? Erkaching Temple is the top donor? That's impossible. Master Cheen, I can assure you, Erkaching Temple doesn't have that much money. Not even 600 taels. You don't believe me? Check their funds. I suspect they're faking it. Blue now understood why Armand feigned ignorance. It seemed he was trying to set up air caging temple. But in Blue's view, Armin's methods were rather immature. Master Armin, please don't worry. We've investigated and confirmed their donation is genuine. Besides, His Majesty has decided to personally visit the top donor when the charity hall is completed, so their funds are scrutinized carefully. After hearing this, Armin was taken aback. His Majesty will visit the top donor? Armin couldn't imagine that such a simple donation matter would warrant the Emperor's attention. And will His Majesty visit our White Horse Temple? Since the top donor would be visited, being the second largest donor with 60,000 taels, the White Horse Temple surely deserved some attention. Armin harbored a glimmer of hope. If the Emperor visited, the temple's reputation would soar. Sorry to disappoint, Master. With His Majesty's busy schedule, visiting one place is already rare. Blue shook his head, thinking about how naive Armin and Nevin were. Indeed, upon hearing this, Armin fell into deep thought. There's one more thing. The court will award banners to all donors. I'll personally deliver the banner for the White Horse Temple. How large should the banner be? Seeing Armin's state, Blue knew he could leave now. But before leaving, he provided a reasonable explanation for his visit. ####Chapter 180, Kingston's helplessness. This county magistrate will handle it. It's what we should do. Receiving rewards is already a pleasant surprise. At this moment, Armin had no heart to consider how large the banner of commendation should be. Compared to a personal visit from the Thatcher, a banner meant nothing. Since that's the case, it's getting late, so I won't disturb you further. After saying this, Blue turned around and left without hesitation, not forgetting to ask Armin for an entire box of sandalwood before he went. So much sandalwood. It should be worth some money. Armin seemed not to hear Blue's muttered words. After seeing Blue off, he hurriedly ran toward Abbot Kingston's room. The old monk Kingston had also learned about Blue's visit and was waiting in his room at that moment. Armin directly pushed the door open and walked in. How did it go? What did that kid say? Seeing Armin enter, Abbot Kingston immediately asked impatiently. Abbot, there's a problem. Armin looked anxious and quickly told Abbot Kingston. Blue just said that His Majesty will personally visit the top donor to express gratitude. Hearing this, Abbot Kingston couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. You mean the Thatcher will personally visit Erikaking Daoist Temple? Abbot Kingston knew very well that even if White Horse Temple was renowned worldwide, it could never compare to Ebert. If the whole world knew that Ebert personally visited Erikaking Daoist Temple, then Erikaking Daoist Temple would truly overshadow White Horse Temple. Then, Taoism might seize this opportunity to surpass Buddhism. White Horse Temple, as the leader of Buddhism for many years, could not let this happen under any circumstances. Buddhism cannot lose to Taoism. Master, what do we do now? Though the county magistrate promised banners to all donors, compared to the Thatcher, these banners. Armin didn't finish speaking, but the meaning behind his words had changed. What started as a simple donation campaign unexpectedly involved the current Thatcher. When did he say the donation period would end? Amidst Armin's anxiety, Abbot Kingston remained calm and asked directly. Well, the county magistrate didn't specify, but since he mentioned it, the donations must be over by now. Armin thought that since Blue had said so, the donations were likely concluded. Otherwise, they could send another sum and become the top donor. It's fine. Our temple still has nearly 10,000 taels of silver. Send it all immediately. Abbot Kingston had made up his mind. No matter what, White Horse Temple cannot lose to Erikaking Daoist Temple. 10,000 taels all donated? Master, they only donated 12,000 in total, right? We don't need that much. Hearing that Abbot Kingston wanted to donate all the money, Armin hesitated. You fool. Why did Blue come here to tell you this? He couldn't have gone to Erikaking Daoist Temple instead? Abbot Kingston smacked Armin's bald head. Master, you think County Magistrate Chin came intentionally to tell me this? Armin was puzzled. He found it hard to believe that Blue, just a child, could have such deep intentions. Don't underestimate him. Abbot Kingston sighed deeply. He chose to isolate himself at this time precisely to avoid Blue. Yet, despite his evasion, Blue still threw him such a tempting offer. A visit from the Thatcher. No one could resist that. Blue, this time you win. Even though he knew Blue had set a trap for him, he still had no choice but to jump in. It felt unbearably frustrating. Very well, Abbot, I'll go. Seeing Abbot Kingston's dejected appearance, Armin understood the gravity of the situation and didn't dare delay further. Just as Armin was about to leave, Abbot Kingston stopped him. Forget it. I'll go myself. Abbot Kingston knew he couldn't escape this. Hearing the abbot would go personally, Armin didn't say more, only silently prepared the necessary items. Under the cover of night, the delegation from White Horse Temple arrived at the gate of Shinwu Army. Halt! What business do you have here? The gate was heavily guarded by vigilant soldiers. 40,000 taels were inside the military camp, and there could be no mistakes. Generals, we are monks from White Horse Temple. We have come to make a donation. When the guards blocked them, Abbot Kingston quickly stepped forward to explain to the lead soldier. A donation? The general glanced at Abbot Kingston, recalling Blue's words earlier. The donation period has passed. Everything inside is being accounted for now. Please keep your money. The soldier repeated Blue's exact words to Abbot Kingston. Upon hearing this, Armin and the others became anxious. If the donation period was over, they would surely be outshone by Erikaking Daoist Temple. Moreover, their previous 6,000 taels would be wasted, only earning them a banner. General, please forgive us. Our donation amount was significant, so it took us extra time to gather. Please inform County Magistrate Chin on our behalf. He will understand. Abbot Kingston knew this was Blue's plan, but he had no solution. Even if the donation period had ended, as long as Blue knew they had come, there might still be hope. Do you know General Chin? The soldier, unaware that he was facing Abbot Kingston, remembered Blue's instruction to stop anyone from White Horse Temple and then report back to him. I do indeed know County Magistrate Chin. After all, we initiated this donation. Abbot Kingston clasped his hands in prayer, accepting his fate. All right, wait a moment while I go inform him. Waving to the others to watch the group, the lead soldier headed to Blue's quarters. General, as you said, People from White Horse Temple have arrived. ##### Chapter 181. County Magistrate's Mercy. Upon hearing the soldiers' report, Ascari and Ansel, who were counting silver inside the room, both paused in surprise. Why are they coming now? The donation period has already passed. Ascari harbored no particular fondness for these monks. During the initial donations, they had been quite reluctant. Had it not been for Arekichan Temple's lead donation of 50,000 taels, they would have likely donated just 10,000 taels to get by. Now that the list of donors was finalized, their sudden appearance suggested an ulterior motive. What they want is probably quite obvious. Let's just turn them away. We don't need their measly silver, Ascari said, about to dismiss the people from Bema Temple. However, Chin Arakagwang suddenly interjected. Wait. Hearing Chin Arakagwang speak, Ascari felt a bit puzzled. Arakagwang, what do you plan to do? If Bema Temple is unwilling to donate, let it be. After all, they're second place now. Losing to Arekichan Temple is embarrassing enough. In this donation round, Bema Temple's defeat to Arekichan Temple was a significant oversight. Taoists would seize this opportunity to suppress Buddhism. For Bema Temple to restore its reputation would be challenging. Chuliang, did you forget what I mentioned earlier? Chin Arakagwang smiled. Ascari was puzzled by Chin Arakagwang's words. Arakagwang, you can't really want Bema Temple's money, right? Ascari couldn't understand why Chin Arakagwang insisted on getting Bema Temple's funds. Bema Temple had already donated 60,000 taels, and the rest could be collected later without squeezing them dry at once. This isn't me forcing Bema Temple, they volunteered. Chin Arakagwang knew Ascari misunderstood him as coercing Bema Temple into another donation. In truth, Abbot Emil and his monks came willingly, unwilling to lose to Arekichan Temple. Alright, let's go collect the money. Under Chin Arakagwang's lead, they arrived at the gate of Shunwu Army Camp and successfully met with Abbot Emil and others. Wow, didn't expect Abbot Emil to come in person? Chin Arakagwang hadn't expected Abbot Emil to show up himself, signifying the importance of Thatcher Ebert's presence. Lord Magistrate, our temple proposed this donation initially. Due to the substantial amount, we only managed to gather it tonight. Abbot Emil chuckled, showing no reluctance. But didn't I hear that Abbot Emil was in seclusion? Why did you exit so soon? Looking at Emil's smiling face, Chin Arakagwang couldn't help but think, old fox. Yes, I was in seclusion. But this donation amount is too large, so I had to oversee it personally. With that, Emil signaled his Rikers to bring out the prepared silver. 10 large chests appeared before everyone, astonishing Ascari and the others. 10,000 taels per chest. That's 100,000 taels. This amount was a quarter of the total donations. But the donation period has ended, and all donations have been sealed. Please take the money back. After Emil spoke, Chin Arakagwang shook his head, looking regretful. Arakagwang, but didn't you say? Ascari was stunned upon hearing Chin Arakagwang refuse. Aren't we trying to get Bema Temple's money? Before he finished, he noticed Chin Arakagwang's expression and shut his mouth. Indeed, Abbot, the donation period has ended. If you wish to donate, wait for next time. Though unsure of Chin Arakagwang's intentions, it was wise to support him. No, this money is specifically for the Arakanan flood relief. Please accept it. Otherwise, we won't be able to sleep well, Emil pleaded, foreseeing Chin Arakagwang's response. Today, it's about whether we donate or not. Still, even so, Chin Arakagwang hesitated. Magistrate, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. These funds will aid the refugees. More donations mean quicker assistance for the victims. Emil continued to smile, appealing to Chin Arakagwang. I understand. However, the donor list has been announced. Altering it might seem unfair to Arekichan Temple. Chin Arakagwang continued to shake his head. Please rest assured, Magistrate. For the sake of all people, I believe Arekichan Temple's Melvin will understand. Moreover, who stands first or second ultimately benefits the Arakanan flood victims. Emil seemed unconcerned about rankings. That does make sense. Our current funds are lacking. With your donation of 100,000 taels, the Arakanan flood situation can be swiftly resolved. Chin Arakagwang finally nodded after contemplation. Emil breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, with Chin Arakagwang accepting the donation, Bema Temple would be top-ranked. Thank you, Lord Magistrate, for your kindness. Leaving the silver, Emil led Bema Temple members away from the camp. After Bema Temple left, Chin Arakagwang ordered the silver moved inside. Count the total and send all the silver to the treasury. With Bema Temple's donation in place, Chin Arakagwang's plan was complete. Next, he needed to report to Thatcher Ebert. Working until midnight, they completed the count. 500,000 taels in total. Loading the silver onto carts, Chin Arakagwang and others escorted it to the treasury. Chapter 182. Your Majesty, please guess. On a deep night in the bustling streets of Chang'an, 10 horse-drawn carriages loaded with 500,000 taels of silver slowly made their way towards the national treasury. Phew. Exhausting. I never realized how heavy so much silver could be. Ascari, who had impulsively insisted on moving the silver himself, now felt the weight of his decision. Although he enjoyed the process, he soon realized that too much silver wasn't exactly convenient. It's indeed very heavy and quite inconvenient. Blue also noticed this while loading the carriages. During the donation drive, while commoners donated loose silver and copper coins, the officials and landowners brought carts of donations, which proved cumbersome. Perhaps it's time to think of a way to make silver lighter. Blue stroked his chin, an idea suddenly dawning on him. However, this idea required far more resources than he currently possessed. Arakayu, what are you thinking about? Seeing Blue lost in thought, Ascari curiously asked. Nothing much. Just wait here and ensure all the silver reaches the treasury. I need to visit the palace. Approaching the fork leading to both the palace and the treasury, Blue didn't need to continue following the carriages. He had matters to discuss with Ebert. After parting ways with Ascari and others, Blue headed straight for the palace. The sky was still dark, and morning court had yet to begin, so the palace gates were tightly shut. The Jinwoo guards became alert upon spotting Blue and raised their weapons. Stop. Who are you? Recognizing the guard's actions, Blue quickly raised his hands and approached cautiously. I am Blue. I have urgent matters to report to His Majesty. Please inform Inner Attendant Nolan. Blue knew Ebert would already be awake at this hour. Therefore, informing Nolan would ensure he met with Ebert. Recognizing Blue, the guards promptly went to deliver the message. Moments later, Blue stood outside Ebert's chamber. Count of Lantion, His Majesty is currently washing up. Please wait a moment. Blue's guess was right. Ebert had just risen, and Nolan personally escorted Blue inside after relaying the news. No problem, Inner Attendant. I can wait here. Blue responded, as there was no rush now that the White Horse Temple silver had been secured. Oh, I heard you managed to raise a lot of money for the Arkai River flood relief efforts. Are you here to report that to His Majesty? Seriously, how much did you collect that His Majesty would lend you the entire treasury's silver? Nolan, curious, had previously delivered the silver as per Ebert's orders, but was unaware of its purpose. Hee, it's a secret. Do you want to experience His Majesty's joy first, Inner Attendant? Blue teased, looking mysteriously at Nolan. Upon hearing this, Nolan turned pale, waving his hands hastily. No, I wouldn't dare steal His Majesty's joy. I'm just curious. Seeing Nolan's flustered expression, Blue laughed and reassured him. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But this amount will certainly exceed your imagination. Why don't you take a bold guess before I reveal it? Hearing this, Nolan became even more curious, pondering the scale of the donations. As he tried to guess, a servant girl emerged from Ebert's room. You must be the Count of Lantion. His Majesty requests your presence. The servant glanced at the young Blue, her face revealing a hint of surprise. Thank you. Nodding, Blue entered Ebert's chambers, accompanied by Nolan. Ebert was fully dressed and waiting on his seat. Your humble subject, Blue, pays respects to your Majesty. After entering, Blue bowed respectfully to Ebert. Rise. Coming so early, do you wish to repay the debt? Ebert eyed Blue, knowing he wouldn't come unless it was important. Exactly, your Majesty. I've come to repay the debt and ask for a favor. Blue smiled mischievously. I remember you promised to at least double the borrowed 100,000 taels. Ebert hadn't forgotten Blue's promise. However, 2 days were too short for silver to multiply even if it laid eggs. Certainly not forgotten, and the amount I'll return isn't just doubled, Blue said enigmatically. Oh, tell me, how much will you return? Curious, Ebert pressed on. Why don't we let your Majesty take a guess? Instead of answering directly, Blue played along. Ha, you're a cheeky one. Ebert chuckled, finding it amusing to see someone challenge him. If more than double, at least 200,000. Given your track record, perhaps 300,000? Ebert gave his highest estimate, considering Blue's successful fundraising efforts. But Blue shook his head. Not 300,000? Then, maybe 350,000? Ebert's eyes widened as Blue negated again. Try one more guess. Another shake of the head. Nor 350,000? Could it be 400,000? Ebert sat upright, aware that the annual surplus in the treasury rarely exceeded 100,000 taels. If Blue returned 400,000, it would equal years' worth of savings. Count of Lantion, stop playing games. Just tell us. Nolan, impatient, urged him forward after Ebert. Chapter 183, Garth's Instructions. After hearing Ebert and Nolan's inquiries, Blue finally held up 4 fingers. It is indeed 40,000 taels, but not in total. Ebert stood up immediately upon hearing this. What? Ebert couldn't believe his ears as he asked, not a total of 40,000 taels. Does that mean you harvested a total of 50,000 taels this time? That's right, it's 50,000 taels, but 2,000 taels are mine. I hope your Majesty can return them to me. Blue chuckled and said so. Upon hearing Blue's words, Ebert finally managed to crack a smile. Haha, you're really something. Ebert was momentarily speechless. He didn't expect such a stingy young man would still add in an additional 2,000 taels after borrowing 10,000 taels from him. Alright, not just the 2,000 taels, but 5,000 taels. The extra will be your reward, Ebert agreed generously. After all, Blue had earned back 40,000 taels for him this time. An additional 3,000 taels was no big deal. Thank you, your Majesty, Blue sighed in relief upon hearing Ebert's willingness to repay him. When coming here, Blue had been slightly worried that his 2,000 taels might be lost. But unexpectedly, not only did he get all of it back, but also an additional 3,000 taels. But there is one more thing. I'll need your Majesty's help then, Blue remembered. To deceive the White Horse Temple into paying up, he had used Ebert's name at the time. If Ebert didn't agree to cooperate, Blue would have no choice but to argue with the White Horse Temple, which might impact his future plans for them. What? Tell me? Ebert was surprised Blue needed his help even after getting the money back. Well, Blue felt a little embarrassed about it, so under Ebert's permission, he came closer to whisper a few sentences in his ear. Ebert was stunned by Blue's plan and then laughed heartily. Haha, you're truly devious. Blue's strategy amused Ebert greatly. The White Horse Temple had already contributed a lot, yet Blue wasn't letting up on them and even devised such a devious plan. If the monks at White Horse Temple knew, they'd probably disregard Buddhist rules to teach Blue a harsh lesson. Well, what can I do? Who else in Chang'an has so much money except you, your Majesty? Blue scratched his head awkwardly after hearing Ebert's comment. You're right. It's lucky I'm the Emperor. Otherwise, you might use these tricks on me, Ebert joked. I wouldn't dare, your Majesty. How could I lay a hand on you? Blue felt even more embarrassed. Indeed, as Ebert suggested, if he weren't working for Ebert, he might try to reach into Ebert's pocket to earn some money. Alright, enough talk. I agree. Let me know when you've arranged everything. With that, Ebert got up to prepare for the morning court session. Blue left the palace before the other officials arrived. After days of scheming against the White Horse Temple, he was exhausted. Once home, he gave a few instructions to Bentley and returned to his room. When Blue emerged from his room after sleeping, it was already the next morning. He had slept for a whole day and night. As Blue came out looking for food, Bentley found him. Master, Ascari and the others came looking for you yesterday. They said they have something to discuss with you once you wake up. And the Thatcher sent someone with 5,000 taels yesterday to return to you. Blue didn't feel much upon hearing Ascari et al.'s visit, but he suddenly perked up when he heard Ebert had repaid him so quickly. Really? Where's the money? He grabbed Bentley anxiously. This was 5,000 taels. With this sum, he could accomplish many things. The silver, it's with Master, Bentley stammered at Blue's urgency. Ah. This time Blue was puzzled. Why would the silver given back to him end up in Garth's hands? Was his father seeing dollar signs and kept it? Without the appetite for food, Blue hurried to find Garth. At that moment, Garth was reading in his study. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up to see Blue walking in seriously. Brat, you finally woke up? After glancing at Blue, Garth lowered his head again. Father, where's my money? Blue was too anxious about his money to chat with Garth. In the warehouse. Without lifting his eyes, Garth replied, Tell me, how did you come by so much money, and why is the Thatcher returning it to you? What have you been up to lately? Garth wasn't aware of the secret plan between Blue and Ebert. Moreover, he had donated a hefty 5,000 taels recently. This is a secret between the Thatcher and me, father. Wouldn't you be blamed by His Majesty if you knew? Blue didn't intend to tell Garth about his scheme against the White Horse Temple. After all, Blue knew that his grandmother, Garth's mother, was a devout Buddhist. Although she passed away, considering Garth's filial nature, he likely wouldn't approve of his actions and might jeopardize his plans. Don't use His Majesty to intimidate me. You're becoming more mischievous every day. But since this money comes from the Thatcher, I won't hold on to it either. You may take it yourself. Garth, being a noble duke, knew certain matters even if Blue didn't disclose them. However, as a minister, he couldn't say much since the matter involved Ebert. Father, remember you said that. Blue didn't expect Garth to be so straightforward this time. Previously, he would have surely reprimanded him. Am I unreasonable? Upon hearing Blue's remark, Garth widened his eyes and stared straight at him. No, father. How could you be like that? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Seeing Garth's changed expression, Blue tactfully prepared to leave. Whatever you do, always be mindful of your safety. Just as Blue was leaving, Garth's voice rang out behind him. If you ever face real danger, just remember that you are Garth's son. Hashtag chapter 184. A new idea. Leaving Garth's study, Blue quickly arrived at the storeroom and inspected his stash of silver. Hee, with this amount of silver, I can proceed with the next steps. Blue stood in the warehouse, grinning foolishly as he gazed at the piles of silver. The Buddhist temple matter wasn't yet completely resolved, so he needed to take a long-term approach. However, after last night's conversation with Ascari, Blue suddenly had a new idea. 50,000 taels are indeed a bit small. If it were 500,000, we could operate without any restraint. With this thought in mind, Blue left the Qin residence and went to find Ascari and Ansel. They were crucial to what he had in mind. Doing it alone would be too challenging. When he called out to Ascari and Ansel, they both expressed their grievances. Brother Erikayu, what's going on with you? Ascari had tried twice to find Blue yesterday but was told each time that he was sleeping. I was really tired yesterday. Did something happen? Blue felt a little embarrassed upon hearing Ascari's complaint. He had indeed been ignoring them while sleeping all day. We just wanted to ask if we should continue pressuring the White Horse Temple. The silver they sent over yesterday was quite an eye-opener. Yeah, I think the White Horse Temple still has money, probably at least another 100,000 taels. Now that donations have ended, if we press for this money, it might very well become ours. While Ascari and Ansel had previously worked with Blue on selling milk tea, the earnings from that venture seemed like pocket change compared to now. Moreover, Blue had mentioned targeting the White Horse Temple, so they naturally saw it as their next goal. Don't rush. Let's give the White Horse Temple some breathing room for now. Hearing their words, Blue waved his hand and said, if we pressure them too much, they might resort to desperate measures, leaving us with nothing. Fishing through 2 lifetimes, Blue understood the importance of sustainable development. Although the White Horse Temple had contributed 16,000 taels in donations, Blue estimated that this was likely all they had. Therefore, if he wanted more money from them, he'd need to wait until they relaxed their guard. Not worry about them for now. Blue's statement left Ascari and Ansel puzzled. So what do we do next? Just wait here? They had just accomplished something significant with Blue, and found it hard to accept simply waiting around. Of course not. I already have a plan for the next move. Blue smiled mysteriously. Though he was temporarily setting aside the White Horse Temple, he couldn't afford to stop. Oh, right, Chuliang, go find me some Chinese dogwood and Sichuan pepper. Ansel, get some vegetables for me. Once you've gathered everything, meet me at the Divine Valor Garrison. After giving these instructions, Blue had the two of them start acting separately. Then he visited a blacksmith shop and ordered a copper pot made to his specifications. On his way back to the barracks, he also bought some lamb. With that, all preparations were in place. Back at the camp, Blue asked for charcoal and instructed the cook to slice the meat into thin strips. After completing the preparations, Ascari and Ansel arrived with the requested items. Brother Erikayu, why did you have us buy these things? Are you going to cook for us? Chinese dogwood and Sichuan pepper were pungent spices, and the vegetables Ansel brought were clearly for cooking. However, neither Ascari nor Ansel knew when Blue became a chef. Yes, I'm cooking for you, but not like you're used to. Blue took the items from Ascari and Ansel, passing them to the cook for further preparation. Then he led them to a room. Upon entering, they saw a copper pot on the table, unlike anything they'd ever seen before. Brother Erikayu, is this a pot? Ascari inspected the pot closely. It resembled a regular pot but had a curved divider in the middle, making it look like a taijutsu symbol. Indeed, this is my method to make money. As Blue spoke, the camp cook brought in all the prepared ingredients. What does this thing do? There isn't even a stove to heat it? Ascari looked under the table but found no fire source. This doesn't need a stove. Just put the charcoal in this space below. Blue placed the charcoal beneath the pot, filled it with water, and added the Chinese dogwood and Sichuan pepper to one side. After igniting the charcoal, they sat quietly waiting. Brother Erikayu, How do we eat this? Seeing only seasoning and half a pot of water, Ascari wondered what there was to eat. Just wait. This is how it works. Blue turned to retrieve 3 bowls. Inside, they found sesame sauce, fragrant oil, chopped green onions, and cilantro. The bowl contains dip. When the water boils, you can add various ingredients, cook them, and then enjoy them with the dip. Blue explained and dropped the sliced lamb into the pot. After a few quick swishes, the meat changed color. He then placed the cooked slices into Ascari and Ansel's bowls. Is it ready to eat now? The two looked at the delicate slices of meat, never having seen such a dining method before. With some doubt, they tasted the meat, chewing lightly. In the next second, their eyes lit up simultaneously. Brother Arakayu, this is amazing. Chapter 185, Advanced Pricing Strategy. Seeing Ascari and Ansel's expressions, Yarden expected this reaction. After all, in the Tang Dynasty, food primarily consisted of pancakes and various soups. Such a stewing method had never been seen before. Even Yarden had only taught Arkong Sancher some basic cooking techniques prior to this. This dish I plan to call hot pot, as it involves fire and a pot, allowing for immediate cooking and eating. Yarden had thought about this idea for a long time but had not implemented it due to the high cost of vegetables, which would have made the venture too expensive. But with the extra 30,000 taels from Ebert, he no longer needed to worry about these issues. Hot pot? What a great name. After listening to Yarden's explanation, Ascari and Ansel nodded in agreement. Why was it a good name? Could a name given by Brother Arakaran be bad? However, after their comments, they ignored Yarden and continuously dipped their chopsticks into the pot, quickly finishing all the meat inside. It was clear that even after the meal, they were still unsatisfied and insisted on having more lamb slices brought over by the cook. Seeing how much they enjoyed it, Yarden knew the plan was almost finalized. Feeling reassured, he also stuffed the meat from his bowl into his mouth. The taste is a bit bland. It would be better with chili peppers. Compared to the hot pot he was accustomed to in his previous life, this version was indeed less flavorful. Over the next period, the 3 of them practically devoured half a sheep before concluding their meal. Brother Arakaran, do you really plan to go ahead with this? Ascari kept rubbing his belly, as he had eaten far too much. Yes, replied Yarden nodding. But will this actually make money? Ansel raised a valid concern. Everything looks simple. Even if we create it first, others can easily copy it, thereby quickly losing our competitive edge. The ingredients they ate were common, and slicing lamb thinly could be done by any skilled chef. Not quite. While the ingredients are ordinary, the key lies in the broth. Didn't you notice that the lamb cooked in plain water tastes different from the one cooked with seasonings? Yarden explained. Upon hearing this, Ascari and Ansel realized that although the lamb cooked in water tasted fresher, the seasoned version was far superior in flavor. I see. So you plan to keep the seasoning recipe a secret. That way, even if others try to copy it, they won't know exactly what you used. Ascari and Ansel finally understood but had another question. But Brother Arakaran, isn't it easy to identify the seasonings just by looking at them in the pot? Anyone who has tried it once can figure out what was used. Ansel, who had tasted numerous dishes across the Tang Dynasty, could identify the seasonings even with closed eyes. Don't worry about that. What you're tasting now is just a prototype. Before officially launching, I'll refine the broth further so that even if someone tries to copy it, they won't succeed without knowing the exact ingredients. This test was just to observe Ascari and Ansel's reactions after trying the hot pot, so Yarden didn't complicate the base ingredients. For the official launch, the hot pot broth would need further optimization. I see. Ascari and Ansel finally grasped Yarden's intentions. In their view, mastering the secret recipe for hot pot would undoubtedly be a cash cow. So, Brother Arakaran, what do you need us to do? With everything clear, both men knew this meal wasn't free. It seems you two have finally gotten smart. Hearing their question, Yarden smiled and said, in the coming days, I need your help with 2 tasks. First, find a trustworthy craftsman to specially manufacture pots for us. Second, locate a suitable storefront large enough for a dining hall on the first floor and private rooms on the second. This way, the hot pot can cater to everyone in the Tang Dynasty. For pricing, besides charging separately for the broth and dipping sauces, prepare a menu for guests to choose from. Each dish should be priced individually. After explaining his ideas, Ascari and Ansel were amazed by Yarden's advanced pricing strategy. In the past, when people dined at restaurants, they usually ordered individually, but since everyone's appetite was similar, the total cost per meal remained fairly consistent. But with hot pot, prices could vary widely depending on choices. Wealthier patrons might order more meat, while others might opt for more vegetables, leading to drastically different meal costs despite both being satisfying. Got it, Brother Arakaran. We understand. At this realization, Ascari and Ansel stood up and promised Yarden. If you complete this task, I'll offer you a partnership. Each of you will receive a 20% share. Yarden wouldn't limit the hot pot business to one store. Thus, finding reliable partners like them was essential. Shares? Hearing the term, Ascari and Ansel looked puzzled. Let me explain. Suddenly remembering that the concept of shares hadn't emerged yet, Yarden simplified it. It means we 3 run the hot pot restaurant together, and profits will be divided according to the shares we each hold. Not planning to delve deeply into the complex nature of shares, Yarden gave a brief overview. Brother Arakaran, we understand now. After his explanation, they finally grasped the concept. Initially, they planned to simply follow Yarden, but now they realized that if he succeeded, so would they. Motivated by this newfound opportunity, they were ready to dive in headfirst. Chapter 186, High Fisher Lao. Encouraged by the prospect of financial rewards, Ascari and Ansel didn't hesitate for a moment. While it was still early, the two of them split up to carry out the 2 tasks Blue had assigned them. After Ascari and Ansel left, Blue began preparing the hot pot broth mix. First, he asked the camp cook to bring him all the seasonings they had. Then he requested some fats as well. Scallions, ginger, garlic, wine, soy sauce. Basically, we have almost all the ingredients. Though there were no chili peppers yet, the spiciness from Sichuan pepper would suffice for now. So Blue decided to use that. As for bay leaves and cassia bark, it looks like I need to make a trip to the apothecary. Having sorted out the needed materials, Blue sent someone to buy cassia bark and other spices while he went to the camp kitchen to borrow a large pot from the cook. He then poured a large amount of lamb and pork fat into the pot. Once the fats were fully melted, he added scallions, ginger, and garlic, frying them until fragrant. After the aroma emerged, he scooped out all the solids. Finally, after the fat cooled and solidified, Blue removed a chunk of the completed hot pot base. He washed the copper pot, refilled it with water, and lit a fire under it. Once the water boiled, he placed the hot pot base into the boiling water to dissolve. At this point, only a layer of floating fat remained in the pot. Other than some Sichuan peppercorns and soybean paste, none of the other ingredients were visible. After dipping a piece of meat in the broth for a few seconds, Blue tried it with some dipping sauce and cautiously took a bite. Instantly, the heat from the Sichuan pepper, the numbing effect of the peppercorns, and the aromas of other seasonings bloomed in his mouth. This is the taste. Blue jumped up from his seat, exclaiming aloud. He couldn't believe his first attempt turned out to be a success. It seemed making hot pot broth wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Thanks to the food videos he had watched in his past life, successfully creating this hot pot opened a new world for Blue. Hot pot is just the beginning. I will build my own commercial empire in Tang Dynasty. If the previous milk tea was merely a small venture, then this hot pot marked the start of Blue's grand commercial empire. In the following days, Blue stayed in the camp, making large quantities of hot pot broth. Meanwhile, Ascari and Ansel, following Blue's instructions, found a suitable location in Chang'an City. For 5,000 taels of silver, they transformed an existing tavern into what Blue envisioned. As for the copper pots, Blue also had Ansel forge two types, one in a Taiji patterned yin-yang style, and another simple copper pot. Once everything was ready, Blue, Ascari, and Ansel gathered at the not yet open hot pot restaurant. Brother Erikayu, everything is ready now. The vegetables and meats are also prepared. We can open as soon as your hot pot broth arrives. Since tasting the hot pot, Ascari and Ansel had lost interest in other foods. If Blue hadn't priced each serving of hot pot broth at 50 coins and limited the quantity, they might have eaten it every day. Good. I'll have the broth delivered tomorrow. Let's set the opening day for the day after tomorrow. But before that, we need to come up with a catchy name for our hot pot restaurant. Only after everything was prepared did Blue realize that if he wanted to open a hot pot restaurant, he needed a memorable name to strengthen people's memory. A name? What's wrong with the name Hot Pot that Brother Erikayu introduced? Ascari felt that the name Hot Pot was already very vivid when Blue first explained it. No, Hot Pot only describes the cooking method. This is just the first type of broth I made. There will surely be other types later, so the name Hot Pot isn't suitable. Blue shook his head. If he simply called it Hot Pot, it would be hard to distinguish the authentic version if others imitated it. Therefore, they needed a distinct name. Since Brother Erikayu wants a name, let's choose something catchy. How about calling it Waterfire Cottage? As the son of Chancellor Fong, Ansel naturally had a good cultural foundation. Many taverns in Chang'an City were named something like cottage or pavilion, which fit the characteristic of hot pot quite well. Waterfire Cottage sounds too ominous. Water and fire together. How unlucky does that sound? Before Blue could say anything, Ascari shook his head. In ancient times, water wasn't a problem, but fire was extremely taboo. People often used euphemisms like flowing water to avoid saying fire. You're right, Waterfire Cottage doesn't sound good. After Ascari pointed this out, Ansel realized it was off. Naming things was indeed tricky. Ascari and Ansel came up with many names, but Blue found them lacking. Finally, the three stared at the copper pot in front of them, stumped. Unexpectedly, making the hot pot wasn't the challenge. It was coming up with a name that proved difficult. How about this? The pot looks like a vast lake. Why don't we call it Deseju, Great Lake Cottage? Suddenly, Ansel brightened up and suggested excitedly. Deseju? That sounds good. Ascari agreed, but Blue remained silent. When Ansel mentioned Dese, Blue thought of something better. Deseju is a fine name, but I have a more fitting one. Blue smiled and said 3 words. Hi Fisher Lau. What do you think of this name? Though there was undoubtedly some copying involved, this name perfectly described the hot pot experience. Hi Fisher Lau. This name is great. It feels like fishing in the sea when eating hot pot. Brother Erikayu, you nailed it. Ultimately, the three unanimously agreed on the name Hi Fisher Lau. Now, they awaited the opening day to revolutionize the Tang Dynasty's culinary culture. Chapter 187, Terrifying Prophet. 2 days later, on a bustling street in Chang'an, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly filled the air. Curious passersby followed the noise to a restaurant, where they saw a plaque covered with a red cloth hanging on its door. Looks like there's a new restaurant opening up. We can try some new dishes? Yeah, we only have a few restaurants in Chang'an, and we're all getting tired of them. Although commerce in Chang'an was already taking shape, it wasn't yet the mainstream. Only a few well-known restaurants existed, and people had been eating at them for a long time. Hello everyone. As the crowd wondered who was behind this new restaurant, Ascari and Ansel emerged from the entrance with broad smiles. Blue did not intend to appear publicly at the hot pot restaurant's opening since he had just presided over a donation ceremony. It would be embarrassing if people knew he had opened a hot pot restaurant right after that. So, after some deliberation, Blue decided to be the mastermind behind the scenes, leaving Ascari and Ansel to manage things up front. You must all be curious about what new dishes our restaurant will offer. All we can say is, no matter what you want to eat, we have it. Ascari and Ansel used all their energy to promote loudly before the crowd. Really? I want lamb. Do you think you can do better than Xianweiju? After hearing Ascari and Ansel's boasts, someone in the crowd couldn't help but speak up. Xianweiju was indeed the best place in Chang'an for lamb, favored even by officials. Of course, it's the same boiled lamb, but we promise to give you an entirely different experience. Ascari was confident, having eaten at Xianweiju himself. Blue's hot pot was incomparably better. Pfft, I don't believe it. Everyone doubted that Ascari and Ansel's lamb could surpass Xianweiju's. Seeing the crowd's excitement, Ascari and Ansel exchanged glances, knowing the moment had come. If you don't believe us, come in and taste it for yourselves. Then you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. They moved to either side of the entrance, grabbed the red ropes hanging from the plaque, and with a gentle tug, revealed 3 golden characters. Hailiao. The crowd's eyes widened at this name. Such a name had never been seen in Chang'an before. Hailiao sounded quite bold. What kind of dish warranted such a name? Curiosity piqued, the crowd began entering Hailiao under Ascari and Ansel's welcoming calls. Upon entering, they saw neatly arranged tables with peculiarly shaped copper pots. Bring the menus. After seating everyone, Ascari and Ansel shouted out, and several waiters immediately delivered menus to each table. After introducing the basic way to enjoy hot pot, the crowd grew even more curious about it. The unusual pot and the freedom to order a variety of dishes. Soon, as diners placed their orders, the staff began serving the food. When the first guest took the first bite of hot pot lamb, shouts of amazement erupted within Hailiao. My goodness, what is this? This is delicious beyond belief. This numbing and spicy sensation feels like something the celestial beings eat. As they ate and exclaimed, Blue, hidden on the second floor, smiled. Looks like it worked. Now it's time for wealth accumulation. The combination of broth and seasonings appealed to everyone's taste, making Hailiao's cuisine suitable for anyone. This adaptability would ensure Hailiao dominated Tang Dynasty gastronomy for years to come. After the successful opening, Blue, Ascari, and Ansel celebrated in a private room on the second floor. Erikayu, how much do you think we'll make on the first day? Ascari was most concerned about how much money Hailiao would earn. After all, Blue had promised him and Ansel each a 20% share of profits, which translated to a lot of silver. If things go as planned, we should make around 50 taels by the end of the night. Blue wasn't guessing. The customers were wealthy, and with a minimum spend of 100 coins per table, 30 tables would mean 3,000 coins, or 3 taels, per wave. With each table using half an hour and 5 hours left until closing, they could serve 10 waves, equaling 30 taels of silver. And this was just the minimum standard. Wealthy patrons would surely order more than just one dish of lamb. 50 taels. So, 2% means 10 taels per day. That's 30 taels a month, 3,000 plus a year. This simple calculation shocked Ascari. His father's annual salary didn't reach this much. A simple restaurant was earning more than Hyatt Adebayo's yearly income. According to Blue, Chang'an was only the beginning. If the first Hailiao gained fame, they'd open at least 4 branches in Chang'an alone and expand to other cities. Thus, with 4 branches, Ascari could earn over 10,000 taels annually. Erikayu, do you have any more brilliant ideas? Tell us quickly. This thing earns too much money. Before calculating, Ascari and Ansel hadn't realized just how profitable Hailiao was. The entire cost, including construction and equipment, was less than 1,000 taels. At this profit rate, they'd break even within months. Is the current Hailiao not enough for you? Even if I gave you 2 more ideas, could you manage? Among the 3, Blue remained clear-headed. He aimed to capture the national market. Chang'an's success confirmed his strategy. Next, he would focus on improvements to spread Hailiao's influence across the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 188, Kingston's Plan. During their meal, Blue outlined a rough plan for Ascari and Ansel concerning the future expansion. First, they needed to firmly hold onto the market in Chang'an, then gradually expand nationwide. Cities like Kaifeng, Luoyang, Yangzhou, and Chengdu were all key areas that needed rapid layout and development, aiming to open as many branches as possible within the shortest time frame. Blue completely entrusted this matter to Ascari and Ansel. Given their wide network of friends, as long as quality could be assured, opening branches would present no difficulties. Naturally, both men readily agreed after Blue explained. After all, the more High Fisher Lao branches there were, the more money they stood to make. Brother Erikayu, rest assured, we will personally oversee the quality of the hot pot base to ensure High Fisher Lao's reputation continues to grow. As the celebration neared its end, it was time for Blue to return home. Just as he stepped out, he saw Bentley waiting at the entrance. Master, you finally came out? Because there were so many people inside High Fisher Lao, Bentley had circled around several times but couldn't find Blue. He even asked the staff, but none knew where Blue and his companions had gone. Helpless, Bentley could only wait outside the door. What's wrong? Is there something important? Blue immediately sensed Bentley's urgency. Otherwise, Bentley wouldn't be this anxious. It's like this, Master. In response to Blue's question, Bentley quickly leaned in close, whispering a few words. Oh, I didn't expect them to actually come. A smile spread across Blue's face as he listened to Bentley. Well then, let's head back. We shouldn't keep the guests waiting. They returned to Qin Manor by carriage. Upon entering his room, Blue saw a monk waiting for him. Master Xianzi. Waiting in the room was Armand from the White Horse Temple. For a supervisor monk to visit personally, even the wealthy patrons who donated vast sums of incense money to the temple previously would not have received such treatment. Your visit is an honor indeed, Master Armand. Smiling, Blue greeted Armand, inviting him to sit down and pouring him a cup of tea. What brings you here today, Master Armand? Blue sat opposite Armand, asking with interest. Master Xianzi helped our White Horse Temple with the donation event just a few days ago. Today, the abbot has come out of seclusion and wishes to specially thank you, Master Xianzi. A vegetarian feast has already been prepared at the temple, and the abbot hopes to invite you over to discuss matters and express his gratitude in person. Hearing this, Blue understood that the monks from the White Horse Temple were getting anxious. Previously, he mentioned that the top donor would enjoy the personal visit from Thatcher Ebert. With the White Horse Temple contributing so much, any lack of action would be unreasonable. However, unless they approached him first, Blue could not begin his next phase of plans. I see. If it's Nevin's invitation, I certainly can't refuse him. When does the abbot wish to meet me? I should prepare accordingly. Pretending to be somewhat hesitant, Blue intended to heighten the anticipation. Master Xianzi jests, what preparations do you need? Just your presence at the White Horse Temple is a great honor. Besides, the abbot has already arranged the feast. All you need to do is accompany me. Armand watched Blue as if he might hesitate and grew slightly impatient. The abbot had given him strict orders to bring Blue along. If Blue failed to come, the previous donations might be for nothing. In that case, I shall not decline further. With that, Blue couldn't find an excuse not to go. Now that it's early evening, Master Shinzi, is there anything else you need? Armand was also eager. He had already waited at Qin Manor for some time. If Blue left again, Armand would have a hard time explaining himself. Nothing else. If Master Armand is ready, we can leave now. Blue hurriedly replied. Don't rush. The abbot simply wishes to converse with you, nothing more. Armand worried Blue might misunderstand and quickly clarified. Since I have no other business anyway, and since White Horse Temple donated so generously, I've been meaning to visit. It's my duty, really. Saying this, Blue left Qin Manor with Armand, heading towards the White Horse Temple. Meanwhile, within the White Horse Temple, Nevin was directing Rikers to prepare for Blue's arrival. One of the monks, preparing food, muttered under his breath. Why? One donation almost drained our resources, and now we must invite him to dine. Suddenly, Nevin's voice interrupted from behind. You don't understand. These expenditures now are investments for greater gains later. Remember, where the Thatcher goes is solely decided by that young man. If he says the Thatcher will visit us, then he will. If he says no, even with our best preparations, we won't see the Thatcher. Fagin did not like Blue either, but he had to curry favor to secure the Thatcher's visit. If this opportunity fell into Aircaxing Daoist Temple's hands, White Horse Temple would be overshadowed for at least 10 years. But we've already donated so much, surely enough to be the top donor. Why wouldn't the Thatcher come? The Riker still couldn't grasp the intricacies. To him, sufficient funds meant the Thatcher would surely visit. Ah, Nevin chuckled. You forget what Blue said that night. Even though the donation ceremony was over, our contribution might not affect the final ranking. Those words had made Nevin very uncertain, yet he had boldly decided to entrust his fortune to Blue. Chapter 189. Harvesting Favor at White Horse Temple. Just as Nevin was growing increasingly worried, a Riker rushed in and whispered something into the abbot's ear. Thank goodness you've come. If you hadn't, this old monk would have been truly at a loss. After hearing the Riker's words, Nevin visibly relaxed. Following that, Nevin personally came to the mountain gate to welcome Blue, who had just alighted from his carriage. Sir County, how are you? It has been a while since we last met. Nevin approached Blue with a smile, one which others had never seen on him before. Nevin is too polite. I should have visited earlier, but I've been preoccupied with official duties, Blue sighed, looking quite remorseful. There's no need for self-reproach, Sir County. As an official of the court, you're working for the welfare of the people. If you were idle enough to chat with this poor monk daily, it would truly be a calamity for all. As he spoke, Nevin led Blue inside the temple gates. If that's the case, I dare not visit White Horse Temple again next time, Blue laughed, clearly joking. He wasn't so arrogant as to believe his idleness would bring such a grave disaster. Hee. Sir County is jesting. I was only speaking figuratively. In any case, your occasional visits here and our conversations can be seen as blessings for the world. Nevin deftly turned the conversation around. Oh? Hearing Nevin say this, do you wish to do more for the welfare of the world? Blue wasn't concerned about the greater good. He knew Thatcher Ebert was the real force behind everything. His current mission was to help extract money from places like White Horse Temple. Of course. Has Sir County forgotten that our temple recently prayed for the flood victims in Arakanen? And even during other times, we recite scriptures night and day, praying for peace throughout the land, said Nevin as they entered the main hall. Seeing the lavish spread of food on the table, Blue was secretly impressed. He thought he had squeezed White Horse Temple dry, but it seemed they still had resources. The meal alone must have cost a fortune. I didn't expect Nevin to prepare such fine cuisine. Are you not afraid I'll waste it by eating it? Looking at Blue's surprised expression, Nevin merely smiled. Sir County, what does wasting mean to us Buddhists? Money is no different from dirt to us. Besides, isn't food meant to be eaten? What difference does it make who eats it? After saying this, Nevin invited Blue to sit and poured him a cup of tea himself. Excellent tea. Smelling the fragrant aroma from the teacup, Blue knew today's vegetarian feast at White Horse Temple was worth a month's living expenses for an ordinary family. These are newly picked Longjing leaves. Upon hearing Blue praise the tea, Nevin instinctively wanted to say something courteous, but recalling Armin's previous misfortune, he swallowed his words. These leaves were scarce and irreplaceable if taken away. If what? Eager to find more to take advantage of, Blue pounced on the opportunity, squinting at Nevin. If Sir County likes it, please drink more. Nevin felt embarrassed but, thinking of his precious tea, reluctantly continued. All right, then I'll drink 2 more pots today. Such good tea isn't something I usually get to enjoy. Blue began pouring and drinking the tea. Watching Blue drink as if gulping down water, Nevin felt like his heart was bleeding. However, this wasn't the time for such concerns. There was something far more important to discuss. Don't just drink tea, Sir County. Try these dishes. They were specially prepared for you. While Blue ate, Nevin swiftly took away the teapot and handed it to a Riker. Quite good. Usually I eat too much greasy food, so it's nice to have something light. Before long, encouraged by Nevin, Blue finished off the entire table of vegetarian dishes. Satisfied, he once again focused on the tea. With a fresh pot, Blue and Nevin finally got down to business. By the way, Sir County, when will His Majesty visit to thank the top donor? Hearing this, Blue couldn't help but feel amused. The cunning old fox had finally revealed his true intentions, asking about Thatcher Ebert's whereabouts to figure out where he might go. Nevin, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but His Majesty's movements are beyond our knowledge. Naturally, Blue wouldn't easily reveal Thatcher Ebert's plans. This information was leveraged to further pressure White Horse Temple. Yes, that makes sense. But if His Majesty passes by, we'd like to prepare in advance. Nevin, as a monk, was unfamiliar with political maneuverings. Realizing his mistake after Blue's hint, he changed the topic, indicating readiness for Thatcher Ebert's potential visit. Haha, Nevin, you're finally being honest. It seems you really want His Majesty to visit White Horse Temple. Realizing the need to build their hopes before pushing them, Blue decided to stop dangling the prospect. This, caught red-handed, Nevin felt a bit embarrassed but, for the sake of the temple's future, steeled himself to continue. Yes, though our donation was voluntary initially, unaware that His Majesty might visit. Now that we know of his return, the younger monks are eager, so I asked on their behalf. Nevin carefully phrased it to suggest the monk's desire to meet the Thatcher rather than insisting on a visit. I see. Blue nodded in understanding. Actually, I plan to inform you. Given your generous donation, I have already reported to His Majesty. The final decision lies with him. Chapter 190. Kingston's ingenious offering of the Golden Buddha. Blue neither confirmed nor denied that Thatcher Ebert would visit White Horse Temple. This kind of vague response was most frustrating, but Abbot Kingston could do nothing about it. After all, both the Thatchers and a woman's thoughts are hardest to fathom. No one can be sure what the Thatcher is truly thinking. Regarding this matter, I believe Lord Sheen has a way out since you are one of the Thatcher's favorites. At this point, Abbot Kingston could only pin all his hopes on Blue. Since Blue represented the Thatcher at the prayer ceremony, the Thatcher's final destination might well be influenced by just a few words from Blue. Oh, this is a bit tricky. Blue grimaced after listening to Abbot Kingston, revealing a difficult expression and smacking his lips. Lord Sheen, I know you will have a way. As he spoke, Abbot Kingston discreetly slipped something into Blue's hand. Blue had been wondering what he could extract from White Horse Temple this time, but upon glancing down, he immediately got an idea. It was a small golden Buddha that Abbot Kingston had slipped into his hand. Though not large, its heavy feel hinted at considerable value. Abbot Kingston, what does this mean? Blue looked cautiously at the abbot, taking the golden Buddha from his hand and placing it on the table. As someone cautious by nature, he knew receiving incense or tea would be trivial, but this golden Buddha, worth over 1,000 taels of silver, could be problematic if it led to a compromising situation. Lord Sheen misunderstands. This humble monk heard your mother is also a believer in our faith, so I wanted to offer her this statue, replied Abbot Kingston. Please rest assured, this statue has been consecrated by me personally. It is a sacred relic. If it is a sacred relic, it cannot be measured by monetary value. Thus Lord Sheen would not be implicated in any form of bribery. Abbot Kingston was experienced enough to recognize Blue's concern immediately. He needed Blue to bring Ebert to White Horse Temple, and there was no way he would use this to trap Blue. Moreover, should Blue fail, the golden Buddha could serve as leverage against Blue for previous debts. So, let me thank Abbot Kingston on behalf of my mother. Blue suddenly understood. He had already guessed Abbot Kingston's intentions. From the beginning, Blue aimed to bring Ebert to White Horse Temple, regardless of whether Kingston offered the golden Buddha or not. The golden Buddha itself provided Blue with new ideas. Perhaps he should consider more valuable treasures within the temple, not just money. Lord Sheen is too kind. If your mother believes in our faith, it means you and we are indeed destined to meet. If you wish, I can share Buddha's teachings with you. Abbot Kingston smiled. Upon hearing this, Blue shivered inwardly. Discussing Buddhism with you? Even the nuns on the neighboring mountain would be better. That won't be necessary. I really know nothing about Buddhism. Blue waved off the offer hurriedly. I think it's getting late. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Seeing dusk falling outside, Blue didn't intend to stay longer. He couldn't imagine being dragged into discussions of Buddhism by the old monk, a chilling thought that made him shudder. Better to leave quickly. Indeed, Lord Sheen is busy with state affairs. I will not detain you further. Let me escort you out, Abbot Kingston said. Though he wasn't fond of Blue, he knew it was necessary for the temple's future. With Blue accepting the golden Buddha, his mission was accomplished. Further retention would only cause annoyance. After sending Blue off, Ridge intended to escort him home but was refused. No need. I can walk back myself. Blue felt stuffed. Having eaten hot pot with Gerard at noon, followed by vegetarian dishes at the temple, he felt full. A carriage ride might upset his stomach even more. Watching Blue leave, Ridge asked the abbot, why give him the golden Buddha when the Thatcher's presence isn't determined by him? If the Thatcher doesn't come, wouldn't it be a waste? Ridge had overheard Blue's conversation with Kingston, knowing Sheen clearly stated that the Thatcher's itinerary wasn't under his control. To Ridge, giving Blue a golden Buddha seemed unnecessary, as it wouldn't increase the likelihood of the Thatcher visiting and would only incur greater costs for the temple. Brother, calm down. Blue saying such things means he can influence the Thatcher's decision. Moreover, fundraising falls under his jurisdiction. Where the Thatcher finally goes ultimately depends on his word, Abbot Kingston explained coolly. All investments would be recouped swiftly if Ebert visited. Any grievances against Blue were secondary compared to the temple's financial success. Abbot Kingston turned and left, leaving Ridge pondering his words. He struggled to understand why Blue had spoken as he did if he ultimately decided the Thatcher's path. I get it. That guy must have wanted our golden Buddha. Ridge concluded that Blue must have come for the golden Buddha all along, amazed by the ambition of such a young man. Chapter 191. The Princess at the City Gate. Achoo. Walking alone on the road, Blue suddenly sneezed. Who's talking about me? Rubbing his nose, Blue couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Finally arriving back at the city gate, as soon as he entered, Blue spotted a familiar figure. Princess Teresa? Although Teresa was dressed in male attire, there was no way Blue could mistake her. At that moment, Teresa was also walking towards the city gate, and they came face to face. Brother Erikayu? Teresa looked equally surprised when she saw Blue strolling through the gate. Weren't you supposed to be at White Horse Temple? Why are you here? Teresa had already visited Eric Wagong's residence earlier, only to be informed by Bentley that Blue had gone to White Horse Temple. So, she decided to look for him there. Fishertle did she know they would meet at the city gate. What are you doing here? Blue was also taken aback by seeing Teresa. If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but Teresa was the imperial princess. Moreover, without any guards accompanying her, if anything happened, Thatcher Ebert would go berserk. Hee, I was just coming to find you. By the way, Brother Erikayu, I heard you've come up with something good again. Shouldn't you show it to me? Teresa chuckled as she approached Blue. The milk tea he made previously had truly impressed Teresa. Thus, upon hearing from Ascari and Ansel about their latest project, her first thought was Blue. After all, unlike them, Blue always managed to create something new and interesting. Seeing Teresa's curious expression, Blue inwardly groaned. How did you hear about what we're working on? Blue wondered how she knew about the hot pot shop opening day. Is it strange that I know about this? News of Ascari and Ansel's creation has already spread throughout the palace, and I even heard it tastes great. Upon hearing this, Blue knew Ascari must have been boasting again. This kid didn't understand the principle of not flaunting one's wealth. He would need to teach him a lesson later. Yes, it is delicious, but it's getting late. Princess, shouldn't you return to the palace? Blue wasn't against taking Teresa to the hot pot restaurant, but he didn't want to overeat again. After all, eating 3 meals within a few hours was too much even for an adult. I don't care. I've already told father I'll be back by tonight. Teresa ignored Blue's concerns, grabbing his sleeve and pulling him towards High Fisher Lao. Hey, wait. Despite Blue's resistance, Teresa dragged him to the entrance of High Fisher Lao. It was lunchtime, and there was already a long queue outside. Before they even entered, the unique aroma of hot pot wafted out. Brother Erikayu, it smells so good. Teresa, intoxicated by the smell, was about to rush inside. Sir, it's fully occupied. Please wait outside if you wish to have hot pot. The server standing at the door politely blocked them. It doesn't concern me. I'm looking for Ascari and the others. Feeling slightly offended at being stopped, Teresa was used to having free access everywhere. She would definitely tell her sisters bad things about Ascari later. Seeing Teresa get upset, Blue stepped forward. All right, please tend to other customers. I'll take her inside. The server noticed Blue standing behind Teresa. Boss Chin, weren't you already back? Why are you here again? Confused at Blue's reappearance, the server remembered that Blue had left during lunchtime. But then, given the inviting aroma and the busy hour, it made sense. Welcome back, Boss Chin. With that, the server let Blue and Teresa in. Looks like the place is still too small. Entering, Blue saw the restaurant packed with people. Every table was shared by 2 groups, seating 4 originally but now filled with 8. Some were even eating while standing due to lack of seats. Just as Blue was about to count the number of people, Ascari and Ansel, drenched in sweat, rushed out. Brother Erikayu, you're here? Ascari and Ansel were alerted by the server as Blue entered. What's going on? Blue turned to see Ascari and Ansel wearing aprons and having wet hands. Don't ask, Brother Erikayu. We had too many guests today. Our staff can't handle it. So, we had to step in to help in the kitchen. Ascari explained that they hadn't expected so many people to visit on opening day, leading to overwhelming business. Even the ingredients prepared for 3 days were almost depleted. After hearing this, Blue was speechless. He indeed underestimated the food enthusiasts of the Tang Dynasty. All right, stop staring. Come help us. We're swamped. Without waiting for Blue's reply, Ascari and Ansel pulled him into the kitchen. Following closely, Teresa could do nothing but join them. Miraculously, the trio of young nobles and the beloved imperial princess worked tirelessly in the kitchen for 2 hours until dusk before finally taking a break. Chapter 192, The Tired Quartet. Ah, so tired. On the second floor, Ascari lay on the couch in the private room, gasping for breath. Come on, I'm the one who's really exhausted. Originally, we planned to come here just to eat, but ended up helping you all. Teresa was sprawled out nearby, similarly spent. As a princess, when had she ever done this much work? And while working, she had to constantly smell the aroma of the hot pot, which felt like a torment. Chuliang, you should find more people to help tomorrow. This isn't a sustainable solution. Among the 3, Blue was in the best shape, but even he, after eating until stuffed earlier, was feeling a bit hungry again. Okay, Erikayu brother, I got it. I'll definitely find more people tomorrow. Ascari nodded in agreement upon hearing Blue's suggestion. Let's see how it goes. If the next few days are like this, we should consider opening a branch store sooner to distribute the crowd. According to Blue's original plan, he intended to open a branch store around 1 month after Halileo, the restaurant, opened. But given the current influx of customers, not opening a branch could result in losing a large portion of patrons. Traffic means silver, and Blue couldn't let money slip through his fingers. Okay, Erikayu brother noted. By the way, where is Ansel? I'm starving. Ascari slumped in his chair, almost too tired to speak. Just as they were talking, Ansel appeared as if summoned, carrying a large platter of food. You're finally here. Upon seeing Ansel, Ascari sprang up from his seat like he'd been injected with adrenaline, taking the ingredients from her and dumping them straight into the boiling pot without hesitation. What do you mean finally? I'm about dead tired myself, Ansel complained. Why didn't you come over to help me instead of lying there? Ansel, listening to Ascari's grumbling, responded with some annoyance. All right, no need to argue. Let's eat. I'm famished. At that moment, Ascari didn't have the energy to bicker anymore. The sliced mutton only needed a couple of dunks before it was ready to eat, so they wasted no time. Led by Ascari, the 4 began devouring their meal with gusto. Perhaps because they were so hungry, this meal tasted even better than lunch. Guided by Blue, Teresa quickly adapted to eating hot pot. Surprisingly, as a girl, she ate nearly as much as Blue did. Just as they were about to finish, a server knocked at the door and brought in several cups of milk tea, finishing off the steaming hot pot with a sip of icy milk tea. Such a sensation would be envied even by celestial beings. Ah, so refreshing. Ascari took a big gulp of milk tea and collapsed back into his chair, thoroughly content. Who asked for the milk tea to be brought over? Amidst everyone's satisfaction, Blue noticed the milk tea on the table. I did. Ansel proudly raised her hand. While preparing ingredients for them earlier, she thought of milk tea. Drinking milk tea while exhausted. It sounded delightful. This is a great idea. Starting tomorrow, you 2 will add another task. After hearing Ansel's words, Blue thought for a moment and then spoke. Prepare more milk tea for sale at the hot pot restaurant. And when opening branches in the future, ensure a dedicated spot for an ice shop that specializes in providing milk tea for the hot pot restaurant. A steaming hot pot paired with icy milk tea was indeed a perfect match. This way, not only could the hot pot restaurant's revenue increase, but the milk tea sales would also skyrocket, a win-win situation. Erikayu brother, that's a brilliant idea. When I eat hot pot, I always want a sip of cold water. Selling milk tea alongside it will surely attract more customers. Ascari's eyes lit up upon hearing Blue's plan. Oh right, Erikayu brother, I checked with the cashier about today's earnings. At that moment, Ansel remembered something and mentioned it to Blue. Really? How much? Based on Blue's previous estimates, Galileo's daily income should be around 30 taels of silver. But from the first day's look, the income was likely far higher. Come on, tell us how much. Beside him, Ascari perked up, eager to know. Seeing Blue, Teresa, and Ascari's curious expressions, Ansel grinned and said, let me not tell you yet, guess how much? Ascari wanted to hit her for being so annoying. However, judging by her demeanor, today's earnings must have been significant. I'll guess 100 taels. Ascari wasn't well versed in today's specifics since he and Ansel had stayed in the kitchen since lunch. He only knew they hadn't stopped working, and that Blue had estimated the daily earnings earlier. 100 taels should be easily achievable. I saw mostly meat on the tables outside, so each table's price would be higher. So, my guess is around 200 taels. Compared to Ascari, Blue observed things more closely. 200 taels? Impossible. To me, it can't be more than 50 taels. Teresa, who didn't fully understand the hot pot restaurant's performance, was astonished by Blue and Ascari's estimates. As a princess, her monthly expenses were only a few dozen taels. For a single day's income to match several months' worth of her funds seemed unimaginable. Hee, you're all wrong. After the trio gave their guesses, Ansel took a deep breath and shook her head. Well, then hurry up and tell us. Ascari's frustration boiled over seeing Ansel's antics. Give me your stick, Erikayu brother. Ascari didn't intend to waste words and threatened to teach Ansel a lesson. Realizing Ascari was serious, Ansel stopped pretending. She quietly held out a hand and announced, the total income today was 572 taels. Hashtag chapter 193, the pimple's threat. 572 taels. Upon hearing this number, Blue and the other two gaped in disbelief, staring at Ansel with wide eyes. That's right, 572 taels. At first, I didn't believe it either, but after verifying multiple times with the counter, it remains this number. Even when Ansel initially heard this figure, he was taken aback. After all, this amount was more than 10 times what Blue had initially estimated. At this rate, the hot pot restaurant would recoup its costs within a month. If that's the case, you should observe for a few more days. If daily revenue can reach 300 taels, then start preparing to open branch stores. Blue made up his mind. If they were going to do it, they would make Galileo the best. Don't worry, brother Erikayu. We promised to have branches all over Chang'an within a month. Ascari and Ansel were quite agreeable to Blue's suggestion. In their view, more branches meant better business. No, we can only have 4 branches in Chang'an. Other branches should be opened in different cities. As for which city to start with, that decision is up to you. Just remember one principle. Always choose places with plenty of wealthy people. While hot pot was delicious, it was still a bit pricey for common folk. Thus, Blue had targeted the wealthy from the outset. The limit of 4 branches in Chang'an was decided based on the city's total population and to avoid impacting other taverns too much. Only then could Galileo sustain long-term operations. Alright, brother Erikayu, leave this matter to us. With determined expressions, Ascari and Ansel confidently agreed. After exchanging a few more words, Blue noticed the sky growing dark. It was time to send Teresa back. Thatcher Ebert might not react well if he found out she'd been staying here all day. Since that's settled, I'll leave this to you. He stood up and turned to Teresa. It's getting late, princess. It's time to return to the palace. Teresa naturally felt a little reluctant. However, as a princess, she had to follow certain royal protocols. Alright, let's go. She cast a longing glance at the leftover ingredients on the table. If she hadn't already eaten her fill, she would have happily finished another couple of bowls. There's one more thing. Here is the recipe for the hot pot broth. You two must keep it safe and find trustworthy people to pass it on to. Before leaving, Blue handed them a piece of paper detailing the hot pot broth recipe. From ingredients to measurements, everything was clearly written out. Even if they knew nothing about it, others could easily replicate it. We'll find reliable chefs to produce this broth at our place. Rest assured, this recipe won't leak. Ascari and Ansel weren't fools. They understood the popularity of the hot pot largely hinged on this special broth. Seeing their understanding, Blue left with peace of mind. On the way back to the palace, Teresa kept thinking about the delicious hot pot. How wonderful it would be to eat it every day. Brother Erikayu, how exactly do you make that hot pot? Can you give the recipe to the imperial kitchen? Hearing her question, Blue immediately knew what was on her mind. No way, it's our secret recipe. How can I just hand it over? But if you want to eat it, you can ask Ascari. I believe he won't refuse you. He chuckled inwardly. This was his cash cow. Not even Thatcher Ebert could persuade him otherwise. Tisk, so stingy. But Teresa wasn't bothered by such things. She was just a girl who loved hot pot. By the way, don't eat too much hot pot. Eating too much can cause pimples. Eating spicy food like hot pot frequently could lead to hormonal imbalances and breakouts. This consequence was particularly unacceptable to a young girl like Teresa. Pimples. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Teresa lost all interest in eating hot pot every day. Beauty came before hot pot any day. Alright, I'll have Ascari deliver hot pot to you once every 7 days. Seeing her slightly pouty face, Blue spoke gently. Agreed. And make sure there's lots of thinly sliced mutton next time. Teresa perked up at Blue's words. Eating once a week was manageable. As they approached the palace gates, they saw Nolan standing there waiting for them. Nolan's home? Why are you here? Blue and Nolan were on good terms. With Ebert absent, Blue could afford to be less formal. Lantion County Lord, you're finally back. Nolan smiled as he saw them. Us? Hearing this, Blue frowned. It seemed Nolan knew he was with Teresa. There was nothing unusual about knowing Teresa would return before nightfall. After all, Nolan was close to Ebert, and Teresa was his favorite daughter. So having Nolan wait for her was normal. However, Nolan clearly knew he was with Teresa, which suggested something deeper. Could Thatcher Ebert have arranged surveillance? Seeing Blue's confusion, Nolan quickly explained. Haha, Lantion County Lord, no need to be surprised. A princess leaving the palace is a big deal. Of course, we had someone secretly following her for protection. Blue now understood. Thatcher Ebert hadn't set up surveillance on him, but was merely ensuring Teresa's safety. In that case, today's events likely reached Ebert's ears. ##### Chapter 194, New Currency. Many thanks for your explanation. Bow to Nolan, Blue was about to leave when he said, now that the princess has returned safely, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Lantion County Lord. Just then, Nolan stopped Blue. There's no need to rush. His Majesty is waiting for you inside. Hearing this, Blue felt somewhat helpless. It was already quite late, and he needed to rest after such a busy day. But there was no avoiding it. He could not defy Thatcher Ebert's orders. So, he steeled himself and followed Nolan into the palace. After ensuring Princess Teresa had returned safely, Nolan led Blue to the Imperial study. At that moment, Ebert was reviewing today's memorials. Nolan instructed Blue to wait outside while he informed Ebert. Learning that Blue had arrived, Ebert paused his work and called him in. Erikayu, I hear you've recently pulled off another big feat. As soon as Blue entered, Ebert broke into a wide smile. Though Ebert didn't specify what the feat was, Blue easily guessed it referred to opening the hot pot restaurant. Your Majesty, it's just a small business, nothing major, Blue replied modestly. Besides, it's a joint effort between Ascari, Ansel, and myself. Having explained the situation with the hot pot restaurant, Blue stood quietly on one side. I knew you guys wouldn't stay quiet for long. Confirming this, Ebert felt a slight headache. None of these officials' children ever gave him peace of mind. Still, this was their prerogative, as long as it didn't disrupt his rule. Actually, I called you here today for another matter. The flooding in Arakanen has been completely addressed, costing a total of 50,000 taels of silver, which fulfills our commitment to establish the charity hall. Ebert's words reminded Blue of the charity hall he had promised to set up when he tricked the money from Bema Temple. He realized he'd better make good on his word. Your Majesty, regarding the charity hall, I have an idea, Blue interjected. Since Ebert seemed in a good mood, it was the perfect opportunity to leverage his support for a long-planned project. Oh, what is it? Ebert perked up at Blue's new suggestion. From this experience, I noticed something important. Both silver and copper coins are highly inconvenient to handle. That's why I want to establish a silver bank to issue specialized banknotes to replace large amounts of silver. After briefly explaining the concept of banknotes and a bank, Blue fell silent. Ebert, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. After a considerable pause, Ebert responded. Based on your idea, establishing a bank would require a significant amount of ready silver. Currently, the treasury, including the donations you raised earlier, holds only around 400,000 taels, far short of supporting such a grand plan. True to form, Ebert quickly identified the Achilles heel in Blue's proposal. The role of a bank is to store people's silver and issue banknotes. While this can accumulate large sums of ready silver, if many withdraw simultaneously, it could lead to insolvency. Moreover, setting up multiple branches would be essential for circulation, or else the banknotes would lose their function. Your Majesty is wise. Blue praised before continuing. On this matter, I've considered it. Given Tang's current conditions, having 1 million taels would be sufficient to start the bank. Moreover, the bank itself can generate profit. Initially, usage might be low, but once people realize the value of banknotes, we can build credibility. 1 million taels was neither too much nor too little. Currently, tax revenues hadn't come in yet, leaving the treasury bare. However, once collected, millions of taels would fill the coffers, adequately supporting the bank's operation. But one concern still lingered in Ebert's mind. Blue's claim that the bank could be profitable. Can a bank really generate profit? It seems like merely a place for deposits and withdrawals, offering no clear means of profit. Don't you intend to charge fees for deposits, which would discourage savers over time? A faint smile crossed Blue's lips. Your Majesty, there will be no charges for deposits. Instead, I'll offer interest based on the amount deposited. Hearing this, Ebert became even more puzzled. No fees, but paying them instead? Isn't that a sure way to lose money? Your Majesty overlooked a crucial point, Blue explained, shaking his head. The bank's purpose is to collect ready silver and issue banknotes. In doing so, we accumulate substantial cash reserves. We can then lend this money to others, charging interest, thereby generating profit. Upon hearing this, Ebert nodded in understanding. So your plan is to use other people's money to earn for us? Nodding in agreement, Blue continued. Yes, exactly. By carefully managing reserves and promptly collecting loans, the bank can remain solvent. I seek your Majesty's help to leverage the court's power, ensuring those with malicious intentions do not misuse the lending system. This was the simplest method of profit for the bank, and Blue decided against delving into the complexities. You have quite the imagination. Aware of the benefits but unwilling to commit outright, Ebert noted. You know the state of the treasury. After annual expenses, only tens of thousands of taels remain. Getting 1 million taels is out of the question. Chapter 195, Child. Blue had clearly anticipated this answer from Hyman. However, since he dared to bring up the matter, everything naturally wouldn't be an issue. Your Majesty, this matter actually doesn't require tapping into the national treasury. All I need for the bank is to borrow the name of the court. As for funds, I'll find ways to resolve it. After listening to Blue's words, Ebert finally understood. This kid must have opened a hot pot restaurant on a whim just to gather funds, right? If the state's name could be used to deposit a sum into the soon-to-be-established bank, it would set a trend for others to follow. The rascal is treating me as his tool. But even so, Ebert still found it acceptable. You crafty boy, you're really grabbing all the advantages. Ebert was genuinely starting to like this kid more and more. He always managed to surprise him. If you can pull it off, then this time, I allow you to hide behind the imperial banner. As he spoke, Ebert's eyes flickered with an odd light. Maybe one day, this kid will truly make Tang Dynasty citizens live a prosperous life. Your Majesty, we've finished discussing the bank. Now let's talk about the charity hall. Understanding that Ebert approved of his bank idea, Blue smiled. Next was to secure the first customer for the bank. When the state's money eventually goes through the bank, it would still be returned. So strictly speaking, it cannot be considered as my own customer. Therefore, the charity hall became Blue's primary target. Wasn't the charity hall supposed to be the front you used to deceive the White Horse Temple? Could there be other plans? Ebert didn't expect Blue would still mention the charity hall. Yes, I think the charity hall is quite significant for today's Tang Dynasty. Despite appearing wealthy, there are many people still suffering from poverty. If they're left to their own devices, Tang Dynasty's strength will gradually weaken. The purpose of the charity hall is to provide a minimum living standard for these people. Making money was one thing, but Blue wanted to ensure security for everyone. I understand this. Despite its current prosperous appearance, some unseen corners in Tang are very hard for our citizens to live in, especially when natural disasters occur frequently. If the state treasury lacks funds, I don't know what I would do. Sighing at this thought, Ebert couldn't help but admire Blue's timely help. If not for him replenishing disaster relief funds, resolving most of the damages, probably someone would already be impeaching me. This is precisely the significance of the charity hall. The silver stored here is intended for emergencies. With time, whether it's floods or locust plagues, the court can quickly allocate funds for relief. As Blue spoke, Ebert's admiration grew. Who would have thought a 10-year-old child would have such foresight? What Blue wanted to do exceeded what many ministers advising him could achieve. Chauncey has a good son. Muttering to himself, Ebert suddenly had an idea. If Prince Fisher could learn from Blue for a while, it would greatly benefit his growth. He would eventually age, but Blue and others were young, the future pillars of Tang. Such talent must remain close to the royal family for peace of mind. It seems it's time to get Celine to spend more time with Erikayu. Ebert planned. For Yusef to succeed smoothly, he might need Blue's assistance. Just by getting Yusef to maintain a good relationship with Blue, the things Blue did would become capital for his eventual ascension. Imperial hearts are hard to predict, and Ebert was no exception. However, Yusef was ultimately his son, and the best should be left for him. I understand this matter. Both the charity hall and the bank will receive unconditional support from me. This was the perfect time to win over Blue. All his plans benefited Tang, so there was no reason to obstruct them. Thank you, Your Majesty. With Ebert's backing, Blue felt reassured. If nothing else, I will take my leave. Now he could work without restraint. But just as Blue was about to leave, something came to his mind. Your Majesty, there's another matter. Smiling awkwardly, Blue spoke. Ebert was about to continue reviewing documents when Blue interrupted. What else? Seeing Ebert's innocent gaze, Blue hesitated to admit he had been shielding Ebert from blame. Yet for the White Horse Temple's funds, troubling someone was necessary. Why else was Ebert the highest-ranking person in Tang? That matter I mentioned earlier, about visiting the White Horse Temple. Blue avoided explicitly asking Ebert to personally visit the White Horse Temple. Being the emperor, direct requests might embarrass the royal family. Either way, not only would Ebert reject it, Blue's father might skin him alive. So it's this matter. Upon hearing this, Ebert knew Blue planned another move against the White Horse Temple. I said before, if you arrange it, I'll cooperate. This chance also allowed him to visit the once prosperous White Horse Temple, to see how Blue had transformed it. All right, knowing your agreement reassures me. In the next few days, I may need you to visit the White Horse Temple. I'll inform you beforehand. After speaking, Blue bowed respectfully and happily left the study. Watching Blue hop away, Ebert's lips twitched slightly. He's still just a child. Hashtag chapter 196, further evolution. When Blue returned home from the palace, it was already deep into the night. Upon entering his room, Blue predictably collapsed onto his bed. After a day of running around, he was utterly exhausted. However, just as Blue closed his eyes, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Beep, system has detected long-term inactivity. Preparing to uninstall. Startled by this voice, Blue instantly sat up from his bed and looked around bewilderedly. You didn't forget about me, did you? It seems you really have forgotten about the system. The voice of the godlike skills system roared in fury, causing Blue to cover his ears involuntarily. System? Only then did Blue finally react. Don't uninstall yet. I need you now. Beep, very well. For now, I'll hold off on uninstalling. The system's voice replied after Blue spoke. Regardless of whether the system actually had the ability to uninstall itself, Blue certainly wasn't interested in testing that out. System, how many evolution points do I have right now? He had been busy with matters related to the Buddhist temple and Hot Pot recently and hadn't opened the system for a long time. Beep, you currently have 30 evolution points. Do you wish to use them? Hearing this number, Blue's eyes widened. It turned out he hadn't used the system for 30 days. Alright, I'll start allocating points. No need to rush. Waving at the air with his hands, Blue's face showed an awkward smile. Forgetting the existence of the system was indeed his mistake. Erekri up. If you don't want to use this system, say so plainly. There are plenty of people who would love to have this system. The system's voice sounded increasingly impatient. Being ignored for so long, it was almost becoming a disgrace. System, evolve the Ryugun. The Ryugun is the versatile staff Blue wields. Congratulations, host. You have spent 10 evolution points to obtain the versatile Ryugun. Versatile Ryugun. Category * weapon special, 5th evolution. Description * initially a simple wooden stick. It now possesses miraculous powers thanks to a certain cool system. Effects * 1. Severe pain, armor piercing, and durability. 2. Adaptability. Can change length, thickness, and hardness within limits. 3. Transformative. Can morph into various forms while maintaining its strength. Note asterisk, please don't use it for strange purposes. What? It actually costs 10 points? Could you be any more exploitative? Initially, Blue thought 30 evolution points were plenty, but now they seemed insufficient. Host, please calm down. Items evolved by this system only get stronger with each evolution, so naturally, more points will be required. Compared to Blue's frustration, the system remained exceptionally calm. This was the price of neglecting it for so long. Re up. You still have 20 points left. What would you like to evolve next? Blue felt a bit annoyed at being rushed, and he couldn't think of anything else to evolve immediately. Scanning his room, he suddenly had an idea. How many points would it take to evolve myself? Huh, I knew you'd choose to evolve yourself. The system sounded smug, as if it had anticipated this question. For a second evolution on yourself, it will cost 20 points, just enough. Hearing this, Blue tightened his grip on the versatile Ryugun. If the system had a physical form, he would definitely show it who's boss. Wasn't it obvious the system was eyeing his evolution points? Fine, let's do it. After a moment, Blue sighed in resignation. Using the points was better than letting the system uninstall itself. Great. Evolution successful. Blue. Category asterisk host. Second evolution. Description asterisk a slightly exceptional Lazybones Chonyuajira. Chonyuajira means time traveler. But since it doesn't fit naturally in English, we can consider it traveler. Abilities asterisk. 1. Robust body, from consuming spirit ginseng. 2. Powerful charm. Constantly exudes charm regardless of gender or age. 3. Eagle eyes. Vision far surpasses ordinary people. Note asterisk from today onward, you're not just a ladies' man. After the second evolution, Blue gained another skill, but it seemed even less useful. What do I need eagle eyes for? How about giving me the ability to turn stones into gold? Blue was furious. All that trouble, and he got something useless? He needed money most. All evolutions are random. Want to turn stones into gold? That depends on your luck. The system replied flatly, then fell silent. It wouldn't respond to any more complaints since the points were already used up. Frustrated by the lack of response, Blue laid back down and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Blue was still groggy when Bentley woke him up. Sir, your father has asked you to join him for breakfast. Reluctantly, Blue got out of bed, quickly freshened up, and headed to the dining room. Garth and his mother Kara were already seated. Seeing Blue's dazed state, Garth couldn't help feeling annoyed. This boy had none of his good habits. Chingang has been very busy lately. Not everyone can laze around like a leisurely prince like you. Kara interjected lovingly before Blue could respond. Arekimph. So what if he's a leisurely prince? With his current favor with the Thatcher, he should pay more attention to his conduct. He's always so sloppy, like a street hooligan instead of the son of a noble duke. Old man, stop fussing. Last night, the Thatcher summoned me again, which is why I slept in, Blue explained with some exasperation. You mean the Thatcher called for you last night? Garth was puzzled. He hadn't known what Blue had been up to lately, but recalling how Ebert had sent 50,000 taels of silver and recent events in Chang'an, Garth had his suspicions. Yes, after I escorted the princess back, I met Benjamin Nye, who brought me to the Thatcher, Blue recounted, then sat down. Having had 2 hot pot meals yesterday, these light breakfast dishes were perfect for soothing his upset stomach. The Ryugun was the staff Blue always held. Beep, congratulations on spending 10 evolution points to obtain Versatile Ryugun. Versatile Ryugun. Category. Weapon Special. 5th evolution. Description. Once just a wooden stick, it gained magical powers through the efforts of this dashing system. Effects. 1. Severe pain, armor piercing, hardness. 2. Versatility. Can extend or shorten, thicken or thin, soften or harden, within limits. 3. Transformative. Can change shape at will while maintaining strength. Note, don't use it for strange things. What? 10 points? Could you be any more of a ripoff? Blue originally thought 30 evolution points were plenty, but clearly, they weren't enough. Please calm down, host. Items evolved by this system only get stronger. Hence, the consumption of evolution points naturally increases. Compared to Blue, the system seems surprisingly calm. This is what happens when you neglect me for too long. Re up. You still have 20 points. What do you want to evolve? Blue was annoyed by the system's constant urging, but couldn't think of anything else to evolve immediately. Looking around the room, Blue's eyes lit up. If I were to evolve myself, how many points would it cost? Haha, I knew you'd choose to evolve yourself. Upon hearing Blue's question, the system, as if having expected it, responded arrogantly. To evolve yourself again, it will cost 20 points. Perfectly matched, isn't it? Blue couldn't help but grip his newly evolved versatile Ryugun tightly. If the system had a physical form, he'd definitely teach it a lesson. How dare you act like you're eyeing my evolution points? Let's evolve. After a long sigh, Blue finally gave in. Using them up is better than letting the system uninstall itself. Okay, evolution successful. Blue. Category. Host. Second evolution. Description. A Chonyuajira, Chuanyuer, traveler, with slightly more substance and potential. Note, the term Chonyuajira, or Chuanyuer, is not commonly used in English. It refers to a person who has traveled through time or dimensions, often seen in Chinese literature. For better understanding, it might be translated as time traveler, or simply described as a character from another time/world. For a smoother and more natural read in English, I suggest. Description. A somewhat more capable traveler with a bit more substance. Or, description. A traveler with a bit more substance and potential. Abilities. 1. Tough body, consumed Fishringshan. 2. Strong charm. Constantly exuding immense charm, regardless of gender or age. 3. Sharp eagle eye, vision surpassing ordinary humans. Note, from today onwards, you won't just be everyone's best friend anymore. After the second evolution, Blue gained another skill, though it seemed rather useless. Why sharp eagle eyes? How about giving me the ability to turn stones into gold? Blue felt like cursing. Waking him up just to give him something useless? Beep. All evolutionary abilities are randomly obtained. Want to turn stones into gold? That depends on your luck. After speaking, the system fell silent, ignoring Blue's complaints. All evolution points used up, a dumb system wouldn't bother replying. With no response, Blue could only lie back down and soon fell asleep. The next morning, while still in bed, Blue was woken by Bentley. Master, your father wants you for breakfast. Reluctantly, Blue crawled out of bed at Bentley's words. After a quick wash, Blue squinted as he entered the dining room. Garth and Blue's mother, Nicole, were already seated at the table. Seeing Blue's drowsy appearance, Garth couldn't help but feel annoyed. Not sure who this kid takes after. Not a trace of his early rising habits. He's been very busy lately. Not everyone can sit idle like you, enjoying a life of leisure. Nicole chimed in affectionately before Blue could respond. What's wrong with being idle? Considering his favor with the Thatcher, he should pay more attention to his conduct. Always lounging around. What does that look like? Ignoring this matter was one thing, but mentioning it only made Garth angrier. A son of a distinguished duke acting like a hooligan. Father, don't get mad. It's because His Majesty called me late last night, so I slept in this morning. Blue was somewhat helpless. Was Garth eating too much GU these days? You said what? The Thatcher saw you last night? Garth was puzzled upon hearing Ebert summon Blue last night. As a father, he had no idea what Blue did every day. But recalling the 5,000 taels of silver sent by Ebert, along with recent events in Chang'an, Garth had his suspicions. Yes, when I was returning the princess last night, I ran into Benjamin Nashi who took me to see His Majesty. After briefly recounting last night's events, Blue finally sat down. Having had 2 hot pot meals yesterday, a light breakfast suited his troubled stomach perfectly. Chapter 197. The statues of the 3 pure ones. You want to open a bank? What does that do? Blue only gave a vague explanation, so Garth only heard about this bank thing but didn't understand its specifics. Father, you don't need to know about it. But if you can sponsor me with a few 100,000 taels of silver, I could give you a detailed explanation, Blue said as he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the elder Chin. Nonsense. If I had hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, would you not know about it? Garth's mouth twitched in anger as he snapped harshly. Well then, isn't it true that we shouldn't talk during meals or speak out of turn? You taught me that, right? Blue ignored his father's complaints. After all, he probably knew more about how much money the family had than Garth did. Garth was left speechless by Blue's words, but couldn't find any way to deal with this brat. As Garth sat there fuming silently, Blue had already finished his breakfast quickly. He casually took the towel offered by a servant girl, wiped his mouth, and rushed out the door. Brat, where are you going? Seeing Blue leave without saying a word, Garth could no longer contain his anger and roared after him. But Blue didn't look back. He merely waved a hand over his shoulder before disappearing through the gate. That's enough, sir. Ganger has grown up. Let him be. It was Nicole who came to comfort Garth. She gently stroked Garth's chest and spoke kindly. Arekamf, this boy has been spoiled by you. With this ladder thrown down for him, Garth's mood improved somewhat. After all, he knew Blue wouldn't get into serious trouble. He let it go. Meanwhile, after leaving the Chin residence, Blue went directly to Erkaxing Temple. Taoist Master Bray was leading disciples in practice, oblivious to Blue's arrival. Master Bray, why is it still so desolate here? Startled by Blue's voice, Taoist Master Bray turned abruptly, his sword almost piercing Blue. Clang. Just as Taoist Master Bray's sword was about to hit Blue, a wooden staff suddenly appeared in Blue's hand, blocking the strike. Magistrate Chin, it's you. Seeing Blue's face, Taoist Master Bray hastily retracted his sword and said apologetically, I'm really sorry. I didn't notice when you arrived. Is there anything else you need this time, Magistrate Chin? Previously, Blue and Taoist Master Bray had cooperated to extract quite a bit of silver from White Horse Temple. Later, Blue gave some silver to Erkaxing Temple as compensation. By all accounts, their situation should have improved, but it seemed things hadn't changed much. Us Taoists don't care much about material things, so we just kept that money for emergencies. Taoist Master Bray scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Indeed, he wasn't sure what to do with that money. I see. Continue your practice. I'm just here to check on things. Nodding, Blue walked into the main hall alone. Although Taoist Master Bray didn't quite understand what Blue wanted, he didn't mind. After all, there was nothing significant in Erkaxing Temple for the magistrate to worry about. As Taoist Master Bray resumed instructing his disciples, Blue approached the statues of the 3 pure ones in the main hall. Standing before the nearly 3-meter-high statues, Blue knocked gently. Tap, tap. A dull sound echoed, telling Blue what material these statues were made of. It seems Taoism truly can't compare to Buddhism. In Erkaxing Temple's main hall, there were only 3 statues of the 3 pure ones, all made of clay. In contrast, White Horse Temple was filled with towering golden Buddhas, even in the side halls. Even the small Buddha statue given by Boone yesterday was made of solid gold. One small golden Buddha likely equaled everything in Erkaxing Temple's main hall. Magistrate Chin, do these 3 pure one statues have anything special? Just as Blue pondered, Taoist Master Bray joined him in the hall. Seeing Blue standing motionlessly before the statues, Taoist Master Bray feared Blue might try to harm them again, recalling the events at White Horse Temple. Relax, Master Bray. I just want to ask, do you only have these 3 statues? Blue pointed to the 3 pure ones and asked. Yes, we only have these 3 statues. The others are paintings, Taoist Master Bray admitted awkwardly. There was no help for it. They were too poor. After all, even clay statues require money. We simply... I see. After listening to Taoist Master Bray, Blue remained silent for a moment before pointing at the statues again. Today, find time to scrape off the painted decorations on these statues, making them look older. Scrape off the paint? Now it was Taoist Master Bray's turn to be stunned. The painted decorations on the 3 pure ones were freshly done just a few days ago. Why scrape off the paint? I had someone paint them just 2 days ago. Taoist Master Bray tried to resist, but Blue was firm. No problem. Scrape it off now. You can repaint later, and I'll cover the expenses. The current statues looked too new, not fitting Blue's plan. Alright. Though reluctant, Taoist Master Bray agreed once he learned Blue would pay for it. One more thing. Having discussed the statues, Blue called Taoist Master Bray closer and whispered a few words into his ear. Rest assured, I won't disappoint you, Magistrate Sheen. ##### Chapter 198. The Scorching Hot Pot. As Blue's words just left his mouth, a faint smile appeared on Melvin's face. This matter was not difficult for him. Since that's the case, then I will trouble you, Master, said Tony as he clasped his hands in salute towards Melvin and then turned to leave. The rest can be handled by you. Next, Blue headed for the White Horse Temple. Just like Arakakking Taoist Temple, Nevin was leading the disciples in chanting scriptures inside the main hall. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, Blue could already hear the continuous sound of scripture recitation. Without interrupting Nevin, Blue quietly sat on the threshold, gazing at the richly decorated hall. Master, Blue has arrived. Suddenly Kato's voice rang in Nevin's ear, who had been chanting with closed eyes. With Kato's words, Nevin instantly opened his eyes. Looking at Blue sitting on the threshold, Nevin slightly frowned and resumed his chanting with closed eyes. Now, this truly looked like a wise monk. After a long time, only after today's chanting ended, did Nevin rise to stand before Blue. Lord County, it is good to see you again, said the old monk, grinning as if hoping to hear an answer from Blue that would please him. Haha, Nevin, wouldn't you want to see me? Blue asked with a grin. No. How could Lord County say such things? Fagin hurriedly waved his hand with a serious look. I most wish to see Lord County right now. Indeed, yesterday Blue had taken away his golden Buddha. If today he didn't provide a satisfactory response, Nevin was prepared to show Blue what he was capable of. After all, as the head of the Buddhist sect, he couldn't keep letting Blue think he was a pushover. Good to hear you want to see me, Blue replied, rising from the threshold. Nevin, you should thank me. Today I bring good news. Hearing this, Nevin's heart leapt. Clasping his hands together, he quickly led Blue into his room. After closing the door, he asked in a low voice, Lord County, is it about what we discussed yesterday? Seeing Nevin's hopeful expression, Blue's smile widened. Naturally, but you don't know what I've been through, Blue said, taking a deep breath. Yesterday afternoon, I reported the matter to His Majesty. Upon learning of your donation of 16 million taels, he agreed to visit your White Horse Temple. But it's different from what I expected. After a brief pause, Blue continued, because Arakakking Taoist Temple was publicly announced as first, His Majesty decided to visit White Horse Temple first, followed by Arakakking Taoist Temple. Really? Nevin's brow furrowed upon hearing this. He still plans to visit Arakakking Taoist Temple. If Thatcher Ebert visited White Horse Temple first, and then went to Arakakking Taoist Temple, wouldn't this competition lose its meaning? It can't be helped. Since the list has been publicized, it needs to appear so in front of the people, regardless of the reason. But rest assured, I'll ensure His Majesty stays longer at the White Horse Temple and merely goes through the motions at Arakakking Taoist Temple, Blue reassured. Nevin's expression eased somewhat. He knew Blue arranged the Emperor's itinerary. If Blue followed through, even if Ebert went to Arakakking Taoist Temple, the White Horse Temple would still have an advantage. It seems we have no choice. We were indeed a bit slow with our fundraising, Fagin conceded, accepting his limited options. However, as long as Ebert visited the White Horse Temple, it was enough. All right, it's settled, Blue concluded, turning to leave. In 2 days, His Majesty will come to White Horse Temple first, then Arakakking Taoist Temple. Ensure a good performance when the time comes. After escorting Blue out, Fagin immediately summoned Kato. Kato, organize everyone to thoroughly clean the temple today, and set out everything from the storeroom. Overjoyed, Kato looked at Fagin expectantly. Master, so it's really happening? Correct, this time, thanks to Lord County's efforts, otherwise. Fagin's gaze darkened briefly. Rest assured, Master. I'll prepare everything to showcase our temple's majesty. With that, Kato rushed off to prepare. With all arrangements complete, Blue returned contentedly to Halileo Hot Pot. All he needed to do was wait until the appointed day to lead Ebert and the citizens of Chang'an to the White Horse Temple. What cost this visit entailed depended on their performance. Why are you here so late today, Brother Arakayu? Blue heard Ascari's voice as soon as he entered. Blue noticed the restaurant was packed despite it being midday. Surprised, Blue remarked, still so many people today? Curious, Blue noted that according to the operating hours he'd set, they shouldn't have been this busy so early. Hee, Brother Arakayu. You don't know. We initially planned to open in the afternoon, Ascari explained. But there were too many people queuing up early this morning. So, we had to start serving at dawn. We've already had 3 batches of customers. Originally, hot pot was supposed to be served only from noon onwards since eating it in the morning wasn't ideal. However, Blue underestimated Chang'an's enthusiasm for hot pot. Early that morning, lines had already formed outside Halileo. Seeing no other option, the staff informed Ascari, who then decided to open earlier to cater to the eager patrons. Chapter 199. Nolan's first opposition. Brother Arakayu, can you guess how much money we've made this morning? Before Blue could respond, Ascari spoke with a mysterious look on his face. Can't guess, right? Just in this couple of hours this morning, we've already made nearly 100 taels of silver. Following this pace, today's business will definitely be even better than yesterday's. We can be more confident about opening our branch store. Just as Ascari was speaking with confidence, Blue frowned slightly. This won't do. Suddenly, Blue's words extinguished the excitement that Ascari had just sparked. What? Ascari looked at Blue, puzzled and asked, Brother Arakayu, is there something wrong? Hot pot itself is a type of food that easily causes heatiness. If people start eating it early in the morning, it could lead to discomfort. That's why I specifically set the opening time for noon. But you open the doors very early. If someone gets sick from eating here, what will we use to continue operating? Because many spices and spicy ingredients were added to the hot pot broth, consuming too much of it could easily cause heatiness. In the Tang Dynasty, heatiness wasn't a common issue. If competitors found out about this, they might take advantage of the situation. The hot pot restaurant was an essential part of Blue's plans, so he couldn't let any problems arise or it would affect his future arrangements. Well, brother Arakayu, what should we do now? It's all ready. Upon hearing Blue's words, Ascari realized he had made a mistake. Guests had already entered, and it was too late to say anything. It's fine. From tomorrow onward, we must strictly adhere to opening afternoon. At this point, Blue could only come up with this solution. And I'll write some precautions and have them posted in the most visible place. Without further ado, Blue quickly walked inside. Moments later, Ascari appeared with a piece of paper and pasted it beside the counter. This suddenly posted notice immediately caught everyone's attention. Everyone gathered around to read it. Hot pot is a spicy food. Eating too much can lead to heatiness and mouth ulcers. To address this, our store will introduce a specially made pear soup, which can help reduce heatiness. Finally remember, hot pot is delicious, but don't overindulge. These 3 sentences were Blue's quick thinking. This way, if anyone did experience issues from eating, the warning could prevent unnecessary trouble. Moreover, it gave Bingpu a reasonable reason to smoothly enter Hailiao. TCH, I thought it was something serious, it's just heatiness. Nothing I can't handle with my strong constitution. Yeah, I bet the boss just sees too many customers daily and can't keep up, so he wants to discourage us. Let's go, who cares? My meat should be cooked by now. Customers' reactions took Ascari somewhat by surprise. What's going on? The current situation seemed different from what Blue had told him. Could brother Arakayu, who always had perfect plans, have slipped up? However, Blue didn't know about the reactions downstairs. He was in an upstairs private room, planning Ebert's itinerary to visit Bema Temple and Arakaking Palace. To visit Arakaking Palace first or Bema Temple first? Blue hesitated. Although he had initially told Venerable Easton they would visit Bema Temple first, now he worried that if they did, Easton wouldn't see the preparations at Arakaking Palace. But if they went to Arakaking Palace first, Easton obviously wouldn't wait at Arakaking Palace for Ebert. This created a dilemma. How can I make that old monk willingly go to Arakaking Palace? Blue propped his chin on his hands and stared blankly at his water cup. Suddenly, he had an idea and got up from his seat. Opening the door, he met Ascari just entering. Brother Arakayu, where are you off to? Ascari was about to tell Blue about the situation downstairs, but Blue ignored him and left Hailiao hurriedly. So eager to leave. Did earning money make you unhappy? Ascari grumbled under his breath as he watched Blue depart. On the other side, Blue directly arrived at the palace and met with Ebert. Ebert had anticipated Blue's visit. So, when shall we depart? Ebert smiled, recalling Blue's plan from last night. But this trip might have slight changes, Blue replied awkwardly. Hearing this, Ebert paused. Oh, what changes? You might need to visit 2 places, Bema Temple and Arakaking Palace. After Blue finished, Ebert's lips twitched. Clearly, Blue was treating him like a tool again. Why another place? Isn't Arakaking Palace one of your setups to counter Bema Temple? Ebert already knew what Blue had done, but trusted him enough not to question it. Hee. Blue, knowing he couldn't hide it, admitted openly. Arakaking Palace indeed was my helper. So, Your Majesty, you'll have to visit both places sequentially. No problem. Leave it to you. Ebert was curious about Blue's new plans and readily agreed. Your Majesty, actually, I have another request. Seeing Ebert's easy agreement, Blue mustered the courage to ask. Might we fully announce Your Majesty's itinerary this time? Saying this required all of Blue's courage. No, absolutely not. Before Ebert could respond, Nolan fiercely objected, his face turning pale. Chapter 200. Blue finally causes trouble. Blue had anticipated Nolan's reaction. After all, Ebert, as the Emperor, kept his travel plans strictly confidential whenever he left the palace. Announcing them so openly would be like handing over opportunities to those with malicious intentions. Nolan, it's unnecessary, Ebert chuckled before Blue could speak. Your Majesty, you can have your way in other matters, but this one is non-negotiable. Nolan had been by Ebert's side for many years and knew that the Emperor occasionally acted on a whim. But this time, it was about the Thatcher's safety, which couldn't be taken lightly. Even someone as smooth-talking as Nolan had to be firm at this moment. Why not? It's just a trip to Bema Temple and Arakaking Palace. I don't believe anyone would dare attack me. Ebert, after all, was an emperor who had once led armies into battle. Since ascending the throne, he rarely had the chance to ride or shoot arrows except during spring and autumn hunts. This was his opportunity to ride to Bema Temple. But Your Majesty, you are of immense value. We cannot guarantee there won't be ill-intentioned people. Going to Bema Temple is fine, but if anything happens, what will happen to the Empire? Though Nolan did not voice it outright, Ebert understood the implications. Alright, I get it. But since I've promised Arakayu, I must go. I don't believe anyone in our great Tang Empire would dare plot against me. Settled then. Arakayu, arrange the itinerary. With that, Ebert waved them off with a serious expression. Nolan wanted to protest but saw Ebert's face darken, so he swallowed his words. After bidding farewell, Blue and Nolan walked out of the study. Arakayu, you've really stirred up trouble. As soon as they left the study, Nolan pulled Blue aside. Unable to persuade Ebert, Nolan hoped to dissuade Blue. If Blue backed down, the matter could be avoided. What trouble? Blue looked puzzled, feeling innocent. Do you understand the risks of exposing the Thatcher's travel plans? If everything goes smoothly, there's no problem. But any mishap, and do you know how many people in court will pay attention? Considering their relationship and Blue's youth, Nolan spoke frankly. Even your father might suffer as a result. Oh that. Rest assured, if anything happens, I'll protect the Thatcher. Blue grinned, knowing he had undergone system enhancements and wielded the versatile staff capable of handling emergencies. AI, why don't you understand? Nolan grew anxious hearing Blue's lighthearted response. Just relax, internal attendant Benjamin. I have a plan for the Thatcher's travel. Having made up his mind, Blue ended the conversation. He already had a plan for the trip. His main concern was whether Ebert would agree to visit Erikaking Palace. If not, all his preparations there would be wasted. Leaving Nolan behind, Blue exited the palace. Soon after, notices announcing Ebert's visits to Bema Temple and Erikaking Palace were posted throughout Chang'an. The citizens were elated at the news of seeing the Thatcher. Upon hearing this, Venerable Easton of Bema Temple began preparing. The notice was a crucial reassurance for him. Both Bema Temple and Erikaking Palace bustled with preparation. Blue returned home after a busy day. Just as he was about to enter his room, he saw his father, Garth, approaching with a stern look. "Dad, what's wrong? I want you to come inside." Without explaining further, Garth entered Blue's room. Blue, seeing his father's seriousness, followed obediently. "Close the door." After Blue closed the door, Garth commanded, "Kneel." Startled by the sudden order, Blue asked, "Father, what's going on? Do you even know what you've done?" Involving the Thatcher in your feud with Bema Temple is one thing, but revealing his travel plans. Garth became more agitated. "Do you understand what could happen if anything happens to the Thatcher? Not only you but the entire Tang Empire could descend into chaos." Blue knelt, realizing the gravity of his actions. Chapter 201. Ebert's Trip. Garth clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Blue. "Father, I have my own plan to deal with this. His Majesty will be absolutely safe." Upon realizing his father was angry over this matter, Blue hurriedly explained. Darren had always been loyal and just. It was understandable he didn't want Ebert in danger. "You have a plan? What plan can you have? Do you know how many people will gather at the White Horse Temple and Erikaking Pavilion? Are you going to check every single one of them?" Hearing this, Garth's anger grew even more intense. "I said, old man, please listen to me." Realizing that if he didn't explain today, he would likely receive a severe beating, Blue hastily told Garth about his entire plan. "If you arrange it like this, it might work." After hearing Blue's plan, Garth's expression softened slightly. "But you should at least explain this clearly to His Majesty, right? If not for Nolan sending word asking me to find out, otherwise if any other colleague found out, they would definitely impeach you." It turned out Garth had been worried about this all along. That afternoon, an internal attendant named Benjamin came to the house of Erekaking and informed Garth about what Blue had said in the Imperial study. Benjamin also asked Garth to find out Blue's plans so they could prepare early. Upon learning that Blue had caused such trouble, Garth felt his blood pressure rise immediately. He originally planned to give Blue a good beating as soon as he returned. But when Blue did come back, Garth couldn't bring himself to do it. Moreover, after hearing Blue's plan, Garth believed that the matter might not be as complicated as they thought. If everything went according to Blue's plan, there would be no need to worry about Ebert's safety. "Old man, this needs to be strictly confidential. The more people who know, the greater the danger to His Majesty." Under extreme reluctance, Blue finally revealed his plan to Garth and naturally didn't want anyone else to know. "So just remember this plan yourself and don't tell Nolan anything." However, after listening to Blue's explanation, Garth agreed with the plan, believing it to be the best solution. "At this point, we have no choice but to follow your plan. If you need me later, please let me know in advance." With that, Garth waved his sleeves and left Blue's room. Indeed, Darren had recovered significantly lately, his complexion much rosier than before. Seeing he had escaped punishment, Blue finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days later, Blue led Ascari and the Divine Might Army to the palace gate to escort Ebert to the White Horse Temple. On the way, Ascari and Ansel rode their horses at the front. Behind them followed Ebert's dragon carriage, moving in a grand procession towards the outskirts of Chang'an. "Look, Ascari, so many people are watching us." Ansel, who had never seen such a scene, was very excited. "Of course, we are now the vanguard for His Majesty. Many would dream of being in our position." Ascari also looked proud. The feeling of being watched by all of Chang'an was indeed gratifying. In the crowd, Ascari noticed several pretty girls admiring him. "I wonder where Brother Erikayu is. Since accompanying His Majesty out of the palace, I haven't seen him since. What a pity Brother Erikayu missed such a good chance to show himself." Since the Divine Might Army was not part of the inner guards and had no authority to enter the palace, only Blue went in to see Ebert. Afterwards, Ansel and others only saw Ebert's carriage come out, but had no idea where Blue went. "Pa, where else could Brother Erikayu be? Naturally, he's traveling with His Majesty. He's different from us. After the White Horse Temple event, he has become very close to His Majesty." Although Ascari focused on making money and enjoying life, he had heard plenty about Blue. Ebert had summoned Blue frequently these days, nearly as often as Ambrose and others. Well, that's true. But although Brother Erikayu is great, he missed this opportunity to show himself. Meanwhile, at the White Horse Temple, Jinwu guards were stationed outside, blocking the citizens who wanted to see Ebert. Monks like Master Yisroel gathered in the temple square, waiting for Ebert's arrival. "Master, why isn't His Majesty here yet? We've been waiting for 2 hours." That morning, Jinwu guards had come to the temple, thoroughly searched it, and then arranged everyone on the square. Looking at the serious-faced guards, Kato felt a bit nervous. "That's not something we should worry about now. Since His Majesty announced his itinerary, he will definitely come." Master Yisroel closed his eyes, showing no expression on his face. "We just need to wait quietly." Seeing Master Yisroel's calm demeanor, Kato kept quiet, choosing to endure a bit longer. Just as Kato and others were getting anxious, Blue walked in nonchalantly. "Master Yisroel." Blue greeted Master Yisroel immediately upon entering. Hearing Blue's voice, Master Yisroel opened his eyes. He saw only Blue and a guard with him, not the person he expected. Yet, the guard's demeanor seemed a bit unusual to Master Yisroel. "Why did you come alone, Lord County? Where is His Majesty?" Master Yisroel glanced behind Blue, confirming that Ebert's carriage wasn't there, adding to his confusion. "Why the rush, Master? His Majesty will come when he should." Blue smiled and continued. "I'm here first to inspect for His Majesty's safety. Please continue with your preparations. There's no need to mind me." With that, Blue walked into the temple with the guard. Master Yisroel, looking at Blue's retreating figure, wanted to ask more but decided against it. Now was not the time to lose composure. He must uphold the dignity of the Buddhist faith before the world. Chapter 202. The Thatcher arrives at White Horse Temple. As Boone and others were waiting patiently, Larry had already arrived in the main hall. The current hall was a little different from usual. The originally splendid hall now had even more decorations, making it look even more radiant with gold. Larry's guard walked to one of the Buddha statues and tapped on it lightly. Never thought it would really be solid. Hearing the dull thuds from the statue, the guard turned back and said to Larry. This guard was actually Ebert, disguised. That morning, Larry went to the palace, asking Ebert to prepare the imperial carriage in advance. He then disguised himself and left the palace ahead of time. The two left through a side gate, passing through crowded streets, before finally arriving at White Horse Temple. As for the empty imperial carriage, Nolan, Ascari, and Andre accompanied it out of the palace ostentatiously. Yes, I observed that all the statues in this hall, except the largest one, are made entirely of pure gold. Even this largest Buddha statue has a thick layer of gold plating on it. This was the first time Larry saw the wealth of White Horse Temple. He had initially thought the small golden Buddha given by Boone a few days ago was a grand gesture. But now, compared to what he saw here, that small golden Buddha was nothing more than a trinket. It seems you have your eyes on these treasures, Ebert chuckled after hearing Larry's remarks. Hee hee, Larry rubbed his head and smiled naively. Your Majesty is wise. Although White Horse Temple might not have any ready cash now, their assets remain untouched. I estimate that just the gold in this hall could amount to about 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels of gold, converted to silver, would be roughly several 100,000 taels. By this calculation, the previous donation of 16,000 taels of silver seemed almost insignificant to them. Do you really not fear the retribution from the Buddhist community? Ebert looked at Larry's greedy expression and felt a pang of pity for the Buddhists. Why did they have to meet someone like Larry? How can they retaliate against me? I didn't force them. Everything was done voluntarily by them. I didn't compel them for the 16,000 taels either. And they practically offered it to me willingly. Even if I refused, it would be difficult. Larry put on an innocent act, and indeed, he hadn't forced anyone. Enough, don't I know you? What do you plan for me to do this time? Ebert rolled his eyes at Larry's antics. Nothing much. Just take a walk around, listen to Old Master Yisroel boast, and then persuade him to join us at Erikaking Observatory. With the prior plans, Larry's focus wasn't on White Horse Temple but on Erikaking Observatory. Larry didn't care how much White Horse Temple prepared for this visit. As long as he could bring Boone to Erikaking Observatory, the next steps would fall into place smoothly. So, what did you arrange at Erikaking Observatory? Ebert wondered why Larry insisted on including Erikaking Observatory in the itinerary. Hee hee, I didn't do anything at Erikaking Observatory. As for why I need your Majesty to go to these places, you'll see once we get there. Larry kept it vague. Leaving some suspense was always better. All right, I'll do as you say. After a brief pause, Ebert nodded. Stay here for a while. I think the imperial carriage should arrive soon, so I need to go welcome it. Calculating the time, Larry figured the carriage should be nearing the entrance of White Horse Temple. As the planner of this trip, he needed to show up. Turning away, Larry left. As for Ebert, being alone here was no problem since Jinwu guards had already cleared the temple earlier. At this moment, Boone and others had also gathered at the mountain gate, watching the approaching imperial carriage. Finally here, even Boone couldn't hide his excitement upon seeing the emperor's carriage. Knowing this was the highest-ranking person in the land, the news of the emperor's visit would make White Horse Temple unmatched by any other temple or observatory. Thinking of this, Boone felt all the money spent was worth it. Very much worth it. They've arrived. Suddenly, Larry's voice rang out. Lord Shinzi, it was my misunderstanding. Boone turned and saw Larry, saying excitedly, now that His Majesty is here, thank you, Lord Shinzi. He bowed respectfully, hands clasped together. This bow was heartfelt. You're too kind. This is due to White Horse Temple's significant contributions during the Arkai River flood, Larry replied. Boone nodded in agreement. Lord Shinzi speaks truly. If White Horse Temple can be of service in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Larry paid little attention to Boone's words. Even if they could help later, they'd have to recover from this crisis first. This visit would leave White Horse Temple severely weakened, needing over a decade to recover. As Larry and Boone conversed, the imperial carriage arrived at the entrance and stopped. Brother Arakayu, why are you here? Ascari spotted Larry at the gate. He expected Larry to be with Ebert in the carriage. Does it matter why I'm here? Just park the carriage to the side. Ignoring Ascari's question, Larry pointed to a spot beside the hall. A wreck? Ascari was taken aback. The emperor couldn't just be parked anywhere. Boone also felt alarmed. Lord Shinzi, this doesn't seem appropriate. We must formally welcome His Majesty. This might be disrespectful. Interrupting, Larry pulled Boone aside and whispered, it's fine. The emperor is already inside waiting for you. Chapter 203. The grand performance begins. After hearing Blue's explanation, Nevin couldn't help but be stunned. What? Thatcher Ebert has already arrived? When? Just as Nevin was about to ask, he suddenly remembered something. When Blue came earlier, wasn't there a guard with him? But now, why is Blue alone? Master County, could it be that? Nevin looked at Blue in disbelief, a hint of fear on his face. That's exactly what you're thinking, Blue replied with a smile, patting Nevin on the shoulder. This was all done for the Thatcher's safety. Please don't take it to heart. Led by Blue, Nevin and his group hurriedly entered the main hall. As soon as they stepped inside, Nevin saw Ebert standing straight and dressed as a guard. Previously, he had felt a strange aura from this person, and now it was clear. It was the presence of an emperor. Fishertal monk Fagin pays respects to His Majesty. With these thoughts, Nevin quickly knelt down and called out loudly. Seeing Nevin's actions, the others were momentarily stunned and began searching for the Thatcher's whereabouts. At this moment, Nolan slowly walked in from a side door, holding a dragon robe. Under Nolan's assistance, Ebert put on the dragon robe, transforming instantly from an unremarkable guard into the supreme ruler. Please rise, Nevin. I have come here today in disguise, and I hope you won't mind. Ebert waved his hand after putting on the dragon robe. Upon hearing this, everyone present hurriedly knelt down and greeted the Thatcher. Shortly after, Nevin stood up cautiously and approached Ebert. Your Majesty, your Grand Hall is nearly as impressive as your Daming Palace, Ebert said casually, glancing around. However, this seemingly simple comment hit Nevin like a bomb. Terrified, he immediately knelt again. I dare not, your Majesty. All of this is simply our devotion to Buddha. We would never compare it to the Daming Palace. The Daming Palace was the imperial residence. No matter how wealthy or influential someone might be within the Tang Dynasty, no one dared build their home like the Daming Palace. To do so would be considered treason, punishable by death. Nevin, please do not worry. I did not come here to blame anyone, Ebert reassured him. I merely heard that Baigima Temple contributed generously to help the victims of the Arakanan floods. As he spoke, Ebert's smile made Nevin feel slightly more at ease. These are duties we must perform, your Majesty, Fagin replied. Baigima Temple receives offerings from the people in normal times, so it's only right to do our utmost for the common folk during crises. These words demonstrated Nevin's commitment to assisting the Tang Dynasty in times of need, ensuring a favorable impression. Well said, Abbot. This attitude brings great fortune to our Tang Dynasty. Ebert nodded in approval. Then, things became simpler. Ebert toured Baigima Temple under Nevin's guidance, listening to its stories while learning about Buddhism. Throughout, Nevin kept a close eye on Ebert's expressions, fearing that any wrong word might bring disaster upon the temple. Yet, Ebert remained gently smiling throughout, which greatly relieved Nevin. By noon, Nevin invited Ebert to the vegetarian dining hall, offering pre-prepared meals. Your Majesty, this is our humble fare at Baigima Temple. It's rather simple, please bear with us, he apologized. Though the food presented before Ebert was made from precious ingredients, even surpassing what Ebert usually ate. Very well, since we are at Baigima Temple, we should follow local customs. Be at ease, Abbot, Ebert said diplomatically, while internally marveling at how prosperous the temple truly was. Indeed, Blue had been correct. This temple, despite being a Buddhist institution, was incredibly wealthy. No wonder it caught Ebert's attention. Meanwhile, Ascari and Ansel approached Blue curiously. Arakayu, how did you get here? And why was old Benjamin sitting in the imperial carriage? They had initially expected Ebert to step out of the carriage when they brought it to the temple hall. Instead, only Nolan emerged, holding the dragon robe. This left everyone guarding the carriage surprised. Aren't you idiots? If I didn't do this, my father would tear me apart if anything happened to the Thatcher during an official outing, Blue explained, smacking Ascari on the head. For arranging this visit, Blue had nearly faced a beating from Garth. He could imagine how displeased Egan and Adebayo would be upon learning of this. Now you know. Don't you think it's unbrotherly to keep such a big secret from us? Ascari complained. We were on high alert all the way here, worried about anything going wrong. Imagine our horror if we found out you got torn apart by our fathers. Blue gave Ascari a disdainful look. Knowing Ascari, his vigilance probably went towards admiring pretty girls, rather than watching for real threats. Don't argue. Afterward, you two will take the carriage back first, while I accompany the Thatcher. Ignoring Ascari's protests, Blue continued. The main event is still to come. We'll see if Baigima Temple falls for it, when we take the Thatcher to Arakaking Palace. What? Where are we going next? Ascari thought the trip was just a routine stop at Baigima Temple. Of course, to Arakaking Palace. That's where the real show begins. Hashtag chapter 204, The Old Fox. Arakaking Temple. Why go there? Upon hearing this name, Ascari couldn't help but be taken aback. Blue had indeed visited Arakaking Temple multiple times before, and he knew that all the substantial donations to Arakaking Temple were orchestrated by Blue behind the scenes. But if that was the case, why would Sylvester still visit the temple? Besides, Ascari knew the place to be practically destitute, with nothing of value. You'll know when we get there. It's about time. Prepare yourselves now. Once we leave, you should set off immediately. As Sylvester and Nevin were deep in conversation, Blue was ready to head out. If Sylvester needed help persuading Nevin, Blue could assist. By the time Blue reached Sylvester's side, the Emperor was enjoying a lively chat with Nevin. Indeed, Your Holiness, your words today have greatly deepened my understanding of Buddhism. If it doesn't bother you, I wish to leave an inscription for White Horse Temple. At these words, Nevin's eyes lit up as if stars were twinkling within them. It wouldn't matter even if Sylvester carved his words into Fagin's forehead. Anything was acceptable. If His Majesty can inscribe something for White Horse Temple, it would be a tremendous honor. Before Sylvester could reply, Nevin swiftly ordered for paper and pen. Clearing a space on the table, Sylvester began writing. For grand characters appeared fluidly on the paper. Universal Salvation. Nevin grinned from ear to ear. Thank you, Your Majesty. We will engrave these words onto a plaque and hang it prominently at the main hall of White Horse Temple. Nevin took the inscribed paper from Sylvester's hands, his expression suggesting he'd just reunited with a long-lost master. Since that is done, I should continue my journey. With that, Sylvester rose to leave. Blue stood by, utterly bewildered. What on earth happened here? How did Sylvester start discussing Buddhism and inscribing messages while Blue wasn't around? Could Sylvester have been brainwashed by Nevin? Worried, Blue rushed over to the Emperor's side. Before he could speak, Nevin approached too. Is His Majesty planning to visit Arakaking Temple? At the query, Sylvester nodded in response. Oh, how do you know that? Sylvester seemed surprised. Well, did His Majesty forget? Your itinerary was already published. At Nevin's reminder, Sylvester suddenly remembered. Oh yes, it seems I forgot. But I've heard this Arakaking Temple is comparable to White Horse Temple. What do you think, Nevin? Sylvester continued along the same line. Your Majesty is correct. Arakaking Temple holds a similar standing among Taoist sects as our White Horse Temple does in Buddhism. However, Taoism has been in decline, making Arakaking Temple slightly less prominent than us. Nevin's pride was evident on his face. Really? Yet I noticed Arakaking Temple also donated generously. Could they truly be so different? Sylvester pointed out what he saw as a contradiction, addressing the proud Nevin. Your Majesty, since you mentioned this, there's actually a question I've had in mind. The situation at Erikaking Temple is well known throughout Chang'e. How could they donate such a large sum during this campaign? I suspect. Nevin's voice trailed off. Do you suspect foul play? Sylvester's face darkened upon listening. Yes, precisely, said Nevin, glancing sideways at Blue standing behind Sylvester. They must have obtained those funds elsewhere. Although a subtle gesture, it didn't escape Sylvester's notice. He turned to look at Blue following Nevin's gaze. Blue, prepare yourself. With that, Sylvester dismissed Blue, not wanting him to hear more of their conversation. Seeing this, Blue felt uneasy. If Nevin started spreading lies, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Still, it was an imperial order, so Blue dared not protest, only watching worriedly from a distance. After a moment, Sylvester approached with a stern expression. Blue, let's go. With those simple words, Sylvester shed his dragon robe and handed it to Nolan before walking out of the main hall. Blue, observing his emperor's demeanor, felt apprehensive. Trying to catch up, they left through a side door of the White Horse Temple. Your Majesty, did Nevin say something to you? New Blue mentioned borrowing treasury funds but never explained what they were for. If Sylvester discovered he lent this money to Erikaking Temple, could it be considered treason? Why are you so concerned about what Nevin might say about you? Hearing this, Sylvester paused and looked back at Blue. Well, what could he possibly hold against me? Blue replied hesitantly, feeling guilty inside. After all, both the treasury funds and the little golden Buddha given by Nevin were potential blackmail material. Seeing Blue's guilt-ridden expression, Sylvester's stern face softened into a smile. Scared, huh? You're still too young. Turned out Sylvester had just been trying to intimidate Blue. Ah. Hearing this, Blue was dumbfounded. In reality, Sylvester was fully aware of all Blue's secret activities, viewing them as trivial matters aimed at benefiting the treasury. So you knew? What about Erikaking Temple? Relieved, yet still worried about Erikaking Temple. Don't worry. With my personal involvement, Nevin is likely traveling with the Imperial carriage already. Chapter 205, Inquiry. Upon hearing Thatcher Ebert speak, Blue finally heaved a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, please don't scare me like that anymore. Ebert had endured many hardships to reach his current position, so naturally, he considered things more thoroughly than Blue. Now that they intended to continue their actions against White Horse Temple, Ebert couldn't show any signs of being close to Blue. Only by doing this could Avon be lulled into lowering his guard. Erikayu, I know you have many good ideas, but sometimes it's important to choose the right methods, Ebert said as they walked. Being too hasty might not always be the best choice. Just like with the White Horse Temple situation, though your plans went smoothly, it still raised the abbot's suspicions. What if this time Avon hadn't provided what you wanted and instead complained to me? What would you do then? As Ebert spoke, Blue was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, if White Horse Temple had hidden all the golden Buddhas, Blue would have been in a difficult position. If Avon pleaded poverty to Ebert, as the largest donor previously, Ebert would undoubtedly offer some compensation. This meant the silver Blue had collected might need to be returned eventually. Today, Avon spoke quite poorly of you. It's clear he's become wary of you, Ebert continued. No matter today's outcome, you must pause all actions against White Horse Temple. Understood? Earlier at White Horse Temple, Ebert had sent Blue away before listening to Avon's complaints about Blue's actions towards their Buddhist community. After hearing about Blue's handling of the living Buddha at CN Temple, Ebert could only laugh helplessly. The methods Blue used were rather extreme. No wonder Avon grew wary of him. Your Majesty, I understand, Blue nodded, accepting the rebuke. If this plan succeeded, White Horse Temple wouldn't recover for a long time, rendering further actions unnecessary. Very well, let's go, Ebert smiled, continuing. Let's see what you've prepared for me at Erikaking Daoist Temple. With that, they rode swiftly to Erikaking Daoist Temple. Compared to White Horse Temple, Erikaking Daoist Temple appeared much more dilapidated. Including Melvin, there were fewer than 10 people in the entire temple. Except for Melvin, who wore a new Daoist robe he rarely wore, all the other small Taoists wore patched clothes. Magistrate Qin. Seeing Blue arrive, Melvin warmly welcomed him. How is everything prepared? Blue pulled Melvin aside and asked quietly. Don't worry. I've had all the frescoes on the clay statues removed and made to look old. Hearing this, Blue nodded in satisfaction and led Ebert into the main hall. Seeing the empty hall, Ebert turned to Blue and asked, Is this what you prepared for me? Blue laughed. Well, it looked better a few days ago, but I had them age everything. This is indeed all Erikaking Daoist Temple has. Despite using some tactics, Blue didn't hide anything from Ebert, openly recounting everything he saw on his first visit. Never did I think the disparity between Buddhism and Taoism would be so great, Ebert remarked after listening. At White Horse Temple, everyone, including Avon, had been dressed in luxurious robes. Even Avon's kasaya was embroidered with gold threads. Yet Melvin's Taoist robe, though clean, was clearly washed out from use. It's inevitable. Buddhists focus on the next life, while Taoists focus on the present, Blue explained. People want to accumulate good deeds in this life to enjoy the next. Taoism's natural philosophy isn't easily accepted by the masses. Just as Ebert and Blue spoke, Ascari and the others arrived outside Erikaking Daoist Temple. Seeing the shabby temple, Avon's disdain was evident. He would never have come here without Ebert's presence. Entering the main hall, Avon's disdain grew upon seeing the worn statues of the three purities. He couldn't believe such a place could provide substantial donations. If Blue hadn't caused trouble, they wouldn't have needed to spend so much money. Wuching, your temple certainly surpasses Erikaking Daoist Temple, Ebert commented from the center of the group. Your Majesty, such a humble place isn't fit for your Majesty, Avon replied, eager to leave. If your Majesty wishes, return to White Horse Temple with me. I have good tea, hoping we can discuss Buddhism. Avon wanted to leave immediately, fearing his carefully prepared kasaya would get dirty. Thank you, Wuching, but I'm short on time. Another visit will suffice, Ebert responded. After observing both temples, Ebert harbored a question. Why are all the statues in White Horse Temple made of solid gold, while air-taxing Taoist temples are mere clay? Is there an explanation? Speak freely, Your Majesty. Avon and Melvin bowed respectfully. Chapter 206, The Poor Taoist Sect. When Thatcher Ebert asked this question, Boone and Master Bray were taken aback. They hadn't expected Ebert to inquire about this. Your Majesty, using pure gold to cast Buddha statues is a sign of respect for the Buddha. Only in this way will the Buddha bless all people, Boone explained first, clarifying why the White Horse Temple uses pure gold for its statues. Your Majesty, concerning the casting of statues, I believe that whether it's clay or gold, it's merely a form of spiritual jitua. Though Master Bray was slower than Boone, he spoke calmly and respectfully. Gold statues may look more splendid, but they are still just statues. Neither the three pure ones nor the Buddha would care about such trivialities. Note, the word jitua can be translated as jitua, spiritual jitua, to better convey its meaning in this context. Your Majesty, regarding the casting of statues, I believe that whether it's clay or gold, it's merely a form of spiritual jitua. Though Master Bray was slower than Boone, he spoke calmly and respectfully. Gold statues may look more splendid, but they are still just statues. Neither the three pure ones nor the Buddha would care about such trivialities. Revised. Your Majesty, regarding the casting of statues, I believe that whether made of clay or gold, they are merely symbols of spiritual jitua. Although Master Bray responded a step later than Boone, he spoke calmly and respectfully. While gold statues may appear more resplendent, they remain just statues. Neither the three pure ones nor the Buddha would concern themselves with such superficial matters. Furthermore, ever since I began practicing Taoism, my master taught me that no matter how magnificent a temple looks, if it doesn't serve the people, it's nothing but superficiality. Only when we help those in need do we truly fulfill our duty as cultivators. As Master Bray finished speaking, Boone was completely stunned. What on earth are you saying? If there was a chance to redo this, Boone would have slapped himself twice. Why didn't he think of this point earlier? Now that Master Bray had mentioned it, wasn't he put at a disadvantage? Sure enough, after hearing Master Bray's words, Ebert nodded approvingly. Master Bray speaks well. External splendor is merely surface level. Only with a sincere heart can the people remember you. Hearing this, Master Bray smiled slightly at Boone. This verbal exchange before the Emperor gave him the upper hand. Your Majesty, while the material of the statue is not crucial, it does reflect one's strength, Boone quickly rebutted. Fisherk this time, our White Horse Temple was able to donate 16,000 taels of silver for the Arkai River flood relief efforts, all due to our genuine accumulation. But the silver donated by Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple, if this humble monk remembers correctly, lacks a proper explanation of its source. Did Master Bray conjure this silver out of thin air, or did you borrow someone else's silver to make the donation on behalf of the Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple? Boone didn't hold back, directly bringing up the questionable source of the silver donations made by Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple in front of everyone. Is this true? After listening to Boone's accusation, Ebert turned to Master Bray. Upon seeing this, Master Bray became slightly flustered. The silver donated by Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple indeed couldn't be openly discussed as it came from Chin Arakaishu. Moreover, Chin Arakaishu had repeatedly instructed him not to reveal the source of the silver. Please rest assured, Your Majesty and Boone, the silver donated by our Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple has no issues whatsoever. We wouldn't stoop so low as to use underhanded methods like some people who seek empty fame by donating money. As he said this, Master Bray intentionally glanced at Boone. Recognizing this jab at his last-minute 10,000 tael donation, surpassing Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple, Boone knew what Master Bray was insinuating. So what? If you had the means, you could have donated more, preventing others from seizing the opportunity. Boone didn't care what Master Bray thought. His goal was to leverage Ebert to boost the White Horse Temple's reputation. With increased visibility, the influx of visitors would soon repay the 16,000 taels donated. How much more could we have given? This time, we've laid bare everything. We can't match certain individuals' wealth that allows them to donate over 10,000 taels at once. As tensions between Master Bray and Boone escalated, Ebert stepped in to mediate. Gentlemen, calm down. Regardless of the amount, every donation shows heartfelt intent. I came here today specifically to thank both of you for your contributions to the Arkai River flood relief efforts. While Ebert tried to defuse the situation, Master Bray grew increasingly agitated and took a step forward, addressing Ebert directly. Your Majesty, this is our duty. All we have comes from the people. It's a matter of taking from the people and giving back to the people. Incidentally, I heard that Your Majesty intends to establish a charity hall. Our Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple would like to join first, donating all our incense offerings to the charity hall. This statement essentially cornered Boone. Donating all their income to the charity hall left them with nothing to live on. This might not be wise. How will you support yourselves if you donate all your funds? This was a sensitive question that Boone hesitated to ask, leaving it to Ebert. After Ebert spoke, Chin Arakaishu seized the opportunity to stand up and said, Your Majesty, this isn't impossible. Establishing a charity hall benefits the nation and its people. If Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple joins as a representative of Taoism, it would maximize the impact. As for the living expenses of the members of Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple, the charity hall could take responsibility and allocate funds to cover their daily needs. Chin Arakaishu had been waiting for this moment. By provoking Boone through Master Bray, now that Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple volunteered to join the charity hall, it placed the ball firmly in Boone's court. He must decide between keeping all the funds or sacrificing them for an excellent reputation. County official Chin speaks wisely. Our Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple has minimal expenditures and doesn't require much money. I also reaffirm to Your Majesty that regardless of the future, our Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple will adhere to the principle of serving the people and dedicating all our resources to aiding the nation's populace. Upon hearing this, the whole room was astounded. Even Shin Arakaishu hadn't expected Master Bray to make such a statement. If Boone wanted to continue competing, the cost would be significant. Wonderful. Master Bray's commitment is a blessing for all. Since Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple has made this decision, I cannot neglect such dedication. Starting today, Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple shall become the premier Taoist temple of the Tang Dynasty, with all activities supported by the imperial court. Ebert's simple declaration effectively elevated the status of Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple. Previously known as a relatively famous temple near Chang'an, Arekishin Clear Stream Taoist Temple now stood as the #1 temple nationwide. Such prestige could never be bought with silver alone. Chapter 207. A complete victory. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall dedicate all my efforts to the people of the world. Even Melvin did not expect Thatcher Ebert to be so generous. The title of First Taoist Temple in the World was something countless temples dreamed of achieving. Yet, he received it simply for aiding Blue. To Melvin, it all felt like a dream. Very well, but having just the title First Taoist Temple in the World is not enough. I will draft an edict today to specially appoint Melvin as the imperial preceptor of the Tang Dynasty, and under the Ministry of Rites, he will oversee all sacrificial matters. Thatcher Ebert had truly given Melvin face today. Not only had Erika Sigwin soared to new heights, but Melvin himself had ascended directly to become the imperial preceptor. From this day forward, Erika Sigwin would have an official status within the Tang Dynasty, secure and unshakable as long as the Tang Empire stood. Fagin Abbott watched all this with a mixture of envy and awe. To say that Erika Sigwin's current achievements did not make him envious would be a lie. If these words had been spoken by him, then the Great White Horse Temple would have been the first Buddhist temple of the Tang Dynasty, and he would have secured the position of imperial preceptor. But now, it seemed too late. Your Majesty, isn't this decision a bit hasty? After much thought, Fagin Abbott could no longer remain silent and spoke up boldly. However, Thatcher Ebert shook his head. Not at all. Today's Tang Dynasty needs monks like Melvin who are genuinely concerned about the state and its people. Of course, it's not limited to Erika Sigwin. Any who wish to alleviate the burdens of the empire for me will not be neglected. Hearing these words from Thatcher Ebert, Fagin Abbott felt a flicker of hope reignite. By Ebert's implication, Erika Sigwin was not the only one. Perhaps there was still a chance to share this honor with Erika Sigwin. However, to match Erika Sigwin, the White Horse Temple would have to give up everything it had. Looking at the many golden Buddhas in the main hall, Fagin Abbott couldn't bear to part with them. Your Majesty, rest assured, I know. This subject will also coordinate with other Taoist friends and strive to involve all Taoists in the charity hall, contributing to the welfare of the people. Melvin, watching Fagin Abbott's hesitation, secretly rejoiced. Old bald monk, what will you do now? Will you continue to compete with me, or give up? By using the term, this subject, Melvin had utterly shattered the last of Fagin Abbott's defenses. With those words, it was clear they were no longer on the same level. Melvin had officially become an official of the Tang government, while he remained just an ordinary temple abbot. This he could not endure. He could not allow Melvin to overshadow him. He could not let Taoism surpass Buddhism, which had struggled for so long. How could all their efforts be undone by one event? Your Majesty, after careful consideration, I believe Melvin is right. Since we both pray for the believers of the world, we should not focus solely on ourselves. Therefore, I represent the White Horse Temple in joining the charity hall, and I will persuade other Buddhist disciples to contribute their share as well. The situation changed so rapidly that even Blue hadn't anticipated it. Initially, he only wanted to acquire more gold from the White Horse Temple during the statue casting process. But now, Thatcher Ebert had effectively brought both the Taoist and Buddhist communities under government control. Not only their current wealth but future earnings as well. If it weren't for the crowd around him, Blue might have clapped in delight. Oh, Fagin Abbott, indeed worthy of a revered high monk, such enlightenment is a true blessing for the Tang Dynasty. Therefore, I declare before everyone today, Erika Sigwin as the first Taoist temple in the world, the White Horse Temple as the first Buddhist temple in the world. Both Melvin and Fagin Abbott will be appointed imperial preceptors. As soon as Thatcher Ebert announced this news, it spread rapidly among the crowd outside Erika Sigwin. For a moment, both Erika Sigwin and the White Horse Temple reached the peak of fame. After Thatcher Ebert and his entourage returned, Blue, under Ebert's instructions, accelerated the establishment of the charity hall. Within 2 short days, the charity hall was officially established. On the day of its establishment, Melvin and Fagin Abbott, along with all the heads of the surrounding temples and Taoist observatories, gathered there. Due to the large number of people, the charity hall staff was insufficient, so Blue called upon the sons of nobility from the Divine Military Corps to help. After 3 busy days, the charity hall had registered all the temples and observatories around Chang'an. And following Melvin's call, all temples and observatories handed over their accumulated wealth to the charity hall. In response to Taoism's vow not to add gold, Buddhism followed suit, declaring they too would not add gold. From that day forward, not a trace of gold was seen in any Taoist or Buddhist institution. The once majestic halls of the White Horse Temple became simpler after this event. The tall golden Buddhas were replaced with clay statues. Standing at the entrance of the hall, gazing at the 4 characters, Universal Salvation, personally inscribed by Thatcher Ebert, Fagin Abbott felt lost. Cato, do you think being the first Buddhist temple and an imperial preceptor really means that much? Behind Fagin Abbott, Cato sighed softly, Master, it seems we've thoroughly lost to that young man Blue. While Fagin Abbott received the title of imperial preceptor, Cato and others had lost far more. Their savings, painstakingly accumulated over years, had all gone to the charity hall through the hands of the Divine Military Corps. Even the pure gold Buddha statues in their rooms were taken away. The White Horse Temple was now just as poor as the once despised Erika Sigwin. Perhaps we didn't lose to Blue, but rather, we've forgotten something important. Maybe this outcome is what the Buddha truly wishes to see. Fagin Abbott sighed deeply, looking at the mud sculptures in the hall, suddenly realizing that mud sculptures and golden Buddhas were not so different after all. Chapter 208. Storms on the horizon. After this incident, the venerable Yisrael seemed to have gained a new perspective. He devoted himself to seeking enlightenment at White Horse Temple and soon earned a great reputation. But all of this was just for later. At this moment, Blue and Ascari were busy counting items sent from various temples and Taoist observatories. Brother Erikayu, you're truly amazing. This time you not only cleaned out White Horse Temple, but also didn't let any other temples or Taoist observatories off the hook. I bet all the stuff stored here now must be worth millions of taels of silver. This time, the gold delivered filled up an entire storeroom. If converted to silver, it would almost match half of the Imperial Treasury's annual income in the Tang Dynasty. This isn't my doing. It's His Majesty's brilliance. Just by giving me 2 titles, he made White Horse Temple hand over everything. And not just White Horse Temple, but other temples too. This time, both Buddhist and Taoist sects were thoroughly stripped clean by His Majesty. Blue sat aside, speaking with deep admiration. Previously, when Melvin gave that speech, it was indeed taught by Blue. But even he hadn't expected Ebert to be so generous, directly granting him the title of Imperial Preceptor of the Tang Dynasty right there and then. This left Boone with no choice. Initially, Yisrael thought Ebert would back him up, but unexpectedly, before gaining support, everything from White Horse Temple was already gone. Who would have thought those bald monks, looking ordinary as they do, had hidden so much wealth? When will we ever spend all this money? Ascari didn't care about who was more impressive. All he knew was that all the Charity Hall affairs were handed over to the Divine Valor Army. So this money was essentially in the hands of the Divine Valor Army now. Alright, don't touch this money recklessly, or you'll have the monks reporting you. Don't forget, they are now the Imperial Preceptor, holding the same rank as the Ministry of Rights. Blue's words acted like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling down Ascari. What? Then what did we work so hard for if we can't even get a little reward? Ascari pouted unhappily. These things can only be seen but not touched. It doesn't bring any joy. I reckon you aren't short on money, so why are you suddenly obsessed with it since opening High Fisher Lu? Blue looked at the disappointed Ascari, wondering when he had become like this. He used to be different. Hee. It's not that I lack money. It's just that I've met quite a few girls recently and have been a bit short-handed. Upon hearing this, not only Blue but also Ansel, who was quietly counting items, gave Ascari a huge eye roll. Although helpless, Blue couldn't really say anything. After all, Ascari was still unmarried and spending some money on other young ladies wasn't a big deal. I warn you, we cannot misappropriate a single penny of this money. The Charity Hall is established for the benefit of all people. Without the Thatcher's approval, not even one coin can be taken out, even if it's by your own father. Nonetheless, Blue reminded Ascari again, knowing it was no trivial matter. Having followed Blue for so long, Ascari naturally understood the severity and wouldn't seek immediate benefits. After Blue and others counted, the total value of the assets submitted by the Buddhist and Taoist sectors amounted to a terrifying 3 million taels. When this figure was reported, even Ebert was deeply shocked. For some time afterward, Blue became unusually calm. Apart from visiting the Divine Valor Army, he spent most of his time checking business at High Fisher Lu. Unnoticed, a month passed. High Fisher Lu had opened 3 branches in Chang'an, and Blue's next plan was to expand into other major cities. The first batch of choices included Luoyang, Yangzhou, and Chengdu. Beforehand, Blue sent Ascari and Ansel to investigate these places personally. Based on their market research, Blue got a rough understanding of the local situations. For Luoyang, we can open 2 branches, and 1 each in Chengdu and Yangzhou. Blue quickly planned according to each city's population. With this plan, High Fisher Lu secured 3 key points in the Tang Empire, laying the foundation for expanding nationwide and preparing for the establishment of a bank. This process would take a long time, and Blue knew he needed to be patient and steady with every step. One day, standing on the 2nd floor of High Fisher Lu headquarters, Blue gazed out at the scenery outside the window. A month had passed since the last system update, and now he had accumulated over 30 evolution points. This time, without waiting for the system to contact him, Blue used 20 evolution points to evolve himself again. Blue. Category. Host. 3rd evolution. Description. A somewhat capable Chanyujira should be translated as, a somewhat capable Chanyujira transmigrator. However, to make it read naturally in English, it would be better to say, a somewhat capable transmigrator. For the context provided, here is the revised and natural-sounding translation. Chapter 208. Gathering Storm. After this incident, Boone seemed to have also let go of his grievances and focused on seeking Buddhism at the White Horse Temple, eventually earning a good reputation soon after. But these are just future matters. At this moment, Blue and Ascari were busy counting the items sent from various temples and Taoist monasteries. Brother Erikayu, you're really amazing. Not only did you empty the White Horse Temple, but you didn't spare any other temples or Taoist monasteries either. From what I can see, all the items stored here now must be worth several million taels of silver when added up. The gold submitted this time filled an entire storeroom. If converted into silver, it would almost match half of the annual income of the Tang Dynasty's treasury. This isn't because I'm amazing, it's because His Majesty is amazing. Just with 2 titles, he made the White Horse Temple willingly hand over everything. And not just the White Horse Temple, but other temples as well. This time, both the Buddhist and Taoist sects have been stripped of their resources by His Majesty, Blue said, full of admiration. Previously, Melvin's words were indeed taught by him. But even he hadn't expected that Sylvester would be so generous, directly conferring the title of National Master of the Great Tang on the spot. This move left Boone with no choice. Ironically, Boone had thought that Ebert would support him. But instead of getting support, the White Horse Temple ended up contributing everything. TSK, who would have thought those bald monks looked ordinary but actually hoarded so much wealth? Do you think we can ever spend all this money? Ascari didn't care about who was more competent. Anyway, the Charity Hall's affairs were now handled by the Divine Might Army. So this money essentially fell into the hands of the Divine Might Army. Alright, you can't touch this money casually, or the monks will impeach you when they find out. Don't forget, They're now the national master of the Great Tang, equivalent in rank to the Ministry of Rights. Blue's words were like a bucket of cold water dousing Ascari. What? After all this hard work, can't we get some compensation? Ascari replied with a sullen face. Seeing but not touching, these items no longer brought him joy. I reckon you aren't short on money, right? Since running High Fisher Lu, you've become obsessed with money. Blue watched the disappointed Ascari and wondered how such a change came over him. Why did he seem particularly fond of money since starting High Fisher Lu? Hee. In fact, it's not about needing money. It's just that I've met many girls recently and am a bit strapped for cash. Hearing this, not only Blue but also Ansel, who was quietly tallying the items, gave Ascari a big eye roll. Though helpless, Blue couldn't really criticize. After all, Ascari wasn't yet betrothed, so spending money on other young ladies wasn't inappropriate. I warn you, we cannot use this money without authorization. The charity hall was established for the people of the empire. Without the emperor's approval, not even a parent could withdraw a single coin. Still, Blue warned Ascari. This was serious business. Having followed Blue for so long, Ascari knew better than to seek petty gains. In the end, the total value of the assets handed over by the Buddhist and Taoist sectors amounted to a staggering 3 million taels. Upon hearing this number, even Sylvester was shocked. For some time afterward, Blue was unusually compliant. Apart from checking on the Divine Might Army daily, he visited High Fisher Lu to oversee its business. A month passed. High Fisher Lu had opened 3 branches in Chang'an. According to Blue's next plan, it was time to open branches in other major cities. For the first batch, Blue chose Luoyang, Yangzhou, and Chengdu. Beforehand, Blue had arranged for Ascari and Ansel to personally survey these locations. Based on their market research, Blue understood the situations in these cities. 2 branches in Luoyang, 1 each in Chengdu and Yangzhou. Blue quickly planned the branch openings based on each city's population. Thus, High Fisher Lu secured positions in 3 corners of the Tang Empire. Next came the expansion nationwide to lay the foundation for establishing a bank. This was a lengthy process, and Blue knew haste was futile. Each step needed to be meticulously taken. Standing on the 2nd floor of High Fisher Lu headquarters, Blue gazed at the scenery outside. It had been a month since the system last appeared. He now had over 30 evolution points. Without waiting for the system to act, Blue used 20 evolution points to evolve again. Blue. Category. Host. 3rd evolution. Description. A somewhat capable transmigrator. Abilities. 1. Mighty body. Spirit ginseng consumption. 2. Powerful charm. The host exudes irresistible charm regardless of age or gender. 3. Sharp eagle eye. The host's vision far surpasses normal humans. 4. Calm heart. In moments of excitement, the host can forcibly calm down. Note. A true master remains unmoved whether facing a mountain collapse or an earthquake. Upon seeing these new abilities, Blue instantly knew their implications. Even before he could protest, a wave of coolness washed over him, instantly calming him down. System, you sure know how to hit where it hurts. Blue muttered through gritted teeth. The new skills given this time were definitely the system's revenge. Just as Blue was complaining about the system, he suddenly noticed something. His gaze pierced through all the buildings and settled outside the city. He saw a cavalryman bearing a red flag rushing towards Chang'an City. Being a military man, Blue knew immediately what this rider represented. An urgent message over 800 miles? Has something major happened? With this thought, Blue hurriedly left High Fisher Lu and headed towards the palace. By the time Blue reached the palace gate, he saw a crowd of ministers and generals arriving hastily in carriages. Abilities. 1. Sturdy body, eating fishing shan. 2. Overwhelming charm. The host radiates powerful charm, regardless of gender or age. 3. Keen eagle eye, superior vision far beyond the norm. 4. Heart is still water. Calmness can be enforced when the host is agitated. Note. A true, strong person remains unperturbed, even in the face of catastrophic events. As Blue saw these abilities, he immediately understood their significance. Before he could complain, a wave of coolness swept over him, instantly calming him down. System, you're really something? Blue gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. The skills given during this evolution were clearly a form of retaliation from the system. But just as Blue was complaining about the system, he suddenly focused his gaze. His vision penetrated through all the buildings in front of him, stopping at the outskirts of the city. There, a cavalryman carrying a red flag was riding swiftly towards Chang'an. Being a military man, Blue naturally knew what this cavalryman represented. An urgent messenger from 800 li away. Has something serious happened? Thinking this, Blue hurriedly left High Fisher Lu and headed towards the palace. By the time Blue reached the palace gate, he saw ministers and generals alike rushing over in carriages. Chapter 209. The Turks stir up trouble. Outside the study, Egan and a group of officials were anxiously waiting. Fong Prime Minister, what on earth is happening? Why did His Majesty suddenly summon us all? Angus asked first. Apart from Egan and Seth, most of those present were military generals like Angus. I'm not entirely sure either, but just now an urgent message came in. And since His Majesty has summoned all of you generals, it must be some issue at the frontier, Egan replied as the Prime Minister. Naturally, such urgent news couldn't bypass him. Now Sylvester was inside the imperial study, reading the report delivered by the messenger. Almost half an hour had passed, yet there was still no word from him. Could it be that the Koreans are causing trouble again? Derek clenched his fists tightly and said through gritted teeth. Indeed, Goguryeo had been the only recent troublemaker. That's unknown. We haven't received any significant reports from Goguryeo, Conroy interjected. He was responsible for overseeing defenses against Goguryeo. Without prior intelligence, it was unlikely to be them this time. Then where else could it be? Could it be the Tibetan tribes? Recalling past incidents with Tibet, they knew relations weren't exactly smooth. Hence, if something critical happened now, it would likely be between these two regions. At this moment, we can't rule out anything, Egan said solemnly after considering Derek's analysis. Their speculations, however, wouldn't yield much. They needed to wait for Sylvester to emerge. After another half hour, the door to the Imperial study finally opened, and Taizong walked out with a grim expression. Your Majesty. Egan wanted to ask about the situation, but Taizong raised his hand to silence him. Wordlessly, he led everyone to Daming Palace. There, many officials had already gathered, having been summoned by Taizong. Seated on the dragon throne, Taizong looked down at the assembled ministers. Your Majesty, is this related to issues at the border? As the senior official, Egan stepped forward first. All the other officials watched Taizong gravely after Fong's question. With a sigh, Taizong finally spoke. According to reports from Yinmin, the Turks have recently shown significant activity. Their harassment of our border civilians has become increasingly frequent. Hearing this, the officials frowned. They had considered Goguryeo and Tibet, but not the Turks. Although conflicts between the Tang and the Turks were occasional, they were usually minor. Moreover, the Tang and the Turks had signed treaties, making both sides relatively restrained. But receiving such an urgent message implied a serious event. Your Majesty, could it be that the Turks want to raid supplies before winter? This had happened before, with the usual strategy being proactive defense. The Turks would leave once they secured enough food for winter. The situation is more complicated than that. This time, they didn't just loot, they massacred 3 villages near Yinmen. Taizong was aware of the Turks' past behavior, typically just looting without excessive violence. But massacring entire villages indicated something different, a direct provocation against the Tang. What? They dared massacre civilians. Derek exploded, stepping forward immediately. Your Majesty, allow me to take action and teach these scoundrels a lesson. Your Majesty, I also request permission to fight. Seeing Derek step up, Adebayo naturally followed suit. Your Majesty, it's nearly winter. Fighting the Turks now would put us at a disadvantage. And the national treasury is empty. We lack funds to support a war. Egan remained calmer. In my view, we should wait until spring next year before declaring war officially to avenge today's outrage. He understood the state of the treasury and the logistical challenges of reaching Yinmen before winter set in. Do you mean to watch our border civilians be humiliated by the Turks? Adebayo and Derek protested. In their view, inaction would only embolden the Turks. Don't misunderstand me. The timing now isn't right for a large army. In the era of cold weapons, timing and terrain were crucial. With winter approaching, even if troops could reach Yinmen quickly, supply lines would struggle. One doesn't need all these complications. Give me 10,000 soldiers in 1 month, and I'll make the Turks pay in blood. Derek, experienced in military matters, knew logistics but felt compelled to act quickly. Considering the speed and carrying capacity of the troops, supplying food for over a month wasn't a problem. If advancing at full speed from Chang'an to Yinmen took just 10 days, nearly 2 weeks would remain. Enough time to confront the Turks. Derek, don't be impulsive. We don't know the current situation with the Turks. Rash actions might backfire. Egan persisted with his defensive stance. The debate between the aggressive and cautious factions soon erupted into heated arguments. Chapter 210. Wading into troubled waters. Watching the ministers argue more intensely, Ebert even felt a headache coming on. All right, this is not the time for arguments. You all return for now. If you have any ideas, submit them in memorials. Rubbing his forehead, Ebert finally interjected to halt the quarrel. Seth, follow me. After dismissing the others, Ebert had Seth follow him back to the Imperial study. A recomf. We must fight this war. I'll immediately draft a memorial to present to your Majesty. Before leaving, Ronnie glared at Egan and said sternly, war must also consider actual conditions. Only by knowing both oneself and the enemy can one ensure victory. I believe General Yuchi has been on many campaigns and would understand this principle. With that, Egan waved his sleeves and turned to leave the hall. Meanwhile, Blue, standing at the palace gates, successfully waited for the ministers to leave. Seeing them all walk out with anger on their faces, Blue became more curious about what happened. Sebastian. Suddenly brightening, Blue saw a burly figure. Hearing someone calling him, Adebayo turned to look. He saw Blue not far away waving to him. Fishertal Arakayu. Why are you here? Adebayo was somewhat surprised to see Blue there. Upon hearing Adebayo's question, Blue asked, Sebastian, what happened? It seems like everyone looks troubled. First, it was an urgent report. Then all these officials left the palace looking upset. All these signs made Blue believe something major had happened. Alas, your father sent you here to ask, didn't he? In fact, even if your father didn't ask, I was planning to consult with him. Adebayo did not expect such a young boy to pay attention to the urgent report, so he assumed Blue was here on Garth's instructions. After all, due to health reasons, Garth had retired for some time. Subsequently, Adebayo recounted everything that had happened to Blue. When finished, he instructed Blue to inform Garth and seek his advice on how to handle the matter. The Turks slaughtered 3 of our villages? Upon hearing everything, Blue was visibly shocked. Throughout history, massacring civilians during warfare was taboo. Regardless of regime changes or territorial grabs, commoners always suffered the most. Yet few dared to lay hands on them since population size mattered more than territory. Commoners were the foundation of any power. Yes, faced with such actions, Chancellor Fong could still hold back. Mentioning this made Adebayo furious, wanting to lead troops to punish the Turks immediately. As I see it, we should take the initiative, strike quickly to show that our Tang Dynasty isn't to be provoked. Unlike Chung, after listening, Blue thought Fong's points made sense. Winter was approaching. Launching a campaign now without reaching Yinmen before the first snow would lead to dire consequences. Being trapped aside, non-combat casualties among troops would be unbearable. Historically, this scenario wasn't uncommon. What Sebastian says is true, but ultimately, this decision lies with His Majesty. Blue wouldn't openly oppose Adebayo, given their generational difference. They might jest normally, but concerning state affairs, these people were the ones making decisions. All right, go back quickly. Waving his hand, Adebayo appeared annoyed. Tell your father to give us advice. During Ebert's conquests, Garth had been the leading general among them. Now, with conflicting opinions, they needed his input more than ever. Sebastian, rest assured, I'll tell my father right away. After seeing off Adebayo, Blue stayed outside the palace. Once all officials had left, Blue quietly entered the palace, finding Nolan waiting outside the imperial study. Eunuch Benjamin, how are things going? Blue's voice startled Nolan. As he was about to yell, Blue covered his mouth. My lord, what brings you here at this moment? Recognizing Blue, Nolan rolled his eyes helplessly. His Majesty is busy discussing matters with Chancellor Du, and has no time for you. Nolan assumed Blue had personal requests for Ebert. However, in dealing with the Turks, such matters were trivial. Old Benjamin, do you underestimate me? Seeing Nolan's expression, Blue knew his thoughts. I already know what happened. I came to advise His Majesty. Unable to resist rolling his eyes, Blue wondered. Do I really seem like someone who doesn't prioritize properly? You know? Who told you? Hearing this, Nolan looked astonished, wondering how Blue knew this news. Oh, never mind how I found out. Just tell me, what does His Majesty plan to do about the Turks? Blue didn't want to waste time with Nolan. He just wanted to know Ebert's plans regarding the Turks. After all, the Turks had long been a major threat to the Tang Dynasty, and settling this issue was crucial. I don't know either. The ministers argued for so long and came up with nothing. Now, His Majesty and Chancellor Du have been inside for quite some time with no sound. Nolan showed difficulty as well. He wished he could inform Blue, but he truly didn't know. You call yourself an attendant, unable to guess His Majesty's intentions? Hearing Nolan's reply, Blue rolled his eyes again. Heh, you brat. How could anyone randomly guess His Majesty's thoughts? Seeing Blue's dismissive attitude, Nolan almost choked, raising his voice slightly. How His Majesty acts naturally has his considerations. Anyway, this matter will be resolved satisfactorily. At this moment, Ebert's voice instantly came from inside the study. Nolan, who's outside? Chapter 211. War through commerce. Upon hearing Thatcher Ebert's voice, Nolan could not help but tremble. Your Majesty, Lantion County's representative has arrived. As he said this, Nolan was extremely anxious. He knew that Ebert was currently in a fanzal, an unsettled mood, and might easily become furious if disturbed at this time. However, after waiting for a long while, Ebert still did not speak. Note, the word fanzal seems to be left in Chinese. In English, it can be translated as irritable, annoyed, or in this context, combined with the following word xinfanyulan to convey a more natural flow in English. Revised. As he said this, Nolan was extremely anxious. He knew that Ebert was currently in an irritable and unsettled mood and might easily become furious if disturbed at this time. However, after waiting for a long while, Ebert still did not speak. Just as Nolan and Blue were puzzled, they saw Seth push open the door and walk out. Minister Du, Uncle Du. Blue and Nolan greeted Seth. Erek Marikayu, His Majesty is calling you in. Seth nodded and then spoke to Blue. Hearing this, Nolan became slightly anxious. Representative, when you go in, do not say anything rash. Please do not upset His Majesty. Nolan knew Blue's nature well. Under normal circumstances, one could rely on Ebert's good mood to crack some jokes. But with national affairs at hand, caution was imperative. I understand, Attendant Benjamin. With a wave of his hand, Blue cautiously entered the imperial study. The room was unusually dim since no lights had been lit. Your Majesty. Blue approached the desk and softly addressed Ebert, who was resting his forehead in his hand. Erikayu, you're here? Ebert lifted his head and forced a smile upon hearing Blue's voice. What's the matter? Is it something from the charity hall? Recently, Blue had been in charge of managing the charity hall's cooperation with Buddhist and Taoist groups. It's not related to the charity hall, Your Majesty. The charity hall's affairs had long been handed over to the Shinwu army, allowing Blue to enjoy a rather leisurely period until today when he saw the urgent dispatch. If it's not about the charity hall, then you should return. I'm in a poor mood today. The charity hall was linked to the Tang Empire's treasury, so Ebert did not wish for any unexpected issues. Yet, preoccupied with events at Yemen Pass, Ebert had no patience for unrelated matters. Your Majesty, I came today specifically because of the urgent dispatch. At this point, Blue decided to be direct without withholding any information. You know about the urgent dispatch? Ebert's eyes widened in surprise. Such high-level secrets should not have reached an official like Blue. I don't know the specifics, but I saw the courier riding into the city with the urgent dispatch today at the city gates. I assumed something significant must have happened, so I came to offer assistance. Seeing Ebert's expression, Blue realized he misunderstood and quickly explained. So, that's it. Sigh. Relieved by the explanation, Ebert sighed. He was already troubled by the invasion of the Turks and worried about what Blue might have done otherwise. Erikayu, this matter does not concern you. Just focus on running the charity hall and establish your bank soon. After all, Blue was only 10 years old, and Ebert naturally did not expect much in terms of strategic advice. Your Majesty, I actually already know what happened. Blue decided not to hide the truth. Adebayo had told him everything before leaving the palace. You know everything? Is it Nolan, the chatterbox? Ebert was slightly annoyed. As an attendant, Nolan should know better than to spread confidential information. Not exactly. Actually, I got the information from Sebastian. He hopes my father supports the military campaign against the Turks. Seeing that the blame was shifting toward Nolan, Blue hurried to explain. So, it's Dodge causing trouble. Relieved that it wasn't Nolan, Ebert calmed down. Given Adebayo's character, such actions were within bounds and thus forgivable. In that case, do you think we should launch a military offensive or adopt a defensive stance? Though not expecting much from Blue, Ebert was willing to listen. From a personal perspective, Your Majesty, we should strike hard against the Turks' harassment of Yinmin residents. Only by making them fear us can we prevent future attacks. Blue clearly leaned towards the war faction represented by Adebayo, but suddenly, he shifted his stance. But winter is approaching, and our army cannot mobilize. Therefore, we need another approach. This left Ebert puzzled. Was Blue leaning towards war or defense? So, what is this alternative approach? Though unsure, Ebert hoped Blue's idea might bring a pleasant surprise by combining both viewpoints. Since conditions do not permit a direct confrontation, we cannot let them continue unchecked. Therefore, we should retaliate while defending. And I call this retaliation a commercial war. After learning about Yinmin Pass from Adebayo, Blue had formed an initial idea. Waiting outside with Nolan refined it further, and now, standing before Ebert, he felt confident. A commercial war? What is that? Commerce in the Tang Empire was growing but not yet fully appreciated. People lacked awareness of its significance for a nation. Exactly, a commercial war. If we defeat the Turks economically, even if they attempt to invade again, they will lack the means. Briefly explaining the concept of a commercial war, Blue smiled. Having come from a later era, he understood this concept far better than others. War is ultimately about economics. Why hadn't Ebert acted against Goguryeo earlier? Because the treasury was empty, unable to support military expenses. Hearing this, Ebert fell into deep thought, considering whether Blue's idea could work. Chapter 212, Preparations for Departure. After a long pause, Ebert raised his head and looked at Blue seriously. Arakayu, how confident are you about this matter? These were the same words he had asked when Blue planned to act against White Horse Temple. Now, as he repeated the question, there was no trace of nonchalance on Ebert's face, only a firm resolve to crush the Turks once and for all, thus reducing one formidable enemy for the Tang Dynasty. Based on current conditions, I'd say only about 30%. Blue gave a cautious answer. He was not very familiar with the Turkic situation yet. 30%. Very well. Tell me what you need. As long as it's within my power, you shall have it. Though a 30% success rate seemed low, one must remember that initially, Blue's chances against the White Horse Temple were also only 30%, yet the final outcome more than doubled expectations. Your Majesty, I need nothing but to visit Yinmin myself. Blue smiled faintly, revealing his true intentions. You want to go to Yinmin? Ebert paused, taken aback by the response. Official scions like Blue usually shied away from hardship. Even in military families, they weren't quite the same caliber as seasoned war heroes like Jamie. Places like Yinmin, the northern frontier of the Tang Empire, were notoriously inhospitable. Yes, I want to go to Yinmin to personally observe the Turks and then formulate our strategy. Blue's resolve was unshakable. If he didn't go and stand up for the villagers, he would feel he hadn't fulfilled the purpose of his transmigration. Wonderful. Chauncey should be proud to have a son like you. Ebert couldn't help but praise Blue. However, I still can't send you alone to the Turks. How about this? I'll send Angus with you. Ultimately, Blue was still a child. Though clever, he seemed somewhat young in Ebert's eyes. Sending Angus along would ensure Blue's safety. Thank you, Your Majesty. Initially, Blue intended to go alone, but having Angus join him would certainly boost his sense of security, given the latter's revered status as the military deity of Tang. Very well. When do you plan to depart? Since Blue needed to visit Yinmin first, there was no immediate need for a full-scale military mobilization. He could leave as soon as preparations were ready. I think we should leave as soon as possible, ideally before the first snowfall in Yinmin. Thus began the Tang's strategic campaign against the Turks, not through direct combat or bloodshed, but through silent attrition. That day, Ebert shared the news with some ministers but avoided mentioning the term commercial warfare. He merely explained that Blue would accompany Angus to investigate the Turks in Yinmin and then devise a counterattack. This reassured both the pro-war and pro-defense factions, showcasing Ebert's skill in balancing interests. Upon leaving the palace, Blue returned to High Fisher Lao to inform Ascari and Ansel. What? Brother Arakayu, you're going to Yinmin? You've lost your mind, Arakayu. That place. Can your frail body endure its harsh winter storms? Ascari and Ansel stared at Blue as if he were insane. They knew that Yinmin was infamous for its bitter cold and blizzards, where death by exposure was common. Do you know what you're talking about? I'm not going there to die. I'm going to develop new products. Blue eyed them with disdain. New products? Don't lie to us, Brother Arakayu. What could possibly be valuable in such a barren place? Is the Thatcher forcing you to go? If so, just say the word, and I'll ask my father to plead on your behalf. Yeah, Arakayu. Blink if you're being forced. Ascari felt Blue's forehead while saying this. It wasn't hot, indicating no fever. Cut it out, this is my decision. But you two will need to do something after I leave. He brushed off Ascari's hand and pulled them closer, whispering, you must establish a trade route from Yinmin here as quickly as possible, by any means necessary. No matter the cost, this must be accomplished. The two were baffled. Brother Arakayu, why open a trade route between Chang'an and Yinmin? That place is so poor. What could be worth trading? Forget about it now. I'll let you know later. Also, prepare some hot pot seasonings for me to take. And once the trade route is established, send more hot pot seasonings. I'll give you further instructions then. If you can pull this off, I'll surprise you with something incredible when I return. So far, Blue's plans were falling into place, and the issue with the Turks had sped up his timeline. Perhaps the bank could even be established upon his return. Watching Blue's enigmatic expression, Ascari and Ansel exchanged puzzled glances. They were certain he was losing it. Had it not been for their bond at High Fisher Lao, they might have distanced themselves from him. All right, stop gawking. Have someone prepare the hot pot seasonings. As soon as everything is ready, I'll set off. Blue turned and left. He still needed to inform his adoptive father. How would Garth react to Blue's plan to go to Yinmin? Ascari sighed as he watched Blue walk away, murmuring, Fishertle's sister, the man you like has gone mad. If things get too bad, I'll find you another suitable match. End of Chapter 212. Chapter 213. Garth's furious outburst. By the time Blue returned to the Cheen residence, Ebert's announcement had already been delivered. Garth and Nicole were already waiting in the main hall. Old man, mother, I'm back. Blue called out as he walked into the courtyard. I have important news to tell you. However, as soon as he entered, he saw his father Garth with a grim expression watching him. Nicole also had visible tear stains on her face, clearly having just cried. You good-for-nothing boy, you still know how to come back. Garth raised his hand and slapped the table beside him, shouting at Blue loudly, "What exactly are you trying to do? I know you usually have a close relationship with His Majesty, but this is now a matter of state. How can you be so frivolous?" Angus went to Yinmin to fight the Turks. "What kind of trouble are you stirring up by going along?" Angus was known as Yao Shi, and his capabilities were well known to Garth and others. When Ebert sent Angus to Yinmin, they believed it was to stabilize morale and intimidate the Turks. But unexpectedly, Garth found his son's name listed on such a serious mission. Normally, it's fine for you to play around in Chang'an, but now you're causing trouble at the border. Just what would Yao Shi do when he gets there? Fight the Turks or handle you? Garth grew angrier and started panting heavily as he spoke. Bentley hurriedly came forward to soothe him. "Master, just apologize. Can we not go to Yinmin this time?" Bentley frantically gave Blue signals, but Blue pretended not to see them. "Father, I'm not going to Yinmin for fun. I have a serious purpose." This only made Garth even more furious. Serious purpose? What serious purpose could you possibly have? Do you want to open your hot pot restaurant in Yinmin? Garth knew that Hai Fisher Lao, hot pot restaurant, was a project Blue and Ascari had set up together. Knowing his son, much of the work was likely Blue's doing. As the son of the Marquis of Erech, Blue should be diligently studying and serving the country, not becoming a merchant. To people like Garth, merchants were merely profit-seeking scoundrels placed in the lowest class of society. "Father, how do you know I want to open a hot pot restaurant in Yinmin?" Blue didn't find anything wrong with his statement. His initial goal was indeed to expand to Yinmin and beyond. "And I don't just want to open in Yinmin. I also want to open in Turkic territory to make money from them." You. Seeing Blue's innocent look, Garth's eyes widened as he pointed at him, unable to speak coherently. Finally, after catching his breath, he could only manage 2 words. "Lady Qin, don't get upset. Erikayu must have his reasons." "I trust that Erikayu won't cause trouble during such an important affair," Nicole said quickly, pulling Garth away. "Erikayu, apologize to your father. If it's too much, we won't go to Yinmin this time. We can go once Mr. Fisher has resolved the issues with the Turks." Nicole looked at Blue tearfully, genuinely concerned about her child, hoping he wouldn't go to the harsh frontier. "No, I must go to Yinmin." Blue ignored everyone's pleas and stood firm. Seeing his stubbornness, Garth suddenly noticed the imperial golden cudgel nearby. "Today I'll break your legs. Let's see if you can still go." He reached for the cudgel, prompting Bentley to urgently say, "My lady, take the cudgel. I'll hold the master back." Panicked, Nicole left the room with the cudgel. "My lord, the young master is just impulsive. He'll calm down by tomorrow. Don't be angry. The young master isn't unreasonable. Even if you break his legs, you can't change his mind." Blue watched silently throughout the commotion, expressionless. Enough. Frustrated, Garth pushed Bentley away. "Kneel in the ancestral hall all night and reflect on your actions. If you still insist on going tomorrow, I will break your legs myself." Seemingly affected by his anger, Garth felt unwell and retired to his room with Bentley's help. After Garth left, Blue went to the ancestral hall on his own. After ensuring Garth was settled, Bentley returned to the hall but didn't find Blue. Trouble. Bentley knew Blue's temperament. Today's confrontation had thoroughly escalated the conflict between father and son. No one ate dinner that night. Garth slept after taking medicine, and Nicole secretly brought some food to the ancestral hall for Blue. Entering the hall, she saw Blue kneeling rigidly before the ancestors' tablets. "Erikayu, you must be hungry. Have something to eat." Looking at her son's resolute back, Nicole was heartbroken. She thought about how little hardship her son had endured. "Mother, I'm not hungry. I must go to Yinmin." Blue refused to look at the food, determined. "All right, we'll go, but we can't skip meals. Without eating, where will you get the strength to travel so far?" She stroked his head tenderly. "Mother, I'm not going to cause trouble. This was His Majesty's request for me, aiming to resolve the issue with the Turks. As the son of a national marquis, personally visiting the border to alleviate the nation's concerns would boost the morale of the soldiers." Initially, Blue anticipated Garth's anger, but even he hadn't expected such a reaction. Now, Garth was practically fuming. "Ah, your father has his reasons. You're still young, and you don't fully understand the complexities. He's worried you might distract Mr. Fisher, leading to unnecessary difficulties if you're in danger." Stroking Blue's head, she added, "You're smart, but you're just 10 years old. If not for knowing your capabilities, Thatcher Ebert wouldn't entrust you with such responsibility." Chapter 214. Acknowledgement. "Mother, do you trust me?" Blue said softly after hearing Joy's gentle words. Joy was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, gazing at Blue with a dazed look. "Chang'er, you." She wasn't sure why, but she felt that Blue had changed. Yet she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Perhaps it was the sudden maturity in him. This time, with the Tujue disrupting our borders as winter approaches, the army cannot be mobilized. Furthermore, given the current state of the national treasury, it would be difficult to support such a military expedition. So I have petitioned His Majesty to permit me to go to Yinmin and wage a commercial war against the Tujue. You might think this sounds frivolous, but it is indeed the truth. This task must be undertaken by me to achieve the greatest gain at the lowest cost. I am confident about this, and even for the sake of those innocent lives lost, I must go." After listening quietly to Blue's words, although Joy did not fully understand what a commercial war entailed, seeing her son's earnest expression, she knew he was telling the truth. "Chang'er, mother understands. I will speak to your father when I return and try to convince him. Let's eat something first. We can't let hunger weaken our bodies." After unburdening himself, Blue seemed visibly relieved. The aroma of food nearby made his stomach growl involuntarily, and the sound echoed through the ancestral hall. Joy couldn't help but smile gently. As Joy watched Blue eat, she didn't notice a shadow flickering outside the hall, vanishing into the night. That evening, Joy intended to send Blue back to sleep, but he insisted on staying overnight at the ancestral hall. Reluctantly, Joy stayed with him the whole night until dawn. As the sun rose, Blue began to feel drowsy. Suddenly, Footsteps behind him roused him awake. Have you thought it through? Garth's voice came from behind, approaching Blue. Blue remained silent, kneeling before the ancestral tablets, his eyes fixed forward. All right, stop acting like a child. Get up and go to sleep. At these words, Blue turned to glance at Garth, thinking Joy had told him everything during the morning. Did Mother say something to you? Blue was still upset about Garth's harsh words from the previous day. She said nothing, Garth replied calmly. In reality, the figure seen last night was Garth himself. He had been awake since Joy left, and followed her quietly to the ancestral hall. Initially, he intended to hear Blue admit his mistake before sending him to bed. But after hearing Tony's words, he realized he might have misunderstood his son. Despite this realization, as a father, he couldn't bring himself to apologize openly. If you don't let me go to Yinmin, I won't get up. Hearing this, Blue's stubbornness flared up. He had to go to Yinmin. Fine, get up. I'll let you go to Yinmin. Blue was taken aback. He had already prepared arguments to convince Garth, but didn't expect such a response. Although puzzled by Garth's sudden change of heart, he saw no reason not to agree. Father, you really mean it? Hearing Blue's doubt, Garth smiled faintly. Go if you want to. Just do what you need to do, and don't put Uncle Fisher in an awkward position. With that, Garth turned and left, leaving Blue bewildered. Soon, however, Blue dismissed his doubts. With Garth's consent, he needed to prepare for departure quickly. After a simple breakfast, Blue met with Angus to discuss his plan to leave the next day. Surprised by Blue's urgency, Angus agreed without hesitation, knowing Blue's mission well. Next, Blue went to High Fishereo, where Ascari and Ansel were busy preparing hot pot ingredients with the chefs all night. Erikayu, why are you here so early? Ascari yawned widely, looking exhausted. How's the preparation going? We need at least 500 servings for this trip. Feeling anxious, Blue needed everything ready for tomorrow's departure. Don't worry, Erikayu. We've worked all night, and with the stock in the shop, 500 servings are more than enough. Ascari patted his chest confidently, knowing he would never disappoint Erikayu. That's great. If the Yemen trip goes well, I'll give you both credit. Relieved to hear the preparations were complete, Blue felt a wave of relief. Now everything was set for departure. Feeling drained, Blue slept through the afternoon at High Fishereo. That night, he returned to the Chin residence to pack his belongings. Joy brought warm clothes to help Blue pack. Yinmen isn't like Chang'an. It's freezing there. Make sure to dress warmly to avoid catching a chill. Joy arranged his things, giving him final instructions. Mother, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. The warmth provided by Joy's tenderness and Garth's sternness reassured Blue, who carried a modern soul. While packing, Garth entered the room. Please step out for a moment. I need to talk to Erikayu. After Joy left, Garth instructed Bentley to bring in a parcel and a metal whip. This whip is one I used in the past. It's yours now. And this armor, made specially for you with the Thatcher's approval, you should take them to Yinmen. Looking at the armor and whip on the table, Blue wanted to refuse. He already had his versatile staff, so these items seemed unnecessary. But seeing the concern in Garth's eyes, Blue nodded silently, unable to reject his father's offer. Thank you, father. I will be cautious and not cause trouble for Uncle Fisher. ####end of chapter. ####chapter 215. Ruined Village. Not long after Blue finished packing his belongings, Angus had already arrived at the Chin residence with his men. Darren accompanied Blue all the way to the gate and helped him onto the carriage. Master Son, I entrust my son to you, Garth said earnestly, cupping his hands toward Angus. Dustin, there's no need for such formalities. Erikayu is like my own nephew, and I assure you of his safety. Angus looked at Blue thoughtfully, then glanced at his own son. Frankly speaking, a child his age volunteering to go to Yinmen. Honestly, Dustin, I admire you greatly. Honestly, it was impossible to compare. Erikayu just has more mischievous ideas, nothing special. Isn't DeJoin also in the divine military? You can rest assured. Our children will soon take over from us. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Blue and Angus bid farewell to Garth and slowly left in the carriage. Watching the carriage depart, Nicole could no longer hold back her sorrow and began sobbing softly. That's enough. If Erikayu saw you like this, wouldn't it disturb his focus? Although Garth's tone was strict, he held Nicole gently, his eyes filled with worry. And so, a convoy of several hundred people slowly left Chang'an and headed towards Yinmen. On the road, Blue and Angus rode together in one carriage. Angus was quite curious about how Blue intended to deal with the Turks. Erikayu, what exactly was that cart of things you asked me to bring this morning? Angus knew about Hailey Lao but had never been there, so naturally, he didn't know what hot pot seasoning was. Hee hee, uncle, that cart contains the weapons I plan to use against the Turks. Blue chuckled, maintaining an air of mystery. The Emperor mentioned that you would engage the Turks in some kind of commercial battle. Is this related to those items? The concept of a commercial war was still too advanced. Even though Sylvester had explained it roughly to Angus, he still found it hard to understand. Yes, uncle. These items are precisely what I intend to sell to the Turks. Not only will I sell them these items, but I will also buy certain things from them. Through buying and selling, I aim to gradually deplete the Turks' resources. In time, they will weaken naturally. According to Blue's plan, it would take just one winter for the Turks to fall into his trap. By the time they realized it, it would be too late. Perhaps without even sending troops, the Turks would collapse on their own. After hearing Blue's explanation, Angus finally grasped the idea of the commercial war. However, for the specifics of implementation, he would still need to rely on Blue. Traveling to Yinmen would take around 10 days by Angus's estimate. Over these 10 days, Blue marveled at the vastness of the Tang Dynasty. Heading west from Chang'an, the scenery gradually opened up into broad plains. Standing on the carriage, Blue was awestruck by the view, uttering, endless desert stretches, straight and bare. The winding river sets its round sun aglow. This happened to be overheard by Angus inside the carriage. His eyes brightened, and he looked at Blue with surprise. Erikayu, these lines of poetry are simply brilliant. Hearing Angus's praise, Blue felt a jolt of alarm. He knew these lines were famous verses by the Tang poet Benjamin Wei, who hadn't been born yet. Uncle, those were just random thoughts. Don't take them to heart. Blue awkwardly stuck out his tongue. He did not want to steal Benjamin Wei's thunder. No. Those lines are truly exceptional. Do you have the full poem ready? Recite it, and let me record it. Though Angus was a military general, he had a deep appreciation for literature. He felt Blue's 2 lines vividly captured the essence of the northwestern frontier. Uncle Fisher, please, we're here on official business. Those lines aren't important. Blue refused to let Angus write down the lines. As they were arguing over the verses, a soldier's voice rang outside the carriage. General, we've reached the village. Shall we stop to rest? Hearing the soldier, Angus lifted the curtain to check the sky. They were still 2 days away from Yinmin, so there was no urgency. All right, let's rest here. Angus nodded and stepped off the carriage, leading everyone into the nearby village. Blue breathed a sigh of relief that the matter of the poem was put aside for now. However, upon entering the village, Blue was struck by what he saw. What should have been a peaceful village now lacked any signs of life. The entire place was charred black, and at the entrance, there was a small mountain of corpses. Damn Turks. Even Angus frowned upon seeing this scene. First, bury the villagers, then find a place to settle. True to his experience, Angus remained calm. After giving brief instructions, he led Blue deeper into the village. After setting up campfires, Angus heated up some dried food and handed it to Blue. But Blue couldn't eat, remembering the grim sight at the village entrance. Can't stomach it? Seeing Blue silent and now refusing food, Angus spoke up. Earlier, Blue had complained about the dried food during breaks, promising to show them real delicacies once they reached Yinmin. Uncle Fisher, were these atrocities committed by the Turks? Blue lowered his head, staring at the food in his hand, his voice trembling. Despite his dual lifetimes, this was his first encounter with such horrors. Yes, perhaps because this village was too remote, we didn't discover it sooner. But such events are common along the border. Try not to dwell on it. Angus understood that Blue had never seen such brutality before. At 10 years old, being shaken by this scene wasn't unusual. All right, hurry up and eat. We still have 2 days to Yinmin, so get some rest early. Angus sighed lightly, patting Blue on the shoulder. Chapter 216. Inside Yinmin Pass. Though Angus had been telling him for a long time, Blue could not bring himself to eat anything. Angus understood that Blue needed time to process everything, so he did not press further. He left the provisions by the fire and said only, eat when you're hungry. That night, lying on his simple bed, Blue found sleep elusive. His mind kept replaying the terrified expressions of the slaughtered villagers. He could almost feel their despair at seeing the Tujue warriors. The cold gleam of curved swords slicing through flesh, splashes of blood turning the world before his eyes read. Tujue. Until now, Blue had thought of the Tujue as merely enemies of the Tang Dynasty in history books. But witnessing this made him understand why Adebayo and others became so enraged upon learning of the Tujue incursions, even launching military campaigns despite the approaching snow. This was blood vengeance, and blood must be repaid with blood. Determined, Blue vowed never to let any Tujue who harmed commoners escape. 2 days later, Blue and Angus finally arrived at Yinmin Pass. Upon hearing of Angus's imminent arrival, the commander of Yinmin, Dominic, waited at the city gates. Seeing the approaching party, Dominic felt a sense of reassurance. General Fisher, I am Dominic, your subordinate. I greet you. Under Dominic's lead, all the troops knelt in greeting. Enter first, then we'll discuss the recent situation, Angus nodded, leading Blue into the pass. Inside, Dominic laid out a map of the region around Yinmin Pass on the table. General, these are the areas attacked by the Tujue. Dominic pointed to circled spots on the map, all far from the pass. Yes, mostly west of Yinmin Pass. But there's one unmarked location, Angus added, circling another spot on the map. Blue and Dominic leaned closer. The newly circled area bore no label. General, what is this? Dominic asked, confused. Blue understood immediately. It was the village they encountered, where the Tujue had committed atrocities. Your work has not been thorough. This village, which we passed through, had its entire population massacred. By the looks of the bodies, they've been dead for several days. The villagers' corpses were piled at the village entrance when we arrived. Angus's voice grew harsher, his stern presence intensifying. Your troops failed to bury the dead or even discover this attack. Sensing Angus's anger, Dominic kneeled hastily. Pardon me, General. I will immediately organize a recheck of all villages near Yinmin. Dominic knew explanations would be futile. Action would prove his worth better. Not just rechecks. Monitor Tujue movements closely to prevent further incidents. Angus and Blue had set off from Chang'an, encountering an attacked village on the 7th day. This implied a Tujue contingent had already breached Yinmin Pass. I obey, General. Realizing words were futile, Dominic rose quickly, ready to assign tasks. Blue followed him out. General Fisher, may I ask something? Dominic turned, puzzled. The child who came with Angus must be significant. What is it? Understanding Blue's importance, Dominic replied respectfully. Do any caravans frequent Yinmin, especially those dealing with Tujue? Dominic's expression changed. He shook his head. No, none trade with Tujue. There are a few from the western regions. Yinmin, being a key checkpoint, naturally had trading caravans passing through. Dominic's unease made Blue suspect something was hidden. Blue refrained from probing further about Tujue-related caravans and instead inquired about other caravan locations. After confirming, Blue returned inside. Angus was studying Yinmin's defense plans when Blue entered. Erikayu, stay close to me here. Any mishap would leave me unable to face your father. The situation at Yinmin was worse than expected. Tujue had infiltrated within the pass, attacking the interior. Uncle Fisher, I can't stay here. I need to act. With caravan locations confirmed, Blue could wait no longer. He needed to act swiftly against the Tujue. It's too dangerous. Tujue soldiers are still inside Yinmin Pass. Only after we root them out can you move. Angus feared the Tujue among the people. Blue had been seen entering openly today. An attack on him would not only disappoint Garth but also displease Sylvester. Don't worry, Uncle Fisher. I can protect myself. Blue showed his multifunctional staff to Angus. You carry a weapon? Angus was surprised but dismissed it as trivial. A stick seemed ineffective against 2 scimitars, especially wielded by a 10-year-old like Blue. Chapter 217. The Battle for Freedom. But this wooden stick of yours doesn't pose much of a threat to others, Angus said, and the guards beside him burst into laughter. Uncle Fisher, you shouldn't underestimate my stick. It's quite formidable. Blue's stick had been upgraded by the system into a versatile Rui gun, wishful staff, which could be considered a divine weapon in this world. Asterisk edit. For better readability and fluency in English, it should be asterisk. Blue's staff had been upgraded by the system into a versatile wishful staff, which could now be considered a divine weapon in this world. Alright, Arakayu, listen to your uncle about this matter. Once all the affairs at Yinmin Pass settle down, you can then take action. How does that sound? Though Blue understood that Angus was doing this for his safety, he did not want to wait so long. Winter's first snow was fast approaching, and he needed to move quickly. How about this, Uncle Fisher? I challenge one of your guards. If I win, let me act freely. What do you say? Hearing Blue's demand, Angus and the guards showed surprise on their faces. Young Master Cheen, aren't you underestimating us a bit? We've fought many battles with General Fisher. Though we may not match him in martial arts, dealing with a young boy like you is more than enough for us. Exactly, young Master Cheen, please wait patiently. With our efforts, things will be resolved quickly. The guards tried to persuade Blue. Don't think that just because I'm young, I'm easy to handle. I tell you, I've inherited true skills from my father. Dealing with you lot isn't a problem. Blue paid no attention to what the guards were saying. He had been in this world for a while but had never shown his strength to others. Even though he had acted out a few times in Chang'an, it was seen as taking advantage in ambushes. It seemed he had to give them a demonstration to show who was boss. Ha ha ha, I see why young Master Cheen is so persistent. So you've inherited General Cheen's true skills. If that's the case, we wouldn't dare challenge you. After all, General Cheen is one of our empire's top warriors. The guards laughed even harder when they heard this. Garth's spear techniques were renowned throughout the Tang Dynasty, and before his retirement, he was ranked among the top 3 warriors. Of course, they didn't believe Blue could have truly inherited Garth's skills. At most, Garth had taught him a couple of moves for this Yinmin trip. So, are you conceding defeat? Then I'll act freely. Blue smiled after hearing the guard's words. That's not what we're saying. The guards hastily denied it. Whether young Master Cheen acts freely or not depends on the general's decision. Alright, Arakayu, stop making a fuss. Wait calmly for 2 days. Seeing the focus back on him, Angus felt a headache coming on. Uncle Fisher, give me one chance, just once. Blue couldn't convince the stubborn Angus. If he acted on his own, Angus would still be able to limit his freedom. After all, Thatcher Ebert had specifically instructed Angus before departure. AI. Looking at Blue, Angus now understood Ebert's dilemma. Facing such an insistent Blue, even the heavens would find it hard to refuse. Fine, let's give it a try. Hicks, you go. Turning to the guards standing beside him, Angus knew Hicks, who had been with him the longest and was deeply trusted, understood his intention with just a glance. Don't let Blue lose too embarrassingly. Understood. Hicks bowed to Angus, then turned to Blue. Young Master Cheen, please. General Hicks, go easy. As long as Angus gave him a chance to prove himself, that was enough. Who his opponent was, considering his current skill level, mattered little as long as it wasn't someone as strong as Adebayo or Ronnie. Subsequently, Blue and Hicks moved to the training ground within Yinmin Pass. Under Angus's watchful eyes, the battle for Blue's freedom began. This time, to avoid injury, I will also use a wooden stick. Before the fight, Hicks took a spear from the weapon rack and held it in reverse. Do as you wish. You can use whatever weapon you like. Blue waved his hand, indicating he was ready anytime. Hicks, seeing this, sought Angus's approval before assuming an attacking stance. If you don't make the first move, then I will. Noticing Hicks standing still, Blue spoke up. Deciding to strike first, Blue wasted no time. The wishful staff whirled around, heading straight for Hicks. From the platform, Angus and the others watched Blue swing the stick casually, not giving it much thought. However, it put Hicks in a bind. When the wishful staff struck the long spear, Hicks felt an immense force press against his hands, nearly causing him to lose grip on the spear. What kind of power? Hicks, despite being a seasoned soldier, didn't lose composure easily. He quickly neutralized the attack. But from then on, Hicks dared not hesitate, wielding his full strength to counterattack with the spear. Facing Hicks's assault, Blue remained calm, raising the wishful staff to block the spear. He then twisted his body, spinning the wishful staff, striking Hicks's abdomen. Good shot, young Master Cheen. Mighty Hicks, if you don't take it seriously, you'll lose. Seeing Hicks faltering, the spectators began jeering. You idiots know nothing. Try yourself if you're so brave. Hicks suffered internally but couldn't voice his frustration. Blue's seemingly effortless blow carried terrifying force. Had it not been for his robust physique, that blow would have taken him out of commission. Chapter 218, Merchant Encampment. General Hicks, shall we continue? Blue observed the expression on Hicks's face and chuckled. Prince Cheen is born with immense strength. I truly admire you. Hicks panted a few breaths to regain his composure. But if I lose this match, I would be failing General Fisher's trust. As he spoke, Hicks's entire demeanor shifted as if thousands of troops were backing him, charging forward without hesitation. Prince Cheen, please be careful now. I'm about to get serious. Seeing Hicks like this, Blue also grew more cautious. Gripping his versatile Ruyi stick tightly, Blue braced himself for what could be Hicks's strongest attack. Note: for better fluency in English, it would be preferable to translate Ruyi into a more understandable term. However, without further context on what Ruyi stick refers to, I'll retain it for now. If Ruyi has a specific meaning or equivalent in English, please provide that detail for a more accurate translation. Revised. Tightly gripping his versatile staff, Blue braced himself for what could be Hicks's strongest attack. If he could withstand this strike, Blue's freedom was within reach. Hicks took a step back slowly, holding his spear horizontally in preparation for a powerful thrust. Is Hicks really going all out? He wouldn't use this move against Prince Chin, would he? You haven't seen Hicks's true power. When he unleashes it fully, even a warhorse can be knocked over. Those who knew Hicks's strength began discussing among themselves. Even Angus furrowed his brow slightly. He understood Hicks well and knew what this stance implied. It seemed he had underestimated Blue. Sure enough, in the next second, Hicks completed his charge and lunged his spear straight ahead. Blue had anticipated the attack, but reacting in time was nearly impossible. Realizing there was no escape, Blue resorted to using his ultimate move. He swiftly pulled his right hand back, and an umbrella instantly appeared before him. The tip of the spear struck the umbrella, the force pushing Blue several steps back. My goodness, this strike might still pierce through me even without a spearhead. Blue marveled internally. This must be Hicks's true strength. Everyone, whether they were Angus's men on the stage or Hicks facing Blue, was taken aback by the transformation of Blue's stick. What is that thing? This question arose simultaneously in everyone's mind. The confusion created a flaw in Hicks's offense, and Blue seized the opportunity. The umbrella vanished instantly, and Blue dodged Hicks's spear, striking Hicks's chest with the versatile Ruyi stick at a precise angle. Note: Ruyi is a specific term that could be left untranslated or replaced with a more fitting English term depending on context. For this sentence, I kept it as is because there isn't a direct English equivalent that captures its meaning fully. For better fluency in English, you might consider: the umbrella vanished instantly, and Blue dodged Hicks's spear, then struck Hicks's chest with his versatile staff at a precise angle. General Hicks, if this were a spear in my hands, you'd be out of commission by now. So I win this match. The situation unfolded too quickly for even Angus to react. After a long pause, Hicks looked down at the versatile Ruyi stick poking his chest. Note: Ruyi is a specific term that may not have a direct English equivalent and might be part of a name or specific item. If it's a proper noun or specific object, it might be better left untranslated or explained further based on context. Here I assumed it refers to the specific weapon by Ban Ruyi Gun mentioned earlier in the text, which seems to have special properties for improved fluency and accuracy. After a long pause, Hicks looked down at the versatile staff lodged in his chest. If Ruyi has significance beyond being just part of the staff's name, consider explaining or retaining it as is for cultural/contextual accuracy. Prince Chin, what exactly is this contraption? Hicks asked curiously. Initially, he ignored the stick elongating, but the sudden appearance of the umbrella left him baffled. However, Blue simply smiled and replied, secret. Turning to look at Angus, Blue said proudly, Uncle Fisher, so what now? Did I win? Can I move freely now? Angus sighed and shook his head. You did win this match, but you used trickery, not fair play. Hearing this, Blue thought Angus might renege, but the next words brought a smile back to his face. You may move freely, but you must have 2 people follow you closely. Blue had no problem with this small condition. Assigning him 2 guards could be useful anyway, considering someone needed to carry the hot pot base. Alright, as long as I can move freely. Nodding, Blue put away his versatile Ruyi stick. Note: the term Ruyi stick doesn't have a clear equivalent in English and seems to be a literal translation of Bai Ban Ruyi Gun. For better fluency and clarity, it would be preferable to use a more descriptive term. Here is the revised sentence. Nodding, Blue put away his versatile staff. Very well, from today onward, Hicks and Finn will follow Erikayu closely, ensuring his safety without any slip-ups. With Angus's order, Hicks and another man from the platform stepped forward, bowing their heads. At your command. With regained freedom, Blue first planned to take Hicks and Finn to the merchant encampment near Yemen Pass. Before that, Blue made them change into civilian clothes, making their mission easier. Remember, our identity this time is merchants from Chang'an. I'm your young master, and you 2 are my bodyguards. Don't slip up. After confirming everything, Blue led Hicks and Finn into the merchant encampment. Upon entering, Blue was immediately captivated by the scene inside. Several dozen chestnut-red horses lay peacefully on the ground, surrounded by diverse goods. Foreigners in Arek clothing walked around, speaking various languages. To better communicate with others, Blue hired a guide after a brief conversation, paying 50 coins for his services for the day. Sir, may I ask what kind of business you're here for? I grew up here. With just one glance, I can tell where someone is from and what goods they're likely selling. The guide tried to impress Blue with his expertise, but Blue wasn't interested in that. We run a tavern. We came here to find some premium ingredients. Blue initially avoided revealing his true intentions and subtly inquired. Oh, you've come to the right person. Let me tell you, in Yemen Pass, we have plenty of delicious foods from Central Asian countries. For instance, pearlite grapes, sweet hami melons, and black pepper for seasoning, all available here. The guide kept talking while observing Blue's reactions. Though Blue was young, he saw that the 2 adults behind him obeyed his commands. Thus, securing Blue's favor could lead to a big deal. These items sound interesting, but what else do you have, say, premium lamb? Chapter 219. Intelligence Reconnaissance. Blue was slightly taken aback by the prosperity of the place. However, he quickly realized that chaos indeed prevailed here, but it was precisely because of this chaos that there were opportunities for profit. For merchants, danger wasn't as terrifying as the lack of profit. Just as Blue finished speaking, the guide couldn't help but pause in surprise. Lamb wasn't rare in Tang Dynasty. Moreover, some regions within the empire had excellent lamb, making it unnecessary to purchase from this area. Master, you're putting me in a tough spot, the guide began. As you know, Yemen Pass is a border town, so most of the goods passing through are those that can be stored long-term. Take lamb for example. It can last a couple of days in colder weather, but once it warms up, it goes bad within 2 days. Therefore, no one sells such perishable items here. The guide spoke honestly. In the Tang Dynasty, there were no means to preserve meat, and if anyone wanted to sell lamb, they generally brought live sheep. But now, With winter approaching, it was impossible for someone to drive sheep over such long distances. I understand your point, but isn't winter approaching? The weather is getting colder. So I thought I could take advantage of this time to get some quality lamb back and sell it at a good price. Could you possibly think of a way to help me? With these words, Blue took out a piece of silver and placed it in the guide's hand. Oh no, master, that's not necessary. You've already paid me, the guide protested, unsure of Blue's intentions and hesitant to accept extra payment. No worries, just keep it. Help me find a solution, even if it's lamb from the Tujue people. I've heard their sheep graze freely, making the meat less gamey. Only now did Blue gently express his true intention. Upon hearing Tujue, the guide's expression changed abruptly, withdrawing his hand from taking the money. Master, please don't mention the Tujue here. Do you know what time it is? They've recently attacked the area near Yimin Pass. If the soldiers find out you're looking for them, the guide whispered while cautiously scanning his surroundings, gesturing at his throat. I understand, but isn't this only an annual occurrence? I came all the way from Chang'an to get some lamb. Can you help me? As long as we don't say anything, no one will know. And upon completion, I'll give you 100 taels as a reward. Blue put down a lot on the line. 100 taels was enough for a family to live comfortably for several years. Oh this. Faced with 100 taels, the guide hesitated, torn between the risky request and the tempting reward. Maybe this way. Over the next few days, could you help me look into whether any caravans are heading to Tujue territory? If you find one, you can accompany us. This way, it won't involve you. Of course, I'll still pay you in full. Seeing the guide's dilemma, Blue made a concession. This seemed to change the guide's mind somewhat. All right, I'll try asking around. After a long hesitation, the guide finally made up his mind. Thank you. We're staying at the inn across the street. Let us know as soon as you have any news. Blue pointed to an inn opposite the merchant camp where travelers stayed, which would be more conducive for gathering information. Yes. I'll inform you immediately once I hear anything. The guide nodded, confirmed Blue's surname, and then went straight to investigate among the merchants. Thereafter, Blue, Hicks, and Finn checked into the inn, waiting for the guide's update. Fisher told Duke Chin, are you really going to enter Tujue territory? This is unacceptable. If General Fisher finds out, he'll skin us alive. Hicks and Finn had clearly overheard the earlier conversation. Initially, they thought Blue only intended to gather intelligence on the Tujue, but never did they expect he planned to visit Tujue personally from the start. As Blue's personal guards, they knew if something like this happened, Angus would explode. Rest assured, I won't go to Tujue for the time being. Blue reassured the worried duo with a serious wave of his hand. Not going for the time being? So you still intend to go? Hicks and Finn were genuinely frightened. Blue had already risked a challenge with Angus once. Now, wanting to venture into Tujue himself, wasn't this reckless? When the time is right, I will go. My mission here comes directly from His Majesty. This task can only be done by me, and even Uncle Fisher must follow my orders regarding this matter. Blue's statement held weight. Before setting off, Sylvester instructed Angus to follow Blue's directives concerning the trade war. However, Blue hadn't informed the Emperor about his personal plan to visit Tujue. But with the situation at hand, military urgency sometimes superseded orders. Only by personally observing Tujue could Blue make the best strategic decisions for the trade war. But we can't justify this to General Fisher. We cannot explain this away. Please, reconsider. They looked at Blue like he was an unmovable ancestor, hoping for a sliver of hope. Fine, considering your concerns, I'll notify Uncle Fisher beforehand if I decide to go to Tujue. This was Blue's final compromise. Hearing this, Hicks and Finn sighed in relief. If Blue notified Angus before leaving, they wouldn't be blamed. They couldn't stop him even if they tried. Hashtag chapter 220, the charm of hot pot. For the rest of the day, Blue waited anxiously for the guide to return with news. Unfortunately, even as dusk approached, the guide did not come back. Blue realized that infiltrating these merchant caravans would not be easy. If he didn't have something valuable to offer, he could wait until winter's end and still have no way in. Going alone without a familiar caravan was as good as courting death. With this thought, Blue immediately changed his plan. If he couldn't find them, he would make them find him. Spending a little money, Blue bought an iron pot from the inn's owner and started a fire in the courtyard. Since eating habits varied widely, it wasn't uncommon for guests to prepare their own meals in the courtyard. After purchasing some ingredients from the inn, Hicks helped Blue set up the pot over the fire. Once the water in the pot started boiling, Blue took out something wrapped in oiled paper from his robes. Fisher told Lord Chin, "What's this?" Hicks and Finn asked curiously. "You'll see in a moment." Without revealing too much, Blue gave a mysterious smile and slowly unwrapped the paper. Inside was a dark red substance that resembled a kind of cake. Unsurprisingly, this was the hot pot base that Blue had specially made. As soon as the base was added to the pot, the clear water quickly transformed into a rich, fragrant broth. "It smells wonderful." "Lord Chin, is this the delicious food you mentioned earlier?" Hicks and Finn had eaten plenty of fine dishes before, but they had never seen anything like this. "That's right. This is called hot pot. Do you know about High Fisher Lao in Chang'an? They use this exact thing." Upon hearing Blue's explanation, Hicks and Finn were enlightened. They had indeed heard about hot pot while in Chang'an, but as they usually stayed close to Angus, they had never ventured out to try it. "So this is hot pot. We've only heard of it, but never tasted it." The two men looked as though they were seeing something entirely new. Blue noticed their eagerness and handed over slices of lamb that the innkeeper had prepared beforehand. A few moments later, Blue brought over 3 bowls and handed one each to Hicks and Finn. "Give it a try." Taking pieces of lamb from the pot, they blew on them before putting them in their mouths. MMM. The slightly scalding lamb exploded with flavor in their mouths, spiciness and numbness stimulating their taste buds. Unable to speak, they nodded in satisfaction. "Too bad we didn't bring any dipping sauces. The taste would have been even better," Blue said, noticing their enjoyment. He too sampled a piece of lamb. Lacking the dipping sauce, the taste was just slightly off to him. Despite its simplicity, the hot pot almost made Hicks and Finn forget themselves. As they savored their meal, others nearby were drawn by the enticing aroma. What are you eating, young friend? A middle-aged man dressed in Eric attire asked in broken Mandarin. This is called hot pot. It's perfect for cooking lamb slices, Blue replied warmly. Hot pot? Cooking lamb slices? The man was baffled by the unfamiliar method. Would you like to try? Seeing the man's swallowing motions, Blue extended a warm invitation. Initially hesitant, the man finally joined Blue, Hicks, and Finn after a short hesitation. Struggling to snatch a piece of lamb from Hicks and Finn, Blue placed it in the man's bowl. After thanking Blue, the man eagerly ate the lamb. In the next instant, his eyes widened as he mumbled approvingly. This is incredible. I've never tasted anything so delicious. Satisfied with the lamb, the man excitedly thanked Blue. This is specially made by our tavern. If you like it, I can give you a packet, Blue generously offered. No, such a wonderful thing can't be taken for free. Let me buy it from you. Name your price. I don't need payment. Just help spread the word once you're done. Initially hesitant, Blue finally conceded to the earnest request. Ultimately, he sold 10 packets of hot pot base at 10 taels of silver each. Seeing this transaction, Hicks and Finn paused in shock. 10 taels per packet. This hefty price earned Blue a new reputation for being shrewd. However, the cost wasn't exaggerated. The hot pot bases came from Chang'an, arranged by Ascari, and there were only 500 packets available initially. With the first sale, the man invited his companions to join, which Blue gladly accepted. However, they needed to provide their own lamb for the hot pot. Soon, more people joined in, and Blue found himself selling 200 packets of hot pot base within a short time, earning 2,000 taels of silver. The courtyard buzzed with activity as the hot pot's aroma drew everyone together. Chapter 221, Harvest. Under Blue's guidance, the merchants who had bought his hot pot base were no longer content with sharing a single pot. Instead, they mimicked Blue's actions by setting up stoves in the courtyard of the inn and starting to cook their own hot pots. By this time, Blue, Hicks, and Finn had finished eating. The three of them stood to the side, quietly observing the bustling scene before them. Fisher told Duke Chin, "You're truly amazing. This is only the first day, and you've already made 2,000 taels of silver. If we stay here for a while longer, just think how much more money we could make." Finn envied such a business. It was simply too easy to make money this way. What's the big deal? The money I want isn't theirs. Blue looked at the variously dressed foreigners, but didn't see anyone he had hoped to see. Of course, it wasn't out of the question that someone might be deliberately disguised, given the somewhat peculiar circumstances. If you're not after their money, then why sell the hot pot base to them? Hearing this, Fisher Chin and Finn paused, taken aback by Blue's words. Have you forgotten our mission to Yinmin Pass? If all the money I wanted came from them, would there even be any point in waging this commercial war? Blue turned to look at the two men, smiling slightly. The current success of the hot pot base had effectively acted as an advertisement for him. It would now be easier for the guide to find merchants heading to the Turks, at least not returning empty-handed like today. After watching for a bit longer, Blue felt a chill and decided to head back to his room to rest. But just then, a voice interrupted him. Sir, do you still have hot pot base for sale? We wish to buy some more. Blue turned around to see a tall foreigner with a large beard standing straight and looking at him intently. There's still some left, but I plan to use what remains for barter. When Blue saw this man, a strange feeling washed over him. He felt something was off about this person, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Oh, what are you planning to trade for? The man's face lit up with curiosity when he heard Blue's intention to barter. Heh, you've probably tried the hot pot already. So, you should know that this dish pairs perfectly with lamb. So, we intend to trade for some high-quality lamb, which we can then sell in Chang'an. Blue took a deep breath and smiled. Lamb. The foreigner seemed hesitant upon hearing Blue's request. We didn't bring any lamb on this trip, but we do have sheepskin. Would that work? After a moment's hesitation, the foreigner spoke. Sorry, sheepskin won't do. We only need lamb. Of course, if you have live sheep, that would also be acceptable. Blue's statement made it clear he was only interested in lamb. Given Yinmin Pass's location close to the land of the Turks, if these foreigners had live sheep, it could confirm their identity. The foreigner fell silent for a long time after hearing Blue's words. I apologize, but we don't have any live sheep. Seeing this, Blue sighed inwardly. Catching the Turks wouldn't be so simple. In that case, I apologize. We plan to go out in a few days. If we have any remaining hot pot base, we will sell it to you. With that, Blue turned and headed back into the inn. The foreigner watched Blue leave, standing silently for a long while. That night, lying in bed, Blue kept thinking about all the foreigners he had seen. There was no way to tell who was Turkish without a label on their forehead. All he could do was wait for news from the guide. He hoped that hearing about the hot pot base would prompt the merchants traveling to Turkey to seek him out. Lost in thought, Blue eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Blue was awakened by urgent knocking on his door. Fisher told Duke Chin. Fisher told Duke Chin. Still half asleep, Blue recognized Hicks's voice outside the door. Rolling out of bed, he opened the door and let Hicks in. What is it? What happened? Hicks, a guard under Angus, shouldn't normally be this agitated. Something must have happened. Fisher told Duke Chin. Do you remember the guy we found yesterday? He's here to see you. Upon hearing this, Blue snapped awake. Great. It looks like yesterday's advertising worked. Blue realized the guide must have contacted the merchant caravan heading to the Turks. Otherwise, he wouldn't be seeking him out. I'll go find him. As Blue opened the door and stepped out, he suddenly stopped. No, I can't be this anxious. Hicks, tell him to come to my room. Blue returned to his room and sat down. The calmer he remained, the better. Who knew if the guide had come to test him? Relations with the Turks were tense, and caution was necessary. Understood. I'll send him up. With that, Hicks bowed and left. A short while later, the guide arrived at Blue's room under Hicks's escort. Blue, now properly dressed, poured himself a cup of hot tea. Sir Chin, good news? As soon as he entered, The guide smiled broadly at Blue. Oh, did you find a caravan going there? Blue feigned calmness as he looked at the guide. Yes, I've made contact with a caravan heading that way, but you really have quite the skill, creating a dish that everyone in the market talks about. The guide cautiously approached Blue, speaking with excitement. Hearing this, Blue wasn't surprised. By revealing his hot pot base to everyone, he had intended to catch the attention of the right people. Only through this could things move forward more smoothly. Chapter 222, Yuri. If I didn't have something good, how could I dare go there? Blue smiled as he spoke to the guide. Though he was still unsure of which side the guide belonged to, whether it be Tang or Turkic, Blue knew he had to be cautious. However, if the guide was from that gray area in between, Blue could relax more. People like him would do anything for enough money, even murder. True, but they haven't agreed to take you yet, Mr. Chin, the guide responded. And if you're sincere, you might need to meet them. After all, relations with them are quite tense now. If the authorities discover certain things, it could cost heads. The guide relayed everything the caravan told him yesterday to Blue with a smile. No problem. Arrange the time. The sooner, the better. We've been urged repeatedly. Blue nodded and planned to let the guide contact them. But after Blue finished speaking, the guide remained standing in place. Do you have something else? Blue asked, puzzled. Well, the guide said, embarrassed, didn't you say yesterday that if I helped you, you'd give me? The guide had heard that Blue had made a fortune from hot pot spices last night, and when Blue had him handle this matter, he promised 100 taels of silver. Oh, right, Blue realized. He waved Hicks over to produce a piece of silver, which Blue placed on the table. Here's your 100 taels. Seeing Blue's generosity, the guide's face lit up with delight. Thank you, Mr. Chin. My name is Yuri. If you need any more help after this matter concludes, please don't hesitate to ask. With that, Yuri took the silver and prepared to leave. But before he could step out, Blue called him back, and Hicks blocked the door. What is it, Mr. Chin? Sensing the situation, Yuri felt nervous. He had heard of people dying for money in such places. Relax, Blue smiled kindly at the guide's tense posture. You mentioned that if I needed you again, I could still find you. Hearing this, Yuri's eyes sparkled with hope. Could Blue need his services again so soon? Considering he earned 100 taels just for gathering intelligence last time, this new offer would surely be generous. After this deal, he might never have to do these dirty and exhausting jobs again. He could live off Blue's silver inside the Great Wall where life was prosperous and safer. Mr. Chin, what else can I do for you? Yuri awaited Blue's proposal eagerly. The task isn't difficult. If we negotiate successfully, I hope you can join us on the journey there. After all, we don't understand Turkic well, and I noticed you conversing fluently with several different caravans in various languages. You must know their language, right? Blue had observed Yuri earlier talking with other caravans using languages he didn't understand. So you want me to be an interpreter? That's fine. But regarding the price? Yuri, a seasoned figure in the caravan trade, understood not only the languages of foreign merchants, but also their underworld jargon. Mediating between caravans was one thing, but accompanying them as both a guide and translator required a higher price. Risk was involved, and no one wanted to risk their life without sufficient compensation. Rest assured, I'll satisfy you financially, Blue reassured, handing another 100 taels to Yuri. If you perform satisfactorily, I'll give you 400 more. Stunned by Blue's generosity, Yuri couldn't believe how much he stood to earn. Rest assured, if negotiations fail with this caravan, I'll approach others until your matter is settled. Yuri was determined to secure all the money Blue offered. I leave it in your hands. Return once you have news, Blue instructed, waving Hicks aside to let Yuri leave. After Yuri departed, Hicks questioned Blue's actions. Why did you give him the money so quickly? Aren't you afraid he might run away with it? Blue had already given Yuri 200 taels, enough to live comfortably for 10 years. Don't worry, he won't run. I can tell he wants those 400 taels. Hicks tried to argue but was stopped by Blue. Sometimes, greedy people are the most useful. Alright, I plan to sleep for a while. Inform me when he returns with the details. After sending Hicks away, Blue decided to catch some rest. Last night, he stayed up late, and Hicks woke him early. He needed to recharge for the challenging days ahead. Sure enough, as Blue predicted, Yuri returned shortly after leaving the inn, bringing back the meeting time and location provided by the caravan to Hicks. Chapter 223, The Turks. That night, Blue took Hicks and Finn to the agreed location. Master, are you sure it's safe to go like this? Hicks was still worried as they walked along. After all, they were about to meet a caravan associated with the Turks. In such circumstances, who could guarantee their safety? Yes, master, added Finn nervously. We should inform the general and have him prepare a security detail. Blue shook his head calmly. There's no need. They wouldn't dare move against us here. Hicks and Finn couldn't quite understand Blue's confidence. Master, these are ruthless people. We can't think of them as ordinary men, said Hicks, his unease still palpable. Anyone brave enough to interact with the Turks at this time can't be good news. Fear not. Uncle Fisher is watching over this place. Even if they wanted to do anything, they would consider the consequences, Blue reassured them. But, Hicks and Finn tried to speak again but were interrupted by Blue. Enough. When we enter, try not to speak. Leave everything to me. As they neared the agreed location, Blue stopped outside and carefully observed the surroundings. This spot in the corner of Yinmen Pass was out of sight, made even more eerie by the war's abandonment of the area. Master, Hicks began, noting the desolate environment, only to find Blue already approaching the door. Knock knock. Blue gently knocked on the door. A moment later, the dilapidated wooden door creaked open a crack. Who's there? Came a guarded voice from inside. Gamaizi sent us, Blue replied calmly from the doorway. Upon hearing Gamaizi's name, the door opened a bit wider. A cautious head peeked out, inspecting Blue and his companions before looking around. Is it you? Come in, the man said, finally allowing them entry after confirming no one else was nearby. Once inside, the man checked again before closing the door. Gamaizi said you'd arrange passage to the Turks, Blue remarked casually as he looked around the courtyard. But instead of answering, the man led them to a small house in the back and promptly left, closing the door behind them. The room plunged into darkness. Hicks and Finn tensely moved closer to Blue. So, it's you who wants to go to the Turks? A voice suddenly rang out in the dim light. Indeed, we wish to go to the Turks, Blue responded boldly, unfazed by the unseen speaker. Are you mad? Do you know what time it is? Going to the Turks now is tantamount to aiding the enemy. The voice erupted in anger. If the authorities found out about this, it could mean decapitation. I'm well aware, Blue replied coolly, but we're just merchants. To us, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The statement silenced the other party for a while. No eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Very well, the voice finally spoke again. Moments later, several lamps flickered on. Blue noticed 8 or 9 burly Turks armed with steel knives standing in the room. What do you want? Asked Hicks and Finn, drawing their swords defensively. Before they could unsheathe their blades, Blue placed a hand on theirs. Why draw weapons on our partners? He smiled, scanning the room for the speaker. You're quite an amusing young fellow, laughed a voice, followed by a tall Turk pulling aside the curtain. You remember me? Indeed, Blue acknowledged, recognizing the man who had bought the hot pot seasoning from him last night. Blue, we meet again. I knew you were coming, the man replied without surprise. Let me introduce myself. My name is Connor. Connor? You're not from Tang. Connor grinned. True, I'm not from Tang, but since my business spans between Tang and the Turks, it makes sense to use a Tang name. And you're a Turk then? Blue asked, narrowing his eyes. Blue, you're indeed wise, but that doesn't matter, Connor dismissed. Tell me, why do you want to go to the Turks? At this question, the surrounding Turks grew visibly tense, as if any wrong answer could spell instant death. I've already said, I'm a merchant. I wish to conduct business with the Turks. Blue stepped forward confidently. Oh, you mean to sell us that hot pot seasoning? Connor observed, changing his impression of Blue slightly. Hashtag chapter 224, first collaboration. For a child Blue's age, exuding such confidence was clearly unusual. Or do you think my hot pot base won't sell in Turkic territories? Blue remained as calm and composed as ever. No, your hot pot base is excellent. The spicy flavor suits the cold winter perfectly. Connor shook his head. In his heart, he naturally wanted Blue's hot pot base too. After all, unlike Tang Dynasty areas with sturdy walls, most of the Turkic people lived in tents. Hot pot was the perfect food for facing the harsh winter ahead. So, you need it, I have it. I believe we can certainly collaborate well, Blue grinned after hearing Connor's words. From what Connor had said, Blue could easily tell that the Turkic people indeed had a strong demand for his hot pot base. With demand came opportunity. Collaboration is possible, but taking you to Turkic territory would be challenging, Connor admitted. From the beginning, Connor knew Blue's intentions. He initiated contact with Gamizi to meet Blue. However, leading an unfamiliar person into Turkic lands gave him pause. That's not a problem. If we can reach an agreement, I'm sure one day you'll invite me to your home. Blue was unfazed by Connor's hesitation. He knew showing any impatience now would be detrimental. To proceed with his plans, gaining the Turkic people's trust was crucial. Haha, Master Chin, you're quite straightforward. In that case, there's no need for us to be at odds. Let's sit down and discuss this properly. Connor glanced at Hicks and Finn, who were visibly tense behind Blue. Noticing Connor's gaze, Blue turned to them. You two should step out. What follows will be business secrets between Connor and me. Hicks and Finn resisted, their faces etched with reluctance. Master, we are tasked with protecting your safety. We cannot leave you for even a moment. Glancing at the armed foreigners nearby, they felt even more uneasy about leaving Blue alone. I see you are loyal guards indeed. Let me show my sincerity first, Connor gestured, and his men left the room upon his command. To reassure you, I guarantee Master Chin's safety. Connor spread his arms wide, showing he had no weapons on him. Relax, we are merchants, not butchers. If the price is right, Master Chin and I will be the best of friends. Despite this assurance, Hicks and Finn did not budge. Seeing this obstruction, Blue grew stern. All right, both of you, go out. Connor has shown his sincerity. Do you want to make me seem cowardly? Hicks hesitated but was pulled aside by Finn. Yes, master. We'll wait outside the door. Just call if you need anything. Finn dragged Hicks out, leaving Blue and Connor alone in the room. Now it's just the two of us. Let's chat properly, Connor said, sitting down opposite Blue. Outside, as Hicks was pulled away by Finn, he yanked his hand free. What are you doing? Do you realize how we'd explain to Lord if anything happened to Master? Hicks's orders from Angus were clear. Stay with Blue at all times. That's enough. Haven't you seen today was all part of Master's plan? Finn sighed softly. What plan? Connor is clearly Turkic. Have you forgotten the village we saw on our way here? In Hicks's eyes, the Turkics were irrational and dangerous. Blue being alone with Connor worried him deeply. Do you think Master Chin would be so foolish? Finn hadn't forgotten the massacred village either. However, after interacting with Blue over these days, he realized the young boy's strategic mind was sharper than their own. And Master Chin's wisdom matches Lord Angus's. Hicks was still confused. How did Turkic hostility relate to Blue's intelligence? Have you forgotten you lost to Master Chin before? Seeing Hicks's puzzled expression, Finn gave up explaining further. Can you compare? It was just a practice fight. I didn't go all out. Mentioning the earlier duel made Hicks uncomfortable, trying to defend himself. Precisely. Even you underestimated Master Chin. How can you doubt him? Realization dawned on Hicks as his mouth hung open. Accepting this, he stopped arguing. Finn rolled his eyes and sat on the steps outside, waiting for Blue. Time ticked by, and just as Hicks and Finn started feeling drowsy, the door opened. Master Chin, everything will proceed as discussed. Connor smiled warmly, escorting Blue out. Brother sure, rest assured. My next batch of base will arrive soon. I'll count on your help then. Blue's smile suggested a successful meeting. Saying goodbye to Connor, Blue, Hicks, and Finn left the courtyard, heading back to the inn. Chapter 225. Victory without a battle. Long after leaving the courtyard, Finn hesitantly asked, Master Qin, did your plan succeed? Hearing this, Blue smiled and turned to look at Finn. Do you think it would fail if I took charge personally? Finn immediately grinned widely. How could it? Whenever Master acts, success is guaranteed. So, what do we need to do next? Compared to Hicks, Finn's thinking was more meticulous. Tomorrow night, you two should bring the remaining hot pot seasonings here and hand them all over. Blue had originally brought 500 packs of hot pot seasonings from Chang'an. Last night, he sold 200 packs at the inn, leaving 300, which would serve as his key to opening the door to Turkic territories. Understood, Master. Is there anything else we need to be mindful of? Finn didn't ask why Blue was doing this, knowing well as a subordinate what matters were his business. Don't worry about much. Treat this as a simple transaction. Initially unconcerned, Blue suddenly remembered something and continued. However, don't forget our agreed price. 8 taels of silver per pack of seasoning, but we only accept an equivalent amount of mutton and sheepskins, not silver. Seeing Blue and Finn conversing so intimately, Hicks felt a pang of envy. He was Angus's closest guard, usually standing behind him. Why was Blue now entrusting everything to Finn? They're just some Turks. When the army marches out in spring, I'll see how long they can remain arrogant. Hicks's discontent echoed. Stopping in his tracks, Blue sighed lightly. Hicks. With a calm tone, he uttered the name. Finn sensed Blue's displeasure and signaled Hicks urgently. Realizing his mistake, Hicks quickly cupped his hands and apologized. Master, I know I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. Seeing Blue raise his hand to gesture silence, Finn prepared to intercede. However, Blue turned and looked at Hicks seriously. General Fisher, how do you compare yourself to those Turks? Startled by the question, Hicks still answered honestly. To me, sir, those Turks are no match. Hicks, who had trained under Angus for years, possessed remarkable martial skills and was confident in handling multiple opponents. Master, Hicks is General's most capable guard. Those few Turks stand no chance against him, Finn chimed in. I know, you're both exceptional, capable of holding your own against 10 foes. But do you think every soldier in our Tang army is like you? Blue held no doubt regarding their abilities. Anyone serving close to Angus must have been among the best in the military. Sir, ordinary soldiers naturally can't compare. Otherwise, we wouldn't be guards, Hicks said with a hint of pride. Exactly. If our army consisted solely of men like you two, why go through this commercial battle? We could directly deploy tens of thousands of Hicksu and obliterate the Turks effortlessly. His tone hardened, making Hicks and Finn tense up, unsure why Blue was suddenly angry. The reality is that our Tang doesn't have tens of thousands, or even thousands of Hicks. A military campaign sounds simple, but does war not take lives? You may disregard Turkish lives, but what about our own soldiers? Do you understand that a successful commercial battle would save countless Tang soldiers? Since witnessing the slaughtered village, Blue's perspective changed. Once a carefree young master in Chang'an, he never truly understood the value of life until seeing villagers' bodies haunting his thoughts. What did they do wrong to end as casualties? Through his second life, Blue realized the true cruelty of war, not merely textbook words, but a blood-soaked tragedy. After Blue's speech, Hicks fell silent, never having pondered these questions before. Following Angus into battles, he hadn't thought about why comrades died, considering it a normal part of war. Master, I understand. From now on, I will not easily mention war. Hicks now grasped that without war, no comrades would die. Winning without spilling blood was the best outcome. Master, we aren't taking our soldiers' lives lightly. From today, we will assist you in this commercial battle. Finn was also moved by Blue's words. He couldn't believe such insights came from a 10-year-old child. It seemed he underestimated Blue previously. Good, let's not only fight this commercial battle, but win decisively. Only then can we prevent our Tang soldiers from losing their lives needlessly. Seeing Hicks and Finn's changed attitudes, Blue left without further ado. Once Blue was gone, Finn helped Hicks off the ground. Hicks, we've underestimated Master Qin. Nodding solemnly, Hicks added. I once thought only a general like our commander could be a pillar of Tang. Now, it's clear Master Qin will far surpass him. This commercial battle marks his starting point. To witness it firsthand is our great fortune. Chapter 226, Accountability. During the time Blue and Connor were conducting their transaction, Angus had finally rearranged the defenses at Yinmen Pass. General, we have found 2 more villages that were massacred nearby, said Jerry, a guard, with a serious expression. And judging by the state, it happened just a few days ago. Jerry had been ordered by Angus to conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area around Yinmen Pass, not missing a single spot. Just a few days ago? That means this group of Turks is likely still within the pass. Angus frowned deeply upon hearing the news. They had been here for 5 days, and yet villages were still being attacked during this period. These Turks were indeed too audacious. Where's Dominic? Where is he? Angus demanded angrily, wanting to confront Dominic. But after scanning the room, he didn't see Dominic anywhere. General Fisher should be arranging the defense matters now, replied someone else in Dominic's absence. All of Angus's tasks had mostly been handed over to Jerry since Dominic was away. Go get him. With such a significant event happening at Yinmen Pass, he must provide an explanation. Angus slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone present into silence. Moments later, Dominic arrived breathlessly in the room. General, Dominic said as he entered, immediately sensing something was wrong. He knew something major must have happened. Dominic, is Yinmen Pass a marketplace? The Turks come and go as they please. Angus asked sternly from his seat. Hearing this, Dominic broke out in a cold sweat, knelt down, and trembled as he responded. General, nothing like that has happened at Yinmen Pass. I have strived tirelessly to defend it. Angus's expression darkened further as he listened. This is your tireless effort to defend Yinmen Pass. Angus threw several sheets of paper onto Dominic's face. Dominic picked up the papers and read them, growing increasingly shocked as he did so. These? How could this be possible? Nearby Yimin Pass, 2 villages, Chija village and Benjaminjia village, had been massacred, resulting in 731 civilian deaths. General, listen to me. During this time, there were no suspicious individuals entering or leaving Yinmin Pass, and all the soldiers can vouch for me. Dominic felt immense panic. Previous Turkish harassment hadn't mattered much before, but now that Angus was here, this was like slapping him in the face openly. So you're saying this group of Turks is still inside the pass? Angus's words left Dominic speechless. I told you about this issue on my first day here. And yet, you did nothing, letting them slaughter our Tang citizens. What do you have to say for yourself? Angus, unable to contain his anger any longer, stood up and grabbed Dominic by the collar, pulling him off the ground. General, this is indeed my negligence. I will personally lead troops to exterminate these Turks, Dominic admitted, realizing that actions were the only way to earn forgiveness. A recomfew? Can you even find those Turks? Angus looked at Dominic skeptically. I will write a military pledge. Dominic found some unexpected courage to make this promise directly to Angus. After listening, Angus released Dominic's collar. Very well. You have 3 days. If you cannot find those Turks, I will hold you accountable for the deceased civilians. With that, Angus turned and left. After Angus left, Dominic let out a deep breath and collapsed on the ground. General. The other Yinmin Pass guards hurried over to help Dominic up. Get away from me. Dominic fiercely pushed the person trying to assist him aside. He sat alone on the ground, his eyes fixed grimly on the floor, lost in thought. That night, Dominic secretly left his quarters and went to a small courtyard beneath the walls of Yinmin Pass. You promised that once Angus arrived, you would stop all activities. What are you doing now? Standing at a table, Dominic slammed his hands on it, confronting a shadowy figure before him. This was merely an accident. Don't worry, it won't happen again. And we're also going back. You can tell Angus that you've driven us back to Turkic territory, the man laughed disdainfully. Are you joking? Do you think I'm joking? Dominic's face showed his fury. If I can't bring you in, it'll be me who dies. The man's face hardened. So you're threatening me? Ignoring Dominic's threat, the man continued speaking as the sound of footsteps and swords unsheathing filled the room outside. Want to kill me? Don't forget, this is Yinmin Pass. If its commander were to die here, you know the consequences. Dominic heard the commotion outside, but was certain this man wouldn't kill him. A full-scale war between Tang and Turks would require substantial sacrifice on both sides. After a long pause, the man finally spoke. All right, I'll give you an explanation. Tomorrow night, bring your men to Insan village. There, you will get what you want. With that, the man left, leaving Dominic alone. The next morning, Dominic set out with men from Yinmin Pass to search for signs of the Turks within the pass. By the third morning, Dominic returned, bringing back the bodies of over a dozen Turks. Upon receiving the news, Angus rushed to the scene. Blue, informed by Hicks, arrived shortly after. Everyone, the Turks who harassed Yinmin Pass have been executed on the spot. Starting today, peace will return to our pass. Standing on a platform, Dominic declared with authority to the gathered crowd. Amidst cheers, Angus felt relieved. Once these infiltrators were dealt with, the risk to ordinary civilians should be minimized. Hashtag chapter 227, numerous suspicious points. When Blue arrived at the scene, he immediately saw the dozen or so Tujue corpses laid out in front of everyone. These are the Tujue who attacked within the border? Blue looked at the corpses and asked dubiously. Replying to Master, these people were found by General Dominic near Inshan village last night, said one of the men. And they were just about to attack Inshan village when General Dominic and his men showed up in time, defusing the crisis. Hicks heard Blue's mutterings and quickly explained, indeed, that's how it happened. Ah, I see. Blue nodded. But as he was about to leave after checking the situation, he cast another glance at the bodies lying on the ground. That glance made him feel something wasn't right. He moved closer to examine the faces of the Tujue more closely. This close-up view made Blue suddenly widen his eyes. These people. Recognizing their faces, Blue turned to look at Dominic with shock. After Dominic finished dealing with the Tujue corpses, Blue discreetly sought out Angus, who was preparing to compile the incident and report it to Ebert. Uncle Fisher. At this moment, Blue entered the room. Oh, Erikayu, you're here. I hear you've already started acting on your plan? Angus was slightly surprised to see Blue. Yes, I've taken the first step. If things go smoothly, the second phase will start soon. Blue gave Angus a brief update on the latest commercial battle developments. By the way, Uncle Fisher, there's something else that doesn't seem right. After discussing the commercial battle, Blue's expression turned serious as he voiced his concerns. Earlier today, among those Tujue who were neutralized, one of them, I remember seeing him at an inn near the caravan's resting place. Blue hadn't forgotten that this person had purchased hot pot base from him at the inn. Oh, so these Tujue could have been using the caravan as a cover to infiltrate the border? Angus frowned deeply. While it's not yet confirmed, I remember this person didn't seem like a Tujue at all. Blue recalled that the person who bought the hot pot base appeared to be from the western regions. To most Tang Dynasty residents, people from the western regions might look no different from Tujue, but to Blue, who had lived in the modern world, the distinction was clear. Let's take another look at their bodies, suggested Angus, feeling something amiss. He knew that Dominic hadn't acted until the military order was issued, and only 3 days later, these people were found. Was it possible Dominic did this deliberately? Under Angus's lead, Blue and others soon arrived at the room where the Tujue corpses were kept. These are the corpses Dominic brought back, Erikayu. Take a closer look to identify if it's the person you recall. Angus wasn't sure which body Blue referred to, so he left the identification up to Blue. With Angus's permission, Blue, along with Hicks and Finn, went over to confirm the identity. Since Hicks and Finn had accompanied Blue during the sale of the hot pot base, they should remember the man. After carefully inspecting the bodies, Blue finally identified the individual. Uncle Fisher, I found him. Hearing Blue's voice, Angus approached. This is the person. I remember clearly. He was the third to buy hot pot base from me. and the clothes he wears now are definitely not what he had on then. Pointing to the ill-fitting clothes on the corpse, Blue spoke. Hearing this, Angus fell into thought. While it felt off initially, he trusted Dominic, given his past. General Master Cheen, I found something. Hicks suddenly interrupted, pointing at one of the bodies. Angus and Blue hurried over. Hicks held up the corpse's hand and said, this person can't have killed villagers because there are no calluses from holding weapons. Comparing his own hand to the corpse's, Hicks emphasized his point. You're right, Angus agreed with a frown. As a general, he understood these details well. General, another thing, Finn added, approaching Angus and Blue. The wounds on these bodies aren't from our Tang swords or knives. They seem more like those caused by Tujue sabers. Different weapons created distinct injuries, and Tang troops used standardized arms. What? Angus inspected the wounds again, confirming Finn's observation. It's indeed from Tujue sabers, not our weapons. Dominic does seem suspicious. Angus clenched his fists, unable to believe that Dominic, who once fought alongside him, could betray them. Uncle Fisher, we've also made contact with a caravan that regularly deals with the Tujue. The leader is actually a Tujue himself, Blue revealed without reservation. If they truly were the Tujue who attacked civilians within the border, Blue wouldn't hesitate to halt the commercial battle and eliminate them to honor the dead. Things are getting complicated. Come with me and explain everything in detail. Angus realized the gravity of the situation, leading Blue back to his quarters. Chapter 228, Ashina Chi. After returning to Angus's room, Blue detailed the events involving Connor that he had witnessed. Upon hearing everything, Angus fell into deep thought. A turkey caravan, and they even had someone impersonate. Angus gradually realized that the invasion of Yinmin, passed by the turkey this time, was more complex than he initially thought. Arakayu, regardless, you need to pause your business operations for now. Once we thoroughly investigate this caravan Connor mentioned, you can continue. If Angus's suspicions were correct, Connor and the forces behind him might be colluding with Dominic. Moreover, considering Blue and Dominic had met before, if Dominic revealed Blue's identity to Connor, it would put Blue in great danger. Don't worry, Uncle Fisher. I'll be cautious during this period. This time, Blue did not argue but readily agreed. After leaving the city gate, Hicks and Finn felt somewhat puzzled. Why did Blue, who usually had his own ideas, agree so readily? Sir, should we really stop interacting with Connor? They were just about to achieve their first step, and stopping now seemed like a waste. Even though Blue couldn't show himself for safety reasons, the two of them could still represent him and resolve the issues that followed. Stopping is out of the question since things have already begun and cannot be halted now. But now that we know some information, our plan needs to change accordingly. Blue smiled slightly. Initially, he thought he was dealing with a simple merchant guild, but unexpectedly, Connor might be hiding a significant secret, making the situation far more intriguing. How could Blue let this opportunity slip? Sir, you indeed have no intention of giving up. So, what do we do next? Upon realizing Blue's determination, Hicks and Finn became excited. If they could uncover the turkey conspiracy, it would count as a significant achievement. Let's not rush. Connor should return in a couple of days. We'll wait for him quietly. Although Blue suspected Connor, without concrete evidence, he couldn't risk doing anything that might arouse suspicion. Thus, everything must proceed normally. Prepare yourselves. In a couple of days, a large batch of hot pot broth will be delivered, and it's up to you two to handle it. Before setting off this time, Blue had instructed Ascari to prepare another batch of hot pot broth for delivery after their departure. Calculating the timeline, it should arrive within the next few days. While waiting for the broth, Blue took a break. Meanwhile, Connor headed towards Turkestan with the hot pot broth purchased from Blue. As Connor and his caravan slowly moved forward, a group of turkey cavalry suddenly appeared before them. These cavalry rode at full speed directly towards Connor's group. However, Connor showed no sign of panic. He even halted the caravan, waiting where they were. Soon, the turkey cavalry reached Connor. The leader reined in his horse and looked down at Connor arrogantly. Hand over everything you have. The man drew his scimitar, pointing it mockingly at Connor. Seeing this, Connor rolled his eyes and pushed aside the blade. All right, cut the act. I've brought something good this time. Hearing this, the man laughed loudly, dismounted, and knelt before Connor. Mac greets Prince. Mac was one of the Khan's most trusted generals, specifically assigned to escort Connor back. Connor's true identity was now clear. Connor, originally named Ashina Chi, had adopted this name to facilitate entry into Tang territory. Prince, what did you bring? Is there any for me? After a brief greeting, Mac stood up and draped an arm around Connor's shoulder. Of course, there's a portion for you, but I intend to showcase this item before Isidore. So, you'll have to wait a bit. Connor wasn't bothered by Mac's actions. They grew up together, and their bond transcended ordinary brotherhood. Under Mac's escort, Connor quickly returned to the Turkic court. Inside the royal tent, the Khan and his officials had gathered to welcome the prince. Chi, my child, you're finally back. Seated atop the dais, the Khan joyfully stood, arms wide open. Greetings, Isidore. I've brought winter survival items for you, and everyone else, Connor responded while kneeling. Oh, you always bring us new and interesting things upon your return. What is it this time? Everyone in the royal tent was curious about the item Connor brought for winter. Isidore, don't worry, I'll prepare it. Connor turned and left the tent. Moments later, guards followed his instructions, slicing lamb thinly and placing the pieces before each person. Why slice the meat so thin? Are we eating it raw? Traditionally, they ate large chunks of lamb. When had they ever sliced it so thinly? As everyone wondered, servants entered with several pots, placed them on tables in front of everyone, and lit fires underneath. Huh, does the prince want us to cook for ourselves? Laughter erupted among the nobles. People of their status never cooked themselves. Just as they guessed what Connor intended, he entered with some hot pot broth. Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll explain how to eat this. Connor then placed the broth into each pot, explaining the hot pot method. A few moments later, the Khan, seated at the top, carefully picked up a piece of well-cooked lamb from the pot and gingerly placed it in his mouth. The officials eagerly watched, awaiting the Khan's reaction, too afraid to eat until he did. Even the enticing aroma couldn't sway them. Translation complete, maintaining paragraph structure and tone as requested. Hashtag chapter 229, trading method. The Gaylord closed his eyes, savoring the lamb in his mouth. The hot and intensely spicy flavor made him exclaim in admiration. This is absolutely delicious. Seeing the Khan's reaction, everyone else in the tent started to dig in as well. Soon, cries of delight echoed through the tent, each person eating heartily and breaking into sweat. Aziel, what exactly is this? Why does it make us feel hotter the more we eat? The Khan finished a plate of lamb at lightning speed and asked Connor impatiently while waiting for the next round. Isidore, this dish is called hot pot, and what I put into everyone's pot is called hot pot base. From my observations, this seems to be made using animal fat with various spices and seasonings added. Although Connor didn't know the exact recipe for the hot pot base, he had already deduced its method from its taste and some residual ingredients. Not bad. This indeed works well during cold winters. The Gaylord nodded satisfactorily after hearing Connor's explanation. After eating, he felt warm all over, almost like he had drunk strong liquor, but without the intoxication that comes with it. That's what I think too. If we could procure this on a large scale, our soldiers wouldn't have to huddle in tents to avoid the cold. They could march even in winter. Indeed, this was Connor's initial thought. Use hot pot as military rations. Due to the unique lifestyle of the Turks, their meals were simpler than those of the Tang army. They usually ate boiled lamb, which, despite being the simplest method, still seemed somewhat complicated to them. Now, Blue's hot pot base allowed them to slice the lamb thinly and quickly cook it in the pot. To Connor, this was incredibly time efficient. Moreover, the spiciness of the hot pot would help alleviate the soldiers' coldness, making it a win-win situation. Alright, how much would one portion of hot pot base cost? The Gaylord nodded after hearing Connor's words. His thoughts aligned with Connor's, but there was one crucial question remaining, its price. The Turks did not have as much silver as the Tang Empire, and their currency for trade was typically live sheep or sheepskin. If the price was too high, even the entire Turkish Empire couldn't afford it. One portion costs 8 taels of silver, which is quite expensive for us right now. Connor did not hide anything from the Gaylord. 8 taels of silver. Hearing this price, the Khan fell silent. Isidore, according to the amount in one portion of hot pot base, it can feed about 10 people simultaneously. So, if we calculate for an army of 3,000 men having 2 meals a day, it would be 4,800 taels per day. Connor had calculated this beforehand, knowing such a price would be difficult to accept. At this price, we might not be able to buy it on a large scale, but supplying 1 or 2 divisions would still be possible. Oh, Aziel, can you replicate this? Suddenly, the Gaylord remembered that his son had always admired Tang culture and might be able to replicate it. If Connor could do so, it would save the Turks a significant sum of money. Unfortunately, Connor shook his head. I cannot replicate it. I don't know the recipe, and even if I could replicate it, it wouldn't have the same effect. Moreover, the ingredients and spices required would likely cost even more than 8 taels of silver. Connor was honest because the Turks' commerce was far less developed than the Tang empires, and all the spices were much more expensive. This is truly a rare find, but unfortunately, we cannot utilize it. Understanding the situation, the Gaylord shook his head helplessly. Isidore, please don't worry. Before this, I already discussed with the supplier. We can exchange live sheep for equivalent value. Seeing the disappointed expression on the Khan's face, Connor quickly relayed what Blue had told him about their special trading method. Exchange with live sheep? So how many portions of hot pot base can we get for 1 sheep? Hearing this, the Gaylord suddenly became interested. After all, the Turks lacked many things but had an abundance of live sheep. 1 sheep for 1 portion of hot pot base, that's the final negotiated price. Connor also found this price rather unreasonable. Normally, a sheep could exchange for 2 to 3 portions in the Tang Empire. But Blue insisted on not only delivering the hot pot base, but also herding the sheep back. All the expenses fell on him, so he could only offer 1-for-1 exchanges. 1 sheep for 1 portion. A bit steep. The Gaylord also found this price unfair and preferred silver, but given the strained relations between the Turks and the Tang Empire, selling sheep would be nearly impossible, meaning no silver income. Yet, he wanted this hot pot base very much, putting him in a dilemma. Isidore, I think this price is acceptable. I calculated that we currently have about 100,000 live sheep. If we exchange for 100,000 portions of hot pot base, it would suffice for 10 divisions to sustain themselves for over half a month. Moreover, as long as we keep it in a cool environment, the hot pot base can be stored for a long time. Within this period, we can conquer land of equal value. According to Connor's estimation, the land 10 divisions could conquer in half a month would not only support 100,000 sheep but double that number easily. It seems you've planned this out, so proceed as you see fit. But just in case, Mac will meet you at the border and return immediately if any issues arise. The Gaylord, experienced as he was, knew that this hot pot was tailor-made for them. He doubted the Tang Empire hadn't noticed this advantage. If the Tang caught on to this, his son would be in danger. Hashtag chapter 230, second meeting. Isidore, rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate everything before the transaction. Connor still did not fully trust Blue. He had already sent people to investigate Blue's identity before setting out this time. He believed that by the time he returned to Yinmen Pass, all of Blue's information would be laid out before him. You must be very careful in all matters. No matter what, you are more important than these hot pot seasonings. After resolving the issue with the hot pot seasonings, the next event was the revelry of these Turkic people. After drinking and feasting to their heart's content, Connor also prepared to return to Yinmen Pass. By now, Blue had been waiting idly at Yinmen Pass for 5 days. The second batch of hot pot seasonings delivered by Ascari had already arrived, 20,000 packages in total. Even Blue was shocked when he first heard this number. But thinking back to how he informed Ascari about the profits from the first batch of hot pot seasonings, given Ascari's character, he likely mobilized all the resources at High Fisher Lao to work tirelessly on producing the seasonings for him. I wonder when Connor will come back. Blue slouched in his seat, listlessly gazing at the sky over Yinmin Pass. Just as Blue was pondering whether Connor really had the capability to deceive the Turks, he suddenly felt a chill on his nose. Is it snowing? Blue scrutinized the sky carefully, incredulous. Sure enough, snowflakes were gently falling. This news wasn't good for Blue. Once it snowed, transportation would become a problem. Not only would the Turk sheep not make it out, but his hot pot seasonings wouldn't arrive either. Even if the Turks managed to deliver the sheep, it would be difficult for him to transport them back to Chang'an. Am I still too late? Blue massaged his forehead in frustration, then dragged a chair back into his room. Perhaps moved by his plight, the first snowfall at Yinmin Pass did not last long. It merely left a thin layer of white on the ground before ceasing. And that same night, Hicks hurriedly found Blue. Sir, they have returned. Hicks's, they could only mean one group. Finally, they're back. If they didn't come soon, I would have gone to the Turks to find them. Hearing this, Blue immediately perked up. He was about to put on clothes and head out when he paused, just as he stepped over the threshold. No, I can't rush this. I should wait for them to find me. Thinking this, Blue sat back down. Hicks, if they don't come to us tomorrow, you should take out some of the hot pot seasonings for sale again. To expedite negotiations with the Turks, Blue decided to risk using the hot pot seasonings to draw them out. Understood. Rest assured, sir. I'll make sure they know the new hot pot seasonings have arrived. Hicks nodded earnestly. While Blue was preoccupied with thoughts of Connor, unbeknownst to him, Connor was also thinking about him. Upon returning to Yinmin Pass, Connor received a letter. Though there were no words on the envelope, Connor already knew its contents. By the dim light, Connor opened the envelope and carefully read the message. So, it's you. I underestimated you. A smile spread across his face after reading the last line. Then, he resealed the letter, placed it on a candle, and set it alight. Only Connor knew the contents of this intelligence. Muto, go see Blue tomorrow morning. After this, Connor suddenly spoke aloud. Yes. A voice responded from outside the window. The next morning, Blue was about to leave to check on things with Hicks. But as he opened his door, he saw a burly man standing at his doorstep. Master Cheen. This man clearly recognized him, but Blue couldn't place the face. Are you here to buy hot pot seasoning? Seeing the man dressed like a foreigner, Blue assumed he was one of the buyers. My boss wants to see you. Ignoring Blue's question, the man simply stated, our boss? He's Connor, isn't he? Blue realized and asked. Seeing the man nod, he turned to leave. Hey, you haven't told me when. Blue was stunned as the man walked away without answering. What kind of messenger is this, not even telling me the time or place? How am I supposed to meet? Now, follow me. Just as Blue was confused, the man stopped and turned around. Now. Furrowing his brow, Blue glanced at Hicks and Finn's rooms. After some hesitation, he grabbed his coat, didn't call them, and followed the man out of the inn. They walked to a small courtyard outside the city. My boss is inside waiting for you. At the gate, the man opened the door and gestured toward Blue. Looking at the desolate and slightly run-down courtyard, Blue discreetly held his multifunctional cudgel ready. With this, he could react quickly if anything happened. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, Blue entered the courtyard. The man closed the gate behind him. Has Master Cheen arrived? Connor's voice called from inside the house. His figure soon appeared at the door, still bearing his trademark smile, which eased Blue's mind. Connor brother, dragging me here so early. It gave me quite a scare. Smiling, Blue replied. Haha, if Blue isn't scared of a Turk like me, what else could frighten you? Connor chuckled, stepping aside and inviting Blue in. The dark interior made Blue uneasy. Is Connor planning to kidnap me and get the hot pot seasonings for free? Blue's mind wandered to an absurd thought. After all, those Turkic strongmen during their first meeting left a bad impression on him. Nonetheless, regardless of his doubts, Blue took a step into the room. Chapter 231. Each nursing their own thoughts. Once inside the room, Blue's tense heart finally relaxed. The room was in disarray, not resembling a place where anyone would live. There were no other rooms either, so no one could be hiding. It seemed that this time, it really was only Blue and Connor. Mr. Cheen, what are you looking at? Don't worry, besides you and me, there's no third person here. Perhaps sensing Blue's subtle vigilance, Connor teased him. Indeed, I'm a bit scared. After all, those knives last time weren't just for show. Blue chuckled, admitting his fear. Oh, Mr. Cheen is afraid of knives? Connor's face showed surprise at this statement. Of course, don't let my managing business now fool you. I'm still just a kid. Blue's harmless smile, combined with his 10-year-old appearance, could make anyone feel sympathetic. Haha, Mr. Cheen sure knows how to joke. Alright, enough pleasantries. I've brought you here today to discuss the upcoming transaction. After a brief exchange, Connor got down to business. Yesterday's snowstorm had made both Blue and Connor feel the urgency. They needed to deliver sufficient hot pot base to the Turks before the mountains were blocked by heavy snow. Alright, if it's about business, I'm interested, Blue said more seriously, as they sat opposite each other in the shabby room. At the price Mr. Cheen quoted before, 1 sheet per pack of hot pot base, we agree. No problem. So, how many do you plan to trade for in this first batch? Blue found the price reasonable. If it were too high, it would complicate things for the Turks, delaying the process further. Our first batch is for 100,000 packs. Saying this, Connor raised one finger. 100,000. Blue couldn't help but jump at the number. Ascari had sent him only 20,000 previously, which he thought was already a lot, but now it wasn't enough. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Connor asked, puzzled by Blue's shock. 100,000 is indeed a lot. I need some preparation. Blue didn't rush to agree, reconsidering Connor's true identity given this unexpected demand. Why did he need so much hot pot base? Even if Connor intended to resell it, this quantity was enormous. How many can you provide now? Connor understood Blue's hesitation. He might have been too hasty. I have 10,000 ready now. I'll gather the rest within a month. After assessing the productivity of Ascari's team, Blue gave this answer. A month. Okay, let's finalize this. We'll take these 10,000 now and continue the deal after a month. With that, Connor extended his hand. Deal. Blue shook hands with him. The deal concluded. Connor then pulled out a wine flask and 2 cups. With the business done, we can now chat like friends. Connor poured a cup for Blue, then one for himself. Smelling the sharp alcohol, Blue winced. Brother Connor, I can't drink. Trying to refuse, Blue waved his hand. But Connor wouldn't let him off easily, thrusting the cup into Blue's hand. In our Turkish land, a 10-year-old can handle such challenges. Besides, doing business with us requires knowing how to drink. Persuaded repeatedly, Blue gritted his teeth and drank the first cup. Instantly, a scorching sensation shot from his mouth to his chest, making him cough uncontrollably. Seeing this, Connor laughed heartily. Mr. Chin, you're no match for our women. That remark sparked Blue's competitiveness. Impossible. I don't believe anyone can drink such strong liquor. During Tang times, there was no liquor this potent. When Garth drank at home, it was mostly rice wine with a low alcohol content. Haha, come see for yourself in our lands if you don't believe me. Realizing the opportunity, Blue nodded determinedly. Fine, I'll go to Turkey with you. I won't believe their women can drink more than I can. Connor, pleased, agreed. He wanted Blue under his watch to prevent any tricks from Blue's backing. Blue, meanwhile, wished to gauge the situation firsthand to understand the extent of this business battle. As they chatted and drank, Blue eventually passed out. When he woke up, Hicks and Finn had arrived, while Connor was nowhere to be found. Master! Master! Hicks shook Blue vigorously, nearly making him vomit. Stop! Blue managed to say through his nausea. Why didn't you call us when you went out alone? Hicks asked, concerned. They had searched for Blue since morning, discovering he had left with a foreigner. Realizing Blue's location, they hurriedly informed Angus, who had then rushed over despite his anger. Translation complete, maintaining paragraph structure and tone. Chapter 232, Sobering Up. Inside the Yinmen Pass, Angus was scowling as he looked at Blue, who appeared thoroughly confused. What's going on with the two of you? Weren't you told to stay by Erekayu's side every step of the way? And now Erekayu has been missing for a whole day. You have no idea where he is. Angus slammed his hand hard on the table, frightening Hicks and Finn, who quickly knelt down. General, we? The two men were at a loss for words. During the time they had been following Blue, they had seen enough of his unpredictable ideas. Master Chin's thoughts are difficult for us to fathom. So, upon hearing this, Angus felt a headache coming on. Before Angus set out, Ebert had already warned him about Blue. At that time, Angus hadn't taken it seriously, thinking a 10-year-old could be how troublesome. But now, Angus realized he had underestimated Blue. You too. Angus took a deep breath and pointed at Hicks and Finn with a trembling finger in anger. Seeing Angus's reaction, Hicks and Finn became extremely tense, fearing that Angus might relieve them of their duty to protect Blue. Sigh. Forget it. Just take him back and let him sober up. Once he's awake, tell him to come see me. After a long pause, Angus sighed and waved his hand. We understand, General. Relieved, Hicks and Finn quickly carried Blue out of the room. This led to the current scene. Rubbing his throbbing head, Blue felt like his brain had been beaten into a pulp. Not only did it hurt unbearably, but he also felt dazed and groggy. Master, where did you go yesterday? We searched for you all day and almost went crazy with worry. As Blue regained his senses, Hicks and Finn surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. Hold it. Blue winced as their incessant chatter worsened his headache. One at a time, slowly, he rubbed his temples and pointed at Hicks. You first. Startled by being singled out, Hicks hesitated before starting again. Master, where did you go yesterday? Why didn't you take us with you? Even now, Hicks and Finn had no clue why Blue had ended up in that place and drank himself into a stupor. Yesterday, I met Connor and negotiated a big deal. Facing Hicks's questioning, Blue remained unusually calm, speaking nonchalantly. What? You actually went to meet Connor? Master, don't you know Connor is a Turk? It's very dangerous for you to go alone. Upon learning Blue had met Connor, Hicks and Finn's faces changed dramatically. They couldn't forget the first time they saw Connor, his gang members brandishing steel knives. Don't worry, nothing happened. After all, this is Yemen Pass. Even if Connor wanted to do something, he wouldn't dare act here. Blue knew this, which is why he had confidently followed Connor's messenger yesterday. You don't need to explain. Now that you're awake, you should go explain to the general. Seeing Blue's indifferent attitude, Hicks and Finn were helpless. They had no sway over Blue. In all of Yinmen Pass, it seemed only Angus could influence the young master. What? Uncle Fisher wants to see me? Hearing this, Blue was momentarily stunned. Why would he want to see me? With everything going on in Yinmen Pass, we can't disturb Uncle Fisher, right? At this moment, Blue was slightly panicking. He could ignore others, but not Angus. Before leaving the Tang capital, Ebert had given Angus special authority. If Blue disobeyed, Angus could send him back. Why does he need to see you? Didn't you realize you've been missing for a whole day, causing us to search everywhere? Hicks and Finn, seeing Blue's bewildered look, were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. That doesn't make sense. If I'm missing, you two should just find me. Why tell Uncle Fisher? Do you not understand what I was doing? Blue's mouth twitched. He had thought Hicks and Finn, having followed him for so long, would understand his actions. Instead, they reported to Angus. Didn't this just create trouble for him? Master, we can't be blamed for this. You disappeared for a whole day, and we couldn't find you anywhere. Finally, we had no choice but to seek help from the general. Hicks and Finn sounded equally innocent. They truly had no other option. Fine. I shouldn't rely on you two. I'll handle it myself. Blue shrugged. He understood their actions. After all, Hicks and Finn were Angus's guards, and failing to report issues to Angus would be dereliction of duty. Drinking some tea to feel a bit better, Blue cautiously approached Angus's door. He peered inside to observe what Angus was doing. At the moment, Angus was studying the defense layout of Yinmen Pass, seemingly unaware of Blue's presence. Relieved, Blue breathed a sigh of relief. Angus didn't seem too angry, so maybe a few apologetic smiles would suffice. Just as Blue pondered how to explain himself, Angus's voice echoed from within the room. Since you're here, come in. Angus had heard Blue's footsteps all along, but knew the boy was probably trying to come up with excuses. Angus wouldn't give Blue the chance. He wanted to fully understand Blue's plans. That way, whatever Blue did next would remain under his control. Hee, hello Uncle Fisher. With an innocent smile, Blue entered upon hearing Angus's voice. Well, what were you doing yesterday? Angus raised an eyebrow, cutting off Blue's plan to play the victim. Sure enough, there was no escape. Blue scratched his head helplessly. Yesterday, I discussed a big deal and got a little carried away. I drank more than I should have. Carefully recounting the events of the previous day, Blue left out the identity of Connor. Chapter 233, Blue's Ruthless Plan. The person you met yesterday is named Connor, right? Angus said calmly upon hearing Blue's response. Blue's face darkened again at this remark. It was clear that Hicks and Finn had told Angus everything that had transpired the day before. Hiding the truth from Angus would now be unconvincing. Yes, his name is Connor, and he's also a Turk. Acknowledging that it was futile to hide it, Blue revealed all about Connor. Turk. Angus raised his head and frowned when he heard this. Seeing Angus's reaction, Blue suddenly felt uneasy. Had Hicks and Finn told Angus something but not the whole story? Yeah, he's a Turk, and an essential part of my plan. Since it was already out in the open, Blue could only proceed. Nonsense. Do you realize how those Turks have always disliked us Tang people? Now, at your age of 10, you dare to meet them alone? If anything happens to you, how will I explain this to your father? To His Majesty? Angus looked sternly at Blue. He saw Blue's actions as akin to suicide. Uncle Fisher, please let me explain. Although Connor is a Turk, I only met him to sell hot pot broth. Connor was the vital link between Blue and the Turks. If Angus were to harm Connor now, all his plans against the Turks would fail. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to use hot pot broth to enter their market again. Sell hot pot broth? Is this the commercial warfare you intend to wage against the Turks? Angus hadn't questioned Blue about the specifics of the commercial warfare since coming to Human Pass. However, he couldn't understand why Blue would put himself in danger just for hot pot broth. That's right. I want to use hot pot broth to establish trade with the Turks, then buy live sheep and sheepskin from them. Blue nodded without denying it. If so, I still have a question. Since it's a commercial war, why are you buying live sheep and sheepskin from the Turks? In this way, the Turks lose nothing, and the silver you spend on live sheep and sheepskin would boost their economy. Thus, their strength would only increase, contradicting the original purpose. Angus voiced his doubts. No, I don't plan to buy them with money. Instead, I will trade with them. Trading hot pot broth for live sheep and sheepskin means all their sheep will come to us. Hot pot broth is a consumable product. Once used up, unless they know how to make it, they'll have to trade for more from me. Blue was confident. After all, hot pot broth was a modern idea brought back by him. Without the recipe, no one could replicate it, especially not the Turks. They would grow accustomed to the genuine taste and find any imitation insipid. As you say, that might not be an issue. But sheep aren't an important resource for the Turks. Because of their breeding capacity, the sheep you trade won't significantly impact them. Angus knew that the Turks were nomadic herders. Sheep farming was their livelihood. How many batches of hot pot broth could Blue offer in exchange for sheep and sheepskin? If the number was too small, it wouldn't keep up with the rapid reproduction of sheep. This way, the commercial warfare would be meaningless. If the quantity is large, the Turks would face significant trouble, Blue responded thoughtfully. The Turks currently numbered around 400,000. Their flock was generally self-sustaining, maintaining a balance. However, the appearance of hot pot broth would disrupt this equilibrium. Not only would sheep be traded for hot pot broth, but daily consumption would increase as well. Breaking this balance, the Turks would need to expand their flock, which, due to the nature of sheep, would irreparably damage the grasslands. Some Turks might understand these consequences, but the ordinary Turk herders would not. This constituted Blue's commercial war against the Turks. After hearing Blue's explanation, Angus nodded. In his view, this plan was ruthlessly effective. While brutal, using it against the Turks might benefit the Tang Dynasty. So, that's how it is. But surely there's no need for you to handle this personally. You can entrust it to someone reliable. Angus didn't understand that the core of the commercial war lay in the hot pot broth. Therefore, Blue needn't come to Human Pass. He could hand over the broth to a trustworthy person and remotely manage the war. No, Uncle Fisher, this must be done personally. Only then will they trust us. Initially, Blue planned to delegate this task to Angus's subordinates after arriving at Human Pass. However, seeing the bodies of Turks Dominic had brought back aroused suspicions. Though he couldn't verify them, Blue decided to personally oversee the operation for safety's sake. Only this way could he assure absolute adherence to the plan and resolve the Turk menace once and for all. Chapter 234, Persuading Angus. No, it's still too dangerous. Didn't you and Hicks meet Connor? Why don't you hand everything over to them? Though Hicks is a bit straightforward, Finn is quite smart and can certainly help you. Even though Angus was already aware of all Blue's plans, he still opposed the idea of Blue going alone into danger. Uncle Fisher, it might be too late now. I've already promised Connor that I will go with him when they return to Tujua this time. Blue could not help but laugh awkwardly after hearing Angus's words. Then he spoke. What? Upon hearing these words, Angus instantly flew off the handle. Are you crazy? You can do as you please in Yinmen Pass usually, but once you're in Tujua, if anything happens, we will really have no way out. Angus stood up, came to Blue's side, grabbed his shoulders tightly as if trying to stop him from leaving. Uncle Fisher, please rest assured. I have full confidence for this trip to Tujua, and if you're still worried, you can lend me some men to accompany me to Tujua. In Blue's view, although Connor inviting him to Tujua might have an ulterior motive, it wouldn't mean that they would kill him on the first encounter. Therefore, Blue felt very confident. This is necessary, and this time you must bring all my guards, or I won't let you leave Yinmin Pass at all. Hearing that Blue was not going alone, Angus's expression finally softened a little. That's too many. Just give me 30 to 50 men, and they can pretend to be my caravan's bodyguards. At the thought of taking all the guards, which would be equivalent to exposing his identity, Blue refused to do something so foolish. No, that's too few. There's no negotiation on this. You have to take them all. If something were to happen to you, even if the Tujue people want to harm you, they can ensure your safe return to Yinmin Pass. What Angus cared about now wasn't whether Blue's commercial strategy would succeed. His only concern was Blue's safety. No matter what, even if he himself perished in battle, Blue mustn't be harmed. This was his promise to Ebert and also for the sake of his colleague, Garth. Alright, then I'll arrange all of them. Seeing Angus's current attitude, Blue knew that continuing to refuse would likely result in being stopped from leaving Yinmin Pass altogether. Fine, but all your arrangements must be reported to me in advance and get my approval before execution. Angus was also a little afraid, scrutinizing every detail in Blue's words carefully. I understand, Uncle Fisher. I'll head back now. With that, Blue quickly left to avoid further discussion. He managed to steer the conversation away just now. If Angus remembered yesterday's incident, he'd be in trouble again. Watching Blue hurriedly escape, Angus sighed helplessly. This brat. Heaving a sigh, Angus prepared to return to monitor the defense of Yinmin Pass. But just as he sat down, he suddenly remembered something and stood up to look out the window. Blue was long gone by now. He called Blue over today not to discuss business tactics, but to question why he had left Hicks and Finn behind and disappeared alone for a whole day. Damn brat. Don't let me catch you next time. Angus clenched his fists, slammed the table fiercely, and gritted his teeth. On the other side, Blue, having avoided one ordeal, started preparing for the journey to Tujue with Connor. He first picked 30 sharp-witted soldiers from Angus's guards to serve as his caravan's bodyguards. Remember, you are now bodyguards for the caravan. Do not carry any military-related items. And watch your behavior. From now on, go to the caravan site and observe how other caravan guards act. After assigning the people who would accompany him, he was still puzzled about what to do with the remaining 400. Jerry, take charge of the rest. Your task is to secretly follow us and try to keep within one day's travel distance. Since Angus handed these people over to him, Blue couldn't let them idle. They were protecting him, after all, so a bit more distance shouldn't be problematic. Having arranged everything, Blue waited quietly for Connor to contact him again to depart for Tujue. As Blue grew impatient waiting, Connor's people finally arrived at the inn. When Blue met Connor again, their relationship seemed much closer. Sir Cheen, I apologize deeply for leaving you alone that day. It was because some matters required my immediate attention. Moreover, I sent someone to your inn but couldn't find anyone. Connor explained apologetically. After all, initially, he intended to kidnap Blue directly, but right when he was about to act, he heard that the troops in Yinmin Pass were searching for someone. Hearing this news, Connor hesitated. Kidnapping Blue now could invite serious trouble. With Angus still in Yinmin Pass, angering him could lead to disastrous results. Thus, Connor abandoned the idea. As long as Blue did not suspect him, he would eventually follow him to Tujue. Once Blue left Yinmin Pass and entered Tujue territory, Connor could decide what to do as he pleased. Brother Connor, don't say that. I'm perfectly fine. And my 2 guards found me missing and contacted the authorities immediately to search for me. So naturally, your people couldn't find me. Blue smiled and waved it off, seeing the remorse on Connor's face. All is well. These past days I've been worried about Sir Cheen's safety. Once you arrive at my place, I will treat you royally. Otherwise, I would not be able to sleep or eat in peace. Chapter 235. Departure from Yinmin Pass. After some cordial exchanges, Connor and Larry set out on their journey to the land of the Tujue. Just as they were about to exit the city gates, Larry glanced at the Tang soldiers standing guard and felt a twinge of concern. Brother Connor, there are so many soldiers at the gate. How will we get through? According to the Tang regulations for merchants, every caravan entering or leaving the empire would undergo strict scrutiny. For a Tujue merchant like Connor, with tensions being high, any discovery would lead to immediate arrest. Haha, young Master Cheen, you needn't worry about that. We have our ways, Connor assured him. Larry realized Connor had just returned from Tujue not long ago before coming back to Yinmin Pass. Crossing checkpoints was clearly not a problem for them. Oh, I see. Looks like I underestimated you, Brother Connor. Well then, you can relax completely now. Larry leaned back and lay down in the carriage. Seeing Larry's demeanor, Connor merely smiled but said nothing. When it came time for inspection, Connor stayed seated, leaving the handling of customs formalities to his men. Larry watched the scene unfold with half-closed eyes. He had been curious to see how Connor would handle the checkpoint, but instead of soldiers approaching, the caravan began moving forward without issue. A wreck? It's over already? Larry sat up, eyeing Connor curiously. Or what did you expect? Connor remained composed, glancing at his book. Well, Larry found himself speechless but gained more respect for Connor's connections, especially with Dominic. The ease of passing the checkpoint suggested a closer relationship than he had imagined. All right, young Master Cheen, stop looking at me like that. In fact, such arrangements are common at border checkpoints. Everyone knows each other well. Sometimes inspections aren't even necessary. Connor put down his book and explained, slightly unnerved by Larry's gaze. At checkpoints like Yinmin Pass, which were far from major trade routes, caravans were relatively fixed. Thus, not only Connor's team but also other traders were quite familiar with the guards. As long as they didn't openly violate Tang laws, a quick word between the head trader and the patrol leader usually sufficed. Hearing this, Larry sighed inwardly. In this era, commerce wasn't highly valued, and essential goods like salt and iron were strictly controlled, making inspections less stringent. Ah, I understand now. This is my first time traveling for business, so there's much I don't know. Hope you don't mind my ignorance, Larry chuckled sheepishly. No worries. From the moment I met you, I knew this was your first long journey. First, because you're young, and second, the large number of guards indicates your family's concern. Connor pointed out, noting the 30-plus guards Larry brought along. They're all skilled and always alert, likely specially trained by your family. You're right. To be honest, my father originally wanted even more people. But considering the cargo, drawing too much attention wouldn't be wise. Larry anticipated this suspicion. Now that Connor brought it up, he continued smoothly. If Jerry's team was discovered later, he could explain it convincingly. Your family's approach is sound. Caution is necessary on your first trading venture. However, why come to Yimin Pass to buy live sheep if you're from Chang'an? I know many places in Tang have excellent mutton. Why choose here? There are indeed fine muttons within Tang, but our people have grown accustomed to them. Introducing something different adds appeal to my new restaurant, Larry responded, experienced from 2 lifetimes of living. The goal is to attract customers. Surely, you understand these tactics. Connor couldn't find fault with Larry's explanations. Remarkable. You possess great business acumen, young Master Chin. Perhaps we should collaborate more in the future. Connor abandoned probing for more details, recognizing opportunities where they lie. Certainly, I hope to learn more from you, Brother Connor, to introduce novel products to Tang. That way, my hot pot restaurant can thrive. The conversation ended, and they embarked on a long journey. Along the way, Larry saw sights he'd never imagined, vast grasslands dotted with migrating herds of sheep. Oh, by the way, Brother Connor, roughly how many sheep do the Tujue have? Suddenly, Larry considered the vast grasslands of the Tujue, feeling immense pressure. If one day his hot pot base became irrelevant, and the Tujue developed differently, wouldn't his plans fall apart? Thus, Larry sought something indispensable to the Tujue that could replace the hot pot base. Well, let's just say we have over 1 million sheep at least. So, no need to worry about trading your hot pot base. Our flocks will meet your needs, Connor reassured him. Chapter 236, deep into the Turkic territory. When he heard about more than 1 million, Blue finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed his initial estimates were not far off. Considering the breeding rate of sheep, if Blue could stimulate the Turks to increase their sheep population during this period, then all his plans could proceed smoothly. Since there are so many, I have an idea, Blue nodded and continued speaking. A wreck? If young Master Chin has any ideas, please feel free to share. I'm also quite curious how such a young person like you can manage your family's business so well. Connor was receptive to Blue's plan. As long as they had enough hot pot seasoning, they could expand their operations. The scale of expansion would depend on their ambition. How about we establish a full partnership? I'll take all the sheep you have. If there isn't enough hot pot seasoning, I have other items for trade. Blue was determined to make the most out of the Turkic herds. Other items? What kind of items? Hearing this, Connor perked up. Tang Dynasty goods were very attractive to him. Seeing Connor's interest, Blue smiled inwardly. Gold and silver aren't necessary. Other items will depend on what Brothershire needs. No matter what it is, I can get it for you. Blue reassured Connor with a pat on his chest. Gold and silver may be valuable in your Tang Dynasty, but not much use to us. However, if you say you can get anything, there are indeed a few things I'm interested in, Connor said, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. I wonder if young Master Chin can procure salt and iron. We really need these. Connor's voice dropped significantly, fearing someone outside might hear. Blue also glanced nervously around upon hearing this. Brothershire, that's asking a lot. You know, salt and iron are strictly controlled. It's not easy to get them. Earlier, Blue mentioned to Connor that transportation of non-controlled goods like salt and iron was easy through customs. Now, Connor was focusing on precisely those items. Without absolute certainty, it would be risking death. Haha, no choice. Turks rarely have these things, and the Tang Dynasty won't sell them to us, so we have to buy from elsewhere. This increases transport costs and time. But if you can get these for me, I'll offer you a good price. Connor stared intently at Blue while speaking, as if he knew Blue would provide a satisfying response. Oh, this is indeed quite difficult. Blue lost his usual calm, now showing signs of difficulty. These are hard to procure, but if Brothershire truly needs them, I might consider ways. However, I need to consult my father once I return and give you a proper answer. Blue wanted to finalize it immediately but hesitated. After all, regarding controlled items like salt and iron, it would be wise to consult Ebert first. Otherwise, if discovered by Ebert, his situation would be embarrassing. No worries, no rush. Your hot pot seasonings are already popular among the Turks. We will need plenty of them for a long time. Connor was not surprised by Blue's cautious reply. A hasty agreement would have made Connor reconsider the transaction. That's great. 1 month later, after delivering the remaining hot pot seasoning, I'll go home to check details. This way, Brothershire can be reassured sooner. Blue extended his hand, shaking hands with Connor. After hot pot seasoning, Blue and Connor's next deal was already budding. Over the next few days, Blue and Connor moved deeper into Turkic territory. By Blue's estimate, they were in the heart of Turkic land. Normally, a caravan transfer point wouldn't be set so deep. Even if Connor's group wasn't a regular caravan, this distance was still extreme. Brothershire, how much longer until we arrive? It's too cold here. I can barely tolerate it. That evening, Blue sat in the tent, boiling a hot pot, but still felt the biting cold seeping through his bones despite heavy clothing. Almost there, young Master Chin. First-timers always find it uncomfortable. But now you see the importance of your hot pot seasoning to us. Unlike Blue, who was shivering, Connor had even taken off his coat, enjoying the hot pot with a glowing face. I realized that, in such weather, nothing works better than hot pot. It seems my hot pot pairs perfectly with Turkic lamb. Blue rubbed his stiff fingers, forcing a smile. Indeed, lamb is everywhere, but hot pot is uniquely yours. Connor spoke genuinely, given that hot pot would serve as military rations. Not exactly. Hot pot and lamb are indispensable together. When I made this hot pot, I tasted lamb from various places. Only Turkic lamb felt right. I believe these lambs will fetch a good price back home. At this moment, Blue appeared like a cunning merchant, knowing that acting like one would gain Connor's trust. True, Tang Dynasty sheep are often pinned, resulting in strong mutton flavor. But Turkic grazing grounds allow our sheep to run freely, reducing the gamey taste and making it better. Connor praised his own lamb. After dinner, he brought out strong liquor they drank before, preparing for a couple of sips before bed. Initially, Blue refused, considering this wasn't Yinmin. But they were hundreds of miles away from Yinmin, deep in Turkic territory. If he got drunk and did something inappropriate this time, he would regret it for the rest of his life. However, when Connor said that drinking would warm the body and prevent freezing during sleep, Blue drank a couple of cups to safeguard his life. Just those 2 cups made Blue lose consciousness again. But fortunately, Hicks and Finn were with him. Sensing the onset of intoxication, Blue immediately fell asleep, not giving Connor any chance to probe him. He slept until early the next morning. By the time he woke up, everyone outside had already packed up and was ready to set off. Mr. Cheen, if everything goes well, we'll reach my home tonight. Then you can't embarrass yourself like you did last night in front of our Turkic women. Connor came over as soon as he saw Blue awake. Haha, don't worry, brother Sure. Now I represent the face of our Tang Dynasty. I'll give it my all. Even if I can't drink as much as you, I won't bring shame upon our people, Blue said, patting his chest firmly. Good. Let's not waste any more time. Let's depart now. Following Connor's command, the caravan continued its journey. Due to the effects of the previous night's drinks, Blue still felt a bit uncomfortable sitting in the carriage. After a long day, the lethargic Blue finally arrived at the place Connor called home. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, he saw a large cluster of tents, about 20 to 30 of them. Wow, brother Sure. Is this your home? Compared to yours, mine feels rather cramped. Blue was genuinely shocked. He had suspected that Connor might be a significant figure among the Turks. Now, his suspicion seemed confirmed. In Turkic culture, each person typically had their own land, and subordinates generally didn't live together. Having 20 to 30 tents clustered together was quite unusual. Ha ha ha, Mr. Cheen, you flatter us. Comparing the Tang Dynasty to us Turkmens isn't appropriate. You have a large population and thus more living space, while we, with fewer people, naturally have more extensive territories. But if you have the chance, Mr. Cheen, please do bring me to see your home. Connor turned to look at Blue, who could only laugh awkwardly. That's certainly possible, but it depends on how relations between our two peoples develop. If they remain as friendly as they are now, there should be no issue even if you stay for some time. And I believe Brother Sure must also want to see the beauty of our Tang Dynasty. Should such an opportunity arise, I will personally escort you, Brother Sure. The 2 men laughed and chatted as they walked inside. If anyone else saw this scene, they'd think the 2 were close brothers. In reality, both were cautiously wary of each other, so every polite word spoken was not entirely sincere. Connor brought Blue to the largest tent in the center. There, several beautiful women were already waiting. Mr. Cheen, allow me to introduce my wife, Marianne, and my sisters. They will keep you company tonight, cheering you on. Connor pointed to his sisters, inviting Blue to choose. Blue understood the true intent. Using these women to try and pry information from him, Blue wouldn't fall for it. Revealing his identity here would give the Turks leverage to negotiate with the Tang Dynasty. Brother Sure, you joke? At my age, I'm not suited for such matters. And besides, I promised to prove myself tonight. It wouldn't feel right if someone helped me win. Blue waved his hand, adopting a determined demeanor. Haha, well done, Mr. Cheen. You are indeed a true man. Come, join me inside. Let's eat and drink. Connor laughed heartily and gestured Blue into the tent. The table inside was already laden with food and drink, awaiting their arrival. As the host, Connor sat in the seat of honor, and Blue naturally took the seat to his left. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the formal completion of my transaction with Mr. Cheen. This is the first time, but certainly not the last. Here's to future smooth cooperation. Connor stood and raised his cup high. Brother Sure speaks wisely. Let this cup serve as both a celebration of success and a toast to our next venture. Blue stood as well, raised his cup, clinked it with Connor's in the air, and drained it in one go. Chapter 237. The Beauty Trap. During the banquet, Connor saw that Blue was nearly drunk and gestured discreetly to a woman sitting nearby. The woman immediately understood his intentions and rose to approach Blue. Mr. Cheen, the feast has just begun. How can you already be drunk? Come, let me have another couple of cups with you. The woman swayed her body, rubbing up against Blue. Who says I'm not believing it? Blue's voice rose as he heard her words. I'll have you know, men, we never admit we can't do something. Here, drink. As he spoke, Blue lifted his wine cup and clinked it against hers. Haha, Mr. Cheen is indeed generous. Fishertle sister, be careful. Don't really get Mr. Cheen drunk. Connor laughed heartily at the scene. Don't worry, brother. I know what I'm doing. With a smile in her eyes, the woman replied to Connor and then turned around to pour another cup for Blue. Mr. Cheen, I heard from my brother that your family in Tang Dynasty is quite wealthy. Do you have someone you like? As she poured wine for Blue, she engaged him in casual conversation. Shaw, what wealth? My father is just an idle old man at home. All earning responsibilities fall on me. It's quite hard for me. Blue waved his hand, looking helpless. How is that possible? If your father were idle, how could your family have such vast wealth? The woman did not believe Blue's words. Perhaps she thought Blue was just a young rich boy indulging a passing fancy, all relying on ancestral assets. You don't understand. Listen, this hot pot seasoning was personally developed by me. You wouldn't know how popular it is in Tang. People queue from morning until night and might still not get to eat. Pointing to the boiling hot pot, Blue wore a proud expression. So, you actually made this hot pot seasoning. Truly unexpected. Pity it's so expensive. I want to eat but can't afford it. Why don't you secretly tell me how you make it? In return, I won't treat you poorly. As she spoke, the woman edged closer to Blue. Feeling the softness pressing against his arm, Blue felt a bit distracted. Unfortunately, he was now only 10 years old. If it were his previous life, Blue might have struggled to maintain his composure. It's not difficult. I can tell you if you wish. But what can I get in return? Blue lowered his head and glanced at the temptation before him. The attitude of a spoilt young master was revealed. Unbeknownst to him, as he gazed into the abyss also stared back. Seeing Blue like this, Connor inwardly chuckled. After all, a 10-year-old boy is still a man, and most men cannot resist a beauty trap. If they managed to easily obtain the hot pot seasoning recipe this time, Connor would be laughing in his dreams. I don't have much money. Do you think I can suffice? The woman watched Blue closely and even leaned forward slightly, bringing herself closer to him. Very well indeed. Blue's cloudy eyes brightened momentarily as he looked at the tempting proximity. But alas, I lack the strength now. Just as it seemed Blue would fall into the abyss, he suddenly shook his head with a hint of regret in his voice. Oh, what happened? Does Mr. Chin find me not beautiful enough? The woman was puzzled when Blue refused, unable to help asking. Oh, miss, what are you saying? To be honest, among all the women I've met, you'd surely be in the top 3. But look at me now. I'm still a child. Blue's statement left everyone present stunned. Everyone had one thought. Are you still a child? Your behavior earlier didn't seem childlike at all. Mr. Chin. The woman wanted to continue, but Blue abruptly stood up, turning to face Connor. Brother Connor, truly sorry. I can't handle more wine. I may need to retire early. Blue swayed slightly as he bowed. Oh, has Mr. Chin forgotten your grand words on our way here? Wouldn't this mean surrendering to me? Connor did not want to let Blue leave so easily, having been outwitted by this sly fox all along. Seeing Blue intoxicated now was the best opportunity to extract what he wanted. Surrendered. A drinking contest is not a battlefield. Losing to you, Brother Connor, is no disgrace. But this is only temporary. If Brother Connor values loyalty, wait a few years. Then I will surely redeem today's humiliation. Blue rubbed his cheeks to clear his head. Hicks and Finn came over and supported Blue on either side. Apologies, Master Sure. Our Lord doesn't hold his liquor well. We'll take him to rest and perhaps another day, our Lord can share another round with Master Sure. Before standing, Blue had subtly signaled Hicks and Finn, who understood he was reaching his limit and quickly came to his aid. Seeing this, Connor knew it was futile to press further. All right, I trust Mr. Chin has had a tiring journey. Your tents are arranged. Someone will guide you there. Rest well tonight, and we'll explore the grassland tomorrow. Connor instructed his servant to lead Blue and his companions to their tents. As an honored guest, Blue had his own tent, while Hicks and Finn's tents were beside his. After laying the drunken Blue down, Hicks and Finn returned to their tent. Just as they were about to rest, the tent flap opened, and a wobbly figure entered. Master? Hicks and Finn, who were undressing, hurriedly covered themselves. But you've already rested. Why are you here? They helped Blue to bed and poured him a glass of water. You two really dare let me sleep alone under these circumstances? Blue took the glass and drank, his expression clearer though still a little dazed. Well, who else could sleep alone? It wouldn't be proper for us to crowd together. Besides, this is Connor's territory. Even if he has ulterior motives, he wouldn't act here. Before leaving, Blue had warned Hicks and Finn that Connor's invitation was not purely for sightseeing in Turkic territory. There must be something else, but Blue couldn't guess what it was for now. He could only advise them to be more careful. How is it impossible? Is it true that only knives made of iron are knives? Blue looked at the bewildered two and felt a little helpless. After hearing his words, however, they were still puzzled and didn't understand what Blue was trying to say. Forget it. You don't need to know this. Go to sleep. Sighing lightly, Blue lay down and took over Hicks's bed. Hicks, seeing this, could only look at Finn with pleading eyes for help. What are you looking at me for? If you don't want to sleep on the floor tonight, then share my bed. Finn sighed inwardly, yet Blue clearly had some fear about sleeping alone. As their bodyguards, they had to protect him well, so they decided to comply with his demands. Afterward, Finn turned back to his own bed and lay down. Hicks looked at Blue and Finn, then glanced down at the ground. Move over a bit, and give me some space. Hicks walked towards Finn's bed. Right, close the door carefully, beware of dangerous people coming in tonight. Just as Hicks was about to get into bed, Blue spoke up, reminding him that he hadn't closed the door properly when Blue came in and took over his bed. Now, only Hicks wasn't on the bed, so he had to close the door and blow out the candle. The night passed quietly. Maybe because of the alcohol, Blue slept very soundly even among the incessant snores of Hicks and Finn. When he woke up stretching, Hicks and Finn had already left. Fisher-sinning intently, they were just outside the tent, which made Blue feel relieved. After all, this was not their territory, and they should be cautious. As Blue was preparing to get up and find Hicks, the woman from last night entered with a pot of hot water. Mr. Chin, you're awake? Why did you not sleep in your own tent last night? Her expression revealed a hint of resentment. Well, I drank too much and felt quite uncomfortable, so I came to squeeze in with them. Blue smiled awkwardly at her, knowing she had indeed come to check on him last night. Thankfully, he was prepared and spent the night with Hicks and Finn. Otherwise, his innocence might have been compromised on this Turkish steppe. Ah, it's all my fault for coming late last night. Otherwise, I would have taken care of Mr. Chin. The woman placed the hot water aside and sat next to Blue. This can't be blamed on you. It's my misfortune. Seeing her approach, Blue quickly jumped off the bed. Right, I'm a bit hungry. What do we have for breakfast? He washed his face with hot water and asked. Breakfast is ready, your servants are enjoying it. But wouldn't you like to eat something else before breakfast? She lay on the bed, looking flirtatiously at Blue. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Blue hastily replied. No thanks, I barely ate last night, so I'm quite hungry. I'll go first. Please make yourself comfortable. With that, Blue fled the tent. Outside, Hicks and Finn were sitting at a table laughing and eating breakfast. Seeing Blue come out, Hicks gave him an amused look. Master, how did you come out so soon? What else can I do if I don't come out? Blue pulled the corner of his mouth, picked up a pancake, and took a big bite. You should have slept a bit more. After all, such opportunities won't be available in Chang'an. When the woman entered the tent earlier, Hicks noticed it too, but chose not to follow in. They knew it wasn't appropriate. Shut up and eat your meal. Finish eating, and let's find Connor to finalize our business and head back. Rolling his eyes, Blue couldn't understand what Hicks was thinking. He was only 10. How could he do such things? As they were eating, the woman also emerged from the tent, casting a lingering glance at Blue. This action did not escape Hicks's notice. Master, look what you missed, Hicks whispered in Blue's ear. Indeed, Connor's sister was both beautiful and curvaceous, leaving Hicks baffled how Blue resisted temptation. If you like her, I can leave you here as a liaison officer. What do you think? Amused by Blue's remark, he tore off a piece of pancake and mumbled. Master, you're right. We do need a liaison officer here. As for who, Hicks is the best fit. Hearing this, Finn added support. Off with you. The liaison role needs someone smart. You're more suited than me. Not wanting Hicks to gain an upper hand, Finn retorted. All right, if you keep talking, I'll leave you both here. Blue intervened to end this farce. After breakfast, Connor appeared. Mr. Cheen, did you rest well? Looking at Connor's smiling face, Blue adjusted his expression. Thank you, Brother Connor. I rested well. Their meeting changed the atmosphere instantly. Hicks and Finn tactfully moved aside to allow them to converse privately. Since you rested well, why don't we see the sheep today? This being our first transaction, Mr. Cheen can choose whichever sheep he likes. Blue's purpose here was to complete the first transaction, so accepting Connor's invitation, they headed to the pasture. Faced with countless identical sheep, Blue hesitated. How could he tell good ones apart? Brother Connor, to be honest, I really don't know. So please pick for me. I trust you. Connor chuckled. Since you trust me, I'll show you the sincerity of the Turks. See the largest flock? They are the best. All of them are yours. Connor pointed to his fattest flock generously. In this way, Blue secured the deal for the best sheep and set the stage for future cooperation. However, young Master Cheen, there is one more thing you need to pay attention to in advance. With so many sheep, it won't be easy to transport them back within the frontier when the time comes. Hearing Connor's words, Blue suddenly realized that he had never considered how a normal caravan could transport such a large number of sheep back. If there was any slip-up in this matter, Connor would definitely suspect his true identity. Yes, Brother Connor is right. It will indeed be difficult with so many sheep. Blue rubbed his chin, wearing an expression of difficulty. I wonder if Brother Connor has any good suggestions on how to transport these sheep back? Ultimately, Blue decided to entrust this tricky problem to Connor. After all, handling such a difficult issue not only verified Blue's identity but also provided an opportunity for him to witness Connor's true capabilities. This is indeed quite challenging. Normally, sending a few dozen sheep wouldn't be a problem, but transporting over 10,000 sheep is certainly a major headache. Connor was also stumped at this moment. 10,000 sheep could not possibly escape the notice of the Tang soldiers guarding the border. Such a massive movement would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Tang Empire. At that point, it wouldn't expose Blue's real purpose, but also risk compromising himself, making it counterproductive. Right, young Master Cheen, how about this? You can purchase a piece of land near the border specifically for raising the sheep. In this way, not only can you avoid drawing the attention of the border guards, but you can also temporarily store these sheep, isn't it? Suddenly, Connor lit up and proposed an idea. Blue thought about it for a while and nodded. This plan works, but then I won't be able to bring the first batch of sheep back. Undoubtedly, Connor's suggestion was the best option under the circumstances. However, Blue had already delivered 10,000 packets of hot pot base, and without bringing the sheep back, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Haha, young Master Cheen doesn't need to worry about this. I won't leave your side until the first batch of sheep is safely in your hands. Would this ease your concerns? Faced with Blue's worry, Connor quickly came up with a reasonable solution. But this solution was a bit tricky for Blue. To purchase land near the border, he would have to return to Chang'an and submit an application to the Ministry of Revenue and Household. Yet, returning to Chang'an greatly increased the chances of exposing his identity. If Connor were to catch on, it wouldn't just mean bye-bye giving away numerous hot pot bases to the Turks, but also making them suspicious moving forward. Edit. If Connor were to realize this, it wouldn't just mean bye-bye giving away numerous hot pot bases to the Turks, but also raising their suspicions for future dealings. Note, the term bye-bye implies doing something in vain or without gain. I've adjusted the sentence to better convey this meaning while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Why? Is there something troubling young Master Cheen? If young Master Cheen is uncomfortable with me following you, how about letting my younger sister accompany you instead? Seeing Blue remain silent, Connor suggested further. No. I'll still rely on Brother Connor. After all, if I return empty-handed from the first transaction, I can't explain it to my family. The idea of the woman from last night accompanying him sent Blue into a panic. Bringing a woman back with him would create complications, especially if Bristol or even Ascari found out. Any conflict would risk exposing a flaw in his cover. So even if it meant having Connor follow him, he absolutely couldn't allow a woman near him. Alright, let's finalize this decision. After staying here for a few more days and enjoying my hospitality, we'll return within the frontier to complete this first transaction, reassuring your family. As Connor spoke, he tried to pull Blue back, but upon hearing he might stay longer, Blue immediately shook his head. Brother Connor, I think we should go back as soon as possible. The family is very concerned about this matter and eagerly awaits news. Blue insisted, unwilling to stay another day. He feared another attempted seduction. Even if the first 2 times were safe, repeated attempts would start testing his self-control. Chapter 238, Best Friends. Despite Blue's repeated insistence, Connor knew he couldn't keep him any longer and agreed to return to Yemen Pass immediately. After a brief packing, they set out on their journey back. This time, Connor did not bring his caravan. Only a few guards accompanied him along with Blue. Along the way, one of Connor's guards, Dutualu, approached him. Prince, aren't we leaving too hastily? Originally, according to Connor's plan, they would have stayed for a few days before leaving once Mac arrived with reinforcements. Now, they were departing 3 days ahead of schedule, and there were only a few of them, significantly altering the balance of power with Blue. No problem. I've left a message for Mac. When he sees it, he'll follow us. Besides, we can rest assured. As long as we don't have the sheep, Blue won't do anything to harm us. On the contrary, he'll ensure our safety. Connor was not worried because the first batch of hot pot spices had already arrived. Mac would send this batch back to the court, while Connor needed to secure more spices to support the army's movement. As for Blue, Connor was confident that his identity had not been discovered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought such a small group of guards to Tujue. Note, the word Tujue is the pinyin form of Tujie, which refers to an ancient Turkic nomadic confederation. It has been directly translated to Tujue in this context for consistency and accuracy. I understand, Prince. However, we should still be cautious. Some people in the court are now opposed to your plan to trade sheep for hot pot spices. Dutualu nodded, acknowledging that Connor was the Khan's most promising son and a potential heir to the Tujue court. If the hot pot spice strategy succeeded, his prestige would reach unprecedented heights. Let them oppose if they wish. Once I inherit the Khan's position, we'll see what they can say then. At this moment, a hint of sternness flashed in Connor's eyes. Although Tujue appeared peaceful on the surface, undercurrents of unrest simmered. The Xianchuo clan and others had grown stronger, increasingly disregarding the authority of the court. They opposed the hot pot spice strategy, fearing the court's growing power. They oppose because they don't want to see the court become stronger. If the court grows powerful, it will reclaim some of their authority, weakening them completely. By the way, remember to leave marks for Mac every so often. Although Connor was confident in his plan, he wanted to ensure no one sabotaged it from the shadows. Mac was his final guarantee. With Mac on board, those opposing him could do nothing. Meanwhile, Blue gathered with Hicks and Finn to discuss their next move. Master, I think we should place the transfer point for the sheep near Yimin Pass. This way, even if the Tujue people try any tricks, they'll have to consider the garrison at Yimin Pass. Finn suggested that Blue establish the transfer location near Yimin Pass, considering how unreliable the Tujue could be. If they took back the sheep after handing them over, all efforts would be wasted. Yes, Master. If you find it inconvenient, we can notify the general first. This way, we won't need to return to Chang'an and avoid arousing suspicion from Connor. Hicks echoed Finn's suggestion. General Angus was in Yimin Pass and could make decisions independently, avoiding exposing Blue's true identity upon returning to Chang'an. However, Blue shook his head. No, Yimin Pass is safe but problematic. It's the gateway between Tang and Tujue. How could ordinary merchant caravans set up transfer stations here? Connor wouldn't miss that logic. So, the best location for the transfer station should be far from Yimin Pass, perhaps in the west opposite Chang'an. This makes it more plausible. Blue valued this decision greatly. His investment in hot pot spices must yield returns. Too close to Connor raised suspicion, too far increased transportation costs. Even though he worked for the Tang Dynasty, he didn't want to incur losses. Forget about that for now. Selecting the location is trivial. What I need you to do is a significant task. Find a reliable brother to deliver a letter to Ascari in Chang'an before we return. Let him handle everything until we get back. Now, Blue entrusted everything to Ascari, who might need to collaborate on a performance. Understood, Master. I'll arrange it right away. Satisfied with Blue's instructions, Hicks and Finn proceeded without further discussion. Blue wrote a letter to Ascari on a bumpy carriage that night. That evening, just as Blue prepared to rest, one person slipped away from the camp ahead of them to return to Yimin Pass. Connor soon received word, but dismissed it as Blue's attempt to hide his identity. Now, I just need to play my part to get the hot pot spices, Connor thought. However, shortly after dinner, a cavalry rider quietly appeared nearby. Observing the flags Blue's group had erected, the rider returned to report. General, confirmed. It's Prince Chiyun's group. The leader nodded. We've caught up. Everyone prepare. Let's give the prince a grand welcome. With the general's order, the 100-strong cavalry drew their sabers. Charge. Sabers high, they galloped toward Blue's resting area. In the midst of this, Connor woke abruptly, his face pale. He tore open his tent. Just then, Dutualu rushed over, looking anxious. Prince, did you hear it? Dutualu glanced at Connor, both understanding the gravity of the situation from each other's eyes. Yes, informed Blue immediately. We're in trouble. Connor, pulling out his dagger, looked towards the dark, expansive grassland. When Dutualu reached Blue's tent, he found Blue's guards already on edge. Blue, dressed and ready, emerged with Hicks and Finn. Chin Master, we might be in trouble. Dutualu's observation of Blue's well-prepared guards reassured him. I know, Blue replied calmly. The attackers seem numerous. Prepare quickly for battle. Blue also took out his versatile Ruyi stick and prepared for battle. Note, Ruyi is typically translated as versatile Ruyi stick, which seems off in English. A more fluent translation might be versatile staff or magic staff. Here's the improved version. Blue also took out his versatile staff and prepared for battle. Hicks, get ready. If the situation turns unfavorable, you take the young master and leave immediately. Finn stood nearby, visibly tense. He had been the first to hear the distant sound of galloping hooves. From the chaotic hoofbeats, it was evident that the approaching group numbered close to 100 men. In contrast, they only had around 30 people at best, giving them a significant disadvantage in any upcoming conflict. Finn, I think it's better if you take the young master and leave. Let me handle these men. I'll find you after I've dealt with them, Blue added. Hicks couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth at Finn's words. After all, he was the top guard under Angus. In terms of martial prowess, few in the entire group could match him. Alright, this isn't the time for arguments. Prepare for battle fully. If things turn dire, do your best to ensure Connor's safety. The plan is already set. As long as Connor lives, we still have a chance. The hoofbeats grew closer, clearly audible even without pressing an ear to the ground. With the versatile Ruyi stick in hand, Blue felt no concern for his own safety. His main worry was that Connor should not die in this skirmish. Otherwise, the hard-won connection with the Tujue would be severed. Note, for better readability and fluency, I've made slight adjustments to the sentence structure while ensuring the meaning remains accurate. Additionally, Ruyi is typically translated as versatile or adjustable, but it's kept here as Ruyi to maintain any specific context or terminology used in the document. If Ruyi should be translated instead of transliterated, please let me know. Master, at this point, shouldn't we worry about you more than Connor? Hearing this, Hicks and Finn both strongly disagreed. Forget it, let's go find Connor. Blue knew he couldn't persuade Hicks and Finn at this critical moment, so he decided to proactively protect Connor himself. Upon reaching Connor, Blue found that his party was already prepared for battle. Mr. Cheen, it seems our luck isn't too good today. Connor smiled upon seeing Blue. If he guessed correctly, he already knew the identity of the attackers. Hee, it's too early to say if our luck is bad or good. Why can't it be their bad luck? Blue retorted. Connor paused, then realized Blue made a valid point. With Blue's background in skilled guards, their luck might not be too bad after all. Alright, it's up to you, Mr. Cheen. Connor hadn't brought many guards on this trip, so naturally, he now relied on Blue's men. However, if his guess was right, his identity would soon be exposed to Blue. Moments later, the cavalry finally appeared. As soon as they met, the cavalry quickly surrounded Blue's group. Haha, Prince, we meet again. The leading general rode forward, addressing Connor. Prince. Before Connor could respond, Blue and his men looked at him in disbelief. Among the Tujue, only the sons of Elwood could be called princes. This meant Connor wasn't a merchant, but one of Reed's sons. Didn't expect them to send you, Barker. Do you really think you can be my match? Acknowledging the exposure of his identity, Connor stood up to face the pursuing general. Prince Chiyun, I know one-on-one. I'm no match for you. But look around. With so many men, do you think you stand a chance? Barker sneered, knowing his mission was to eliminate Connor. Why engage in a single combat when he had overwhelming numbers? And those Tang people, if you leave now, I'll let you go unharmed. Barker turned to Blue, having learned Connor exchanged hot pot spices with Tang merchants. They weren't planning to confront the Tang yet, and the leader had instructed Barker to only seek Connor's head while leaving the rest to his discretion. He knew engaging Blue's fierce guards could lead to Connor escaping amidst the chaos. For the mission's success and to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better not to provoke them. As for Blue and his men, he planned to deal with them after handling Connor. This is none of your business, Mr. Cheen. You should leave. Connor didn't expect Blue to offer help after learning his true identity. Just these people? If I can't protect you, there's no point in going home. Blocking Connor was Blue. Initially, Blue saw Connor as a valuable link to the Tujue. Now, knowing his identity, he was even more determined to protect him. Mr. Cheen. Connor was surprised by Blue's decision. They were from opposing sides, Blue being the son of the Tang Marquis Garth. Yet here Blue stood, ready to defend him. No need to talk. We'll discuss later after the battle. Blue's eyes narrowed, gripping his versatile Ruyi stick tightly. Note: Ruyi is not translated in this context as it seems to be a specific term or name for the weapon. If it should be translated or explained further, please let me know. Revised for fluency and clarity. Blue's eyes narrowed, and he gripped his versatile Ruyi stick tightly. You Tang people are truly stubborn. I offered a way out, and you refuse it. So be it. You will all stay here. Barker viewed Blue, a mere 10-year-old, as no threat. He signaled the attack. As the cavalry charged, Blue ordered his men to retreat behind tents and wagons for protection. Using obstacles to hinder the cavalry charge neutralized their speed advantage. As the horses slowed, Blue extended his versatile staff to trip the horses, causing riders to fall. Note: Ruyi is translated as versatile to maintain fluency in English, and staff is used instead of stick for more accuracy and naturalness. Realizing this tactic wouldn't work, Barker knew time was running out. Mac was approaching, and he dared not face him. He needed to swiftly eliminate Connor and leave undetected. Stop charging. Attack directly. The cavalry dismounted and surged forward as infantry. With no speed advantage, the battle became balanced. Guards clashed fiercely, with men falling amidst the flashes of steel. As the intense battle raged on, Blue's guards fought off the advancing Tujue soldiers, creating a standoff that could tip either way. But among them, most were Tujue cavalry. As for Blue's guards, only a few had been injured. None had lost their lives. Are these really the guards of an ordinary merchant convoy? Looking at the combat prowess of Blue's guards, Barker's expression was grim. These weren't just any guards. Even Tujue elite soldiers might not match this level of combat efficiency. Especially one of them, wielding a long spear, whose strength clearly far surpassed his own. Even if Mac were here, this man could likely stand against him in battle. That person, of course, was Hicks. Hicks was fighting with increasing fervor. Since Angus had been recalled to Chang'an, they hadn't seen much action. Now that there was an opportunity, he was fully engrossed in the fight. Hicks, don't linger in battle. Protect young Master Cheen. Just as Hicks was about to lead a counterattack, he suddenly heard Finn's voice. Although Finn's martial skills were not on par with Hicks, they were sufficient to face the Tujue cavalry. Initially, both of them stayed close to Blue, but now Hicks, emboldened by the battle, had moved farther away from Blue, putting more pressure on Finn. I understand. Hearing this, Hicks calmed down. This wasn't the time for a satisfying battle. Protecting Blue was paramount. As Hicks retreated, Blue had no need to act. He simply stood watching quietly. Blue, why are you protecting me? Connor stood beside Blue. In this entire battlefield, only the two of them remained idle. Brother Connor, I should address you as Prince. There's no special reason. Earlier, I thought you were just a Tujue merchant, so I wanted to use you to open trade routes with the Tujue. But now that I know your true identity, to secure my trade route, it's even more important to protect you. After all, as long as you're alive, we can continue our transactions, right? Blue glanced at Connor and smiled. So that's it. No wonder Blue is a true merchant. Hearing this, Connor chuckled helplessly. My real name is Ashina Chiyun, son of Ashina Dobi, who will be the future Khan of the Tujue. After today, you will be the best friend of the Tujue. Connor openly revealed his identity to Blue. Ashine Adobe was indeed the Tujue Elwood, one of the formidable enemies of Tang China during its early years. Haha, that sounds great. But the name Ashine Chiyun is too hard to pronounce. I'll still call you Brother Connor. But let's discuss being friends after we solve the current problem. At this moment, Hicks and the others had successfully halted the Tujue cavalry's advance. Seeing the stalemate, Barker joined the fray, providing Blue with an opportunity. To subdue the enemy, first subdue their leader. This ancient wisdom was not lost on Blue. Since Barker was the leader of the Tujue cavalry and Blue the leader on their side, dealing with Barker fell naturally to Blue. Taking advantage of Hicks and Finn engaging the surrounding Tujue men, Blue swiftly dashed forward. Blue. Young master. Blue's sudden move startled Connor, Hicks, and Finn. Especially Hicks and Finn, who immediately pushed back the Tujue soldiers to chase after Blue. Seeing this, Connor instinctively followed suit. But Blue's eyes were solely focused on Barker. His versatile Ruyi stick quietly transformed into an iron cudgel. Note: Ruyi is a term that doesn't have a direct English equivalent and seems to be part of a specific name or object in this context, so it's kept as is for accuracy. If you want a more fluent read and it's acceptable to interpret, it might be referred to as his versatile staff or similar, depending on the broader context. Quickly dispose of them. Barker had just felled a guard in front of him and was preparing to reorganize the attack when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone rapidly approaching. The speed was blinding, leaving only an afterimage. In the next second, Blue leaped high, landing directly before him. Sorry. Blue softly uttered 3 words, then mercilessly swung the iron cudgel. What? Before Barker could react, he felt a sharp pain in his head and collapsed unconscious, falling heavily to the ground. Chapter 239. Relief Forces. Barker never understood until his death why he had been killed by a mere child like Blue. Meanwhile, the Turkic soldiers continued their attack, completely unaware that their commander had already been struck down. Master, you? After Blue slew Barker, Hicks and Finn also arrived by his side. Looking at Barker's bloodied and mangled face, both men found it hard to believe what had happened. Hicks, it's up to you now. It's time to end this battle. Blue's expression remained unchanged as he quietly retracted his versatile Ruyi stick and stood aside, waiting for Hicks and the others to handle the subsequent matters. Note: versatile Ruyi stick seems to be a proper name or specific term in this context, so it should be consistently used as versatile Ruyi stick. If Ruyi needs to be translated or explained further, please provide more context or instructions. For better fluency, I would suggest. Blue's expression remained impassive as he quietly retracted his versatile Ruyi stick and stepped aside, allowing Hicks and the others to handle the aftermath. Although still in shock, Hicks knew they must end the fight swiftly to avoid unnecessary casualties among his men. He exchanged glances with Finn, who immediately stepped forward and decapitated Barker with a single stroke of his blade. Then, Hicks approached and speared the head with his spear. The enemy general has been slain. With this cry, the battlefield fell silent, and all eyes turned to Hicks. Upon seeing the severed head on his spear, the Turkic soldiers were filled with dread. On the other side, the guards erupted into cheers. The leaderless Turkic cavalry, having lost their will to fight, began to flee in panic. Initially, Hicks planned to chase after them but was stopped by Blue. Don't pursue them. We must leave quickly to avoid any more ambushes. Blue now knew Connor's identity and realized that there could be more than one group hunting him. Time was of the essence. They had to change direction and leave before reinforcements arrived. That's right. If they want to kill me, it's impossible that they would only send Barker alone. We can't follow the original plan to Yinmin Pass anymore. We need to change course. After the battle, Connor and Blue had become bound together. Neither could be certain if there were pursuers behind or blockers ahead. Yes, we cannot go to Yinmin Pass. We must change our route immediately. Why don't we head for Bai Shui Pass and return to Yinmin Pass through the Tang territory? This is the safest approach. Blue thought for a moment and decided on the next move. Understood, master. We'll pack up right away. Hicks and Finn agreed with Blue's decision and promptly began gathering supplies and tending to the wounded. Shortly thereafter, the caravan set off again. Before leaving, Blue instructed the rear guard to erase any traces of their departure. Not long after Blue left, another troop of cavalry appeared at the scene. However, from their attire, they did not appear to be Turkic soldiers. Captain, no sign of master or the caravan. One of the cavalry carefully examined the battlefield, but only found some Turkic bodies. What? Where could master have gone? The captain pulled off his mask, revealing Jerry. He had followed Blue's instructions but stayed not too far from the caravan. When news of the skirmish reached him, he rushed over to provide support. He felt fortunate for not fully adhering to Blue's orders to stay a day's journey away, which might have meant arriving only to find Blue dead. But now he was baffled. Though he was the first to arrive, Blue was nowhere to be seen. Could master have been captured? A frightening thought suddenly crossed Jerry's mind. There were no signs of Blue or the dead bodies of his guards. This led to 2 possibilities. Either Blue escaped unharmed after the battle, which seemed unlikely given the odds against them, or he was abducted by the attackers. Both scenarios troubled him immensely. Revealing Blue's identity to the Turks would mean using him as leverage against the Tang Empire. No, I need to report back to General immediately. Jerry realized this matter exceeded his capabilities and needed Angus's intervention. As Jerry and his men prepared to leave, hoofbeats sounded nearby. Jerry halted everyone, drew his saber, and cautiously watched the approaching riders. Soon, a squad of Turkic cavalry appeared, also examining the battlefield. Before they could make their own observations, they noticed Jerry's men nearby. Tensions rose instantly between the 2 groups. General, those are Tang soldiers. One of the Turkic men whispered to the leading general under the moonlight, pointing out the dead bodies. And it looks like the dead are our men. The general frowned deeply. Did we arrive too late? The general was ordered by Mac to catch Connor swiftly but had failed. Now he saw Tang soldiers instead of Connor. Naturally, they must have attacked the caravan. The general rode up to Jerry, his gaze darkening as he asked, "Were you the ones who attacked this caravan?" "Weren't you?" Jerry responded, puzzled. These Turkics seemed unaware of the attack. It's absurd to think we'd attack our own caravan on our own land, the general said, placing a hand on his scabbard. I advise you to return anyone you've captured. Jerry couldn't determine if Connor was among these men, nor could the Turkic general confirm Blue's location. Thus, they remained at a standoff. I give you 3 days to return the captives, or we'll declare war on your Tang Empire. The general then turned and left, hurrying to inform Mac of the situation. Meanwhile, Jerry returned to Yinmin Pass, perplexed yet alert. That night, news rippled through both the Tang and Turkic realms. The proud Turkic prince had been attacked within Turkic territory by Tang forces, and his whereabouts were unknown. For Elwood, this was an outright provocation. Reed immediately prepared his troops for an assault on the Tang. Inside Yinmin Pass, Angus furrowed his brow deeply. After Jerry reported everything, Angus knew urgent action was needed. Upon learning of Blue's disappearance, Angus was furious and initially intended to execute Jerry on the spot. However, after some reflection, he realized that they still needed Jerry's help in locating Blue. Therefore, Angus arranged for Jerry and his men to continue searching while drafting a letter to inform Ebert of the situation. The son of a prestigious duke just vanished like this. Angus, how can you possibly explain this to Duke Eric? Ebert tore the letter into pieces upon reading it, right in front of the court officials. Your Majesty, please calm down. The most pressing issue now is to find Erikayu as soon as possible. Egan stepped forward cautiously to pacify the enraged emperor. Your Majesty, I suggest we immediately assemble our troops and launch an attack on the Turks to show them our strength. And I am willing to lead the mission myself to rescue Erikayu. The one who spoke was Adebayo, whose prospective son-in-law was Blue. With his would-be son in danger, how could he remain indifferent? General Chung, let's not act rashly. We don't know where Erikayu is yet. Rushing into action will only provoke the Turks further. If Erikayu is indeed in their hands, any emotional outburst might put him in grave danger. Seth also interjected, finding Adebayo's suggestion too hasty. They needed more information before making a move. Old Du, you're always overthinking things. If our army pressures them, I don't believe they dare harm Erikayu. At worst, if anything happens to Erikayu, I'll personally slaughter all the Turks to honor my nephew's memory. Adebayo became increasingly agitated, but being in the court, he restrained himself from destroying anything physically. Deploying troops to exert pressure is necessary, but we must be patient and understand the Turks' intentions first. If they merely seek an exchange, avoiding war might be a viable option. Seth thought ahead, considering Blue's father, Garth, held no significant power despite being a duke. Thus, threatening the Tang Empire with Blue might not have much leverage. Perhaps the Turks didn't even know Blue's true identity and were simply demanding supplies or provisions. In comparison, these demands were less significant than Blue's safety. Old Du, your approach emboldens them and demoralizes us. Would you give them Yinmin Pass if they demanded it? Yinmin Pass was a critical barrier against Turkic invasions. For years, countless Turkic attempts to seize it had failed. Compromising now could lead to excessive demands. Therefore, Adebayo felt a direct confrontation was the best solution, forcing the Turks into submission through battle, ensuring Blue's safety. As both sides argued, Ebert felt helpless, unsure what to do. He had approved Blue's trip to Yinmin Pass and assigned Angus to protect him. Yet this still happened. Just as Ebert was at a loss, someone entered the court. I humbly suggest adopting Du's strategy for the benefit of the Tang Empire. Hearing this, Adebayo's expression changed. He turned to scold this person who prioritized the Empire over Blue's life. But upon seeing the newcomer's face, Adebayo froze. Shubwa, it was Garth, Blue's father. Angus had sent Garth a letter expressing deep regret for failing to protect Blue. Understanding his son's independent nature, Garth stepped forward, willing to sacrifice Blue if necessary for the greater good. Shubwa, I am truly sorry. It was wrong to send Erikayu to Yinmin Pass. Ebert felt guilty. If not for his agreement, Blue wouldn't be in this situation. Your Majesty, as a subject, my loyalty lies with the Tang Empire. My son, though young, shares this sentiment. I believe he wouldn't want his predicament to harm the Empire. Garth, an old general who hadn't attended court in years, knelt before Ebert. I only ask one favor, Your Majesty. Shubwa, speak. Whatever it is, I grant it. Without hesitation, Ebert agreed, eager to help Garth. I request to personally lead the expedition. This declaration left the entire court silent. Shubwa, just the Turks, there's no need for you to go. I'll go in your place, Shubwa. You trust me, don't you? I'll bring Erikayu back safely. Everyone knew Garth's health issues from years of battles. Even though Blue had improved his condition somewhat, leading an expedition still raised concerns. Yes, Shubwa, stay in Chang'an. I'll send Adebayo and also involve Angus at Yinmin Pass. Perhaps I'll add Maogong as well. Ebert worried about Garth's health, especially in winter when travel alone was a severe challenge. Your Majesty, this is just another Turkic incursion. There's no need to dispatch all our elite forces. And rest assured, I will transfer military authority to General Angus and follow his orders. Despite the court's concerns, Garth insisted, offering to relinquish command entirely, a sign of great humility for a seasoned veteran. Shubwa, you don't need to do this. Ebert found it difficult to accept Garth taking orders from Angus, knowing Angus might feel restricted by the presence of Garth. I beg your Majesty to understand an old father's plea. Seeing Ebert's hesitation, Garth disregarded protocol, emphasizing his devotion to rescuing his son. Thus, Garth's dedication resonated deeply within Ebert's heart, ultimately influencing the course of actions taken by the Tang Empire. Although he was usually very strict with Blue, when his son truly faced danger, as a father, he would do something for his son even if he had to rise from his coffin. Your Majesty, please allow this old minister to accompany Duke Eric and go together. Moreover, I do not seek command of the troops. I can fully follow General Angus's orders. At this moment, Adebayo also stood up and knelt beside Garth. Yao Jin Yu? These two men were like Ebert's left arm and right arm in the early days. Now they both stepped forward and willingly lowered their status. Your Majesty, I believe this is feasible. Generals Qin and Cheng are veteran generals with years of combat experience. Strategically, they will not interfere with General Angus. Moreover, their presence might also help soothe Erekayu's anxious heart, Seth said as he stepped forward again. Old do. This time you've finally spoken sense. Thank you, Jamie, Adebayo said with a smile. However, this comment didn't sound much like praise for Seth. Seth just rolled his eyes at Adebayo's compliment, but remained silent. The next move depended entirely on Ebert's decision. Whether it was possible to see Generals Garth and Adebayo lead the expedition together would rest on Ebert's word. Sigh. You're putting me in a tough spot. After a long pause, Ebert sighed softly. So be it. You two will only be responsible for leading the troops to Yimin Pass. Upon arrival, you must hand over all military authority to Angus and remain within Yimin Pass. Do not leave it under any circumstances. And Adebayo, I have another task for you. Take good care of Shubwa. No matter what, I hope to see both Shubwa and Erikayu return safely. Ebert made up his mind, bringing relief to Garth and Adebayo. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thus, Garth and Adebayo, who had been idle princes, donned their battle armor once more. When the soldiers learned that these two veterans would lead the campaign, they were greatly inspired. When Garth and Adebayo arrived at the camp, the soldiers were already prepared. General Qin, General Cheng, this humble servant Su Dingfang reports that the 10,000-strong army is ready and can depart at any moment. Su Dingfang, who organized the troops, was well known in the army, yet in front of Garth and Adebayo, he still felt somewhat overshadowed. Arekum, Dingfang, rely on you during the journey. Garth nodded to Su Dingfang. General Qin, it's my honor to serve alongside you too. Receiving Garth's order, Su Dingfang smiled and then turned around, drawing his saber from its sheath. All officers listen up. The army advances to Yinmin Pass. Upon the command, the 10,000 troops set out from their various camps, braving the cold winds toward Yimin Pass. Meanwhile, the Turks had also gathered their forces, starting from the grasslands and heading for Yimin Pass. A war was about to break out in the freezing winter. This war, sparked by the disappearance of two individuals, could cost countless lives. Master, in 3 days' travel, we will reach Bays Pass. Due to a sudden change in route, Blue's original plan to reach Yimin Pass in 3 days was delayed by 3 days. However, this change ensured they encountered no further dangers along the way. Good. How much food do we have left? Will it last until Bays Pass? Blue nodded at the news. But what worried him most now wasn't reaching Bays Pass immediately. It was the dwindling food supply they carried. Especially among the wounded in the group, conditions were worsening. Without food, they might not survive the night. After our detour, Finn recalculated the food distribution. We should have enough to last 2 more days. When Blue decided to change routes, Finn had promptly planned the food distribution. However, if they couldn't reach Bays Pass on the 3rd day, they would all likely freeze to death on the grasslands. Hashtag Chapter 240 by Shui Pass. Before everyone rested, Blue approached the few who had been injured earlier to check on their wounds. The battle-inflicted injuries were now inflamed, with pus oozing out. Do we not have any medicine left? Blue frowned deeply as he saw the pain-stricken faces of the wounded men. Sir, the medicine we brought has run out. Hicks and Finn also looked troubled. These wounded men were once their comrades in arms, and they could only watch helplessly as they grew weaker. In fact, I know of some herbs on the grasslands that might temporarily alleviate their conditions. But, at this moment, Connor arrived with Eris. Seeing the suffering men, Connor's expression was grim. After all, these men were injured protecting him. Moreover, his bond with Blue had grown stronger after the battle. Mr. Schur, do you really have a way? Hearing Connor's words, hope sparked in Hicks and Finn's eyes. Although they knew Connor's true identity, they still addressed him as Mr. Schur. I might, but I can't be certain, and the herbs may not have much effect on their current injuries. These men were only treated with simple remedies at first, assuming they would recover smoothly. But the situation worsened, and all the medicines were now exhausted. Despite knowing the herbs might not be effective, Connor thought offering them some psychological comfort would be worthwhile. Fine, go find them, and I'll figure out the rest. Blue interjected. He initially thought the injuries weren't severe and entrusted Hicks and Finn with their care. Now it seemed far worse than expected. Yes, sir. Hicks nodded and left with Connor to search for herbs. After describing the herbs, everyone split up. During the search, Eris came to Connor's side. Prince, these herbs are incredibly hard to find, and it's getting dark. We might get lost. Is it worth risking so much for just a few men? Eris, being Connor's attendant, didn't want his master taking such risks. He believed Hicks should handle this. Eris, I appreciate your concern, Connor said without looking up, focusing on finding the herbs amidst the dense grass. But consider this. Those men were injured protecting us from the Turks. Could they have escaped if they wanted to? But you're the prince. Shouldn't you avoid such labor? If you're worried, let others handle this, while I settle the men. We'll definitely find the herbs. Connor, however, wasn't listening. Enough, Eris. If you truly care about me, find the herbs quickly and return together. Slightly annoyed, Connor continued searching. Eris followed quietly, understanding the futility of arguing further. The vastness of the grasslands made finding herbs like a lottery. As dusk fell, visibility worsened. Connor began to worry. If the men weren't treated tonight, even potent medicine wouldn't save them. Prince. Eris, barely steps away from Connor, whispered anxiously. Any further, and he'd lose sight of Connor. Did you find them? Connor kept searching, bending lower as darkness enveloped them. Not yet. Eris hesitated, but remained silent. After brief exchanges, they resumed their search. Suddenly, Eris heard Hicks's voice. Sir, listen. Straightening up, Connor listened intently. Mr. Schur. Indeed, Hicks's voice grew clearer. Unable to see through the darkness, Connor responded. We're here. Through shouts, they reunited in the dark grasslands. Mr. Schur, we found the herbs. Let me guide you back. Breathless, Hicks reached Connor. You found them? Relieved, Connor asked. Yes, the herbs should suffice. Our lord feared you'd get lost and sent me to escort you. Apparently, Hicks's group had good luck, finding herbs before nightfall and returning to camp. When Blue noticed Connor hadn't returned, he sent Hicks to fetch him. Good, let's head back. Returning to camp, they found the Turkish guards had already prepared the herbs. After inspecting, Connor handed them over to Blue. Chin sir, these herbs aren't as effective as Tang Dynasty medicine, so, be prepared. I understand. Leave this to me. Wait outside. Blue naturally understood Connor's caution. To him, these ordinary herbs could make a difference. Inside the tent filled with wounded men who were now feverish and delirious, Blue spoke aloud. Dog System, are you there? Of course, I'm always around. System's voice reassured Blue. How many evolution points do I have left? You have 13 points. Need them soon? With renewed resolve, Blue applied the herbs carefully. Outside, Connor and others awaited, hoping for a miracle despite the odds. Now, Blue's body and the versatile staff had undergone several evolutions. If he wanted to evolve further, the current evolution points were far from enough. Evolve these herbs in my hand. With that, Blue took out the herbs. Immediately, the system provided information about the herbs. Roughly made herbs. Category: medicine. Description: common herbs found on the grasslands, not very useful. Effect: can treat minor abrasions. Note: don't expect much. Seeing this description, Blue understood why Connor had been so hesitant earlier. These herbs were indeed of poor quality. Evolve all of them. Since the original herbs were ineffective, Blue decided to upgrade them to see if they could have a better effect. Sure, you have 4 sets of herbs. Evolving each one will cost you 4 evolution points. Slightly useful herbs. Category: medicine. First evolution. Description: common herbs found on the grasslands, not very useful. Effect: can treat some external injuries. Effectiveness is poor. Note: only effective for newly inflicted wounds. After seeing this new description and glancing at the injured lying on the ground, Blue knew it was still not enough. Evolve them all again. Helplessly, Blue spent another 8 evolution points to evolve the herbs once more. Finally crafted herbs. Category: medicine. Second evolution. Description: common herbs found on the grasslands, nothing special. Effect: can treat most external injuries, promoting quick healing. Note: after being enhanced twice by this system, the efficacy is highly recommended. Relieved that the herbs were finally usable after 2 evolutions, Blue exhaled. If this still wasn't enough, he wouldn't have any evolution points left to continue evolving. Fortunately, their luck held. Even one more person would have been beyond his means. Blue then applied the herbs to everyone's wounds. As the herbs made contact with the wounds, the injured men's faces gradually returned to normal. Moments later, Blue carefully lifted the herbs to inspect their wounds. The previously inflamed, pus-filled wounds had begun to heal, with fresh pink tissue forming. Confirming that the herbs were effective, Blue sighed in relief and quietly left the tent. Now, they just needed time to rest and recover. Sir, how are they? Seeing Blue exit the tent, Hicks and the others rushed over. They're fine now. Looking at the worried faces of Hicks and the others, Blue smiled faintly. That's great. Hicks and the others were visibly relieved. Blue had never lied to them before. If he said it was okay, then it definitely was. Sir Chin, are you sure everything is alright? But Connor, who knew the limitations of the herbs, was puzzled by Blue's confident demeanor. He pulled Blue aside and asked quietly. Yes, though the herbs aren't very potent, they became highly effective after I processed them. Blue nodded confidently, but this response only deepened Connor's doubts. Simple herbs that usually only treated minor scratches couldn't possibly heal severe blade and sword wounds so quickly. However, Connor didn't press further. After all, these men were injured protecting him, and saying anything negative would be inappropriate. Blue then let everyone rest early. They had already spent valuable time treating the wounded, and they needed to reach by Shui Pass as quickly as possible or risk being stranded on the grasslands. With the issue of the wounded resolved, everyone slept soundly that night, except for Connor, who still doubted Blue's ability to truly heal the injured men. The next morning, however, changed Connor's mind. As he stepped out of his tent to eat, he caught sight of the familiar faces of yesterday's injured men. They looked completely recovered, chatting and laughing with the others. Sir, they're really healed. You're truly amazing, sir. At that moment, Blue emerged from the tent and was immediately surrounded by Hicks and the others. It's all thanks to you finding the herbs. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Actually, we should thank Brother Connor. It was thanks to his suggestion that we thought of using herbs. Blue smiled, glancing at Connor standing nearby. Thus, the bewildered Connor was quickly surrounded by Hicks and the others, expressing their gratitude. It's alright after all. You were injured protecting me. If anything had happened to you, I wouldn't be able to face Sir Chin. Facing the enthusiastic crowd, Connor managed a forced smile. Eventually, he squeezed out from the crowd and looked at Blue with renewed curiosity. Duachalu, is Sir Chin really as simple as we thought? Previously, Connor had considered Blue just a wealthy young man whose success was due to family assistance. However, the situation now suggested that he might have underestimated the 10-year-old Blue. Prince, what worries you? While Duachalu was also surprised by the rapid recovery of the injured, he hadn't connected it directly to Blue. I mean, should we really oppose Sir Chin? Connor had initially planned to use Blue to obtain the recipe for hot pot base. With that, the Turks could produce it themselves. This would enable them to wage war during the harsh winter, expanding rapidly and gaining enough strength to challenge the Tang Dynasty. But seeing the abilities of people like Blue in the Tang Dynasty, declaring war might not be wise. Who knew what other unknown skills Blue possessed? Prince, please forgive me. These are matters beyond our position as servants. Whatever decision you make, we will follow without question. Duachalu knew Connor was wavering, but as a guard, what advice could he give? Sigh, forget it. We'll decide after I become Khan. Thinking about it, Connor shook his head. Though he was a prince, real power in Turkic territory lay with his father, who maintained a hostile stance towards the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, some tribes were no longer content with Turkic control. Fisher Barker, a warrior of the Shui Yintua tribe, attacking him showed that they were getting restless. Therefore, even if his father wanted to attack the Tang Dynasty, he'd first need to address internal issues within the Turks. During this period, Connor could build a closer relationship with Blue to understand him better. After a simple breakfast, they resumed their journey to Baishui Pass. With the wounded fully recovered, their speed increased significantly. Originally, the plan was to have 3 more days of travel, but by noon of the second day, they had already glimpsed the towering walls of Baishui Pass in the distance. Though Baishui Pass connected the Tang Dynasty and the Turks, it was merely a narrow valley entrance that could hardly accommodate many people passing through. Thus, its defenses were mostly for show. The Tang wouldn't choose this route to attack the Turks, nor would the Turks use it to enter the Tang territory. An unspoken understanding existed between the two sides. If not for Blue and his group being attacked, they might not have thought of this place. At that moment, General Caleb of Baishui Pass was leisurely eating roasted meat in his room. Just as he was about to slice off a piece of freshly cooked mutton and put it in his mouth, the door was suddenly pushed open. "General, it's bad." A soldier ran in, panic-stricken, causing Caleb to almost throw his mutton out of fright. "What is it? Why are you so flustered? Surely, the Turks haven't come?" Caleb's words were meant as a joke. However, the soldier nodded in response. "What?" Caleb was stunned by the soldier's reaction. "Damn, even in this forsaken place, the Turks won't spare us? Are they even human?" With that, Caleb hastily set down his mutton, grabbed his sword, and followed the soldier to the city wall. Following the soldier's finger, he saw a troop rapidly approaching Baishui Pass. Prepare for battle. Though Baishui Pass had 500 troops, they hadn't fought in a long time and had become extremely lax. Although there appeared to be only a few dozen people, the thought of them possibly being fierce Turkic warriors made Caleb uneasy. Just as Caleb and others were in a panic, the troop arrived at the base of Baishui Pass. It was Blue and his group who had been trekking on the grasslands for several days. They had run out of food early in the morning and hadn't eaten breakfast. If they hadn't seen Baishui Pass's walls, they might have lost their strength entirely. "Open the gates." Hicks stood at the front, shouting up to Caleb on the wall. "Who are you? Are you here to attack Baishui Pass?" Seeing the determined looks below, Caleb asked warily. "Attack Baishui Pass? What a joke." "We are." Before Hicks could finish introducing himself, Finn covered his mouth. Panic flashed across Finn's face as he looked towards Connor behind him. Since they hadn't revealed their identities yet, they still needed to be cautious. "General, we are a Tang Dynasty merchant caravan. We got lost on our way back and ended up here by mistake. We hope you can let us in." Finn then showed the trade permit he had signed with Connor's group earlier. "You, go down and check." Standing on the wall, Caleb couldn't see what Finn was holding clearly, but instructed one of his soldiers to verify after hearing they were from the Tang Dynasty. Soon, a soldier came to the gate and peeked through the gap, recognizing the document Finn held. Before he could report back to Caleb, Finn stopped him. "Hold on, there's something else for your general. Also, tell him to keep our identity strictly confidential and treat us as a Tang Dynasty merchant caravan." With that, Finn slipped the token through the crack to the soldier. Seeing the character, Fisher, written on it, the soldier didn't know its significance but returned to the wall with the token. Upon seeing the token, Caleb's eyes widened instantly. "Arekri, open the gates and let them in." While the soldiers didn't recognize it, Caleb knew exactly whose token it was. It belonged to Angus, and only his personal guards possessed such tokens. Could this merchant caravan be under Angus's orders, performing some secret mission at Baishui Pass? Regardless, Caleb couldn't inquire further. All he could do was welcome them in and treat them well. Watching the slowly opening gates, Blue and his group breathed a sigh of relief. After such a long journey, they could finally eat a hot meal again. In the grasslands, they had avoided starting fires to prevent detection, living on cold rations. Now, what they craved most was a bowl of warm meat soup. Chapter 241. Return. Blue and his group entered the Baishui Pass, and Caleb immediately came over to welcome them. Welcome, everyone." But before Caleb could finish his sentence, he noticed a cold look in Finn's eyes and suddenly remembered what the soldier had just relayed to him. "Gentlemen, we haven't had outsiders in Baishui Pass for quite some time. So, today, you just rest up. Everything else will be handled by me." After saying this, Caleb had Blue escorted to their resting place. Soon, steaming bowls of meat soup were delivered. Everyone enjoyed the meal while reminiscing about the past few days on the prairie. Everyone please eat and drink well." Seeing the group enjoying their food, Caleb also chimed in from the side. But Finn sensed that Caleb had something more to say. He excused himself to Blue and took Caleb out of the room. Outside, Finn and Caleb found a secluded corner. "Sir, you must have been gathering intelligence among the Tujue, right? I heard there's going to be significant action on both sides. Do let me know if there's anything I can do. Please put in a good word for me with General Fisher." As the commander of Baishui Pass, Caleb was aware of recent developments. However, Finn and his group, having just returned from the prairie, knew nothing about these events. Upon hearing this, Finn felt something wasn't right. What's going on? What happened recently? Seeing Finn's puzzled face, Caleb suddenly realized and hastily explained. "Oh, I understand. It's top secret. But being stationed here for so long, if General Fisher needs any assistance from us at Baishui Pass, please speak up for us when necessary. It would help remind His Majesty of Baishui Pass." In Caleb's mind, since Finn and his men were out gathering intelligence, everything should remain confidential. But after such a long time at Baishui Pass, staying there was becoming unbearable. If the Tang Empire and the Tujue were about to clash, any commendable performance from the garrison might get them transferred from this desolate place. Arekri up. What happened? Seeing Caleb still trying to dodge the question, Finn's expression turned stern. Caleb saw Finn's serious expression and began to wonder if these people really knew nothing. But they had given him a genuine token from Angus, which couldn't be fake. After hesitating, Caleb recounted the events at Yinmen Pass to Finn. "What? We're going to war with the Tujue. Hearing that Garth and Adebayo had already led an army of 10,000 to Yinmen Pass, Finn knew something was seriously wrong. Without further ado, he returned to the room and approached Blue. Master, there's trouble. Blue, who was enjoying his meal, suddenly became puzzled upon hearing this news. Finn whispered all the details Caleb had told him into Blue's ear. What? My father has come? Upon learning that his father, Garth, was leading an army of 10,000 to Yinmen Pass, and that the war between the Tang and the Tujue was imminent because of their disappearance, Blue lost interest in his meal. Connor, brother, I need to talk to you. Realizing the severity of the situation, Blue decided they needed to handle this themselves. What is it, Sheen Master? At that moment, Connor was sipping the meat soup comfortably. Turning around, he saw Blue's worried face. Here's what happened. After Blue repeated what Finn had said, Connor's expression also changed. This won't do. Suddenly, Connor stood up from his seat and exclaimed loudly. The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at Connor and Blue. Sheen Master, the Tang and the Tujue must not go to war. Connor realized he had lost composure, sat back down, and addressed Blue. Of course, I know that, but now only the two of us can resolve this. Blue nodded. He certainly knew a war must be avoided. Once a war broke out, everything he had done would be for naught. I'll return to the Tujue immediately and try to reach my father before the war starts. If my father knows I'm alive, the war will end. Saying this, Connor prepared to leave with Bachelu. Wait, brother Connor. If you return like this and encounter danger along the way, the war will be inevitable. Blue stopped Connor, knowing they mustn't panic. What else can we do? The armies are on the brink of war. If I don't show up, the Tujue will never retreat. Connor knew his father's temperament and was the only one who could persuade him. Sigh, brother Connor, now I must tell you the truth. I'm not from a wealthy family. My father is none other than the current Duke of Erek, Garth, who leads the army to Yinmen Pass. Now our only option is to head straight to Yinmen Pass and ensure your safe return to the Tujue under our protection. Only then can we guarantee this war ends without mishap. Blue knew Connor's situation among the Tujue wasn't entirely safe following the assassination attempt. Moreover, the Tujue were preparing for war due to Connor's disappearance. Therefore, he mustn't be put in any harm's way, even if it meant misleading the Tujue into thinking he had captured Connor. As long as Connor can speak to Elwood, this war can be stopped. Do you really think this will work? The journey from Bai Shui Pass to Yinmen Pass takes about 2 days. Can you guarantee the war won't start in that time? War isn't a game. Once it begins, stopping it is difficult. As Garth's son, you know this, don't you? Connor had already guessed Blue's identity, so he wasn't surprised when Blue revealed it. I'm certain my plan will work. If my guess is correct, General Angus will take full responsibility once the army reaches Yinmen Pass. General Angus is cautious and won't rush into war. Given the timeline, the army just arrived and still needs rest, giving us enough time. Hearing Blue's analysis, Connor considered it. Indeed, Blue's plan was the safest approach. If so, we cannot waste time. We must head to Yinmen Pass immediately. With their decision made, there was no time left for leisurely drinking soup. Finn and others obtained some dry rations from Caleb, and the group set off for Yinmen Pass. Meanwhile, at Yinmen Pass, Angus and Dominic were at the city gate, meeting Garth and Adebayo, who had rushed from afar. General Cheen, I am truly sorry. I was responsible for Erikayu, but this happened. Angus looked apologetic upon seeing Garth. However, Garth remained composed, patting Angus on the shoulder. Pharmacist, this isn't your fault. That disobedient boy always does as he pleases. This will teach him a lesson. Angus felt even worse hearing Garth's words. But now Erikayu might be in the hands of the Tujue. If something happens to him, how can I explain it to you or your sister-in-law? Angus, who had lived for several decades, felt such frustration for the first time. His own nephew had vanished right under his nose. This was a slap on the face for the Minister of War. No problem, that naughty boy has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. He won't lose his life so easily. Moreover, this time the command of the 10,000-strong army will be handed over to you. No matter what, do not act rashly. If anything happens to that naughty boy, this war would lose its meaning. Do not let more people die in vain. Just as Garth finished speaking, Adebayo became anxious. Chauncey, what are you talking about? Relax, with Yasi leading and me as the vanguard, we will surely rescue Erikayu successfully. As he spoke, Adebayo brandished his famous axe. He brought this axe specifically because since the establishment of the Tang Dynasty, there were few opportunities to use it. This time, feeling stifled, Adebayo saw rescuing his nephew as an opportunity to let his axe breathe. Yao Jin, don't make a fool of yourself. We promised His Majesty that our only responsibility is to bring the troops here. From now on, everything will be managed by Yasi. Seeing Adebayo's eager look, Garth sternly spoke. What? That's absolutely out of the question. Hearing Garth entrusting the command to him, Angus quickly shook his head. As 2 generals arrive, how could I take the position of the commander? I must follow your orders. In front of Garth and Adebayo, Angus still lacked self-confidence and showed modesty. Yasi, stop being humble. Don't we know your capabilities? I feel most comfortable leaving Erikayu in your hands. This war is caused by Erikayu, and as a father, I may act emotionally, which would be detrimental to the war effort. It's best if you manage everything without worrying about us too. Garth spoke truthfully. Although he felt calm inside, if a war erupted and the Tujue presented Blue, his mentality could change, affecting his judgment. War wasn't a game. Even a minor mistake could cost many lives. To Garth, those soldiers were someone else's sons too. Losing another son to save his own son was something he did not want to see. Alright Yasi, take command then. But although our only role is to bring the troops here, if you need any help from old Chung, don't forget me. I'm different from Chauncey. My body is good, and I can fight perfectly well. Adebayo saw Garth's concerns and realized that letting Garth observe might be the best outcome. I feel unworthy. Angus sighed silently, accepting Garth's proposal. He then briefed Garth and Adebayo on recent developments and his plans regarding the Tujue. Meanwhile, Dominic outside the room was like an ant on a hot pan. Sheetsy, what trouble have you gotten me into? Dominic worried that telling Sheetsy about Blue's intelligence could backfire. If Sheetsy revealed everything to Blue, he would be in grave danger. For a moment, Dominic even thought of joining the two duet to find a way out, but with Angus and Garth present, any dangerous move could end in his immediate death. When Dominic was at his wit's end, the doors suddenly opened. Dominic, immediately assist in settling the troops. In 2 days, we will launch a surprise attack on the Tujue. Although Dominic resisted inwardly, he verbally agreed. Yes, General, I will ensure the soldiers are ready for action. Angus planned to show the Tujue that the Tang Dynasty was not to be trifled with before they used Blue to negotiate. A successful first battle would provide leverage for negotiations. On the Tujue side, Elwood also planned a surprise attack. Both sides aimed to gain the upper hand within 2 days. Inside Yimin Pass and the Tujue camp, both sides prepared for war, ready to strike at the designated time. War loomed. Meanwhile, Blue and Connor raced towards Yimin Pass. 2 days passed, and Blue finally saw the walls of Yimin Pass. Finally, here we are. They hadn't rested during these 2 days, fearing any delay could lead to irreversible consequences. No sound of drums, so the war hasn't started yet. Walking closer, Blue listened carefully and heard no drum beats, easing his mind. Drums were sounded to boost morale during military actions, so no drums meant the troops were still inside Yimin Pass. That's great, young master, we made it in time. Hicks and Finn breathed a sigh of relief. But no drum beats might mean the army has already left, Connor said, raising concerns again. Damn it. Thinking of this, Blue cursed and hurried towards Yimin Pass. Entering Yimin Pass, Blue rushed to the watchtower where Angus and Garth were planning tonight's raid. Suddenly, Dominic ran in, gasping and pointing outside. Outside. Seeing Dominic's frantic state, Angus frowned disapprovingly. What's wrong with you? Calm down. Before Angus could say more, Blue's voice rang out from outside. Uncle Fisher, I'm back? Then Blue appeared with Hicks and Finn behind him. Erikayu. Seeing Blue unharmed, Angus and Adebayo stared in shock. Brat, where have you been? Before Blue could respond, Garth roared, rushing forward with an iron flail. If not for Adebayo holding him back, Blue might have met his demise right there. No, father, please let me explain. Seeing Garth's reaction, Blue felt a bit scared and quickly hid behind Hicks and Finn. What's there to explain? How dare you disobey, Uncle Fisher? You insisted on going to the Tujue, and you didn't even take the guards we assigned to you. Do you know what happened during the time you were missing? Garth was in a rage. When news of Blue's disappearance reached Chang'an, Kara fainted right away upon hearing it. It took Garth's repeated assurances that he would bring his son back safely to calm her down. Moreover, for Blue, Sylvester had spared no effort or expense to mobilize 10,000 troops in the dead of winter to declare war on the Tujue. All for this troublemaker who had been missing for nearly half a month. Father, we didn't choose to be missing. It was forced upon us. We had already prepared to return when we were suddenly attacked by Tujue forces and had to change our route to Baishui Pass, which is how we got separated from Jerry. Hiding behind Hicks and Finn, Blue recounted everything that had happened to Garth and Angus. Seeing Blue's frightened demeanor, Hicks and Finn exchanged amused glances. They never thought that the fearless Blue would still fear someone. After listening to Blue, Angus frowned deeply. You mean to say that your trip to the Tujue involved their prince? And when the Tujue prince was escorting you away, you were attacked by the Zuyanchuo tribe? Realizing the implications, Angus understood this might be more complicated than initially thought. The Zuyanchuo was a significant tribe north of the Tujue and previously maintained good relations with the Tang Dynasty. Over the years, Tang had secretly supported the Zuyanchuo to strengthen them and eventually replace the Tujue leadership. However, an attack on the Tujue prince was too significant an event for the Zuyanchuo to not inform the Tang beforehand. Could there be some hidden secrets at play? Uncle Fisher, now isn't the time to think about these things. If we want to prevent war, we need to find a way to send the Tujue prince back. Otherwise, once the war starts, it will be impossible to stop. But Erikayu, I don't think we should return that Tujue prince. With him in our hands, this is the best opportunity to attack the Tujue. Once they see their prince captured, Elwood will be hesitant to move. At that point, give me 10,000 men, and I'll bring back Elwood's head, said Adebayo confidently before Angus could respond. Blue rolled his eyes. Sebastian, please don't mess things up. My plan is about to succeed. We can't afford to start a war with the Tujue now. Only Garth, Angus, Hicks, and Finn knew about Blue's plan. They hoped it would work to avoid bloodshed and defeat the Tujue without fighting. But could it really go as planned? Erikayu, how confident are you about this plan? Asked Angus seriously. As long as we follow my plan, I'm 100% confident. In truth, Blue had no such high certainty, but had to assure Angus for Connor's sake. Alright, let's do as you say. Hicks, Finn, I entrust the task of returning the Tujue prince to you two. Wait, Uncle Fisher, let me handle this. I've become familiar with the Tujue prince over the past days. Letting me escort him back will not only reassure him but also benefit my ongoing plan. Blue stepped forward, asserting his role. Chapter 242, Reunion of Father and Son. No, do you know what the situation is now? Hearing Blue's words, Angus immediately shook his head. This war was, in fact, sparked because of Blue. Now that Blue had finally returned, how could he be allowed to go back to the Turks? If the Turks had any ill intentions, then this war would be inevitable. Uncle Fisher, don't worry, they don't know my identity. I can just pretend to be a common soldier. Nothing will happen. Blue knew that neither he nor Connor wanted this war to break out. So even if Connor knew his true identity, he wouldn't divulge it to others. No, I can't let you take this risk again. Now your father is here too. Stay here until everything is settled, then follow your father back to Chang'an. Angus was firm on this matter and refused to budge. Uncle Fisher, this task must be done by me. If we send someone else, the Turk prince might not trust us, leading to continued conflict, which goes against our original intentions. But Blue had his own irrefutable reasons. The two of them were at an impasse. Seeing this, Adebayo also felt uneasy and tried to mediate, saying, Arakayu, listen to Uncle Fisher. You don't know how much trouble you've already caused for him with the Thatcher. Don't put him through more difficulty. Hearing this, Blue was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Ebert to reprimand Angus over his actions, but despite this, for the sake of ending the war, Blue remained resolute. Uncle Fisher, I am sorry for troubling you, but for the greater good, I must do this. Blue stood firm. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Blue, Adebayo turned to look at Garth. Perhaps only as Blue's father, Garth could convince him. Sighing helplessly, Garth said, Physician Fisher, perhaps we should let the brat go. We have no better solution now. Upon hearing Garth's words, both Angus and Adebayo were astonished. Didn't Garth realize where Blue was heading? It was the heart of the Turk camp. If anything happened, who could face Sylvester's fury? General Cheen, this decision isn't yours alone to make. Although Arakayu is your son, he belongs to Tang. Since His Majesty entrusted me with military command, I won't let him go unless I say so. For some reason, Angus, who was usually respectful to Garth, now insisted on his authority. Garth shrugged helplessly. Brat, see? I'm powerless here. Blue rolled his eyes. It seemed like Garth was trying to help, but ultimately left the decision to Angus. Uncle Fisher, Before Blue could explain further, he was interrupted by Angus. That's enough, Arakayu. I know you're clever, but this time, let us handle it. With that, Angus gestured for Hicks and Finn to escort Blue away. Once Blue was gone, Angus sighed in frustration. General Cheen, I apologize for my earlier behavior. Angus wanted to express his regret, but Garth smiled warmly at him. Physician Fisher, you finally understand what it's like dealing with that brat. I was worried about him being disobedient from the start, but now it seems he doesn't fully listen to you either. Hearing this, Angus chuckled wryly. Blue indeed kept surprising him since arriving at Yimin Pass, now deciding to visit the caravan and challenge the guards, all while playing disappearing acts. General Cheen, I've finally seen the strength of this mischief maker. Angus referred to Blue's friends, the privileged sons of the Divine Warrior Army. Blue's ability to command them wasn't to be underestimated. Let him have his fun. With his tricks, we can't stop him anyway. Let's play dumb when the Thatcher asks and blame it all on him, giving him a taste of imperial wrath. Afterward, Garth dropped the topic. They still needed to prepare thoroughly before the war ended. Soon, Angus and Garth arranged defenses at Yinmin Pass and sent Hicks and Finn with Connor to the Turk camp. Hicks, Finn, ensure the safe arrival of the Turk prince before Elwood. Only then can this war end. The lives of everyone at Yinmin Pass depend on you. Just as they set off, Angus scanned the group to ensure Blue wasn't among them. Don't disappoint me. The duo responded confidently. After they departed, Garth decided to check on Blue. Arakayu? Finding no response, Angus opened the door, only to find the room empty. That brat knew where Blue was going. Garth informed Angus despite the impossibility of bringing him back now. Sighing, Angus remarked, Physician Fisher, I didn't expect you'd be this helpless too. Amused, Adebayo added, who would have thought you'd be outsmarted by a boy? Embarrassed, Angus replied, General Chung, please stop. I just hope His Majesty doesn't reprimand me again. Meanwhile, shortly after leaving Yimin Pass, Hicks noticed someone waiting ahead. As he approached, he saw Blue, who had secretly slipped out from Yimin Pass. Prince? How did you get here? Upon seeing Blue appear here, Hicks and Finn were filled with shock. Why I'm here is none of your concern. Where is Connor? Blue wasn't going to tell them how he had escaped. Now, he needed to quickly discuss with Connor how to end this war. Prince Connor is in the second carriage from the back. Despite their surprise at Blue's appearance, Hicks and Finn truthfully told him where Connor was. So Blue asked them to continue forward while he turned his horse around and went to Connor's carriage. Handing over the reins to a nearby soldier, Blue leaped onto Connor's carriage. Brother Connor. Connor, who was deep in thought inside the carriage, suddenly heard Blue's voice. Looking up, he saw Blue grinning through the door curtain. Prince Cheen, you've come? Connor smiled as he saw Blue. Of course, it would be a joke if they could stop me. Brother Connor, how do you plan to persuade your father? What Blue cared most about was whether Connor had any way to convince Elwood to stop the war. I can't be sure, but I think as long as I tell him the truth about the ambush, he will have no reason to attack Tang anymore, and this should end the war. That was Connor's expectation under normal circumstances. However, considering Blue's thoughts, if the troops had already marched and gained nothing, it would be impossible to retreat easily. Your idea makes sense, Brother Connor, but if this doesn't benefit the Turks, I don't think it can end that easily. At this point, Blue didn't hold back and voiced his concerns. Well, I'll do my best to persuade my father to give it up. Faced with Blue's question, Connor had no solution either. But Brother Connor, I do have a good idea. Before that, there's something I want to ask you. What does your father think about the hot pot base? Initially unaware of Connor's true identity, Blue couldn't judge what the Turk court thought about the hot pot base. Now, knowing Connor's real identity, understanding Elwood's view on the hot pot base became crucial. Why are you asking this? My father indeed sees great potential in hot pot base, considering it the best military food for cold weather. To end the war, Connor didn't hide anything and revealed the truth to Blue. Good, then all you need to do is suggest to your father that I want to make a deal with him when you see him. As for the rest, I'll give your father a reasonable reason to end the war. At this, Blue wore a mysterious smile. No matter how much Connor probed, Blue wouldn't reveal his plan, leaving Connor very curious. Soon, under Hicks's escort, the envoy arrived at the Turkish encampment. Connor immediately got out of the carriage to identify himself to the Turkish soldiers. Seeing their prince return, the Turkish soldiers promptly reported to Elwood, who was plotting an assault. Hearing his son had returned, Elwood was surprised and quickly ordered Connor to be brought in. Chien, my child, how are you? The Tang people haven't harmed you, have they? Based on Mac's reports, Elwood believed his son had been captured by the Tang. Now that Connor returned under Tang escort, it confirmed Elwood's suspicions even more. Father, it wasn't the Tang who attacked me. It was someone else. As he spoke, Connor glanced at the tribal chieftains gathered around. Seeing Connor's expression and combining it with his words, Elwood sensed something amiss. Everyone, please leave us. Let me reunite with my son first. To hear Connor's account, Elwood dismissed the other chieftains. Once everyone left, Elwood noticed Blue standing behind Connor, eyeing him warily. Father, he's fine. He saved my life and helped me see you again. Elwood relaxed and gestured for Connor to sit down. My child, what happened? Tell me quickly. Yes, Prince, what happened? If it wasn't the Tang, who else could it be? Mac anxiously interjected, recalling Jerry's presence. No one besides the Tang seemed capable of such an attack. Father, Mac, the ones who attacked me were our own people, the Xianchuo tribe. They wanted to incite a war between us and Tang. Xianchuo? Elwood was incredulous. Xianchuo was one of the largest tribes in the Turks. If they were truly responsible, things would be complicated. Prince, is this true? Mac was also stunned. He had heard rumors about the Xianchuo recently, but found no signs of betrayal after investigation. Hearing this again, Mac began to believe it. I'm certain. It was Xianchuo's Fudwa who attacked us. Seeing Elwood's disbelief, Connor recounted everything. That damn Xianchuo, daring to attack my son. Mac, gather the army and slay those traitors. After hearing Connor's story, Elwood could no longer contain his rage. All this was orchestrated by his own people, almost leading to war with Tang. Father, now isn't the time for anger. We must immediately withdraw our troops to avoid clashing with the Tang army. As for the Xianchuo tribe, now isn't the time to act. We lack evidence, and acting rashly will cause dissatisfaction among other tribes. When Blue killed Fudwa, they left immediately fearing pursuit and didn't secure any evidence. Without proof, attacking any tribe would only cause unrest. Not attacking Xianchuo now isn't impossible, but withdrawing isn't feasible. The troops are assembled, and retreating without action will invite criticism. Moreover, the army supplies need addressing. We can't just turn back. Though appreciating Connor's suggestion, Elwood knew withdrawal wasn't solely his decision. Yes, Prince, if the army sets out and returns without any gains, all the expenses will have to be borne by the court. And given our current situation, we simply can't afford it. Mac continued what Elwood had left unsaid. As he spoke, his eyes glanced intentionally or unintentionally at Blue. That look seemed to suggest, if this Tang person coerced the prince, he wouldn't hesitate to slay him right there. Sensing Mac's murderous intent, Connor quickly stood up, blocking Blue. Father, Mac, listen to me. Just as Connor was about to explain, Blue, standing behind him, also spoke up. Khan of the Turks, General Mac. Since Connor couldn't persuade Elwood to withdraw, it was Blue's turn to step in. You don't want to retreat because you seek some benefits, which I can certainly provide. As he said this, Blue stepped out from behind Connor, meeting the eyes of Elwood and Mac. Nonsense, who are you? How can you make decisions for the Tang Empire? In Elwood's view, what they wanted were Tang supplies, which a mere soldier-like figure could never control. Please hold your temper. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Blue, son of the current Duke of Erek of Tang, and commander of the Divine Martial Army. Blue instinctively straightened up. He now represented the dignity of Tang and, in a sense, was on equal footing with Elwood. Are you Hideo's son? The Duke of Erek in Tang was well known to Mac. Though currently a leisurely duke, he had been a founding general before Thatcher Ebert ascended the throne. Indeed, if you don't believe me, take a look at this. With that, Blue pulled out the iron cudgel his father, Garth, had given him when he left Chang'an. Seeing the iron cudgel, Mac took it, examining it closely. Right, this is Garth's iron cudgel. According to previous Turkic intelligence, this iron cudgel matched exactly the one used by Garth. So you truly are Garth's son. Now that you're here alone, aren't you afraid we might do something to you? After Mac confirmed, Elwood's gaze grew cold. Now, with a duke's son delivered to them, it felt like a gift from the heavens amidst their struggle against Tang. Father, Qin Yu is my friend. You mustn't harm him. Feeling Elwood's malevolent intent, Connor once again stood in front of Blue. Brother Connor, wait a moment. I haven't finished talking with your father. Blue smiled slightly, then addressed Elwood. Con, I know my identity is tempting, but what I am about to offer is even more appealing. I am not only the son of the Duke of Erek, but also a merchant. The one who traded Hot Pot Base with you is none other than me. Hearing this, Elwood's eyes widened. The Hot Pot Base was made by you? Admittedly, Elwood loved the Hot Pot Base immensely. Initially, he had hoped Connor could find its creator and bring them to the steps so they wouldn't lack military provisions. Never did he expect this person would come willingly. If so, we can't let you go. With you captured, we won't need to spend money on Hot Pot Base anymore. Elwood had decided. Even if they didn't fight this war, he'd keep Blue and the Turks indefinitely. Con, keeping me here won't get you the Hot Pot Base entirely. I'm a businessman, here to negotiate a deal. If you agree, it will benefit both us and your Turks. But if you refuse, remember, inside Yemen Pass, there are 10,000 Tang troops led by my father, Angus, and Adebayo. Against such adversaries, would you really stand to gain? Chapter 243, The Tang Silver House. Hearing Blue's words, Elwood was a little hesitant. Although Garth and Adebayo had rarely appeared in recent years, he knew Angus's name well. Dealing with just Angus alone would already be quite difficult. Now, if Garth and Adebayo were added to the mix, it would indeed be quite a strain. So tell us, what business do you want to discuss? Seeing Elwood loosen up, Blue smiled slightly and continued. Of course, it's still about Hot Pot Base. I will continue to supply your Turks with Hot Pot Base, and you will give me live sheep. As for the quantity, now that we've talked openly, there's no need for any limits. You want how many, I'll provide how many. Previously, when Blue did business with Connor, he intentionally suppressed the volume of transactions to prevent Connor from suspecting his identity. But now, not only did he know Connor's identity, but Connor also knew his. Therefore, there was no longer a need to hold back. Alright, no problem. But your price is a bit too high. We need it cheaper. After some thought, Elwood agreed. However, he still felt that 1 sheep for 1 portion of hot pot base was a bit steep. That's not a problem at all. The price of hot pot base has always been set by me. As compensation for this incident, I'm willing to reduce the price by a third. 2 sheep for 3 portions of hot pot base. Actually, Blue didn't really care much about the price. After all, within the territory of the Great Tang, the cost of 1 portion of hot pot base was only a few ounces of silver, while the price of a live sheep could vary from several dozen ounces of silver. Even at such a reduced price, Blue would still make a profit. And Elwood didn't know the cost of making hot pot base, so hearing that Blue was willing to lower the price made him naturally happy. Then let's settle on that. But there's one more thing. We originally agreed on 10,000 portions of hot pot base, but now things are different. We need more. Can Mr. Qin supply? Elwood looked at Blue as he spoke. With the unexpected development in the Xianchuo tribe, the Turks needed to address the issue first before expanding outward. This would increase the consumption of hot pot base among the soldiers, making 10,000 portions far from enough. That's no problem at all. Within 1 month, I can provide you with 100,000 portions of hot pot base. As for the trading location, it will be at Baishui Pass. No live sheep, no hot pot base. Choosing Baishui Pass also gave Blue an appropriate place. Firstly, Baishui Pass was in a remote area with plenty of space for settling flocks of sheep. Additionally, being a Tang stronghold, its security wasn't something Blue had to worry about. That's natural. Then our transaction is finalized. We'll see each other at Baishui Pass in a month. Without further ado, Elwood signed the agreement with Blue on the spot and left Yinmen Pass with the Turkish army. After the crisis was resolved, Blue and others stood where they were, watching the increasingly distant Turkish troops depart. Master, I really didn't expect you to actually make the Turks withdraw, Hicks remarked. Hicks had prepared for battle when he learned that Blue was coming along. But now, not only was there no battle, but the Turks had also withdrawn without delay. Such an outcome was unprecedented. Not yet, wait and see. One day, the trouble from the Turks will disappear on its own. After saying that, Blue turned his horse and returned to Yinmen Pass. At this point, Angus and others had learned about the withdrawal of the Turkish forces. Angus, Garth, and Adebayo were waiting at the city gate for Hicks and Finn to return. From afar, the 3 saw Blue leading the way. Isher, look, I told you Isekai would return safely, Garth said proudly. General Qin, I really don't know what to say. To send your own son into the heart of the enemy? I wouldn't have the guts. Hats off to both of you. Angus shook his head helplessly upon hearing Garth's words. Soon, Blue returned and informed the 3 about his negotiations with Elwood. Upon learning that Elwood intended to attack Xianchuo, Angus became somewhat concerned. Xianchuo had been acting under the Tang's name and had done many things against Elwood. If Elwood attacked them and they couldn't withstand it, they might turn against the Tang as a last resort. Uncle Fisher, don't worry. Elwood won't move against the Tang for now. When he feels strong enough to challenge us, the Turks may already be finished. Blue sighed inwardly. Despite the twists and turns, the outcome of this commercial war unfolded as he had envisioned. After the situation at Yinmen Pass was resolved, Garth and Adebayo returned to Chang'an with their troops. But this time, Blue did not go with them. After Angus reported everything to Ebert, Blue was finally allowed to stay at Yinmen Pass. 1 month later, at Baishui Pass, Gerard personally brought 100,000 portions of hot pot base to Baishui Pass. Wow, brother Isekai, it's freezing here. It's no place for humans, Gerard complained before even entering the pass. Northern China was now covered in snow, especially within the Turkic territories, where the snow reached almost knee-deep. Now, do you know how much we can earn? Once you know, you won't feel cold anymore. Blue was also freezing and kept rubbing his hands next to the stove. Really, brother Isekai, how much can we make? We've sent over all this hot pot base and haven't seen a single sheep yet. If this keeps up, I'm afraid all the money we earned from Haligo will be gone. These 100,000 portions of hot pot base practically emptied Haligo's coffers, close to 1,000,000 ounces of silver, which pained Gerard to think about. Don't worry. If they don't bring the sheep, we won't give them the hot pot base. As Blue and Gerard spoke, General Caleb of Baishui Pass approached. Mr. Qin, they're here. Since Blue told Caleb that Baishui Pass would be used for the exchange, Caleb was very pleased. He knew the abilities of this young master. If he performed well, he might end up serving him, escaping this godforsaken place. Finally, I almost froze to death. Blue breathed a sigh of relief, leading Gerard to the city gate. Stepping out of the gate, Gerard saw a vast white expanse nearby, unsure whether it was snow or sheep. My goodness, so many sheep. Looking at Gerard's gaping mouth, Blue smiled faintly and walked forward. Mr. Qin, it's good to see you again. This time, leading the sheep was Connor. Including the previous 10,000 sheep, plus the current 100,000 portions of hot pot base, totaling over 70,000 sheep, escorted by a Turkic force, finally arrived at Baishui Pass. Didn't expect that it would be you, brother Connor, coming personally. Blue greeted Connor with a broad smile and welcomed him into Baishui Pass. The sheep have been delivered to you. What about the hot pot base? Connor waved his hand. He didn't have much time for reminiscing with Blue. He had to return to the Turks with the hot pot base immediately. Seeing Connor in such a hurry, Blue didn't waste words and promptly instructed Gerard to bring the prepared hot pot base over. After the exchange was completed, a smile appeared on Connor's face. Master Qin, then our transaction is complete. Do you want to count these sheep? Connor ordered his men to take the hot pot base away and then asked Blue. That won't be necessary. I trust you, brother Connor, and counting so many sheep would take forever. Now since brother Connor is in such a hurry, we can settle up later. Blue chuckled and waved his hand. This was over 70,000 sheep. If counted one by one, it would surely take an entire day. That makes sense. In that case, we'll head back now. Oh right, for the next transaction in a month, it will still be 10,000 portions of hot pot base. Is there any problem with this, Master Qin? As Connor was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned back to Blue. Don't worry, that's no problem. I can guarantee at least 10,000 portions. Blue had already made arrangements for this. During his previous dealings with Elwood, he had already reported the matter to Ebert. With Ebert's support, the hot pot-based business was thriving. Delivering 50,000 portions a month wouldn't be an issue for Blue. That's great. Then I'll leave first. After we conquer Xianchuo, I'll come back to catch up with you. With Blue's assurance, Connor felt relieved. Knowing they had a steady supply of hot pot base, conquering Xianchuo was just a matter of time. Good luck, brother Connor. May you succeed soon. Waving goodbye to Connor, Blue instructed the people of Baishui Pass to herd all the sheep inside. Looking at the sea of sheep, Gerard wished he could slap himself, almost thinking he was dreaming. Brother Erikayu, is this real? Are these really more than 70,000 sheep? According to Gerard's estimate, each sheep would fetch around 100 taels of silver. 70,000 sheep meant 7 million taels. And this month's income was almost equivalent to half a year's revenue from the Tang treasury. How does it feel now? I told you, once you know how much we've earned, you won't feel cold anymore. Even Blue felt excited seeing so many sheep. Not cold at all, not cold at all. With this many sheep, how could we possibly feel cold? Brother Erikayu, I must go now. I need to turn these sheep into money and produce more hot pot base. Gerard then herded part of the flock back to Chang'an. Afterward, lamb prices at Hai Lao dropped significantly, and the imported Turkish lamb had a different taste compared to domestic lamb. This received high praise during winter. Under the nationwide operation of hundreds of Hai Lao restaurants, the 70,000 sheep were sold within 2 weeks. So, Gerard wrote to Blue, requesting more sheep in the next transaction. Thus, in their next transaction, Blue supplied 30,000 portions of hot pot base, receiving 20,000 sheep in return. By the end of winter, under Elwood's leadership, the Turks defeated the Xianchuo tribe, successfully controlling all Turkic territories. Elwood experienced firsthand the boost hot pot base gave to soldiers morale and ordered expanded sheep farming across Turkic lands. Seeing the Turks entering the final stage of his plan, Blue started increasing the supply of hot pot base. By the second month of spring, the number of hot pot base transactions between Blue and Connor had reached a staggering 1 million portions. Especially when Blue noticed that some of the sheep being traded were still young, he knew the right moment had arrived. So, when Connor came with the flock next time, Blue pulled him into his room. Master Chin, what's wrong? I know the sheep are a bit small now. Let's stick to our original exchange rate. 1 sheep for 1 portion of hot pot base. The war with Western Tujue was imminent, and the supply of hot pot base couldn't stop now. Brother Connor, it's not about the size of the sheep. The issue lies with the shortage of ingredients for hot pot base. Blue wasn't concerned about the size of the sheep. He needed an excuse to temporarily halt the supply of hot pot base to the Turks. Without an outlet for their expanding flock, the number of sheep in Turkic territory would only increase due to their breeding season. How can that be? Connor looked shocked. There's nothing I can do, brother Connor. The spiciness of the hot pot base comes from a specific spice. We've used up all available spices in the Great Tang. Only after the next harvest can we resume production. Otherwise, the hot pot base will lose its effectiveness. What Blue said was reasonable. Without the unique spices, the hot pot base would indeed lose its impact. Well, Connor was at a loss. Even the most skilled chef needs ingredients. Let's do this, brother Connor. As the weather heats up, the demand for hot pot base isn't as significant. Why don't you focus on expanding your sheep herds? Because of the popularity of hot pot base, many farmers planted the necessary spices. By next winter, we can supply you with whatever amount you need. Hearing this, Connor sighed softly. It looks like we have no choice. Although our flocks are growing, the numbers aren't enough yet. So let's wait until next winter. I hope Master Chin can provide us with 2 million portions of hot pot base, and we will deliver sufficient sheep for the trade. Saying that, Connor prepared to leave. He needed to persuade Elwood to halt the war temporarily. Watching Connor depart, Blue smiled. You've finally fallen into the trap. Now I can rest for a while. After reporting to Angus, Blue left Yamin Pass, having stayed there for 5 months, and returned to Chang'an. Upon Blue's return, Ebert specially invited him to the imperial study. Erikayu, you've worked hard. Look at you. You've lost weight. Ebert greeted Blue like a beloved son, his face filled with affection. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This time, I can say that I've accomplished my mission without dishonor. If everything goes as planned, the Turks will be in turmoil before this winter ends. Blue spoke aloud while silently musing to himself. Of course he had lost weight, living in the harsh conditions of Yinmen Pass and Baishui Pass, where it was freezing cold and food and sleep were hard to come by. Are you sure? What do you plan to do next? Just wait idly? After listening to Blue, Ebert nodded and continued. He knew very well how much Blue had earned during this period. In just 1 month, Blue made 20 million taels from sheep alone. That number rivaled the annual tax revenue of the Tang Empire. Hee, Your Majesty, rest assured. Now that I have money, it's time to start planning the establishment of a silver house. Blue knew what Ebert was thinking. A silver house would tie into the imperial treasury. Once his silver house was up and running, the annual income could potentially double the treasury's holdings. That's good. Erikayu, feel free to proceed. No matter when, I will always be your strongest support. Ebert nodded in satisfaction and then dismissed Blue. After leaving the palace, Blue went straight to Hai Lao. After discussing the development of Hai Lao with Gerard and Ansel, Blue felt satisfied. So, Hai Lao has already expanded into various cities and even some populous county towns. To give Blue a more tangible sense of Hai Lao's reach, Gerard took out a map marked with all Hai Lao locations. Seeing the numerous red dots on the map, Blue nodded and said, good. Since that's the case, we should also start establishing our silver house. Blue then informed Gerard and Ansel about his detailed plans for the silver house. Gerard's eyes lit up upon hearing Blue's proposal. Since Hai Lao's business had exploded, the most pressing issue Gerard faced daily was figuring out where to store all the silver. Storing it at Hai Lao wasn't safe, so he had been keeping it in the Shenwu army camp. However, the Shenwu army was not a formal military unit, and its camp wasn't large. Soon, the silver filled the entire camp. Desperate, Gerard started storing the silver in their 3 residences. Thus, the residences of Lord Erek Wagong, Lord Sugwagong, and the Chancellor were piled high with silver. Gerard had even considered buying a new residence solely for storing silver until Blue arrived. Immediately, they agreed to establish a silver house throughout the Tang Empire. With Ebert's help, the first Tang silver house opened in Chang'an half a month later. On opening day, citizens crowded around, curious. No one knew exactly what this silver house did. Hey, Boss Chin, what does your silver house sell? Does it sell silver? Laughter erupted among the crowd as someone asked the question. It can be said that it sells silver. Our silver house mainly stores silver for everyone and pays interest based on the amount deposited. Additionally, silver notes exchanged from our silver house can be used as silver. The credibility is guaranteed by the imperial court, so everyone can rest assured. Hearing the questions from the crowd, Blue immediately stood forward to explain. Although Blue explained clearly, the crowd remained hesitant. Who would easily hand over their silver to a stranger, even if that person was favored by the emperor? Erikayu brother, the situation isn't quite what we expected. Seeing no one step forward to inquire, Gerard became worried. Don't worry, good things take time. Let's wait a bit longer. Blue knew that the concept of a silver house was too advanced. People would naturally need time to accept it. Just as Blue and his companions waited anxiously, considering whether to plant a shill, they suddenly heard a voice from the entrance. Boss, I want to deposit money. Chapter 244, Borrowing Money. Upon hearing someone enter, Blue and Ascari lifted their heads with evident delight. But in the next moment, their faces fell into disappointment. Fishertle's sister, why have you come? The person who entered was none other than Ascari's younger sister, Bristol. Why can't I come? Since you are opening a bank, naturally it would need customers. And over these years, I've saved quite a lot of private money. Now that everything at home belongs to you all, I'd better put my money in the bank early, so as to avoid it being taken by you later. Bristol spoke nonchalantly while observing everything inside the bank. Xiaomei, don't come and meddle at this time, go back quickly. As Ascari said this, he intended to usher Bristol out, but she refused to leave at that moment. Brother, I am a customer. How can you ask me to leave? Besides, if I'm not the first one to deposit money, do you think people outside will dare to trust you? Actually, Bristol had anticipated from the beginning that the bank would not be easily accepted by people. So she came up with this idea of being the first depositor. Given that the bank's owners were her brother and future husband, there was no worry about not getting the money back. Well, after hearing Bristol's words, Ascari hesitated for a moment and then turned to look at Blue. Though Blue had been avoiding Bristol on purpose or unintentionally lately, he could not retreat anymore at this point. Since she has come in, treat her as a guest. Chuyang, issue a silver ticket for Miss Chang. Blue waved his hand, and Ascari nodded immediately before taking out a blank silver ticket. Xiaomei, how much money do you want to deposit? Ascari picked up the pin and prepared to record it. 3,000 taels. As Bristol said this, two servants carrying a large box walked in from outside. 3,000 taels. Where did you get so much money? Ascari paused mid-pin stroke, suddenly startled. He knew their family's financial situation well. Even their father couldn't likely produce 3,000 taels. Don't worry, the money is fine and no one will come to reclaim it, Bristol reassured him with a smile, noting the concern in Ascari's eyes. Just do as she says, Blue interjected without intending to ask too many questions. Since Bristol had brought the money over, it didn't matter whose idea it was behind this. They needed this sum now. While Ascari registered the deposit, a clerk hurriedly counted the money. After confirming the amount, Ascari handed over the silver ticket to Bristol. There are 2 tickets for 1,000 taels each and 2 for 500 taels. Keep them safe. But let me say this up front. All this money will be kept in the national treasury. If you want to withdraw it, you'll need to exchange it with your ticket, understood? Ascari still had some worries about his sister and tried to intimidate her with the mention of the national treasury. But Bristol ignored him and left after taking the silver ticket. Outside the bank, a crowd had gathered, eager to know whether Bristol really had deposited the money. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a genuine silver ticket from Tang Bank, worth 3,000 taels. And I can tell you from my own experience, it's indeed more convenient than carrying physical silver. Saying this, Bristol showed the ticket to everyone before putting it away and leaving the bank. The crowd began to chatter once they saw her leaving. Really, someone would deposit silver? She doesn't fear losing her money? No, I believe Tang Bank can be trusted. As Blue said, behind Tang Bank is the national treasury. With so much silver in the treasury, how could they possibly embezzle ours? Plus, there are silver tickets. It's written in black and white. How could they default? Soon, people started to consider it, taking out the small silver pieces they carried to deposit in the bank. But Blue wouldn't accept any amount less than 100 taels due to the inconvenience of handling smaller sums. Still, some people sent family members to bring their hoarded silver to deposit. With another silver ticket issued, Blue announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the silver tickets in your hands can be exchanged for silver at any Tang Bank within the Tang territory. And based on the amount and duration of your deposits, we will record interest for you." Hearing this, the merchants present got excited. They often traveled extensively and carrying large amounts of cash was cumbersome. Now with a bank system, they could deposit funds and withdraw them as needed, saving considerable effort. We also provide loan services. If anyone here needs working capital, they can use collateral to borrow. Naturally, there will be interest, but rest assured, our rates are transparent. Any questions can be raised anytime, and we will explain thoroughly. With deposits coming in, the next step was to lend this money and collect interest. Borrow money? Is this true? Yes, just need proper collateral, Blue replied. Rest assured, the loans from us will be significantly higher than pawn shops. Blue's explanation further enhanced people's understanding of the bank's function. Some people soon wanted to try borrowing. Mr. Chin, I have a family heirloom jade pendant. Could I borrow money with it? This person took out an intricately crafted jade pendant from his waist and placed it before Blue. Examining the pendant, Blue remained silent for a moment, smiling. Then an elderly man stepped forward, carefully inspected the jade, and whispered to Blue. After listening, Blue nodded lightly, acknowledging the appraisal. Sir, with this jade pendant, you can borrow around 5,000 taels from our bank. Everyone present gasped at this valuation. While the jade was exquisitely crafted, it was probably worth only that much. In a regular pawnshop, it might fetch only a few hundred taels. If the Tang Bank were to operate this way, it wouldn't be long before all the pawnshops within the Tang Empire would have no reason to continue operations. Alright, since it's 5,000 taels, please give me the loan then. The owner of the jade pendant placed it on the table after hearing Blue's offer and extended his hand towards him. Sir, please do not rush. While your jade pendant is indeed worth 5,000 taels, I hope you do not easily mortgage your possessions. After all, every deposit we receive here is registered. Similarly, every loan we give out also requires registration. And unlike a pawnshop, if you fail to redeem your item by a fixed deadline, we will have to auction your jade or sell it to a pawnshop. Regardless of how much it sells for, any shortfall will need to be made up by you. And don't think you can escape our bank's reach. After all, behind us is the National Treasury, and behind the National Treasury is the Tang Empire. With debt owed, you cannot leave the Tang Empire. Blue was fully prepared for such risks and was not afraid that the man might run off with the money. Well, with this, the jade pendant's owner became hesitant. Initially, he had no intention of borrowing from the bank. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea after hearing Blue's words. If that's the case, let's forget about it. This jade has been passed down in my family for generations, and giving it to others without good reason would be disrespectful to my ancestors. He smiled awkwardly, took back his jade, and left the bank quietly. After everyone left, a burst of laughter erupted within the bank. Everyone had initially hoped Blue would lend him money, but now they suspected the man was merely there to scam. Amidst the laughter and discussions, one person in the crowd kept his gaze fixed on Blue. As time passed, the number of people in the bank dwindled until only a few remained, waiting for their silver tickets. Blue was about to leave, handing the management over to the managers when he suddenly saw a shadow loom over him. Looking up, he saw a towering figure standing in front of him. Sir, what can I do for you? When Blue recognized the man's face, his ever-changing staff was already ready. Mr. Chin, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately. May we speak somewhere more secluded? The man showed no visible emotions, leaving Blue unsure. But given that Blue had his ever-changing staff, an attack seemed unlikely, so he agreed to the conversation. Once in a corner, the man hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Alright, now you can say it, Blue said, pulling 2 chairs over. He handed one to the man and sat down himself. In fact, well, Mr. Chin, our caravan recently ran into some issues, leading to cash flow problems. So, I wonder what fees you charge for loans. The man was the leader of a caravan based in Chang'an. Recently, one of his companions got injured during a trip, and the medical expenses had nearly depleted his savings. Despite this, his companion hadn't fully recovered. Desperate to earn more money for treatment, the man planned to borrow and restart his journey, hoping to make enough to cover the costs. Lending is not a problem, but I need to know if you have anything of interest as collateral. Blue looked directly at the man, who was dressed almost like a beggar. To outsiders, the man might seem unreliable, but Blue saw a man of deep loyalty, willing to humbly request help for a companion. Mr. Chin, rest assured, although our caravan's goods have already been sold, I believe you can appreciate the value of what we bring back. It will exceed your expectations. The man seemed sincere, assuring Blue he would repay the loan. Noticing the man's genuine expression, Blue knew he wasn't lying, but still needed to consider the details carefully. After a long silence, Blue responded. If it's really too difficult, I understand. The man sensed Blue's hesitation and was about to leave, planning to set out that night to earn money for his friend's treatment. Wait. Blue stopped him. Could you tell me more about what you trade? The man didn't appear to be deceiving him, but caution was necessary. Blue listened as the man explained their business. Transporting farm tools to Shu and bringing back silk. We have over 20 people in our caravan, all working hard for our companion. When we return, everything we bring back will be yours. From past experiences, they could earn at least 3,000 taels. Blue thought for a moment before responding. If you can indeed bring back 3,000 taels, I'll cooperate. However, within 3 months, you must repay this amount, or we'll have to take action. The man sighed in relief, realizing 3 months was ample time for multiple trips. Failing to earn the money would not only disappoint Blue but themselves as well. Thank you, Mr. Chin. I'll repay the loan as quickly as possible. The man stood up, overwhelmed with gratitude, but Blue waved him off. Just ensure you repay within 3 months. You don't need to thank me, interest will apply, so it's a fair deal. Blue smiled and instructed the man to find Askari to finalize the agreement and get the loan. After the man left the bank with a 3,000 tael silver note, most of the people in the bank had also dispersed. Askari promptly approached Blue to report the day's transactions. Brother Erikayu, today we received a total of 60,000 taels of silver. Many people are still observing and hesitant. I believe they want to test whether the silver notes issued by our bank will indeed be honored. Askari hadn't been idle all day, constantly writing out silver notes for depositors. However, most deposits were only a few hundred taels, with the largest aside from Bristol being just 1,000 taels. This situation clearly indicated that the common people still harbored some doubts about the bank. Don't worry. Establishing trust takes time. To grow, we need to first build a solid reputation. As long as there are no issues with the redemption of silver notes in the coming months, the number of people depositing money here will surge dramatically. Blue wasn't too concerned. Building trust couldn't happen overnight. To gain public confidence, not only must the silver notes themselves be reliable, but loans must also operate smoothly. Alright, Brother Erikayu, I understand. I'll gather all the managers and inform them. After this, Blue felt a bit tired, and was about to leave when he collided with someone just outside the bank's main door. Hey, watch where you're going. Recognizing the high-pitched voice, Blue immediately knew who it was. Isn't this Nashi Benjamin? What brings you here? Looking up, Blue offered a harmless smile. The person was none other than Nolan, an attendant close to Thatcher Ebert. Given his position, Nolan usually never left Ebert's side. So, Blue discreetly glanced behind him, expecting to see Ebert. Sure enough, Ebert was standing right behind Nolan. Your servant greets your majesty. Upon hearing Blue's words, Ascari and others quickly emerged to kneel and welcome the emperor. But Ebert waved them off, gesturing for everyone to continue their work. Erikayu, how is the progress at the bank? Everything going smoothly? The bank was a significant concern for Ebert. He and Blue had previously discussed its importance in linking the national treasury, charity halls, and the bank itself, a critical nexus that couldn't afford any issues. Otherwise, the charity hall wouldn't effectively connect with the treasury, hindering its future development. Please rest assured, your majesty, everything is under control. By winter, whether it's dealing with the Turks or managing the bank, we will have achieved impressive results. Blue had full confidence in his strategic plans. The situation with the Turks was already unfolding as planned, and maintaining smooth operations at the bank should pose no problems. That's good. I was initially worried because on your first day, there weren't many people showing up. So, this time I've come with a gift for you. Ebert grinned mysteriously. Oh, what surprise does your majesty have in store for me? This piqued Blue's interest. Previously, he had hoped that the emperor would use the treasury funds through the bank, significantly boosting its reputation. Well, the gift is the silver from the national treasury, but don't expect it to be handed over directly. All the silver within your bank must be stored in the national treasury for safekeeping. I do this for your benefit. With such large sums of money, only the national treasury can ensure maximum security. Chapter 245, Resolution. Upon hearing Ebert's words, Chin Arakiru did not respond immediately. However, Ascari beside him groaned aloud. Why must we send it to the national treasury? This is money from the bank. What if someone comes to withdraw it? Despite facing Ebert, Ascari had the audacity to say such things. This is simple. When someone comes to withdraw money, you can take the silver ticket to the national treasury to collect it. Ebert did not mind Ascari's attitude, thinking that boys of their age couldn't understand much. Chin Arakiru was much calmer than Ascari. Your majesty, please rest assured. We will loudly and publicly send all the money to the national treasury tomorrow morning. Chin Arakiru knew very well what Ebert meant by sending the money to the national treasury. The Tang Dynasty bank now had nearly 50 million taels of silver. Most of it was stored in the military camp of the Divine Strategy Army, while some were kept at Chin Arakiru, Ascari, and Ansel's residences. Although these places were secure, it still didn't look right. By depositing the money into the national treasury publicly, it would demonstrate the relationship between the bank and the court to the citizens. This would attract more funds into the national treasury, easing Ebert's financial situation. Arakiru brother, why do you say this too? Hearing Chin Arakiru agree to send the money over, Ascari was utterly unwilling. These were the fruits of their hard work. Once sent to the treasury, it might be unclear whose money it was later on. That's enough, Chuliang. I said it will still be your money. It's just being stored in the treasury. If you're not reassured, I can give you a written agreement. The last sentence was originally a joke from Ebert, but Ascari took it seriously, silently taking out paper and pen and placing it before Ebert. You this? Ebert laughed helplessly at the sight, shaking his head, but in the end, he wrote a document for Ascari. Ascari's disappointment disappeared as he carefully stored the document away, finally smiling. I really don't get it. You're still so young, yet you are already so greedy. Seeing Ascari's satisfied face, Ebert laughed. He thought that Adebayo wasn't like this, but somehow his son Ascari was even greedier than Chin Arakiru. Your majesty, you don't understand. This money is ours through hard work, different from what our families give us. Money given freely can be spent without guilt, but what we earn is our sweat and blood. Ascari earnestly explained to Ebert, completely unaware that Ebert was joking with him. All right, I understand. I will absolutely safeguard your hard-earned money. After saying this, Ebert refocused on Chin Arakiru. Chin Arakiru had been back in Chang'an for some time, yet there was no news from Turkic territory. Despite knowing that impatience achieves nothing, the Turks occupying the northern region remained a heavy burden on Ebert's heart. Arakiru, I actually came here today to ask about the Turks. 1 month has passed. Why has there been no news from the Turkic side? At this moment, there were no others left in the bank. Customers had long left, and clerks had been dismissed by Ascari when Ebert arrived. As for Ascari, Ebert considered him trustworthy, seeing no harm in allowing him to know more. Your majesty, the economic war is going well. We need more time. 1 month is clearly too short. Please rest assured. Within 3 months, we should have news from the Turks. Chin Arakiru seemed to anticipate this question, having closely monitored the Turkic situation. The Western and Eastern Turks had ceased hostilities, and Reed was developing sheep herds to delay combat until winter, hoping to trade hot pot broth with Chin Arakiru. But Bo refused to let Reed have his way, and soon after the truce sought to reignite conflict. Unfortunately, Reed did not retaliate, rendering Bo's efforts ineffective. In essence, they fought their battles while Reed continued to develop his herds. According to Caleb's reports, the Turkish sheep population was now triple what it had been the previous year. Even outside Baisway Pass, one could see Turkish shepherds. Baisway Pass was remote, yet even here, Turkish herders could be found. The scale of the herds in Turkish territory could only be imagined. Sheep, due to their grazing habits, could cause irreparable damage to the grasslands, especially in spring when tender shoots were just emerging, unable to withstand the pressure. Once the lambs matured, the Turkish grasslands would be near ruin. Ruthless strategy orchestrated by Chin Arakiru. Without their grasslands, the Turks would lose everything, leaving them at the mercy of the Tang Dynasty. After listening to Chin Arakiru's analysis, Ebert nodded, forcing himself to calm down and await the final outcome. Preparing to return to the palace, Ebert left with Chin Arakiru and Ascari returning home. 2 months later, Chin Arakiru had settled into life at the bank, which was thriving. Citizens loved the convenience of banking, carrying lightweight notes instead of large sums of cash. One day, after finishing his accounts, Chin Arakiru noticed someone waving at him near his home. Mr. Chin. Recognizing the voice, Chin Arakiru walked towards the person. Shitsizi brother, what brings you here? The man before him was Tucker, Reed's son. Mr. Chin, I've come because I need your help. Shitsizi anxiously spoke upon meeting Chin Arakiru. Shitsizi brother, don't be so formal. Speak frankly. If it's within my power, I will help. Chin Arakiru understood Shitsizi's intention. Since Chin Arakiru had initiated the events, it made sense for Shitsizi to seek him directly. Very well, Mr. Chin. Previously we raised many sheep to trade for hot pot broth. Now since the broth isn't available, the sheep have accumulated. So I came to ask if we could first give you the sheep, and when the broth is ready, you can provide it to us later. Initially, Shitsizi hadn't realized the problem. With sheep reproduction handled by Chin Arakiru, surplus was never an issue. However, now Blue no longer had the hot pot broth available, and wars between the Eastern and Western Turks were frequent. This reduced the available grazing areas for the Turkic herds significantly. Reed's small lambs had grown into adult sheep and were facing a severe shortage of food. The once lush green grasslands were turning to barren soil. Connor realized they were facing a catastrophic situation, so he came to seek Blue's help, hoping he could resolve part of the sheep problem. Brother Connor, it's not that I don't want to help you. Many of the sheep we raised haven't been sold yet. A large number are still being grazed in various pastures. And with the weather getting hotter, it's past the season for mutton. People's demand for lamb isn't as high. So it's not that I won't accept your sheep, but even if I do, there is no place to keep them. If something happens to the sheep, it will be disastrous. For the sake of our winter trade, Brother Connor, please endure a bit more. Blue had anticipated this situation, so he put on an act before Connor. But if this continues, by winter, both people and sheep on our grassland will starve to death. After listening to Blue, Connor understood but faced a dire predicament. The sheep lacked food and would soon starve, and without sheep, his people would also face starvation. Connor couldn't accept such an outcome. Right, wasn't your tribe at war with 2 Fisher Khan? As long as you can plunder their pastures, wouldn't that solve the problem? Blue knowingly asked. Alas, 2 Fisher Khan's strength exceeds our imagination. We planned to defeat them in winter, but the battle dragged into spring. Now defeating them has become difficult. Connor's army, bolstered by hot pot broth, had greater winter combat capabilities. However, with the warmer weather, their advantage diminished. They gradually lost the land they seized from 2 Fisher Khan. If that's the case, I have no immediate solution. Please bear with it a little longer. I'll discuss this with my father. If necessary, I'll see the Thatcher to find a way to help. Blue, after hearing Connor's account, showed concern and nodded. AI, only this. I entrust you with this, Chin. Please notify me immediately if you find a solution. Connor turned and disappeared into the darkness. Watching Connor leave, Blue smiled. His plan was a success, though there remained one issue. This method was cruel. Given the current state of the Turks, they might not last until winter, and Reed's forces might collapse. If 2 Fisher Khan took control of all Turkic territory, nothing would change. Thus, Blue aimed to prevent this scenario. He went directly to Ebert the next morning. Blue, why didn't you go to the bank? Why are you here instead? These 2 months, Blue was engrossed in banking affairs. It had been 2 months since he last met Ebert. Your majesty, I didn't want to disturb you. Ebert knew Blue's intentions. Especially with external military matters, Ebert had dispatched Conroy to Goguryeo thanks to the financial support of Tang Dynasty Bank. Enough, you only come when you need something. Speak up, what's the matter? Ebert didn't believe Blue's words. Your majesty understands me well. I indeed have something to discuss. Seeing Ebert saw through him, Blue leaned close and whispered, do you mean it? Ebert stared disbelievingly. Even if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't dare commit treason. Blue shrugged, confirming the truth. Excellent. Ebert slapped the table and stood up. I entrust this task to you. You choose the men, however many you need. In fact, I only need Uncle Angus and a few thousand men for show. Under Ebert's orders, Blue and Angus set out again toward Turkic territory. On the way, Angus was puzzled. Blue previously mentioned a commercial war. Why bring troops? Uncle Fisher, remember? Eat when hungry, drink when thirsty. Let the Turks fight. We're just here to claim victory. Noticing Angus's confusion, Blue explained. Does this mean the Turks will surrender? Blue merely gave a cryptic smile. They arrived at the Turkic capital, where they were welcomed by Connor. Chin, your arrival is excellent. You only need to bolster our presence. No need to intervene. Seeing Chin and Angus, Connor felt relieved. Their prolonged conflict with 2 Fisher Khan needed a boost. With Tang troops present, informing 2 Fisher Khan they allied with the Tang would be enough. 2 Fisher Khan, despite arrogance, wouldn't underestimate the combined forces of Reed and the Tang. Once Reed secured 2 Fisher Khan's territories, unification of the Turks would be complete, solving their problems. Brother Connor, I told you I'd give my all. With the army here, what do you need me to do? Blue dismounted, embraced Connor like brothers. You need do nothing, just stay and dine. Both Connor and Reed didn't wish for the Tang to intervene directly. Using the Tang's name was already against their wishes, but for victory, they had to do so. Turning to Angus with a smile, Blue watched as Angus listened to their conversation, left speechless. He couldn't believe that their mission here was just to eat and drink. On the very next day after Blue and Angus's arrival, Reed declared war on 2 Fisher Khan once more. To ensure 2 Fisher Khan understood that Reed had allied with the Tang, Blue and Angus took a leisurely stroll around the battlefield. Though they didn't engage in any fighting, this was enough. As soon as the Tang army appeared, 2 Fisher Khan became cautious. To prevent a surprise attack from the Tang forces, 2 Fisher Khan began to consolidate his troops around himself, focusing on defense. This resulted in defeats on the outer battlefields. When Reed finally broke into 2 Fisher Khan's court, 2 Fisher Khan realized he was truly defeated. Without hesitation, he surrendered under the absolute might of Reed. Following the end of the war, Reed's court hosted a grand banquet. That night, the Turks and Tang soldiers drank together, seemingly forgetting they had once been enemies. Observing the joyous scene before him, Blue felt a deep sense of reflection. Brother Connor, now that the war between your people has ended, what are your plans for the next step? Are you going to continue confronting us? Blue put down his cup of wine, sitting beside Connor and turning serious. Why do you ask? Aren't we friends now? Connor was taken aback, but quickly smiled again. Brother Connor, both of us are smart men. With your consolidation of two Fisher Khan's forces, you now have the power to threaten the Tang. Now that things have reached this point, Qin, I can assure you there's nothing to worry about. The next Khan of the Turks will be me, and you, Qin, will surely become one of the pillars of the Tang Dynasty. Our friendship ensures peace between the Tang and the Turks for at least 50 years, Connor replied, the relationship between him and Blue having evolved into true friendship. As future leaders, their relationship would reflect on their nations. But what if I told you that everything happening now was part of my plan? From the hot pot broth to your unification of the Turks, it's all been a chess game I set up for the benefit of the Tang, Blue confessed bluntly. No, this isn't possible. Connor shook his head in disbelief, standing up to face Blue, reflecting on all the events, the emergence of the hot pot broth, the winter expansion, trading sheep for the broth, the shortage of the broth, and the crisis that followed. He realized it was all orchestrated by Blue. Brother Connor, accept the reality. You're no longer a match for the Tang. Blue lowered his head, speaking the words he most disliked. After hearing this, Connor remained silent, then turned and walked away. A few days later, Blue and Angus returned to Chang'an. However, this time, Connor, as the new Khan of the Turks, accompanied them to Chang'an. Thus, the Turks officially became a vassal state of the Tang Dynasty, leading to peace and prosperity around the Tang Empire. Thatcher Ebert was henceforth known as the Heavenly Khan. In this era of peace, Blue expanded his Tang Bank to its zenith. 20 years later, he assisted the Crown Prince Tony to ascend the throne and inherited his father Garth's title, becoming the new Duke of Erech. Despite enjoying success in many aspects, Blue ultimately chose compromise regarding Cheng Xiao. 50 years later, the richest man of the Tang Dynasty, Blue, closed his eyes peacefully in his wife Cheng Xiao's embrace.